It was supposed to be the highly anticipated S3 season, but Longhua only sent a group of street thugs. Not only did they defeat the war god Tian of the Eagle General with bricks, they even turned the 8-headed snake of the Sakura country into 9 pieces. After the match, they even demanded protection fees, causing countries to protest and propose a ban on participation of gang members. Just because you awakened the gang system, the more gang members you have, the stronger you become. Looking at the billions of gang members behind you, you can't help but sigh that becoming stronger is really simple. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. From now on, this city is under my control, and everyone will submit to me. In the sky of Sin City, a figure bathed in golden light slowly descended. Although she looked young, it was clear at a glance that she was a beauty. But the most eye-catching thing was still the pair of wings behind her. The angel with wings behind her took a step forward and looked at the crowd. Her voice cold, "Who is in charge here?" Looking at the angel bathed in divine light in front of you, you hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, grinned, and said, "It's me. What do you want?" The golden-haired angel glanced up and down, then disdainfully threw a paper in front of you, saying lightly, "Not long ago, the Dragon Kingdom was defeated, and they have ceded this place to our divine kingdom." She pointed to the paper lying on the ground, which was the cession treaty signed by the 2 countries. You picked up the paper, glanced at it casually, and then tore it into pieces. "What treaty? I can't read. I only know that I call the shots in this Sin City." Seeing you being so arrogant, the golden-haired angel frowned slightly, her voice becoming even colder. "Do you know that your actions will harm everyone here? Don't give me useless talk. Follow my rules when you're in Sin City." "Your rules?" The golden-haired angel sneered, asking, "What rules?" "Very simple. Let's fight. The winner makes the decisions." Hearing this, the golden-haired angel was visibly stunned, and the group of henchmen standing behind you also quickly whispered, "Boss, she's an angel, a deity from the West. It is said that on the battlefield, an angel can defeat a group of awakened individuals from our Dragon Kingdom. Even so, we have to fight. We rely on our reputation in this world. Face is more important than life. Do you understand?" Several henchmen wanted to persuade, but you interrupted directly. "It's settled. If I lose, you guys don't resist." With that, you didn't give the others a chance to speak. You took off your coat. Then, with a flip of your right hand, a brick appeared out of thin air in your hand. Seeing this scene, the disdain in the golden-haired angel's eyes intensified. She also knew about the awakened individuals from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. The abilities of the awakened individuals varied. Some were suitable for combat, while others could be used for support, but most of them had useless abilities. This was also the reason for the weakness of the Dragon Kingdom. The object in the person's hand was obviously not suitable for combat. "Ant!" The golden-haired angel glanced lightly at you, then withdrew her gaze, obviously not taking you seriously. "You, a foreign girl, pretending to be tough?" Feeling the contempt from the other party, a nameless anger surged in your heart. Under the influence of alcohol, this anger could no longer be suppressed. You clenched the brick in your hand and stepped forward quickly. Then you swung the brick towards the other party. However, the golden-haired angel remained calm, a mere insect challenging a tree. She gently waved her hand, and a golden light shield instantly enveloped her. Just when everyone thought you would be repelled by the shield, the brick in your hand easily passed through the shield and heavily hit the golden-haired angel on the head. The golden-haired angel's blue pupils widened suddenly, filled with disbelief. The next moment, she fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, you were also stunned for a moment. You first looked at the brick in your hand, then at the fallen golden-haired angel. A hint of disdain flashed in your eyes. "Ha! What an angel! Can't even handle a single brick." You turned to look at the people who were still in a daze, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Quickly tie up this bird person." "Ah, yes, boss. Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty. Mighty my ass. It's the first time I've hit a woman." After saying that, you waved your hand and left the scene. Half an hour later, inside the bar's private room, the blonde angel was securely bound by iron chains. She slowly opened her eyes and saw you holding a brick in your hand, looking at her with a smirk. Before she could say anything, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead and then passed out again. "Boss, don't you have questions to ask her?" A henchman next to you looked at you with some confusion. You awkwardly scratched your head and grinned. "I was nervous and forgot." About 10 minutes later, the blonde angel slowly opened her eyes again. In front of her was still the young man holding a brick in his hand. "Who are you exactly?" This time, before your brick could fall, she spoke first. "My name is Lin Xiao." Seeing that the other party was willing to communicate with her, you put away your brick and introduced yourself. "I am currently the leader of the Sin City gang." "Gang?" The blonde angel was stunned, realizing she had been defeated by a gang leader, and so thoroughly defeated. "Don't misunderstand. Our gang is called the Gang." "So you're not a gang?" Well, We are indeed a gang. You shrugged. The blonde angel felt her head spinning, unsure if she couldn't understand what the other person was saying or if the 2 bricks from earlier had disoriented her. That's not important. I have questions for you, so can you stop asking so many questions? You said while taking out your brick again and weighing it in your hand. Ask. Remembering her previous ordeal, the blonde angel spoke without hesitation. What's your name? Kader. Identity. God's kingdom. Member of the 3rd Legion of the Seraphim. Was the note you gave me earlier real? Lin Xiu asked again. Yes. Kader nodded and explained. Half a month ago, God's kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, and Goguryeo jointly launched a war against the Dragon Kingdom. In that battle, the Dragon Kingdom was defeated. So the cost of defeat was territorial concessions and reparations? You asked tentatively. Yes. Kader nodded. Understood. You made an okay gesture and said, we are reasonable people in this business. Since we lost, Sin City belongs to you, boss. The henchman looked anxious upon hearing this, but you interrupted them. Then, turning to Kader, you said, however, that's between the Dragon Kingdom and your God's kingdom. As for us, you lost to me. Do you admit that? Kader wanted to say she was caught off guard by his sneak attack, but looking at the brick in his hand, she swallowed and nodded. I admit. Good. I like dealing with reasonable people. You moved closer to Kader and whispered, the Dragon Kingdom lost. Sin City belongs to you. You lost. You belong to me. What did you say? Kader's voice rose in anger. What are you shouting about? You scared me. You slapped her forehead. Ouch. The slap landed right where she had been hit by the 2 bricks earlier, causing Kader to gasp in pain. I am an angel of the Seraphim Legion. Are you going to take me away? Kader still couldn't believe it. As you said, you are just an angel of the Seraphim Legion. A second wing angel. I don't think God's kingdom will start a war just for you, right? After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Kader fell into silence. It was true that today's divine kingdom was much more powerful than the Dragon Kingdom, but this mysterious kingdom from the east was also something that people didn't dare to underestimate, and no one knew what kind of potential they were capable of exploding. So even after this great defeat of the Dragon Kingdom, the Divine Kingdom only asked the Dragon Kingdom for an inconsequential Sin City and some material compensation, because they don't dare to push this kingdom to the brink. They can only slowly eat away at each other. Don't think about it. Even if you don't agree, I'll knock you out and take you away. It's still you who will suffer at that time. Lin Xiu spread his hands and was about to turn around and leave. Just after taking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something, so he stopped again and turned his head to ask, as I recall, you blazing angels can initiate contracts, right? What do you mean? Cadel's gaze instantly became cautious. Nothing. When the time comes, I'll also trouble you to make a contract. The kind where if I die you die, and if you die I'm fine. Lin Xiu said without a care in the world. Don't you go too far. Cadel's face instantly became gloomy. The contract the other party was talking about was basically a master-servant contract. This kind of contract was usually only signed by slaves. What is she? A warrior of the Legion of Killing Angels. Although there were many blazing angels like her in the Kingdom of God, it didn't mean that their status was low. On the contrary, their status in the Kingdom of God was still very high. That's why there's no one who can make a blazing angel sign a pact. She has a pride that belongs to her. However, in the next second, a brick slapped her on the forehead without warning. Cadel just felt a heavenly spin. It was the 3rd time, but she still couldn't get used to the pain. It was just too much. Not only was it painful, it was humiliating. The blazing angels, the elite warriors of the Kingdom of God, were even knocked out by this rogue with a slate, or 3 times. Seeing that Cadel had fainted once again, Lin Xiu turned his head to the people at the side and said, watch her, and when she wakes up go and call me. With that he left the box. Coming to the next box, Lin Xiu casually picked up a bottle of beer on the table and took a big gulp, then sat directly on the sofa. Just then, 2 young men followed them in, and one of them, a bald young man with a black scorpion tattooed on his face, opened his mouth somewhat anxiously and asked, Boss, are we really just going to hand over Sin City to the Divine Kingdom? Or else? Lin Xiu sat up straight and looked at the bald man and said, this is the decision of those higher-ups. We can't sway it. What about us? What about the brothers in the gang? Lao San, do you remember how I got here? Lin Xiu looked meaningfully at the other party. The bald young man first froze, then said with a big grin, of course I know, boss, aren't you the one who got into fights and brawls at Magic City High School because of that, and took the lead in organizing the club? Speaking here, the bald young man seemed to have thought of something and added, by the way, you also led us to collect protection fees all over Bijou City, and the most important thing is that we received the city lord's estate by the protection fees. In the end, there was no choice but to send us here. Your dad from the Night Watch Division, oldest 3, do you know why you're obviously stronger and older than oldest 2? Yet you can only be oldest 3? Lin Xiao sighed somewhat helplessly. Why? In response, Lao San also never understood. Lin Xiao raised his head to look at the young man beside Lao San, who looked 18 or 19 years old, with fair skin and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging from the bridge of his nose, a svelte appearance. 2. You said I was here because of something. The second reached up and pushed his glasses up, then spoke rather seriously. The oldest is young and talented, and dared to be the first to try and successfully organize the first civic organization at such a young age, for the benefit of the school's students, as well as the local populace. Later on, he even defied the power and openly rebelled against the city lord's mansion, becoming a legend in the entire Bijou city for a while. Speaking here, the oldest sighed, then slowly said, unable to do anything about it. In the end, the oldest resolutely chose to come to Sin City in order to not make things difficult for his father. That's okay? Lao San scratched his bald head and gave Lao Er a disgusted look. Lin Xiao glanced at the oldest too with satisfaction before speaking faintly. Now that 3 years have passed, it's time for us to go back. After saying that, Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Xiao. Rank, first-class martial artist. Power value, 369. Each level 1 martial artist provides 1 point of power value, and the power value added by martial artists above level 1 varies depending on their strength. Awakening, slab, one of the favorite weapons of street gangsters, can be used locally, and is not considered a controlled knife. There will be a great deal of leeway in sentencing. Characteristics, God's power is no longer good. A brick down, breaks all laws. Requirements for the next stage of power value, 500. Chapter 3, The Gangster System, Establishing the Pact. That's right, Lin Xiao was a traveler and also possessed the golden finger necessary for thousands of travelers. The system. The name of his system was called Gangster System. Lin Xiao felt that it suited his temperament, because before crossing over, he was a club member and was not in a low position. And this system is also very just simple and clear, is to continue to collect juniors, grow their own club, as long as the club power value reaches the system's requirements, the system will give him a reward. At first, the system's power value requirement was 100 points, which meant that Lin Xiao needed to take in 100 minions to get the reward, and the strength of these minions had to be at the level of a level 1 martial artist. After the system awakened, Lin Xiao started his plan. In his opinion, the school was simply the cradle of the club members, so he ganged up within the school, and with that ruthlessness from his previous life and his dad who worked as a policeman in the Night Watch division, he soon reigned supreme in the No. 1 high school in Bijou City, with hundreds of minions under his command, beat the second as well as third high schools to lift their heads. However, this didn't add any power value to Lin Xiao because most people's awakening time was 18 years old, which was after high school graduation, and only a small portion of geniuses would break this age limit. However, Lin Xiao wasn't discouraged because he would soon be graduating, and at that time, a group of juniors around his age would awaken, and then he would reap the first batch of power values. One more thing, Lin Xiao is also very clear. In order to form a qualified gang, just someone is not enough. He also needs money. A lot of money. Come out to mix. The word of righteousness is not false, but righteousness cannot be a meal is not. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao started to do his old job and started collecting protection money with a group of minions from the first high school. However, what Lin Xiao didn't expect was that his group of juniors were real tigers, and they actually received protection money over the head of the city lord's mansion. And because of that, Lin Xiao's good days are over. When his father, who worked in the night watch department, found out about this, he almost got his nose out of joint and kept chanting, "My son is a soldier, but my son is a thief." This sentence, after a full night of chanting, he finally made the decision ruthlessly. The punishment result cannot be considered light, can only be said to be very serious. Any club member who followed Lin Xiao in the offense, after attending the awakening ceremony, would be sent directly to Sin City, with the exact time of sending being decided based on the performance of the people in Sin City. This is not a bad punishment. After all, Sin City was an abandoned city. It was originally a war-torn city, and after the Great War everyone moved out of the city, and it was deserted. None of the people who live here are simple. As for Lin Xiao, this place was simply paradise. There was no law here, no night patrol division, and only an old city lord whose strength was still stuck at a second-level martial artist at nearly half 100 years old. Just such a city lord. Or after the number of sinful city people grew, the Dragon Kingdom's senior management casually found a member of the Night Watch division who had made a mistake and sent him over. The first day Lin Xiao arrived here, he took more than 20 minions who had also been dispatched to fight his way into the city lord's mansion. More than 20 level 1 martial artists might not be able to stir up half a splash on the battlefield, but they were definitely a force to be reckoned with in Sin City. after all. But who would run to this Thai place to suffer if they were powerful? Another thing was the lack of unity here. Everyone had their own agenda and no one wanted to trust anyone, which gave Lin Xiu an opportunity to capitalize on. In 3 days' time, Lin Xiu had led more than 20 vibrant first-level martial artists and swept through almost the entire Sin City. Of course, these 20 or so level 1 martial artists didn't include Lin Xiu, because he failed in the awakening ceremony. Lin Xiu's dad was furious, incomparably furious, and this incident made him even more furious than Lin Xiu's lack of business, forming a gang and collecting protection money. Awakening at the age of 18 can be said to be a watershed, but all can be awakened before the age of 18 years old. The longer ahead of time means that the higher the talent, and more than 18 years of age after the awakening of none of them is not a bumbling generation. Lin Xiu's dad, Lin Zhanbei, was 16 years old when he awakened, and there was no doubt that he had also become the man of the hour in Bijou City, and was now in charge of the entire Bijou City's night patrol division. And Lin Xiu became a typical tiger father and son in the eyes of outsiders. However, Lin Xiu didn't care. He was the one with the system. What was he afraid of? It was also the 3rd day after he came to Sin City that Lin Xiu's power value finally reached 100 points, which also meant that he already had 100 level 1 martial artists under his hand. The system's rewards came as promised. However, the system's rewards left Lin Xiu in a daze. Awakening object, Slate, came to this world in the past few years. Lin Xiu has not seen strange awakening things, but the slate he really unheard of. Pushing open the door of the box, Lin Xiu saw that the blonde angel Cardinal was chained and curled up in the corner of the room, a large reddish bag slightly bulging at her forehead. There was anger in his eyes. Awake? Lin Xiu smiled and walked over, squatting down and fiddling with the slate in his hand. Seeing this scene, Cadel reflexively moved back. Do you want to make that contract? No. Cadel's gaze was firm, with a look of death. Alright then, I won't force you. Lin Xiu sighed helplessly and shook his head. I'm a person, I guess, who never hits women. Hearing this, Cadel froze. She didn't know how the other woman had the good sense to say that. But you were defeated after all. We, the Dragon Kingdom, lost and paid the Sin City to you. You can't give nothing when you lose. Can you? I can give you money. Cadel's eyes lit up as if she had seen hope. No, no, no. Lin Xiu shook his head. I don't lack money. So what do you want? Why don't you give me these wings of yours as a souvenir? After all, this is the first time I've defeated an angel. So how can I keep a souvenir? Wings. Wings? Cadel's face instantly changed. For angels, their wings can be said to be their second life, and all of their abilities stem from the wings behind them. It's fine. I'll do it quickly. It won't be particularly painful, Lin Xiu said while receiving a rusty dagger from Lao Er. You wait. Cadel gulped as she looked at the dagger so dull she couldn't even see the blade. Don't wait. Time is of the essence. With that, Lin Xiu reached his dagger to Cadel's wing. Don't. I promise you. Cadel was truly scared. She felt that the young man in front of her was truly something abnormal, and might actually be able to do something like cut off her wings. Isn't that difficult? Lin Xiu stopped the movement in his hands and turned his head to look at Cadel, who had an aggrieved face and tears welling up in her eyes. No hard feelings. It's really not difficult? It's really not difficult. Then why don't you hurry up? Oh, Cadel sniffled, then bit down hard on her own lip with a vicious grin. A drop of crimson blood dripped down her lip. Cadel looked up at Lin Xiu, then nudged her mouth towards him, signaling him to catch her blood in his hand. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He had never seen the establishment of a contract before. He had only learned from his high school textbook that there was a special way of contracting in the kingdom of God. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xiu still gritted his teeth and gave up his life in order to get this angelic little brother. In the next second, Lin Xiu directly leaned down and kissed Cater's blood-dripping lips. Chapter 4, Protective Contracts. Preparing to leave. Cadel's pupils snapped, then she moved her head back in a hurry. As his lips parted, Lin Xiu surprisingly felt a bit unfulfilled. He looked at the blushing Cadel, then asked, "That's all it takes? You're afraid you're not lying to me, are you? Who let you stick your mouth over?" Cadel's face was flushed red, and although her tone was angry, when combined with her slightly petulant expression, it didn't look half as lethal. Instead, it makes it look more like pampering. "Wasn't it you who kept pouting for me to come over?" Lin Xiu said while still following the other party's example, pouting and constantly moving forward. "I meant for you to reach out and catch my blood. Then you didn't say it earlier?" Lin Xiu directly reached out and wiped his hand on the other party's lips, staining them with some blood. "It's okay, isn't it? Cadel wanted to say something, but when she thought of her situation, she gritted her teeth and held her tongue. Immediately afterward, her gaze suddenly changed. becoming incomparably solemn and solemn. I, the blazing angel of the kingdom of God, Cat L. From today onwards she said. Her tone lurched, then she looked at Lin Xiu. This time Lin Xiu finally understood the other party's meaning and whispered. Lin Xiu. Cat L nodded her head before continuing. From today onwards, signing a contract with Lin Xiu, I will voluntarily follow the other party and never turn my back. If you have second thoughts, you will be rejected by God. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiu felt his body warm up, and when he looked at Cat L again, he inexplicably felt that the other party had a slight affinity for him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up and asked, I don't suppose this is the contract I was talking about? Cat L frowned slightly and explained, what you're talking about is the master-servant contract. That kind of contract is only signed by slaves. You don't say break my wings, even if you kill me, I won't give in. Immediately afterward, before Lin Xiu could say anything, she jumped ahead and said, but don't worry, the contract I signed with you is a guardian contract. I will guard you to the best of my ability, but if you die someday, I will be able to return to my free body. Then you still don't expect me to die? Lin Xiu immediately stopped, and the slate in his hand appeared once again. Wait. Cat L felt a pain in her forehead now at the sight of slate. Once the contract is made, it can't be changed, and if I don't guard you to the best of my ability, I'll be forsaken by God, and then even my status as an angel will be stripped away. Lin Xiu stared at Cat L for a few seconds before twisting his head to look at his penis. The second pushed up his own glasses and spoke. She's telling the truth. Only after hearing Lao Er's affirmation did Lin Xiu nod his head in satisfaction before saying, untie her. The second, named Su Nuo, was smooth and shrewd in the world, and the main point was that he was familiar with all the books, whether it was the awakened in the Dragon Kingdom or the gods in the Divine Kingdom, or the weirdness in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, as well as those mutants catalyzed by drugs in Goguryeo. As long as it was recorded in the books, he knew them all like the back of his hand. That's why when Lao Er confirmed it, Lin Xiu dared to feel relieved to untie the blazing angel in front of him. After the chains wrapped all over her body were opened, Cat L stood up, straightened her clothes, and once again resumed her high angelic demeanor. She looked at Lin Xiu with a slightly complicated expression and opened her mouth to ask, why did you have to make me sign a contract with you? Where's all the why? Lin Xiu shrugged. I just want to take an angel as a little brother. Why? But this place no longer belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Even if you defeat me, after a while there will still be someone stronger than me coming. What will you do then? After a while? Lin Xiu shook his head slightly, then sat on his butt on the sofa and said leisurely, by the time they come, we'll have long left Sin City. Leave? Cat L was visibly stunned and asked with some confusion, aren't the people of Sin City all sinful people? Do you guys dare to leave here? You're right, but not rigorous enough. Lin Xiu picked up a bottle of beer and took a big gulp before slowly speaking. There are a lot of guilty people in Sin City, but not all of them, at least not me. When he finished speaking he lifted his wrist and looked at the time that, unsurprisingly, the person who is picking me up should be arriving at Sin City soon. As if to corroborate Lin Xiu's words, as soon as his words fell, the door of the box was pushed open, and a little brother ran in with a panicked beat. Boss, there's a convoy pulling into Sin City that looks like it's from the Night Patrol Division. Lin Xiu first waved his hand, signaling that little brother not to be nervous, and then smiled towards the puzzled-looking Cat L. Speak of the devil. Here it comes. On the main street of Sin City, a jeep slowly approached, followed by 6 more military trucks behind the jeep. Lin Xiu took the 3 of them, the oldest 2 and the oldest 3, as well as Cat L, who had just established a contract with himself, and stood in the center of the street, without the slightest intention of giving way. Just when the jeep was still more than 10 meters away from a few people, the lights suddenly turned on, shaking Lin Xiu's few people who had to block their eyes with their hands. In the next second, the jeep stopped, and a hearty laugh reached the ears of several people and, ha 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 ha, great nephew, long time no see. Lin Xiu didn't even need to look. As soon as he heard this loud voice he knew who the person coming was. Wang Zhanwu, the deputy director of the Bijou City Night Patrol Division, was also Lin Xiu his dad's right-hand man. Uncle, haven't seen you for 3 years, your voice is even louder than before. It seems like your strength has gone up a level. Lin Xiu put down the hand that was blocking his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who walked towards him with a tiger's back and a full beard. Ha 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 ha, you brat! Wang Zhanwu heavily slapped Lin Xiu's shoulder. My uncle, you're gentle. My small arms and legs can't stand a slap from a level 3 martial artist like you. Lin Xiu rubbed his somewhat numb shoulders with a grimace. You kid, don't pretend, ha. I've heard your dad say that you awakened on the 3rd day you came to Sin City. And now you're considered a first-level martial artist. And I've heard that you've also awakened a very special awakening. Quickly take it out and show it to Uncle. Cough. Lin Xiu coughed awkwardly before digressing. Uncle, have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat something first? Don't eat it. Wang Zhanwu waved his hand and said rather seriously. The number of animals awakening is increasing now, and it has seriously affected the safety of the residents in the city. We've been busy beating our feet against the back of our heads lately too, so you guys pack up and we'll leave in a little while. In such a hurry? It's urgent. This time we came out to do something else. Wang Zhanwu's expression was rare and serious. Alright then. Lin Xiu nodded, then turned his head to look at Su Nuo. Lao Air, go inform the brothers in the gang that those who don't have a criminal record to pack up and leave with me. What about the ones with a criminal record? Su Nuo opened his mouth and asked. Those with a criminal record stay and continue to run the business. And from now on, everything here will be at Bill's disposal. But what about when the Divine Kingdom's people come? Su Nuo glanced at Cat L behind Lin Xiu without a trace. The tax should be paid to them to pay the tax. Do our line of work. Do not fight with the officials. A biao work I still rest assured. After saying that, Lin Xiu patted Su Nuo's shoulder. Got it, boss. Looking at Su Nuo's departing back, Wang Zhanwu was dumbfounded, and it was only after half a minute that he turned his head to look at Lin Xiu, and asked with some surprise, Big nephew, what gang of yours? Hasn't it been disbanded yet? Nope. Lin Xiu said rightfully, didn't my dad say at the time that if he could, he would form a gang in Sin City for him? No, your dad was just talking in anger. You still took it seriously? Wang Zhanwu was speechless. What kind of person is my dad? That's the head of the Bijou City's night patrol division. A man of his word. Surely he can't go back on what he said. Then you can talk to your dad yourself when you get home. Chapter 5, Never Saved a Life, Bypassed Her Life. Uncle, I see that you guys came with quite a few trucks this time. Lin Xiu stretched his neck and looked at the military trucks parked behind the jeep. Yes, because this time we are going back to pass through Jingnan City, which has been awakened by the animals. Here, Wang Zhanwu paused, then corrected. No, we can't say it's animals anymore. Now everyone uses demonic beasts to describe them. What happened to Jingnan City? Lin Xiu keenly captured the important information in Wang Zhanwu's words. Just half a month ago, as if the demonic beasts from all over the world had discussed the situation, they went to Jingnan City collectively in an organized manner, and in just a week's time, the Jingnan City City Lord's mansion was overrun, and there were not even 1 in 10 of the Night Patrol Division's people left. After hearing his words, before Lin Xiu could speak, Cat L, who was on the side, picked up. It's not just the Dragon Kingdom, but our Divine Kingdom has also recently experienced an incident of demonic beasts attacking the city. Wang Zhanwu froze slightly, then rubbed his chin and looked up and down at Cat L behind Lin Xiu. Little girl, you're a blazing angel? At this time, Cat L had long since retracted her wings and looked no different from an ordinary God country person. Uncle, good eyesight. How did you see it? Lin Xiu moved his body to the side, blocking between the two. Get out of the way. Wang Zhanwu saw Lin Xiu's small mind at a glance, and his voice became a few degrees colder. Uncle, this is my man. Lin Xiu also frowned and looked straight at Wang Zhanwu without budging. Your people? Wang Zhanwu laughed back in anger. You brat, don't get carried away by beauty. Who is she? She's a blazing angel of the kingdom of God. Do you know how many of our brothers in the Night Rangers division have died at the hands of their killing angels? The more Wang Zhanwu spoke, the angrier he became, and he fiercely stretched out his hand, grabbing Lin Xiu's collar as he said in a cold voice, Kid, you can fool around all you want, but you're with the blazing angel. No way. Hearing Wang Zhanwu say this, Lin Xiu's fire was also stirred up. Whether it was in his previous life or in Sin City, he had always been a master of eating softness but not hardness. Uncle, I'm just going to take her back today. What are you going to do? Kid, then you can't blame Uncle me. Wang Zhanwu was also a hot-tempered master, and upon hearing this, he directly waved his big hand and, Men, hold this brat down. I can't let him get carried away by the bird people of God's kingdom and the mesmerized today no matter what. As soon as the words left his mouth, several members of the Night Patrol Division dressed in black combat uniforms with standardized long knives on their waists trotted over. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly before he shook his head with a smile. Uncle, the Night Patrol Division works in other places, but it might not work too well in Sin City. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanwu saw black massive figures appearing on the street not far behind Lin Xiu. The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly before he casually snapped his fingers. In the next second, a powerful aura erupted from each of the group of people behind Lin Xiu. Wang Zhanwu's gaze condensed. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this group of people behind Lin Xiu were actually all awakened level 1 martial artists. There were hundreds of level 1 martial artists. This was definitely a force to be reckoned with, at least when put into Bijou City. Kid, are these all your people? The shocked Wang Zhanwu also calmed down, and his tone became a bit more moderate. Seeing that Wang Zhanwu's attitude had changed, Lin Xiu also waved his hand, signaling the crowd to stop. Uncle, these people are all members of my gang, so naturally they are my people. Saying this, Lin Xiu twisted his head to look at Cat L before continuing. There's also her. Her name is Cat L, and she's also a member of my black gang now. Great nephew, listen to your uncle. Uncle, have you heard of the guardian contract? Lin Xiu directly interrupted Wang Zhanwu. He would not be guarding or not guarding. Halfway through his words, Wang Zhanwu reacted violently, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. What did you say? Guardian contract? Ah. Lin Xiu casually shrugged. Guardian contract? You mean she signed a guardian contract with you? Wang Zhanwu was in disbelief. Yeah, why else would I keep a ticking time bomb around? Looking at Lin Xiu's deserving demeanor, Wang Zhanwu still felt a bit unreal. Regarding the Blazing Angels, Wang Zhanwu was very knowledgeable. Not only him, all the members of the Night Patrol Division knew the Blazing Angels very well, and this was a mandatory lesson for them. Precisely because of that understanding, he was very clear about how arrogant the Blazing Angel really was. The Guardian contract, that was the most binding contract in the Kingdom of God besides the Master-Servant contract. They easily and absolutely would not sign this kind of contract with someone. After thinking for a full 5 minutes, Wang Zhanwu tentatively asked, "You saved her life?" From what he understood, there were some Blazing Angels who would choose to establish a guardian contract with someone in return for favors. That's not true. Lin Xiu shook his head before explaining, but I spared her life. Spare your life? Wang Zhanwu's head was full of questions. He first looked at the smiling Lin Xiu, and then at the mortified Cat L, and finally nodded his head woodenly. Uncle, don't you still have things to take care of? So let's not freeze. What's on the way? Lin Xiu opened his mouth and interrupted the dazed Wang Zhanwu. Ha, ah. Wang Zhanwu then reacted, then opened his mouth and asked, Kid, how many people do you want to bring along? I'll spare a car for you. One is afraid that it won't be enough. Lin Xiu shook his head, then smiled and said, but it's fine, we have our own car. One isn't enough? It shouldn't be enough. Lin Xiu turned his head to Su Nuwa and asked, Elder, have you tallied up the number of people yet? Su Nuwa nodded. The statistics are good, boss. There are 112 brothers without a criminal record. 58 of them are all from our Bijou City First High School. Good. Then take these brothers back this time, and tell the rest of the brothers that I'll come and get them later. Don't worry, boss. Lin Xiu through the jeep's reversing mirror looking at the Sin City is getting farther and farther away. For a time it is inevitable that some sadness. These 3 years he seems to have returned to the kind of drunkenness in his previous life. Licking blood from the mouth of the knife. Kid, you're afraid that you won't be able to stay long back in Bijou City. What are you going to do with those little brothers of yours? Wang Zhanwu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head to look at Lin Xiu and asked, What do you mean? Lin Xiu froze, a bit unresponsive for a moment. What do you mean I can't stay long? Your dad didn't say anything to you? Wang Zhanwu was also a bit surprised. He's already arranged it all. This group of students with you, when they go back, they'll all have to report to Mordor Wudu University. Mordor Wudu? School? Otherwise? Wang Zhanwu laughed and said, Did you kid forget that you are only 21 years old this year as well? What else do you want to do if you don't go to school? Lin Xiu felt a little bit in a trance. During these 3 years, he was either spending every day with his brothers in his own bar, or carrying a slab and going out to fight. He had long forgotten that he was still a student who had just graduated from high school. Mordor Martial Arts University, the top 3 martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom, should be able to take in a lot of juniors, right? Boy, what are you muttering about? Nothing, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 6, Lin Xiu, are your feet numb? Cat L, mum. Half asleep. Lin Xiu felt someone pushing him, so he slowly opened his eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful face looking down at him. It must be said that Cadel's face value is still very capable. Even from the bottom to the top still cannot find half a flaw. You know, this is definitely a death angle. The general beauty cannot manage. You kid is good at enjoying yourself. Wang Zhanwu's trademark cheerful laughter came from the co-pilot seat. It was only then that Lin Xiu realized that he had fallen asleep lying on Cadel's lap. He smiled a little awkwardly, then sat up and asked, How long have I been asleep? Over 10 hours. Cadel bent down and rubbed her ankle, which was obviously numb. Are your feet numb? Lin Xiu asked with some guilt. Hearing these words, Cadel froze slightly, then her face turned red and she hesitated before reluctantly opening her mouth. Mom, Lindsay, Wang Zhanwu, kid, up ahead is Jingnan City. You guys wait for me here, I'll bring someone in to take a look. Wang Zhanwu twisted his head to look at Lin Xiu and said rather seriously, Uncle, you're going into the city? Didn't you say that Jingnan City has already been taken over by demonic beasts? Lin Xiao hurriedly sat up straight. It's fine. It's not like we're here to kill demonic beasts. Our purpose is to go in and poke around to see if there are still any survivors in the city. And if there are more survivors, people will still be sent over from above to organize a rescue. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded his head and didn't say anything. Watching Wang Zhanwu leave with his men, Cat L, who was on the side, finally opened her mouth. Why don't you go with him? Isn't he your uncle? Too dangerous. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Zhanwu's departing back and shook his head slightly. Selfish, Cat L muttered in a small voice. I'm selfish if you call me selfish. Lin Xiao shrugged and didn't explain. It was true that his relationship with Wang Zhanwu was still okay, but it definitely wasn't to the point where he would lay down his life for the sake of the other party. Besides, he wasn't on his own. There were more than 100 gangster brothers behind him, and since they followed him, he had to be responsible for their lives. In his opinion, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain was never a compliment. Lin Xiao led the crowd to camp in place, and when he carried out a few large boxes of beer from the cars, as well as prepared before the trip, he drank while waiting for Wang Zhanwu and the others to return. Seeing this, the several night rangers responsible for staying behind shook their heads helplessly, the disgust in their eyes unconcealed. They were all the people of Bijou City's night patrol division, that is, Lin Xiao's dad's subordinates. Seeing that Lin Xiao not only didn't go to help, but also brought people here to eat and drink indiscriminately, it was inevitable for them to be a little bit upset in their hearts. And now it seemed that what those people in Bijou City had said about the tiger's father and his dog's son was true to his name. Boss, do we really have to go to school after we go back? Lao San drank a can of beer in one gulp, then tugged at his collar, inadvertently revealing the fierce tiger tattoo on his chest. Yes, Magic City Wushu University. Lin Xiao nodded. Boss, can I not go? The oldest three opened his mouth somewhat reluctantly. The oldest three, named Hu Shanyue, was Lin Xiao's first little brother and a playmate who grew up with Lin Xiao. His father was once also a member of the Night Watch division, and then died in the line of duty. Lin Xiao's dad received him at home. The previous Hu Shanyue character mute, silent, even if Lin Xiao bullied him, will not complain, just silently bear, know how to make people's hearts ache. It was only after the current Lin Xiao crossed over, under his careful teaching, that Hu Shanyue's character began to change. Smoking, drinking, fighting, tattooing, but in Lin Xiao's dad's eyes, he was still a good boy and everything was Lin Xiao's fault. What are you going to do if you're not going to school? Lin Xiao twisted his head to look at Hu Shanyue. Boss, what kind of life have we lived in these 3 years? Hu Shanyue spoke with slight pride. Drunkenness, licking blood from the knife's mouth. Now you're making me go back to school with those little kids and I just can't stand it. Besides, we still have some brothers who can't afford to go to school, and they have to be supervised out there. Lin Xiao somewhat impatiently reached out and interrupted Hu Shanyue's words. You don't want to ramble on with me. This matter doesn't count even if I say it. You go home and talk to your Uncle Lin yourself. Once he heard this, Hu Shanyue instantly wilted. He wouldn't dare to go to Lin Xiao's dad, not because the other side is too fierce. On the contrary, the other side is really too good to himself. So good that every time even if he and Lin Xiao together to get into trouble, and return home to get beaten up by Lin Xiao only one person, it also made him never want to go against the other man's wishes, not because he dared, but because he didn't want to. How long have they been gone? Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, which was already somewhat dark, and opened his mouth to ask. 7 hours. 7 hours, 09 minutes, 44 seconds. Two voices answered almost simultaneously. The first voice was Cat L, who had been standing behind Lin Xiao with a bottle of mineral water in her hand. The second voice, however, came from the direction of the Night Watch division stairs not far away. Lin Xiao froze slightly as he first twisted his head to look at Cat L behind him and realized that the other party's expression was also stunned. God's Kingdom Blazing Angels. Individual fighting ability is not considered the most powerful in the God's Kingdom, but they are the most elite legion of the God's Kingdom. They rule the army strictly. Timekeeping such a small thing is just the most basic, but what she didn't expect is that the direction of the Night Patrol Division has given a more accurate time. While the two answers didn't seem too different to anyone else, Cat L understood that on the battlefield that was a matter of minutes and seconds. I've long heard that the Dragon Kingdom is second to none in governing the military, and when I see it today, it lives up to its name. Cat L looked in the direction where the Night Patrol Division was with a complex expression. Alright, what took you so long? Lin Xiao seemed careless, but in his heart, he was secretly stumped. These gang members under his command were considered organized and disciplined compared to those stragglers in Sin City, but compared to the Blazing Angel originated Cadell in front of him, and the members of the Night Patrol Division, it was a million miles away. The same words. Lin Xiu could have thought of the answer if he had let the little brother under his hand answer just now. The better ones may say, 7 or 8 hours. Or even worse, half a day's walk. It seems like this magic capital Wushu University is still necessary to go. Lin Xiu secretly made a decision in his heart. Hey, brothers and sisters, should we go over and take a look? Lin Xiu asked towards the few people who stayed behind in the Night Patrol Division. No way. The member of the Night Ranger Division who had previously stated the exact time shook his head firmly. No, Uncle Wang is your deputy director. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? Lin Xiu was a bit surprised. The deputy director has orders. If they aren't back in 8 hours, let me take you all back to Bijou City first. Hearing these words, Lin Xiu frowned and his eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Chapter 7 Wang Zhanwu's Broken Arm. Healing Angel. Deputy Director Wang means, he said he can't let you take risks. Didn't he say he'd just go and poke around? Lin Xiu's frown tightened. Yes, but if we encounter survivors, I think Deputy Director Wang will definitely not stand by and do nothing. That Night Patrol Division's voice was resounding, and there was absolutely no change in tone because of Lin Xiu's identity. Boss, shouldn't we go help Uncle Wang? Hu Shangyue, who was on the side, came to Lin Xiu's side and asked in a low voice. Lin Xiu didn't reply, just remained frowning, his complexion somewhat. He was weighing the pros and cons. He asked himself that he was never an abusive person, but Wang Zhanwu did treat him like his nephew, letting him just leave the other party and run away by himself. He really couldn't do such a thing. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his head to look at the group of gang members behind him. None of them spoke, but all of their gazes fell on Lin Xiu, and as long as he gave a word, they would charge into the Jingnan City full of demonic beasts without any hesitation. Senior, Cat-L, you two come with me. Boss, what about us? The second one, Su Nuo, rushed forward to pull Lin Xiu. You stay here with the brothers. Boss, it's too dangerous. Listen to me, Lin Xiu said in an undeniable tone. Su Nuo was silent for a few seconds, and finally let go of her hand, only to speak in a firm tone. If you guys aren't back in 2 hours, I'll bring people into the city, and I'll admit it even if the family law disposes of me then. Lin Xiu opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth and just patted the other party's shoulder. Su Nuo's character he understands, although the appearance seems to be a nerd, but the character is extremely stubborn. Do things never procrastinate? The whole gang only can suppress him. I am afraid that only Lin Xiu a person. If Lin Xiu was really in danger, this guy would go to the rescue even if he spelled out everyone in the gang. This, Lin Xiu had no doubt. As for the oldest three, Hu Shangyue, he grew up with Lin Xiu since he was a child, and was also considered to be the one that Wang Zhanwu had watched grow up. And at this time if he didn't take him with him, this kid definitely couldn't agree. As for Cat-L, even if the other party had signed a guardian contract with him, Lin Xiu didn't consider the other party as one of his own. So bringing the other party along to do such a dangerous thing didn't give Lin Xiu any psychological burden. You can't go. At this moment, that member of the Night Patrol Division stood out once again and blocked Lin Xiu's way. Deputy Director Wang explained that your safety must be guaranteed. Get lost. Lin Xiu's tone was flat, but those narrow eyes narrowed once again. Those who were familiar with Lin Xiu knew that every time Lin Xiu showed this expression, it meant that he was really angry. And Lin Xiu could kill when he was angry. That member of the Night Patrol Division didn't say anything, but only shook his head slightly. Lin Xiu laughed back in anger, and with a flip of his palm, a slab appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Cat-L subconsciously took a step back, feeling like she was already having a stress reaction. And just then, Hu Shangyue was pointing at the distance and exclaimed, Boss, look, is that Uncle Wang and the others? Upon hearing this, everyone's gazes looked towards the direction that Hu Shangyue was pointing to, and they could vaguely see that there was a group of people walking towards this side, but the distance was a bit far away, so they couldn't be sure if it was Wang Zhanwu and the others, and looking at the number of people it was far more than the number of people that Wang Zhanwu and the others had when they were walking away. You guys stand guard here, I'll bring someone over to take a look. That member of the Night Patrol Division looked at Lin Xiu and said, no need. After saying that, Lin Xiu turned his head to look at Su Nuo. Elder. Su Nuo nodded knowingly, then stepped forward, reached up and removed his gold-rimmed glasses, closing his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were actually faintly flickering with golden light. Golden pupil. A flash of shock flashed across the eyes of that member of the Night Patrol Division. There were roughly 2 types of awakened people, most of which had external awakened objects, such as Lin Xiu's slate. The other type of awakened person, their awakened object was themselves. Like Su Nuo's golden pupil. Golden pupils were not exclusive to Su Nuo. This member of the Night Patrol Division had seen other golden pupil awakened, and it was said that powerful golden pupils were not only able to see for 100 miles, but also possessed great destructive power, and they were the best scouts on the battlefield. Of course, the current Su Nuwa still didn't have that much power, and with his current strength as a level 1 martial artist, he was only able to ignore the darkness within 1,000 meters. A few seconds later, the golden light in Su Nuwa's pupils dispersed. Then he looked at Lin Xiu with a complicated expression and said, "Boss, it's them, but they're all injured." After hearing his words, Lin Xiu no longer had any qualms about directly leading the people to run towards Wang Jianwu and the others. When Lin Xiu approached and saw the state of Wang Jianwu and the others, he finally realized why Su Nuwa had that complicated expression. Originally, Wang Jianwu had brought out a total of 50 members of the Night Patrol Division, but now the ones who had returned were surprisingly less than 10. And as for the extra ones, they were dozens of ordinary people, all of them pale and in rags, obviously survivors in Jingnan City. However, what shocked Lin Xiu the most was Wang Jianwu. As a level 3 martial artist, his body was covered in blood at this moment, and one of his arms had already disappeared. "Uncle, it's fine." Wang Jianwu barely managed to squeeze out a smile, his face a little pale. "Let's go back first." Returning to the garrison, Cadel walked over to Lin Xiu and whispered, "I have healing abilities, although I can't make their injuries fully recovered, but a simple bleeding stop can still be done." "Rescue." Lin Xiu didn't hesitate. "Good." Cadel nodded, then stepped forward, her arms slowly opening. In the next second, her body was covered in golden light, and a pair of snow-white huge wings behind her instantly unfolded. "In my name, summon the healing light to save the world from suffering." At this moment, Kater was bathed in golden light, her wings unfolded, and her entire body floated in midair, just like a true god descending to the world. As soon as the words fell, a golden light floated down from the sky, spilling onto Wang Jianwu and the others, and as the golden light fell, the faces of the people recovered a lot. Although Wang Jianwu's wound did not heal, it no longer continued to bleed. Feeling the improvement of his injuries, Wang Jianwu glanced at Cadel with a slight doubt in his eyes. "You're a blazing angel. How do you have healing powers?" Wang Jianwu had fought with the Blazing Angels Legion many times before, and had a very good understanding of the Blazing Angels, while the Kadeir in front of him was beyond his understanding. "Don't Blazing Angels have healing abilities?" Lin Xiu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. For these he did not understand, although when he went to school, there was some knowledge about the Blazing Angels in the textbooks, but he didn't read much either. Normally no. Su Nuwa, who was at the side, took over and said, "The means that the Blazing Angels have at their disposal are basically means of attack, which is why they are known as the first elite of the Divine Kingdom. And according to the books, the ones with healing powers should be healing angels." Chapter 8, Besides Life and Death. "It's all just a graze. I don't know." Cadel shook her head slightly and explained, "Since the moment I became an angel, I've had 2 abilities." Saying that, she twisted her head to look at her pair of feathered wings, then continued, "These 2 wings behind me, one main combat, belong to the ability of a Blazing Angel, and the other is the Lord Healer, an ability that belongs to the Angel of Healing." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu looked at Su Nuwa on the side, who also shook his head. "It's not recorded in the books." "Whatever. It's not a bad thing anyway." Lin Xiu waved his hand, then walked over to Wang Jianwu and asked, "Uncle, how's it going? Any better?" "It's fine. For us, other than life and death, it's all just a scratch." Although Wang Jianwu said this on his lips, Lin Xiu still saw a pang of sorrow in his eyes. With a broken arm, his battle power was bound to be greatly reduced, and in the future, he was afraid that it would be difficult for his strength to progress any further. Lin Xiu's gaze swept around from those survivors before he spoke with a calm expression. "Uncle, is it worth it?" This time, Wang Jianwu and the others had rescued a total of 72 survivors, of which there was only one level 1 martial artist, and the rest were ordinary people, and the cost was the loss of 41 Night Rangers and one of Wang Jianwu's arms. "What's worth it?" Wang Jianwu didn't understand Lin Xiu's meaning for a while. 41 members of the Night Rangers division, plus one of your own arms, in exchange for a first-class martial artist as well as a group of ordinary people. Is it worth it? Hearing these words, Wang Jianwu first froze, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Kid, that's not how human life works. How does that count? The lives of the Night Patrol Division aren't worth anything?" Lin Xiu retorted. "It's not worthless. It's a mission." Wang Jianwu's face was still a little pale, but his gaze was incomparably firm. "In the Dragon Kingdom, all men's lives are worth the same, except that each has a different mission. Farmers farm, teachers educate, ordinary people have ordinary things to do, and the awakened have things to do. As for our mission in the Night Patrol Division, it is to guard them." Speaking here, He also looked up at the survivors who had been rescued. Their eyes still hid a deep sense of fear, and some were even mentally abnormal. It was hard to imagine what kind of torment they had experienced during this period of time. If we, the Night Rangers, have to count our gains and losses, what about them? Lin Xiu was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, then still shook his head. Maybe you're right, but I still don't agree with it. In my opinion, the people around me are just much more important than strangers. After saying that, he directly turned around and commanded towards a group of gang members, pack up your things and prepare to depart. Wang Zhanwu was about to say something when he heard this, but he was directly interrupted by Lin Xiu. Everyone is leaving, and if the brothers of the Night Patrol Division don't want to leave, then they'll all be tied back up, and I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Upon hearing these words, the people of the Night Patrol Division immediately put their hands on the hilts of the swords at their waists, and looked towards Wang Zhanwu. Wang Zhanwu's face showed a tangled color. After a few seconds he still shook his head. In fact, how could he not be heartbroken in his heart? Those members of the Night Patrol Division were all brought out by his own hands, but now he couldn't even bring back their corpses. 3 days later, Lin Xiu's crowd, who had been running around all the way, had finally returned to Bijou City. The scale of Bijou City wasn't large, and the resident population as well as the area it covered was equivalent to a prefecture-level city in Lin Xiu's previous life. Since the change in this world, the era of hot weapons domination is officially history, and because of this, the regimes of various countries are close to collapsing. The Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, has established 2 official organizations, Dragon Guards, set up city lords' mansions in various places, and formed legions of awakened ones to counter the invasion of the outside world. The other organization, however, is the Night Patrol Division, which has its own branch in each city, and is mainly responsible for law and order issues within the city, and cooperates with each other as well as plays a role in monitoring each other with the city master's offices around the city. This was also one of the reasons why his dad had to send Lin Xiu to Sin City after he had offended the city lord's mansion by collecting protection money in the first place. If the punishment was too light, it would inevitably fall on deaf ears. After all, the Night Watch Department of Bijou City and the city lord's mansion had always been in a relationship that was polite on the surface, but secretly looked at each other with disdain. The crowd's caravan had just traveled to the entrance of Bijou City when Lin Xiu saw a familiar face, a stout middle-aged man with short hair and a stalwart face. This man was none other than Lin Xiu's dad, the head of the Bijou City Night Patrol Division, Lin Zhebei, a rank 6 martial artist, as well as the number 1 strongest person in the entire Bijou City. Seeing Lin Zhanbei standing by the roadside, Lin Xiu hurriedly got out of the car and, "Dad!" Lin Zhanbei looked Lin Xiu up and down. A flash of guilt flashed in his tiger eyes. Even though Lin Xiu had caused a lot of trouble at that time, sending his own son to a place like Sin City was still very uncomfortable in his heart. Lin Zhanbei reached out and patted Lin Xiu's shoulder. "Didn't suffer much in Sin City, did you?" "That's not true." Lin Xiu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and spoke with a smile. "The people of Sin City are still very friendly." "Friendly?" Lin Zhanbei was slightly stunned. He had deliberately learned about Sin City. Most of the people there were vicious and sinful. After he sent Lin Xiu over, he was uneasy in his heart, so he even sent people forward to probe. But at that time, it seemed like a civic organization had been established in Sin City, with forces spreading all over Sin City, and even though he sent out the best scouts in the Night Patrol Division, he still only probed for some inconsequential news. It was very friendly. "I made a lot of friends there and I brought some back with me." Good. It's not a bad thing for young people to make more friends, as long as they don't engage in those messy clubs like before. Lin Zhanbei patted Lin Xiu's shoulder once again, only this time his eyes were filled with relief. "Where are your friends? Let them out of the car and I'll give you a lift." This, either or forget it. Lin Xiu was a little difficult for a while. He originally thought that when he arrived at Bailuo City he would first settle this group of people down and wait until he went to the magic capital before bringing them with him, but he didn't expect that his dad, who was usually so unpopular with him, would actually come to pick himself up in person. That's not good enough. They came to Bailu City with you. You have to do your best as a landlord. You don't even understand this bit of human feelings. Lin Zhanbei glared at Lin Xiu, then said, "Quickly let them off. I've already booked a hotel. Just add 2 more tables when the time comes. Then you might have to break the bank." Lin Xiu smiled awkwardly once again, then turned his head to Hu Shangyue and said, "Lao San, call everyone down." "Okay boss." Chapter 9, The Water Cloud Room. 3 Swords and 6 Caves. A few minutes later, Lin Zhanbei looked at the more than 100 people standing neatly behind Lin Xiu and was a bit confused. "I remember that there were only a few dozen students sent to Sin City one after another, right?" Lin Zhanbei opened his mouth and asked. "That's right, 60 in all. 2 of them met with accidents." leaving 58 that I brought back. Then how come there's over 100 people here? Don't tell me they're all your friends. Lin Zhanbei's face fell. He had vaguely guessed what was going on. As soon as he saw this expression on his dad's face, Lin Xiu knew that something big was wrong. So he hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, Uncle Wang is injured. What? Lin Zhanbei froze, then grabbed Lin Xiu's wrist with an incredibly serious expression. Is the injury serious? Where is he now? In the car behind. Lin Xiu pointed to a commercial car in the back, which they drove out from Sin City. Originally Lin Xiu had prepared it for himself, but because Wang Zhanwu was injured, he placed the other party in that car. Is he seriously injured? Lin Zhanbei didn't go over first, but asked again. Broken arm. Hearing these words, Lin Zhanbei's expression was incomparably complicated, as if he felt sorry for the other party's broken arm, but also as if he felt grateful because the other party had merely broken his arm, and for a while, he himself didn't know what mood he was in. After a long period of silence, Lin Zhanbei slowly opened his mouth, his tone dull. I've ordered drinks and food at the Cloud Water Room, so take your people over there. What about you? Lin Xiu asked. The old king was so heavily injured, so he must have lost quite a few brothers from the Night Patrol Division. There was a flash of sorrow in Lin Zhanbei's eyes. I'm going to settle their affairs. Understood. Lin Xiu nodded before leading the gangsters to the car and heading to the biggest hotel in Bijou City, the Water Cloud Room. Speaking of the Cloud Water Room, Lin Xiu was sent to Sin City at that time because of this Cloud Water Room. The Cloud Water Room was the largest hotel in Bijou City and the property of the Bijou City Lord's Mansion. At that time, a few of Lin Xiu's juniors who didn't know better came to the Cloud Water Room to collect protection fees and were beaten out. At that time, Lin Xiu also did not know the background of the Cloud Water Room, so he brought people to stand up for his little brother. The result can be imagined. That is, once again beaten out. Later on, Lin Xiu had brought in people from the Night Patrol Division, and that time, if Lin Zhanbei hadn't arrived in time, it would have nearly caused a huge messy battle between the City Lord's Mansion and the Night Patrol Division. Once again coming to the Cloud Water Room, Lin Xiu inevitably felt a strange emotion. After a few consecutive days of running around, Lin Xiu and his group looked all dusty, and just after arriving at the entrance of the Water Cloud Room, they were stopped by the security guards at the entrance. Who are you people? The Night Patrol Division booked a table here. Lin Xiu casually waved his hand and was about to walk inside, only for that security guard to reach out and stop Lin Xiu once again. Which one of you is from the Night Watch Division? Lin Xiu looked around. His dad's mind wasn't on him at all because of Wang Zhanwu's injury, so he didn't send anyone to follow him here, resulting in the people who came here being members of the gangs. You can contact the director of the Night Patrol Division. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and added, but he may not have the time to pay attention to you right now. Then please wait until the people from the Night Patrol Division come over before going in together. Although that security guard spoke politely, there was a strong disdain in his tone. In fact, this is not to blame the other side. The previous Cloud Water Room has never refused customers, but in recent times, the demonic beasts are rampant. Each city has begun to martial law. The Cloud Water Room, as the owner's government's industry, has also begun to implement the policy of non-acquainted customers cannot enter the policy, even if the less money, but also cannot let those demonic beasts can be transformed into human form to mix in. Those who could spend money in the Cloud Water Room were all prominent figures in Bijou City, and if they were killed here, even the City Lord's Mansion wouldn't be able to account for it. However, Lin Xiu was unaware of these circumstances, and it was the first time he had seen someone who opened the door to do business but did not allow guests to enter, so he inevitably grew a little angry. What if I have to go in? As soon as the security guard took a look at Lin Xiu's tone of voice, and then looked at the hundreds of fierce black-clothed men behind him, he immediately felt something bad. He didn't answer Lin Xiu's words, but at the first opportunity, he took out his walkie-talkie, and whispered towards the inside. There's a disturbance at the gate. Lin Xiu stepped forward and grabbed the other party's walkie-talkie before directly slamming it on the ground. What are you doing? The security guard took a step back and looked at Lin Xiu with a cautious face. Lin Xiu didn't pay attention to the other party. He just waved his hand and said in a cold voice, all of you go in with me, and whoever dares to block the way, beat me up. After saying that, he took the lead to walk into the door of Water Cloud Room. Cadel and the others followed closely behind. That security guard opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Hu Shanyue's fierce eyes, he still swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. However, just as Lin Xiu walked into the Water Cloud Room, a group of burly men armed with flinging sticks rushed out of the room. Who are you guys? One of the burly men reached out and pointed at Lin Xiu, his tone unkind. Lin Xiu glanced at him and ignored the other party, instead turning his head to look at Hu Shanyue. Break that finger, he's pointing at me. When he finished speaking, he walked straight to the side of the couch and sat down. On the other hand, Hu Shangyue and the others laughed strangely and charged directly towards the group of strong men on the opposite side. After that mess Lin Xiu made 3 years ago, everyone in the entire Bailu city knew that behind Shui Yunma was the city lord's mansion, so no one dared to make trouble here at all. And if it wasn't for the recent demonic beast incident, Shui Yunma wouldn't have even needed to arrange for security. But even so, the security guards of the water cloud room were all ordinary people with strong bodies. After all, in a small place like Bijou City, martial artists were still relatively rare, and even a level 1 martial artist wouldn't choose to show the door to someone. More than 100 level 1 martial artists put into Bijou City was already a force to be reckoned with. Such a group of people dealing with dozens of ordinary security guards was simply like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. In less than 5 minutes, a group of security guards had already all collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. This was still a situation where the gangsters were all measured in their actions. After all, everyone knew that these people were not their mortal enemies. Hu Shangyue grabbed the security guard who was reaching out to point at Lin Xiu and lifted him up in front of Lin Xiu as if he was lifting a small chicken, then asked with a smile, "Say, which finger was used to point at my boss just now?" The security guard was sweating profusely and his body was slightly trembling. This was the first time he had fought with a martial artist and there were still more than 100 of them. He swallowed his saliva and said in a calm manner, "Don't you guys know that the water cloud room is the property of the city lord's mansion? If you dare to cause trouble here, the city lord's office will not let you go." Oh, when Lin Xiu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. "Are you threatening me?" The security guard opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to continue speaking. "I hate it when people threaten me." Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds. Then as if he thought of something interesting, he turned his head to Hu Shangyue and said, "Lao San, arrange a few 3 swords in 6 holes for this brother." "Boss, just his goatish appearance can resist 3 knives and 6 holes is good. Come a few, he is afraid that he will die, right?" The 3 cuts and 6 holes, a form of atonement for the club's sins, is known by many as a form of self-punishment second only to self-immolation, and typically involves piercing the thigh 3 times vertically with a sharp blade, creating 6 holes. With an ordinary person's physique, after receiving a 3 cuts and 6 holes, if not treated in time, it was very likely that they would bleed to death, which was why Hu Shangyue would say that the other party would die. However, Lin Xiu shook his head and reached out to point at Cat L behind him. "Isn't she able to heal? Let her heal after the stabbing and then continue." Hushanu, Cat L? Security. Chapter 10, Grievance. Angel's Guardian. Such a tactic is a bit vicious. Cadell's tone was a bit displeased. In her opinion, a group of martial artists bullying ordinary people was already excessive. Yet Lin Xiu actually had to use such tactics to deal with the other party, so she really couldn't stand to see it. "You don't think I'm some kind of good guy, do you?" Lin Xiu asked with feigned surprise. "You," Cat L stuttered. "I'll tell you what, I'm a club leader to put it nicely, and I'm a punk, a scoundrel, and a gangster to put it badly. Get it? Whoever curses me, I'll knock his teeth out, and whoever hits me, I'll find a way to get him killed." After saying that, Lin Xiu no longer paid attention to the hard-faced Cat L, but instead looked at Hu Shangyue on the side and reprimanded. "What are you still standing there for? Want me to do it myself?" "Got it, boss." Hu Shangyue then reacted, then hastily took the dagger handed over by a junior behind him, and with almost no hesitation directly stabbed into the security guard's thigh. The sharp dagger instantly penetrated the flesh and blood, leaving a transparent hole in his thigh. Scarlet blood sprayed out like a jet, splattering Hu Shanyue's face and making him look extraordinarily hideous. Due to Hu Shanyue striking too quickly, the security guard didn't even react until he saw blood spurting out from his thighs, and then he let out a pig-killing scream. Cat L, who saw this scene, frowned, yet the gang members other than her all looked as if they were used to it, as if it was a trivial and insignificant matter, and Lin Xiu, who had been a punk in 2 lives, was even more unimpressed. And just as Hu Shanyue raised the dagger in his hand and was about to stab a second time, a muffled voice came from the gate. Stop! Lin Xiu looked up, only to see a group of people in black suits walking in, led by a middle-aged man in his early 30s, who revealed a stern aura and a torch-like gaze. It's you! It's you! The moment Lin Xiu and the other party's gazes touched, the two said in unison. This person in front of him Lin Xiu recognized. Not only did he recognize him, at that time, after Lin Xiu's little brother was beaten out by the people from the water cloud room, Lin Xiu brought people to take revenge, and it was the person in front of him who was thrown out. That scene Lin Xiu still remembered to this day. The other party just casually waved his hand, and Lin Xiu as well as dozens of his own minions were all knocked to the ground without the slightest bit of room to fight back. At first, Lin Xiu thought that this was how powerful a martial artist was, but then when he also became a martial artist, he realized that to the other party's strength was definitely not just as simple as a level 1 martial artist. The man looked at the security guard who was lying on the ground moaning in pain and didn't say anything more, but instead stepped forward to look at Lin Xiao and asked, "You came back from Sin City? Or else?" Lin Xiao spread his hands and laughed. The man frowned, then reached out to point at the security guards on the ground. "What's going on here? Young Master Lin mustn't forget what he went to Sin City for last time. You threatened me too?" Lin Xiao directly stood up and came in front of the man, his voice cold and his gaze arrogant. "If you say one more word, I'll smash your water cloud room. Try it if you don't believe me." "Lin Xiao, don't be ungrateful. Smash." Lin Xiao didn't say a single word of nonsense and directly commanded the gangsters. "Wait." The middle-aged man had sensed from the moment he entered the door that the people Lin Xiao had brought with him were all first-level martial artists. Hundreds of first-level martial artists. The people he had brought with him were far from enough if he wanted to suppress this group of people. Perhaps the only way to have a chance was to gather all of the martial artists in the city lord's mansion. "Lin Xiao, don't be impulsive." The middle-aged man's face changed as he advised. "I don't mean to threaten you, but it's really unnecessary to start a dispute between the Night Patrol Division and the city lord's mansion because of this small matter." "Night Patrol Division?" The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled into a playful smile. "What does this matter have to do with the Night Patrol Division?" "Lin Xiao, let's not pretend to be confused. Who else in the entire Bijou city can take out hundreds of martial artists besides the Night Patrol Division?" The man's face revealed a look of displeasure. "Have you forgotten about my mob?" Lin Xiao took another step forward, and the distance between him and the man was already less than half a meter. "What gang?" At that time, Lin Xiao did mention the name of a gang, and how could he remember the name of a small group of students privately formed? "It seems like you don't remember." Lin Xiao grinned and said rather seriously, "It's fine. After today, you'll remember and never forget." After speaking, Lin Xiao gently waved his hand, then faintly spoke. Smash! As soon as the words fell, hundreds of martial artists simultaneously erupted their aura, and in an instant, the entire first-floor hall of the water cloud room was filled with a strong aura of solemnity. "Lin Xiao, do you know what you're doing?" The middle-aged man's face was also gloomy as he saw a group of gang members very skillfully smashing the water cloud room. "I know. Then what?" Lin Xiao nodded seriously and asked back. "Lin Xiao, don't do it out of respect. Do you know the difference between a level 1 martial artist and a level 3 martial artist?" The man took a step forward with a strong threatening tone. After saying that, an intense aura instantly erupted around him, and a 3-foot-long sword also appeared out of thin air behind him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's pupils shrunk violently. A 3rd-level martial artist, and the awakening object was also an extremely offensive sword. "Now tell them to stop, and I can treat this matter as if it didn't happen." The middle-aged man's face was calm, but the long sword behind him emitted a buzzing sound. Before Lin Xiao could open his mouth, the cat L on the side was directly in front of the other party, her wings instantly unfolding. In my name, Angel Guardian." As soon as the words fell, a faint golden shroud of light enveloped Lin Xiao in it. However, the middle-aged man who saw the scene changed his face drastically. "Lin Xiao, how dare you collude with the Divine Kingdom?" Lin Xiao didn't reply to the other party's words, but instead looked at Cat L, who was blocking himself, and asked with some suspicion, "Hey, does this move really work for you?" Lin Xiao still clearly remembered that the last time his opponent used this move, but he couldn't even carry his own slates, and now the guy on the opposite side's awakening was clearly much stronger than his own slate. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the corners of Cadel's mouth twitched slightly. That humiliating experience was something she never wanted to recall again, and she had analyzed it afterward. There was no way that something could have gone wrong with her own angelic guardian. So the problem was with Lin Xiao, or maybe it was the other party's strange awakening object. 3rd-level martial artist. I should be able to hold out for 3 minutes. Cadel twisted her head to look at Lin Xiao. 3 minutes? Lin Xiao was still a bit unconvinced. Hearing his questioning tone, Cadel had a feeling of being belittled. Then huffed, "Longer than you anyway." Chapter 11 Reckless Lin Xiao, the big mess between the water and clouds. Hearing these words, everyone looked at Lin Xiao with strange gazes, and even the middle-aged man who was raging and ready to strike at any moment gave a slight lurch before casting a sympathetic look towards Lin Xiao. *******. Don't slander lousy. Lin Xiao was instantly displeased. No man could withstand such a slander, let alone Lin Xiao, who considered himself a hot-blooded man. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Cadel also reacted, her pretty face reddening for a moment. I didn't mean that. I meant, alright, don't explain." Seeing the other party stammering, Lin Xiao also directly interrupted the other party and, "It's getting worse by the minute." "Humph." The middle-aged man let out a cold snort as he looked at Lin Xiao and spoke. "Lin Xiao, if you had merely smashed up this water cloud room, perhaps I wouldn't really be able to do anything to you, but now you're actually hooking up with the blazing angel of the divine kingdom. Speaking here, his gaze chilled as he sneered. Lin Xiao, based on this alone, even if I behead you today, the Night Patrol Division will have nothing to say. Then you try. In fact, as long as Lin Xiao explained about Cat-El signing a contract with himself, his opponent couldn't do anything to him, but his open-minded character made him not be able to stand a little bit of threat at all. Not even Wang Zhanwu, who was closer to him, not to mention the person in front of him, who used to have a grudge against him. As soon as these words came out, the temperature within the entire water cloud room hall seemed to have lowered a few points. Whether it was the gang members or the group of martial artists that the city lord's mansion had rushed to, they all looked as if they were waiting for each other. As long as Lin Xiao and the middle-aged man made a move, the water cloud room would immediately be turned into a battlefield. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. In fact, he said these words just to scare Lin Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao was Lin Zhanbei's only son. Even if the other party had committed a crime that he did not see forgiveness for, he should still be disposed of by the Night Patrol Division. Even if the city lord himself was present, he might not dare to dispose of Lin Xiao privately, let alone him. However, at this moment, in the face of such a strong Lin Xiao, he fell into a passive situation as he appeared to be in a bit of a dilemma. However, Lin Xiao didn't care about that much, whether it was in his last life, or in the few years since he came here. He had already gotten used to being arrogant. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, he slowly lifted his hand, and the corner of his mouth rose up slightly. Black gangsters. Hundreds of gang members instantly became exuberant when they heard Lin Xiao's voice. The least of them had followed Lin Xiao for almost 3 years, and more or less they were all tainted with some of his gangsterism. It's no exaggeration to say that every member of today's gang is a belligerent in their bones, and these past few years there has been almost no one who dares to be an enemy of the gangs in Sin City. And even if sometimes so many two thornheads jumped out, they would soon be suppressed. The gang members are all militants at heart. Today, although the number of martial artists that the city lord's mansion had rushed to the city was inferior to that of the gangs, the other party was after all professionally trained, so no matter what, they would be able to give them a good fight. Looking at the agitated gang members, Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction before speaking. I'll only give you 3 minutes, and you can do whatever you want within this water cloud room for those 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, if I'm still alive, you guys keep fighting and smashing. Speaking here, Lin Xiao's tone paused, then the corner of his mouth hooked up into a crazy smile. If I die in 3 minutes, you guys will go and defect to the Night Patrol Division. But, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly raised a few points. You have to memorize the faces of everyone present, and in the future, don't spare a single one of them. Even if you can't beat them, you have to make them live in fear for the rest of their lives. Do you hear me? Got it, boss. Lin Xiao was gambling with his life. He was betting that the other party wouldn't dare to really kill him, but none of the hundreds of gang members dissuaded him, and even less stopped him from this crazy move, because Lin Xiao had long ago told them that joining a gang was to have one foot on top of the world, and the other on the door to the ghosts. If it was in his previous life, when Lin Xiao educated his little brother, he would only say 4 words. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and riches are in heaven. But this world is different. This world is full of danger and also full of opportunities. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom, outside of the Divine Kingdom, the internal Dragon Guard and the Night Watch Division appears to be a cooperative relationship, but in fact, while cooperating with each other and each other's constraints, each has its own small mind. There is no way to put down everything to be united with the outside world, and this was the best time for the gang to develop. With such internal and external problems, neither the Dragon Guards nor the Night Patrol Division had the energy to take care of their own little gang. Lin Xiao also knew very well in his heart that wanting to develop a club that was good enough to be on par with the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division was not that simple. Relying on the system alone was still far from enough, and he still needed a lot of talent. Currently, the gangs were not lacking in combat-oriented talents, as every gang member was a militant, and a solid level 1 martial artist, but they were lacking in managerial talents, as well as brains. Yes, it is the brain. The current gangster is like a reckless man, has a hard enough fist, but no brain for thinking. The old man promised to hone more, maybe have the opportunity to serve as the brain of the gangster, but now is far from enough. So before he could find the right brain for the mob, Lin Xiao had to think things through himself, and there was just one word he practiced. Mang. No matter what comes up, reckless up first. Just like today's incident, no matter how you look at it, going head on and getting tough with the city lord's mansion wasn't a good choice, but Lin Xiao couldn't think of any other way to solve it, and his ability to think had basically gone to zero when he was on fire. But it's also true that many times, Mang is the easiest way to solve a problem. After receiving Lin Xiao's instructions, a group of gang members rushed up with strange cries, and instead of striking out at the martial artists of the city lord's mansion, they directly began to vandalize and destroy the water cloud room. As a member of the gang, to do damage they are professional. The first time the wine cabinet was destroyed by the crowd. In short, what is expensive they smashed what? The martial artists of the city lord's mansion did not make any move to stop them. Instead, they all looked towards the middle-aged man with a gloomy face opposite Lin Xiu. They were professionally trained. Obeying orders was their vocation, and they would not take any measures when they were no longer given an order. Lin Xiu, don't go too far. The middle-aged man's face was as gloomy as water and his tone was low. Lin Xiu didn't pay attention to the other party. He just smiled and shook his head, then shouted towards the gangsters. Don't all of you smash it on the first floor. There are still boxes upstairs. Split some of you to go upstairs. Alright boss. Hu Shangyue answered with a big smile, and then ran towards the upstairs with his men. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth that saw this scene twitched slightly, and his forehead veins rippled, as if he had already endured to the limit. Chapter 12, Hello, Lin Xiu. I'm your mom. After a full 10 minutes or so, the middle-aged man looked at the messy water cloud room and finally reached the limit of his patience as he took a step forward, and his aura around him steeply erupted. Lin Xiu, you brought this on yourself. However, as soon as his words fell, before Lin Xiu could say anything, he heard Hu Shanyue's loud voice coming from upstairs. The boss, it's all smashed. Hearing these words, the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth hooked into a teasing smile as he looked at the man with contempt in his gaze. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, looked incredibly complicated. Lin Xiu had brought people to smash the water cloud room in front of him. This was not only hitting the water cloud room, but also his face, as well as the face of the city lord's mansion, which made him feel exceptionally humiliated. However, just when he made up his mind and decided to take a shot at Lin Xiu regardless, the other party actually finished smashing. What made it hardest for him was that he had an inexplicable feeling of relief when he heard those words. Are you still fighting? Lin Xiu raised his jaw and looked at the other party provocatively. The middle-aged man stared viciously at Lin Xiu for a long time, but in the end, he didn't say a word. We can leave if we don't fight. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at the gate. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Lin Xiu directly walked past the other party and bumped him with his shoulder on his way out. But awkwardly, the other party's body didn't move at all. Instead, he gave himself a stagger. It's still quite strong. Lin Xiu muttered in a small voice before leading the people to leave the water cloud room, leaving only the middle-aged man and the crowd of martial artists from the city lord's mansion, as well as the water cloud room in a state of disarray. Chief, just let them go? A martial artist from the city lord's mansion walked up to the man and asked with an indignant face. Or else. The man gritted his teeth and said, after all, he's Lin Zhanbei's only son. If I behead him here today, I'm afraid we'll all be buried with him. Upon hearing these words, that martial artist's face changed before he lowered his head and stopped speaking. But we can't just let him off the hook. His collusion with the blazing angels of God's kingdom won't be so easy to get past. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, didn't take this matter to heart at all. After leaving the water cloud room, he let those gang members who used to follow him in school and were sent to Sin City each go back to their own homes. After all, they hadn't been home for 3 years, and now that it was not easy to go back to Bijou City, they all deserved to go home to take a look at each other. As for those little brothers he had taken in after arriving in Sin City, he had chartered a hotel for them to stay in and asked Hu Shanya to take them to have a good time in Bijou City. Although Sin City was good, but after all, it was an abandoned city, and the entertainment venues alone were still monotonous. After settling everyone down, Lin Xiu was ready to go home and take a good rest, and when his dad came back, he would inquire about the Magic City Martial Arts University. But when he turned his head, he realized that Cat L was still following him and had no intention of leaving. Why don't you follow them to the hotel? Lin Xiu asked in surprise. I signed a guardian contract with you. I must protect you every inch of the way. Cat L had a serious look on her face. Lin Xiu originally didn't intend to let the other party follow him, but on second thought, the other party and the gang members were not familiar with each other, and there was no one who could control her besides himself, and it would not be easy to solve any conflicts, so he didn't object, and allowed the other party to follow him back to his home. Lin Xiu's home was located in a villa area on the outskirts of Bijou City, with a wide footprint and luxurious decorations. It was definitely impossible to get down without a few $1 million. If it was put into the previous world, Lin Xiu's dad was afraid that he would inevitably be labeled as a corrupt person. But no one in this world checks for corruption, and officials in a chaotic world. As long as you are able to do something, coveting a little bit of money is nothing at all. Of course, this is also because in this world, money is not the only currency. The Dragon Kingdom, there are close to half of the people are awakened. Except that some people's awakened objects really do not have any usefulness, but any awakened who can fight, or assist in fighting, or have a big use in life, will need to cultivate, so as to improve their strength, or to improve the role of the awakened objects. When it came to cultivation, it was impossible to avoid cultivation resources, and currently there was only one resource that could help the Dragon Kingdom awaken cultivate, and that was the Divine Stone. Currently, the Divine Stone mining sites in the Dragon Kingdom are jointly supervised by the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards, who supervise each other in order to prevent thefts by the guards. Divine Stone was the most important strategic material in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Lin Xiu's dad dared to amass a fortune, live in the most luxurious villa, and drive a luxury car, but he didn't dare to covet half a piece of Divine Stone. With his status as the head of the Night Patrol Division of Bijou City, even if he embezzled tens of millions of dollars, the higher-ups of the Night Patrol Division would turn a blind eye to it and pretend that it didn't happen. But if he dared to privately embezzle the Divine Stones, then I'm afraid that on the next day, the head of this Night Patrol Division would have to be replaced. Arriving at the villa area, the members of the Night Patrol Division in charge of the guarding work at the entrance only nodded slightly when they saw Lin Xiu. Instead, their eyes lingered on Cadell for a few more seconds before opening the gate and letting the two of them in. "Wasn't your father the head of the Night Patrol Division?" Cadell asked. "Yes. Why?" Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. "But it seems to me that no one in the Night Patrol Division has much respect for you. It would be weird if they respected me." Lin Xiu waved his hand without explaining anything. Whether it was the original owner of this body, or the Lin Xiu who had crossed over, both were masters who could cause trouble. And every time he got into trouble, the Night Patrol Division would have to step in to wipe his ass. After so many years of this, who can still respect him? He's lucky if he doesn't curse him behind his back. "Is it convenient for me to stay home with you?" Cadell hesitated for a moment, but opened her mouth to ask. "What's so inconvenient about it? It's just me and my dad in my house. There's plenty of empty rooms. You can just pack out one." "Where's your mother?" Cadell asked. "Dead. I'm sorry, I didn't realize." "It's fine," Lin Xiu said unconcernedly. "I haven't even met her." Cadell, who was following Lin Xiu, thought that she had brought up Lin Xiu's sadness, and inevitably felt a little guilty in her heart, so she changed the topic and said, "You've been with your father since you were a child. You guys must have had a good relationship, right? As far as I can remember, when he doesn't hit people with his hands, he's still very kind." Lin Xiu didn't remember things from the past very well, but just after he crossed over, that dad of his had hit himself with his hands no less than 10 times. However, when he thought of his dad being a father and a mother to bring him up, so Lin Xiu added, "He's still nice. Since my mom left, it's been more than 20 years and he's been alone. It hasn't been easy." "Then your father must have been a deeply affectionate man," Cadell praised. "In this, I inherited it from my dad," Lin Xiu said with a serious face. Cadell laughed dryly and looked at Lin Xiu with a half-hearted gaze without saying anything. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Lin Xiu didn't feel embarrassed and reached out to point to a single house not far away and said, "The front is my house. At this time my dad shouldn't be back yet." After saying that, he pulled the room key out of his pocket and stepped forward to open the door. But as soon as they opened the door, both Lin Xiu and Cadell froze, because inside the living room on the first floor of the villa, there was a woman standing. The woman looked no older than Lin Xiu by 2 years, and she was holding a 2 or 3-year-old girl doll in her arms, and after seeing Lin Xiu's two people she was also slightly stunned. "You are? Isn't this Lin Zhanbei's house?" Lin Xiu doubted himself a little for a moment. Could it be that he hadn't been home for 3 years and had entered the wrong door? But he used his house key to open the door. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the woman seemed to have thought of something, then looked at Lin Xiu and asked, "You're Lin Xiu?" "It's me." Lin Xiu still stood at the doorway and didn't go in, asking with some doubt, "You recognize me?" Only after receiving Lin Xiu's reply did the woman smile and open her mouth. "Hello Lindsay, I'm your mom." "Lindsay?" Cadell? Chapter 13, Female Genius, Defeating an Angel with a Single Shot. "I'm still your father." Lin Xiu didn't hesitate and almost blurted out. Hearing these words, the woman's face obviously changed. She didn't argue with Lin Xiu, but turned around and held the baby girl in her arms and walked into the bedroom on the side. While walking, her mouth was still whispering comfortingly, "Baby, be good. Play on your own for a while. Mommy will come back to keep you company after she teaches a lesson to that unintelligent brother of yours." Looking at the woman's slender back, Cadell twisted her head to look at Lin Xiu, her eyes full of doubt. "Could she really be your mom? She's sick and you're sick too, aren't you?" Lin Xiu glanced at her without any good humor. "I mean, is it possible that she's your dad's girlfriend?" Cadell explained as she organized her words. Lin Xiu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Just now he was a bit confused by that woman's sudden remark and didn't react for a while, but now that he thought about it carefully, there was really such a possibility. And just then, that woman had already walked out from the bedroom. She took a headband from her wrist and tied her long hair that was casually draped over her shoulders into a ponytail, and then provocatively hooked her finger towards Lin Xiu. "The brat, come here, today I'll educate you properly on behalf of your father, so that you'll know how to speak to elders in the future. Old me never hits women." Lin Xiu bristled with disdain. The corner of Cadel's mouth that heard these words twitched slightly before she turned her head to look at Lin Xiu without saying a word. Lin Xiu, who felt Cadel's gaze, also turned his head to look at the other party and spoke without changing his face. "You help me fight her," saying that he didn't forget to admonish. "Just give them a random beating, but don't beat them to death." This time Lin Xiu also feel that this woman is very likely to be their own father's woman, in case really to beat a good or bad, their own that father is not to be righteous. Oh, Cadel nodded, then stepped forward to block in front of Lin Xiu, a pair of snow-white feathered wings instantly unfurling. Seeing this scene, the woman on the opposite side froze slightly, then the corner of her mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile. "Your kid is not bad, even the blazing angel of the kingdom of God is hooked up with you, not worthy of being your dad's son." We're not. Cadel just wanted to explain something, but was directly interrupted by Lin Xiu. "Don't bull her. Fight first. Little girl, you're the latecomer. You make the first move." The woman hooked her finger towards Cater, a smile still hanging at the corner of her mouth, as if she didn't put the other party in her eyes at all. Offended, Cadel also guessed the other party's identity, and her tone was much more polite than Lin Xiu's. Immediately after that, a golden longsword surfaced in her hand, and then she suddenly charged towards the woman. Angel's blade, but in the end, it's only a two-winged angel, and the divine power is still not condensed enough. The woman shook her head slightly, then clenched her right hand in a false grip. In the next second, a silver lance suddenly appeared in her hand, only to see her holding the gun in one hand and lightly sweeping it in a horizontal motion. Cadel was instantly lifted out of the air. Lin Xiu didn't even react before he felt a golden figure fly backwards from his side, and when he looked back, Cadel had already appeared dozens of meters behind him, kneeling on one knee, her face pale, and the golden light around her body dimmed. In one move, in just a single glance, Cadel, who was a blazing angel, was defeated, and it looked like the other party hadn't even used their full strength. So strong, Cadel put away the angelic blade in her hand, and the pair of feathered wings behind her were also taken back into her body as she slowly stood up and walked over to Lin Xiu. "I can't beat her, so you fight yourself." "Ahem," said Lin Xiu, dryly coughing twice to hide his embarrassment. "I never hit women." "Cut." Cadel bristled, but didn't expose Lin Xiu. "All right, come in and talk." The woman waved her hand and the lance in her hand instantly disappeared. Lin Xiu hesitated slightly, then still led Cadel inside. The woman took 2 drinks out of the refrigerator and handed them to the 2 men. Then she sat down across from them. I did introduce myself a bit abruptly just now, so I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Zhao Qingqing. I'm your father's wife." Although Lin Xiu had also guessed the woman's identity, he still felt a little messed up for a while. This woman didn't look older than himself, and just now she was holding a child. That child should be 2 or 3 years old as well, which meant that his own dad had probably been with this woman when he hadn't left Bijou City. Thinking about it, he asked tentatively, "So my dad sent me to Sin City just to be with you?" The woman laughed, then said, "Do I need your permission to be with your father? I was chasing your dad at that time, but he hadn't agreed yet." "You chased after my dad?" Lin Xiu acted as if he had heard something unbelievable. "What? No?" Zhao Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded with a smile on his face. "I've actually known your dad for over 10 years. "Wait, you've known my dad for more than 10 years? Lin Xiu directly interrupted the other party's words, then asked, "Can I ask you conveniently, what's your age this year?" "I'm 26. You're 26 years old, and you met my dad more than 10 years ago?" The puzzled look on Lin Xiu's face increased. A flash of gloom suddenly flashed across Zhao Qingqing's eyes before she bitterly smiled and asked, "Do you still remember what happened 15 years ago in Bijou City?" 15 years ago? Lin Xiu kept searching his not-so-complete memories, and only after a while did he raise his head in a daze and, "You mean the time the Sakura Kingdom rebelled?" "Right." Zhao Qingqing nodded calmly. 15 years ago, a group of Sakura country's trick controllers came to Bijou City. That time Bijou City suffered an unprecedented blow. Those trick controllers carried out an indiscriminate massacre of children under 18 years old in Bijou City when neither the City Lord's office nor the Night Patrol Division had reacted. My parents died trying to protect me from those creepy hands, and in the end, if your dad hadn't gotten there in time, I wouldn't be where I am now. "But how old were you then?" Lin Xiu was still a bit skeptical. "I was 11 years old, and I didn't understand love at that time. but I secretly told myself that I would find a chance to repay him later. So you're giving your body in return? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. You're underestimating me too much. Zhao Qingqing plucked out a glance at Lin Xiao without any good humor before continuing. Although I'm grateful to him and want to repay him, I won't marry someone I don't like. At that time, I don't know if it was because of the fear brought by those dirty things or the sadness brought by the loss of my parents, but on that very day, I awakened. What? This time not only Lin Xiao, but even Cat L on the side had a shocked expression on her face. 11 years of awakening. Genius. Chapter 14 Red Feather Guards. 2 answers. You awakened at the age of 11? Lin Xiao looked at Zhao Qingqing with a shocked expression. I've long since gotten used to the expressions you guys are wearing right now. Zhao Qingqing shrugged her shoulders and said lightly, every time someone finds out about this, they will show the same expression as you guys. It's hard not to be shocked. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to open his mouth, Cat L at the side said rather seriously, as far as I know, in the past 100 years in the Dragon Kingdom, there have only been 3 awakened persons who awakened before the age of 10, and 2 of these 3 are now in the top echelons of the Dragon Guards, as well as thought to be the creator of the Night Patrol Division. The one known as Marquis Knighton. Young Knighton. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit about our Dragon Kingdoms awakened. Zhao Qingqing smiled with some surprise. Understanding the awakened of the Dragon Kingdom is a must for our Blazing Angels Legion. Cat L raised her head and glanced at Lin Xiao before continuing. The Archangel once said that the Dragon Kingdom would always be the biggest threat to the Divine Kingdom, even if the Dragon Kingdom is weak now. Little girl, what your head angel said isn't entirely true. Zhao Qingqing shook her head in denial. It's not true that the Dragon Kingdom is the most threatening country to your Divine Kingdom, but where did the Dragon Kingdom's weakness come from? Hearing these words, Lin Xiao, who was on the side, couldn't help but tsk his tongue. After losing a war and starting to cede land and make reparations, it's still not a weak force? As a birth under the flag, long in the spring breeze of the new era of Triad, Lin Xiao on his own country is very sense of belonging, but his subconscious in the motherland, only that flag printed on the 5-pointed star. With 5,000 years of cultural heritage of the magnificent China. Rather than now this history of the faults, culture is lost, and even the regime has collapsed of the Dragon Country. The people living in Sin City are already people who have committed great crimes and evils. Besides, Sin City doesn't have any strategic resources, so even if it were to be compensated to the Divine Kingdom, it wouldn't hurt. Zhao Qingqing said without a care in the world. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As soon as he heard this, Lin Xiao directly stood up and spoke in a serious tone. I, a hooligan, know the principle of fighting for every inch of land, and those higher-ups actually think that cities without strategic materials can be given away? When the time is extraordinary, extraordinary things should be done. Zhao Qingqing also didn't budge, looking straight into Lin Xiao's eyes and said word by word, when the time is right, everything that the Dragon Kingdom has lost will be taken back one by one. Looking at the other party's resolute gaze, Lin Xiao waved his hand with a disinterested look. Do what you like, it's none of my business. And right at this moment, Zhao Qingqing's cell phone placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao was slightly lost in thought. These 3 years of living in Sin City had almost made him forget that cell phones still existed in this world. Sin City was a deserted, abandoned city. Even if there was a cell phone there was no signal. There was no way to contact the outside world at all. And this was also the reason why his dad didn't know anything about what he did in Sin City. Qingqing, has that Lin Xiao kid come home yet? Lin Zhanbei's slightly urgent voice came from the other end of the cell phone. Zhao Qingqing looked up at Lin Xiao before saying, he's back. You pack your things now and take him to Mordor. What happened? Zhao Qingqing frowned slightly, while Lin Xiao, who was on the side, had a vague bad feeling in his heart. That kid brought people to smash the water cloud room today. Water cloud room? Zhao Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke without much concern. Smashing is smashing. Is it necessary to run away? If it's usually smashed, after all, he's about to go to the Magic City Wudu University. But today is different. Just a moment ago, one of the Dragon Guard's 5 guards, the Red Feather Guard, came to Bijou City, and now the people are in the Night Patrol Division. Red Feather Guards? Zhao Qingqing stood up fiercely, then her tone was obviously cold for a few minutes. Did they give you a hard time? That's not true. After all, I'm also the head of the division personally appointed by Marquis Knighton. The Red Feather Guards wouldn't dare to do anything to me even if they had more guts. But Lin Xiao is different. A loud noise came from the other end of the phone. Lin Zhanbei lowered his voice and said, you hurry up and take Lin Xiao away. When you arrive at the magic capital Martial University, nothing will happen. After saying that, before Zhao Qingqing could reply, Lin Zhanbei hung up the phone. After glancing at the hung-up phone, Zhao Qingqing was silent for just a few seconds before she hurriedly turned around and walked towards the bedroom. While walking she also said to Lin Xiao and the two of them, "You guys wait for me, we'll set off for the magic capital right away." The conversation between Zhao Qingqing and Lin Zhanbei just now was heard by Lin Xiao, and his expression became gloomy like never before. Red Feather Guards, one of the 5 guards of the Dragon Guards, and claimed to be the strongest fighting force in the Dragon Guards. Lin Xiao's smashing of the water in Cloud Room was not too big a deal when put into Bijou City, and Lin Zhanbei's punishment of him before was already very serious, and the City Lord's office wouldn't completely flip out with the Night Watch division because of this matter. But it was different now that the Red Feather Guards were here. They wouldn't put the Night Patrol division of a small place like Bijou City in their eyes, and if they insisted on making a big deal out of this and using it to dispose of Lin Xiao, even Lin Zhanbei might not be able to protect him. Just as Lin Xiao was pondering his countermeasures, Zhao Qingqing had already walked out with the baby girl in her arms, and she casually tossed a shoulder bag to Lin Xiao. "It's money in the bag. Nothing else. We're leaving now." After saying that, she didn't even give Lin Xiao a chance to open his mouth and directly walked towards the door. "I still have a group of brothers at the hotel." Lin Xiao stood still and didn't move. The current situation had gone beyond his expectations. Those students who had returned home were fine. After all, they were also going to the Magic City Wudu University soon and weren't the masterminds. The Red Feather Guards wouldn't make things difficult for them, I'm sure. But those gang members who were staying at the hotel could all be from Sin City. Although none of them had a criminal record, people in the outside world had a lot of preconceptions about the people of Sin City, and if they fell into the hands of the Red Feather Guards, it was hard to say whether they would have a life to live or not. "This isn't the time to care about others. Don't play childish with me." Zhao Qingqing didn't turn around. She just said faintly. Lin Xiao didn't reply, just remained standing in place, slowly shaking his head. At this time, he also knew that he was now in a dangerous situation, but he still clearly remembered that when he was 16 years old, his first big brother had said to him that, "When you come out, it's all about righteousness." He said that in a person's life there has to be something that is more important than money and something that is more important than life. Lin Xiao asked him what was more important than money. "Face," he said. Lin Xiao asked again, "Then what is more important than life?" He said, "Brother." His two answers Lin Xiao seemed to understand, and when he mixed in the road for 2 years, he understood the first answer of the big brother. Out of the mix, money is important, but lost face, you press to mix, and how to talk about making money. And the second answer, he had never been able to comprehend until one day, when he was assassinated, and his big brother didn't hesitate to stand in front of him, blocking the fatal bullet for him, when he had avenged his big brother's death, and after attending his funeral, sitting alone at his big brother's grave drunk, he finally realized the second answer to what his big brother had said. Brothers are more important than lives. Chapter 15, Hunter, Prey, Identity Swap. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao straightened his spine, his tone incomparably firm. There are always things that are larger than life. Hearing these words, Cat-El froze slightly. She couldn't even somewhat believe that these words were coming from Lin Xiao's mouth, and at this moment, she felt that the other party's figure was going to be a few points taller. However, before she could react, she saw a figure as fast as lightning instantly appear beside Lin Xiao, and immediately afterward, she only saw Zhao Qingqing strike Lin Xiao's neck with a handknife, and then Lin Xiao's eyes rolled over, and he directly went limp on the ground. This? Zhao Qingqing glanced at Lin Xiao, who had collapsed on the ground, without any good sense of humor. Young people always have times when they commit middle-aged sickness. Looking at Cat-El, who was still standing still in a daze, Zhao Qingqing urged, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and take him to the car." With that she pointed to a jeep not far away. Oh. It was then that Cat-El responded, nodding her head in a hurry before bending down to help Lin Xiao up and walking towards the jeep. Meanwhile, inside the Night Watch division, a man in a black and red trench coat was sitting across from Lin Zhanbei, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His skin was white, a sickly pale kind of pale, and it made his smile look uncomfortable. "Director Lin, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I just arrived in Bijou City this time, and I heard about your son smashing the hotel in the city. Leaving aside whether or not the water cloud room is the property of the city lord's mansion, even if it isn't, he can't bully people and act recklessly, can he?" "You are right." Lin Zhanbei nodded in agreement, then explained with a guilty face, "Usually I'm busy at work and not at home much. This child has been neglected since he was a child, and his temperament is indeed a bit hairy. But don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He'll soon be going to study at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. The teachers there are all high-ranking martial artists, so I'm sure they'll be able to change this fussy nature of his." Magic Capital Wudu. The man in red scared his tongue. That is indeed a good place to take refuge. But do you think that he will arrive at the Magic City Wudu smoothly, Director Lin? At those words, Lin Zhanbei's face changed. His expression instantly became grave, and his tone was not as polite as before. Hua Yao, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. The man named Hua Yao lifted his wrist to look at the time, then smiled and said, counting the time. My people should have received your son by now. Speaking here, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a strange arc. I hope he doesn't resist, or else if he openly attacks the Red Feather Guards, we have the right to kill him on the spot. Hearing the other party put words to this point, Lin Zhanbei simply didn't bother to be polite with the other party any longer. He directly stood up and said in a cold voice, Red Feather Guards, this is bullying my night patrol division into not having anyone? The Red Feather Guards are blatantly meddling in the affairs of Bijou City, and when the time comes to leave a few lives here, I don't think Marquis Knight and will blame Mr. Lin. Oh, Hua Yao was a bit curious for a moment when he saw Lin Zhanbei being so tough, so he opened his mouth and asked, Director Lin, I'm really curious as to who gave you the confidence to think that your night patrol division's people would be able to keep my Red Feather Guards people in Bijou City? Lin Zhanbei's face revealed a touch of sarcasm. Then he also lifted his wrist following Hua Yao's example, only to embarrassingly realize that he didn't have a watch. So he took out his cell phone from his pocket again and looked at the time before slowly speaking. It's about time. I'm sure that it won't take long for you to find out. On the jeep, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his somewhat sore neck, but the next second his whole body froze. His face became incomparably ugly. He didn't have any hesitation to directly open the system panel. Dozens of the same messages looked at his pupils suddenly contracted. Mob power value -1. Mob power value -1. Mob power value -1. In just half an hour's time, the mob's power value had decreased by a full 50 plus points. Lin Xiao was very clear about what a decrease in power value meant. Once before, when a member was unfortunately killed in battle during a melee with the Sin City gangs, that's when Lin Xiao received a system prompt of a decrease in power value. And now there was a full reduction of more than 50 points of power value, which meant that in just half an hour, the gang members had lost more than 50 people. Without thinking about it, Lin Xiao knew that the more than 50 gang members that he had settled inside the hotel were afraid that all of them had been killed. And the only ones who could do that, apart from the Night Patrol Division, were the City Lord's Mansion and the Red Feather Guards who had just arrived in Bijou City today. Comparing the two, Lin Xiao felt that it was more likely that it was the latter who had made the move. Because even if the City Lord's office was able to exterminate all 50-odd gang members, it couldn't do it without killing every single one of them in just half an hour. Red Feather Guards, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, then looked at Zhao Qingqing, who was driving, and spoke in a flat tone. Stop the car. You're awake. Zhao Qingqing glanced back while driving, and Cat L, who was sitting on the passenger side holding her child, also turned her head to look at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression. Stop the car. Lin Xiao repeated again. Can't stop. Zhao Qingqing shook her head in refusal and said bluntly, we saw a large number of Red Feather Guards on our way out of the city who were fighting with people outside the Newgate Hotel. Unsurprisingly, all those brothers of yours should have been captured by this time. Here Zhao Qingqing paused in her tone before continuing. It's also possible that they're all dead. They're dead. Lin Xiao's tone was frighteningly calm. Hearing his words, both of them were slightly stunned. They didn't know why Lin Xiao was so sure that those people were already dead, but Cat L still advised. I understand your feelings, but it won't help if you go back now. You'll even get yourself involved. Lin Xiao knew this as well, but at this time, he was so depressed inside that he needed to release it, and the best way to release it was to kill someone. And Zhao Qingqing, who was driving, glanced at the calm-faced Lin Xiao through the rearview mirror. Then, as if she had made some kind of determination, she violently hit the steering wheel and the jeep directly turned in place. What are you doing? Cat L looked at Zhao Qingqing with a puzzled expression. He's not in a good state right now. Zhao Qingqing glanced at Lin Xiao once again before speaking. If he leaves like this incident might become a demon in his heart for the rest of his life. But it's too dangerous to go back now. No need to go back. Zhao Qingqing pushed open the car door and jumped down from the jeep before explaining to Cat L. Protect my daughter. Aha. Cat L nodded seriously. You, come down. Zhao Qingqing reached out and pointed at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked up at her with some confusion. It won't be long. There will be people from the Red Feather Guards catching up. If you want to help them take revenge, get off and join me. When she finished speaking, she reached out and a silver lance appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao didn't have any hesitation and pushed open the door of the car, ripping off the short sleeves on himself, revealing those toned muscles, as well as the ice-open Guangdong picture on his back. Sitting in the car, Cat L twisted her head to look at the two men's backs. A strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. She felt that the moment these two men got out of the car, the hunter and the prey had already swapped identities. Chapter 16, 3 Awakenings, 100 Birds. About 10 minutes or so later, two SUVs sped up. wrapped in rolling dust and stopped not far from Lin Xiu's 2 men. The car door opened and a total of 6 people in dark red trench coats stepped down. 5 men and 1 woman. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingqing slightly side-eyed Lin Xiu and introduced him. This is the Red Feather Guards. Red Feather Guards every 6 people for a squad. They usually whether it is training or fighting together. Usually, 4 of the 6 people in the main offensive attack. 1 person to support. 1 person is responsible for healing. But the healing system of the awakened is relatively scarce. Not every squad will be equipped with a healing system of the awakened. Aha! Lin Xiu nodded with a calm face, and just as the 2 of them were talking, 6 Red Feather Guards had already arrived in front of them, and one of them, a dark-faced middle-aged man, spoke in a jarring voice. Lin Xiu, you have used your power to bully others, instructed your men to vandalize the water and cloud room, and have colluded with the angels of the divine kingdom, so now come back with us to be judged. Did you guys kill those people at the New Gate Hotel? Lin Xiu didn't take the other party's words, but asked back. No. The dark man shook his head, then said, we are only responsible for bringing you back, but those people were indeed killed by my Red Feather Guards because they refused to cooperate. Good. Lin Xiu was still expressionless, only that a slab had appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lin Xiu, do you want to resist arrest as well? The dark man's tone lowered a few notches, carrying a hint of warning. Cut the crap. Zhao Qingqing took a step forward. The long spear in her hand slammed heavily on the ground. If you want to fight, hurry up. We're in a hurry. The dark man's gaze swept over Zhao Qingqing before looking at Lin Xiu once again. According to the Dragon Guard laws, those who resist arrest can be beheaded on the spot. After saying that, he directly ripped off his dark red trench coat, revealing his toned muscles, also bare-chested. The already strong Lin Xiu was like a little doll that hadn't grown up in front of him. He clenched his fist hard, and his right arm instantly grew a few more points thicker, and a blood-red pattern was faintly visible on his arm, which looked like it was tattooed with a unicorn. Qilin arm. Zhao Qingqing spoke faintly. Bu Jingyun? Lin Xiu subconsciously blurted out. What steps? Zhao Qingqing asked back. Nothing. Lin Xiu almost forgot that this was not that world from before. There were no TV dramas or movies to watch here, because people had to have strong power if they wanted to live well. So people in this world only worshipped the strong. No one would go after the stars, which led to the fact that there was no entertainment at all in this world. And movies, TV dramas, novels, and all these things could only be memories for Lin Xiu alone. Almost at the same time, the several people behind the dark man also made a move. One of them had a wooden stick appear out of thin air in his hand, and 2 others drew out the standardized long knives equipped at their waists. The last man and woman, on the other hand, took a few steps backward without making any movement. Those 2 in the back should be the ones in charge of assisting and healing. They usually don't have any fighting ability. You go and finish them off. Zhao Qingqing glanced at Lin Xiu before lifting her lance and pointing it forward. Leave these 4 to me. Good. Lin Xiu didn't try to be brave. He was still very clear about his own perception, although he had a system on his side. But so far the system didn't provide him with any help in terms of strength other than rewarding him with this slate. As for the last time when he knocked out Cadel with a slate, he had seriously considered it afterwards, and eventually came to the conclusion that his slate might have a restraining effect on the gods, because when he fought with the others, he didn't feel that there was anything special about the slate. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu directly held the slate and rushed towards the man and woman at the back. Seeing this scene, the dark man made a wink towards one of the knife-wielding Red Feather Guards, and the other party understood and was directly going to stop Lin Xiu. And almost at the same time, Zhao Qingqing moved, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared between that Red Feather Guard and Lin Xiu, the long spear in her hand sweeping out. That Red Feather Guard also reacted very quickly. His long sword was lifted upwards to block Zhao Qingqing's sweeping blow. However, in the moment when the silver spear and the long sword touched, that Red Feather Guard only felt a huge force coming from the silver spear, and his entire body flew directly backwards, retreating for more than 10 meters before he was able to stabilize his body. Seeing this scene, the expressions of several Red Feather Guards instantly became serious, especially the dark man with the unicorn arm. He was a veteran who had been to war. Even though Zhao Qingqing had only made one move, he still saw that his opponent was not simple. Double awakening of weaponry and power. The dark man's expression was incredibly serious. Cut the crap. I'm only going to make one move. The 4 of you come together. In a moment my daughter is going to wake up. Zhao Qingqing's gaze glanced in the direction of the jeep. You are too arrogant. The dark man felt that he was being belittled. His tone was a bit unkind. Ever since he came down from the battlefield with the Divine Kingdom, everyone had treated him with respect. Even his own superiors were courteous to him, and this woman in front of him was looking down on him so much, which made him very dissatisfied. What a lot of nonsense. Zhao Qingqing raised the silver spear in her hand, and a flame actually ignited at the tip of the spear. Third awakening. Seeing this scene, the dark man could no longer remain calm. He didn't even know when the Dragon Kingdom had produced another such genius figure. This is just the beginning. The corner of Zhao Qingqing's mouth rose slightly, and immediately afterward, the crowd only saw that the flame above the tip of the gun seemed to come to life, constantly pulsing. The dark man's pupils snapped. Such tactics made him think of a person, a woman, that the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division had to fight for without turning their backs on each other. As if to verify his suspicions, the flame danced for a few seconds before exploding. In the next second, a shocking scene appeared in the sky as the flames in the sky coalesced to create a picture that was greatly shocking. A huge and mysterious phoenix. The phoenix's feathers shone with colorful light, as brilliant as jewels. It spreads its wings and soars gracefully in the sky while surrounded by 100 birds. 100 birds! The dark man who saw this scene was finally able to determine the identity of the other party, and he stretched out a slightly trembling finger to point at Zhao Qingqing and said in a trembling voice, "You're Zhao Qingqing. Take this shot before you talk to my old lady." Zhao Qingqing's face was expressionless as the silver spear in her hand swung out violently. As the silver spear fell, the flaming phoenix coiled in the air, hissed and rushed towards the several red feather guards. Chapter 17, Killing the Red Feather Guards. Huo Yao's rage. Strike together. Seeing the 100 birds in the sky coming straight in his direction, the dark man hastily roared towards the 3 people around him. Seeing this horrifying scene, the other 3 clenched their teeth and finally met them together. However, the gap in strength is never courage can make up for. Just in the moment the 100 birds fell, including the dark man, including the 4 red feather guards were immediately blown away. 4 people full of traces of being burned by the flames. The Lin Xiu on the side had just slapped the other man and woman down with a slate, and before he had time to make up for it he saw the horrifying scene just now. Before that he had never imagined that human strength could reach such a level. Lin Xiu once again looked at Zhao Qingqing's gaze became incredibly complicated. Such a woman even looked at his own dad? It wasn't that Lin Xiu looked down on his dad, although he wasn't weak and was still the head of the Bijou City Night Patrol Division, but compared to the woman in front of him, the aura on Lin Zhanbei was somewhat worthless. Looking at the 4 people who had fallen to the ground and could not be seen, Zhao Qingqing casually waved her hand, and the silver lance instantly disappeared. Then she turned her head to look at Lin Xiu, and found that he had already taken care of the other 2 people, and nodded her head in satisfaction. Out of breath, right? I'm with the time to go. Are they dead? Lin Xiu stood still and didn't move, but opened his mouth to ask. What? Zhao Qingqing froze and looked at Lin Xiu with some surprise. What did you say? I said, are they dead? Lin Xiu repeated word for word. Zhao Qingqing frowned slightly, but still answered. Not dead. Seriously injured. That won't work. Lin Xiu spoke calmly before walking to those 4 people, bending down and picking up the long knife in the hands of one of them before swinging it without any hesitation. Lin Xiu. Zhao Qingqing was quick on her feet and grabbed Lin Xiu's knife-wielding hand, then looked at him rather seriously and, Lin Xiu, if you kill them, you'll have a complete vendetta against the Red Feather Guards in the future. Our enmity has been made since they killed my brothers. Lin Xiu spoke in a calm tone, then looked at Zhao Qingqing's hand that grabbed his. Let go. Have you thought it through? Zhao Qingqing asked again. Our enmity was already immortal. Why should I show them mercy? I know. Zhao Qingqing let go of Lin Xiu's hand, then silently retreated to the side. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiu didn't have any hesitation to make up for the several people on the ground, and each one of them went down at the throat, leaving no chance of life. Zhao Qingqing, who saw the scene, not only didn't say anything more, but instead nodded appreciatively. Since they had already become enemies, there was no need to show any mercy. Anyway, Lin Xiu would soon be heading to the magic capital of Wudu, and although the Dragon Kingdom was jointly governed by the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division, there was another organization that was independent of the two and was not bound by them. That would be the martial arts universities spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the top 3 martial arts universities were Capital Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University, and 100 Battles Martial Arts University, which was situated at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. And currently, whether it was the Dragon Guards or the Night Patrol Division, most of the members were from martial arts universities all over the world, and even some of the top personnel were from the top 3 ranked martial arts universities, so no one would offend the martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom, as they were still providing and cultivating martial arts practitioners for the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division up to the present time in a continuous stream. This was also the reason why Lin Zhanbei had to send Lin Xiu to the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. Lin Xiu had been especially capable of causing trouble since he was a child, and he had caused more trouble than once, so Lin Zhanbei was afraid that one day he would no longer be able to be his backer, so he had found a way to arrange for him to be admitted into the Magic City Martial Arts University. And all of this was also attributed to Zhao Qingqing. Because Zhao Qingqing had studied at the Magic City Martial Arts University and had been accepted as a tutor by the Magic City Martial Arts University before she graduated. She stayed at the Magic City Martial Arts University until she was pregnant before she temporarily left the Magic City and came to Bijou City to recuperate. Let's go. It's time to go. Zhao Qingqing patted Lin Xiu's shoulder before walking towards the jeep. Lin Xiu looked up in the direction of Bijou City and muttered, "Brothers, boss, I'll collect some interest for you first, but don't worry. Sooner or later I'll get it back for you with interest one day." When he finished speaking he didn't hesitate any longer and went straight to the jeep. Lin Zhanbei. A hideous expression appeared on Hua Yao's pale face as he reached out and pointed at Lin Zhanbei, his voice almost growling. "How dare you kill my red feather guards? You're afraid you're not crazy? Hua Yao, don't put labels on me indiscriminately." Lin Zhanbei calmly took a sip of tea, then said, "The person who killed them wasn't someone from my night patrol division. The people from the night patrol division are all within Bailu City today, so feel free to check." "Ha," Hua Yao sneered. "You think I'm a little cutie? For a poor countryside like Bijou City, who else could kill a small detachment of my red feather guards besides the people from the night patrol division? Hua Yao, when I got married, I didn't invite you, right?" Lin Zhanbei suddenly asked. "What?" Hua Yao was visibly stunned, then looked at him like a little cutie, glanced at Lin Zhanbei like Lin Zhanbei, you're afraid you're stupid, aren't you? How old are you this year? I'm afraid I was still in elementary school when you got married." Hearing these words, Lin Zhanbei's face instantly darkened, but he still pretended to be unconcerned and spoke faintly. "Second marriage. I shucks. How dare you give me an invitation for a second marriage? You're trying to get rich off of marriage, aren't you?" For the first time, Lin Zhanbei felt that this kid Hua Yao's mouth was so poisonous, and after a few words, he felt his chest clogged and wanted to vomit blood. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the urge to fight the other party, then said, "My wife's surname is Zhao. What does it matter to me what your wife's last name is? The name is Green. I don't care if your wife is called Green Green or Green Green. Don't get off the subject with me." Halfway through his words, Hua Yao suddenly stopped, and after a few seconds of being dumbfounded, he violently turned his head to look at Lin Zhanbei, his eyes full of shock. "What did you say your wife's last name was?" "Zhou. Name. Qingqing." Lin Zhanbei smiled rather smugly. "Zhao Qingqing, Zhao Qingqing, Zhao Qingqing." Hua Yao repeated the name several times in a row, and then once again to confirm. "Zhao Qingqing from Magic City Wu University?" Lin Zhanbei smiled and nodded. "I poo." Hua Yao spat again. Lin Zhanbei, do you still want to be shameless you? You're about the same age as Zhao Qingqing's her father, aren't you? You know nothing about love." Lin Zhanbei gave Hua Yao a pitying look. "You." Hua Yao couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to the nationalist. "You old thing. The old cow eating young grass is not even a problem. You are so old you still want to be a soft man? If you're going to talk about this, I have to tell you about it." Lin Zhanbei suddenly sat up straight and his expression became serious. "Say what?" Hua Yao asked without any good humor. At that time, Lin Xiu's grandfather, my father, didn't awaken until he was 32 years old, so what do you think of the talent? You have the nerve to ask, where is this half-talent? Hua Yao gave him a contemptuous look. "But I awakened at the age of 16. Why do you think that is?" Lin Zhanbei asked. "How do I know?" "Because my mother, who was also a genius back in the day, awakened at the age of 15. Hua Yao was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head to look at Lin Zhanbei. "So you're just trying to tell me that soft eating still runs in your family?" Chapter 18 Arrival in the Magic City. 7 Princes and Marquises. 5 days later, Lin Xiu's few people finally arrived outside the magic capital city. This was Lin Xiu's first time in the Magic City, and looking at the towering and sturdy city walls, as well as the several tall statues at the entrance of the city in a majestic and solemn manner, Lin Xiu couldn't help but tsk. Not bad for a big city. Who are those statues? Lin Xiu reached out and pointed to the entire 7 humanoid statues that stood at the entrance of the city. The 7 princes of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Qingqing's eyes were filled with respect, as well as a hint of yearning as she cast her gaze towards the 7 statues. "They're the 7 princes and marquises of the Dragon Kingdom?" Before Lin Xiu could say anything, Cat L, who was on the side, exclaimed in shock. "You know that too?" Lin Xiu felt a little red in the face. It seems that not reading is really not an option. The heroes of his own country, people a foreigner knows, but he is completely unaware of it. "You don't know?" Both of them looked at Lin Xiu with some surprise. Lin Xiu scratched his head awkwardly. "Should I know? Books are all read into a dog's stomach." Zhao Qingqing muttered without a good breath, then said towards the little baby girl in her arms, "Little Iris, In the future, you must not be like this indisputable brother of yours, do you know? Yeah. So good. Lin Xiao gave the other party a blank look, but didn't say much, mainly because he couldn't fight. Even if he and Cat L combined, they couldn't catch a single move from others. If they wanted to say a few words, then they could say a few words. Tell me about it. Lin Xiao looked at Cat L and pointed at the statue of the 7 princes and marquises. Cat L nodded, then looked at the huge statue in front of her, with a somewhat complicated look on her face. From what I understand, the 7 princes and marquises of the Dragon Kingdom are the 7 most powerful awakened in the Dragon Kingdom, and each of them has made great contributions to your Dragon Kingdom. But of course this is for you, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and in our Kingdom of God, some of them are demonic beings. Oh, tell me about it. Lin Xiao also became interested and rummaged through his pockets for a pack of cigarettes, taking one out and lighting it before leaning back and sitting on the hood of the jeep. Seeing Lin Xiao lighting his cigarette, Zhao Qingqing directly carried the baby girl to the car and didn't forget to give him a vicious glare before getting in. Ignore her. You say yours. Lin Xiao took a hard drag on his cigarette, then said to Cat L. Cat L nodded helplessly, and then she, as a person from the God Country, began to explain the history of the Dragon Country to a native of the Dragon Country. As for the 7 princes and marquises, I don't know all of them. The ones I remember the most are Marquise Knighton, Young Knighton, and the King of Listening to the Wind, Flower Listening to the Wind. Young Knighton. This name Lin Xiao knew, because this person's also had another identity, that is, the creator of the Night Patrol Division. His dad was the director of the Night Patrol Division. He was under his dad's influence. Naturally he also knew that the Knighton Marquis, Young Knighton, was this figure. Right. Cat L nodded slightly. Your father is from the Night Patrol Division, so I'm sure you know the Marquis of Night Peace well. Actually don't really know. Lin Xiao dryly laughed twice. Cat L a burst of speechless. In front of this man how to see is an uneducated small ruffian, but he was able to in the Sin City kind of man-eating place to make a living, and also ignored their own angel guardianship, a slate to knock themselves out. It was the first time she had ever met someone so conflicted. What's on your mind? Lin Xiao exhaled a mouthful of smoke onto Cat L's pale face. Cough 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 cough. Cat L choked and coughed for a while, then gave Lin Xiao a grudging look before slowly speaking. Young Knighton, the specific strength is unknown, but according to the statistics of our godly kingdom, he alone has no less than 3 kinds of awakenings, and that includes the amazing fighting power of Raiden, controlling thunder and lightning? Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. Before Zhao Qingqing's hand of the 100 birds Chaofeng had already exceeded the scope of his cognition, he didn't expect that there was actually someone else who had control over the power of thunder and lightning. Wouldn't it be the same as the immortals in the metaphysical novels? Yes, controlling thunder and lightning, Cat L said with a serious face. There was once a 6-winged archangel in my god's kingdom who fought with Young Knighton. How did it turn out? Lin Xiao asked after him. As a result, that archangel's strength has now regressed to the 4-winged realm and is still falling. It probably won't be long before he turns into a mortal body, Cat L said with some regret. And just then, Zhao Qingqing poked her head out of the car window and said with a disgruntled expression, "Stop chatting, it's time to go into the city." Thing mom like. Lin Xiao glanced at her, then threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground, clapped his hands, and then still got into the car. This way into the city was for Lin Xiao to see the gap between Bailuo City and the magic capital. This way they received 3 times of checking. If not for Zhao Qingqing, I am afraid that with the identity of Cater's blazing angel, she would have been directly executed before she even entered the city. I'll have someone get you a document in a while, so you'll be able to walk around freely in Magic City from now on. Zhao Qingqing glanced sideways at Cat L. Thanks. Don't thank me yet, Zhao Qingqing said in a serious tone as she drove. Lin Xiao and I talked about you signing a contract with him, but I have one more thing to remind you. Speaking here, Zhao Qingqing's gaze became stern and incomparable. The temperature inside the car seemed to have risen by a few points in an instant, and Cat L, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, felt it especially obvious, and even unconsciously shed a line of sweat on her forehead. The price for breaking the covenant in the kingdom of God is divine abandonment, which means you'll become an ordinary person, right? At this moment, Cat L didn't even dare to look straight into Zhao Qingqing's eyes. The oppressive feeling the other party brought to her was just too strong. That's your divine kingdom's contract, not our Lin family's. Zhao Qingqing twisted her head and glanced at Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the back row dangling, then retracted her gaze and said, according to the Lin family's rules, if you betray Lin Xiao, I will make your life worse than death. I, Zhao Qingqing, am true to my word. If you don't believe me, you can try. No. Cat L subconsciously reached up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. When did our Lin family have such a rule? The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly as he watched Zhao Qingqing scare Cater. He also ignored it. Cater was after all a blazing angel of the God's kingdom. It would be just fine if she was in Sin City. But coming to the Magic City Wudu would inevitably bring her into contact with some of the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was true that she had to be warned as well. I'm the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Your stepmother. What I say is the Lin family's rules. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Qingqing glanced at Lin Xiu through the rearview mirror. With a strong threatening tone, Lin Xiu shrugged and didn't say anything. After today's incident, Lin Xiu was no longer antipathetic to this woman. He himself had never seen his birth mother, so naturally he had no feelings. And his dad was considered lucky to be able to marry a woman like Zhao Qingqing. As long as she was genuinely good to dad, the rest didn't matter so much. Of course, it was impossible to beat yourself to death trying to call her mom. Chapter 19 Flower Bones in the Greenhouse. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't say anything, Zhao Qingqing no longer paid any attention to him, but instead looked at Cat-El once again, and this time her tone of voice obviously eased up a lot. You shouldn't blame me. After all, I'm the boy's stepmother, and he's the only male in the Lin family. Saying that, she reached out and patted Cater's shoulder before revealing what she thought was an amiable smile. If you're genuinely sincere about following Lin Xiu, his father and I aren't stubborn people. And even though there's no precedent of an awakened person marrying a blazing angel in these 100 years, we, the Lin family, wouldn't mind setting that precedent for you. Hearing these words, Cat-El obviously froze. Then her head shook like a rattle drum. She was originally forced to sign a contract with Lin Xiu. Guarding the other side she would have admitted it, but letting her marry Lin Xiu, then she felt that this was not much different from what Zhao Qingqing had said about life being worse than death. It's fine. Seeing Cater's reaction, Zhao Qingqing also guessed an approximation, so she didn't force the issue and instead changed the topic. I'll help you apply for an enrollment procedure as well, and in the future, you'll follow Lin Xiu to go to school with the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and even though the cultivation method of our Dragon Kingdom might not be suitable for you blazing angels, there's always no harm in learning more. I can study at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University? A flash of surprise flashed in Cater's eyes. This was simply something she didn't even dare to think about. Although the cultivation method of the Dragon Kingdom might not be applicable to her, but she could clearly remember that a certain great figure of the God's Kingdom had once said that the kingdom of the Dragon Kingdom was incomparably mysterious, and that he suspected that this kingdom was the place where all the gods originated. However, although the Divine Kingdom was victorious in several engagements with the Dragon Kingdom, it never had the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation method, and she, Cadel, a captured blazing angel, had the possibility of becoming the first blazing angel to obtain the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation method. How could she not be excited? It is important to know that in the past, the fate of captured angels was very miserable, because angels after the baptism of divine light, most of the appearance is very outstanding, which will inevitably be moved by someone who has a crooked mind. Slap and give a sweet date. This girl Cadil is still too tender compared to Zhao Qingqing. Lin Xiu sat at the back and witnessed all of this, and couldn't help but secretly slander in his heart. However, Zhao Qingqing was also helping him tame Cat-El, so he naturally wasn't going to poke the other party's mind, so he simply closed his eyes and lay back and huffed and puffed. By the time he opened his eyes again, the jeep had already arrived at the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Wake up! I have to go back to Bailu City after I finish the enrollment procedures for you guys. Zhao Qingqing took the baby girl from Cardel's hands and then woke Lin Xiu up. Lin Xiu moved his neck and let out a sound of misaligned bones. I hope this place doesn't let me down. Lin Xiu had never forgotten his purpose. The reason why he promised Lin Zhanbei to come to the Magic City Martial Arts University was not to learn anything here, but to collect minions. Only if he kept growing the gang, his strength would naturally increase with the system's rewards. Burying his head in the sand was not something a person with a system should do. Devil's Capital Martial Arts University is worthy of being ranked among the top 3 martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Let's not mention anything else. Let's just say that this covers an area that is almost as big as half of Sin City. As soon as the 3 of them stepped out of the car, they were greeted by several people, led by a man in a Chinese mountain suit with slightly gray sideburns. Master Sun, what brings you here in person? Zhao Qingqing smiled and stepped forward, bowing slightly towards the man. You haven't come back for 3 years. I didn't have to personally pick you up. Master Sun laughed, then glanced at the baby girl in Zhao Qingqing's arms, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Is this your child? Yes, Master Sun. Zhao Qingqing nodded, then looked down at the soundly sleeping baby girl, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising. She's my daughter, called Lin Kite. Lin Kite, good name. After saying that, Master Sun looked at the 2 Lin Xiu standing behind Zhao Qingqing. and his gaze lingered on Cat L for slightly more than 2 seconds before withdrawing his gaze and, "These are the 2 kids you're sending to school, aren't they?" "Right." Zhao Qingqing turned around and glanced at Lin Xiu, signaling him to come forward. Then introduced, "This is old Lin's son," called Lin Xiu. After she finished speaking, she introduced Master Sun for Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, this is Master Sun, a famous teacher from the Magic City Martial Arts University and my former teacher. Teacher Sun." Lin Xiu also stepped forward and bowed slightly. He had seen Zhao Qingqing's strength with his own eyes, and since this person in front of him was able to become Zhao Qingqing's teacher, his strength was naturally unquestionable. And it looks like the other party's status within the school is definitely not low. This is also the thing Lin Xiu is most concerned about. He is going to develop the club and the school in the future. Since he is going to develop the club, it is inevitable that he will have to stir up some big or small trouble. At this time, the importance of connections comes out. If he didn't have connections, he would most likely be expelled from Wudu just after getting into trouble. And then his plan of trying to develop his own gang in the Magic City Wudu would be out of the question. So he had to make a good impression on this Sun Master in front of him. Master Sun looked Lin Xiu up and down. Then a touch of appreciation flowed out of his eyes. "I've also met your father, Lin Zhanbei. So it's really like a tiger father without a dog son. Master Sun is too kind." Lin Xiu revealed a humble look. "Young people don't need to be too modest." Master Sun smiled and waved his hand before asking, "I heard Qingqing say that your father had sent you to Sin City for 3 years in order to train you, which caused you to miss out on attending the martial university, right? Exercise? Obviously a punishment, alright." Lin Xiu secretly slandered in his heart, but his face still looked like a good student. "After all, my father was from the Ranger Division, and he didn't want me to be a flower in a hothouse, so he sent me to Sin City to experience it." There was nothing wrong with Lin Xiu's words, but when the few young men standing behind Master Sun heard this, their faces showed displeasure, and one of them, a teenager who looked to be in his early 20s and had a handsome, boy-girl look, even took a step forward directly and spoke in a condescending manner. "What do you mean that we're all flowers in a greenhouse?" Once these words came out, Lin Xiu also knew that he had said the wrong thing, but he never apologized, and that Master Sun was Zhao Qingqing's teacher and would probably become his backer in WU in the future, which was why he was respectful. But now a similar age and his own jumped out, but also a posture of the Sky Boss's oldest. This Lin Xiu cannot stand a little. He first glanced at Sun Shi and Zhao Qingqing and found that the former was looking at him with a smile, while the latter simply started teasing the little Lin Kite who had just woken up from a nap. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu understood that this Sun Master obviously wanted to see how he should deal with this situation, while Zhao Qingqing feared that he simply wanted these geniuses of the Wu University to give him a hard time, so that he wouldn't cause any more trouble in the school in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu smiled, then raised his head and looked at the young man with a calm tone. "That's right, you're just flowers in a hothouse as far as I'm concerned. You." The young man was about to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Lin Xiu. "Nope, you guys aren't hothouse flowers." "Humph." The young man snorted coldly. However, just when he thought that Lin Xiu was going to change his mind, Lin Xiu's ghostly voice once again rang out. "You are the flower bones in the greenhouse." Chapter 20 The Past of Sin City. "What did you say?" As soon as these words came out, a touch of anger appeared on the faces of all the young men behind Master Sun, who still didn't have the intention of stopping the crowd, but only sized up Lin Xiu with interest, as if he was waiting for things to develop. As for Zhao Qingqing, she didn't hear the crowd's conversation in general, and from time to time, she made little Lin Kite giggle. "Don't you think that if you've lived in Sin City for 3 years, you've seen a lot?" The young man who was prettier than a girl looked at Lin Xiu with cold eyes. "That's not true." Lin Xiu shook his head. "Actually, Sin City isn't as dangerous as you think. The people there are still relatively kind." Hearing these words, the group of young people didn't know what to say. After all, they hadn't known Sin City either, but the corner of the mouth of the Sun Master on the side twitched slightly. The people of the City of Sin and Goodness? It was the biggest joke he'd heard all year. The last few years Sin City had been abandoned and he hadn't been there again. But some years earlier, Sin City hadn't been abandoned and it wasn't called Sin City, but Black Cloud City. At that time, Black Cloud City was known as the most dangerous city in the Dragon Kingdom, where the folk were tough and there was no night patrol division or dragon guards to guard it. It was equivalent to a city without a master. Back then, the Capital Martial Arts University as well as the Mordor Martial Arts University were also known as the Noble Martial Arts Universities, and it was simply as difficult as heaven for children from ordinary families to enter these two martial arts universities. So most of the young people set their goals on the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, which was known as the same as the two. As for the 100 Battles Martial University, as the top 3 martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom, it was naturally not something that could be entered casually. into a certain extent. The entrance requirements of the 100 Battles Martial University were even more difficult than the first two. The 100 Battles Martial University didn't look at the identity of the trainee, nor did they care what the trainee's awakening object was. They only had one requirement, and that was merit. The original purpose of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University was to protect the family and the country, and to bustle outside and secure the country. So their criteria for enrollment was to be under the age of 25 and to have a minimum of 100 points of Dragon Kingdom merit. And there are only 3 ways to gain Dragon Kingdom merit. One is to kill the enemy on the battlefield. But this is almost impossible to accomplish for those under 25 years old, because there is almost no chance to go to the battlefield without joining the Night Watch Division and the Dragon Guards. And the second is the person who has made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, which is a bit broader, which includes research on awakened objects, or research on other uses of a certain awakened object, etc. And the last one, which was also the best way for most young people to gain merit, was to kill demonic beasts. Every time you killed a level 1 demonic beast, you could gain 10 points of Dragon Kingdom merit, and as long as you killed 10 demonic beasts you could join the 100 Battles Martial University. But even so, the students of the 100 Battles Martial University were still pitifully few. After all, there were still a handful of young people in their early 20s who dared to kill demonic beasts alone. Later on, the 100 Battles Martial University had to relax the requirements for admission in order to expand its enrollment, and they set up a separate admission criterion outside of the 100 merit points, which was 1 year of training in Black Cloud City. Any awakened person under the age of 25 who could survive in Black Cloud City for 3 years without outside help could enter to study at the 100 Battles Martial University. The very year the announcement was made, the originally sparsely populated Black Cloud City was flooded with a large number of high school graduates in a very short period of time. Just when they were full of confidence and prepared to muddle through a year in Black Cloud City peacefully and then enter the 100 Battles Martial University and soar to the heavens from then on, reality mercilessly taught them a lesson. When the Aborigines of Black Cloud City saw a young high school student come to Black Cloud City, they were as excited as a hungry wolf seeing a pack of lambs. In just 3 days, more than half of the first 500 high school graduates who came to Black Cloud City died, and some of those who survived were lucky not to have been discovered. Others were willing slaves to the Aborigines, and most of those who survived were girls. They survived, but it's almost as good as being dead. That one incident sensationalized the entire Dragon Kingdom. For this reason, the Capital Martial University, the Magic Capital Martial University, the Night Patrol Division, and the Dragon Guards jointly initiated a condemnation of the 100 Battles Martial University, and demanded that the other party must immediately change their enrollment standards. The 100 Battles Martial Arts University also did not expect that a change in enrollment standards would cause such a big accident, so it had no choice but to withdraw the enrollment standards that had just been promulgated. Sun Chan Yuan, on the other hand, was one of the few survivors in Black Cloud City at that time. No one knew better than him how terrifying the Black Cloud City was at that time. It was a man-eating city. If he hadn't been there personally, he wouldn't have dreamed that there would actually be a place as terrifying as that within the Dragon Kingdom. Even after that time, the Dragon Kingdom completely abandoned Black Cloud City and sent people to carry out a large-scale cleanup there. And at that time, a lot of the original residents of Black Cloud City were executed in that accident. But the folklore was still alive. After years of evolution, Black Cloud City has become a sinful city full of sin in people's mouths. Just listening to this name you know what kind of place this city really is. And Lin Xiao actually said that the people there are very kind. Lin Xiao, I'm actually curious. How exactly did you get through these 3 years in Sin City? This time Sun sure didn't remain silent. Black Cloud City, which was now Sin City, had become his heart disease. The fear that that period of time brought him, even after many years, would still often come to him in his dreams to infest him. Well, Lin Xiao mused for a few seconds, then smiled and spoke. These 3 years I'd been in Sin City can probably be summarized in 4 words. Those 4 words? Eat, drink, play, and have fun. Lin Xiao stretched out a finger with each word. This, Sun Sure was obviously stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, he opened his mouth and asked, "Your father sent the Night Patrol Division with you?" Master Sun is joking. Lin Xiao shook his head, put on a righteous demeanor, and said aloud, "The Night Patrol Division is the Night Patrol Division of Bailu City, the Night Patrol Division of the Dragon Kingdom, not my Lin family's private army. So how could my father possibly use the Night Patrol Division because of me alone?" Speaking here, Lin Xiao's words changed, "But it's true that I didn't go to Sin City by myself at that time. There were dozens of other students just like me." Dozens of students? Master Sun was silent for a few seconds, then still shook his head and, "Even if there are dozens of you, you still won't be able to gain a foothold in Sin City. This point Sun Sure is really too clear. They went together at that time, can not just dozens of people. That is hundreds of people. But the final result is still a man for the knife. I am a fish. Although there were no senior martial artists in Black Cloud City, but even for the same level of martial artists, those aborigines who were used to licking blood from the mouth of the sword were still not comparable to their students who had never seen blood. Lin Xiao didn't rush to answer, but instead looked at the young man behind Master Sun. If it's you, how will you survive in Sin City leading 50 newly awakened level 1 martial artists? The young man didn't expect Lin Xiao to throw the question to himself. He froze for a moment before turning his head to look at Master Sun. These people were all Master Sun's favored students, and he also had the intention to cultivate each other. So he nodded, signaling the other party to answer boldly. Receiving his teacher's approval, that young man pondered for a moment, then looked up at Lin Xiao with a tone of strong confidence. The students who have just awakened are definitely inferior to those from Sin City in terms of battle power. Here he paused, then looked up at Lin Xiao and said rather seriously, but I think that you guys came out of the same school after all, so you must be more united than each other. Not bad. Lin Xiao nodded appreciatively. You continue. Hearing Lin Xiao's appreciation, the corners of the young man's mouth imperceptibly rose slightly. Quite pleased. However, Mr. Sun is slightly frowning. This is only a few words of work. Originally it was still these students of his who looked down on Lin Xiao, but now it has evolved into Lin Xiao quizzing them, and even they will be pleased with Lin Xiao's affirmation. Sun sure now wanted to slap the other party and ask him what the hell was he being so smug about? Chapter 21, Fighting Evil with Evil. Stopping violence with violence. Unity itself is the best weapon. The young man was obviously unaware of what was going on in Master Sun's mind, and continued to analyze with complacency that a small group of dozens of martial artists should be considered a not-so-small force even in Sin City, right? That's right. Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation once again. In that case, the next step is simple. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up in a confident arc. You guys can find a place to stay temporarily, and then put out the message that as long as no one messes with you, you won't mess with others, and when the 3 years are up you'll leave. So that shouldn't be there won't be anyone taking the initiative to mess with you, and you'll naturally be able to spend the 3 years eating, drinking, and having fun every day. After saying that, the young man looked at Lin Xiao with an expectant face, as if he was waiting for the other party's praise. You're overthinking things. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Master Sun, who was on the side, spoke up to retort. A flash of doubt flashed in the young man's eyes as he first looked at his teacher and then finally turned his gaze back to Lin Xiao. You did think too simply. Lin Xiao smiled, recognizing Master Sun's point of view. You still don't know enough about Sin City or human nature. A large portion of the people in Sin City are wearing sins, and the reason they are hiding in Sin City is to avoid the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards. There is also a portion of people who have messed with people they shouldn't have messed with in the outside world, and are hiding in Sin City in order to escape from their enemies. They have long been birds of prey, and at the slightest hint of anything out of the ordinary, theirs will tense up, and then try to find a way to obliterate all the factors that are not out of their control. What do you mean? A hint of confusion passed through the young man's eyes. Let's put it this way. If you follow the method you said, then you definitely won't survive for more than 10 days in Sin City. Why? The young man was still a bit unconvinced and argued. We have dozens of martial artists, even if all of them have just been awakened and don't have much experience in actual combat, but after all, they are still actual level 1 martial artists. If they make a hasty move, even if they can win, they are bound to suffer heavy losses, and the loss will not pay for itself at all. Lin Xiao laughed and shook his head, then gently patted the other party's shoulder and said in the tone of a senior teaching his juniors, when you uttered that sentence that people don't offend me, I don't offend them. You're already on the weaker side. If you don't say or do anything, you might be able to live for a while longer, but as long as you say this, you won't be able to survive more than 10 days in Sin City. Hearing these words, the crowd of young people fell into deep thought, and some had even begun to whisper. However, the Sun Master on the side seemed to have thought of something and spoke indistinctly. You mean that as long as you don't say anything, they won't know your bottom line, and naturally won't dare to make a move. That's right. Lin Xiao habitually pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, then took a big drag before slowly speaking. A truly strong person never needs to explain, nor does he need to say any slogans that people don't offend me and I don't offend them. As long as you are strong enough, you can wait until someone else offends you, and you return the favor with a thunderbolt. No need for words, but even if you don't say anything, they can still take their time poking around, and when they figure you out, they'll still make a move on you. That young man said after pondering for a while. You're right about that. So what I just said was that you could live a little longer if you didn't say anything, and I didn't say that you could spend 3 years in Sin City in peace. Then how the hell did you do it? This time the young man asked the doubt in everyone's mind, including Master Sun. Lin Xiu slowly exhaled an irregular smoke ring, then said with a smile, "It's actually very simple. Kill. Murder? That's right. Everyone knows that good people are afraid of evil people. So what kind of people are evil people afraid of?" Lin Xiu once again threw out a strange question. This time the young man had obviously learned his lesson. And he didn't answer, because he knew that even if he did, he would most likely be wrong. Seeing that no one was answering, Lin Xiu didn't sell himself short and asked himself, "An evil man is afraid of those who are more evil than him. The law of survival in Sin City has never been something where people don't offend me and I don't offend them, but rather, we fight evil with evil and stop violence with violence. You kill two random people even if they are more evil than them?" A young man behind Master's son bristled with some disdain. "Killing two is certainly not enough." Lin Xiu stared at the young man who had spoken, the corner of his mouth hooking into a chillingly evil smile. "So the first day I arrived in Sin City, I killed more than 300 people indiscriminately and then cut off their heads and hung them in front of the entrance to our settlement." Hearing this, even Zhao Qingqing, who hadn't been involved in their conversation, raised her head and frowned slightly. "Lin Xiu, what do you mean by indiscriminate killing? It probably means that I took people around Sin City and killed anyone I looked at or had a look at me." "Crazy. You're a madman." The young man who had been stared at by Lin Xiu earlier suddenly opened his mouth, his tone filled with trepidation. "This is the mental quality of a student from the Magic City Martial Arts University?" Lin Xiu looked at Master's son with a puzzled gaze. "Ahem." Master's son coughed twice in embarrassment, then glared at the young man without a trace. "Lin Xiu, your way may be able to deter the people of Sin City, but this is not desirable. Killing innocents indiscriminately is not something that the sons of the Night Patrol Division should do." Hearing this, a few young men behind him came back with vigor, and hastened to agree that the Master's son is right. Even if you're not a son or daughter of the Night Patrol Division, you can't kill innocents indiscriminately. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and a demonic beast? Yes, such a person doesn't deserve to be in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Such a person will inevitably smear the reputation of my Magic City Martial Arts University in the future. Master's son. Lin Xiu looked straight at Master's son, directly interrupting the crowd's murmurings, his voice unassuming and his spine straight. 3 years ago, when I first arrived in Sin City, I saw a girl as young as 16 or 17 years old, by the side of the streets of Sin City, being wantonly bullied by a few dudes, and I couldn't bear to do so, so I ordered someone to save her. When he said this, Lin Xiu's tone was stuttered before he asked, "Do you know what her identity is, Master's son?" Master's son shook his head slightly. "Her name is Su Xiaowan, and her father is a squad leader of the Thunder Guard, a rank 3 martial artist." "Thunder Guard? That's right." Lin Xiu once again lit a cigarette, and ignoring the crowd's anxious appearance, he said without a hitch, "It's precisely the Thunder Guard among the Dragon Guards, and he took his own daughter just pathway Sin City, suffered a crisis. Originally with his 3rd grade martial artist strength is enough to take his own daughter, he escaped from the Sin City, but he just ended up dying at the hands of an 11 or 12-year-old boy because he didn't want to kill innocents indiscriminately." "What? There's no need to be surprised. There's no distinction between male and female, old and young in Sin City. In Sin City, as long as you can move, you can kill." Lin Xiu threw his cigarette on the ground and twisted it out with his foot, then said with a smile, "Everyone, if it were you, would you be willing to have your loved ones and friends bullied like this? Or would you be willing to kill innocents indiscriminately like me? Who can answer me?" Chapter 22, You're a man. You have a larynx. At the entrance of the Magic City Wushu University, there was a constant flow of people, yet it seemed to be silent. Yeah, given the choice between the wanton bullying of one's loved ones and friends and the indiscriminate killing of innocents, would anyone really choose the former? I don't want my relatives and friends to be bullied, and I won't kill innocents indiscriminately. The handsome-looking young man who had originally been silent for a long time suddenly opened his mouth with an unusually firm tone. Hopefully, Lin Xiu smiled without arguing with him any further. The world wasn't that simple. Lin Xiu remembered his big brother once said to him that, "When you are a good man, bad men will bully you. When you are a bad man, good men will judge you." Do you want to be the good guy or the bad guy in this situation? Lin Xiu's answer was, "I want to be the bad guy. Even if I'm judged, I don't want to be bullied." Big Brother said he was born to be a gangster because he was ruthless enough, but Big Brother will never know that on the day of his funeral, Lin Xiu was at his grave, crying like a child. "Master's son, is this student still satisfied?" Zhao Qingqing broke the silence and reached out to put her hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder, looking at Master's son with a smile. "Born with a rebel bone." The 4 words that Sunshine blurted out made Lin Xiu's head full of black lines, but fortunately he added on in time, "But he may be better suited to the times than I am." However, when these words came out, the group of young men behind Master's son were all stunned. "Does that mean Mr. Sun is not as good as him? Master Sun is overstating things. Zhao Qingqing smiled and quickly spoke. My family's old Lin and I don't have much expectation for him. We just want him to be safe and sound. At this time, Sun Sure also reacted to the words he just said, although it is sincere, but let people listen to the suspicion of some inevitable cudgels, so he hastened to diverge from the topic. Qingqing, I'll have someone take them to go through the enrollment procedures. Our master and disciple haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a chat together? Then I'll trouble Master Sun. Zhao Qingqing nodded. Shocking wind. Take Lin Xiao and this friend of his to go through the enrollment procedures, Master Sun said as he turned his head to the teenager with a face that made women jealous. Yes, Master Sun. Let's go. Go sit in my office. After saying that, Master Sun no longer paid attention to Lin Xiao's group and left with Zhao Qingqing straight away. Inside Sun Changyuan's office. Qingqing, how have you been doing all these years? Sun Changyuan poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Zhao Qingqing. It's quite good. Old Lin treats us mother and daughter very well. Zhao Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously overflowed with a happy smile. That's good. That's good. Sun Changyuan nodded with a smile, then took a light sip of tea and asked. Something happened in Bailuo City this time, right? Hearing Sun Changyuan suddenly ask this, Zhao Qingqing was slightly stunned. Originally she did not intend to tell the other party about Lin Xiao's matter. After all, it was not a good thing, and it would also affect Lin Xiao's impression in Sun Changyuan's mind. It should be known that Sun Changyuan had always advocated for unanimity against the outside world, and the thing that he hated the most was that his own people were beating up his own people. Even if you don't tell me I can make a guess. Did that kid cause some kind of trouble? Master Sun, how do you know? Zhao Qingqing was a bit surprised. The matter that Lin Xiao had caused was certainly not small when put into Bailu City, but when put into the entire Dragon Kingdom, it was nothing more than a trivial matter of chicken hair. It simply wouldn't have spread to Mordor, let alone Sun Changyuan, who had basically stopped asking questions now. You sent him in a whole month early, and one of you is dusty, so something must have happened. Through that kid's speech just now, I can also see that he's not a light of oil, and I think it can only be that he's caused some kind of trouble that Lin Zhanbei couldn't solve before he had no choice but to let you personally send him over. After listening to Sun Changyuan's analysis, Zhao Qingqing was silent for a few seconds, then looked up and smiled bitterly. Still nothing can be hidden from you, Master Sun. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and that teenager were walking side by side on the campus of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, while Cat L was following behind the two without saying a word. Along the way, Lin Xiao felt like a monkey on the mountain of flowers and fruits, always surrounded by young female students casting adoring and loving gazes in his direction. It seems that you girls from Magic City Wushu University are still quite discerning. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly with a slight smugness. He had been appreciated by so many people of the opposite sex for the first time in his 2 lifetimes. It was inevitable that he was a little bit pleased inside. Look, it's Hua Gingfeng. So handsome. Yeah, how can he be so handsome? This face is just growing into my aesthetic. Who's that guy next to him? Who cares who he is? An ugly bi. And he dares to walk together with schoolmate Gingfeng. After hearing the murmurs around him, it was inevitable that Lin Xiao, as thick-skinned as he was, would be a little embarrassed, and it was at this moment that he realized that he wasn't a monkey on the mountain of flowers and fruits, but a clown in the circus. Your name is Hua Jingfeng? Lin Xiao had to change the topic to hide his embarrassment. Aha! Hua Jingfeng is clearly a bit distracted. How long have you been enrolled? 6 months. So we're in the same class? Aha! Is Magic City Wudu fun? Lin Xiao continued to ask. Lin Xiao. Hua Jingfeng suddenly stopped, then said with a rather serious expression. I think what you're doing is still not right. What? Lin Xiao froze, somewhat not understanding the other party's words. I'd say what you did in Sin City is still not right. Hoping that you kid has been studying this matter since you didn't say anything for half a day? Lin Xiao had a surprised look on his face. Although what you did allowed you to keep you safe in Sin City. You killed some innocent people after all. Hua Jingfeng didn't answer Lin Xiao's words, but instead looked at him with a serious face. I think one should always live a life with people and things that one can guard with one's life. Otherwise it wouldn't be so boring. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao froze. These words were too familiar to him. Once upon a time that big brother of his had said this to himself as well. Although the words were different between the two, the meaning was the same. Lin Xiao, do you know how many people with divine power there are in the kingdom of God? Hua Jingfeng asked. Lin Xiao didn't know why the other party was asking this, but he still twisted his head to look at Cat L, and feeling Lin Xiao's inquiring gaze, Cat L answered truthfully, 280,000 people. That's right. Hua Jingfeng nodded. Less than 300,000 people. After saying that he continued, Then do you know how many trick controllers there are in the Sakura Kingdom? This time neither Lin Xiu nor Cater opened their mouths. Lin Xiu obviously didn't know about it, while Cater's Divine Kingdom had always treated the Dragon Kingdom as a hypothetical enemy, and really didn't know much about the Sakura country. 130,000 people, Hua Jingfeng asked himself. Then he continued, then do you know how many awakened people we have in the Dragon Kingdom that can fight? Lin Xiu remained silent and just frowned at Hua Jingfeng. He didn't know what exactly the other party was saying this for. 3 million. Hua Jingfeng once again answered his own question. We have a full 3 million awakened who can go into battle at any time. Yet every war with the Divine Kingdom has ended in defeat. What do you think this is about? Lin Xiu still didn't say anything, only his brows frowned tighter. Because we're not united enough. Hua Jingfeng became more and more agitated as he spoke, his voice raising a few points. Yes. This time Lin Xiu finally spoke. Seeing that Lin Xiu agreed with his point of view, Hua Jingfeng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pursued. You also agree with my point of view, right? What? Lin Xiu froze. Didn't you say yes? Hua Jingfeng was also confused. I mean you are indeed a male. Lin Xiu pointed at the other man's throat and, you have a larynx. Hua Jingfeng? Chapter 23, Dormitory Storm, Brick-Slapping Roommate. With the help of Hua Jingfeng, Lin Xiu and Cadel quickly completed the enrollment procedures, and when it came to assigning the dormitory, even though Hua Jingfeng acted reluctantly, he still talked to the teacher in charge of assigning the dormitory about assigning Lin Xiu to the same dormitory as himself, and thought that it should have been explained by Master Sun. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Xiu's trio was once again surrounded, this time not only a group of young girls with peach blossoms in their eyes staring at Hua Jingfeng, but also a group of young lads like wolves and tigers whistling constantly towards Cadel. If not for the fact that Lin Xiu didn't look too good to be messed with, this group of people feared that they would have already rushed up to get in touch with each other. This makes Lin Xiu very depressed. He asked himself, although it cannot be said that the sword eyebrow and starry eyes, but counted on the correct features. Outstanding appearance it, but Naiha's side of the two people looks really some heaven. It appears that he is too ordinary. After dropping Cadel off at the girls' dormitory, the two of them returned to their own dormitory as well. As soon as he pushed open the door, Lin Xiu froze. The hallowed Magic City Martial Arts University, the top 3 martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom. The Magic City Martial Arts University that was once known as an aristocratic academy, was actually an 8-person dormitory. The room had almost no extra amenities other than 4 bunk beds, and even the bathroom was communal. Are the conditions at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University so grueling? Lin Xiu twisted his head and glanced at Hua Jingfeng beside him. This is a temporary dormitory. Hua Jingfeng pointed to an empty upper bunk, signaling Lin Xiu to put the luggage he had just received there before explaining. Freshman enrollment all live in temporary dormitories. After a month of military training, there will be a freshman assessment, and then dormitories will be assigned based on the results of the assessment. There are 8 rooms, 4 rooms, double rooms, and even special detached villas for those with particularly good grades. So realistic? Lin Xiu was shocked once again. He thought that when he was small, the school teachers arranging seats based on grades was already realistic. He didn't expect there to be such an exaggeration. This is also a means for the school to incentivize the trainees. Hua Jingfeng sits on a bunk where the beds are neatly made. There are no more lower bunks? Lin Xiu scanned around and realized that every lower bunk was already occupied. You'll make do with what you've got. Military training is over in half a month anyway. I won't be able to make do. Lin Xiu hadn't slept in this kind of bunk bed since he was a child. Living in this kind of dormitory was already considered a bit of a deal for him, and letting him sleep on the top bunk was definitely not an option. He scanned the dormitory with his bags in his arms and finally laid his eyes on a boy sitting on the bottom bunk with long hair. Lin Xiu walked over with his luggage in his arms, then spoke directly. Bro, change the bed. The long-haired boy lifted his head and looked Lin Xiu up and down, not answering. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hua Jingfeng. Hua Jingfeng, is this your friend? We're not familiar. Hua Jingfeng directly denied it. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved with Lin Xiu. Oh, no change then. The long-haired boy refused outright. Hearing these words, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly before the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. College life was just too much fun. With unruly young people all over the place, he liked it the most. So he just dropped his bags on the other guy's bed. What are you doing? As soon as the long-haired boy's words fell, Lin Xiu had already reached out and grabbed the other party's collar, and then with a fierce push he directly yanked the other party up from the bed before the other party could react in any way. Lin Xiu, private fights are prohibited in the school. Any conflicts between trainees can be resolved in the martial arts arena. Hua Jingfeng hurriedly exited to remind him. Too much trouble. Lin Xiu shook his head, then looked at the long-haired boy and slowly spoke. Fight. the loser goes to the upper bunk. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Young people at this age are always competitive. And those who can come to the Magic City Martial Arts University are all talented teenagers from all over the world. In terms of talent, they are also crushing most of their peers. Facing the arrogant and domineering Lin Xiao, the long-haired boy is naturally not willing to show weakness. As soon as the words fell, a dagger glowing with a cold light instantly appeared in the young man's hand. The dagger had some ancient patterns on it, and it looked like an exquisite work of art. And Lin Xiao's hand raised. The familiar slate appeared in the sight of the crowd. Seeing this strange awakening object, not only the long-haired boy, even Hua Jingfeng, who was watching the scene with great interest, was slightly stunned. In his opinion, since Lin Xiao was able to survive for 3 years in the Sin City and make a good living, he was bound to have a superiority. But this awakening object, is this really an awakening object? How is this thing going to be used in combat? The other trainees in the dormitory who didn't know Lin Xiao's identity even laughed out loud directly. Originally they saw Lin Xiao together with Hua Jingfeng, a notorious genius teenager among the freshmen, and so arrogant, thinking that the other party was bound to be a genius-level character as well. I didn't expect the other party to actually pull out a slate, and that slate looks plain an ordinary slate that can be found everywhere without any difference. How do you look at it? It doesn't look like an awakened object. Ah, is this your awakening object? The long-haired boy shot a mocking glance at the slate in Lin Xiao's hand. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao asked rhetorically. No problem. Of course no problem. But you have to be careful. After saying that, the long-haired young man didn't say any more nonsense as the ancient dagger in his hand stabbed straight towards Lin Xiao's throat. The speed was so fast that even Hua Jingfeng on the side nodded appreciatively. Lin Xiao, who was the party involved, didn't even see how the other party struck, and the ancient dagger was already at his throat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So fast? Lin Xiao secretly slandered in his heart. When he was in Sin City, he also often sparred with Hu Shanyue and the others, although he couldn't defeat the other party every time. But there were also victories and defeats, and the fights were back and forth, and it was true that he hadn't encountered the situation where he was directly killed by a single move. Worthy of being the Magic Capital Martial Arts University? Ah, any random student had such a level. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly. He was getting more and more interested in this place. What are you laughing at? The long-haired boy looked at Lin Xiao, who was clearly defeated but still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. You've already lost. Get yourself to the top bunk. I lost? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, then ignored the other party's dagger that was pressed against his throat and actually took a step forward directly. Seeing this scene, the long-haired boy was startled and hastily withdrew his dagger, angrily rebuking, "You don't want to die." However, in the next second, he only felt a heavenly spin as the slate hit him hard on the head. 2 lines of scarlet blood flowed down from his forehead, obscuring his eyes, which were blood red within his vision. Before he could say anything else, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and then his entire body directly fell back several steps. Lin Xiao didn't give the other party any chance to fight back, once again bullying his way forward. The brick in his hand was also directly greeted. The long-haired boy could no longer resist the stormy attack of the other party. He had also sparred and fought with people before, but it was just a sparring session. Everyone was on point. No one would ever be like this. Every move and style wanted to put people to death in general. Just when the slab was about to hit his head again, the long-haired boy finally couldn't help but shout out loud, "End. I concede." Chapter 24, Encountering the Red Feather Guards again. Group confrontation. However, as if Lin Xiao didn't hear the other party's admission of defeat, the slate in his hand once again slapped down towards the top of the other party's head. The long-haired boy's eyes rolled over and he simply fainted. Lin Xiao. It wasn't until the long-haired boy fainted that Hua Jingfeng reacted, directly stepping forward and pulling Lin Xiao away from the other party with a slightly icy gaze. He showed you mercy and you sneak up on him. Did I admit defeat? Lin Xiao put away his slate and bent down to rub his blood-covered hand on the long-haired boy before raising his head to look directly into Hua Jingfeng's eyes. He stopped without me admitting defeat, so he deserved to lose, but then he had already conceded defeat. Why did you still make a move to hurt him? Hua Jingfeng glared angrily at Lin Xiao, and the other trainees in the dormitory chimed in, but none of them dared to stand in front of Lin Xiao like Hua Jingfeng did. Before the enemy loses his ability to fight, nothing he says can be trusted. Lin Xiao patted Hua Jingfeng's shoulder with his hand that was still stained with blood, once again showing an expression of a senior educating his juniors, and spoke in a serious manner. First time meeting, count me as giving you 2 free lessons today. After saying that, Lin Xiao directly walked to the long-haired boy's bed, threw all of his bedding to the empty top bunk, and then put his own luggage to the bottom bunk, thus staging a show in the dormitory. Hua Jingfeng, on the other hand, took a disgusted look at the dots of blood on his shoulders that Lin Xiu had wiped on, then directly took off his clothes and threw them into the trash can. From now on, no touching me. Quite arrogant. Lin Xiu let out a light laugh before he directly collapsed onto the bed. Everything he had experienced in the past few days had given him a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion, and before long, he fell asleep. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already the morning of the next day, and Lin Xiu had slept for more than 10 hours this sleep. It's almost time for military training. If you're late, I guarantee you'll be miserable. Hua Jingfeng glanced at the sleepy Lin Xiu before speaking indifferently. Lin Xiu stretched his back, then saw that his 7 roommates, including Hua Jingfeng, had all washed up and changed into a uniform black combat uniform. Among them, the long-haired boy who fought with Lin Xiu yesterday had a somewhat evasive gaze, not daring to look directly into Lin Xiu's eyes. At this moment, his head was still wrapped in bandages, and it was obvious that his injuries had not yet healed. Is the injury better? Lin Xiu stood up and walked over to the other party, asking in a concerned tone. Well, much better. The long-haired boy opened his mouth a little timidly. After this time he was really afraid of Lin Xiu, not because the other party's methods scared him, but the other party's eyes when he struck out. Through those narrow eyes, he saw the cold killing intent. That look gave him an illusion, as if he would really kill himself if he didn't hurry up and admit defeat. Or maybe it wasn't an illusion at all. That's good then. It's just a sparring match. Don't mind it, haha. Lin Xiu laughed, then grabbed his toiletries and headed towards the public washroom. After a simple wash, Lin Xiu changed into the black combat uniform that Hua Jingfeng had taken to him, and then all of them were led by Hua Jingfeng towards the direction of the martial arts stadium. And there were many trainees along the way who wore the same clothes as Lin Xiu and the others, and all of them were destined for the martial arts stadium. On the other hand, there were some cadets in plain clothes on both sides of the road. They had a look of watching. Whenever a pretty girl walked by they would whistle, and after seeing each other's blushing cheeks, they laughed uncontrollably. Seeing this group of people, Lin Xiu was overwhelmed with emotion. Isn't this the way he just stepped into society? Think of the time when he just joined the club? Also nothing to take a few juniors to run to the door of the university, whistling at the coming and going of female students. But wait until with his growing status in the club, there is no more of these childish ideas, but instead prefer to use the money to smash the other side of a skid mark. Lin Xiu, I know that you're used to being arrogant and bossy in Sin City, but I feel the need to remind you that you'd better tighten up a bit after meeting the instructor in a while. Hua Jingfeng looked sideways at Lin Xiu and reminded him. Got it. Lin Xiu nodded absent-mindedly. When the group arrived at the martial arts arena, all the first-year students were already in place, and as far as the eye could see, there were thousands of them. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was inwardly thrilled. If he could receive all these people into the gang, then his power value might even directly break through to 10,000. And just then, a stern voice interrupted Lin Xiu's thoughts. Dormitory 225. Get in line. Lin Xiu looked up, only to see a man wearing a dark red trench coat with a pair of large sunglasses on his face looking in his direction with a majestic face. Upon hearing this, Hua Jingfeng pulled Lin Xiu's sleeve, then led the people in the dormitory to stand at their positions. He's from the Red Feather Guards? Lin Xiu frowned and asked. This dark red trench coat was too familiar to him. Incomparably familiar. It's the Red Feather Guards. All of our instructors here are seconded from the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division, and only those iron-blooded generals who've experienced the fires of war are able to suppress this group of talented trainees from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Hua Jingfeng looks towards the upright Red Feather Guards in front of him, his eyes filled with envy. An undetectable look of ruthlessness flashed under Lin Xiu's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by him. Right at this moment, that member of the Red Feather Guard swept his gaze over the crowd of trainees before speaking with a resounding voice. As of today, the most basic training subjects have all been trained. Speaking here, his face became incomparably stern and his voice icy cold for a few moments. The assessment results from the day before yesterday also came out. There were 17 classes in total, and your class ranked 16th. You're not afraid of being humiliated. I'm afraid of being humiliated. I, Red Feather Guard, am still afraid of losing face. Hearing his words, the trainees of the entire square lowered their heads. Not a single one of them dared to open their mouths. While a burst of laughter came from the other squares in the distance from time to time, it was obvious that they had done very well. Hearing the laughter from across the room, that Red Feather Guard's face became even uglier as he said in a cold voice. Starting from today, all other training subjects will be suspended, and we will begin group-style practical combat exercises. Instructor, what's a group-style practical exercise? A cadet in the square raised his hand and asked. The group-style actual combat practice is to fight against each other in groups. And nowadays I don't know you guys well enough to group you professionally at the moment. So you'll start off with your dormitory as a group and fight against each other. After saying that, he raised his wrist and looked at the time, then said, "It is now 7:30. You have 2 hours of free time, during which you can familiarize yourselves with the abilities of your teammates, communicate well, and discuss your battle strategies. Meet here in 2 hours, at 9:30, sharp." Dismissed. After saying that, he directly sat down in place with his knees crossed and his eyes slightly closed. Chapter 25, Introducing Yourself and Setting Up Tactics. Inside the school cafeteria. Lin Xiao. Everyone else is discussing tactics and we're eating here. Do you think it's appropriate? Huo Jingfeng put down his chopsticks with a grimace. Here, have a chicken leg. Lin Xiao very generously clipped the chicken leg on the long-haired boy's plate to Huo Jingfeng. The long-haired boy froze for a moment, but still didn't say anything. Until now he was still a bit afraid of Lin Xiao. It wasn't that Lin Xiao was so strong. It was just that the other party fought just too viciously. Every move was towards killing people. Lin Xiao, I don't have time to joke around with you. If you don't want to participate, don't delay us from discussing tactics. Huo Jingfeng slammed the table heavily, clearly having been infuriated by Lin Xiao. Take it easy. I didn't say I wouldn't participate either. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand to signal the other party to sit down, taking a large gulp of beer before putting his chopsticks down. He said, "So tell me, what are all your awakenings?" The 7 people in the dormitory all looked at Lin Xiao, then at each other again, and no one opened their mouths. Seeing this, Lin Xiao reached out and pointed at the long-haired boy. "Let's start with you first." As soon as he saw Lin Xiao directly pointing to himself, the long-haired boy no longer dared to be silent and hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "My awakening object is the Dragon Abyss Short Blade. Characteristics." Lin Xiao lit a cigarette, causing Huo Jingfeng to frown frequently. "The Dragon's Abyss Short Blade is incredibly sharp and gives me a substantial speed boost." "Not bad." Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction before adding, "You don't introduce your name when you do your self-introduction?" "My name is Xia Yuan," the long-haired boy hastily added. "Xia Yuan? It's too hard to remember." Lin Xiao twisted his head to look at his long hair and said, "From now on, you'll be called Long Hair. You always need to have your own nickname when you come out." "Come out and mingle?" The crowd was puzzled. "Get used to it. Don't worry about it. You guys continue." Lin Xiao waved his hand, signaling the next person to continue the introduction. 225 within the dormitory. Huo Jingfeng was the strongest and his identity was extraordinary, so the trainees in the dormitory all defaulted to him as their leader. But Lin Xiao arrived and directly seriously injured Long Hair in a bloody way, and Huo Jingfeng didn't blame him too much, which made the crowd think in their hearts that Lin Xiao's and Huo Jingfeng's strengths, as well as their identities, should be on par with each other. "My name is Xinzhuang." This time the one who opened his mouth was a fat man, around 175 in height and looking like he weighed 200 pounds. He first glanced at Huo Jingfeng and saw that the other party didn't have any reaction before continuing. "My awakening object is copper skin and iron bone. Characteristic words. It's resistant to punching." Xinzhuang, copper skin and iron bones. Not bad. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction once again, then said, "From now on, you'll be called Fatty Shen." After saying this, he didn't give Xinzhuang a chance to retort and said directly, "Next." After more than 10 minutes, the entire dormitory, except for 2 people, Huo Jingfeng and Lin Xiao, had finished introducing themselves. Huang Wei, Huang Qian is a pair of twin brothers. Both of their awakening object is a short sword, together called the double-stranded sword. The 2 people have the same mind. The cooperation is incomparable tacit understanding. And last but not least was a boy wearing a black mask. His name was Chen Chang, and his awakening object was a bit special. It was his own shadow. The name is Shadow. He could summon a dark shadow and could have the body and the shadow swap places within a range of 10 meters. A range that would expand further as his strength increased. This time the entire dormitory was left with Lin Xiao and Huo Jingfeng who had yet to introduce their awakenings. "You've all seen my awakening object." Lin Xiao pointed to the long hair sitting on the side. "It's the slate that slapped him." Long Hair is speechless. No one had bothered to ask Lin Xiao's awakenings what characteristics they actually had. They had seen it that day. Lin Xiao's slate didn't seem to have any characteristics, except that the person was ruthless enough. "Your turn." Lin Xiao reached out and pointed at Huo Jingfeng. "Awakened object. Lin Longxiang." Huo Jingfeng hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "My awakened object belongs to the wide-open type, and is more suitable for battle formation rushes. It's hard for me to be useful in this kind of battle between squads." "Lin Lance?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. "What is that thing?" Huo Jingfeng glanced at him, then stood up and took 2 steps back, and with a raise of his hand, a lance that was close to 2 meters in length appeared in his hand. Lin Long Spear. The shape is like a long spear, but the position of the spear head presents the shape of a round hammer. The weapon is very simple, and the appearance looks really a little difficult to see. This awakening object of yours is really a bit incompatible with you. Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Among these people, in terms of looks alone, Huo Jinfeng is definitely riding high, and it can't be said that it's the people present, but to be more precise, Lin Xiu has never seen such a beautiful boy in his 2 lifetimes, and his awakening object is probably the ugliest looking one besides Lin Xiu's slate. Hoof. Huo Jingfeng snorted coldly when he saw Lin Xiu's forced smile. The strength of an awakened object can have nothing to do with its appearance. Got it. Lin Xiu pondered briefly before speaking. I don't have much experience in lining up troops, but I can also see that our shortcoming is that we don't have any auxiliary or healing awakened. That's right, that's a big disadvantage in a group confrontation. Huo Jingfeng chimed in, but we also have our advantages. Lin Xiu turned the tables and said, all 8 of us are combat awakened, which will also give us a strong offense. What do you mean? Although Huo Jingfeng didn't have the experience of surviving in Sin City like Lin Xiu did, he still had some understanding of commanding battles because of his family environment, and vaguely he guessed Lin Xiu's intentions. Fast attack, Lin Xiu said succinctly. As long as we disable the opponent's combat lineage awakened with the fastest speed possible, their auxiliary lineage and healing lineage won't have any room to play. What you say makes sense, but it's not that easy to implement. Huo Jingfeng shook his head slightly. All of us are first-level martial artists. There isn't much of a gap in our fighting abilities per se, and it's not that easy to defeat each other quickly. I know. Lin Xiu nodded his head, then became rare and serious. So what I'm about to say is the key to winning. Hearing these words, everyone's expressions became serious. The test results of the military training were still very crucial to them. It was related to their future status in the academy, as well as the acquisition of resources. If you're willing to listen to me, I can guarantee that we can finish in the top 3 of our class in this rivalry. Are you sure? Huo Jingfeng's eyes lit up. This time, the group confrontation training was a promotion system. Each class had a total of 3 groups that could advance, and after advancing, they could continue to compete with the groups from other classes, and it was said that the academy would reward them based on the final rankings, and Mordovia Wushu University was never stingy with rewards in this regard. Of course, Lin Xiu said confidently. During these 3 years in Sin City, he didn't dare to say anything else, but he was still very confident in dealing with a group of little kids who had never seen blood, even if they were all geniuses from all over the place. Chapter 26, A New Way to Grow Your Club. If you can let us advance, we'll listen to you. Huo Jingfeng spoke bluntly. Good. Lin Xiu tapped the table. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he turned his words around and, but I have one condition. What conditions? The crowd asked in unison. If I let you guys advance, you'll have to join my club. Lin Xiu, however, had never forgotten his purpose of coming to the magic capital Martial University. Collecting more minions and growing his power value was the top priority. A club? The crowd was stunned. Lin Xiu, you want to form a force? Huo Jingfeng was the first to react and asked with an incredulous face. Well, what's the problem? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. No, it's just meaningless. Huo Jingfeng shook his head before explaining. Ever since the world changed drastically more than 100 years ago to the present, the regime collapsed, and countless organizations and forces have sprung up. But in the end, the only 2 forces left are the Night Rangers and the Dragon Guard. Speaking here, Huo Jingfeng looked up at Lin Xiu and said rather seriously. Lin Xiu, the path of forming a force is no longer viable. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that we were born 100 years late and have missed the best time. Forming forces now would only be a waste of time. It's not for you guys to care. Lin Xiu waved his big hand and spoke in a slightly casual manner. You guys just need to tell me whether to agree or not. The crowd looked at each other, and in the end it was actually Long Hair who was the first to stand up and, if we can advance, I'd like to join your club. I am also willing. The second to open his mouth was Fatty Shun, who possessed copper skin and iron bones. Most people have a herd mentality, and as long as someone takes the lead, someone else will follow along. As Long Hair and Fatty Shun opened their mouths, the other few quickly agreed, and in the end, only Huo Jingfeng bowed his head. How are you? Lin Xiu knocked on the table. I can't join your club because of my family. After saying that, Huo Jingfeng hastily added, but don't worry, as long as you can advance this time, consider me to owe you a favor, and in the future, if you have any use for me, I'll never excuse myself. The reason for the home? Lin Xiu pondered slightly. In fact, within the entire dormitory, the one Lin Xiu was most optimistic about was Huo Jingfeng. This was also the person he wanted to take under his wing the most, although the other party's awakening object looked a bit ugly, but the other party was after all the person valued by Master Sun, who was Zhao Qingqing's teacher. From this it could be seen that Huo Jingfeng was definitely not an ordinary person. However, Lin Xiu's goal was to develop the entire Devil's capital Wuda into gang members, so a Hua Jingfeng wasn't too much of a bother for him to retain. Okay. Hearing Lin Xiu agree so painfully, Hua Jingfeng felt a little bad instead. What do you mean? You're looking down on me? You don't even want to stay? It's because I'm not worthy of it, isn't it? Then I have just one request for you guys today. Lin Xiu also stopped paying attention to Hua Jingfeng and directly said to the crowd, today I want each of you to have to see blood on your hands. In advance. Don't fool me with those scrapes. Lin Xiu, you're crazy. This is just a cut. Hua Jingfeng stood up directly with a shocked face. Did anyone say that this is a cut and thrust? Lin Xiu's face was as normal as he lifted his head to look at Hua Jingfeng and asked, did the Red Feather Guards people say that? If I remember correctly, he was talking about practical training. Speaking of this, Lin Xiu's tone lowered a few points before sweeping a few people with an overriding gaze. Where is there no bloodshed in a real battle? I'll put my words here today. If anyone shows mercy in the fight later, then they can quit. I've always preferred to take in people who don't dare to kill. So what kind of martial artist are you? After saying that, Lin Xiu got up and left without paying any attention to the several people who were frowning and pondering. And just then, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally stirred again. Power value +1. Power value +1. Power value +1. Opening the system panel to take a look, Lin Xiu realized that his power value had increased by 7 points. That's not right. The 7 of them obviously haven't joined the gang yet. So how come they're providing me with power values? Just as Lin Xiu was puzzled, Cadel's figure appeared in his line of sight. At this time, Cadel had also changed into a costume just like Lin Xiu's and theirs, her black tight-fitting combat uniform outlining her curvaceous and perfect body, attracting a group of male students to gather around her. And behind her were 7 other female students who looked like they should be her roommates. Lin Xiu, I've been looking for you for half a day. Cadel walked up and said, what do you want with me? I recruited a few people for you. Cadel proudly puffed out her breasts, which made her already voluptuous figure look even more tantalizing. Recruiting people? Lin Xiu froze. Recruiting what? Isn't your mob still accepting people? Cadel pointed to the 7 girls behind her, then said, they're all willing to join the gang. After saying that, she pointed at Lin Xiu and introduced them. He's the founder of the gang. Lin Xiu. Hello boss. The 7 girls smiled and greeted Lin Xiu. Hello guys. Lin Xiu smiled awkwardly. Fittingly, he hadn't even received his minions yet, and Cadel had already taken care of the people in the dormitory and provided him with 7 points of power value. How did you convince them to join? Lin Xiu took Cadel's hand and pulled her aside, then asked in a low voice. Cadel looked down at her hand that was being held tightly by Lin Xiu. Her pretty face slightly reddened before she whispered, there's no need to convince them. I just told them that you formed a student organization and asked them if they'd like to participate. None of them refused. A student organization? Lin Xiu's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. In his previous life, he had never been to college, and he didn't know much about school clubs and such things, but he had heard a little about them. And after Cadel's reminder just now, an idea instantly surfaced in his mind, an idea that would allow the gang to grow rapidly. Cadel, I have an errand for you. What is it? The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth rose and he hooked an evil smile. Seeing this scene, Cadel couldn't help but tighten her collar. Lin Xiu's smile gave her a creepy feeling. After listening to Lin Xiu's arrangements, Cadel left with her roommate. She and Lin Xiu weren't assigned to the same class, but they were also going to have a group rivalry match, and now that the time was almost up, they had to go and make their preparations as well. See you later bosso. The 7 girls waved their hands towards Lin Xiu before following Cadel out of the cafeteria entrance. At this time, Hua Jingfeng and the others also walked out from the cafeteria, just in time to see the image of Cadel's Fu and Lin Xiu saying goodbye. When Fatty Zhuang saw this scene, his eyes instantly lit up, then twisted his obese body and ran to Lin Xiu's side. Lin Xiu, are they all your friends? No, they are all members of my gang. Lin Xiu answered truthfully. Those 8 girls are all members of your club? Fatty Zhuang had an incredulous look on his face. Yeah, why? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. Fatty Zhuang rubbed his hands together with a cheap smile on his face. Boss, I think I want to join your club regardless of whether or not I can advance in this competition. Power value +1. Chapter 27, Team Confrontation. Hooligans fight each other. When Lin Xiu and his group returned to the martial arts arena, the crowd had already stood in formation, neatly standing in their positions. Is it time yet? Lin Xiu twisted his head to look at Hua Jingfeng on the side. 15 minutes to go. What's the rush then? Let's go. Have a smoke. Lin Xiu pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them to the crowd. And in the end, only Long Hair took them, while the others shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know how to smoke. You guys don't even smoke or drink. How boring it is to live. Lin Xiao lit his cigarette on his own, then squatted aside to survey the crowd of trainees in his martial arts arena. These trainees were all in high spirits, even in the hot sun. Not a single one of them complained, and everyone stood straight. I have to say that the soldiers brought out by the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division are really well disciplined, but I see that your discipline needs to be improved. A cold but very powerful voice abruptly entered Lin Xiao's ears. Scared, his hand shook and his cigarette fell straight to the ground. Looking up, the middle-aged man in a dark red trench coat was looking down at himself with a slightly cold gaze. Instructor, isn't it time yet? Lin Xiao slowly stood up and lazily opened his mouth. Look at what the others are doing. The instructor's eyes became more and more stern, and his voice was raised a few points, and the gazes of the surrounding trainees were instantly attracted. What dormitory are you from? 225, replied Lindsay. 225? The instructor frowned slightly, then turned his head to look at Hua Jingfeng, then asked, is he from your dormitory? Yes, instructor. The instructor hesitated for 2 seconds, then looked at Lin Xiao and said, get in line. Lin Xiao glanced at the other parties and didn't say anything more as he walked directly towards the queue. That instructor swept his gaze over everyone before speaking. Group confrontation training. Randomly assigning opponents. All persons may not use weapons other than awakened objects. Other than that, there are no rules until one side is all incapacitated, or voluntarily concedes defeat, and the match is over. Winner advances. Loser eliminated. Do you hear me? I hear you. A group of cadets responded. On the outskirts of the martial arts arena, Master Sun and Zhao Qingqing stood side by side. Leaving so soon? Well, it's also not peaceful in Bijou City right now, so I have to go back and help old Lin. Zhao Qingqing nodded and said, this kid is about to have a training match. Don't you want to watch it before you leave? Master Sun smiled and turned his head to look at Zhao Qingqing. Don't look. He'll win. The corners of Zhao Qingqing's mouth rose slightly as she looked from afar at the figure that stood in the military formation looking somewhat out of place. You trust him that much? Master Sun was slightly surprised. He had never seen Zhao Qingqing have so much confidence in anyone before. I'm not trusting him. I'm trusting my old forest. You. Master Sun smiled brightly, his face showing some helplessness. At that time, he was against Zhao Qingqing marrying Lin Zhanbei. Although Lin Zhanbei had some status in Bijou City as the head of Bijou City's Night Patrol Division, he was somewhat worthless when he was put in the Magic City. And Zhao Qingqing's talent was one of a handful even when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom. If she was given enough time to grow, it was not unknown for the future Dragon Kingdom to add another princeling. As the random assignments on the martial arts field were completed, Zhao Qingqing also turned to look at Master Sun and bowed slightly. Master Sun, this brat, I'm counting on you from now on. Don't worry. On the martial arts field, the luck of Dormitory 225, where Lin Xiao was located, was either good or bad. The good thing was that the opponents they encountered in their first battle weren't very strong, and there were 4 power awakened people among the 8 people on the other side. Strength awakened is also the most common awakened. They do not have any awakened object, but after awakening their own strength will be greatly enhanced. But for these students who have not been trained professionally, strength enhancement can be said to be a double-edged sword, because they are now unable to skillfully control their own strength, and some people will even have some impact on their lives. For example, when opening the door, accidentally yanked the whole door down, when drinking water accidentally crushed the water cup, and even more in the performance of conjugal affairs accidentally caused death. In such a situation, Lin Xiao and the others could be said to have a great advantage when facing 4 power awakenings. The bad thing was that they drew number 1, which meant that they had to be the first to compete on the stage. And for these freshmen, it was inevitable that they would be a little nervous about being the first to appear, and even unable to exert their full strength. Now, Dormitory 225 and Dormitory 216, take the stage. As the instructor's powerful voice rang out, both sides were the first to walk onto the ring dedicated to the training match. And at this time the other classes had also started their first group confrontation training at the same time. Everyone, don't be nervous. This time our opponent isn't very strong. As long as we play normally, we can easily take this one. Standing in the ring, Hua Jingfeng opened his mouth to calm the crowd. Instead, Lin Xiao's voice rang out at the right time. All mark my words, at the end of this game, those who don't have blood on their hands won't have to play in the future. After saying that, Lin Xiao swept his gaze over a few people before coldly adding, if you can't even do that, I really don't recommend that you join the Night Patrol Division or the Dragon Guards in the future. It's better to be an honest logistician and just hide behind someone else. The trainees who were able to come to the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University were all geniuses from all over the world. And even though they knew that Lin Xiao was using a provocative tactic, the pride in their bones wouldn't allow them not to fall for the trick. The Red Feather Guards instructor surveyed the members of both sides before speaking aloud. The battle begins. After that he leapt straight out of the ring. However, the two sides did not immediately make a move. Instead, they confronted each other. This was the first time for them all to train in real combat, and very few of them had ever fought in a real sense before this. So for a while, they actually did not know what to do. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was somewhat dumbfounded and slapped his forehead before taking a step forward, the slate emerging in his hand. He raised his hand, then yelled, "Brothers, give it to me," said, not waiting for the crowd to react. He was the first to rush up, the brick in his hand raised high, directly toward the other side, standing in the forefront of a boy to shoot. Hua Jingfeng was the first to react, followed closely by the hand of the forest long lance dancing wrapped in a titanic momentum toward the other side of the crowd smashed. With the two of them striking out, the battle was also finally fought. However, it wasn't the same as what the crowd imagined a martial artist battle to be. Both sides didn't have any flashy moves or tactical deployments. It looked more like two groups of hooligans brawling. Lin Xiu, in particular, was yelling out of his mouth as he fought, "Cut them down for me." Chapter 28 Gangster Cat L. Who can fight? The Red Feather Guard's instructor watched the battle on the field with a frown on his face. This was his first time to serve as an instructor, and he had also once heard from his brothers in the Red Feather Guards that the current trainees were all too well protected, with no sense of worry, and even most of them had never experienced a real battle until they graduated from the martial arts university. But he hadn't expected a battle between martial artists to turn out like this. The fat guy from dorm 225. What's he doing? You're awakened to copper and iron, not a bulldozer. So what are you doing rushing across the field? And what's the point of that long-haired boy, who specializes in following his teammates? And when he sees a fallen and injured enemy he stabs them in the thigh? What about him? The most outrageous was that Lin Xiu. Halfway through the fight, he put that strange awakening object, the slate, on the ground and then he sat on it and lit a cigarette? Long hair. How come your kid only stabs his thighs? Lin Xiu took a big drag on his cigarette, then cursed, "Can that hurt? Stab me in the heart. In the neck." Long hair trembled. This is a training match, not a life and death battle, as far as it goes. Not to mention long hair. Even the Red Feather Guard's instructor's scalp was tightened. What kind of trainee was he in for? It's not going to be the first training match where someone gets killed, is it? And at this moment, before the long hair has any action, the opposite side of the 8 students heard Lin Xiu's words, simply did not get any desire to fight, regardless of the other party's strength itself is stronger than them. Just the fighting style makes them a little bit chilly. We're all cadets. We don't have any grudges, do we? Why are you still trying to get us killed at the drop of a hat? We admit defeat. A cadet lying on the ground covering his thigh wound hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "No more fighting. We admit defeat." Hearing these words, Hua Shockwind and the others stopped, while Fatty Zhuang hurriedly ran towards the trainee who opened his mouth, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he grabbed the other party's arm and then fiercely bit down. "Ah!" The trainee screamed miserably, and then looked at Fatty Zhuang with a confused face, thinking in his heart, "Are you sick? I said I'd admit defeat, but you still made a move? I don't care if you do it, but what's wrong with you biting me?" On the other hand, Fatty Erzwang ignored the strange gazes of the crowd and looked at Lin Xiu as if offering a treasure, pointing to the blood stained at the corner of his mouth. "Boss, it's stained with blood." Lin Xiu felt speechless. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Xiu looked at the few people in dormitory 225 with some surprise and opened his mouth to ask, "Why aren't you guys fighting anymore?" "What, Jingfeng?" "Boss, they admitted defeat." Longhair opened his mouth to explain. "Hear that? They're all about to admit defeat." Lin Xiu stood up with an anxious face and copied the slate under his but once again. "If you don't hit it, you won't be able to hit it." Hearing these words, the crowd in dormitory 216 had a feeling of being lifeless. Does that speak human language? Even the instructor on the side had the corners of his mouth twitch slightly, then rushed forward to stop it. Okay, Dorm 216 concedes. Dorm 225 wins. I don't know why. When the people in dormitory 216 heard this sentence, they actually breathed a sigh of relief in unison. A training match is just a training match, so let's just lose. If they continue to fight, I'm afraid that they'll have to be accounted for in this ring. Instructor, we're just a confrontation match. They've struck too hard. In the crowd of dormitory 216, a boy reluctantly stood up and shouted towards the instructor. Strike too hard? The instructor slowly turned around with a slight frown. As I said before, this is practical training. I ask you, what is a real fight? The cadet froze slightly, then lowered his head without answering. The instructor coldly glanced at the other party, then looked at the crowd and spoke. Continue. As soon as the words fell, 2 more dormitory trainees got into the ring, and with Lin Xiu and their battle in front of them, the next battles were a bit boring. It was worth noting that the ring next to Lin Xiu's and theirs was the class that Cat L was in. The performance of Cater was also out of his expectation. Bathed in golden light, with wings on her back and holding an angel blade, Cater crushed 8 opponents almost by herself. The 8 level 1 martial artists were surprisingly unable to fight back in front of Cat L. This also allowed Lin Xiu to reacquaint himself with Cater's strength. Since he had known Cater, she had only struck over twice. The first time she was knocked out directly by Lin Xiu with a slate, and all of her divine power was completely useless. And for the second time, he was facing the once-in-a-century female genius, Zhao Qingqing, defeated by a shot from his opponent. After those 2 times, Lin Xiu subconsciously thought that Cadel's strength was average, and it wasn't until he saw the other party's performance today that Lin Xiu realized how powerful the Blazing Angel was. That friend of yours is very strong. Hua Jingfeng also noticed Cadel's performance and said rather seriously, no wonder the Dragon Kingdom loses every war with the Divine Kingdom. It seems like there's still a big gap between the Awakened and the Divine Kingdom's gods. Lin Xiu also shook his head helplessly. No, it's not just that. Hua Jingfeng shook his head and explained, it's true that a Blazing Angel of the same level is stronger than an Awakened, but it's almost impossible to fight 8 against 1 and still crush them. What do you mean? Lin Xiu frowned, his gaze subconsciously glancing at Cat L, who was standing proudly in the ring not far away, with a slightly complicated expression. She's not an ordinary Blazing Angel, Hua Jingfeng asked, twisting his head to look at Lin Xiu. How do you know her? She was sent by the Divine Kingdom to take over Sin City, and I happened to be in Sin City at the time. Lin Xiu spread his hands and explained, that's why I took her as my little brother. Hua Jingfeng was stunned. He had always thought that Lin Xiu and Cadel's relationship was that of friends. After all, there were also many Blazing Angels in the Dragon Kingdom today who had made the Dragon Kingdom their home, settling down in the Dragon Kingdom, or even marrying and having children with people from the Dragon Kingdom. She's your little brother? Hua Jingfeng was incredulous. How did you take in a Blazing Angel? Don't you know that there is a kind of contract in the Kingdom of God? Lin Xiu looked at him like a little cutie, looking at Hua Jingfeng like I thought you were a school bully, but you're a scum, too. You're the scum. Your whole family is scum. Hua Jingfeng secretly slandered in his heart. Of course I know about the pact, but just how can you make a Blazing Angel sign a pact? Probably convinced by my charm. Lin Xiu shrugged and revealed a mysterious smile. And at that moment, Cat L in the ring retrieved the angelic blade in her hand. Her gaze slowly swept over all the trainees in her class, and opened her mouth. Gangster, Cat L, who is available for a fight? The clear and cold voice clearly spread throughout the entire martial arts arena, and everyone's eyes instantly looked towards Cat L, who was bathed in golden light. Chapter 29, Fallen Angel. Gabriel, the mob? What's that? Never heard of it. Triads? Don't talk nonsense. The triads have been extinct for 100 years. It's not easy for awakened people to make money now. Why bother mixing with the triads? That's right. How could such a good-looking beauty be a triad? The crowd of trainees below were talking. Cadel. At that moment, an instructor stepped forward and frowned at Cadel. Warning, your practical training is over. Now come down immediately. Cadel glanced at the instructor, then directly ignored the other party and continued to speak. The mob is a learning interest group I created with my friends. Here you can discuss the use of your awakened abilities with us, as well as engage in friendly sparring sessions that will enhance your practical combat abilities. Welcome, Cadel. The instructor's face became visibly grim for a few moments. However, when the trainees below heard Cater's words, they were interested. Cater's actual combat ability was obvious to all, beating the other side with 1 against 8 without any power to fight back. If they could train with each other, they might really be able to improve their own level of actual combat. What's more, Cadel's looks were just too demonic. Even if she couldn't improve her actual combat level, having the chance to come into contact with this great beauty was not a loss. How can I join a gang? Yeah, I'm in. Are there any conditions? Count me in. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly. All of this was arranged by Lin Xiu, including what Cater said. It was also Lin Xiu who told her in advance, only that he didn't expect Cater to be able to defeat the other party in such a devastating manner. But this was also considered to be an unexpected blessing. Cater, by virtue of her looks and strength, would instantly be able to rope in a large number of trainees to join the gang. Cadel, I'm warning you for the last time. That instructor took a step forward, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped Cadel. If you don't come down, I'm going to do it. Feeling the oppressive sensation emanating from the other party, Cadel's body trembled slightly, but she still didn't move half a step, but instead looked in the direction where Lin Xiu was without any trace. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu nodded slightly. Cadel's performance this time had satisfied him. He believed that by the time the practical training was over, there should be a lot of people signing up to join the gang. and there was even a possibility that they could break through the 500 power value, allowing him to obtain the next stage of rewards. After the little episode, the practical training continued, but Lin Xiu had been distracted. All he had been thinking about in his heart was his power value, which was the main purpose of his visit to the Magic City Martial Arts University, the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom, Divine Parish City. Inside the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man around 40 years old, with slightly white sideburns but a resolute gaze and upright posture, was standing with his hands folded, looking through the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows in the direction of the distant gates of Divine Parish City. His name was Hua Tianquang, the Lord of Divine Perdition City and the controller of one of the 5 guards of the Dragon Guard, the Black Prime Guard. Over the years, the Divine Kingdom, in conjunction with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom as well as Goguryeo, had from time to time launched some small and large-scale infestations on the various borders of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom had always won fewer and lost more of these wars. However, Divine Perdition City was an exception. Ever since Hua Tianquang had taken over as the Divine Perdition City's lord, the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom had been solid as gold. Even the most powerful angelic legions of the Divine Kingdom were unwilling to take the initiative to attack the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. However, at this moment, Hua Tianquang was feeling a bit of a headache, because just now he had received urgent intelligence that the most powerful archangel of the Kingdom of God, Gabriel, was leading the fallen angels under his command towards Divine Perdition City. Just then, a man wearing a pure black trenchcoat walked in, his face a little anxious, but he still bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. City Lord, Gabriel has arrived. Hua Tianquang's hands on his back subconsciously clenched, then turned around and asked, "Where are the people from the Night Patrol Division? The director of the Night Patrol Division is already waiting for you outside." What did the Dragon City side say? Hua Tianquang continued to ask. It says to try not to break out in conflict with the other side, and that there will be a prince or marquis coming in person to settle the matter. Hearing these words, Hua Tianquang's tightly locked brows did not half stretch. Gabriel's power and terror will never be understood by those who have not personally experienced it, and he happens to be one of the rare few people within the Dragon Country who have seen Gabriel's hand, and still managed not to die. However, at this time, the king and his vassal had yet to arrive, and Hua Tianquang, as the city lord of Divine Perishable City, he had to step forward, and no matter who he was facing, he couldn't back down by half a step. Outside of Divine Perdition City, tens of thousands of fallen angels stood in the air, and unlike the blazing angels, not only did they not have the divine golden light around them, but instead, they were emitting a burst of black mist. If the blazing angels were gods that made people look like they were worshipping them, then the fallen angels in front of them were demons that gave people the creeps. Hua Tianquang looked at the legions of fallen angels that looked like black clouds pressing down on the city, and his eyes were filled with caution. City Lord Hua, when will Marquis Wang arrive? A woman wearing the uniform of the Night Patrol Division stepped forward and asked. The whereabouts of the Marquis of Kings is not something you or I can speculate on. Hua Tianquang shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, but the news has already been sent out, and I think a Wang Ho will arrive within a day. Speaking of this, he looked towards the black figures spread across the entire sky with a grave expression. After all, that's Gabriel, of the 6-winged angels, and an almost invincible existence. Just then, the fallen angel camp in the sky quickly dispersed to both sides, and a figure shrouded in black mist suddenly appeared right in front of the legion of fallen angels. As the black mist around him dispersed, Hua Tianquang and the women of the Night Patrol Division both had their pupils shrink violently. Gabriel! In the next second, the black figure suddenly disappeared in place like an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared not far in front of Hua Tianquang, standing in the air, with 6 huge feathered wings behind him emanating gusts of black mist. Until then, the crowd could not see his face clearly. His skin appeared an unhealthy white color, his eyes were deep set and his nose was high, and his hawk-like eyes exuded an untamed light. Where is the Lord of Divine Perdition City? Hua Tianquang's gaze condensed. Then he stepped forward and looked directly at Gabriel. Divine Parish City Lord Hua Tianquang, I wonder why the fallen angel legion has descended upon the northern border of my Dragon Kingdom? A few days ago, my Divine Kingdom sent someone to take over Sin City as promised, but the person sent arrived at Sin City with no news and has yet to return. Sin City? Hua Tianquang froze slightly. That war had not erupted in the northern realm, but Hua Tianquang had heard about it. Regarding the matter of ceding Sin City, although he had some reluctance in his heart, he had to say that Sin City was indeed the most suitable choice. But listening to Gabriel's meaning, it should be that Sin City had some problems with the handover. But what do you mean by bringing fallen angels to my city of divine perdition when there's a problem with the handover of the city of sin? First of all, God Parish City did not participate in that war. And secondly, Sin City is 108,000 miles away from God Parish City. So how can this fire not burn to my god-perished city? Hua Tianquan was incomparably depressed inside. Chapter 30, There's something I want to ask you. Meanwhile, after half a day of watching the boring battle, Lin Xiao had already begun to doze off. As the sky grew dark, the practical training that lasted all day came to an end. Today's practical training ends here. The instructor slowly swept his gaze over the crowd before speaking sternly. Your performance today has disappointed me. I've long heard that today's Wushu University trainees are not as good as one another, but I really didn't expect that you guys could be such losers. Speaking here, his gaze lingered on Lin Xiao and his group for a few seconds before continuing. A fight between martial artists can turn into a brawl between street ruffians. I'm still ashamed if you guys don't mind being ashamed of yourselves. But we won. Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the silent martial arts arena. Upon hearing these words, that red feather guard's instructor's face changed. Then he stared at Lin Xiao like a knife and said in a cold voice, "Did I tell you to speak?" At this moment, the entire class lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into his eyes, with the exception of two people, one being Hua Jingfeng, who didn't change his color and had a calm face, and the other being Lin Xiao, who had a lazy gaze and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Two words instantly surfaced in the minds of the Red Feather Guard's instructors who saw the scene. Prick. Before he came to be an instructor, a fellow member of the Red Feather Guards had told him that there would be so many pricks in every class of cadets, who were disobedient and extremely difficult to tame. But generally such pricks were people with outstanding natural talent, and if they were well trained, they might be able to be incorporated into the Red Feather Guards in the future. But if it's not well tuned, the instructor shook his head. Two trainees were just two trainees. How could he not be well trained? If that was the case, he had been a Red Feather Guard for the past few years for nothing. Thinking of this, he smiled and didn't say anything else. Today's practical training was over, and there was still plenty of time to clean up these two pricks next. As one by one the instructors left, the martial arts arena instantly became lively, and the center of the lively atmosphere was the direction where Cadel was. Cadel-san, I'd like to join the gang. I wonder if that's possible. I'll join in. My awakening is a rare auxiliary. I have money. My family is the richest in Goldwater City. I can provide monetary support for the study group. Looking at Cadel and her roommate who were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, Lin Xiao felt incredibly relieved. Then he turned his head to look at Fatty Zhuang who was on the side. This guy had already made it clear that he wanted to join the gang yesterday, and Lin Xiao had already received a little bit of potential value from what he had provided. Fatty Zhuang, go over and help collect people together. Hearing this, Fatty Zhuang's pair of small eyes instantly lit up. Alright boss. With that he wriggled his obese body into the crowd. And right at this moment, Master's son suddenly walked over in a hurry, ignoring Hua Jingfeng who greeted him, but instead came straight to Lin Xiao with an incomparably serious expression. Lin Xiao, come with me. Someone wants to see you. Who is it? Lin Xiao froze. He had just come to the first day of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and there weren't many people who knew him within the entire academy, not to mention the ones who could allow Master's son to personally run an errand. But even more so, there wasn't a single one. You'll know when you go. Master's son didn't explain too much, but directly led Lin Xiao away. Master's son, what exactly happened? On the way, Lin Xiao could see the serious expression on the other party's face and couldn't help but ask again. In recent times, the biggest trouble he had caused would have been smashing the water cloud room in Bijou City, and subsequently killing a few Red Feather Guards together with Zhao Qingqing. However, Bijou City was not worth mentioning at all compared to the Magic City. If it was just the matter of smashing the water cloud room, it definitely would not have made a scene to the Magic City Wudon. Much less would it have made Sun Sure do so flustered. And although killing the Red Feather Guards was not a small matter, but Zhao Qingqing was present at the time, and she didn't stop herself too much, so I'm sure she will handle it properly. However, other than these two things, Lin Xiao really couldn't think of anything else he had caused trouble with. I can only tell you that it's a big shot who wants to see you. When you see him in a while, you can say whatever he asks. Don't hide anything. Saying this, Master's son suddenly stopped walking, then turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, his tone incomparably serious. Now I don't know exactly what that one is looking for you for, but remember, don't provoke the other party. With your relationship with Qingqing, as long as it's not too big of a deal, that one shouldn't do anything to you either. I see. Lin Xiao nodded his head half knowingly. Now he also saw that the Sun Master in front of him didn't know what that big shot was looking for him, and it was futile to ask. However, Lin Xiao was able to capture some information from his words. A big shot that even Master's son didn't dare to mention would give Zhao Qingqing face. Did this mean that from a certain point of view, Zhao Qingqing, this woman, was even a bit higher in status than her teacher? It looks like your own dad has really embraced a leg up. Between thoughts, Lin Xiu had already arrived at the secluded small compound under the guidance of Master Sun, and the decoration style of this place was out of place with the entire Magic City Wudu, just like a thatched hut lying peacefully in the midst of a metropolis of towering skyscrapers. Sun Sure came to the door of the courtyard and gently knocked on the wooden door. The next second, a somewhat older voice came from inside the, "Come in." Master Sun glanced at Lin Xiu and signaled for him to go in while he himself remained standing at the same spot. "I can't accompany you in. Remember what I said. Don't ever piss them off." "Understood." Lin Xiu nodded, then directly pushed open the wooden door. It was a small compound of modest size, and as soon as you entered, you could see an old acacia tree that looked a bit old. And at this time under the acacia tree there are two simple wooden chairs, sitting two people. They are leisurely drinking tea. One is a gray-haired old man. He is wearing a simple gray robe. His face is covered with traces of age. He gently picked up the cup of tea, blowing away the hot air on the surface, and then slowly savored the rich aroma of the tea. The other was a young man who looked to be only in his 20s. He had a fair face and handsome features. Among the people Lin Xiu knew, only the demon Hua Jingfeng was able to suppress this young man in front of him in terms of face value. Just the moment Lin Xiu entered the door, the young man turned his head and happened to meet Lin Xiu's gaze. At this moment, Lin Xiu only felt a chill all over his body. The whole person was like falling into an ice cave. The other party clearly looked like a young man who was not older than him by a few years, but it was as if there was a vicissitude in his eyes that had experienced countless years. "Come, young man, come and sit." The white-haired old man beckoned towards Lin Xiu, who was dazed in place, interrupting his thoughts. Yes, Lin Xiu also knew that these two should be the big shots that Master Sun was talking about, the existences that his current self needed to look up to, so he had rarely curbed his flamboyant personality. "Don't be nervous, young man. I called you here this time to ask you something." Chapter 31. No matter how high the weirdness is, it's still afraid of a chopper. Lin Xiu stood still and hesitated for a few seconds, then still walked forward and sat on an empty, simple wooden chair in front of the two. "Young man, your name is Lin Xiu, right?" The white-haired old man wore a kind smile as he looked Lin Xiu up and down. Lin Xiu nodded his head but didn't say anything more. Right now, he still didn't know the identity of these two people, and he didn't know what exactly the other party was looking for. In this situation, it was best to say less. "My name is Yuan. I am the dean of this Magic City Martial University." The old man smiled and introduced himself. Hearing these words, Lin Xiu was revitalized. The dean of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, Yuan. That was one of the 7 princes and marquises of the Dragon Kingdom. And now there were still statues of the other party at the city gates of the Magic Capital, only that those statues were too big, and Lin Xiu didn't observe them carefully, and so he didn't recognize the other party. Before Lin Xiu could react from his shock, Yuan was the one who spoke once again. "This one, on the other hand, is the creator of the Night Patrol Division, Marquis of Knighton. Young Knighton, Marquis Knighton?" Lin Xiu violently turned to look at this young man beside him whose looks were not inferior to Hua Jingfeng's. The other party was only in his 20s no matter how he looked at it, and the gap between him and the Marquis of Knighton in his imagination was also just a little too big, and for a while, it was a little hard for him to accept it. "Cut the crap." Yang Yanyan somewhat impatiently interrupted Yuan's words, then looked at Lin Xiu and spoke bluntly. "You came back from Sin City?" "Yes." Lin Xiu felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from the other party's gaze and answered honestly. "Have you ever seen a blazing angel in the city of Sin?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu was slightly stunned. These two bigwigs actually came here for Cat-El? After a few seconds of silence, he still nodded. "What is your relationship with her?" Yang Knighton's face was as usual, and there was not the slightest hint of emotional color in his voice. "She's my..." Lin Xiu scratched his head, a little embarrassed, but still said truthfully, "Little brother." "Little brother?" When these words came out, Yang Knighton and Yuan, the two knowledgeable bigwigs, couldn't help but be a bit taken aback. "What the hell is a little brother? Are you a gangster here? Lad, you mean she's one of your men, right?" Yuan pondered for 2 seconds and asked tentatively. Right. Lin Xiu nodded his head in a hurry. However, Yang Knighton on the side had been sizing up Lin Xiu with strange eyes, and it was only after a while that he withdrew his gaze and asked, "How did you take her in? If I'm not mistaken, you're merely a level 1 martial artist." "I just beat her up." Lin Xiu still answered truthfully. Before he came in, Master Sun had specially explained that he must tell the truth, which he still remembered, and to lie in front of 2 King Marquis level powerhouses, Lin Xiu wouldn't dare to do it even if he was bold. "You beat her up?" Yang Knighton's expression turned even weirder, thinking to himself, could it be that this somewhat dangling-looking teenager in front of him was a genius awakened person? It was important to know that he himself had killed a blazing angel of the same level when he was a first-level martial artist back then, and now that decades had passed, the only one who could have such a record was the one known as the #1 female genius, Zhao Qingqing. Who had done it? Your awakening object. Show it to me. Yang Nitan said in an undeniable tone. He had a brief understanding of Lin Xiu before he came, knowing that he was the son of the Night Patrol Division and his relationship with Zhao Qingqing, but he hadn't paid any attention to the other party's awakened object. Lin Xiu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. His awakening object is really a little difficult to get into the Hall of Honor. However, he naturally couldn't refuse the request of the Knight Anho. Yet just as he was about to summon his slate out, the system interface in his mind popped up with messages as if it had exploded. Power value +1. Power value +1. Power value +1. Power value +1. Congratulations to the host for reaching 500 power value and obtaining the second stage reward. Strength upgraded to second level martial artist. Obtaining the second awakening object. As the system beep sounded, Lin Xiu only felt that there was an overwhelming force within his body that was ready to burst out at any moment. On the other hand, Yang Nitan, who was on the side, frowned slightly. What's wrong? Zhao Siyuan opened his mouth to ask when he saw Yang Yanyan's expression change. It seems like he's about to break through. Yang Nitan stroked his chin with interest. At the age of 21, reaching the second level of martial artist was a common occurrence, not even touching the threshold of genius. However, when Lin Xiu came in just now, he had habitually observed the other party's strength, and although the other party looked like he had been a level 1 martial artist for some time, there was still a gap between him and a level 2 martial artist, and it was absolutely impossible for him to break through in such a short period of time. Unless, and at this moment, Lin Xiu could no longer control the power within his body. As he flipped his left hand, the familiar slab instantly reappeared in his hand. However, that power is still surging in his body, and he subconsciously stretched out his right hand, followed by the sudden appearance of a kitchen knife in his hand. Yang Nitan and Zhao Siyuan, who saw this scene, were both slightly stunned. Double awakening. Not bad. Zhao Siyuan revealed his signature kind smile, then picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. These two awakened objects are a little hard to say. Yang Nitan slowly shook his head. For the awakened person, the most important thing is the awakened object. An awakened object suitable for fighting is crucial for the awakened person. Although Lin Xiu is double awakened, but his awakened object, a slate, a chopper, are not considered to be awakened objects suitable for fighting, which means that the upper limit of Lin Xiu's combat power is bound to be not too high. While at this moment, Lin Xiu was not paying attention to the two people conversing. His entire focus was on his system panel. Name, Lin Xiu. Rank, 2nd grade martial artist. Power value, 503. Each level 1 martial artist provides 1 point of power value, and the power value added by martial artists above level 1 varies depending on their strength. Awakening, slab, one of the favorite weapons of street gangsters, can be used locally, and is not considered a controlled knife. There will be a great deal of leeway in sentencing. Characteristics, God's power is no longer good. A brick down, breaks all laws. Chopper, one of the most common murder weapon in homicide, can be seen in every household kitchen, killing and shredding corpses, a must-have. Characteristics, even if the weirdness is high, it is still afraid of the chopper. Chopping creepy. Requirements for the next stage of power value, 1000. What the hell is this? Lin Xiu was speechless. At least give me a decent awakening. It's either a brick or a chopper. How much is a bit of a drop in price, right? Young man, congratulations, you've broken through to a rank 2 martial artist. Zhao Siyuan, who was on the side, spoke with a smile. Chapter 32, A Martial Artist's Path to Advancement. Double awakening. Not bad. Yang Nitan nodded slightly, then said with a twist of words, however, I'm afraid that your talent ends here. Lin Xiu froze, then looked at Yang Yanyan and asked in some confusion, what do you mean? Let find the old man explain it to you. He knows more about it than I do. This, Zhao Siyuan didn't expect Yang Yanyan to actually throw the topic to himself. He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally sighed and explained. Lin Xiu, it's like this. You've just entered Wudong University. You haven't really gotten to know the martial artists in the true sense of the word. Not really understanding martial artists? The puzzled look on Lin Xiu's face increased. In this world from middle school onwards, all the subjects were more or less related to martial artists. Or rather, everything they learned was in preparation for becoming a martial artist. And now this old dean was actually telling him that he hadn't understood martial artists yet? Before awakening, everything you learn is indeed preparation for becoming a martial artist, but only after awakening, and entering the martial academy, or joining the Dragon Guard or the Night Patrol Division. Will you be able to truly understand martial artists? The old dean put down the teacup in his hands, still with a smile on his face. and spoke, "Two complicated things you can learn later within the academy, so I won't say much more. I'm only going to talk to you briefly about the promotion paths of martial artists today." Lin Xiu nodded. His expression was quite serious, although he didn't like listening to lectures, but this was after all the dean of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, one of the 7 princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom. It was very difficult for ordinary people to have the opportunity to listen to his lectures, and he would be at a great loss if he didn't listen to them seriously. A portion of those with my Dragon Kingdom bloodline will awaken at a specific age, and most awaken at around 18. After awakening, the physical quality of the awakened person will obtain a substantial enhancement, in which the strength awakened person increases the most obvious. At this time the physical quality of the awakened person has already far exceeded the physical limit of ordinary people. That is, what we call martial artists. At first, we didn't understand the promotion path of martial artists, so back then, when we in the Dragon Kingdom fought against the gods of the Divine Kingdom, the weirdness of the Sakura Kingdom, and the mutants of Goguryeo, we suffered repeated defeats, and our national power was drastically weakened. Speaking of this, Zhao Siyuan shook his head and sighed. It even led to the collapse of the regime in our Dragon Kingdom, with the entire Dragon Kingdom swarming together, with no order at all. In the end, 2 amazing talents emerged from the Dragon Kingdom. With that, he reached out and pointed to the expressionless young knight who was sitting on the side and said with a smile, "One of them is this marquis knight and in front of him, and the other is one of the 7 princes and marquises, the king of listening to the wind, flower listening to the wind." They created the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards respectively, working together to maintain order in the Dragon Kingdom, and it took more than a decade for order to be restored to our Dragon Kingdom, and it was because of them that we had the opportunity to create the University of Martial Artists and train generations of young martial artists. Speaking here, Yang Naitan, who was on the side, opened his mouth somewhat impatiently and interrupted, "Old man Zhao, you're talking too much nonsense. I'm still in a hurry." Hearing this, Zhao Siyuan wasn't annoyed. He just laughed awkwardly, then laughed at himself. "Ha ha ha, old man, I haven't lectured for too many years. I've run off the topic. Let's get back to the point then. The promotion of a martial artist can be divided into 2 ways. The first route is to absorb the aura of the heavens and earth, but this method requires the use of a heart method that we have spent decades researching in order to be able to do so, and this heart method is only passed down to the various martial arts academies as well as the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards. But I didn't cultivate any techniques," Lin Xiu said with some confusion. "This brings us to the second path of promotion for martial artists," Zhao Siyuan explained with a smile. "The second promotion pathway has much harsher conditions compared to the first path. That's the second awakening." Second awakening? Lin Xiu looked at his right hand, when he obtained the second awakening object rewarded by the system, but he felt that the abilities in his body had gained a substantial enhancement. "That's right." Zhao Siyuan nodded seriously before continuing to speak. "When you awaken for the first time, you'll instantly go from an ordinary person to a level 1 martial artist, while the second awakening will allow you to advance once again without the need for any cultivation process. So that's how it is." Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, then asked, "But why did you guys say that my talent ends here? Isn't it true that the more times you awaken, the more talented you are?" "You're right about that." Zhao Siyuan nodded his head in agreement, but he soon changed his words and said, "But it's not comprehensive enough. There are a total of 2 reasons why we say your talent is sadly lacking. First, awakening objects." Zhao Siyuan stretched out a finger and said seriously, "Awakening objects are the most important to every awakened, bar none." Possibly talking about his specialty, Zhao Siyuan's expression became obviously much more serious, and the signature kind smile on his face also tightened up. "I've heard people say that you have some relationship with Zhao Qingqing, so you should know about her awakened object, right?" "I only know it's a silver spear." The opponent's move, 100 birds toward the phoenix, left a deep impression on Lin Xiu. Genshin bright silver lance. Zhao Siyuan raised his head and looked into the distance, seemingly recalling something, before speaking again after a long time. That was Zhao Qingqing's first awakening object, the Genshin bright silver lance, now ranked 9th on the list of known awakened objects in the entire Dragon Kingdom. A martial artist of the same level can't even make it past 10 moves in her hands. This is the gap between awakened objects. Zhao Siyuan smiled helplessly and shook his head. A gap that can't be crossed no matter how hard one tries in the afterlife. Genshin bright silver gun. Lin Xiu repeated. He felt that the name was familiar, but just couldn't recall where he had heard it before. After pondering for a few seconds, he opened his mouth again and asked, "What about the other aspect?" "The other aspect is that you awaken too quickly." Zhao Siyuan sighed and said, "Actually, even if your awakenings were average, if you could have awakened a little later, you would have had a chance to become a strong party." "What do you mean?" Lin Xiu felt like he didn't understand something. Generally speaking, the earlier the first awakening occurs means the better the talent. Zhao Yuan took a sip of tea before patiently explaining. But martial artists' advancement are all more difficult the further back they go. Take you for example. Under normal circumstances, if you formally start cultivating after your military training, you can break through to a level 2 martial artist in as long as half a year, or as short as 3 months, and some highly talented trainees can even break through within a month. Chapter 33 Bright Sword Knight Anho. And for a level 2 martial artist to break through to level 3, even for trainees with superior talent, it will take half a year, and even for some trainees with mediocre talent, it will take a whole year to break through to level 3 martial artist. Hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Lin Xiu lowered his head and contemplated for a few seconds. He didn't really know much about the promotion time of martial artists, but a third-level martial artist could already serve as the deputy director of the Night Patrol Division in Bijou City. And the Wang Zhanwu who had gone to the Sin City to pick him up before was a third-level martial artist. And the further a martial artist advances, the longer it takes. As for after level 5, it's not time that can be relied upon to advance. Only true geniuses, or lucky ones with great opportunities can break through to above level 6. I see. Lin Xiu nodded, then said, you mean that it's most cost-effective to cultivate to level 5 before awakening? You're right, but awakening is not something that can be controlled by nature. And time is also destiny. Zhao Yuan laughed, then intentionally glanced at young Nightan on the side before continuing. There are some people's deeds that cannot be replicated. Lin Xiu didn't retort, but in his heart, he didn't care. He wasn't an ordinary martial artist. Others might have 3 awakenings as the upper limit, but he might not. Because of the system's existence, he could obtain rewards if he could have enough power value, and it seemed that his reward was currently the awakening object. If he could stay like this, he might not even need to cultivate at all, and could step all the way into that peerless realm of princes and lords by awakening. Alright, young Nightan, who had long been impatient on the side, finally stood up and interrupted the two's conversation. He looked in the direction of the door with an expressionless face and opened his mouth. Did you bring that blazing angel? Lin Xiu froze. He was so focused on listening to the old dean explaining the promotion of a martial artist that he forgot that the reason why the two people met him was for Cat L. And when he thought of this, his face instantly grimaced. And at this moment, Sunshire also pushed the door and walked in, and behind him, there was a tall Western beauty. Who else would it be if it wasn't Cat L? Dean, the person has been brought. Master Sun bowed and spoke towards Zhao Yuan. Well, you go about your business. Zhao Yuan nodded with a smile. Dean. Master Sun hesitated for a few seconds, looked up at Lin Xiu who was on the side, and finally opened his mouth. Dean. Lin Xiu is after all Qingqing's family member, and he's still young. So if there's anything he's done that's not good, still please Dean, for the sake of Qingqing and I, don't take it out on him. Speaking here, he seemed to have thought of something and intentionally glanced at the expressionless young knight before adding, by the way, Lin Xiu's father is none other than the head of the Night Patrol Division of Bijou City, Lin Zhanbei. Alright. Yang Knighton directly interrupted Sunshire's words and said with some impatience, are you afraid that old man Zhao and I will make things difficult for a brat? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The Sun Master hurriedly shook his head, then bowed and exited the small courtyard. It wasn't until Sunshire closed the wooden door of the small courtyard behind him that Yang Yanyan turned his gaze to Cat L, who was standing in Lin Xiu, and he opened his mouth in a calm tone and asked, you're a member of the Blazing Angel Legion? Instead of answering directly, Cat L twisted her head to look at Lin Xiu, and only when she saw the other party nodding did she reply, yes. And what is your relationship with Gabriel, the Archangel of the Legion of Fallen Angels? Lord Gabriel? Cat L visibly froze, then shook her head in some confusion. And, I am just an ordinary killing angel in the Killing Angel Legion, and I have not crossed paths with Lord Gabriel, nor have I even met him. Yang Yanyan frowned slightly, then glanced at Zhao Yuan on the side, both seeing a flash of incomprehension in the other's eyes. Gabriel personally led a legion of fallen angels to God's perishing city, and his only demand was for the Dragon Kingdom to hand over the blazing angel who went to Sin City, Cadell. Yet now Cadell actually said she didn't recognize Gabriel? You lie. Young Nightan took a step forward, his gaze instantly becoming cold and incomparable, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped Cat Eye, while Lin Xiu, who was standing in front of Cat Eye, didn't have the slightest feeling. It wasn't until he saw Cadell's pained expression that Lin Xiu realized something was wrong, and he hurriedly spoke. Marquis Knighton. Cadell wouldn't lie. Marquis Knighton? Cadell's already pale face instantly lacked a bit of blood color, and she looked at young Knighton with an extremely frightened gaze. You're Marquis Knightan? Yang Yanyan lightly glanced at Cadell and ignored her, instead withdrawing his gaze to look at Lin Xiu, Are you so sure she won't lie? Because she signed a contract with me. A guardian contract. Lin Xiu said with a serious face. Guardian contract. Yang Nitan mused for a few seconds, then looked up at Cadel and said in an undeniable tone. You are now signing a master-servant contract with him. What? Cadel raised her head fiercely. The master-servant contract. The most harsh contract in the God's kingdom. Once one signed the master-servant contract, it also meant that one would become Lin Xiu's slave. One could not refute the other party's words, and as long as there was a little bit of disobedience against the other party's wishes, one would be killed by the backlash of God's power. Moreover, as long as Lin Xiu's body died, she would also suffer from the backlash of her divine power, and would ultimately be unable to escape death. In the kingdom of God, only the lowliest slaves would sign such a contract, and throughout the 100 years since the gods had descended, there had been no precedent of a blazing angel signing a master-slave contract. After a moment of silence, as if she had made some sort of determination, Cardell stubbornly lifted her head, looked at Yang Ian, and said word for word, I, Cardell, can be killed, but not humiliated. Not even if you're the Marquis of Night Peace. Fine, then die. Yang Yanyan's tone remained calm, as if he hadn't taken Cadell's words to heart at all. When he finished speaking he slowly raised his hand, and at that very moment, a kitchen knife that didn't look sharp appeared in front of him. I told you, Cardell doesn't lie. Didn't you hear me? Hearing Lin Xiu's voice filled with chilling intent, Yang Yanyan was visibly stunned. How many years? He had lost track of exactly how many years it had been since anyone had dared to point a knife at him. Ever since he broke through the shackles of a 9th-level martial artist and personally broke the wings of a 6-winged archangel in a battle of the gods, few people in this world dared to show their blades to him. As for the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, other than that listening to the Wind King Flower listening to the wind who always liked to go against him, there was even no one who dared to refute his words, not even the several other princes. And today, a fledgling level 2 martial artist was pointing a knife at himself? Zhao Yuan, who was on the side, was also stunned when he saw the scene, but he soon showed an expression of watching the scene. He wasn't worried that Yang Yanyan would take a shot at Lin Xiu, because he clearly knew exactly how proud this Marquis of Night Peace in front of him was. He would never take a shot at a junior, let alone the fact that Lin Xiu was still a son of the Night Patrol Division. Yang Nitan is known to be a protector of his calves. Put away your sword. A rare look of displeasure appeared on Yang Nitan's face. She's one of mine. I can order her around. No one else can. Chapter 34, Lin Xiu with a bone of rebellion. The Guardian contract doesn't limit whether she lies or not. Yang Yanyan glanced at Cadell, who was standing behind Lin Xiu, then said in a slightly icy voice, only the master-servant contract can avoid this trouble. Of course, there is another way. What method? Lin Xiu's gaze became cautious as he had already guessed what the method the other party was talking about was. Kill her. There was no change of emotion on Yang Nitan's face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Dean Zhao. Lin Xiu pulled Cadell back 2 steps, then looked at Zhao Yuan who was still smiling and spoke. This is the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and Cadell is also a student of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. So you're just going to witness the Knight Anho committing murder within the academy and not do anything about it? Kid, I want to help you too, but I don't know how to fight. Zhao Yuan smiled and spoke. Can't fight? Lin Xiu inwardly had already cursed this bad old man 10,000 times, but on his lips he still said respectfully, Dean Zhao, who doesn't know that you are one of the 7 great princes and marquises, and are on par with marquises of Night Peace, so how is it possible that you don't know how to fight? If you don't want to care, then forget it. With that, he raised his head, looked straight at Yang Nitan, and said aloud, the master-servant contract old me will not sign, nor will I allow her to sign it. I can't stop Marquis Knights and if she insists on killing Cadell, but you'd better kill me along with her, or else one day, I'll make sure you experience this feeling for yourself too. Lin Xiu, if it's really not possible, Cadell looked at young Nitan who had an icy gaze and a faint killing intent in his eyes, then tugged on Lin Xiu's sleeve and whispered, I can die, there's no need for you to do it for my sake. Shut up. Lin Xiu shook off Cater's hand, then said in a cold voice, old me recognizes one word of righteousness in my life. Since you've followed me, you're my brother, and I, Lin Xiu, never abandon my brothers. But Cadell muttered in a small voice, I'm not your brother either. Cut the crap, there's no difference between killing one and killing two. Yang Nitan interrupted the conversation between the two and stepped forward. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuan, who had been watching the fun, also changed his face and hurriedly spoke. Old Young, you're playing for real, or what? Young Nitan asked rhetorically, twisting his head. He can be considered Zhao Qingqing's son now, Zhao Yuan said with some anxiety. In his opinion, Yang Yan wouldn't take a shot at Lin Xiu, a junior, and Lin Xiu's status was again that of a son of the Night Patrol Division, not to mention the fact that he had a young mother with superb natural talent. However, now it seemed that young Nighton had indeed moved to kill. So what if Zhao Qingqing? Yang Nightan remained expressionless and said indifferently, let alone the fact that the current her is far from me. Even if she reaches this realm, would I be afraid of her? At those words, Zhao Siyuan fell into silence. Yeah, it's just a genius. Does young Nightingale really care? There were countless geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, and how many of them would be able to catch the eye of this Night Peace Marquis? Now the 7 great princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom, 6 have reached that master realm. However, there is also a gap between the masters. In addition to that, listening to the Wind King, the other several masters, not even the qualifications and the Night Anho to fight. Old Yang, Zhao Siyuan was silent for a long time before speaking again. She has signed a guardian contract with Lin Xiu after all. She won't betray Lin Xiu no matter what. And Lin Xiu is not only a member of the Dragon Kingdom, but also a son of your Night Patrol Division. So what do you have to worry about? A mere blazing angel has the qualifications to worry me? Yang Yinyan snorted coldly, then turned his head to look at Lin Xiu. But this kid, a mere second-level martial artist, dares to pull a sword on me. It's evident that he has a backbone. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Siyuan smiled brightly, then spoke. Marquis Nighton, Marquis Nighton, have you seen yourself back then? Yang Nightan froze slightly, his expression slightly complicated. What do you mean? What it means? You know yourself, don't you? Zhao Siyuan revealed a mysterious smile and stopped talking. After a while, Yang Nightan withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiu, then looked at Zhao Siyuan and said coldly, if one day this sun wreaks havoc on the Dragon Kingdom, you Mordor Martial University will clean up yourselves. After saying that, he didn't look at Lin Xiu again. His entire body actually rose up in the air and instantly disappeared in the sky above Mordor Wudu University, speeding towards the north. Asterisk. Is this the Marquis of Kings? Lin Xiu subconsciously exploded, watching Yang Nighton's figure gradually disappeared in the line of sight. Cadel's face only got a little better. The opposing party brought her an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even when facing the 6-winged archangel, there was never such a feeling. It was as if she had walked around the ghost gate. Young man, you still do things too impulsively. Zhao Siyuan sat back down on the wooden chair again and took a sip of tea. The situation is too urgent to care. Lin Xiu didn't lie. He was originally such a person. And in his 2 lives he couldn't change his irritability and impulsiveness. Or else he wouldn't have smashed the water cloud room in anger. He knew that he wanted to survive in this world. This fault is not desirable, but in his opinion subconscious action is the truest idea of his own heart. After careful consideration of the behavior may be the most beneficial to their own, but against their own heart. He did not want to live like that. It is very tired, young and frivolous, as it should be. Zhao Siyuan nodded, then actually revealed a rather satisfied smile. After leaving the small courtyard, the 2 of them, Lin Xiu and Cadel, walked side by side on the path of the academy, neither of them speaking. It was only when she walked all the way to the bottom of Lin Xiu's dormitory building that Cadel broke the silence and spoke. Lin Xiu, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get out of that little courtyard alive. In the past, I have been wrong about you, when I thought you were a scoundrel and a ruffian, but now it seems. Before Cadel could finish her sentence, she felt a pain in the back of her head. Lin Xiu slapped her on the back of the head, then spoke. Hey, are you having an offense? What am I guilty of? Cadel was confused. She was so serious about thanking him, and even if he wasn't touched, he even slapped her? Why? I'll tell you. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at Cadel's nose, saying with a serious face, Lousy is a scoundrel, a ruffian. If you dare to slander me as a good man, I'll surely cut you. Cadel? Alright, I'll forgive you this time. Next time I'll give you a slap on the wrist high and low. After saying that, Lin Xiu walked into the dormitory building without looking back, leaving Cadel standing alone for a long time without reacting to what exactly happened. But all she knew was that the other person seemed to be about to slap herself. Chapter 35, Welcome to the Mob. City of Divine Perdition. Huo Tian Quang. It's been immediately 2 hours. Gabriel was surrounded by black mist, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sickly smile. I'll give you 10 more minutes, and if you don't bring the men here, I'm going to attack the city. Gabriel, I have already reported this matter to the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division as fast as I can, and I believe that an explanation will be given to you soon. Huo Tianquan's face changed. Then he said in a cold voice, however, if your fallen angel legion dares to step half a step into Divine Perdition City, we in the Dragon Kingdom will surely not rest in peace with you. Immortality? The corners of Gabriel's mouth curved up in a dangerous and frantic arc, and he said with an expectant face, Is it that exciting? I can't wait for it to happen. When he finished, he slowly raised his hand. Legion of Fallen Angels, prepare. Gabriel. It's been a long time. At the sound of this voice, Gabriel's hand gave a slight lurch, then slowly lowered it. Young Knight N. In the next second, Yang Knighton's figure suddenly appeared above the head of Divine Perdition City. He stood with his arms folded, his face expressionless, and his pair of deep eyes exuded an intimidating light. God Perishing City Lord Hua Tianquan. Meet Marquis Night Peace. Su Soft, head of the Divine Perishable City's Night Patrol Division. Meet Marquis Night Peace. Hua Tianquan and the woman in the uniform of the Night Patrol Division rushed forward and bowed to open their mouths. Yang Nightan waved his hand casually, not turning back to look at the two, but looking up at Gabriel who was standing in the air, and said indifferently, Gabriel, retreat. Yang Nightan, hand over the person. Gabriel put away his evil smile and his expression became much more serious. Looking at the entire world, there weren't many people who could make him Gabriel take him seriously, and it just so happened that Yang Nightan was one of them. The person you're talking about is called Cadel, right? Yang Nightman spoke calmly. Hearing these words, Gabriel's face changed as he stared coldly at Yang Yanyan, and after a while, he smiled and withdrew his gaze before speaking. That's right. Hand over the person and I'll leave immediately. Good. Yang Nightan nodded, then pulled out a small glass bottle from his pocket and threw it towards Gabriel. Gabriel reached for the glass bottle and looked at the gray powder inside with a puzzled look. That. Young Nightan. What the hell? That's who you're looking for. Young Nightan said rather seriously. What? It's inconvenient to bring the body with you, so I brought it to you after cremation. Yang Yanyan raised his eyebrows, pulling out a rare, stiff smile. Bring it back. You mean, you killed Cadel? Gabriel gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Young Nightan. Yes. Young Nightan nodded seriously, then said, the people are also given to you. Take your legions of fallen angels and retreat. Young Nightan, you bully people too much. The six wings behind Gabriel suddenly unfolded, and in an instant, the entire sky of God Perishing City was like a dark cloud, plunging into absolute darkness. Gabriel, looking for death. Young Nightan shook his head slightly. In the next second, a vertical eye appeared on his forehead. A dazzling beam of light flashed out from that eye, like the only star in the dark night, eye-catching and brilliant. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the entire sky once again returned to clear, while Gabriel crashed to the ground with a bang, his pale face stained with spots of blood. Young Knight N, your celestial eyes have awakened again? When he said this, Gabriel's face suddenly changed, then he jerked his head up to look at Young Nightan with an expression of disbelief. And, no way! You've awakened 3 times already. You can't possibly awaken again. But what the hell is going on with your heavenly eyes? Gabriel grimaced, his eyes filled with a look of resentment. It's not your turn to care about these. Yang Nightan inserted his hands into his pockets and spoke indifferently. Are you leaving on your own now? Or do you want me to cremate you and send you back in a bottle? Humph. Gabriel snorted coldly, then unfolded his 6 wings once again and slowly floated into the air, looking directly at Young Nightan. Young Nightan, just you wait. This time your dragon kingdom will suffer. Ha! Wudu University, Magic City. Inside the banquet hall on the top floor of the restaurant. Cadel, did you arrange all of this? Lin Xiao asked with some surprise as he looked at the luxurious banquet hall, as well as the more than 100 trainees in the hall. Aha! Cadel nodded before explaining. Over the course of the day, we've taken in a total of 133 members of our mob, some of which I've taken in, as well as my roommate and your roommate. They don't know who the leader of the mob is until now, and that's not conducive to growth. So I've arranged this party. This serves 2 purposes. One is to let these newly promoted members know who they should follow. The second is to allow everyone to familiarize themselves with each other, and also to facilitate helping each other in the future, which is conducive to unity. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then reached out and patted Cadel on the shoulder. You did a good job this time. Let's get started then. Good, Cadel answered, and then stepped onto the stage. The originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down when they saw Cadel walk onto the stage. Cadel's light blue eyes scanned the room before she spoke slowly. First of all, welcome to the mob. Ms. Cardell, we still don't know what the original purpose of the mob was? A male cadet below raised his hand and asked. That's something I can't answer you. Cadel smiled and shook her head, then said, because I'm not the creator of the gang. I'm just like everyone else. I'm also an ordinary member of the gang. I just joined a little earlier than everyone else. What? As soon as these words came out, the scene was instantly confused. This batch of trainees, a large half of them joined the gang because of Cadel, and now she actually told them that she was not the creator of the gang. Cadel reached out to interrupt the crowd's murmurs. then glanced in the direction where Lin Xiu was and spoke. Now that the creator of the mob is also present, we can have the come up to the stage to explain to all of us the original purpose of the mob's creation, as well as its ultimate goal. After saying that, she made a pleased gesture towards Lin Xiu. This was the first time Lin Xiu had seen such a scene, and in his opinion, accepting a little brother was accepting a little brother. Where did so many processes come from? However, this world is now different from the previous world, and these martial artists are not comparable to those punks in the previous world, and can't be pulled in and bought off by money and women alone. After a moment's hesitation, he walked onto the stage under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Taking the microphone from Cadel's hand, Lin Xiu organized his words before speaking. Hello brothers, my name is Lin Xiu. I'm from Bijou City, and I'm also the creator of the gangster that Cadel was talking about. Of course, I prefer to be called boss. Chapter 36, I'm a gangster. No doubt about it. Boss? Is this sure it's not the legendary triad? Not really, the triad thing disappeared 100 years ago. I do think Lin Xiu has a good-looking face. He doesn't look like a gangster in any way. Nymphomaniac. Cough. Lin Xiu dryly coughed twice to interrupt the arguments of the people under the stage, then organized his words once again and continued. Don't worry, everyone, we gangsters are what you call the triads. There's no doubt about it. What? Hearing these words, everyone on the stage was confused. Even Cadel on the side was stunned for a while. She knew the truth. But Lin Xiu hadn't done any evil deeds since he left Sin City, except for that one time when he angrily smashed the water in Cloud Room. So in her heart, the gangs couldn't be considered as triad societies in the true sense of the word. The one who was most surprised was Hua Jingfeng, who was sitting alone in the corner, and after hearing Lin Xiu's words, he almost choked to death on a mouthful of water. He had always thought that Lin Xiu was just a bit unorthodox, but he did not expect the other party to be unorthodox to such an extent. And in today's world, organizing a triad, that and looking for death don't seem to be much different. Silence, silence. Lin Xiu reached down and pressed his hand, then cleared his throat and continued. I know that everyone has deep preconceptions about the triads, but the latest triad organization has been extinct for 100 years, and all you know about triad organizations is what you've heard about them, and no one has ever seen them with their own eyes. What I'm trying to say is that we gangsters are principled gangsters. A triad is a triad. What's this talk about having principles? I'm quitting the triad. A boy opened his mouth to retort, and instantly received a lot of choruses. A lot of people were ready to leave at once, and even a few of Cadel's roommates were a little shaken up, whispering something under their breath. Seeing this scene, an anxious look appeared on Cadel's face as she walked over to Lin Xiu and whispered, Lin Xiu, you shouldn't have said it outright like that. They need to be given time to slowly recognize the gangsters. It's fine. Lin Xiu waved his hand with a disinterested expression. The rewards are done for the old man anyway. What did you say? Oh, it's nothing. I mean what's strong and twisted isn't sweet, and you can't stay if you want to leave. After saying that, Lin Xiu once again picked up the microphone and spoke. I want to ask you guys a question. After answering this question, you can leave anytime you want to. Seeing that the stage gradually quieted down, Lin Xiu continued to speak slowly. At the beginning of the establishment of the Night Patrol Division, how was it different from the triads? Lin Xiu, be careful with your words. When Hua Jingfeng in the corner heard this, he hurriedly stood up and interrupted Lin Xiu's words. It's fine. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. The Dragon Kingdom had freedom of speech hundreds of years ago. If the Night Patrol Division is going to ask me about my crime because of so few words, wouldn't Marquis of Night Peace be too ungenerous? Lin Xiu, do you mean that you created the gang for the purpose of becoming the second Night Watch Division? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? No, said Lin Xiu as he hastily waved his hand and denied. I don't mean that. The strength of Marquis Night Peace is unrivaled in the world, and the Night Patrol Division is likewise unrepeatable. That's a bit of self-awareness I still have. My gang is not at all in conflict with the Night Watch Division or the Dragon Guards. That means that within the academy, you are gang members, and after graduation, you have every option to join the Night Ranger Division aka the Dragon Guard. Of course, if anyone would like to stay in the mob, I'd welcome that as well. Hearing this, the crowd fell into deep thought, and there were also some people who talked again. I hear what he's saying, and in the end it's really still a student organization. Except I don't know why he has to call himself a gangster. Yes. It's just that we're all grouped together within the college, and we'll be able to take care of each other after graduation, no matter where we go. That still sounds pretty solid. It's not like we have anything to lose anyway. So I think we can join and try it out, and just quit if it doesn't work out. Alright, I'm done. Now anyone who wants to quit can leave anytime. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed to the doorway. The crowd under the stage, you look at me, I look at you. In the end, There is actually no one to leave the stage, but Lin Xiu also know in his heart. Now I'm afraid that none of these people are sincere in joining the gangs. Most of them are holding the attitude of trying it out. However, he does not care. Now he is just for the power value. Can join the gang, he is not rejected. But in the future the core members of the gang is certainly to be properly screened. Since everyone has decided to stay, we'll all be brothers from now on. From today onwards, whenever my gangster brothers are in trouble, all gangster members from me downwards must help out. But anyone who stands by and does nothing will be expelled from the gang. The moment these words came out, all the people's eyes lit up. Now those who joined the gang are freshmen who have just enrolled in school not long ago. When they first came to the academy, they had no one to rely on. Now if the members of the gang can really help each other, everyone can be considered to have something to fall back on. At least there will be no one bullying them amongst the freshmen. And just then, there was a cacophony of noise from outside the door. What's going on outside? Lin Xiu looked at Fatty Zhuang, who was standing not far from the doorway, and ordered, "Fatty, go take a look." "Alright boss," Fatty Zhuang answered, then wiggled his fat ass and walked out. "There's nothing more to do. Everyone eat and drink openly for me today. All consumption. I'll pay for it." Lin Xiu waved his hand and said boldly, "Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty." For a while the people present cheered. It is true that money still moves people. It has been so since ancient times. Only that in today's world, the power of money has been weakened a lot. And just then, the doors to the ballroom were slammed open. Immediately after that, he saw Fatty Zhuang's 200+ pound body directly fly in and heavily hit the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk, "Are you okay, Fatty?" Longhair rushed forward and asked. "This group of people, it hurts grandpa me." Fatty Zhuang reached out and rubbed his chest, his mouth cursing non-stop. "You dead fatty. How dare you speak out of turn. Be careful, I'll get you killed." A sharp-tongued, thin as a sparrow-like boy shook his head and walked in, reaching out to point at Fatty Zhuang and said viciously, "Who the hell are you?" Longhair looked at the other angrily and questioned, "Why did you hit someone?" The skinny boy looked around at the crowd present, then smiled contemptuously. "Yo-ho, there are quite a few people." After saying that, he looked at the long hair with a bratty gaze, and spoke in an unusually arrogant manner. "Listen up. My name is Qinsho, a sophomore cadet of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. You little brats hurry up and get lost. I'm requisitioning this banquet hall." "Animal?" Lin Xiu really couldn't hold back his laughter. "Who gave you that name?" "My dad started it." "What's wrong?" Qinsho looked up at Lin Xiu with disdain in his eyes. "Is it your real dad?" Chapter 37, Whose general is this? Who is so brave? How do you kid talk? Qinsho looked at the way the people present couldn't help but look at him, and he immediately felt a burst of shame and anger. Because of this name, he was often ridiculed, until later he was awakened at the age of 17, and the awakened object was not bad, and he was also known as a genius in the local area. So he came to the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and followed behind Gao Feng, who was a notorious genius within the academy, and became the other party's little follower. And since then, no one has dared to flirt with his name. And today, Lin Xiu had humiliated his name in public, making him furious. Am I wrong? Lin Xiu shrugged with an innocent expression. Are there really any biological parents in this world who would name their son Beast? You dare to talk to me like that? Qinsho's fists clenched as a flash of coldness flashed across his eyes. You dare to talk to my boss like that? Longhair took a step forward and directly blocked in front of Qinsho, an ancient dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. He casually fiddled with the dagger, and in an instant the dagger bounced between his fingers like a dancer. Boss? Qinsho laughed contemptuously, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile before reaching out and pointing at Lin Xiu on the stage. Just him? A newly enrolled pup and a boss? Are you trying to laugh me to death? After saying that, he pushed away the long hair that was blocking his body, then took big steps towards Lin Xiu. From the moment Qinsho had beaten up Fatty Zhuang and had entered the door, the few people in Dormitory 225 had been prepared for a fight, but without Lin Xiu's authorization, they just didn't make a move, and Longhair was already hot-tempered, or else he wouldn't have started a fight with Lin Xiu at that time. Seeing Fatty Zhuang being beaten, he had already held a bellyful of fire, and now that the other party dared to push him, he really couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. In the next second, Longhair's gaze flickered as the dagger in his hand turned and stabbed directly towards Qinsho's arm. Almost at the same time he made his move, the others within Dormitory 225 also instantly struck out. The two brothers Huang Wei and Huang Qian interlaced their short swords in their hands, reflecting a cold light as they rushed towards Qinsho. Chen Sheng also maneuvered his shadow to appear in front of Qinsho in the blink of an eye. As for Hua Jingfeng, he stood still and didn't move, except that there was a vague flicker of light within the palms of his casually drooping hands, as if something was going to reveal itself at any moment. However, in the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared, only to see Qin Shou holding in the void. An ebony and gold baguette appeared in his hand, with a faint golden light emanating from the baguette. Immediately after that, he swept his long stick across the room. The ebony and gold baguette swung towards the four men with an ear-splitting wind sound. Seeing this scene, all four of them were startled because the aura emanating from the other party was not at all something that a level 1 martial artist could possess. He was a level 2 martial artist. Get out of the way. Lin Xiu's ice-cold voice resounded throughout the banquet hall. All four of them were instantly startled out of their shock when they heard this familiar voice. And Chen Qing quickly cast Dark Shadow, leaving behind only a dark black shadow, while his person appeared 10 meters away. The long-haired awakening brought him a great agility bonus, and he was able to dodge this powerful strike. However, Huang Wei and Huang Qian, two brothers, were not so lucky. Facing the full force of the second-level martial artist's strike, they had no way to dodge, and they could only stiffly put their short swords across their chests, and hard-shoulder the stick. The ebony long stick and the two short swords touched together, emitting an ear-piercing metallic chirping sound, followed by the two brothers of the Huang family only feeling a surge in their chests, followed by the two of them instantly flying backward, flying out more than 10 meters away before they heavily smashed on the ground. Ha! Just this? Qin Shou smiled smugly. Then holding his stick in one hand, he first pointed at Lin Xiu, then slowly turned around, pointed at everyone present, and said in a loud voice, "Anyone else?" All of the people present were new students. Among them there was no lack of talented people from all over the world, but after all, they were all first-level martial artists. Facing the second-level martial artist Qin Shou, no one dared to take a step forward for a while. "I'll go." Cadel came over to Lin Xiu's side and whispered, "No need." Lin Xiu reached out to stop her, then picked up the microphone and opened his mouth aloud. Whose ministry is this that is so brave? Will anyone be willing to behead this guy for me?" Upon hearing these words, Hua Jingfeng, who had already rode out of the crowd, stumbled on his feet before the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "What's wrong with you? Fighting is fighting. What the hell are you talking about?" Seeing Hua Jingfeng step forward, Lin Xiu stroked his chin and revealed a satisfied smile. This Hua Jingfeng had said before that he couldn't join the gang because of some special reasons, but although he said so on his lips, he is still willing to come forward now, so it is evident that this person is still worth deep friendship. "Yo, this chick isn't bad looking." A flash of evil color flashes through Qin Shou's eyes as he looks Hua Jingfeng up and down. "Put. Cool. Hearing this, Lin Xiu almost choked on a mouthful of beer before forcing himself not to laugh out loud. Hua Jingfeng first gave Lin Xiu a grudging look before withdrawing his gaze and casting it at Qin Shou, and in an instant, his gaze turned cold. Seeing his eyes with murderous intent, Qin Shou involuntarily shivered, feeling as if the temperature of the entire banquet hall had lowered by a few points. "What are you staring at, chick? You seek death." Hua Jingfeng squeezed 3 words out of his teeth, and then the strangely shaped Lin Longxian instantly appeared, smashing heavily on the floor of the banquet hall, and the crowd only felt that the entire building trembled with it. As soon as the words fell, Hua Jingfeng violently kicked, and the huge forest lance that was 1 zhan long directly rose up in the air, and immediately after that he raised his right hand high, and the forest lance flipped in the air for a while and then landed steadily in his hands. Hua Jingfeng gazed at Qin Shou, who was standing in front of him, then gripped the forest lance tightly in one hand, raised it high, and then slammed it down. "Humph, not measuring up." Qin Shou snorted coldly, then lightly crossed the ebony and gold long stick in his hand over his head, ready to receive this heavy blow from his opponent. However, the instant the Lin Longxian and the ebony long stick made contact, Qin Shou's face changed drastically and his pupils dilated violently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Qin Shou fiercely fell to his knees, and the lapis lazuli floor instantly fell apart in pieces. Qin Shou opened his mouth to say something. However, before the words came out, he began to spit out blood in large gulps. The scarlet blood carried some broken pieces of organs of unknown origin within it, which looked particularly frightening. Hua Jingfeng didn't look at the other party more than once, directly retrieving the Lin Longxian before turning around and returning to the corner. "Boss, what's the deal?" Longhair pointed at the half-dead Qin Shou and looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu casually waved his hand, then said with some disgust, throw it out. Don't die here. It's too bad luck." Chapter 38 Genius Boy. Dragon Spine Whip. Longhair walked up and bent over to grab one of Qin Shou's legs, dragging the other to the door like a dead dog. And just then, a slightly feminine voice came through the door and, "Private fights are forbidden on campus. Who gave you the nerve?" Immediately afterward, a boy in his early 20s but dressed in a flashy suit, dressed in a rather mature manner, walked in, and he was followed by several young boys and girls of similar age. Gao Feng. He is Gao Feng. Someone in the banquet hall recognized the identity of the visitor and subconsciously opened his mouth to utter the other party's name. Who is Gao Feng? He is a notorious genius in Star River City. Awakened at the age of 15 with the awakening object Dragon Spine Whip, he had personally killed a demonic beast during his high school years. For this reason he had received an invitation from the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, but for some unknown reason he refused it and chose the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University instead. Listening to the whispering of the crowd under the stage, Lin Xiao also roughly knew the identity of the visitor. In a nutshell, it was a senior genius figure, but the Magic City Martial Arts University had never lacked geniuses. So in Lin Xiao's opinion, it's just a high-powered version of Qinshou. If he dares to pick a fight, shipping him will be the end of it, and he has a lot of people anyway. Gao Feng's gaze merely lingered on the half-dead Qinshou for 2 seconds before he quickly moved his eyes away. Then he looked around at the people present before his gaze finally landed on Cadell on the stage, his eyes visibly lighting up. Cadell's looks naturally needed no introduction, coupled with the identity of a blazing angel added, giving her a divine aura of being high above the world and not falling into the mortal world. And the more so, the more it would evoke a man's desire for conquest. And Gao Feng's side has never lacked warblers. Whether it is in Star River City or in the Magic City Wudu University, the geniuses is his best label, and the genius is equal to the future of the strong. The strong in this world are qualified to have everything. However, this was the first time he had seen such a stunning beauty as Cadell, and in the entire Magic City Wu University, perhaps only that Shen Luo, who was known as the god of Luo, could be slightly better than her in terms of looks. And just then, Lin Xiao moved a step to the side and blocked in front of Cadell, raising an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Do you believe it? Upon hearing these words, Gao Feng visibly froze, but soon burst into laughter as he stretched out his little thumb and pulled out his ear, then put his hand to his ear and asked, "What did you say? I didn't hear you. Can you say that again? I can't stand it." Lin Xiao grabbed a handful of his short hair, then said with some annoyance, "You're just too good at pretending to be B." After saying that he directly smashed the microphone in his hand towards Gao Feng. Gao Feng still put his hand on his ear, pretending to wait for Lin Xiao to open his mouth. However, he didn't expect the other party to do it directly, and didn't give him time to react at all, and the microphone smashed on his head impartially. This one doesn't do much damage, but it's extremely insulting. Gao Feng looked at the microphone rolling on the ground, and from time to time there was also a burst of electric current sound. Since the awakening at the age of 15, he was noticed wherever he went, and he had heard too many words of compliments and praise, but it was still the first time that someone dared to hit himself with his hands, and there was still no sign of it. He gritted his teeth, then jerked his foot up toward the microphone. The next second, the poor microphone was instantly in pieces. "Kid, you dare to hit me?" Gao Feng's eyes filled with rage as he raised his eyes to look at Lin Xiao. "What's wrong with hitting you?" Lin Xiao reached out and pointed at the pieces of the microphone on the ground, then said, "This microphone, you have to pay for it. Seek death." Gao Feng took a step forward, and a strangely shaped long whip appeared in his hand. The grip of this whip resembled a coiled dragon, like a mini version of a coiled dragon pillar, and the body of the whip didn't look like an ordinary long whip. It was made of material that looked like it was made of fish bone, or perhaps a dragon spine would be more appropriate. "Dragon spine whip," someone on the side exclaimed. In the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 major martial arts academies had ranked all known awakenings and issued awakening lists, and within the Magic City Martial Arts University, there was also an Academy's Awakening list, which included all the Academy's awakened objects, ranked them, and announced the top 100. And Gao Feng's Dragon Spine Whip was ranked 17th on the Academy's Awakening list. Awakening at the age of 15 was certainly rare, but what Gao Feng was most proud of was still his awakening object, the Dragon Spine Whip. Looking at the Dragon Spine Whip that emitted a faint golden light, Cadell's face changed slightly before she whispered, "Containing divine power." Hearing these words, Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled. What divine power? Gao Feng, on the other hand, smiled smugly and looked at Cadell with even more admiration in his gaze. "This beauty has good eyesight. This Dragon Spine Whip of mine does contain a small amount of ancient divine power." Hearing these words, even Hua Gingfeng, who had been standing at the corner with his shoulders clasped, raised his head and surveyed the Dragon Spine Whip in the other party's hands, but after just a glance, he withdrew his gaze and continued to stand at the corner, as if everything that was happening around him had nothing to do with him. "I don't give a about your godly powers. You go out there now and pay for the microphone and get the hell out of here, or I'll cut you. Then you come and try." Gao Feng hooked his finger towards Lin Xiao with a provocative face. "Just try it. Lin Xiu had just been promoted to level 2 martial artist and hadn't fought anyone yet, and the other party seemed to have good strength, which was just right for him to practice, so without any hesitation, he just copied the slate and charged. Lin Xiu's fighting style was as reckless as ever, without any moves or techniques, and based on the principle of not hitting the body if he could slap the head, he directly slapped towards the top of Gao Feng's head. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people present varied, and the gang members who knew Lin Xiu on the first day were dumbstruck. Is that an awakening in his hand? Not quite. It couldn't be a random brick, could it? This banquet hall where the brick. This thing is his awakening thing. Only a little strange. The few young boys and girls behind Gao Feng snorted out loud when they saw the scene. Originally, when they saw Lin Xiu standing on the stage and having an extremely arrogant attitude, they thought that Lin Xiu was a genius figure in this session of freshmen. But now it seems, it is just a fool who does not know the sky and the earth. Holding a brick also dared to call the dragon Ridge Whip. Courage is commendable. IQ is worrying. While Cat-L and Long Hair, the two former victims, rubbed their heads with palpitations, not knowing when the shadow of the slap on the wrist would dissipate. As for Gao Feng, he looked at Lin Xiu who was rushing towards him. His eyes were full of disdain. If the other party was really a genius freshman of this session, he really couldn't do anything to the other party. At most he would beat him up to get rid of his anger, or else he wouldn't be able to explain to the academy. But now it seems that this kid is a complete waste. This strange awakening has no fighting ability is not known. Think even if he misses to break a leg, the academy will at most scold himself. After all, strong people where they will receive special treatment. An icy chill flashed under his eyes at the thought. Chapter 39, What the is God's Power? Gao Feng's hand holding the dragon spine whip slightly exerted force, and golden light flowed on the whip, only to see him flip his wrist, and the dragon spine whip lashed towards Lin Xiu with a cracking sound. However, Lin Xiu didn't dodge and directly went up with a hard recklessness. Seeing this scene, Hua Jingfeng, who had been standing at the corner, frowned and said in his heart that it wasn't good. This fellow has lived in Sin City for so long. Isn't he very experienced in actual combat? How could he be so reckless? But at this time, even if he had the intention to rescue him, it was too late, because at this time, the dragon spine whip that was glowing with golden light had already heavily lashed at Lin Xiu's arm. Lin Xiu is finished. Gao Feng's dragon spine whip contains ancient divine power. Although it's minuscule, but that's ancient divine power after all. Not to mention first-level martial artists. Even high-level martial artists wouldn't dare to prey on it. Yeah, I heard that Gao Feng had killed demonic beasts with the ancient divine power on the dragon spine whip when he was in high school. Lin Xiu naturally also heard the crowd's comments, but he also had no choice. He originally did not intend to carry this whip hard. After all, that whip on the fish bone jagged. Never mind whether there is no bull ***** divine power. Just to whip it will have to be skin open. But Gao Feng's speed was far beyond his imagination. He had already been promoted to a level 2 martial artist, but he still couldn't match the other party in terms of speed. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. One is where the opponent's awakening item gives him a speed bonus, like Long Hair's dagger. The other possibility was that the other party was not a level 2 martial artist, but a level 3. Unable to do anything else, Lin Xiu had to stretch out his arm to block the whip, and with a sharp pain sensation, Lin Xiu's arm was instantly bloody and blood splattered out. But the scene that the crowd expected Lin Xiu to be injured by the ancient divine power didn't appear, and it looked like it was just a flesh wound. Bull ***** ancient divine power. Scaring me. Lin Xiu also felt no other sensation on his arm other than a burst of pain, so he slapped a brick directly on the other party's still handsome face under Gao Feng's uncomprehending gaze. Seeing this scene, the crowd present is a twitch at the corner of the mouth. This slate down. I'm afraid to break the face of it. Gao Feng, who had received a brick, felt that his entire body was in a daze. He did not understand why the ancient divine power on his dragon spine whip would fail, nor did he understand how the slate in the other hand was so hard, and when the slate and his face touched together, he clearly heard the sound of bones cracking, and it was no surprise that the bridge of his nose collapsed. I realized that you all like to brag, right? Lin Xiu looked at Gao Feng, who had fallen straight to the ground, then spoke. What kind of bull ***** divine power? What dragon spine whip? When he finished speaking he weighed the slate in his hand and slowly crouched down and, not as bad as the old man's broken slate. Kid, what are you doing? A boy behind Gao Feng saw Lin Xiu crouching in front of Gao Feng and pawing at the slate, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and threatened. Do you know Gao Feng's identity? You dare to touch him? I don't care what his status is, Lin Xiu said as he slapped down hard. A slate went down and blood flew everywhere. Lin Xiu raised his head and looked at the 3 men and 3 women who came with Gao Feng. Then he waved his hand and said with a smile, good brothers should be neat and tidy. and share the same difficulties. But go easy on them, just break a leg each. Kid, are you crazy? The boy who opened his mouth before pointed at Lin Xiu and cursed. How the hell do you dare to touch us? Do it, what are you waiting for? Lin Xiu ignored the other party and instead turned his head to look at the gang's group of members. Upon hearing this, Long Hair, Chen Cheng, and Fatty Zhuang immediately stepped forward. However, they realized that apart from the three of them there was no one else who stepped forward. All of them looked hesitant. On the other hand, the two brothers, Huang Wei and Huang Qian, were unable to participate in the battle because of their previous injuries. This, boss. Longhair glanced at Lin Xiu, wanting to say something. It was important to know that the ones who followed Gao Feng were all sophomores, and their strengths were all second-level martial artists, which were not at all something that the three of them, Long Hair, could deal with. Yo, none of you are going to do anything? Lin Xiu once again raised his slate and slapped it towards Gao Feng's head before speaking. We gangsters. The most important thing is unity. Cat L. Keep an eye on this. Anyone who doesn't make a move today will be expelled from the gang and will never be allowed to join the gang in the future. After saying that, he once again raised the slate in his hand and took it upon himself to engage in a friendly exchange with Gao Feng. Seeing this scene, Cat L no longer hesitated and took the lead, rushing towards those few Gao Feng's followers with her angel blade in hand. With Cat L taking the lead, the long-haired trio didn't care about the strength of the other guys who were second-level martial artists and charged up brazenly. Before Lin Xiu had told them that there were only two ways to stay alive when faced with an enemy that was more powerful than they were. The first way, and the most reliable, is to run away. However, the situation at hand escaping was impossible because Lin Xiu had said that anyone who didn't put up a fight would be expelled from the gang. And although they didn't have much contact with Lin Xiu, at this point in time within the entire Dormitory 225, except for Hua Jingfeng, a few of the people were sincere in their desire to follow Lin Xiu. So that leaves only the second option, which is to fight for your life. As long as you're not afraid to die and the other guy is, then you still have a chance of survival. Of course, if the other party is also a master who is not afraid of death, then you can only admit your own bad luck. But most of the students of the Magic City Martial Arts University are young people whose hands have never been stained with blood. And how many of them can really not be afraid of death? So the three of them unanimously chose to fight for their lives. The gap between a level 1 martial artist and a level 2 martial artist wasn't very big in the first place. And the way the three fought with their injuries caused a great deal of trouble to several level 2 martial artists. It wasn't true that they were Gao Feng's followers, but they were only thinking of having their backs against a big tree. They didn't have any intention of selling out for Gao Feng. What's more, there was also a blazing angel holding the angel's blade suppressing them in the front. In terms of single combat, none of their several level 2 martial artists were even able to fight against Cat L. A bizarre scene appeared on the field for a while. 3 men and 3 women totaling 6 level 2 martial artists were actually being pressed by 3 level 1 martial artists and a 2-winged blazing angel, and within a short period of time, they didn't even have any power to fight back. The rest of the gang members saw this scene. You looked at me and I looked at you, and in the end, I don't know who was the first one to rush up, followed by all of them joining in to beat up the fallen dogs. In an instant, the entire banquet hall was filled with pig-killing screams. On the other hand, Lin Xiu, who was panting, sat down on the ground and lit a cigarette. At his feet, Gao Feng's entire face was already a bloody mess. So I guess at this point it was his own mother who came and couldn't recognize her own good old son. If you fight again, you'll be killed. Hua Jingfeng walked over and gently kicked Gao Feng's leg, realizing that the other party no longer had any reaction. What? Lin Xiu was shocked. Just when Hua Jingfeng thought that Lin Xiu, the rash young man, finally knew that he regretted it, Lin Xiu once again raised his slate and said quietly, "Life's so hard? Looks like there's still some work to be done." Chapter 40, The Mob is Your Background. Hua Jingfeng had a question mark on his face. Together with Lin Xiu, this reckless man was preparing to beat Gao Feng to death here? Before he had time to think carefully, Lin Xiu had already raised the slate in his hand. Hua Jingfeng hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist, speaking with a serious expression. "Lin Xiu, it's fine if you beat him up. If you really kill him here, there's no way for you to explain to the academy." Lin Xiu frowned and contemplated for a few seconds, then looked up at Hua Jingfeng and asked, "Do you think there's a way for me to explain to the academy if I beat him up like this? It's not good to account for it, but it's still possible to find a way." Hua Jingfeng points at the fainted Gao Feng and says, "Not only is this Gao Feng's talent outstanding, his background isn't that simple either." "Oh?" Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's his background?" "His father is the Lord of Star River City. Although Star River City isn't considered a big city, after all, the city lords are all appointed by the Dragon Guard." "Then I know." Lin Xiu was silent for a few seconds, then withdrew the slate in his hand. Seeing this scene, Hua Jingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, he saw that after Lin Xiu retrieved the slate, a kitchen knife with the cold light appeared in his hand immediately after. Then under Hua Shocked Fang's horrified gaze, he cleanly wiped out Gao Feng's neck, the whole set of actions flowing smoothly, without the slightest delay, as if what he killed was not a living person, but a chicken, a fish. Lin Xiu, you, and at this moment, the entire banquet hall was quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xiu, or rather on the kitchen knife that was still dripping blood in Lin Xiu's hand. Lin Xiu kills people, and the one who killed was also the son of the Star River City Lord, a genius student of the magic capital Martial Arts University. Lin Xiu, are you crazy? Hua Jingfeng grabbed Lin Xiu's collar and almost lifted his entire body. Do you realize what you're doing? This is Mordor, not Sin City. He should be glad that this isn't Sin City. Lin Xiu broke free of Hua Jingfeng's hand, then straightened his collar and said in a calm tone, if it was in Sin City, he would be begging me to kill him. I've already told you that he's the son of the Star River City Lord. Why do you still want to kill him? Or what? Lin Xiu put away the kitchen knife as if nothing had happened, then asked rhetorically, am I going to wait for him to retaliate against me? As you said, his father is the Lord of Star River City. As long as he doesn't die, there's still room for everything to maneuver. But now, said Hua Jingfeng inside. He also knew that it was useless to say anything now. Lin Xiu had made a big trouble. There's room for maneuver if you don't die? Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at Gao Feng's bloodied face, then said, I beat him into this. Are you sure there's room for maneuver? Since you knew, you shouldn't have hit so hard. Hua Jingfeng's face was a bit ugly as he said in a bad tone, Lin Xiu, this isn't Sin City. You have to consider the consequences of your actions. Not right. Lin Xiu shook his head. This logic of yours is incorrect. I didn't start this. He's the one who didn't think through the consequences before he messed with me. Don't say he's the son of a city lord. Even if he's the son of a prince or marquis and messes with me, I'll still chop him up. Hearing these words, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air, although none of them believed that Lin Xiu really dared to kill the prince's heir. The corpse on the ground right now was the actual son of the city lord Ah. However, Cadel didn't have half a doubt about Lin Xiu's words. After all, she had seen with her own eyes that Lin Xiu had dared to draw his sword even when he was facing Marquis Knighton. Lin Xiu, it's already too late to say anything now. Hua Jingfeng sighed and shook his head. It's better to think of a way to deal with the aftermath now. Lin Xiu, do everything for one person. Lin Xiu swept his eyes over the people present and said aloud, today's incident was all done by me, Lin Xiu, and has nothing to do with anyone present. You can all leave now. No boss, the law is not against us. We all did it today. We can't let you carry it alone. Xin Zhuang patted his chest full of fat. Yeah boss, we're not leaving. Longhair also stepped forward and agreed. Our two brothers aren't the ones to evade responsibility either. The two brothers, Huang Wei and Huang Qian, didn't say anything more, but just stood behind Lin Xiu to make their position clear. Cadel didn't say a word. She didn't need to say anything more. She had signed a guardian contract with Lin Xiu. No matter who Lin Xiu offended or how much trouble he caused, she wouldn't back out and couldn't back out. Lin Xiu saw that the rest of the crowd was also starting to hesitate, and some were even gritting their teeth and preparing to stay, so he rushed forward and spoke. Don't even give me any pretense. Now get the hell out of here and go back to your dormitory. Since you guys did it on my orders, then whatever consequences there are should be borne by me as the boss. But, there's no buts. If you don't leave, you'll be expelled from the gang immediately. A few minutes later, only the people from dormitory 225 as well as Cadel were left in the entire ballroom. You guys go too. Lin Xiu waved his hand and said with a smile. Hua Jingfeng pulled out his communicator from his pocket and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to suppress this matter, but I'll try my best to try. After that he took his communicator and walked out of the banquet hall. Boss, I'll try it too haha. Xin Zhuang twisted his obese body and followed Hua Jingfeng out as well. Yo ho. Lin Xiu scat his tongue, looked at Xin Zhuang's obese back, stroked his chin and said, it looks like this fatty Zhuang is not simple either. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, a few people with long hair showed an embarrassed look on their faces. Boss, a few of us are from small towns and our families don't have much background. Our brothers are not in a good condition at home either. Huang Wei and Huang Qian also nodded silently. What are you talking about? Who said you guys don't have a background? Lin Xiu reached out and wrapped his arm around the other party's shoulders and spoke with a smile. The gangsters are your background. 10 minutes later, the campus law enforcement team of the Magic City Martial Arts University hurriedly arrived at the banquet hall, instantly surrounding the entire banquet hall. Law enforcement team leader He Zongshan's pupils shrunk violently after he pushed open the door to the banquet hall. At this moment, the banquet hall was in a mess. Tables, chairs, and benches were scattered all over the place, and there were crumbs of wine bottles, as well as broken cutlery everywhere, while in the center of the banquet hall, there was a table that was unharmed. There was even a table of people eating. On the main seat sat a young man with 3 parts handsome and 7 parts gangly. He was wearing a black short sleeve, and there was obviously an injury at his arm, but it wasn't handled much, just a piece of clothing wrapped casually around it to make a simple stop to the bleeding. And the one who poured him wine beside him was a blonde beauty from the kingdom of God, and through the hidden divine aura of the other party, He Zongshan could tell the other party's angelic identity at a glance. But what shocked He Zongshan the most was a corpse not far from the table. The body has been completely disfigured. Cannot distinguish exactly who. But here is the Magic City Wudu University. Since the establishment of the school, so far more than 100 years, the Magic City Wudu University has never had such a bad brawl. If not handled well, this law enforcement team captain, even if it is to do the head. Who did this? Chapter 41, Payment of Debts and Murder. Seeing He Zongshan's bringing people in, long hair, Chen Chang, and the 2 Huang family brothers all hurriedly got up and stood behind Lin Xiu. Shen Zhuang hesitated for a moment and also struggled to squeeze out of the chair that seemed a bit cramped. For a while, the only 2 people still sitting in the entire banquet hall were Lin Xiu and Hua Jingfeng. Hua Jingfeng remained silent as always, not even raising his head to look at He Zongshan, while Lin Xiu drank the beer in his glass in one gulp, then slowly stood up, grinning and, "I killed it. Who is this person?" He Zongshan pointed at the corpse on the ground, whose appearance was no longer visible, and snapped, "I think it's called." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment, then said indistinctly, "Gao Feng." "Yes, the name is Gao Feng." Gao Feng? He Zongshan froze, then widened his eyes with some disbelief. "That's the Gao Feng who awakened the dragon spine whip?" Yes, that's him." Lin Xiu nodded his head in a hurry. "You." He Zongshan's face changed drastically, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was still familiar with Gao Feng, a genius who had awakened at the age of 15 and had awakened the dragon spine whip that ranked 17th on the Magic City Martial Arts University's awakening list, and had been valued by Master Zhang Qingyang Zhang within the academy as a personal disciple to be cultivated. If Master Zhang knew that Gao Feng was killed by a freshman, or died in a private fight, then not only would this kid in front of him suffer, I'm afraid that he, the captain of the law enforcement team, would also be implicated. Thinking of this, his gaze became even more gloomy as he waved his hand and said sternly, "Someone come, arrest him." At those words, the enforcement team members behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to take down Lin Xiu. Without any hesitation, Cadel directly blocked in front of Lin Xiu, and Long Hair and the others also took a step forward as well. And although they didn't summon their awakenings, they were obviously prepared for battle as well. Lin Xiu raised his hand and stopped the movements of a few people. Although he was a reckless man, he was definitely not stupid. Now in this situation, if he resisted, he would inevitably clash with the law enforcement team, and at that time, even if the other party directly killed him, the academy would still have nothing to say. "Count on you to be sensible." He Zongshan snorted coldly before speaking. "If you dare to resist today, I will kill you on the spot. I, Lin Xiu, have always dared to act." Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression. However, at this time, although he looks cloudy on the surface, but in fact, his heart is also a batch of panic. His background in the final analysis, there is only a director of the Night Patrol Division's dad. However, a small director of Bijou City was nothing at all when put into the Magic City Wudu, and if he forced his way out, he might even be implicated. So Lin Xiu didn't intend to tell his dad about this matter. And just then, He Zongshan was speaking again. "According to the Academy's rules, those who cause death in a private fight will have an arm broken before being tried." "What did you say?" The smile on Lin Xiu's face instantly tightened and his eyes narrowed slightly. "You're going to break my arm?" "What?" He Zongshan asked rhetorically. "You have an opinion, Captain He?" At this time, Hua Jingfeng, who hadn't said anything, finally opened his mouth. "If I remember correctly, there isn't this regulation within the academy, is there? And who are you?" He Zongshan frowned, his face a little displeased. "Hua Jingfeng." "Hua Jingfeng?" He Zongshan was silent for a few seconds, quickly searching for information about the other party in his mind. He Zongshan's strength was already average, and the only reason he was able to achieve the position of captain of the enforcement team was purely because he was a person with an eye for the wind. He recognized all the cadets with backgrounds in the entire Magic City Martial Arts University, and usually enforced the law by looking at people. This time, Lin Xiu had killed the son of the Star River City Lord, and he was also a genius student that Master Zhang favored. So if his performance this time could satisfy the High City Lord and Master Zhang, he might still have a chance to get a better development. As for the rule of breaking an arm that he said in his mouth, it was completely something he came up with on the fly. There hadn't even been such a bad brawl in the more than 100 years of the Magic City Martial Arts University, so how could there be such a rule? After thinking for a moment, Zongshan didn't think that there was any genius or perhaps someone with a deep background within the academy who was called by the name Hua Jingfeng, so his face turned condescending again. I don't care who you are. The rules of the academy are the rules and must not be broken. Captain my surname is Hua of Divine Perishing City. Hua Jingfeng violently turned his head to look at Zongshan. God Perishing City. Zongshan froze, then said with a somewhat trembling voice, Hua, what kind of person is City Lord Hua Tianquan to you? Exactly, my father. Hearing these words, Zongshan unconsciously took 2 steps back. Although Hua Tianquan was also a city lord, he was not comparable to places like Star River City or Bijou City. God Perishing City was located in the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom and was a major town in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Hua Tianquan's position as the city's lord was personally appointed by that king of listening to the wind. If it was really Hua Tianquan's son who had killed Gao Feng, I'm afraid that even the Star River City's city lord wouldn't dare to pursue the matter, let alone him, an academy's law enforcement team leader. Thinking of this, Zongshan immediately changed his face and revealed a fawning smile. So it's Hua Xiao. This matter concerns you? We're together. Hua Jingfeng pointed at Lin Xiu on the side and spoke indifferently. Understood, Hua Xiao. Zongshan hurriedly nods his head. Then a look of difficulty appears on his face. Hua Xiao, although you have a special status, this matter is really too big. I'm afraid that I can't suppress it as a tiny captain of the law enforcement team. Besides, this Gao Feng's background isn't simple. You don't have to care about this. I've already had someone contact the elders of the academy, and the Council of Elders will naturally deal with it impartially. Speaking here, Hua Jingfeng's gaze flinched and he said in a cold voice, however, if anyone wants to privately make a move against Lin Xiu or the ones present, I won't agree to it, and neither will Divine Perdition City. Understood. Zongshan nodded his head hurriedly, a fawning smile hanging on his face all the time. His posture, low compared to before, was like a different person. And just then, a slightly lethargic voice came from outside the door. Since when did God Perishing City's hand extend so far? Even the Mordovia Martial Arts University is going to take care of things? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's crowd all looked in the direction of the doorway, only to see a boy wearing a baseball uniform with a large headset on his head stomping in, followed by a few youthful and pretty girls behind him. Jihan. Hua Jingfeng frowned, a flash of disgust in his eyes. Hua Jingfeng, debts are paid and murder is paid. Isn't this a natural thing to do? Jihan casually took off his own headset and handed it to a girl behind him. This matter was originally Gao Feng's provocation in the first place. Moreover, the academy will give a fair and just punishment by itself. Hua Jingfeng retracts his gaze, no longer looking at Jihan, and says expressionlessly, I, Divine Perishable City, will not meddle in the affairs of the academy, but I will not allow others to rely on power to target my friends either. No. Jihan quickly waved his hand. Hua Jingfeng, you're overthinking it. I'm not you. I have to go to my parents for a little something. I was going to make a date with you guys. Battle of Life and Death. Chapter 42, Life and Death Battle. Luo Shen Luo. A life and death battle? Hua Jingfeng frowned, then sneered. Jihan, you're really shameless. You as a second-year cadet even want to engage in a life and death battle with a freshly enrolled cadet? You can also find second-year cadets to fight for you guys. Jihan laughed, then shrugged with a disinterested expression. What's a life and death battle? Lin Xiu asked as he twisted his head to look at Long Hair and the others on the side. Boss, I know. Shinjuang moved his obese body to Lin Xiu's side and said in a low voice. I heard my sister say before that the Mordor Martial Arts University prohibits private fights, but they also understand that trainees who haven't experienced real battles can't grow up. So a ring was built inside the academy. Any student who has a grudge can go to the ring to settle it. While if there is an immortal grudge, they can choose to fight to the death. And as long as both parties agree, the academy will not pursue the consequences. So that's how it is. Lin Xiu stroked his chin and secretly pondered. Now that he had set off early to come to the magic capital because he had smashed the water cloud room. As for those trainees who had followed him out from Sin City, they had yet to be admitted to the school. If it was them who also came, Lin Xiu really didn't mind having a life and death battle with the other side. That group of gang members who had seen blood in Sin City were not comparable to Long Hair and the others right now. Maybe their talent and strength were not as good as Long Hair and the others. But if they were to fight to the death, that would be a different story. Hua Jingfeng, dare you take it? You give a painful word. Jihan looks at Hua Jingfeng, who has a hard look on his face, and the corner of his mouth hooks into a mocking smile. Jihan, you're determined to stand up for Gao Feng, aren't you? Hua Jingfeng said coldly. Gao Feng? Jihan raised an eyebrow, then snorted. Who's that? I don't recognize it at all. Hearing his words, the crowd all looked puzzled. And at this time, a young girl behind Jihan came to his ear and whispered a few words. And only then did Jihan raise his head in a daze and look at Hua Jingfeng and explained. So that punk that you guys got killed is called Gao Feng. You don't recognize him? Hua Jingfeng asked. I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it. Just now Master Zhang Qingyang Zhang found me and said that one of the trainees he looked after was killed. He asked me to come and help him out. As you know, this biggest advantage of mine is enthusiasm. Jihan takes 2 steps forward, gets in front of Hua Jingfeng, and deliberately lowers his voice. And, not to mention I heard that the person who did it also had you. Hua Xiao. So I'm definitely going to come along for the ride. You're coming at me? Hua Jingfeng's face changed. Then he spoke. In that case, it's fine for the 2 of us to get into the ring, to determine victory or defeat as well as life and death. I'll accompany you. No, no, no. Jihan quickly waved his hand, then spoke with a smile. One of your lives is not enough. After he finished speaking he reached out and nodded at Lin Xiu's several people. 8 in all. 8 lives. It should be enough to give an explanation to Master Zhang. Jihan nodded in satisfaction. Of course, if Hua Xiao you have the skills to find a second-year cadet that's fine too. As he says this he reveals a confident smile and, it just so happens that I also want to see if anyone will choose your Hua family between the Ji family and the Hua family. Hua Jingfeng's face instantly turned incomparably gloomy as he twisted his head to look at Lin Xiu. But in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Because at this time, the Hua family's situation was not too good. He wanted to engage in a life and death battle with Jihan. The second-year students thought that there would not be anyone to help him. After all, the current Ji family was as strong as ever. There was no willingness to offend this Ji family's great young man. Lin Xiu also saw Hua Jingfeng's difficulty, and he stepped forward with hardly any hesitation, reaching out and pointing at Jihan as he spoke somewhat lethargically. What the hell are you? How many people will fight if you say so? You're talking to me? Jihan froze slightly and looked at Lin Xiu with some disbelief. Right. It's you. Lin Xiu stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Hua Jingfeng. I don't care if you're chicken cold or gong cold. You want to fight to the death. It's 2v2. Old Hua and I will go out to fight. And you can find anyone you want. Lin Xiu put one hand on Hua Jingfeng's shoulder before looking at Jihan with a provocative gaze. Hua Jingfeng's body stiffened slightly, then glanced sideways at Lin Xiu's hand on his shoulder, frowned, and ultimately did not say anything more. Just you? Jihan let out a cold laugh. When is it your turn to talk here? Lin Xiu scratched his short hair and raised his head with some annoyance. His eyes narrowed slightly, his narrow eyes radiating a dangerous glow. Why do you all like to play me so much? Do you realize that the last one who pretended to be with me has gone cold? Saying that, Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at Gao Feng's corpse on the ground. Hearing these words Jihan was obviously stunned, then spoke with some surprise. You killed this punk? That's right. Lin Xiu patted his chest and said rather proudly. It's little master me. Interesting. Jihan looked Lin Xiu up and down before nodding his head. In that case count you in. But you two still don't have enough lives. Then count me in. Cat L walked straight forward and stood at Lin Xiu's side, her tone firm. Her coming forward was something Lin Xiu expected. The other party had signed a contract with herself, and now that she was in trouble, she had to play a guardian role, or else she would be considered to have broken the contract and be abandoned by the gods. Count me in too. Hearing Shen Zhuang's words, Lin Xiu's crowd was taken aback. This fat guy hadn't really excelled in the previous practical drills, only picking up the slack and mending behind others. And at that time, Lin Xiu had carefully observed his 6 roommates. Among them, the one he was most optimistic about was naturally Hua Jingfeng, a somewhat mysterious beautiful young man, while the one he was least optimistic about was Shen Zhuang. Long hair of the Dragon Abyss Shortblade is not only sharp and incomparable, but also can provide him with agility bonus, a proper assassin. If properly cultivated, in the future he is likely to become a terrifying killer. Chen Qing's Dark Shadow was also a very rare awakening, and if it could be utilized properly, it would also serve as a surprise. Although the awakenings of the 2 brothers, Huang Wei and Huang Qian, weren't bright enough, as twin brothers, they shared the same mind and worked flawlessly together in battle. Only Shen Zhuang, aside from being more resistant to beatings, doesn't seem to have much use for it, and at a time like this, when it was a matter of life and death, he actually stood up. Fatty, have you thought about it? Lin Xiu twisted his head and asked. Boss, I've thought it over. I'm going to live and die with you guys, Shen Zhuang said with a righteous and impassioned face. Seeing this scene, Longhair secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt a little ashamed. Cat L, as a girl, was the first to stand out, and the always useless dead fat man also stood out righteously, and he himself, surprisingly, hesitated. Thinking of this, he also stepped forward and gritted his teeth. Count me in. The two brothers, Huang Wei and Huang Qian, glanced at each other without any verbal communication and walked forward at the same time, saying in unison, count me in. Chen Xing didn't say anything and silently walked beside the crowd, like a lonely shadow. Good. Jihan slapped his palm and laughed. It's really touching. Scrambling for death. Not now, are we? Count me in. A cold female voice came from outside the door. The gazes of the crowd instantly looked towards the doorway, only to see a girl wearing a black mask appear at the entrance of the banquet hall. Jihan's gaze slightly condensed, and his tone became unusually grave. Luo Shun. Shun Luo. Chapter 43, I'll call you boss. You call me brother-in-law. The girl with the mask ignored Jihan and walked directly past him without even giving the other party a second glance, coming straight to Lin Xiao and the others. She first glanced at Hua Jingfeng, but quickly averted her gaze to look at Lin Xiao and looked him up and down. You're Lin Xiao? It's me. Lin Xiao was a bit stunned. He could be sure that he had never seen the other party before because her pair of deep and soulful eyes would never be forgotten once he had seen them. Who are you? My name is Shen Luo. Do we know each other? Lin Xiao looked puzzled. Don't recognize. Shen Luo reached out and pointed towards behind Lin Xiao, then said, but I know him. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the other party's finger, only to realize that Shen Zhuang, who was originally still standing shoulder to shoulder with them, had already hidden behind Lin Xiao at some point, but obviously, Lin Xiao's stature was completely insufficient to cover his obese body. Sis, Shen Zhuang lowered his head. His voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, and he looked like a child who had made a mistake. The 200-pound child. You're his sister? She's your sister? At that moment, Lin Xiao and his group almost all voiced the same doubt. Yes, boss. Shen Zhuang nodded seriously and, a blood sister from the same father. Lin Xiao first looked at Shen Luo who was standing in front of him, although the other party was wearing a mask and couldn't see her entire face. But whether it was from looking at her from her figure or the other party's pair of eyes that made it impossible for people to forget after a single glance, one could tell that the other party was definitely a great beauty whose face value didn't lose out to Cadel's. And Xinzhuang. It's hard to describe. As if Xinzhuang had long been accustomed to the astonished gazes of the crowd, he nevertheless scratched his head in some embarrassment. Boss, I'm actually still pretty decent looking if I'm thinner. Alright, you don't have to say it. Lin Xiao reached out and interrupted him. Speaking out of turn, I believe. Shun Luo. Jihan felt that he was being ignored, and instantly became a bit irritated. Speaking directly, are you sure you want to stand up for them? Hearing his words, Shen Luo slowly turned around and looked Jihan up and down before her gaze landed on the headset in the hands of the girl behind him. You're the Ji family's Jihan? Exactly. Jihan nodded with a smile as he straightened his hair. Your strength is not bad, but with me around, you will definitely die in the ring. Shen Luo's tone did not have a single ripple, but it carried a strong sense of confidence. Shen Luo, this matter originally had nothing to do with you. Jihan pondered for a few seconds, then continued, as for your brother's matter, I can also plead with Master Zhang. After all, he's only an accessory to the crime, so I'm sure that Master Zhang will also give me this face. Shen Luo shook his head slightly, then slowly spoke. First of all, I have already communicated with the Academy's Elder Council before coming here. The Academy will punish them severely, but the offense is not punishable by death. Secondly, I didn't just come over this time because of Xinzhuang. Hearing this, Jihan slightly frowned. Luo Shen Luo's position in the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University was very clear to him. If the other party was willing to plead for Hua Jingfeng and the others, this matter might really be able to turn a big matter into a small matter. When the Academy gave a punishment that was not too light or not too heavy, even if the Lord of the Starry River City was no longer convinced, he would definitely not dare to say anything more. After thinking about it, Jihan still asked with some reluctance. You said you didn't just come here for your brother. Could it be that you want to support the Hua family? Hua family? Shen Luo lightly glanced at Hua Jingfeng, then shook his head. The affairs of your great families have nothing to do with me. I came for him, said Shen Luo as he reached out and pointed at Lin Xiao. Me? Lin Xiao directly froze, pointing at himself with some uncertainty. Yeah, that's you. Didn't you say you don't recognize me? Lin Xiao felt a bit confused. This big beautiful girl just said her name as soon as she walked in the door, then said she didn't recognize her, and now she said she was here for her. Sick, right? I'll explain it to you in a while, Shen Luo said faintly, then turned his head to look at He Zongshan, who had long ago retreated to the side without saying a word. Captain He, the Elder Council already knows about this matter. There's no need for the law enforcement team to handle it. You guys take the body away. Okay, listen to MS. Shen. He Zongshan revealed a pleasing look before ordering someone to drag Gao Feng's body out. Watching He Zongshan leave, Shenluo once again looked at Jihan. If you still want to start a life and death battle, you can do so tomorrow. Forget it. Jihan waved his hand and laughed. Big beautiful Shen's face still needs to be given. So let's leave this matter at that. Actually, you don't have to give me face, Shenluo said rather seriously. Jihan froze. He had long heard that this Luo Shen was strong, but her emotional quotient was extremely low. Today was the first time he had crossed paths with the other party, and with just a few short words, he could already tell that the rumors were true. This woman's emotional quotient was indeed not high. I told you I'd give you face and not fight. Can't you say thank you? Even if you don't want to say thank you, you don't have to say anything. How can I take it? Jihan was silent for a full 5 seconds, then spoke. I'll give it. After saying that, he left the messy banquet hall without looking back. Looking at Jihan's back as he left, even Lin Xiu was relieved. It was obvious that the other party's strength far exceeded that of their party. If they really opened a life and death battle, then I'm afraid that it would really be fatal. Right. Lin Xiu suddenly remembered something and looked at Shenluo and asked, now can you tell me why you're helping me? Because of your mom. Lin Xiu had a questioning look on his face. You cursed me? No. Shenluo shook his head. Not a ripple in his deep eyes. It's because of your mom. When she said this, she seemed to also feel that something was wrong. So she added, Zhao Qingqing. You know Zhao Qingqing? Lin Xiu asked. Yes, she taught me a lot. Shenluo straightened his muzzle, then continued, she's also a teacher and a friend to me, but she lets me call her sister. Speaking here, she raised her eyes to Lin Xiu and said seriously, so you can call me sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Lin Xiu was a bit speechless as he looked at the girl in front of him who was similar in age to himself. Xin Zhuang pondered aside for a few seconds, then suddenly came out with a sentence that, boss, from now on, we'll talk about each other. I'll call you boss, you call me brother-in-law. Lin Xiu is once again speechless. Jihan shouldn't be initiating a life and death battle. It's a bit of a shame, but it saves trouble. Speaking here, Shenluo seemed to have thought of something, then spoke. Right, I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 44, Jingnan City Rescue Operation. We've caused such a big mess. What good news can there be? Xinzhuang lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. The good news is that you won't have to attend military training back there. No need for military training? Lin Xiu froze. This was not good news for him. He still wanted to recruit more trainees to join the gang by virtue of the practical training in the military training. Now that he couldn't take part in the military training, how else could he collect juniors? Sis, really? Xin Zhuang, on the other hand, was looking forward to it. Military training was just too hard and tiring, and Lin Xiu was even stricter on them than the instructors. He didn't want to see blood every day anymore. What about the bad news? Lin Xiu hurriedly pursued. The bad news is that demonic beasts have been running rampant in Jingnan City lately, and upon investigation, there are still a large number of survivors today. After deliberations at each academy, it has been decided that each academy will send 100 cadets to Jingnan City to cooperate with the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division in their rescue efforts. What does this have to do with us? Xin Zhuang asked with some confusion. The others signed up voluntarily. Well, you must go. Shenluo glanced at Lin Xiu, and a flash of guilt flashed in his eyes. I promised Sister Qingqing that I would take good care of you, but you've caused so much trouble this time. I've done my best, and this is the best I can do for you. 100 trainees? Lin Xiu's eyes immediately lit up. In his eyes, that wasn't a trainee. As long as one puts in effort, that's a whole 100 points of power value. Sister, but I have heard that Jingnan City is particularly dangerous right now. Even the people from the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guard have lost a lot of people. If we go, won't it be? Xin Zhuang had a timid face. Fatty, you were just now so righteous that you wanted to live and die with the boss. Longhair skimmed his mouth and squinted at Xin Zhuang. He. Xin Zhuang scratched his head awkwardly. That's not because I knew my sister would come. I knew it. Early the next morning, Master Sun called Lin Xiu and Hua Jingfeng and the others to his office. Lin Xiu, you're too impulsive. Lin Xiu knew that the other party was talking about killing Gao Feng yesterday, so he helplessly let out a bitter smile. Master Sun, I know I was wrong. Seeing Lin Xiu directly admit his mistake, Hua Jingfeng and the others on the side were slightly stunned. In their opinion, Lin Xiu's nature to admit his mistake was impossible. Master Sun also nodded with satisfaction. Before Zhao Qingqing had said to him that this kid Lin Xiu had always been ignorant of the sky and the earth, it seemed that after yesterday's incident, he was also aware that the magic capital was not as good as Sin City and Biluo City, and it was thought that after this incident, he would have curbed his sharpness as well. But don't worry, Master Sun, this trip to Jingnan City, Jihan has also signed up to go. Sun sure froze slightly, a bit puzzled. What do you mean? I thought about it yesterday after I returned to the dormitory. And I was indeed wrong yesterday. Lin Xiao thought about it and said, Jihan's strength and status are far from Gao Fang's. His revenge will only be harder than Gao Fang's. I should have cut off the roots yesterday. What? When they heard his words, everyone was dumbfounded. So you're saying you were wrong not for killing Gao Feng, but for not killing Jihan? Lin Xiao. I didn't mean that. Before Master Sun could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Lin Xiao. Master Sun, don't worry. This trip to Jingnan City, I will definitely eliminate the roots. Jihan will definitely die in Jingnan City. Not. Lin Xiao you must not be impulsive Master Sun even stuttered a bit when he spoke. He really didn't expect Lin Xiao. This kid was more than just Zhao Qingqing saying that he didn't know the sky. He simply wanted to poke a hole in the sky. Actually, that Jihan kid he is also just a little bit misbehaved. His nature is not bad. Master Sun hurriedly persuaded. According to Lin Xiao and Jihan's character, if these two met together, I'm afraid that the two could only come back one alive during this trip to Jingnan City. Lin Xiao had the relationship of Zhao Qingqing. He naturally didn't want anything to happen to the other party, but after all, Jihan was also a member of the Ji family, and the other party was also the top genius cadet in the second year of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, so it would also be a loss for the academy if they were to be broken in Jingnan City. Don't worry Master Sun, if he's willing to be my little brother, I can still consider forgiving him. Lin Xiao smiled and spoke. Hua Jingfeng and the others were a bit helpless. They didn't understand why Lin Xiao was so obsessed with collecting minions. Nowadays, just from what they knew, the Black Gang already had hundreds of minions. And since that guy had been in Sin City for so long, there must have been quite a number of minions left behind in Sin City. So that would make it so that Lin Xiao would have a few hundred minions under his hand at the very least. Hundreds of level 1 martial artists. Even the night patrol division of some remote small towns can't come up with so many people, right? Alas. Master Sun sighed and shook his head helplessly. It's better for you young people to settle your own matters. But remember, you mustn't fight privately within the academy anymore. If you didn't have that girl Shen Luo pleading for you this time, you'd more than likely be expelled. Understood Master Sun. Everyone nodded their heads obediently. You will be leaving for Jingnan City in 3 days. There are some things I still need to explain to you. It was only after a full 2 hours that Lin Xiao and his group walked out of Master Sun's office. And after Master Sun's tireless explanation, they had sort of figured out the mission and purpose of this trip to Jingnan City. This rescue operation in Jingnan City was applied for by none other than the head of Biluo City's Night Patrol Division. Also Lin Xiao's dad, Lin Zhanbei. Wang Zhanwu had passed by Jingnan City on his way to Sin City to pick up Lin Xiao from his home, and had left an arm behind in Jingnan City. But he had also saved quite a few survivors and had gotten word that a large number of survivors still existed in Jingnan City. After getting the news, Lin Zhanbei reported the news to the Night Patrol Division headquarters at the very first moment, and after deliberation, the Night Patrol Division decided to launch a rescue. The rescue operation was handled by the Night Patrol Division, with the Dragon Guards assisting from the sidelines. But the 100 Battles Martial University, as the most belligerent martial arts academy, took the initiative to apply for wanting to take part in this rescue operation as a way of exercising their own trainees after they received the news. For this request from the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, the Night Patrol Division naturally would not refuse. After all, it was now in the midst of an eventful period, and the Night Patrol Division's manpower was not very sufficient. The 3 major martial arts academies of the Dragon Kingdom had always been in a relationship of cooperation and competition with each other, and this time, the 100 Battles Martial Arts University had made an example. And naturally, the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University and the Capital Martial Arts University were not willing to show their weaknesses. And so, under the deliberation of the 3 major martial arts academies, all martial arts academies in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom would be sending out their academies to go to Jingnan City. Among them, each of the 3 major colleges sent 100 students. As for the other small colleges, they sent 10 people to participate. The purpose of this was firstly to help the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards to share their worries, and secondly to train their own cadets. Counting the ones from other academies, there are at least thousands of trainees traveling to Jingnan City this time. If we can take them all in. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising, and right at that moment, a system prompt caused his face to instantly change. Power value -1, power value -1, power value -1, power value -1. Chapter 45, Decreased Power Value. Sin City Crisis. Boss, what's wrong with you? Longhair saw the change in Lin Xiao's face and opened his mouth to ask. I'm fine. Lin Xiao came back to his senses and shook his head before quickly opening the system interface, and immediately afterward, he froze in place. Power value, 482. After recruiting a group of minions through the martial arts arena last time, his power value had reached 503 points, earning him a second stage reward, successfully advancing to a second-level martial artist and awakening a new awakening item, the chopper. And now, his power value had decreased by a full 21 points, falling below 500. Lin Xiu clenched his fists and felt the power within his body. He didn't feel a drop in strength. He slowly opened his palms and a brightly shining kitchen knife instantly appeared in his hands. It seemed that even the decrease in power value wouldn't affect the rewards that had already been handed out. Lin Xiu mused in his heart. And seeing this scene, Hua Jingfeng and the others were stunned. Lin Xiu, what's with the chopper? I meant to ask you yesterday. Are you having a second awakening? Aha. Lin Xiu nodded with a grave expression before speaking. I still have things to do. I'll explain to you guys later. After saying that, he took out his communicator from his pocket and dialed Hu Shanyue's number. And 2 seconds later, Hu Shanyue's somewhat lethargic voice came into Lin Xiu's ears. Boss, why are you calling so early? What happened? Hearing the other party's voice, Lin Xiu slowly let out a sigh of relief before asking, is everything alright with you guys in Bijou City? Lin Xiu had contacted them just after arriving at the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, when the Red Feather Guards had killed all the gang members in the hotel. But Hu Shanyue and the others from Sin City, who had followed Lin Xiu as students, had dodged a bullet. After all, they were still nominally students of Bijou City High School, and Lin Zhanbei had already bailed them out to Mordor Martial University through Zhao Qingqing's connections. They just hadn't officially enrolled in school yet, so the Red Feather Guards wouldn't dare to move them easily. We're fine. I even went out for drinks with that guy Sueno yesterday. By the way boss, a new bar has opened in Bijou City, and the girls there. Alright. Lin Xiu directly interrupted Hu Shanyue's words, then asked, have you contacted Morning Biao recently? And how are the brothers over at Sin City? Boss, you also know that Sin City doesn't have any signal at all. The communicator can't be used, and the only way to contact them is to rely on people to send letters. A few days ago, there were people from the Night Patrol Division who traveled to the perimeter of Sin City to do some work, so I asked Uncle Lin to send a letter over to Morning Biao, but there's been no reply, so I don't know if that kid received it or not. Something might have happened over there in Sin City. Find a way to send another letter over and have Morning Biao lead people to withdraw from Sin City. Lin Xiu said rather seriously. 3 days later I will set off from the magic capital and make a trip to Jingnan City. At that time, have Morning Biao bring people to wait for me outside of Jingnan City. Boss, what happened in Sin City? As soon as Hu Shanyue heard this, his sleepiness was gone and he sat up violently. I'm not sure now. Lin Xiu sighed, then continued, you first do as I say. Saying this Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before adding, by the way, you guys should also report to the Magic City Martial Arts University as soon as possible. Got it boss. Sin City, inside the bar. Brother Morning Biao. Today there are 2 more brothers who were seriously injured by those in the God Country. Inside the box, a man in his early 30s with a hideous scar on his face sat on the sofa, an unopened bottle of beer in his hand, scrutinizing it. He had short hair, shaded eyes, and a hideous scar extending from the corner of his eye to his jaw, which looked like a horrible centipede clinging to his face, and with the twitching of his facial muscles, the centipede seemed to come to life, and it looked exceptionally horrible. Inform all the brothers to abandon all their properties and all retreat to the bar. Brother Morning Biao. When that little brother standing in front of him heard these words, an anxious look appeared on his face, and he quickly spoke. This Sin City really can't stay any longer, or else we'll all be killed by those from the Kingdom of God. No. When the boss left, he said that he wanted us to stay in Sin City. Morning Biao reached out and touched the scar on his face, whispering, now I've lost quite a few of boss's properties. This bar is the boss's favorite place, and it's also the base of our gang. Even if I have to spell out this life, I have to hold it for the boss. Brother Morning Biao, wake up. The boss has given up on us. Shut up. Morning Biao fiercely stood up, his tiger eyes radiating a regal light. The boss won't give up on any of his brothers. Brother Morning Biao, wake up. That little brother let out a bitter smile. The boss has already left Sin City. Those close friends who came with the boss have also left with him, and only those of us have been left behind. We've been abandoned. You fart. Morning Biao slapped the other man's face and said in a cold voice, Black Dog, do you really not know why the boss left me behind? The little brother called Black Dog was obviously a bit confused by the slap and didn't speak for a while. Morning Biao gave the other man an angry look, then sat down on the couch again and, we're not like the brothers who left. Those were either students who walked out of school with the boss, or they came to Sin City to escape their enemies, or those who couldn't survive outside. When he said that, his face became a bit grim as he looked up at Black Dog and asked in a cold voice, and what about us? How did we get to Sin City? Hearing these words, The black dog did not reply, but silently lowered his head. Although I, Morning Biao, was forced to do so, but after all, I have the blood of the Night Rangers on my hands, and after I leave this Sin City, even if the sky and the earth are as big as they are, there's no place for me to stay. And you, Morning Biao reached out and pointed at Black Dog, snapping, you, Black Dog, were still unawakened at the age of 25, and suffered from all the stares and ridicule, and everyone looked down on you, including your parents and brothers. Then you managed to find a woman you didn't mind marrying, and that woman ended up being defiled by your own brother on their wedding day. Afterward your parents advised you to pretend it didn't happen, and it was on that day that you awakened, and then you killed your parents with your own hands, and your big brother's family of 4. With every sentence Morning Biao said, Black Dog's face became uglier, and by the end of the sentence, his expression had become incomparably hideous. 6 lives, including 2 innocent children. Black Dog, now that all of our brothers' names are still on the Night Patrol Division's wanted list, can we survive after leaving this Sin City? I asked you a question. Morning Biao's voice suddenly raised a few notches. Answer me. No, can't. Black Dog lowered his head, his voice shaking a little. I'll ask you again. Who had the connections to arrange for people to send money to that wife of yours? It's the boss. And who is the one who puts up half of his income every month to make connections just so he can get us a letter to his family? It's the boss. While Morning Biao threw out a whole bunch of questions in a row, Black Dog's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and at the back it was even vaguely crying. After Black Dog exited the box, Morning Bill picked up the unopened bottle of beer again and muttered, Boss, I'm useless. Not only can't suffer the industry you left behind, but I also lost more than 20 brothers. Until the end, Funeral Biao did not open the bottle of wine. Lin Xiu is the most favorite drink beer. Red wine and foreign wine he is not a drop of dip. The only beer has become an indispensable part of Lin Xiu's life, and every time Morning Biao was with Lin Xiu, he had a bottle of beer handy, but he never drank it because he was allergic to alcohol, and if he took just one sip, he would get a red rash all over his body, and it was also very itchy. Chapter 46, The 7 Stars of the Big Dipper are high. Listen to the wind and bring a sword at night. 3 days later, military jeeps. Lin Xiu and the others sat in the trunk and had a bumpy ride. What bad luck! How come I'm in a car with you guys? Ji Han, with a large headset around his neck and a hip-hop outfit, squinted at Hua Jingfeng. Hua Jingfeng glanced at him, then didn't pay him any attention. But Xin Zhuang, who was on the side, was not willing to show weakness, and opened his mouth to dislike the, We're not a straw boat. Don't send your towards us if you have one. Dead fatso, how dare you talk to me like that? Jihan's face changed and he looked at Xin Zhuang with cold eyes. Xin Zhuang subconsciously shrunk his neck to hide behind Lin Xiu. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu laughed. Fatty, how come I didn't realize that this mouth of yours is so slippery? That's not because we didn't know each other well before. Xin Zhuang scratched his head awkwardly. Poof. Jihan snorted, then smiled contemptuously. I'll see how much longer you guys can be complacent. The members of the Night Patrol Division who were in the same car with them saw the scene and smiled helplessly. I really envy you boys. Cherish the friends you have around you now. His eyes dimmed a bit as he said this. Big brother, which martial arts university did you graduate from? Xin Zhuang moved forward and came to the other party's side as if he was familiar with himself. I can't be compared to you geniuses. I graduated from the Bijou City Martial Artist Academy. Nanda City? Xin Zhuang froze, then said with a shocked expression. I remember that the Hearing Wind King came out of Nanda City, right? That's right. The member of the Night Patrol Division smiled, revealing a look of longing, and muttered, The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are high, listening to the wind and carrying a sword at night. King Hearing Wind is the only one in the Dragon Kingdom who doesn't lose to Marquis Naiden, and is the idol that all Nandu Academy students worship. Big brother, can you tell us about the Hearing Wind King? Xin Zhuang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the Night Patrol Division member. The member of the Night Watch Division laughed, and without ceremony slipped the cigarette directly into his pocket. My name is Wang Chang. I'm a few years older than you guys. Just call me Brother Wang. Okay, Lo Wang. About this King of Hearing Wind. He is simply a legend of my Dragon Kingdom. He and Lord Night Peace Marquis were strong men of the same era, but the two were 2 different lives. Lord Nightenho was born in an ordinary family, but was gifted from a young age, sweeping away geniuses of his generation along the way, and with the 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword that ranks second on the awakening list, he fought hard to become invincible in the world. The Hearing Wind King is different. He came from the Hua family, one of the 4 great families at the time, but was not a direct descendant, but rather an illegitimate child with a low status in the family, and his awakening object, the 7-star blade, isn't even qualified to be on the awakening list. King Hearing Wind's awakening object didn't make it to the awakening list? Lin Xiu was slightly surprised. The old dean had told him before that awakening objects determined the upper limit of a person's talent. And this Dragon Guard's number 1, the Hearing Wind King, who was the equal of the Marquis of Night Peace, was not even on the list? Lonely. Jihan gave Lin Xiu a disdainful look, then took over and said, "The reason why King Hearing Wind could later become a legend of the Dragon Kingdom is because he has average talent and became a king entirely by his own efforts against all odds. The king of listening to the wind, flower listening to the wind, was notorious until the year he turned 30. Speaking here, a flash of yearning flashed across Jihan's eyes before he continued. That year, the Divine Kingdom invaded Nanjiao City. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom was in the midst of a situation where all the warlords were divided. And since Nanjiao City was located on the border, there were no warlords or lineages willing to station there. So the Divine Kingdom easily captured Nanjiao City with almost no effort at all. After capturing Nanjiao City, the Divine Kingdom's ambitions expanded rapidly, and they turned their sights back to Nandu City, which is right next to Nanjiao City. And Nandu City is precisely the base camp of the Flower family. And after a fierce battle that lasted half a month, the Flower family was finally unable to withstand the onslaught of the Divine Kingdom's Blazing Angel Legion. Just as the Flower family was preparing to withdraw from Nandu City, the Hearing Wind King stepped forward. That time was the first time in 30 years that King Hearing Wind drew his sword in front of outsiders. That night, with one man and one sword, he cut down the entire 6th Legion of Blazing Angels and pursued them for 300 miles, finally beheading a 6-winged archangel at the border of Nanjiao City. After that battle, Flower Hearing Wind took over the Flower family in a thunderous manner and suppressed all the forces in a very short period of time, abolishing the lineages and organizing the Dragon Guards. The 7 stars of the Southern Dipper are high, listening to the wind and carrying a sword at night. The angels mourn their broken wings and dare not cross the Southern Edict. This is the legend of the King of Hearing Wind. A bunch of dirtbags. After saying that, Jihan smiled smugly and didn't forget to taunt a few people. A frog tattooed on a tadpole. Are you showing off your mom? Shen Zhuang unceremoniously disliked him. Dead fatso. You seek death. Jihan's face changed and he was about to stand up. Wang Chang, on the other hand, reached out and pulled him back, half jokingly and half seriously saying, I don't care if you guys fight, but you can't make a move, ha. There is a rule in the Night Patrol Division that those who kill each other before the battle will die. Although Wang Chang still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, the coldness that flickered in his gaze still made people not dare to doubt his words in the slightest. Seeing Jihan sitting back to his position, Wang Chang smiled again and spoke. Well, when you guys go to the battlefield in the future, you'll know that the current bickering is not a good memory. I had a few nemesis within the academy at first, and later joined the Nightwatch division with me. At first we also looked at each other, but in the end, speaking here, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, did not continue, but took out the pack of cigarettes Shen Zhuang gave him from his pocket, took out one and lit it, but did not take a puff, just let the cigarette spontaneously combust, and the pungent smell of smoke filled the entire carriage. Sin City, Morning Biao, submit to me and I can let you live. A blonde-haired, pale-skinned man from the Divine Kingdom looked down at Morning Biao with a condescending attitude, his tone carrying an undeniable flavor. Bah! Morning Biao spat hard, then spoke disdainfully. What kind of a thing are you? Come and get it yourself if you can. Morning Biao, don't you toast to this. Old me is allergic to alcohol. I won't even eat the toast. Morning Biao fiddled with the unopened bottle of beer in his hand and looked up at the other party with a strong disdain in his eyes. Humph! That Divine Kingdom man snorted coldly. Morning Biao, I'll give you one night to think about it. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer tomorrow. The man's blue eyes flashed with a fierce color as he said viciously, then I'll let the entire Dragon Kingdom of Sin City die. You're morally kidnapping a gangster? Morning Biao looked at his opponent like he was an idiot, and then spat out a nationalist. Stupid B. Chapter 47, Boss. Morning Puma to you. In the early hours of the morning, there was a cacophony of noise from outside the bar. Funeral Biao sat up violently from the sofa, the exhaustion and sleepiness in his eyes instantly disappearing. Black Dog. Brother Morning Biao. Black Dog directly pushed the door and walked in, with an anxious look on his face. That group of God's kingdom is killing over. I knew they wouldn't stop. Morning Biao stood up and straightened the collar of his black shirt, then snapped, tell all the brothers to get ready and cut them down. Got it Morning Biao. At the entrance of the bar, more than a dozen blazing angels with wings on their backs stood in the air, looking down at the Morning Biao crowd below. Morning Biao, I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die. Nonsense really ing much. A bunch of birds still want me to submit. Want to fart eat it you guys? Morning Biao grinned broadly and looked up into the air at the group of angels emitting golden light, his eyes full of disdain. In that case, You guys will die. After saying that, an angel blade instantly appeared in that angel's hand and swooped down towards Morning Biao. Brothers, cut the mother asterisk. Morning Biao roared out, and then with the steel sword in his hand, he met them. Nowadays, the members who stayed in Sin City were criminals who had human cases on their hands and were wanted by the Night Ranger Division, and although they had all become level 1 martial artists through awakening, they didn't have the opportunity to study at the martial academy, so they could only stop at level 1. As for the second awakening, it was clear that they were not so lucky. More than 30 level 1 martial artists, facing more than a dozen blazing angels. Even those members of the Night Patrol Division and Dragon Guards who had experienced battle on the battlefield could only be slaughtered. Not to mention these gang members of Sin City who had absolutely no experience in fighting angels. In just one look, 5 or 6 gang members were instantly killed. The rest of the crowd is even more so, all with injuries. Funeral Biao talent is average. Even the awakening are the most common strength awakened person. Also did not receive professional training. His fighting means completely before and Lin show together everyday hacking when practiced. But the face of the strength of all aspects of the strength of the crush him, and through the baptism of war blazing angel, Funeral Biao's those fighting means would appear to be a bit worthless. Ordinary steel swords directly crumbled the moment they touched the angel's blade, neatly snapping in two. As if Morning Biao had already anticipated this scene, he didn't have any hesitation and pounced again with the broken steel blade, actually directly ignoring the sharp and golden light emitting angel's blade in the other party's hands. Looking at Funeral Biao's methodless fighting style, the corner of that blazing angel's mouth hooked up a teasing smile. Unsuspecting fools. After he finished speaking, the angel's blade in his hand surged upwards. A golden light flashed through, and Funeral Biao only felt a cold sensation coming from his right arm. Looking down, his whole arm was slowly sliding down his shoulder. Blood was spraying out like a jet, splashing onto the scar on the right side of his face. He had a pained expression on his face, and that scar was writhing like a bloody centipede on his face as his expression changed. It looked exceptionally hideous. The blazing angel on the opposite side was actually briefly out of his mind for a few seconds when he saw this scene. It was during these 2 brief seconds that Morning Biao roared in rage, completely ignoring the pain of his broken arm, and used his only remaining left hand to take that half of the blade, then fumed and stabbed at the opponent's eyes. Put. In the next second, half of the blade pierced directly into the eyes of the blazing angel. Ah! That blazing angel let out a painful scream, followed by the angelic blade in his hand instantly erupting in a burst of dazzling light, piercing straight through Deathstroke Biao's chest. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of the Funeral Biao, and then he let out a loud laugh, laughing with bravado and fanaticism. Ha 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 ha. Boss, I didn't embarrass you, did I? He staggered around and looked at the group of gang members who had fallen to the ground, his tiger eyes slightly red, seeming to have tears, but they were blood red. A tear of blood slipped from the corner of his eye. Black dog, you kid really cannot. Every day said how powerful and powerful. How to play a bird, people, you still on the mouth. Ah. He laboriously walked over to the black dog's body. At this time the black dog's forehead was pierced by a sharp blade. There was no more life, but his mouth was holding a piece of blood and flesh that was stained with pieces of his clothes. Apparently he bit off a piece of his opponent's flesh before dying. Gongzi, you kid. Every time you cut someone you hide in the back. This time it's hard to see you the first to rush up, but you kid got a second in the face. And you got a second in the face. It is really too disgraceful to the boss. Ha ha ha. Morning Biao laughed and cried at the same time, and the scarlet blood froth continued to come out of his mouth. Looking like a madman, Morning Biao dragged his broken body in front of each body to pause for a moment, and then relentlessly talking about each other's embarrassing things, or scolding each other for a few words, but the strong reluctance between the words could not be concealed. Finally, with all his strength, he made his way to the bar's liquor cabinet, pulled a beer out of it, and leaned back to sit next to it. He looked down at the beer in his hand for a few moments before he grinned and, "Boss, you always say a man who doesn't drink isn't a man. I haven't had a sip of wine after 3 years of following you. Today I'm Morning Puma. Want to be a man." After saying that, he took a bite out of the cap of the beer, then raised the bottle in the direction of Mordor. "Boss, Funeral Puma to you." As soon as his words fell, a golden light suddenly flashed. Tick-tock. A drop of blood dripped down Death Puma's throat and dripped onto the bar floor, and his left hand, which was holding the bottle of wine, also hung down helplessly, and the bottle fell to the ground and instantly shattered. The wine mixed with blood soaked the entire ground. On the jeep heading to Jingnan City, Lin Xiao, who was originally drowsy, woke up violently, his eyes round, looking at the system panel's message alert of a decreasing power value. He gritted his teeth hard. Sin City. What's Sin City? Hua Jingfeng, who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. and when he looked at Lin Xiu's reddened eyes, he frowned slightly. Lin Xiu, are you alright? Lin Xiu rubbed his brow, and after a while, he adjusted his emotions and spoke. I'm fine. That's good. Hua Jingfeng saw that the other party didn't want to say more, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter. Everyone had their own secrets. So did Lin Xiu. So did he. With that, silence fell in the compartment, and all that could be heard was Xin Zhuang's grunts and the sound of the jeep's bumps. After a while, Lin Xiu suddenly opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. Hua Jingfeng, can the cities that were ceded away be retaken? HM? Hua Jingfeng froze slightly, not understanding Lin Xiu's meaning for a moment. Lin Xiu, what do you want? If I take back Sin City, is it considered a big trouble? Lin Xiu asked bluntly. Lin Xiu, I advise you to dismiss this idea, Hua Jingfeng said with a serious face. You're not intruding. If you really do this, it's going to cause a war between the two countries, now that all countries are infested with demonic beasts and there is a rare peace. Don't do anything stupid. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment, then spoke faintly. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. It's good that you know. Hua Jingfeng let out a sigh of relief. Ask one more question and I'll apologize to my brothers in Sin City. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly said, you have to consider gains and losses to avenge your brothers? I can be such a pussy. Lin Xiu heavily slapped himself in the face. Chapter 48, I'll fight you. Lin Xiu, what are you mad about again? Hua Jingfeng rubbed his temples. He felt that this Lin Xiu's brain circuits just weren't the same as normal people. He was a born troublemaker, and one time he caused more trouble than another. This time Hua Jingfeng's voice was louder, and the entire carriage was awakened by him, except for Xin Zhuang, who was huffing and puffing. Jihan sat up sleepily and stretched, then looked at Lin Xiu with a smirk. What do you want, kid? I'm in a bad mood right now. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous glint appeared in his gaze towards Jihan. You'd better watch what you say to me, or I won't mind turning you into a second Gao Feng. Lin Xiu's tone was calm, but Wang Chang, a member of the Night Patrol Division who was used to seeing life and death, and Hua Jingfeng, who still knew him well, could feel that at this moment, Lin Xiu had moved to kill. Lin Xiu. Hua Jingfeng reached out and pressed Lin Xiu's wrist. Don't worry. Lin Xiu removed the other party's hand, then said indifferently, I'm impulsive, but not stupid. Even if we were to kill him, not now, not here. Don't make a scene, don't make a scene. Jihan waved his hand and spoke with a smile. I don't want to fight for my life. After saying that, he gave Hua Jingfeng a purposeful glance before continuing. I wouldn't mind if I played with his life a bit. Hua Jingfeng glanced faintly at Jihan and didn't say anything, with a lazy look on his face. Lin Xiu, you still haven't told me. What exactly are you trying to mess with again? Jihan once again turned his gaze towards Lin Xiu, but this time he chose to call the other party by his name. Although he didn't understand Lin Xiu, he could feel that this guy was a desperate man. It was better not to provoke or not to provoke. He wasn't one of those brainless dilettantes who wanted to stomp on anyone he saw. He will not do anything that does not benefit and offends people. You wouldn't dare to do it even if I said it. Lin Xiu gave him a somewhat disdainful look, then said indifferently, so there's no need to talk to you. If you don't say it, how do you know I don't dare? The corner of Jihan's mouth rose. In the Magic City Martial Arts University, in terms of strength he might not be as good as Luo Xinshan Luo's stream, but if it was in terms of boldness, he hadn't been afraid of anyone. Really? Lin Xiu leaned forward and approached Jihan, revealing a mysterious and dangerous smile. I'm not like some people who are as timid as a mouse. Jihan glanced at the expressionless Hua Jingfeng and deliberately raised his voice. That's good. Lin Xiu reached out and patted Jihan's shoulder and said with a smile, I'll tell you when we get to Jingnan City. Now that Wang Cheng of the Night Patrol Division is still in the car. If Lin Xiu really said that he was going to Sin City to kill the angels, I'm afraid that the other party would treat him as a terrorist and control him directly. Mysterious. Jihan felt bored and directly picked up the headset and put it on his ears, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Outside of Jingnan City, a simple temporary camp had been built by now. Inside the tent in the center, 7 middle-aged men sat around a small round table with a detailed map of Jingnan City on the tabletop. These 7 people were precisely the Night Patrol Division chiefs drawn from the neighboring cities, and it was they who were in charge of the Jingnan City rescue operation this time around. And Bijou City's lord, Lin Xiu's dad, Lin Zhanbei, was also in the middle of it. Old Lin, your subordinates have been to Jingnan City. You know the situation inside the city best. Tell us, what should we do this time? At this moment, Lin Zhanbei had a few more vicissitudes on his face than earlier. He touched the stubble on his chin and frowned in contemplation for a few seconds before speaking. My subordinates did come to Jingnan City, and they also saved some survivors. I get all my news here from them, too. Alright old Lin, just stop being so motherly. A burly man close to 2 meters tall interrupted Lin Jianbei with some impatience. Just tell me how many survivors are left in Jingnan City right now. Right, Tiger? You're in a hurry to reincarnate. At this time, another director of the Night Patrol Division opened his mouth to curse. Zhang Dai, you're looking for a fight, aren't you? I just can't stand the sight of you looking like that. A reckless man with muscles in his head. Who are you calling a muscle in the brain? Told you. Stupid big guy. Asterisk. Out practicing? Let's practice. I'm not afraid of you. In a moment the entire tent was in chaos. Lin Jianbei rubbed his brow. Feeling a bit headstrong, this rescue operation was the main responsibility of the Night Patrol Division. However, I don't know what the above thought. Drawing 7 city directors over without arranging for the main person in charge. This led to everyone not convincing anyone. And this was already the third time that the 7 Lin Jianbei people had discussed tactics. The first 2 times before Lin Jianbei opened his mouth. These people fought enough. This time they can properly set up the tactics. The results did not say a few words. And again to fight. The vertical sun is not enough to conspire with. Lin Jianbei shook his head rather helplessly. Old Lin, who the hell are you talking about? A division chief sitting beside Lin Jianbei stood up and looked at Lin Jianbei. You old man with that bit of ink in your stomach also have the nerve to show it off. Wanting a face or not? Lousy is too lazy to talk to you. Lin Jianbei's old face was red. To talk about the level of culture. All of them here were half a caddy. But Lin Jianbei had always felt that he was a cultured mangaka. Different from them. They fight them. The director was still staring at Lin Jianbei and spoke with a big grin. Old Lin, let's fight. We are all directors from all over the world. You old man just arrived here and started commanding this and that. I have long looked at you with displeasure. Do you see me ignoring you? Lin Jianbei really didn't have the heart to fool around with them. Of all the people present, he was the only one who knew how bad the situation in Jingnan City was right now. And one more second of delay would likely result in the deaths of some of the survivors. Cut the crap and get into a fight. Whoever wins listens to who. As soon as his words fell, the faces of all the people changed. Not because of his words, but all of them felt a sense of inexplicable crisis. This was their foreknowledge of danger that they had cultivated from years of fighting in the battlefield, and there was no mistaking it. In the next second, a phoenix sound came into the ears of the crowd, followed by a bright silver lance that instantly penetrated through the tent, impinging impartially in front of the foot of the man who had just spoken, just that much short of piercing through the back of his foot. 100-bird phoenix gun. Xiao Qingqing is here? Everyone was craning their heads in the direction of the tent entrance. Then a beautiful figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. A black tight-fitting combat uniform. She would not have any flaws in the body outline more perfect. Black smooth long hair combed into a ponytail, exuding a stream of unusual women do not have the heroic. Bright eyes exuded a faint chill, so that people do not dare to look directly at. I'll fight you guys. Xiao Qingqing's tone was calm, without a hint of emotion. Everyone froze when they heard this. In the next second, the entire atmosphere inside the tent changed radically. Old Lin, you really are. Why didn't you say so when your sister-in-law came? Yes, sister-in-law, have a seat. Actually, I think so, although we all have the same position. Old Lin is most familiar with the situation in Jingnan City, so we should listen to Old Lin's arrangements. I agree. That's what I would have thought. Old Lin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and set up the rescue mission. We'll all listen to you. Lin Jianbei was speechless. Chapter 49, 3,000 survivors. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts. What? Xiao Qingqing raised her eyebrows, scanned the crowd, and said indifferently, not fighting? No more fighting. No more. The crowd hurriedly waved their hands and showed a fawning smile. Sister-in-law, have a seat. The man who was previously looking for a fight with Lin Jianbei wiped his chair with his sleeve and made a gesture of invitation. I won't sit down. Xiao Qingqing walked over to Lin Jianbei and gave him a kiss on his stubble-covered face before speaking with a smile. Old Lin, since I'm not going to fight, I'll go back. You guys chat. Lin Jianbei made her old face red, then waved his hand to signal her to go back. Cough. Lin Jianbei dryly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, then pointed to the map on the table. Let's just negotiate a rescue operation. Fine. Old Lin, you arrange it. We'll all listen to you. Everyone, today it's me, Lin Jianbei, who has been bullying others. Lin Jianbei stood up and arched his hand towards the crowd, then said with a serious face, but now is indeed not the time for us to fight internally. There are at least 3,000 or more survivors in Jingnan City, and every minute we delay could result in someone's death. What did you say? The crowd was shocked. Old Lin, you're telling the truth. There are still 3,000 survivors in Jingnan City? That's right. Lin Jianbei nodded seriously before opening his mouth to explain. Previously, my brother Wang Zhanwu had come to Jingnan City to poke around, and lost an arm here. According to him, Zhao Jinlu, the head of Jingnan City's night patrol division, put his life on the line to protect less than 5,000 people. Are there any brothers from the Night Ranger division still in the city today? The man called Tiger opened his mouth and asked. Lin Zhanbei frowned and shook his head as he sighed and said, "No more. The city is in trouble. The night patrol division must die before the common people. It is the duty of our night patrol division." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd became solemn for a few moments. When they joined the night patrol division, they had sworn an oath, and one of the sentences was the one Lin Zhanbei had just said. Whenever there is trouble in the city, the Night Watch division shall step forward, and if they are not defeated, they shall die before the people. Old Qin didn't disgrace the night patrol division. Old Lin, you arrange it. We'll all listen to you. Even if we lay down our lives, we'll save those survivors. Good. Lin Zhanbei directly reached out and pointed at a location on the map and spoke. Here, the eastern warehouse of the city. There are a lot of supplies stored here, and because of that, these survivors are barely surviving. Then what are we waiting for? Let's directly kill them. Tiger directly stood up and was about to go out. Tiger, don't be so impulsive, okay? Lin Zhanbei reached out to pull the other party, then said somewhat helplessly, nowadays, most of the survivors in the city have already gathered in the east warehouse of the city, and those demonic beasts, who couldn't find the presence of humans elsewhere, have now arrived to roam around in the east of the city as well. With just these people of ours, not to mention rescuing them, it's not enough to stuff those demonic beasts. Then we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen, can we? Tiger scratched his head, slightly impatient. Listen to me as I finish my sentence. Lin Zhanbei tried his best to control his emotions as he slowly spoke. My Bijou city is the closest to Jingnan City, so I was also the first to arrive, and after I arrived here, I went into the city with Qingqing to explore. You guys went into town? That's right. Today's Jingnan City is simply a hell on earth. Seemingly remembering something horrifying, Lin Zhanbei's face was a bit ugly as he frowned. Demonic beasts are rampant within the city, and both sides of the streets are filled with mangled and decayed human corpses. What is the strength of the demonic beast? Someone asked the question that the crowd was most concerned about. If the city was filled with grade 1 demonic beasts or grade 2 demonic beasts, even if there were more of them they would be able to cope. After all, their main task was not to clear out these demonic beasts, they only needed to save people. At that time, we were only there to scout the situation, so we didn't heed deeper. But as far as we could see, most of the demonic beasts were grade 1 demonic beasts, with a small number of grade 2 and grade 3 demonic beasts mixed in. That's okay. The crowd was secretly relieved to hear that, but there are just too many of them. Lin Zhanbei's face, however, remained grave, not half relaxing. How many? The specifics aren't too clear, but we only traveled a short distance before we encountered at least 1,000 demonic beasts. Lin Zhanbei said with palpitations in his heart. At that time, if Qingqing wasn't there, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. According to my estimation, counting the eastern part of the city with the highest number of demonic beasts, the number of demonic beasts in the entire Jingnan City could be on the order of 10,000. Or even more. Asterisk. Tiger was so frightened that he directly burst out, and he looked at Lin Zhanbei with a look of disbelief. Old Lin, 10,000 demonic beasts? How many people are we only coming to the night patrol division this time? Lin Zhanbei let out a bitter smile. Counting all 7 of us who brought with us, there are a total of 700 people, plus those sent by the Dragon Guards to assist, less than 800 people. Speaking here, Lin Zhanbei seemed to have thought of something before adding, but it's good that this time, the 100 Battles Martial University is taking the lead, and all the other martial arts academies have sent their trainees over to assist. Old Lin, forget it. Hearing this, Tiger directly waved his hand and said with a look of disgust, don't you dare mention those Wushu University trainees. Last night, my men patrolled and found a lone level 1 cat demon near our camp. I had the 2 cat demons captured, thinking to give the group of cadets some practice and to get them acclimated in advance. But guess what? What's wrong? The crowd asked in unison. 10 level 1 martial artists, besieging a level 1 demonic beast. 3 were wounded, 2 others fled without a fight, and there was even a female doll who gave a direct cry. Old Lin, you say with just these dolls, you expect them to help save the day? I'll be thankful if I don't drag my feet. Tiger had a disdainful look on his face. In his opinion, martial arts academies shouldn't exist. Cadets after high school graduation and awakening should be thrown directly to the Night Patrol Division or Dragon Guards, as long as they go through a war. The ones who survive are all elites, engaging in so many martial arts academies, wasting a whole lot of resources, and in the end producing a bunch of wastes that couldn't see blood. He couldn't figure out what those big shots were thinking. Alright, stop complaining. Lin Zhanbei also knew that that group of cadets couldn't be relied on, but he still comforted. The students from the 3 major academies haven't come yet, so I'm sure they won't be like this, especially the 100 Battles Martial University. I heard that the cadets there are a bunch of meat-eating little wolf cubs. Speaking of this, Lin Zhanbei unconsciously thought of his own uncaring son, and I don't know how he is doing in the Magic City Martial Arts University, and whether he has caused any trouble recently, but I think that this time he will not come to Jingnan City. After all, this kind of dangerous and no-benefit thing, that kid will not move forward. Chapter 50, Jihan's 4 girlfriends. 3 days later, the trainees of the Devil's Capital Martial University finally arrived at Jingnan City, which had been captured by demonic beasts. After a bumpy ride, upside down, Jihan jumped down from the car, stretched and moved his neck, letting out a bone-crashing sound. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, glanced around. He had already gotten the news from Hu Shangyue and Su Nuo that his dad had also rushed over with the people from the Bijou City Night Patrol Division on this rescue trip. However, the person who came over to greet them was not his dad, Lin Zhanbei, but a burly and strong man who was close to 2 meters tall and had muscles bulging all over his body. Introduce myself. My name is Su Hu, the head of the Blackstone City's Night Patrol Division. Little ones of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Welcome to Jingnan City. Although Su Hu's mouth was enthusiastic, there was a trace of disdain in the bottom of his eyes. After the previous performance of the other martial arts academies trainees, he had already completely lost confidence in these little guys. At present, he only hoped that these trainees wouldn't drag them down, and he would be satisfied. Hello, Director Su. Wang Chang walked up to Su Hu and introduced himself. I'm a member of the Magic City Night Patrol Division. Wang Chang, mainly responsible for bringing 100 Mordor Martial Arts University students over to assist in the rescue operation. Hello. Su Hu reached out and shook the other party's hand, then came over to the other party and lowered his voice. Wang Chang, right? You don't have to do anything this time. Just keep an eye on this group of students. Watch over them? Wang Chang was a bit puzzled. Although this group of students hadn't experienced any real combat, but at least they were all martial artists. Among them there were quite a number of level 2 martial artists, and they were all talented teenage geniuses. Even if they couldn't be the main force of this rescue operation, they definitely wouldn't be dragging their feet. So why did they have to look favorably on them? Exactly. I don't expect them to do anything anymore. Just don't make a mess. Su Hu intentionally swept a glance at Lin Xiao's group before continuing in a low voice. And those who can go to Magic City Martial Arts University to attend school are all little geniuses who are valued by people. And it's not good for us to explain to the top if we fold here. Okay. Wang Chang was still a bit puzzled, but still nodded his head. That's good. Su Hu smiled brightly, then reached out and pointed to a campsite not far away, saying, there is a campsite prepared for you guys. You guys should settle down here first tonight. In the evening, the trainees from the 100 Battles Martial Arts University and the Capital Martial Arts University will come over as well, and we'll go into the city at first light tomorrow. Yes, Director Su. Wang Chang nodded seriously before leading the 100 trainees towards the campground. When it came to assigning the camping tents, the 7 people in Lin Xiao's dormitory, including Kat L. and Ji Han, as well as the 4 girls who always followed behind without moving an inch, were assigned to a dormitory. Originally, the girls had a separate tent, but Kat L insisted on following Lin Xiao around. After all, Jingnan City wasn't safe, and she had signed a guardian contract with Lin Xiao, so she had to protect the other party at all times. The 4 girls behind Jihan were also unwilling to separate from Jihan, so Wang Chang arranged them together. After all, it was a special situation now. Even when they were resting, everyone was fully armed. With 13 people living in one tent, it was inevitably a bit crowded, but everyone had slept all the way in the car and were no longer sleepy. So Jihan was the first to speak up. Tomorrow we'll be entering the city. I heard that there are a lot of demonic beasts in the city. Let's get acquainted, so we can take care of each other when the time comes. There's nothing to recognize with you. Hua Jingfeng spoke indifferently. I didn't say I wanted to get to know you either. Jihan bristled, then looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Lin Xiao, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Lin Xiao looked up at the other party, hesitated for a while, but still introduced his roommates as well as Kat L one by one. In his opinion, although this person Jihan seems to be very upsetting, but after all, both sides don't have any deep hatred, and the other party's identity is special, and there are quite a lot of followers, so if he can include the other party in the gang, he will be able to provide quite a lot of power value to him. As for the grudge between him and Hua Jingfeng, he still needs to ask about it when the time comes, and if it's really an irreconcilable conflict, it's not too late for him to help Hua Jingfeng get him killed. He is this kind of character. Help relatives, not help reason. If the two are only small conflicts, he does not mind mediating from it, but if it is a situation of immortality, he will not hesitate to choose to help Hu Jinfeng, and will not even ask about the reasons. Who is right and who is wrong he does not care. My name is Ji Han, grandson of the Ji family of Divine Wind City, 3rd level martial artist. Awakened object Qingfeng sword. Ji Han opened his mouth with a slight look of interest. Qingfeng sword? Xin Zhuang's face changed and his eyes widened. Very powerful? Lin Xiu twisted his head to look at the other party. It's more than awesome. It's just awesome. Boss, the green blade sword is ranked 8th on the Academy's awakening list. 8th? Is it awesome? Lin Xiu cast a puzzled look towards Ji Han. Ji Han laughed awkwardly, then shook his head. General. At this moment, Ji Han felt that this Lin Xiu person was sick. Very sick. He is the existence of the 8th awakening list and that awakening list also includes a lot of graduated students. If only counting the school students, then he can definitely rank into the top 3, second only to Luo Shinshin Luo, and that one. Where are the other few? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the 4 girls behind Ji Han. Oh, Ji Han looked back, then introduced, the 4 of them are my girlfriends. Hearing these words, Lin Xiu's eyes instantly widened. Girlfriend? Right. 4, there are 2 more of them, but they're not in Mordor Wudu University. Ji Han replied seriously. So you have 6 girlfriends? Well, a little more in the past. Ji Han said somewhat helplessly, but now I'm busier, so I just broke up a few randomly. You're awesome. Lin Xiu gave a thumbs up towards the other party. This is nothing. Ji Han humbly waved his hand before introducing them one by one. Chrysanthemum Terrace, East Wind Break, 7 Mile, Hair Like Snow. Lindsay? Is that a ING person's name? They weren't called that before. They were all names I changed for them later. Ji Han asked in a slightly smug manner. How is it? Not bad, right? Not bad. Lin Xiu was speechless. Sick as hell. Hu Jingfeng faintly spat. Too lazy to care about you. Ji Han glanced at Hu Jingfeng without any good humor before looking at Lin Xiu once again and asking. Right, Lin Xiu? Earlier Hu Jingfeng said that you're going to cause trouble. You haven't told me what kind of trouble you're going to cause? It's not much, Lin Xiu said with a bashful expression. It's relatively close to Sin City, so I thought I'd go to Sin City to kill some angels for fun after the rescue operation. What? Chapter 51, Cooperation, Plans. Lin Xiu, are you serious? A flash of surprise flashed across Ji Han's eyes before he looked at Lin Xiu with an expectant look on his face. Lin Xiu, are you really prepared to go to Sin City? Do I have to lie to you? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. Good. Ji Han's eyes lit up before he spoke. Count me in. Hearing his words, Hu Jingfeng frowned slightly. He and Ji Han had not been dealing with each other since they were young. The two could be said to have fought since they were young. It could be said without a doubt that Hu Jingfeng knew Ji Han better than his parents. Ji Han, this person looks like a playboy style, but Hu Jingfeng no. The other party is definitely not a playboy. Not only that, the young generation in the quarter of the most opportunistic belongs to the seemingly playboy actually biding their time and the quarter of the grandson of the parents. If Lin Xiu really went to Sin City to kill 1 or 2 angels this time, he would definitely cause a great deal of trouble. And Ji Han even wanted to go with Lin Xiu, knowing that even the Ji family couldn't protect them if this matter became a big deal. Ji Han, Lin Xiu is crazy. Are you going to go crazy with him too? Hu Jingfeng took a step forward and blocked between the two, looking coldly at Ji Han. Hu Jingfeng, how long has it been since you contacted Divine Perishable City? Ji Han suddenly asked. What do you mean? Hu Jingfeng frowned. At that time, in the Academy Banquet Hall, after Lin Xiu had killed Gao Feng, he had tried to contact his father, but the call had failed to get through, and in the end, he had no choice but to rely on the identity of the Hu family's young master to deter the law enforcement team. Just a few days ago, the six-wing archangel, Gabriel, led a legion of fallen angels under his command to visit Divine Perdition City. What did you say? Hu Jingfeng's face changed. Don't be in a hurry. There was no fight. Ji Han explained unhurriedly. I heard that the cause of this incident was that an important member of the Divine Kingdom was taken captive to the Dragon Kingdom by a mysterious expert from my Dragon Kingdom. Gabriel brought people to Divine Perdition City to ask for people, but Marquis Knighton himself came to Divine Perdition City, refused to hand over the people, and defeated Gabriel with a single move, scaring off the legion of fallen angels with the power of one man. So it was Marquis Knighton who went to Divine Perdition City. Hu Jingfeng nodded slowly. Perhaps it was because Marquis Knighton was there that his father didn't have time to answer the phone. No. What does this matter have to do with Lin Xiu going to Sin City? Hu Jingfeng asked as he came back to his senses. Of course it's related. Ji Han smiled, then continued to explain. Because of this matter, the Divine Kingdom has now declared war on my Dragon Kingdom once again. And the battlefield is in Divine Parish City. That's why so few people came to Jingnan City's rescue this time. And there were no high-level martial artists. What did you say? Hua Jingfeng's gaze flinched, then asked somewhat questioningly. Are you saying that the god country is going to go to war with my dragon country again? That's right. Jihan nodded seriously. So Lin Xiu wanted to go to Sin City to kill a few angels. In the past it was causing trouble. In the present it can be considered meritorious. There's no chance that we can exchange it for some merit badges. The corners of Jihan's mouth rose. No profit. No shame. Hua Chenfeng snorted coldly, then stopped speaking. Lin Xiu, how about it? Jihan ignored Hua Jingfeng and directly turned his head to Lin Xiu and asked, cooperate with me and we'll split the merits equally. Lin Xiu didn't answer the other party directly, but instead cast an inquiring gaze towards Hua Jingfeng. What are you looking at me for? Hua Jingfeng gamely looked away from Lin Xiu. I don't know him. You decide. Lin Xiu said rather seriously. So you won't work with him if I don't let you? Hua Jingfeng turned his head and asked tentatively. That's right. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders in a deserving manner. After hearing these words, the displeasure on Hua Jingfeng's face was swept away, and he glanced at Jihan as if showing off. Jihan rubbed his shoulders and said with a look of disgust, Hua Jingfeng, what the hell is this look of competition for favor? Don't you disgust me. Jihan, don't seek death. Hua Jingfeng said coldly. He then turned his head to look at Lin Xiu again and pondered for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Although this person, Jihan, is extremely obnoxious, he's still quite reliable, especially when it comes to this kind of lucrative matter. He won't mess things up. Good. Lin Xiu nodded, then extended his hand towards Jihan. Happy cooperation. Jihan also smiled and extended his hand to shake Lin Xiu's. Have fun working together. The next day, just after dawn, there was a cacophony of voices outside the tent. Lin Xiu opened his bleary eyes and heard Wang Chang's voice coming from outside. Don't sleep, all of you. Get ready to go. Lin Xiu patted Cat L, who was sleeping and drooling against his shoulder. Hey, don't fall asleep. Cat L slowly opened her eyes and wiped the corners of her mouth before muttering a small, red-faced, I'm sorry. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, simply ignored her and directly stood up, walking towards the outside of the tent. After thinking about it during this journey, he had already formulated a rough plan. First of all, this rescue operation cannot be absent. If he directly separated from the army to run to the Sin City, whether he can beat those birds for the time being, he is likely to be treated as a deserter. At that time, that called Wang Chang's Night Patrol Division may not have to directly cut himself. Secondly, in this rescue operation, he must try to show himself, or rather show the strength of the gangsters, and save as many people as possible. Now that these people survivors are trapped for so long, they do not eat well or sleep well, and still live in fear every day. If someone stepped in and saved them at this time, they would definitely be grateful. And at that time, getting them to join their gang would definitely be a handful. Moreover, he had also thought about the fact that there were thousands of students from Wushu University in this operation, and they were all rash people who hadn't seen much blood, and they would inevitably encounter some uncontrollable dangers after entering the city, and this time he would also bring people to rescue them. In a nutshell, the purpose of his trip was to brush up the gang's favorability and then pull people in, and when the rescue operation was over, he would lead the group to Sin City, exterminate those birdmen, and avenge the deaths of his brothers who died in Sin City. As the 100 cadets of the magic capital Martial University finished assembling, Wang Chang looked at the crowd and said aloud, after the full assembly in a moment, the Night Patrol Division will be the first to enter the city, followed by the cadets of the 100 Battles Martial University, and then us, the magic capital Martial University. When we enter the city, everyone follows me and is not allowed to run around privately. Jingnan City's signal has been severely damaged and all electronic devices will be disabled when we enter. So when you are in danger, call out for help. And as soon as the men of the Night Watch Division hear you, they will be there in time to rescue you. Speaking here, he scanned the crowd, and finally his gaze landed on Jihan. Out of the 100 people who participated in the rescue operation in the magic capital this time, Jihan was the strongest, and he was also quite prestigious within the academy. Then Wang Chang spoke, if there is danger and I am not by your side, everyone follows Jihan's command. I don't care what personal grudges you had before. When you enter the city you must treat each other as comrades in arms. Only then will you come out alive. Do you hear me? When he finished speaking, he even gave Lin Xiu a deliberate glance. He had witnessed Lin Xiu and Jihan clash in the car before, and Lin Xiu had even threatened to get Jihan killed. And at that time, he could tell that this freshman was definitely a prick. And just then, the members of the Night Patrol Division had already assembled and began to walk in an orderly fashion towards the gates of Jingnan City. Chapter 52 Organized and Planned Demonic Beasts. As soon as he entered Jingnan City, A stench drilled into his nostrils, a stench that was a mixture of the smell of rotting corpses, blood, and the smell of animal feces. Looking at the gnawed and tattered remnants of humans on both sides of the street, Lin Xiu couldn't help but frown, while some of the trainees following them had even begun to vomit, making the surrounding smell even worse for a while. And right at this moment, a sound of fighting came from the front, and Wang Chang, who was walking at the front, stopped at once, and with a lift of his hand, he signaled the crowd to stop. Stop! There are sounds of fighting in front of us. I think the people from the Night Patrol Division have already encountered a demonic beast. Brother Wang, aren't we going to help? Jihan stepped forward and walked over to Wang Chang. We've just entered the city now. Even if we encountered demonic beasts, they would be in small numbers. The Night Patrol Division can take care of it. Wang Chang shook his head and said, he still remembered Su Hu's previous instructions. He didn't ask for these cadets to be able to help in any way, as long as they didn't drag their feet. Although he was a member of the Magic City Night Patrol Division, how had he ever dealt with the cadets of the Magic City Martial Arts University? At first he thought that this group of cadets were really here to help, but after hearing Su Hu's words, he didn't hold too much hope for these brats either. And he also heard, behind him in these trainees, but there are a few big family children. Just he knows that there are Hua families and Ji families. These two families, even if you look at the whole dragon country, is one of the existence of the two. If their family children died here, himself this leader, I'm afraid that it is difficult to blame. So his thoughts now are simple. No credit but no credit. Moreover, there were 7 cities Night Patrol Division chiefs here, so I thought the rescue operation should go smoothly, and there was no need for these cadets to make a move. They just had to follow and see the world. Meanwhile, at the front of the group, Lin Zhanbei and the others looked at the large number of demonic beasts that had suddenly appeared in front of them, their faces incomparably grave. This isn't right. What's wrong, old Lin? Su Hu asked, looking sideways at Lin Zhanbei. Look. Lin Zhanbei reached out and pointed to the group of demonic beasts fighting furiously with the members of the Night Patrol Division in front of him and said, most of the demonic beasts that have been deployed this time are flying bird-type demonic beasts and feline-type demonic beasts. What's wrong with that? Su Hu scratched his head in disbelief. Of course there's a problem. Or a big problem. Zhao Qingqing stepped forward with her silver spear upside down and said with a serious face, previously, we encountered all kinds of demonic beasts when we entered the city, but now we're encountering all agility-type demonic beasts. What do you mean, sister-in-law? I'm afraid this is an organized and planned ambush. Demonic beasts? Organized and planned? Su Hu and the others' eyes instantly widened. That's right. Lin Zhanbei's face grew more and more gloomy. I'm afraid that a spiritually intelligent demonic beast has appeared within Jingnan City. Then at the very least, it's a level 5 or above. Commander-level demonic beast. It's fine if it's only a rank 5. Lin Zhanbei had a worried look on his face. All 7 of their division heads of the Night Patrol Division were now rank 5 martial artists. And there was also Zhao Qingqing, a strong person who was a rank 6 martial artist but was able to challenge across the ranks. If the other party was only a rank 5 demonic beast, even if it was able to command the other demonic beasts, they could still adopt decapitation tactics and prioritize the other party's deaths. But if it was a level 5 or above, or a higher level demonic beast, they were afraid that even they themselves would be in danger. Not to mention rescuing them this time. Can't care so much? First solve these things, said Su Hu. A huge copper hammer appeared in his hand and was about to charge up. Lin Zhanbei, however, pulled him back, then shook his head and said, don't kill them all. Let a few go over and give those little dolls something to play with. Them? But contempt in Su Hu's eyes was undisguised. I can guarantee that releasing the past 2 level 1 cat demons over there will break up their formation. They always have to see blood. A fierce color flashed in Lin Zhanbei's eyes. After the previous incident, he was also disappointed in these students of the Martial Artist Academy. This time he intended to teach these students a long lesson, even if there were deaths and injuries. Alright, listen to you, Su Hu answered in a jarring voice, then swung his copper hammer and charged up. With Su Hu joining in, a group of demonic beasts that were only level 1 and level 2 were quickly taken care of. And looking at the only 3 level 1 cat demons left, Lin Battle North hurriedly called out to Su Hu, Tiger, it's okay. Got it. Su Hu put away the bronze hammer with some reluctance, watching the 3 cat demons seize the road and flee, rushing in the direction of where the 100 Battles Martial University students were behind them. Cat demon, said Cat, but their size is comparable to the tiger before the great change of the world, but still has the speed and agility of a cat, is one of the extremely common demonic beasts. Old Lin, your move is ruthless enough. Su Hu stroked his chin, then spoke with a smile. Aren't you afraid that when the time comes, these academies will find us in trouble? Afraid of a ball. There is no war where people don't die. If our Night Ranger division can die, can't their students from the Martial Arts Academy die? Lin Zhanbei said with some indignation. When I was as old as them, I was fighting with angels on the battlefield. Fair enough, Su Hu nodded. Then grinned. Let's guess how many people these 3 cat demons can injure. At least 10. There's no chance that a few of them are going to die. I'm guessing that not only can they hurt this group of students, but these 3 cat demons can still walk away in one piece after hurting someone. The 7 of them had a word for each other, but their views were surprisingly consistent, and they all felt that these 3 demonic beasts would bring a lot of trouble to that group of students. And just as a few people were talking, those 3 cat demons had already rushed to the front of the 100 Battles Martial Greats group that was following the Night Patrol Division. The leader of the 100 Battles Martial University was also a member of the Night Patrol Division, and as he watched the 3 cat demons rush over, he was just about to make a move when he saw the 7 division chiefs in the distance looking at the place with interest. At once, he understood the other party's meaning. This was to use these 3 cat demons as a whetstone, so he stepped back and spoke. Over to you. The 100 Battles Martial University, known as the training base for warmongers, the students who came out from the 100 battles, each one of them was warlike. And after they graduated, they usually did not want to stay in the academy, nor did they want to join the Night Ranger department of the cities or the city lord's mansion, but instead, most of them chose to go to the borders. This also led to a severe shortage of teachers at the 100 Battles Martial University, and even many times they had to take some people from the local Night Rangers and city lord's mansion to be temporary teachers. Looking at the 3 cat demons charging over aggressively, the students of the 100 Battles Martial University didn't panic and get confused like Su Hu had said earlier, but instead summoned their awakenings at the first opportunity and formed a battle formation. And at the forefront of the battle formation was a girl with an evil ghost mask on her face, carrying a huge green dragon crescent blade in her hand, in stark contrast to her slightly petite body, facing the 3 huge cat demons rushing over. She did not move at all, still maintaining her one-handed sword posture, with a kind of calmness that didn't change her face when a mountain crumbled in front of her, and the 100 Battles trainees behind her didn't make any movements. They just each stood tightly on guard. Just as a cat demon rushed 2 meters in front of them, the girl at the very front finally made a move. She kicked the shaft of her sword with her toes, stirring up a puff of dust, and then swept her sword violently across the room with both hands. With the flash of a green light, the one cat demon that rushed at the front fell to the ground with a sound. Seconds. Chapter 53 Dark Night Bat. Grade 7 Demonic Beast. HM? Lin Zhanbei's gaze stared. Then a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nice. Clean. 1-2 punch. This little girl is indeed good. The 100 Battles Martial University is worthy of being a martial academy known for its battles. It is indeed not comparable to those unimpressive academies. Su Hu also put away his contemptuous expression. He was a simple-minded person, but had his own principles. In his opinion, the strong needed to be respected, the weak needed to be protected, and as for the cowardly, they deserved to be looked down upon. Old Lin, it looks like your plan is in vain. This little girl can easily handle these 3 cat demons by herself. A Night Patrol Division chief spoke with a smile. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened to them. The girl wearing the evil ghost mask didn't continue to strike after decapitating a cat demon, but instead directly withdrew her sword. Not only that, she retreated towards one side, taking the initiative to give way to the remaining 2 demonic beasts. The 100 Battles Martial Mass students behind him saw the scene and made the same action as her, all of them walking towards one side. This time it was the turn of the Mordor Martial University students behind them to face the remaining 2 demonic beasts head-on. Seeing this scene, Su Hu first froze for a moment, then quickly laughed out loud and cheerfully. Old Lin, it seems that you're not the only one who wants to test this group of students. This little girl from 100 Battles this is also wanting to see the level of the students from other academies. Interesting. However, Lin Zhanbei looked straight at a teenager standing in the front row in the crowd of the Magic City Martial Arts University as if he hadn't heard the other party's words. What's this brat doing here? What are you talking about, old Zhao? Su Hu froze. It's nothing. Lin Zhanbei shook his head, then exchanged a glance with Zhao Qingqing on the side. Zhao Qingqing hadn't contacted Master Sun recently either, so naturally she didn't know that Lin Xiu had gotten into trouble at the academy, but she still comforted. It's fine, old Lin. We're here. Aha. Lin Zhanbei nodded without saying anything, only his brows remained furrowed. He wasn't worried about Lin Xiu's safety. This kid was slippery as hell. He could definitely run away in case of danger even if he couldn't beat him. He was just curious as to how he would come to participate in this rescue operation. After all the major colleges had voluntarily signed up to participate in this operation. Is it because he misses his old man? You knew I was coming, and you came all the way here to see me? Growing up after all. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Zhanbei's mouth curled up into a pleased smile, and at this moment, Lin Xiao didn't even know that his dad was looking at him, nor did he know that the other party had brainstormed something. All he could see was that two huge cat demons were speeding towards the direction he was in. Cat L, who had been standing at Lin Xiao's side, was ready to fight, as long as Lin Xiao gave the order. She was confident that she could cleanly dispose of these two cat demons just like that masked girl. Lin Xiao merely hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. Cat L, kill one, release one. With that he headed off to the side. As for the Mordor Martial University students who watched the cat demon rush over, it was obvious that they did not have the calmness and orderliness of the 100 Battles Martial University students, and for a while they were a bit flustered, and some of them even began to subconsciously back away. Just then, Cadel's wings unfolded and she charged straight towards one of the cat demons, her angelic blade emitting a dazzling light that flickered. The cat demon died straight away, and almost at the same time that Cadel struck, a feathered arrow swept past Cadel's ear, instantly piercing through the skull of another cat demon. The two cat demons landed on the ground at the same time, all without any life. Lin Xiao's gaze flinched as he turned his head toward the direction the arrow had come from, only to see that at the forefront of the Capital Martial Arts University's team, a teenager who wasn't wearing a combat uniform, but instead wore a white tracksuit, was holding a bow in one hand and looking at them with a smile on his face. I think this last demonic beast should be reserved for our Capital Martial Arts University. Who is he? Lin Xiao asked with a frown. Capital City Imperial Family. Di Xian. Jihan answered first, while He Jingfeng on the side opened his mouth and finally glanced at him disdainfully. Lin Xiao secretly wrote down this name, but there is no other meaning. He just felt that this goods a little bit can pretend. Lin Xiao most hate this kind of people than their own can pretend X. To find the opportunity must be to shoot him a meal. What about the one that the 100 Battles Martial Arts University shot? Lin Xiao asked again. This time Jihan didn't open his mouth, but instead looked at He Jingfeng, the meaning of which was as if to say, this time I'll give you a chance. You say it. He Jingfeng froze, then looked around before finally speaking. What are you looking at me for? I don't recognize it. Lin Xiao sniffed and looked at Jihan once again. Jihan smiled awkwardly. Most of the people in the 100 Battles Academy are of civilian origin, so I don't understand. Commoner? He Jingfeng said faintly with a sneer on his face. You're a noble? You're superior? He Jingfeng, why didn't I realize that you're still an old and young man? Jihan said with some dissatisfaction. I mean they're all from ordinary families, how could I possibly recognize them? Yin-yang people? A faint layer of killing intent suddenly clouded He Jingfeng's eyes. He Jingfeng grew up as a boy and a girl. Because of this face, he has not been misunderstood as a girl. Before when he was a child, his father's old brothers saw him, did not believe that he was a boy, and finally his father almost stripped his pants on the spot to prove to the crowd. Since then, as long as anyone says that He Jingfeng looks like a girl, he will be very angry. In high school, there are boys who confess to He Jingfeng, and the final result is that He Jingfeng breaks one of his legs. And the reason why Jihan and He Jingfeng do not deal with, but also because of this matter. When the 13-year-old Jihan followed his father to the city of God Parish as a guest, on the 12-year-old He Jingfeng is love at first sight. The results are predictable. It ended up leading to a situation where the two are now immortal whenever they meet. Jihan was most aware of He Jingfeng's scales, so he hastened to explain. He Jingfeng, I don't mean that. The yin and yang I'm talking about is the yin and yang of yin and yang, not the yin and yang of yin and yang imbalance. He Jingfeng froze slightly before looking at Lin Xiao with questioning eyes. Lin Xiao was also stunned, thinking to himself, what's it got to do with me if you two are fighting? So he spoke faintly. He says you're not male. Lin Xiao, Uing. In the end, this farce is only stopped by Wang Cheng's intervention, but He Jingfeng says that he will definitely find a chance to get Jihan killed, and Jihan responded with an international hand gesture. After this little episode, the Night Watch division continued to go deeper, with a clear destination in mind, straight to the warehouses on the east side of the city. This journey, however, was extremely calm and somewhat terrifying, because they had traveled a long way, and surprisingly, they had not encountered a single demonic beast, as if the demonic beasts in the city had all died out. The silence was unsettling. Old Lin, according to the markings on the map, this street goes to the end of the street is the city east warehouse. Su Hu grinned broadly and said, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Yes, it's a bit too smooth. Lin Zhanbei's face was grave, and it was hard to hide the look of worry in his eyes. As soon as Lin Zhanbei's words fell, the crowd only felt that the sky above their heads instantly darkened, as if it was covered in dark clouds. Looking up, I only saw that a huge monster was floating in the sky. The creature's head was relatively small, but it had sharp teeth, and its eyes glowed a faint green light in the darkness that. Its body was huge. and a pair of feathered wings spread out to actually cover the entire street, covering the sky and the sun. Its huge wings flapped slightly, emitting a gust of wind that sounded like low thunder. What the? Is this? Zhao Qingqing's gaze stared and her face turned a little pale as she said seriously. Dark Bat. 7th level demonic beast. Chapter 54, Ambush. Dark Night Boundary. A rank 7 demonic beast? Su Hu's eyes stared blankly at Zhao Qingqing with a shocked expression, his voice trembling a little. And, sister-in-law, you're teasing me, right? I wish I was teasing you. Zhao Qingqing had a serious look on her face, and her grip on the silver spear unconsciously tightened. A rank 7 demonic beast. Its strength far exceeded everyone present, even Zhao Qingqing. Zhao Qingqing was a very proud person. With such a talent, perhaps it was hard not to be proud of it. A 7th level demonic beast, only one level above her. It didn't seem like a big difference, but in reality, it was a world of difference. Zhao Qingqing asked herself that no matter if it was those towering so-called gods of the God Country or the weird tactics of the Sakura Country's tricky trick controllers, she had the confidence to kill each other over the level, but not the demonic beasts. It was a great battle 10 years ago, when the 9th level demon king of Taihang Mountain fought the 3 great kings and marquises of the Dragon Kingdom alone. That battle the princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom won, but the price is also very heavy. 2 of them were seriously injured. The Hua family ancestor is still in seclusion, and there are even rumors that the Hua family ancestor's life is not long. After that time, people deeply realize that after this time the world has changed dramatically. Human beings may no longer be the favorites of heaven. The same level of human beings in the fight against the demonic beasts do not have any advantage. After the 5th level of the demonic beasts is to open up the spirit of wisdom, the face of the same level of human beings is almost in the posture of crushing, and at this moment, the huge dark night bat in the sky was even a level higher than Zhao Qingqing, so even if she was hailed as a genius, there was almost no possibility of her winning. Right at this moment, the dark night bat in the sky actually spat out human words, its voice sounding like rolling thunder, resounding throughout Jingnan City. I used 5,000 people as bait, but I've only caught you little fish and shrimp. What a waste. Asterisk 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 boss, is that big bird talking? Xin Zhuang shouted as he grabbed Lin Xiu's arm and scrunched his neck. That's a ing bat. Longhair glared at him in dismay. What time is it? You guys still have the heart to dwell on its breed? Jihan touched the large headset hanging around his neck, and his face paled a bit. Lin Xiu, this should be a dark night bat. Hua Jingfeng walked to Lin Xiu's side and whispered. The fact that it can spit out human words means that it's already enlightened. At the very least, it's a 5th level demonic beast. The directors of the Night Patrol Division might not be able to handle it. Got it. Lin Xiu nodded, his face grave. What are you going to do then? Hua Jingfeng asked. Find an opportunity and run. Lin Xiu didn't do any thinking, and the word run was said with a loud voice, giving people an illusion as if he wasn't saying run, but battle. Lin Xiu had always been very clear about his position. He was just a hooligan, a gangster. He didn't have the so-called morals or any baggage. If he couldn't beat them, he would run. He felt that this was a perfectly normal thought, but as soon as he spoke, the situation changed once again, and the wings of the dark bat in the air shook, emitting a burst of thunder. The next second the entire Jingnan City was shrouded in darkness, and the street they were on was even more out of reach. However, this is just the beginning. Just as the crowd panicked, the surrounding buildings lit up with faint lights. Those lights are a bit peculiar. Some are green, some are red. What's that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jihan cursed and gritted his teeth. Those are the eyes of a demonic beast. These deliberately lured us here, and they will also ambush. Everyone stay together. Don't scatter. Lin Xiu pulled Cadel with one hand and Hua Jingfeng with the other, then shouted, Fatty, long hair, all of you follow me. While saying that he slowly backed up. Now the whole street had been surrounded by demonic beasts. The best way to stay alive was to enter the building and find a room to hide in. If there were demonic beasts in the room, they had to be dealt with as fast as possible so as not to attract more demonic beasts. At this moment, Wang Chang was also continuously shouting for the students of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University to lean towards him. Yet Lin Xiu was not going to stay with him. Wang Chang was a good person and a qualified member of the Night Patrol Division, so he wanted to protect all the students he had brought with him. But in Lin Xiu's opinion that was simply a pipe dream. Lin Xiu thought that in this situation, the fewer people in a group the better chance of surviving. So he only chose to stay with the 6 people in his dormitory and Cat L. But Lin Xiu is still too idealistic. With the long cry of the dark night bat in the sky, the demonic beasts inside all the buildings swarmed out from each building as if they had heard the horn of attack. Thousands of demonic beasts rushed the formation at the same time. No matter if it was the battle-hardened Night Patrol Division or the 100 Battles Martial University that seemed to be well disciplined before. all of them were dispersed from the formation in an instant. Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Capital Martial Arts University, as well as those unimpressive small colleges are even worse. Instantly chaotic. A group of martial artists and even a stampede, set out of fear that no one will believe it. However, it actually happened. Lin Xiu's plan also fizzled out as their 8-man squad was scattered under the onslaught of demonic beasts. Lin Xiu held a slate in one hand and a chopper in the other, and he fought and retreated. It didn't take long for a lot of wounds to appear on his body, and he arrived at the entrance of a building. Before entering the building, he looked up to the sky, and through the powerful night vision of a martial artist, he could vaguely see a slim figure carrying a long spear upside down with a flaming shroud around him, and he rushed straight towards the dark night bats in the sky. Is it that crazy woman Zhao Qingqing? Lin Xiu frowned and muttered to himself. I hope Dad doesn't make the stupid mistake of risking his own life to save others. After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared into the street. This was a residential building, and there was a strong stench of fishy odor inside the building, and it was obvious that he didn't know how many people had died here. And in the end, the corpses were gnawed by demonic beasts, leaving no bones left. But at this moment, Lin Xiu didn't have time to lament. He didn't make any stops and directly ran towards the upper floors. The higher the floors were, the safer they were. After all, not all demonic beasts had the ability to fly. He climbed up to the 7th floor in one breath and looked at the 2 open rooms to his left and right. He hesitated for a few seconds, then walked in towards the room on the left. But the moment he had just stepped into the room, a huge machete glowing with cold light was on his neck. Lin Xiu's body stiffened and froze for 2 seconds before he whispered, I'm a student of the Magic City Martial Arts University. According to Lin Xiu's speculation, the people who could appear inside the building at this time were either the survivors from before or the members of the Night Watch Division who participated in the rescue operation, just like them, or the students of the major colleges. This time Lin Xiu guessed correctly. After hearing his words, the other party slowly put away his knife, and through the flash of cold light from the blade, Lin Xiu saw an extremely terrifying evil ghost mask. You're the girl from the 100 Battles Martial Arts University? Lin Xiu subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. You know me? I saw your slash just now. It was very cool. Lin Xiu smiled and spoke. The girl visibly froze, then whispered, you still have the heart to joke at this hour. No kidding, it's really handsome. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, right, why are you here? The masked girl pondered for a few seconds, then still explained, that demonic beast in the sky is called the Dark Night Bat. I've read about it in books before. It has an ability called Darkness Junction. After casting it, an area will be plunged into darkness, and even if a martial artist has strong night vision, it will be difficult to see through the boundary. So you want to wait here until the battle is over? Lin Xiu asked tentatively. No. The girl shook her head, then continued. There is a Lin Zhaobei within the chief of the Night Patrol Division leading the team this time. Ha? Lin Xiu froze. What does this have to do with Lin Zhaobei? Lin Xiu's gaze changed slightly, and a slab had silently appeared in his hand. Chapter 55, Phantom Fox. Lin Xiu, you're really hungry. Lin Zhaobei's strength is average, but he has a wife. The masked girl had the patience to explain. His wife's name is Zhao Qingqing, and her strength is very strong. I heard that she came this time as well. What does this have to do with you hiding here? Lin Xiu moved his feet without a trace and approached the other party. Between this distance, the opponent's greatsword couldn't be utilized at all, and Lin Xiu's slate was definitely the best weapon in melee combat. In order for this rescue operation to be successful, Zhao Qingqing will definitely face the Dark Night Bat straight on. As long as they move, the Dark Night Bat won't be able to continue to maintain the Dark Night boundary, but that's when the best time to strike is. So that's how it is. Lin Xiu nodded his head silently, but still had no intention of putting away his slate. And right at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the hallway. Both Lin Xiu's bodies stiffened, and after glancing at each other, the two of them tacitly stood on both sides of the doorway respectively. Lin Xiu was holding a brick in his hand, while the masked girl was also carrying a long knife, ready to strike at any time. If there was a demonic beast barging in at this time, the two of them together could definitely take care of it at the first time, without making too much commotion to attract other demonic beasts over. Both men had subconsciously held their breath as the voices in the hallway grew closer. Through the footsteps that were so subtle as to be imperceptible, Lin Xiu had already judged in his heart that the one inside the building must not be a human being, and it should be a demonic beast that was on the small side. As the footsteps reached the 7th floor, the two men's grip on their weapons grew tighter and tighter, and there was even a subtle sweat seeping from the masked girl's forehead. But just then, the footsteps stopped, and Lin Xiu could even feel that the demonic beast was standing at the entrance of their room at that moment, but it was slow to come in. In 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, a full 5 minutes had passed. There was still no movement outside. Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, then stretched out 3 fingers towards the masked girl and sidled his head towards the doorway, the meaning of which was obvious. After 3 seconds the two rushed out together to quickly solve the demonic beasts outside the door. The masked girl froze for a moment at first, but quickly realized what Lin Xiu meant and nodded her head. Only when he saw the other party nodding did Lin Xiu slowly close one finger. Then the second. The moment Lin Xiu put away all 3 fingers, the two of them directly rushed out without any hesitation. And just the moment the two of them rushed out of the room, they saw a fox that was considered petite in size compared to the other demonic beasts was standing at the doorway, its pair of eyes emitting a faint red light, giving off a demonic feeling. Before the two could strike, it had already opened its mouth, and in an instant a burst of red smoke erupted from its mouth, filling the entire floor. Lin Xiu subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, but there wasn't the stench that he had imagined. Instead, a faint aroma poured into his nose along his fingers. Dare to shade old me, Lin Xiu cursed. Obviously, this cunning fox had already known that Lin Xiu and the two were hiding in this room, and it was deliberately lingering outside the door of the room just to lure the two out and then release the poison. However, Lin Xiu didn't feel anything from the poisonous gas, and his body didn't feel any discomfort, so without any pause, the slate in his hand directly slapped on the fox's head. Boing dash! With a miserable scream, that fox was actually directly collapsed on the ground. No breath. Just this? Lin Xiu was also stunned and walked up and kicked the demonic beast's corpse, confirming that the other party was really dead before he turned to look at the masked girl, only to find the other party standing there dumbfounded as if she was a bit lost in thought. Hey, what are you doing? She came back to her senses when she heard Lin Xiu talking to her, then spoke. We seem to be in big trouble. What trouble? Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. Just now he killed this demonic beast with a single move and didn't make any noise. It shouldn't have attracted other demonic beasts over. How could there be big trouble? That's the phantom fox, and the mist it spews out of its mouth has poison. The masked girl's voice was a little unnatural. Poison? Lin Xiu was startled, then rushed forward, grabbed the other party's shoulder and asked, what kind of poison? Can it be detoxified? The masked girl's body trembled, then she hastily backed up, keeping a certain distance from Lin Xiu, hesitating for a while before she opened her mouth to explain. That kind of mist has a strong aphrodisiac effect. If you don't have sex with the opposite sex, you'll explode in less than half an hour. What? Lin Xiu froze, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that something was wrong with his body. It was obviously a bit hot and dry, and it was as if there was a nameless fire surging in his belly. And the masked girl also felt a bit weak in her legs. She took a few steps back in succession, and finally slowly sat down on the floor against the wall. After feeling unwell, Lin Xiu's first reaction was to find Cat L. But only after pulling out his communicator did he remember that Jingnan City's communication signal had long been destroyed. Lin Xiu flung the communicator aside with some inexplicable annoyance. Good. The masked girl's voice was clearly trembling. Lindsay, what did you say? Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. I said yes. Come on. As she said that, she took off her jacket. Looking at the snowy white in the dark night, Lin Xiu subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and the fire of desire, too, finally couldn't be suppressed completely, and then he directly pounced over, and removed the other party's mask as soon as he could. In the next second, Lin Xiu fiercely got up and backed up. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at his opponent's face. Why the hell do you look like this? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xiu also felt as if he had said the wrong thing, but the other party's appearance was also really too sorry for the public. Her features looked pretty decent, but her face was full of dense freckles, and what Lin Xiu couldn't stand the most was the scar on the left side of her face, which looked like it should have been caused by a burn, and just by looking at it, Lin Xiu felt his own sweaty hairs stand up. The masked girl didn't say anything. Her face had already floated with an abnormal flush, and she actually lunged directly towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu cursed. He really wanted to stay away from this girl, but the medicinal effect of the mist sprayed out by that phantom fox was just too fierce. Helplessly, Lin Xiu took off his jacket and covered the other's face. 2 hours later, the dark boundary had dispersed, and a scuffle could still be heard from time to time in the streets outside the building. Inside the room, Lin Xiu and the masked girl sat in one corner each, the two of them keeping the farthest distance. Lin Xiu. Ah, Lin Xiu. You're really hungry. Lin Xiu secretly slapped himself. After a while, seeing that the other party hadn't said anything and didn't have the intention to leave, Lin Xiu coughed dryly twice, then opened his mouth somewhat heartily. And, we are all sons and daughters of the jungle, and we don't hold back in times of crisis. It's my first time, the masked girl muttered in a small voice. interrupting Lin Xiao. What the hell? Lin Xiao stared blankly, then said in an unfavorable manner. It's still the first time for me. Your first time? The masked girl looked incredulous. Not quite. Lin Xiao himself felt a bit embarrassed, but still said in a deadpan manner. Is it okay for me to sleep with you so ugly for the first time? Oh. The masked girl nodded, then said, actually, I'm here because I'm troubled by my looks. You stop it, huh? Lin Xiao reached out and stopped the other party. You do deserve to be bothered. How old do you have to be if you don't have a problem growing up like this? Chapter 56 Gangster Positions. 5 Tiger Generals. The masked girl wanted to say something else, but after glancing at Lin Xiao, she ended up muttering in a small voice. I don't care. You're responsible. What did you say? Lin Xiao almost jumped up directly, looking at the other party with an unbelievable look on his face. We're both poisoned. We're detoxifying each other. Is it appropriate for you to say that now? I know, but I don't care. The masked girl's voice was small, but firm. Lin Xiao felt like his head was going to explode. He had slept with so many women. When had he ever been responsible? Take your own time to take charge here. Old me still has things to do. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Lin Xiao got up and was about to leave. Now that the boundary had been broken, it was time for him to go out and meet up with Cat L and the others. So far there was no news of a decrease in power value, indicating that they were still safe, but it was better to rendezvous as early as possible. However, Lin Xiao had just reached the door when he realized that the masked girl had also stood up and walked over, silently following him. Big sister, what exactly do you want? Lin Xiao was somewhat helpless. Responsible. Responsible how? Married. I'll not you too. Lin Xiao directly burst out a foul language, then scratched his hair with some annoyance. He very much wanted to give the other party a slap right now, but considering that he might not be able to beat them, he suppressed the urge. I'm warning you not to follow me again. Lin Xiao reached out and pointed at the masked girl before turning away once again, and the masked girl didn't say anything, just continued to follow him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiao violently stopped his steps, then turned around and walked to the girl, grabbing the other party's collar. The masked girl's height of less than 1 meter 6 was like a small child in front of Lin Xiao's height of 1 meter 8, and was almost lifted up by one of Lin Xiao's hands. I warned you not to follow me anymore. My temper isn't as good as you think it is. Understand? The masked girl pawed her foot and looked up at Lin Xiao, her voice still small. Take charge and get married. Lin Xiao was almost exasperated and turned his back as he pushed the masked girl away and stood in place for a few seconds and thought before speaking. Marriage is impossible. Don't even think about it. Then he changed his words. But I can let you join my gang. I can't be your husband, but I can be your boss. Boss? The masked girl froze, then muttered in a low voice. But I'm the boss too. You're a boss too? Lin Xiao didn't react for a moment and asked. What kind of boss are you? Who's boss? It's the 100 battles trainees who came to Jingnan City this time. They all call me boss. Those 200 students are all your little brothers? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt that what he was standing in front of was not an ugly girl. It was simply a walking 200 snob value. Right. Do they listen to you? After asking, Lin Xiao felt that he had asked a bit redundantly. The performance of those 100 battles trainees had already proved it when this girl had decimated the demonic beasts before. Aha. The masked girl nodded seriously. Alright then you can join my gang. I'll reluctantly accept you as my little brother. The curve of Lin Xiao's mouth was already a bit suppressed. Good. The masked girl agreed without even thinking. And the moment she agreed, the long-lost system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the gangster position function. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first exclusive position minion. And obtaining the reward, power value plus 100. Special reward, Awakening Dan. Lin Xiao froze. This dog system hadn't moved at all since it was bound, except for sending him messages about the increase or decrease in power value, as well as issuing rewards every time the power value reached the standard. And this time it actually came out and bubbled? Is this a hidden quest? Lin Xiao hurriedly opened the system panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Rank, 2nd grade martial artist. Power value, 568. Each level 1 martial artist provides 1 point of power value, and the power value added by martial artists above level 1 varies depending on their strength. Awakening, slab, one of the favorite weapons of street gangsters, can be used locally, and is not considered a controlled knife. There will be a great deal of leeway in sentencing. Characteristics, God's power is no longer good. A brick knocked down breaks all laws. Chopper, one of the most common murder weapon in homicide, can be seen in every household kitchen, killing and shredding corpses. A must-have. Characteristics, even if the weirdness is high, it is still afraid of the chopper. Chopping creepy. Requirements for the next stage of power value, 1000. Position, 5 Tiger Generals, activated. Head, vacant, appointable. Second position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Third position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Post 4, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Number 5 position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Lin Xiu pondered for 2 seconds, then clicked on the appointment behind the first place of the 5 Tiger Generals. After clicking on it, an unfamiliar name appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Is Baby Tang appointed as the first of the 5 Tiger Generals? No changes can be made after confirmation. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment, then looked at the masked girl standing in front of him and tentatively asked, "Your name is Baby Tang?" The masked girl was visibly stunned, then asked with some surprise, "How did you know?" Lin Xiu didn't answer the other party, but instead, without any further hesitation, directly clicked OK. Congratulations to the host for appointing the first of the 5 Tiger Generals successfully. Minions with positions will receive special bonuses. Receiving the latest system message, Lin Xiu looked down at Baby Tang and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you feel any changes?" Changes? Tang was stunned, then looked at her palms. She didn't feel any changes in her. After hesitating for a moment, she took 2 steps back and raised one hand. A huge green dragon crescent blade appeared in her hand. However, at this time, the green dragon blade was obviously different from the previous one. The appearance of the green dragon blade did not appear to change. Only a faint green dragon shadow appeared out of thin air, surrounding the entire blade, looking mighty and extraordinary. What is going on here? Tang was able to clearly feel a qualitative change in his awakening object, and the blade actually contained a large amount of divine power. Of course it was bestowed upon you by your boss me. Lin Xiu smiled smugly. You can infuse my awakening with divine power? What do you think? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. Tang Baobao lowered her head and contemplated for a few seconds. She was very knowledgeable about her awakened object. Although the previous green dragon blade was also very powerful, it had never been able to enter the 100 Battles Martial University's awakened list because of the lack of divine power. And she had just joined Lin Xiu's gang when a divine power enhancement appeared on the green dragon blade. Lin Xiu, thank you, said Tang baby, rubbing the corner of her coat with her head down. Seeing this scene, even if she was wearing a mask, Lin Xiu could guess that behind the mask must be a petulant look, but when he thought of the other party's face, he involuntarily shivered. Then let's go out and save the day now. Wait a minute. Lin Xiu reached out and stopped the other party, then opened the system panel and found that special reward, Awakening Dan. Awakening Elixir, an elixir with magical effects that allows martial artists below the transcendent realm to gain an awakening. Awakenings are randomized. Chapter 57, Is I a Man Now? Transcendent Mortal Realm? Lin Xiu was puzzled. In his cognition, martial artists were divided into 9 levels, and above the 9th level was the King and Marquis. This was the first time he had heard of this transcendent mortal realm. What did you say? On the side, Baby Tang cocked her head to look at Lin Xiu. Have you ever heard of the transcendent realm? Lin Xiu asked. Of course. Tang baby nodded, then explained. After a martial artist breaks through the 9th level, he or she is a transcendent. Isn't it a prince or marquis above the 9th level? Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. Who said that? The realm above the 9th level is called transcendence. And as for kings and marquises, that's not a realm. It's just a title, and it can also be seen as an honor. So that's how it is. Lin Xiu stroked his chin and secretly pondered for a few seconds before putting away the awakening Dan. This elixir could allow one to gain an awakening, and an awakening would lead to a breakthrough, which meant that if a rank 9 martial artist took this awakening Dan, then he could directly break through to the so-called transcendent realm. And with Lin Xiu's current level as a level 2 martial artist, taking this elixir was simply a waste. Putting the awakening Dan away, Lin Xiu and the two of them walked towards the outside of the building. Just after coming out of the building, Lin Xiu saw 7 or 8 Magic City Martial Arts University trainees confronting 2 huge mastiffs, with 2 or 3 of them carrying obvious injuries on their bodies. Upon seeing Lin Xiu and the 2 of them, those trainees' eyes lit up, and one of them, a girl with a pretty face, cried out for help towards them. We're trainees from the Magic City Martial Arts University. Help us. Baby Tang sniffed and was about to go forward, but Lin Xiu pulled him back. What's the rush? Aren't they from your academy? Tang Baobao was a bit puzzled. I know. Lin Xiu took 2 steps forward without skipping a beat, then spoke. Everyone, it's not impossible to save you. But well, Lin Xiu looked up and down at the 8 people in front of him, 7 boys and 1 girl, with 3 of them carrying injuries. Bro, you can say whatever you want. A rough-looking boy who looked nothing like a student walked out. I've established a gang. Now it's in the development stage. You guys join me and I'll save your lives. What do you think? Hey, how can you be like this? Before the boy could say anything, the girl who had just spoken stood out again, pointing at Lin Xiu. We're all from the Dragon Kingdom. We're supposed to help each other. How can you be so selfish? Not joining? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand with a smile and, then you're on your own. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. It was just 8 points of power value. He really didn't look at it. You saw death and saved me. When the time comes, I'll definitely tell the Night Patrol Division and see how they'll punish you. That girl cursed towards Lin Xiao's back. A person like you can be considered a man. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks, then slowly turned around and pinched his brow before saying thoughtfully, what she said seems to be somewhat reasonable. It really wouldn't be much of a man if he just left. That's only right. That girl laughed with a smug smile on her face, then said condescendingly, if you can kill these 2 demonic beasts, this young lady can give you a chance to have dinner with me. Yes? Lin Xiao pretended to be surprised as a smile piled up on his face. An honor. As he said that, a slate appeared in his hand and slowly walked to the crowd. Before the crowd could react, he raised his slate and slapped it directly on the girl's face. That's what makes you a man. Lin Xiao looked at the girl who fell to the ground with her face covered in blood and constantly wailing. You tell me, is old man a man now? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you dare to hit me. That girl reached out and covered her collapsed nose, her facial expression becoming incredibly distorted from the pain. What are you doing? When the remaining 7 saw Lin Xiao directly take action without a second thought, they were also all instantly on guard, ready to strike at any time. And right at this moment, with the appearance of a green dragon-like shadow, Tang Baobao carried his green dragon blade and slammed it into the ground with force, saying indifferently, those who make a move, die. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, didn't even look at those people. He slowly crouched down, grabbed the girl's hair and said viciously, I'm asking you, am I considered a man now? You know who I am, and you dare to hit me. I don't know. Lin Xiao shook his head before grabbing the other party's head and slamming it hard towards the ground. Boom! The dull sound of skulls hitting the ground and the girl's mournful screams entwined together, resounding throughout the entire street. Even the 2 demonic beasts on the opposite side of the street looked at each other with a humanized look of confusion in their eyes, as if to say that the fight was going well. Why did they fight on their own and stop playing with it both? Lin Xiao, on the other hand, paid no attention to anyone, concentrating on his educational endeavors. The students of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, those were the future hopes of the Dragon Kingdom. They must receive the best education. Only then would she learn how to behave in her next life. Seeing that the other party was already dying, Lin Xiao then wiped the blood on his own hands on the other party's body, then slowly stood up and looked at the other 7 people, asking with a smile, what's your relationship with her? The rough boy who spoke earlier looked at Lin Xiao with a guarded face before saying, not familiar. All of us in the dormitory were scattered by the demonic beasts, and as for the 8 of us, we all met them on the way to escape. Then you guys are lucky, and you saved me a lot of effort. Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. In Lin Xiao's opinion, if any of the remaining people had a good relationship with this girl, then he wouldn't hesitate to let the other person accompany her. After all, good friends are meant to be together. He was a person who was afraid of trouble, so as long as he had the ability, he would make sure to put an end to any trouble that might occur in advance. For example, if there was someone in these few people who had a good relationship with this girl, maybe the other person wouldn't necessarily think about helping her take revenge, but in order to avoid accidents, Lin Xiao would settle the other person in advance, preferring to kill the wrong person rather than letting them go. How about this? You guys throw her to those 2 demonic beasts as a token of surrender for joining my gang. Lin Xiao looked at the crowd with a smirk before pointing at the girl on the ground whose breath was weak. You're making us kill people? A skinny boy looked at Lin Xiao somewhat timidly, his eyes filled with panic. Whether you kill her or get killed by a demonic beast, your choice. Lin Xiao spread his hands and looked indifferent. We kill. The rough-looking boy gritted his teeth as if he had made some sort of determination. Very well. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. Inside the warehouse on the east side of town, Lin Zhanbei sat at the corner of the warehouse holding Zhao Qingqing, who was covered in blood, his face incomparably ugly. Old Lin, we can't just sit around and wait for death anymore. Su Hu limped over to Lin Zhanbei with an indignant look on his face. In the previous battle, Zhao Qingqing had broken the Dark Night Bat's boundary and had fought with the other party, ultimately losing both of them. She had also bought time for the crowd to evacuate, but their path of retreat had been completely blocked by the demonic beasts, so Lin Zhanbei had no choice but to lead the crowd to hide inside the warehouse. Perhaps because of the Dark Bat's injuries, the demonic beasts had not launched a general attack on the warehouse. Instead, they were constantly searching the city for humans who had gotten separated from the large group. No, for the time being, we can't go out yet. Lin Zhanbei shook his head and vetoed Su Hu's words. Now that everyone is injured, the food stock in the warehouse is still sufficient. We should recuperate. Speaking here, he looked down at Zhao Qingqing, who was lying in his arms, a flash of heartache in his eyes. And, at the very least, we have to wait until Qingqing's injuries are better. Alas! Su Hu sighed and then didn't say anything more. He also knew very well that without Zhao Qingqing to hold back the Dark Nightbat, no one would be able to escape from Jingnan City. And right at this moment, Hua Jingfeng and the others walked over from the side, and Xin Zhuang looked at Lin Zhanbei and spoke. Lord Director, we're going out. HM? Lin Zhanbei frowned at the several people, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Our boss is still out there. Now his life and death are unknown. We must go out. The always timid Xin Zhuang this time faced Lin Zhanbei, the head of the Night Patrol Division, and actually did not back down. Chapter 58 Battle Blizzard Wolf. Little age, still the boss. I'll give the old man to calm down and stay. Lin Zhanbei was instantly annoyed when he heard this. This battle his wife had hardened herself against the 7th level demonic beast Dark Nightbat and was seriously injured, and his only son Lin Xiu was also unaccounted for. To say that he was worried, he was more worried than anyone else, but he was the head of the Night Patrol Division. He had to focus on the big picture. If he went out rashly at this time, there was a high chance that the whole army would be wiped out. Director Lin, I understand your thoughts. At this moment, Hua Jingfeng reached out and pulled Xin Zhuang, who was about to say something else, then spoke with a calm face. But Lin Xiu and Cat L are our friends. We can't just leave him alone. We all went out to look for him voluntarily, and you don't need to send anyone to protect us, whatever happens. It has nothing to do with the Night Patrol Division. After hearing his words, Lin Zhanbei's pupils shrunk violently before he stared dead at Hua Jingfeng and asked, Who did you just say? Hua Jingfeng was slightly stunned, then still answered honestly, Lin Xiu. He's our roommate at the Magic City Martial Arts University, and Cat L is our friend, Lindsay. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already gathered more than 50 people behind him. All of them were cadets from various colleges. As for the members of the Night Patrol Division, who were more disciplined, apart from those who had died in battle, all of them had already arrived at the east of the city's warehouse to join the large force. Only these students were bumping around like headless flies. Boss, where are we going next? The rough-looking Mordor Martial University student from before came to Lin Xiu's side and asked. Through the other party's self-introduction, Lin Xiu knew that his name was Qin Ban, and like Lin Xiu, he was a freshman of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and although he looked a bit anxious, he was actually only 20 years old, a year younger than Lin Xiu. Keep turning around and see if there are any surviving trainees yet. Lin Xiu looked at the scattered corpses of demonic beasts around him, pondering. After more than an hour of searching, he was able to find 60 people. A few of them who were disobedient were used by Lin Xiu to make an example out of him. A series of thunderous tactics came down, and now the remaining 53 people were all respectful and afraid of Lin Xiu. Where have all the demonic beasts gone? Lin Xiu stroked his chin. His heart was puzzled. The demonic beasts he had encountered in this hour's time weren't even as many as the survivors, but he remembered that at that time, when the Dark Nightbat had struck, the demonic beasts that had appeared in the surrounding buildings were 8,000 even if there weren't 10,000. But now, it seemed that all those demonic beasts were hiding somewhere, and only a few of them were still loitering around the city, attacking the scattered survivors within the city. And just then, a sound of fighting came from not far ahead, and a flash of golden light could be vaguely seen. Lin Xiu, there's someone in front. Baby Tang walked over to Lin Xiu with the green dragon sword. Go on, check it out. After passing through a building, Lin Xiu and the others finally saw the two sides that were fighting. On one side were three gigantic wolf demons that stood just 3 meters away, the hair on their bodies standing up like steel needles, their sharp fangs flashing with gleams of cold light, and their sharp claws like blades stained with scarlet blood. On the other hand, the other side was a western beauty with 2 wings on her back, surrounded by shining golden light, only at this time she looked a bit lousy, and the pair of feathers that were originally as white as snow had been stained with a lot of blood at this time. Her face was incredibly pale, and her hand holding the angel blade was trembling slightly. Lin Xiu, that's a level 3 blizzard wolf. It's a bit tricky. With a glance, Baby Tang saw the type and level of the demonic beast and whispered beside Lin Xiu. On the other side is the blazing angel of the divine kingdom. I don't think there's any need for us to save. Give me these heads to chop into mush. After saying that he didn't have any hesitation, he was the first one to rush up, holding a slate in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. With a posture of bravery and fear of death, Tang Baby looked at that western beauty with a complicated expression, then also carried the green dragon blade and followed Lin Xiu closely behind him. Grade 3 demonic beasts have the power to fight even against grade 4 martial artists, while Lin Xiu was currently only at grade 2, and the moment the slate in his hand touched the huge paw of the blizzard wolf, Lin Xiu's entire body instantly flew backwards as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, and smashed heavily on the ground. Lin Xiu stifled a grunt and reached out to wipe off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth before charging up again. Lin Xiu has never received any professional training in his 2 lives, and he fights with a reckless word, completely exchanging injuries for injuries, exchanging lives for lives. But this method of fighting is still more practical for people, but when faced with demonic beasts, the effect is obviously greatly reduced. And with the green dragon blade that possessed divine power, Tang Baby actually blocked the 2 blizzard wolves with his own strength, and for a while, he even vaguely had the intention of suppressing the other side. Seeing Baby Tang's power and Lin Xiu's bravery, the rest of the crowd was also instantly ignited in general, with more than 50 people each exercising their own means, rushing towards the 3 blizzard wolves in a swarm. It has been proven that more ants can bite an elephant, not to mention that the group of people in front of them are not ants, they are all elites from various academies. Although this action is taken voluntarily, but if the strength is really weak, who would dare to sign up to come to such a dangerous place? What they lacked was never talent or strength, they just lacked the experience of actual combat as well as the courage to face demonic beasts head-on. And at this moment, their courage was awakened by Lin Xiu, looking at the blizzard wolves that had been hacked to the point where they could no longer see their original appearance, and the more than 50 people who had almost everyone with injuries. Cat-El forced herself to endure the pain in her body, and with a wave of her hand, "In my name, call forth the light of healing to save the world from suffering." A golden light fell from the sky and scattered on the body of the crowd, followed by those wounds on the body of the crowd are slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why would a blazing angel have the ability to heal? Tang Baobao was somewhat stunned as he watched a wound on his arm gradually heal. Lin Xiu had no intention of solving her puzzle, and walked straight up to Cat-El, looking the other party up and down and realizing that she didn't have any too serious injuries before he opened his mouth and asked, "Where's Hua Jingfeng and the others?" "They're all at the warehouse on the east side of town. And the Night Watch division is there." "Then why aren't you with them?" Lin Xiu asked. "I need to find you," Cat-El said rather seriously as she wiped the blood stains from her face. Lin Xiu froze for a moment, then raised the slate in his hand, frightening Cat-El into shrinking her neck. "Look at you this point out, and still looking for me. Come on, it's time for us to meet up with them." After saying that, Lin Xiu took the lead in the direction of the city's eastern warehouse, and just then, the huge bat that covered the sky appeared in the sky of Jingnan City once again. "Stinking woman, how dare you hurt me? Come out and die." Chapter 59 I am your stepmother. This dark night bat again? Lin Xiu frowned, then turned his head to look at Cat-El on the side and asked, "Right, how are my dad and the others?" "There's nothing wrong with your father, but Zhao Qingqing was seriously injured and is now recuperating in the east warehouse of the city." "Zhao Qingqing is injured?" Lin Xiu was slightly surprised. He had seen that woman's strength before. If even she couldn't help this dark night bat, then I'm afraid that they would really be in big trouble. After thinking for a moment, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and then with a big wave of his hand, "Come on, let's hurry and meet them at the warehouse." Inside the warehouse, as the dark night bat's thunder-like voice rang out, Zhao Qingqing, who was lying in Lin Zhanbei's arms, sat up violently and straightened her body. It's doing it again. It's fine." Lin Zhanbei reached out and straightened her messy hair for her, then softly said, "I've already checked. The walls of this warehouse are specially reinforced, so as long as we don't go out, it'll be hard for those demonic beasts to attack in a short period of time. You rest a little longer." Zhao Qingqing showed a worried look. No one knew the strength of the dark bat better than her. Even though this warehouse was built solidly, it would be hard to block the other party's attack. However, before she could open her mouth, Xin Zhuang, who was on the side, couldn't take it anymore and directly stood out and spoke. "Director Lin, if you're willing to be a shrinking violet, you can be one yourself. We're going to go save our boss." Fatty is right. Longhair was in rare agreement to reach a consensus with Xin Zhuang, Hua Jingfeng and the 2 brothers of the Huang family, as well as Chun Sheng who stood behind the few people like a shadow, were all silent, but it was not difficult to find out through their resolute gazes that their thoughts were the same as Xin Zhuang's. "You brat!" Lin Zhanbei reached out and pointed at Xin Zhuang, shouting angrily, "How are you talking to my old man? That brat Lin Xiu is out there. I'm more worried than you guys. You're worried about a hammer. You've got a mouth on you." Previously, when Lin Xiu had just enrolled in school, Hua Jingfeng had seen that it was Zhao Qingqing who had sent him here, and later on, he had seen the relationship between Lin Zhanbei and Zhao Qingqing, so he naturally guessed the relationship between Lin Zhanbei and Lin Xiu. Xin Zhuang, on the other hand, thought that with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and that Lin Zhanbei was so full of this Zhao Qingqing that he didn't care about their boss's death, so he turned on his poisonous mouth mode once again. "I know you're our boss's real dad, but you're such a bad person. You." Lin Zhanbei was furious for a while, just about to say something but was interrupted by Xin Zhuang again. "You what you?" You still have the nerve to point at me. You old den. You sent my boss to a hellhole like Sin City for 3 years just to get a little wife. What? Afraid he'll ruin your day? Also, my boss came back from Sin City and didn't even stay at home for a night before you couldn't wait to send him to Mordor Wudu. I won't even say this. Shen Zhuang waved his hand, then continued with an indignant face. Now that my boss is living or dying outside, you don't even care. Just like you deserve to be a father? Shen Zhuang cursed for more than 10 minutes in one breath, and if it wasn't for his dry mouth, the crowd felt that he could still play for another half hour. Old Lin, is everything he said true? Su Hu asked in a low voice as he came over to Lin Zhanbei's side. Really my ass. Lin Zhanbei nearly lost his breath. This little fat man's mouth is really too slippery. He didn't even have a chance to interject, but the most difficult thing is that he still doesn't know how to refute the other party. Alright, Zhao Qingqing stood up with a pale face. The silver spear in her hand jabbed hard into the ground, and said in a cold voice, "All stop arguing." Okay. Shen Zhuang hastily shrunk his neck, then hid behind Hua Jingfeng. Old Lin, this warehouse can't hold back the Dark Night Bat at all. If we continue to hide here, we'll just be trapped to death. Zhao Qingqing looked at her silver lance before speaking. I'll go stall it. You lead the breakout. No. Lin Zhanbei directly vetoed her idea and said in an undeniable tone, you can't continue fighting until your injuries are healed. Yes, sister-in-law. You'd better recuperate your injuries first. We're also the director of the Night Patrol Division anyways. Let's go on this time instead. Su Hu and the others chimed in. You're no match for it. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Zhanbei directly reached out and interrupted Zhao Qingqing, a touch of determination in his gaze. And just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Open the door. Hearing this voice, Lin Zhanbei's eyes lit up. It's that brat Lin Xiao? That's right. It's the boss. Fatty Shen's face also revealed a touch of delight, and he hurriedly twisted his obese body to trot to the door. When he opened the door, Lin Xiao immediately walked in with more than 50 people behind him, then patted Shen Zhuang's shoulder and ordered, Fatty, hurry up and close the door. Okay boss, you're not hurt, right? I'm fine. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then walked straight towards Lin Zhanbei. Dad, brat. Lin Zhanbei looked Lin Xiao up and down with a relieved expression, and only let go of his heart when he saw that the other party was not injured. Dad, that bat came out again, and when we came over we noticed that a lot of demonic beasts are gathering here now, so we think they are going to attack the warehouse. At those words, Lin Zhanbei's face once again became grave as he twisted his head to look at Zhao Qingqing. Old Lin, don't worry, I can stall it. Zhao Qingqing gripped the silver spear in her hand tightly, her gaze resolute. Lin Xiao glanced sideways at the severely injured Zhao Qingqing and hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Zhao Qingqing, I have something to say to you. Brat, no big deal. Lin Zhanbei slapped towards the back of Lin Xiao's head. Dad, I have business. Lin Xiao helplessly rubbed his head. Go ahead. Zhao Qingqing was also a bit puzzled. What kind of business could this kid have looking for himself? You come with me. After saying this, Lin Xiao directly walked towards the side. Zhao Qingqing froze slightly, then glanced at Lin Zhanbei and saw the other party nodding before she followed with her silver spear. Coming to an unoccupied corner of the warehouse, Lin Xiao pulled out the awakening pill from his pocket, then said with a serious face, Zhao Qingqing, I can let you obtain an awakening once, so that you're sure of defeating the dark bats outside? Zhao Qingqing was first stunned when she heard this, then a flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lin Xiao, this is not the time for you to fool around. I'm not fooling around, what I said is true. Lin Xiao's face was calm and his tone was quite serious. Lin Xiao, did you know that I've already awakened 3 times? Zhao Qingqing shook her head helplessly and sighed. Although I'm confident in my talent, in the past 100 years, there has never been a person who has awakened 4 times. Even the knight in Marquis Yang Knighton, who is known as the #1 person in terms of talent, only has 3 awakenings. How do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Lin Xiao handed the awakening Dan in his hand to the other party. Zhao Qingqing first looked at the ebony pill. Then her head looked up at Lin Xiao's serious expression. She sighed helplessly, then still nodded her head. Okay, just listen to you. In fact, she did not hold any hope at all within her heart, because the 3rd awakening was both the upper limit, which was a fact recognized by all martial artists for 100 years, and it was impossible for this to be broken. However, Lin Xiao was after all Lin Zhanbei's son, and even though he had done a lot of asshole things in the past, she still believed that the other party wouldn't harm her in any case. Thinking of this, she reached out to take the pill, while Lin Xiao put it back again. Zhao Qingqing froze, then a flash of displeasure flashed across her eyes. Lin Xiao, you tricked me? No, no, no. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hand, then a cheap smile appeared on his face and, this thing is incredibly precious. You can't take it for nothing, can you? Ha! Zhao Qingqing let out a cold laugh and spoke with some disdain. Lin Xiao, if this broken pill of yours can really make me awaken again, no matter what you want, old me will promise you, but if it doesn't work out, you kids are going to get your ass kicked. That's good. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled into a confident smile before he spoke. Well then, if it works, I don't want anything else. I want, said Lin Xiao as his gaze stopped on Zhao Qingqing. What? Zhao Qingqing was almost infuriated by Lin Xiao's words and her injuries recurred. She directly cursed. Lin Xiao, my mother is your stepmother. Chapter 60, I feel I'm terribly strong now. You're overthinking it. Lin Xiao gave her a faintly disgusted look before explaining. What I mean is that if you succeed in awakening, I want you to join my gang. On the way here Lin Xiao had already thought about it. The awakening pill could allow one to gain an extra chance of awakening, which meant that it could allow one to raise the level of a martial artist. Lin Xiao was currently only a level 2 martial artist. Taking the awakening pill would be a bit of a waste. Besides, he only needed to raise his power value to 1,000 points to reach a level 3 martial artist directly. Most importantly, now that all of them were trapped in Jingnan City, if Zhao Qingqing couldn't take care of that dark night bat, then there might not even be a way for them to leave here alive. However, he was unwilling to give the hard-won awakening Dan directly to the other party. So in the end, he could only think of this solution. Zhao Qingqing was about to become a rank 7 martial artist, so he thought that he would be able to provide him with quite a bit of power value as well. Cut! Zhao Qingqing skimmed her mouth, squinted at the pill in Lin Xiao's hand, and spoke. No problem. If this pill of yours can really make me awaken again, what's wrong with joining your gang? Anyway, I'm not joining either the Dragon Guard or the Night Watch division right now. It's a deal. Lin Xiao directly handed Zhao Qingqing the awakening Dan in his hand after he finished speaking. Receiving the pill, Zhao Qingqing hesitated for 2 seconds. Her eyes inadvertently saw Lin Zhanbei in the distance. Then she smiled and swallowed the pill in one gulp. As the pill entered her stomach, she felt a warmth sweeping through her body, and the wounds that were originally on her body healed in an instant. The power in her body was restless, as if it was about to break through her body at any time. This feeling was too familiar to her. This was the feeling of a strength breakthrough. She had successfully advanced, and now she was a rank 7 martial artist. The rank of the martial artist, one level above the 5th level 1 heavenly mote. This is also why Lin Zhanbei and them, the chief of the Night Patrol Division, have been stuck at the 5th level, and Zhao Qingqing has only just broken through to the 6th level not long ago. If she cultivates normally, even if she is overly gifted, it is by no means possible for her to break through in a short period of time. Well, Lin Xiao looked at her smugly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. I've really broken through. Zhao Qingqing's eyes were filled with incredulity. Immediately afterward she mused for a few seconds, then slowly closed her eyes, and after about a few minutes, she snapped them open. A terrifying power gushed out from her body, and Lin Xiao, who was the closest to her, only felt a terrifying majesty sweeping through his body, unconsciously taking several steps back, and finally bumping into the warehouse's material box before he managed to stabilize his body. Hearing the commotion over here, Lin Zhanbei and the others quickly ran over, and right after that they saw that Zhao Qingqing, who was originally dressed in a black combat uniform, was actually covered in a pair of bright silver armor at this moment. The armor's lines were soft and fit perfectly with her figure, and there was a white cape behind her, making her look like a formidable and extraordinary female general. Qingqing, what's going on? Lin Zhanbei was stuttering a bit in his speech. Zhao Qingqing had just been alone with Lin Xiao for a few minutes and had undergone such a drastic change. It was really a bit puzzling to him. Old Lin, I've broken through. Zhao Qingqing had an excited look on her face as she directly trotted over to Lin Zhanbei and wrapped her arms around him. Broke through. Lin Zhanbei really couldn't believe how Zhao Qingqing, who had just broken through not long ago, had broken through again. Is that the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Sister-in-law, then what's with this armor on you? Suhu also revealed a look of disbelief. Awakened. Zhao Qingqing shrugged. Awakening? All of the patrol division directors present exclaimed out in unison. These trainees may not understand Zhao Qingqing, but they are clearly aware of the fact that Zhao Qingqing was originally weapon, power, flame 3 awakenings, which has reached the awakening ceiling of the awakened person. How can she be awakened again? Qingqing, how exactly did you awaken? Lin Zhanbei was also incredulous and couldn't help but ask. Zhao Qingqing opened her mouth and was just about to explain to Lin Zhanbei. Then suddenly, as if she thought of something, she still swallowed back the words that came to her mouth. This matter was really too shocking, beyond the rules that had been submerged in the Dragon Kingdom for 100 years. If those old guys who had been stuck at the 9th level martial artist for a long time and couldn't break through knew that Lin Xiao had this kind of pill in his hands that could make people awaken again, I'm afraid that it would bring Lin Xiao endless trouble, and she still understood the reasoning of the piker's sin. After hesitating for a few seconds, then Zhao Qingqing opened her mouth to explain. I'm not sure why I awakened. It's probably because of my talent. Talent? Everyone's mouths opened wide when they heard those words. This was too shocking. If it was due to talent, wouldn't that mean that Zhao Qingqing's talent was even higher than the talent of the #1 talent person of the world? Yang Naitan? Sister-in-law. Alright, let's leave this matter aside for now. Lin Zhanbei directly interrupted Su Hu and the others who were going to continue pursuing the matter, then reached out and pulled Zhao Qingqing's hand, asking with a caring face, Qingqing, how are you feeling right now? I feel. Zhao Qingqing clenched her fists, then spread her face and smiled. I feel like I'm terribly strong now. Even if I can't kill that stinking bat, I can still take half its life. Sister-in-law is mighty. Su Hu laughed cheerfully from the sidelines. Before this, they were all ready to be martyred. This surprise came too suddenly. Zhao Qingqing. At this time, Lin Xiao, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth, attracting everyone's attention. The promise still stands, doesn't it? Don't worry, my old lady always keeps her word. As soon as Zhao Qingqing's words fell, Lin Xiao's pupils shrunk slightly, and the familiar system beep arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive position minion, and receiving a reward, power value plus 500. Congratulations to the host for reaching 1000 power value and obtaining the 3rd stage reward. Strength upgraded to 3rd level martial artist, obtaining the 3rd awakening object. Lin Xiao was stunned by this sudden surprise for quite a while, and he only came back to his senses when the sudden surge of power in his body showed signs of being vaguely uncontrollable. Having long ago gotten used to the awakening, he flipped his wrist directly and an axe appeared in his hand. This axe had a longer handle and a broad, flat head. Peaceful axe? Lin Xiao was too familiar with this kind of axe, which was one of his favorite weapons for street fights in his previous life. The peace axe, also known as the fire axe, is favored by the majority of Triad members because not only does it have a powerful killing power as well as high utility, but it also creates a certain deterrent effect on the enemy's psyche. It is a must-have for street fighting and housebreaking. Chapter 61, Peaceful Axe. No demon in the world. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to open the system panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Level, 3rd grade martial artist. Power value, 1068. Each level 1 martial artist provides 1 point of power value, and the power value added by martial artists above level 1 varies depending on their strength. Awakening, slab, one of the favorite weapons of street gangsters, can be used locally, and is not considered a controlled knife. There will be a great deal of leeway in sentencing. Characteristics, God's power is no longer good. A brick down, breaks all laws. Chopper, one of the most common murder weapon in homicide, can be seen in the kitchen of every household. Killing and shredding corpses, a must-have. Characteristics, even if the weirdness is high, it is still afraid of the chopper. Chopping creepy, typing axe, perfectly fits the portability. Concealment, as well as practicality and lethality the Triad members consider when choosing a weapon, so it has become the preferred weapon for Triad members in a fight. Characteristics, when the peace axe comes out, there are no demons in the world. Shocking all demons. Requirements for the next stage of power value, 5000. Position, 5 Tiger Generals, activated. First, Baby Tang, holder of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Second position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Third position, vacant, appointable. Post 4, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Number 5 position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. This is level 3? Lin Xiao looked down at the peaceful axe in his hand and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, Sin City was still too small, and moreover, the most abandoned city. The number of martial artists there was even more limited. Lin Xiao had stayed in Sin City for 3 years and his power value had not even reached 500. But now that he had only stepped out from Sin City for a long time, he had already succeeded in breaking through 1,000 power value. Of course Zhao Qingqing accounted for a big factor in this. Lin Xiao also didn't expect the other party to actually be able to provide himself with a whole 500 power value, knowing that this could be equivalent to the power value that 500 level 1 martial artists would provide to themselves. Even Baby Tang, who was also one of the 5 Tiger Generals, had only provided 100 points of power value. This time Lin Xiao could be said to have harvested a lot. Not only did he receive Zhao Qingqing into the gang, but he also broke through to a 3rd level martial artist in one fell swoop and awakened a new awakening object, the Peaceful Axe. According to the system's introduction, the Peaceful Axe obviously had a great restraint on the demon race, which would be of great help to his current situation. And at this time, he had also become a level 3 martial artist, so if he encountered a level 3 Blizzard Wolf again, Lin Xiao was completely confident that he could kill the other party without any injuries, or at the very least, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state as he had been before. Is this a breakthrough for you, kid? Suhu couldn't help but ask tentatively when he felt the fluctuation in Lin Xiu's aura. Just awakened. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders with an unconcerned look. Awakening? Suhu and the others felt that their perceptions had been overturned. When did awakening become so simple? Alright, forget about that for now. Zhao Qingqing spoke again to interrupt the doubts of Suhu and the others, then looked at Lin Zhanbei and said, Old Lin, I'm going to meet that bat for a little while longer, so you lead them to break out. Alright, you take more care. Lin Zhanbei nodded with a complicated expression. At this time, Lin Xiu was the one who stepped forward and came to Zhao Qingqing's ear and whispered, Seeing as you're willing to be my little brother, I'll give you one more big gift. After saying this, he also ignored Zhao Qingqing's vicious gaze and directly opened the system panel, appointing Zhao Qingqing as the third of the 5 tiger generals. In the next second, Zhao Qingqing's gaze, which was still vicious, instantly became somewhat dull, and finally transformed into a thick shock. Just now, all of her awakened abilities had gained a substantial enhancement, and her overall strength was even higher. If just now she felt that she could fight with the Dark Knight Bat, then now she even had the confidence to directly decapitate that level 7 great demon. Just how many more surprises does this brat have to give me? Zhao Qingqing muttered darkly in her heart, then cast a look towards Lin Zhanbei that reassured him, then walked straight out of the warehouse. And at this time the warehouse gate had already gathered countless earth-level demonic beasts, waiting for the humans inside to come out to die. However, things were far from as simple as they imagined. What they waited for was not a human who came out to die, but a god of killing. Zhao Qingqing pushed open the warehouse door. The silver spear in her hand was wrapped in flames, and the white cloak behind her hunted as she stood there. One person and one spear, facing the uncountable army of demonic beasts alone. In the next second, she swept the silver gun in her hand, and a large area of flame was like a fierce beast whistling and sweeping towards the army of demonic beasts, followed by countless demonic beasts being swallowed by the sea of fire, and a large area of vacuum appeared in front of her, and the rest of the demonic beasts did not look away. Seeing this scene, the Dark Knight Bat, who had spread its wings to look down below, once again spat out human words. The surprise in its tone could no longer be concealed. How is this possible? How could you possibly improve so much in such a short period of time? Does old lady need to explain to you? Zhao Qingqing raised her head and looked straight into the Dark Knight Bat's pair of eyes that emitted a demonic glow. Stinking woman, how dare you talk to me like that? Come up and fight if you can. Just fight. Zhao Qingqing bent her legs slightly, then leapt up and shot straight up into the clouds. The crowd below looked up at the figure that lifted the silver gun upside down and stepped on the fire. All of them showed the color of yearning. How they hoped that the person who retreated the crowd of demons with a gun was themselves. Don't look. The battle up there is not something we can participate in. Lin Zhanbei opened his mouth to interrupt the crowd's imaginations, then spoke seriously. This is our battlefield. The Night Patrol Division is at the front of the line, and all the martial arts university cadets are following behind. After saying that, Lin Zhanbei and a few other heads of the Night Patrol Division stepped forward and stood at the front of the group, with the 7 of us as the tip of the sword. Break out. This time Lin Xiu put away his slate and chopper, and offered up his newly awakened typing axe. The system said that this thing has the ability to restrain demonic beasts, and I don't know how effective it is. This time it's just right to take these demonic beasts to practice. Fatty, you and I will be at the front. Cat L Baby Tang is located on both sides. Hua Jingfeng is at the back, and the rest of you are in the center. All be careful. Lin Xiu quickly set up the tactics, then carrying the peaceful axe, he followed behind the Night Patrol Division towards the group of demonic beasts. Of all of them, by rank, it was he and Baby Tang who had the highest martial artist rank, and Cat L, as a blazing angel, might not be as good as a third-level martial artist in terms of strength, but it wasn't too far off. As for Xin Zhuang, although he was only a level 1 martial artist, but he was resistant to beatings. In a head-on fight, perhaps he couldn't even beat a level 1 demonic beast, but if he wanted to kill him, even a level 3 demonic beast might not have that ability. And Hua Jingfeng's strength, up to now Lin Xiu also did not see. This goods is the strength of the unknown. Meet the strong is strong. Lin Xiu, didn't we agree to cooperate? Jihan walked over with his 4 girlfriends, stretched and said with a smile, how come you don't care about me here? You don't deserve to work with me if you can die here. Lin Xiu glanced at him and said in a nonchalant manner, and at this moment, the most confused ones were the trainees of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University. Their boss went out for a trip, and then he didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he was following that Mordor Martial Arts University's trainee, like a little follower. After hesitating for a moment, they still chose to follow Lin Xiu's group, and equally dumbfounded were Wang Chang and a few of their leading members of the Night Patrol Division. Looking at the more than 200 people behind Lin Xiu, they were a little confused for a moment as to who exactly was leading the team. Chapter 62, The Three Great Deans Gather. Kill. With Lin Zhanbei's roar, the crowd of the Night Patrol Division took the lead in rushing towards the group of demonic beasts, while the crowd of martial arts university trainees stood still. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. No one wanted to be the one to stand out. A bunch of losers, Lin Xiu said indifferently, then raised the peaceful axe in his hand and droned. Brothers, come with me and hack them to death. It had to be said that Lin Xiu, who had been a triad member for 2 lifetimes, was always able to mobilize the emotions of the people around him very well during group fights. And in his previous life, every time he had a group fight with a rival gang, Lin Xiu's minions under his hand were the most ferocious ones. As Lin Xiu took the lead and rushed up, his newly collected 50 or so minions followed, while the 200 trainees of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University naturally followed when they saw their oldest, baby Tang, going up. Lin Xiu followed behind the members of the Night Patrol Division and targeted a Grade 3 Mastiff, which was incredibly powerful and fast, nimbly avoiding the 7 Night Patrol Division heads before charging through the ranks. And in just a couple of breaths, the number of members of the Night Patrol Division who had been injured by it had already exceeded 10. I'll just try my peaceful axe with you, Lin Xiu muttered in a low voice before charging straight towards the Grade 3 Mastiff. When a member of Bijou City's Night Ranger Division saw Lin Xiu coming over, he quickly opened his mouth and shouted, "Kid, don't go over there. That's not something you can deal with." As a member of Bijou City's Night Patrol Division, he naturally knew this little demon king. In the past, Lin Xiu had caused a lot of trouble in Bijou City, and he had even stepped in to help the other party deal with the trouble. Even though he couldn't stand to look at Lin Xiu either, he was after all Lin Zhanbei's son, and no matter what, they couldn't watch Lin Xiu die in front of them with their own eyes. But when he finished this sentence, Lin Xiu had already rushed to the side of the 3rd grade Mastiff with his axe. Even if they wanted to rescue them, it was simply too late. At this moment, it was as if they had already seen the bloody scene of Lin Xiu being slapped into mush by the 3rd grade Mastiff. However, in the next second, something unexpected happened. The Mastiff, which was originally still ferocious and incomparable, after seeing Lin Xiu rushing over, a flash of humanized panic flashed in his eyes, and then his limbs couldn't help but tremble, as if he had seen something terrifying, as if instantly transformed from Mastiff to Teddy. However, Lin Xiu didn't have any hesitation as the typing axe was raised high and slashed down towards the Mastiff's huge head. Ka! An ear-piercing bone-cracking sound rang out, and the Mastiff that had been rampaging through the crowd of the Night Watch Division was directly chopped into pieces by Lin Xiu's skull, killing him instantly. Seeing this scene, those members of the Night Patrol Division were all wide-eyed, and some of them even forgot that they were in the middle of a battle with a demonic beast, and just stared blankly at Lin Xiu's slightly thin back. Asterisk 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 the boss is so fierce. That's a 3rd grade Mastiff. Brothers, we can't disgrace the boss either. Together. Xin Zhuang waved his big hand, then crashed towards the group of demonic beasts like a small bulldozer. Lin Xiu's move to kill a Grade 3 Mastiff in a single blow also instantly boosted the morale of the crowd, and the crowd of trainees who were still fearful of the demonic beasts were also like playing chicken blood, and each one of them joined the battle with their teeth and claws open, and wherever Lin Xiu passed, the group of demonic beasts were all the same as the Mastiff before, with almost no intention of resisting, and some of the low-level demonic beasts even directly prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, completely becoming lambs to the slaughter. The team that was still using the 7 Night Patrol Division chiefs as the tip of the sword had unconsciously turned into using Lin Xiu as the sharp end. Old Lin, is your son's talent something he inherited from his stepmother? Su Hu watched as Lin Xiu led a group of trainees like chopping melons and cutting vegetables to tear an opening in the middle of the demonic beasts. He felt that what he experienced today was a bit unreal. Bah! Lin Zhanbei stroked his chin proudly, then said with a proud face, "This brat Lin Xiu just looks like me. Ha 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 ha." Looking at Lin Zhanbei's smug look, the other 6 chiefs of the Night Patrol Division hated to give him a kick, but since his wife was too capable of fighting, in the end, they could only cast a contemptuous gaze at him, attempting to kill him with their eyes. And at this time, Lin Xiu has completely killed crazy. He can't even remember how many demonic beasts he has killed. He only feels that these demonic beasts are too good to kill. His hand rises, his axe falls, and the demonic beasts are killed. As for Cat L and the others, they are completely just following behind Lin Xiu to make up for his mistakes and just pick up the slack. Because where Lin Xiu passes by, all the demonic beasts have no resistance left. It's almost as if they are sticking their necks out and waiting for them to cut them. Without realizing it, Lin Xiu and his group had hardened themselves from the city's eastern warehouse and killed their way to the entrance of Jingnan City. Boss. Xin Zhuang leaned his hands on his knees and panted, "We've beaten the level." Just this? Lin Xiu scat his tongue and looked down at the peaceful axe in his hand, feeling that this was still the thing to use. But boss, we are through. Director Lin and the others are left behind. Eh? Lin Xiu turned around and looked. The opening they had just torn open in the demonic beasts was now filled with countless more demonic beasts. And it was as if these demonic beasts couldn't be killed endlessly. And even the more they were killed, the more they were killed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiu cursed, then raised the peaceful axe in his hand and shouted, "Rest in place for 5 minutes. Then kill back with me." Yes, Kyoto Bude. Inside the parlor, the three men sat at a huge conference table sipping tea. One of them was none other than Zhao Yuan, the old dean of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, whom Lin Xiu had met once before, while of the other two, one of them had a stout figure, with muscles bulging like small mountains, and although his sideburns were a bit graying, his eyes still showed a sense of murderous intent. This person is precisely the dean of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, Qin Zhong, who is also the biggest main war faction in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he once proposed the strategy of ruling the country by raising the nation to the military in a high-level meeting, which roughly means that all the people of the Dragon Kingdom must be mandatorily enlisted in the military and give up all domestic development. That is, to do it, if you lack anything, you can go to other countries to grab it. If you are strong enough, other countries are our wage earners. However, this proposal was voted down by Hua Hearing Phone on the grounds that to make trouble outside the country, one must first secure the inside. 5 years ago, Qin Zhong fought his famous battle and became world famous. That time he led 3,000 trainees of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University to sneak up on the capital of the Sakura Kingdom from thousands of miles away, euphemistically saying that he was bringing the trainees for training. That battle Qin Zhong, as well as he led the 100 Battles of Martial Arts University students, play to kill 800 self-lost 2000 brilliant performance. Then if not Young Nighton and Flowers listen to the wind of two people to the cherry blossom country, his performance may be to kill 800 enemies. Their own side was completely destroyed. After that battle, Yang Nighton and Qin Zhong conferred in the office for half an hour, and the content of the discussion was unknown, but it was said that Qin Zhong was later carried out. The other person was an old man with a goatee, always with a kind smile at the corner of his mouth, as kind as the old grandpa next door, but those who were familiar with him knew that this dean of Kyoto Martial Arts University, Di Huainan, was a complete and utter grinning tiger. Di Huainan, the dean of the capital city Martial Arts University, was also the contemporary head of the capital city's Di family. His personal strength was not considered strong. Compared to Qin Zhong, it could even be said to be weak, with only a 5th level of strength, comparable to the strength of an average director of the Night Patrol Division. However, his background could not be ignored. The imperial family of the capital, a family of 2 kings, the 7 princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom. The emperor family only accounted for 2 of them, but Di Huainan is with the strength of the 5th level martial artist to sit steadily in the emperor family head. Visible means how uncomplicated it is. Old Zhao, old emperor, guess which of you 2 colleges can take second place in this rescue operation? Qin Zhong yelled with a big grin as he pulled on his broken voice, the arc of smugness at the corner of his mouth clearly unable to be suppressed anymore. Again, Zhao Yuan was speechless. This was already the 3rd time Qin Zhong asked this question today. The trainees of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University are notorious wolf cubs. All of them have inherited Qin Zhong's belligerent genes, and every time they have practical drills, the 100 Battles Martial Arts University is number 1, and it has lasted for decades. On the other hand, Di Huainan on the side put away his kind smile and said in a bad humor, Qin Zhong, if you call me old emperor again, I'll be in a hurry with you. Chapter 63, letting you breathe. Old emperor, you people are just too calculating. Qin Zhong picked up a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp, then spoke with some intent. Such a small cup of tea, is it enough for anyone? Stingy. After he finished speaking, he also ignored Di Huainan's contemptuous eyes and once again opened his mouth with a smile and asked, Old Zhao, do you think your Mordovia Wushu University can get the 2nd or the 3rd? You, Zhao Yuan reached out and pointed at Qin Zhong, revealing a helpless expression before saying, many of the trainees we sent out this time are freshmen and have no intention of competing with you. Freshmen? Qin Zhong froze, then laughed cheerfully. Ha 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 ha, or Lao Zhao you chicken thief you know that you can't beat our 100 Battles wolf cubs, but even sent a group of freshmen to go so that even if they lose, they won't be ashamed, right? A large portion of the ones I sent were also freshmen. At this time, Di Huainan also picked up the conversation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you 2 old guys up to? Qin Zhong spoke with a disgruntled face. So you guys know you can't beat them and you're doing it on purpose, right? Too lazy to compare with you. Di Huainan cast a despicable gaze towards Qin Zhong before explaining. Now that the Divine Kingdom has declared war and God-perishing city is experiencing an unprecedented crisis, I'm going to send all of the Academy's senior cadets to God-perishing city. That's what I came to you for. God-perishing city? Qin Zhong's eyes lit up at the words. He had long heard that Birdman Gabriel had led the fallen angels to the divine perishing city not long ago. He did not expect that this time he would declare war so painfully. He had waited for this day for a long time. I have also heard about this matter. Zhao Siyuan nodded in agreement. He not only heard about it, even Gabriel's purpose of traveling to God's perishing city was clear to him, only that he didn't want to disclose it. After all, going to war because of a single blazing angel would certainly be opposed by those conservatives. Nowadays, the number of conservatives within the Dragon Kingdom's top echelon far exceeded that of the main warring factions, because the main warring factions, apart from Qin Zhong, the oddball, were mostly martial artists from ordinary families, who didn't have so many cultivation resources, and could only rely on war credits for resources if they wanted to become stronger, and war was undoubtedly the easiest way to obtain war credits. As for the conservatives, most of them came from the big families, and many years ago, Yang Yanyan and Hua Shifeng had teamed up to fix the big families, and set up two organizations, the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards, as a way to weaken the power of the families. However, this approach is obviously a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause. With the gradual growth of the Wang Ho, the family forces have sprung up once again. Even the top management of the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards have a number of family descendants. These clans, on the other hand, didn't want a war to happen, they just wanted to develop peacefully, because they held a large amount of cultivation resources in their hands, and as long as they were given enough time, their clans would grow stronger and stronger. Old Emperor, hasn't your imperial family always refrained from advocating war with the Divine Kingdom? Qin Zhong glanced at Di Huainan and said with slanted eyes, why have you changed your tune now? Wanting to start a war? Poof. Di Huainan snorted coldly, explaining in a good-natured manner, our imperial family is not one to support meaningless wars, but this time, Gabriel's soldiering of Divine Perdition City for no reason is really bullying people too much. A place like Sin City that's a bird's nest, it's fine to give it, but Divine Perdition City has a divine vein, so we can't let the Divine Kingdom run amok after saying anything. You call what you're saying human? Qin Zhong bristled, his eyes filled with disdain. And, although Sin City has been abandoned, it's still my Dragon Kingdom territory. Why should I give it to those bird people of theirs to take it? You, Di Huainan was about to say something else when he was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Come in. Di Huainan shouted towards the door without any good humor. Immediately afterward, a teacher from the capital city Martial University hurriedly ran in. He first looked at Zhao Siyuan as well as Qin Zhong, then spoke with some difficulty. Dean, there is news coming from the side of Jingnan City. Oh, Qin Zhong's eyes lit up, then urged, what news? My little pack of wolf cubs from the 100 battles didn't embarrass me, did they? While saying that, Qin Zhong even smiled smugly. It was obvious that he had great confidence in the trainees of the 100 battles. The teacher hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something. What are you swallowing for? Just say what you have to say. The two deans are not outsiders. Di Huainan also saw that something was wrong, but Zhao Siyuan and Qin Zhong were both there, and since it was news concerning Jingnan City, he couldn't afford to keep the two from listening. Yes, Dean. That teacher bowed, then spoke. According to the latest news, a rank 7 Dark Knight Bat has appeared in Jingnan City. What? The three deans all stood up in an instant, the shock in their eyes unconcealed. They, as the dean of the Martial Arts University, for demonic beasts they knew far more than normal people. After all, in addition to cultivating the fighting ability of the students, the Martial Arts University would also teach some theoretical knowledge, which included the class and strength division of the demonic beasts, as well as the special abilities of various demonic beasts. Dark Knight Bat they are all very familiar with. This is a relatively rare demonic beast, belongs to a kind of mutant demonic beast. Not only is the combat power strong, there is also a certain auxiliary ability, especially its unique Dark Knight boundary, can make a certain range of darkness into the darkness. The enemy who is in the boundary, not only is the vision severely impaired, but also will have a certain degree of weakening strength. The most important thing was that it was a level 7 Dark Bat, which they had never seen before even if they had seen a lot. This rescue operation only sent out 7 Night Patrol Division chiefs. With them how could they possibly deal with a level 7 Dark Knight Bat? Qin Zhong's broad palm at this time is actually some slight trembling. This time in order to exercise the cadets, he deliberately sent 200 people over. More than the Magic City and the capital city of Wuhan University went to a full 100 people. And this also has the Tang baby that girl. If they are all folded there. Qin Zhong no longer dared to continue thinking about it. As for Zhao Siyuan and Di Huainan, their faces were also very ugly. The Devil's Capital Martial Arts University had sent out Jihan of the Ji family, as well as Hua Jingfeng of the Hua family. Both of these two people were the sons of the world's families, especially Hua Jingfeng, who was the only child of the Hua family, and if he died in Jingnan City, that old man of the Hua family was definitely going to come to the devil's capital to make a big fuss. As for the capital city of Wuhan University, Di Huainan but his own grandson sent over, that was taken as his heir to cultivate. The emperor family cannot be a family of 3 princes and lords. It all depends on his baby grandson. Seeing that the 3 deans' faces weren't looking too good, that teacher hurriedly added, "Dean, there's no need to worry. The dark bat has already been repelled." Repelled? The 3 of them once again revealed a shocked expression, but they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Zhong even slapped the teacher directly on the back of his head, cursing and saying, "Let you ing gasp." "Not right," Di Huainan and Zhao Siyuan said in unison, both of them frowning. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhong asked with some confusion. "How could just 7 Night Patrol Division chiefs repel a rank 7 Dark Night Bat?" Di Huainan rubbed his goatee, looked up at the teacher, and asked, "There are others in Jingnan City? Wise Dean?" At that time, Zhao Qingqing was also in Jingnan City. Zhao Qingqing. Zhao Siyuan nodded indistinctly. This rescue operation Lin Zhanbei was involved. Zhao Qingqing would naturally follow along. But soon his brows frowned again. Zhao Qingqing's strength he is relatively clear. 3 Awakening of the 6th level martial artist. Even when facing the 7th level martial artist can also fight. But against the 7th level demonic beast cannot be enough to see. Can drag the other party is already rare. As for beating back the other party, is simply the sky is the limit. Obviously Di Huainan also realized this problem and frowned. Zhao Qingqing is strong, but she's not strong enough to repel a level 7 dark bat. Dean is wise. That teacher once again revealed a fawning smile before explaining. As a rank 6 martial artist, Zhao Qingqing really couldn't defeat the dark night bat, and was even seriously injured at first. But then she awakened again. What did you say? Chapter 64, The 100 Battles Martial Arts University that picked up the pieces. Impossible. The fiery Qin Zhong slammed the table and drank. This is absolutely impossible. Hasn't that girl Zhao Qingqing already awakened 3 times? How could she possibly awaken again? Is this news really accurate? Zhao Siyuan also stood up, his eyes burning as he stared at that teacher. A pair of pale hands unable to stop trembling. 1,000 times true. That teacher glanced at Di Huainan before answering seriously. 4 awakenings. 4 awakenings. Unprecedented. Unprecedented ah. Zhao Siyuan muttered as he paced back and forth in the room. After a while, Zhao Siyuan seemed to have thought of something and then spoke. I suddenly thought that there are still things to be dealt with within the courtyard, so I won't linger any longer. After saying that he turned around and was about to leave, yet Di Huainan took a step forward and blocked him, stroking his beard and saying with a smile, "Old man, I know what you're playing at, but since we already know about this matter, you don't want to take advantage of it alone." It was only when he heard his words that Qin Zhong reacted. So he also took Zhao Siyuan's wrist, his voice low, and, "Old Zhao, you're not being generous." The matter of Zhao Qingqing's 4 awakenings had completely exceeded everyone's cognitive scope. Once this matter spread, it would definitely shock the entire Dragon Kingdom, and they all knew that Zhao Qingqing was from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. Zhao Siyuan undoubtedly went back at this time to contact Zhao Qingqing and get the first-hand news. When the time came, who knew if this old man would make Zhao Qingqing hide something? I haven't been to Mordor for a long time either, so why don't we just go to Mordor together this time as a guest? Dean Zhao shouldn't refuse, right? Di Huainan stroked his goatee and looked at Zhao Siyuan with a smile. You. Zhao Siyuan reached out and pointed at the 2 men, and finally sighed helplessly. He also knew that this matter was a big deal, and it was obviously impossible for him Mordor Wudu University to want to have exclusive access to internal information. And just then, the teacher who hadn't spoken for half a day tentatively opened his mouth. 3 deans. Do the grades from the colleges in this rescue operation still need to be announced? It's not necessary, Zhao Siyuan and Di Huainan said in unison. Every time each academy went out to practice, the members of the Night Patrol Division who led the team would tally the results for them, and when they returned to the academy would also give the academy a certain amount of rewards based on the results. However, over the years, every time they practiced, 100 Battles Martial Arts University was number 1, and it was far ahead of the other martial arts universities. Now that the big event of Zhao Qingqing's 4 awakenings had happened, it was clear that they were no longer interested in the matter of the cadets' grades. However, Qin Zhong was not doing it. What did he come to the capital for? It's all about showing off. In order to show off the achievements of those little wolf cubs under his hands, and also to see the stinky faces of the 2 old things, Zhao Siyuan and Di Huainan, when they heard the results. The thought of it made him secretly happy. Say, how can grades not be posted? Speak up, or I'll cut you. Qin Zhong pointed at the teacher's nose and shouted. That teacher looked at Di Huainan with some difficulty. Then let's announce it. It won't be us at the bottom anyway. Di Huainan waved his hand and said, "Anyway, our academy has produced a Heaven's Pride daughter with 4 awakenings." Zhao Siyuan smiled smugly. "The two are speechless. Then I will announce it." That teacher flipped through the record book in his hand. Then said, "Because a level 7 demonic beast appeared in this rescue operation, the battle formation was dispersed at the first opportunity. So the statistics are not accurate. No harm, no foul, just say it." Qin Zhong waved his hand smilingly, signaling him to hurry up and speak. Capital Martial University. This time, the total number of demonic beasts killed is around 150, of which 5 are third-grade demonic beasts and 13 are second-grade demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were all slightly stunned. Usually when they sent out trainees for training, being able to kill 30 to 50 demonic beasts was considered to be a relatively good result. Those small academies many times were unable to kill even a single demonic beast, whereas this time the capital city martial arts university had actually killed more than 100 demonic beasts. It was really out of their expectations. "What about the 100 battles martial university?" Qin Zhong hurriedly asked. He really didn't want to believe that the group of wolf cubs under his hand would lose to the group of well-bred rich young masters and young ladies of the capital city martial university. 100 battles martial university. A total of more than 700 demonic beasts were killed, of which more than 100 were third-grade demonic beasts and more than 300 were second-grade demonic beasts. Hiss. Hearing this number, Zhao Siyuan and Di Huainan both involuntarily sucked in a breath of cool air. The trainees of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University were actually already strong to this extent? Could this mangaka really be educated in the right way? At this time, Zhao Siyuan and Di Huainan are all mixed feelings inside. They have always looked down on Qin Zhong this reckless, and even once thought that the other party is not worthy of serving as the dean of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University. But now look at the achievements of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University. Are they really wrong? Hey, go on. Let's see how many demonic beasts the Magic City Martial Arts University, which produced 4 awakened geniuses, has killed this time? Qin Zhong looked at Zhao Siyuan provocatively. Before that teacher could open his mouth, Zhao Siyuan directly reached out and stopped him. Then said, "There's no need to announce it. The result of this rescue operation is no longer important to my Mordor Wu University. In fact, the results of the Magic City Wushu University cannot be published." The teacher muttered in a low voice. "Can't announce it?" Qin Zhong froze slightly, then laughed indulgently. "And it can't be won without a kill, can it? Ha 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 ha. Old Zhao. Now I'm not at all jealous that you Magic City Martial Arts University has produced a 4th awakening genius." Di Huainan also rubbed his beard, smiling but not laughing as he sized up Zhao Siyuan, who had an iron expression on his face. "That, Dean, the reason why the Devil's Capital Martial University is unable to announce their results is not because they didn't kill any demonic beasts," that teacher timidly explained. "Rather, the demonic beasts killed by the Devil Capital Martial University this time are simply too many to record. Statistically, it could reach 5,000 or more." "What playing flurry?" Qin Zhong instantly widened his eyes filled with shock as well as a hint of confusion. Di Huainan's hand rubbing his beard also trembled, accidentally pulling off a few whiskers, and he didn't even care, as if he didn't feel any pain. "Are you sure it's 5,000? Even Zhao Siyuan was having some difficulty believing it. He was still very clear about the people he had sent out this time. Apart from Ji Han and Hua Jingfeng, there was only that Lin Xiu, who had spent 3 years in Sin City, as well as the blazing angel Cat L, who had signed a guardian contract with him, whose strength was still good enough to fight, and the rest of the people simply didn't have any experience in fighting demonic beasts. Just by the fact that they were able to kill 5,000 demonic beasts, was it possible? 5,000 demonic beasts is still a conservative estimate. The actual situation is only a little more." That teacher nodded seriously before explaining. "Also, the reason why 100 Battles Martial University was able to kill 700 demonic beasts was also because of Mordor Martial University." "What are you babbling about?" Qin Zhong snapped out of his shock, scratched his short hair. "And what does the demonic beasts we killed in the 100 battles have to do with their Devil's Capital Martial University?" Dean Qin. That teacher bowed respectfully before explaining. "According to reliable sources, your academy's baby Tang led 200 cadets from the 100 Battles Martial University together to be the junior brother of a cadet from the Magic City Martial University. And because of this, the trainees of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University are able to pick up the slack behind the Magic City Martial Arts University." "You fart!" Qin Zhong grabbed the other party's collar, nearly lifting him straight up, and said viciously, "What the little brother? And what does picking up the slack mean?" Chapter 65, the rounded back of the head is especially attractive. Meanwhile, outside of Jingnan City, although this battle was a great victory, the students of the Night Patrol Division and the various colleges still suffered heavy losses. According to statistics, 348 people died in the Battle of the Night Patrol Division, 17 people died in the Battle of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and 43 people died in the Battle of the Capital City Martial Arts University. As for the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, due to the fact that they all listened to Baby Tang's command when the Dark Night boundary descended, they turned into a hole and hid in various buildings until the boundary was broken by Zhao Qingqing. They came out to meet up with the large force, and then later followed behind Lin Xiu to pick up the pieces. The end result was that the 100 Battles Academy's 200 people who took part in the operation this time were killed in battle, with only 2 people killed in battle. One person was seriously injured, and dozens of people were lightly injured. Inside Lin Zhanbei's tent, a family of 3 sat down around a simple wooden table. "Brat, isn't it time for you to give me an explanation?" Lin Zhanbei feigned an angry look and glared at Lin Xiu. In fact, when Zhao Qingqing awakened at that time, he sensed that the other party's sudden awakening this time was bound to have something to do with Lin Xiu. But at that time, there were so many people that he didn't ask much. "I just got an elixir by chance, and the effect is that it's able to awaken a person once," Lin Xiu explained extremely perfunctorily. How could Lin Zhanbei not see Lin Xiu's perfunctory? But he was just about to say something but was interrupted by Zhao Qingqing. "Old Lin, he's not a child anymore. He should have his own secret." Zhao Qingqing spoke rather seriously, "and I think the fewer people know about this secret of his, the better." Lin Zhanbei looked at Lin Xiu, who was sitting there with his legs crossed and dangling, and sighed helplessly, ultimately not pursuing the matter. "The matter of Jingnan City has been dealt with. Will you brat go back to Bijou City with us for a few days or go straight back to the Devil's capital?" Lin Zhanbei asked. "I still have a few things to do, so I won't be traveling with you." Lin Xiu casually waved his hand. "What can you be up to?" Lin Zhanbei's eyes crossed and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. "Take a trip to Sin City to meet some old friends." Lin Xiu's tone was calm, but a faint murderous intent was hidden under his eyes. "I'm afraid I can't travel with you this time." Zhao Qingqing pondered for a few seconds before explaining. "This time, the matter of my 4 awakenings has, unsurprisingly, already spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, and I need to make a trip to the magic capital, so I always have to give them a satisfactory answer before I can do so." "It's fine. You're not needed." Lin Xiu shook his head. "What are you two talking about?" Lin Zhanbei felt like an outsider, completely unable to understand what the two of them were saying. "Old Lin, I'll explain it to you on the way back." Zhao Qingqing took Lin Zhanbei's arm and spoke with a smile. Looking at this pair of old couple in front of him, so in front of his own show of love, Lin Xiu felt bored, directly got up and left the tent. Just as soon as he went out, Lin Xiu froze, thought that at this time the entrance to the tent gathered a few hundred people, all from the students of various colleges. Their gazes all converged on Lin Xiu. "What are you guys?" Lin Xiu looked confused. And at that moment, a handsome-looking teenager in a white tracksuit walked up and stretched out his hand towards Lin Xiu. Hello, my name is Di Xian and I'm from the imperial family in the capital." Lin Xiu looked the other party up and down. He had some impression of this Di Xian. At that time, the Night Patrol Division had intentionally released 3 demonic beasts to test their group of students. Baby Tang and Cater had each killed a demonic beast, while the last one was killed by this teenager in front of him, and in the later battles, he shined. Lin Xiu extended his hand and shook the other party's hand, and simply gave a name. "I've heard that you and Baby Tang are on good terms?" A faint smile hung at the corner of Di Xian's mouth, but the tone of his voice gave off a lofty feeling. Lin Xiu frowned and said indifferently, "None of your business." He laughed Di Xian coldly, then with his hands behind his back, he turned around, leaving Lin Xiu with a dashing back. "Lin Xiu, do you understand the capital city imperial family?" "None of my business." Lin Xiu's tone remained flat. The corner of Di Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He hated communicating with this group of pariahs the most. Not only were they coarse and vulgar, but they were also very blinkered and had absolutely no reverence for the lineage. "Lin Xiu, seeing as you've done pretty well this time, I'll advise you to stay away from Baby Tang." However, as soon as he spoke, he felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head, followed by a spinning of the sky and then falling headfirst to the ground. Inexplicable. Lin Xiu put away the slate and slapped the dust on his hands, then murmured to himself, "That woman, Baby Tang, even has a suitor. People from big families are different. Their tastes are really heavy." "Lin Xiu, you're awesome." Seeing this scene, Ji Han, who was on the side, gave a thumbs up towards him and, "This is the grandson of the head of the imperial family in the capital. You even dare to hit him?" "I didn't want to fight either." Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders, put on a hopeless look, and said, "But the rounded back of his head is just too tantalizing." "Wonderful." Ji Han smiled, then seemed to think of something and continued to ask, Right, Lin Xiao? You said earlier that you were going to Sin City. Are you still going? Go, of course. At the mention of Sin City, Lin Xiao's pair of narrow eyes unconsciously narrowed as a cold aura flickered in his eyes. What I said before about taking me one still counts, right? Naturally. Lin Xiao nodded, then bypassed Jihan and came to Baby Tang, who had been waiting by the side but hadn't opened his mouth, and said in an undeniable tone, "Take your people and me to Sin City, and we'll set off in a while." Got it. Right. You can let them join the Black Gang now. Previously, because of the fight against the demonic beasts, Lin Xiao hadn't had the time to enroll those 200 battles trainees under Baby Tang into the Black Gang, and now that he had the time, the first thing that came to his mind was his 200 power values. These people were the ones who looked up to Baby Tang within the academy. Now that Baby Tang had joined the gang, they naturally didn't have any objections, and Lin Xiao had already proved himself in the previous battles. Knowing that he had led more than 200 people from the two academies of the Devil's Capital Wushu University and 100 Battles Wushu University to kill 3 times in and out of the demonic beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dark Nightbat hadn't been able to defeat Zhao Qingqing later on and had taken the remaining demonic beasts and simply vanished, they felt that Lin Xiao might have mowed down all the demonic beasts in Jingnan City. At this time, Cater and Xin Zhuang and the others weren't idle. They had already received all the remaining students of the Magic City Martial Arts University into the mob according to Lin Xiao's instructions. And these people, as well as the students of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, had provided Lin Xiao with a total of 267 power values, and now Lin Xiao's power value had also reached 335 points. Everyone go back and pack now. We leave in half an hour. Destination: Sin City. P.S. Recently the data is not good. Please point for love power. 3. Red Heart. Starting today. The day's gift proceeds over 50M the next day plus one more chapter. All you righteous fathers, please smash my keyboard with your for love of electricity. Money saving tip: 1 click for love for each point of hyped up peeps is enough. Chapter 66, 38 Coffins. Outside of Jingnan City, Lin Zhanbei patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Brat, hurry back after you've seen your friends in Sin City. There are too many changes in the rescue operation in Jingnan City this time, and I still have to rush back to Biluo City to report this matter to the Night Patrol Division's headquarters. Will not accompany you." Speaking here, Lin Zhanbei's face changed and said rather seriously, "You kid can't get into trouble again, do you know? Don't worry, it won't happen." Lin Xiao smiled with his face as normal. "That's fine, then you'll go early and come back early." Lin Zhanbei waved his hand and watched as Lin Xiao took away a full 3 military trucks of people. Does this kid need to bring so many people if he's just going to see his friends? Let him go. Zhao Qingqing let out a bitter smile. As an onlooker, she could tell that Lin Xiao's visit to Sin City this time was definitely not as simple as seeing his friends. That was clearly a look that wanted to kill. City of Sin. City of Abandonment. City of Sin. Whenever this city is mentioned, it is accompanied by a series of bad words such as sin, blood, violence, and so on. 3 years ago a group of 17 and 18-year-olds came here. I heard that they were fresh graduates from a high school in a certain city, and when some of the locals from Sin City saw this group of energetic young people come here, they all shook their heads regretfully, because they know very well what these young people are about to face. The laws and reasoning of the City of Sin are not the same as the outside world, where weak strength is sinful, not to mention that this is another group of young flesh. Although there were no girls among them, this was Sin City, and there was never a lack of perverts, not to mention that the women in Sin City were already pitifully few, and the ones with passable looks were even fewer, and the few that were there had long since become the forbidden domain of certain powerful men. For the average Sin City man, these young schoolboys are not exactly the superior cathartic tools. However, these young people who came this time seemed to be a little different, especially the leading teenager. After he saw the scene of Sin City, there was no fear in his eyes, not to mention a little bit of panic. There was only a kind of morbid excitement, as if a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten for a long time came to a pasture full of fat sheep. On the first night, all the Sin City natives with bad intentions didn't sleep. They were waiting for the first person who couldn't help but make a move on these young people to appear. But something unexpected happened. The first ones to make a move were not the Scar, who they imagined was known as the hungry man of color, or the butcher who liked to eat human flesh, but those young people, who made a move against the people of Sin City first, and its indiscriminate killing. Those seemingly sunny and cheerful big boys were like crazy to see people killed. That night the streets of Sin City was soaked with blood. After 3 consecutive heavy rains, there is still a faint red residue between the cracks of the greenstone road, and the leading teenager, holding a rusty broken knife that he didn't know where to find. One by one, he cut the 300 heads off. Almost no sharp edge of the knife, chopped down at the neck of the corpse. Even if he used more strength, he couldn't do 2 cuts in one. and he needed to chop more than 10 times in a row, or even tens of times, in order to do the head of the corpse separated. It took the teenager a full 3 hours to chop off all 300 heads, and in the end, they were all placed in front of the entrance of their temporary residence. That night, the doors of the city lord's mansion were closed, and even for the next few days, the city lord's mansion remained closed, and Morning Biao, who was little known in Sin City at that time, took a group of brothers under him and defected to that teenager who was much younger than himself. Many people still remember that day when the handsome boy, covered in blood, sat at the gate, his 300 heads piled up around him, and while he held a chicken drumstick in one hand from who knows where, he held a bottle of beer in the other, slamming down a big gulp every now and then, not minding the fishy odor around him. And Morning Biao knelt in front of him with a group of minions. The young man said, "Drink from this bottle and I will take you." Morning Biao refused. The teenager added, "What kind of a man is he if he doesn't drink?" Morning Biao said, "A man doesn't have to drink alcohol. He can drink blood." Immediately after that teenager directly shattered the bottle in his hand and used the sharp shards of the bottle to slash towards Morning Biao's face. The blow nearly blinded Funeral Puma, a hideous scar stretching from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Funeral Biao did not dodge, just gritted his teeth and stifled a grunt, then actually opened his mouth and drank the blood that flowed down the corners of his mouth. Since that day, Funeral Biao has become a close friend of the other side. Later, people realized that the teenager was called Lin Xiu and was 18 years old. Lin Xiu, is this the legendary Sin City? This is where you've been living for 3 years? On the way here Jihan also knew something about Lin Xiu and asked with some curiosity. Familiar flavor. Lin Xiu inhaled hard and slowly closed his eyes with a face of enjoyment. Looking like a pervert. Where are we going now? Kat-El asked as she walked up to Lin Xiu. Go to the bar. Lin Xiu opened his eyes, a touch of sadness fleeting in his narrow eyes, hidden deep under his eyes. I'll go. There's a bar in this kind of place? The corner of Xinzhuang's mouth hooked into a lewd smile. Boss, is this a Sin City or a ghost city? After walking for about half an hour, Xinzhuang couldn't help but shiver and asked, how come we haven't seen a single living person in this hellish place? This is Sin City. Lin Xiu returned with an air of entitlement. Good people don't dare to just go out. As for bad people, still awake. Speaking of this, Lin Xiu remembered what Morning Biao had once asked him. Boss, why do we have to sleep during the day and be active at night? Stupid you. We're a triad. Of course we go out in the dark. Boss, in front is the bar you mentioned? Xinzhuang reached out and pointed to a doorway not far in front where the signboards were all broken and the door was smashed beyond recognition. His words interrupted Lin Xiu's thoughts, and as soon as he looked up he saw a body lying on the ground outside the bar door. Lin Xiu didn't reply to the other party's words. Instead, he took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Those corpses were already a bit rotten and emitted a foul smell. Some of them were already unreadable, but Lin Xiu still recognized each one of them based on the tattoos on their bodies. When Lin Xiu had made a rule that all gang members had to get tattoos, at first people thought it was just to look good and to look more imposing. Later Lin Xiu told them that the tattoos were never meant for the so-called good looks and momentum, but for the fact that one day when they died horizontally on the street, even if they were hacked to pieces, the brothers who survived would be able to recognize him based on the tattoos, and then they would be able to erect a monument for the dead. White Bones, Tai Lao Si, Joe Cub, Hooten, Black Dog. Lin Xiu whispered out a name with every corpse he passed, until he walked into the bar and saw the corpse sitting against the bar near the bar. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, then he didn't care about the bloodstains and dirt on the floor, and sat down directly next to the corpse. Morning Biao, you kid is sick, right? Why don't you run when you know you can't beat them? It's just a crappy bar. Do I need this one? Lin Xiu droned on like an old mother for more than 10 minutes, while the 200 or so people who had followed him along just stood outside the door of the bar, not saying a word. It wasn't until Lin Xiu saw the broken bottle of wine that Morning Biao's only remaining arm was holding that he suddenly choked up. There was a long moment of silence before he adjusted his emotions and barely managed to squeeze out an ugly smile as he laughed and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell are you playing melodrama with me? Don't you know that your boss I'm the most ruthless? When he said this, Lin Xiu suddenly became grumpy and clawed at his hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After cursing several times in a row, he slowly calmed down, raised his head to look at Xinzhuang on the side, and said with a somewhat hoarse voice, Fatty, go straight down this street for about 500 meters. There is a coffin store. You take someone over there and tell him that Lin Xiu is back, and ask him to send me 38 coffins. I'll kill his whole family if he doesn't get it done by nightfall. Chapter 67, It's raining in Sin City. Rumble dash. As the sky darkened, a mass of dark clouds enveloped the sky of Sin City, and rolling thunder swept in from the distance. At this time in front of the bar, 38 coffins were neatly placed there, and inside each coffin lay a corpse, the corpse of a gang member. Lin Xiu reached out and stroked the mahogany coffin beside him, then looked up at the crowd and, in every coffin here, lying is not a good person. Each of their hands are stained with blood. Some people have killed the night patrol division. Some have exterminated other people's whole family. There are also people stealing chickens and dogs to offend the big man who cannot afford to mess with. In short, they all have stains on them that cannot be washed away, and though the world is large, there is no place for them except the city of sin. They are not people who live in darkness, because they themselves are darkness. I don't want to whitewash them, and there's no way to whitewash the mistakes they've made, but they're my brothers. Speaking here, Lin Xiu's tone paused, then squeezed out a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps you may ask why I would be a brother to such a man? Then I'll tell you, because I, Lin Xiu, am no good either. The evil they have done is not a fraction of what I have done. Lin Xiu looked down at his hands, then smiled and, I've killed defenseless old women and children, and I've beheaded dragon guards that you've hailed as heroes, and the blood on these hands of mine could coat the entire city of sin, and I single-handedly established the gang. Also never what study group, is the authentic triad. I did not want to protect the country, also did not want to help the needy. I established the gang has only one purpose, to live well, and to live comfortably. For this purpose, I can do whatever I have to do, and the one who stands in my way, whether he is a good man or a bad man, whether it is the Night Rangers or the Dragon Guards, I will kill him without hesitation. Now, I'll give you all a chance. Those who want to quit can leave Sin City. When Lin Xiu finished speaking, he looked around at the people present. All of them had a trace of confusion in their gazes to a greater or lesser extent, and even Xin Zhuang and the others were also showing hesitation. They know that Lin Xiu's character is not constrained, but they did not expect the other party to be a rebel. He actually killed the Dragon Guards, and just blatantly said so. This matter, if it spreads out, I'm afraid that he will not have a good day in the future. And right at this moment, Hua Jingfeng was the first to stand out. He walked beside Lin Xiu with an expressionless face. His tone as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Good and evil are relative in this world, and what you call these evils that seem to outsiders may be great good to the people in these coffins. The crowd listened to it all, but could not help but secretly slander in their hearts. But also you Hua Jingfeng, this can also be whitewashed? He can't even clear himself. How can you? However, no one stood out to refute him, because at this time, all they needed was just a reason to convince themselves, and it was clear in everyone's mind that Lin Xiu as well as his so-called gangsters were not virtuous people. He is an evil man and the gang is a force of pure evil, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that by joining the gang, you become his brother. To make an analogy, if someone from the Night Watch Division or the Dragon Guards is killed, there are many factors that the higher-ups on both sides need to consider. First of all, the overall situation, followed by gains and losses, and lastly, the matter of revenge. And when a member of the gang was killed, Lin Xiu would only consider one thing. With the gang's current strength, could he beat the other side? And if he could, he would not hesitate to take revenge without any regard to gain or loss. If you can't beat it, then you'll get your revenge when you can. It seemed obvious that joining the latter would lead to a somewhat more comfortable life, at the cost of nothing more than a less than stellar reputation, and of course the possibility of being liquidated by the Night Rangers or the Dragon Guard. But as long as they didn't go too far, I'm sure the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division wouldn't bother with a small folk force like them. As Hua Jingfeng opened his mouth, the second person to walk forward was Baby Tang from the 100 Battles Martial University. She didn't say a single word more, she just silently walked behind Lin Xiu, and the 100 Battles trainees who saw the scene no longer hesitated. Their gazes became much firmer. A full 5 minutes passed and no one on the field left. Only Jihan laughed and raised his hand before saying, Lin Xiu, we're just working together, huh? I'm just here to join in the fun this time. I won't get involved in the feud between you and the Dragon Guard, huh? As you wish, Lin Xiu said indifferently. And at this time, Tang Baby, who hadn't said anything, was the one who walked to Jihan, her voice a little cold. Today's matter, if it's passed on, no matter who passes it on, I'm going to kill you. Jihan? So unreasonable? Jihan shrugged helplessly. Since no one has left, then now carry the coffins around you and follow me to the city lord's mansion. Lin Xiu's tone was calm, but it contained an endless amount of killing intent. Blood debts must be paid in blood. When he finished speaking, he lifted Morning Biao's coffin with one hand and carried it on his own shoulder. Lin Xiu. At this time, Cat-El suddenly called out to Lin Xiu and whispered, Can I not do it this time? I don't want to fight among my own kind. But before she could finish her sentence, she was strangled by a pair of large hands in a death grip. Cat-El, do you want to die? Lin Xiu's voice was cold and terrifying. I'm just. Cat-El felt a strong sense of suffocation. The force on Ling Xiao's hand kept increasing, and she was no longer able to say a complete sentence. Cat-El, this time if you can't kill an angel with your own hands, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. After saying that, Lin Xiao flung her aside and then carried the coffin towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Cough cough cough. Cat-El coughed violently for a long time, then an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. Ever since signing the contract, she had never thought of betraying Lin Xiao. This time she also just didn't want her fellow clansmen to fight each other. She had always thought that she would be a special being in Lin Xiao's eyes, yet at that moment just now she realized how wrong she was. In that man's eyes there was no difference between himself and the other gang members. He could lay down his life to save himself when he was surrounded by demonic beasts, but he would do the same for the other gang members. He was never an exception to anything. Maybe no one is special in his eyes. Could the woman in the evil spirit mask be? I don't think so either. Inside the city lord's mansion. At this time, the city lord's mansion had long been occupied by the blazing angels, and the original city lord was groveling on the ground, burying his head very low, not daring to look directly at the blazing angels sitting above him. Old thing, let me ask you, who are those people who entered the city today? Upon hearing this, the Sin City city lord buried his head even lower and said with a somewhat trembling voice, I'm not sure, but it should be the gangsters. Gangster? The blazing angel frowned, then spoke up and asked, that's the boss that Morning Biao was talking about? I didn't see if their boss came back, but if it's him who came back, then there's going to be a lot of trouble. Mentioning the gangster's boss, the Sin City lord couldn't help but feel some chills down his spine. He's strong? He's only a first-level martial artist, but with his thunderous tactics, he's practically ruled the entire Sin City. A level 1 martial artist? The blazing angel first froze, then laughed indulgently, and the several angels standing behind him also laughed in agreement. I thought it was some powerful character. After all, it's a first-level martial artist. Tell him to hurry up and come to me. I haven't killed anyone for a whole day and my hands are itching. As soon as his words fell, the gate of the city lord's mansion was broken open with brute force. Because of the color of the sky, they didn't get a good look at the visitor. And just then, a bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the scene in front of the gate. It was a coffin-carrying teenager, not very old, and his body wasn't that robust, but his pair of narrow eyes flickered with murderous intent that was like substance, giving people a shuddering feeling. Rumble dash, lightning followed by thunder, followed by pouring rain in the Sin City skies. With all this rain, it should wash away tonight's shed blood. Brother's fire is still very powerful. No surprise today's gift earnings should break 50. Tomorrow at noon once the data must be added. You all don't heartache me. I'm going to add more. Chapter 68, Rainy Night, Teenager, Hand-Tearing Angel. Who are you? The blazing angel stood up fiercely, reaching out to point at Lin Xiao and shouted angrily. The city lord's mansion has collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. All those who are inside the city lord's mansion today, young or old, no one will be left behind. Lin Xiao placed the coffin on the ground with a dull thud. Immediately after him, the people behind him also put down the coffins, and the sound of the 38 coffins landing on the ground, for a time, actually masked the sound of thunder, and heavily smashed into the hearts of the people in the city lord's mansion. You are Lin Xiao. The Sin City city lord pointed at Lin Xiao, his voice already sounding tremulous as he spoke, his legs shaking like chaff. Lin Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. A long time ago he knew that the Sin City city lord was as timid as a mouse, and wouldn't become a great man, but after all, the other party was the city lord of the Dragon Kingdom, so Lin Xiao hadn't flipped out with the other party, and even took out a lot of benefits to him every month, just so he could make things easy and send a few letters home to his brothers in the gang to report their safety. But now that all of Sin City's gangsters are dead, Sin City has no need to exist at all. Kill! As Lin Xiao's cold voice rang out, more than 200 black gangsters instantly surged into the city lord's mansion. Various kinds of awakening objects were lit up, and the entire city lord's mansion was instantly filled with killing intent. Lin Xiao flipped his palm, and the familiar slate once again appeared in his hand. Against angels, it was still the best thing to use. A bunch of mongrels. How dare they act recklessly in front of the angels? That incandescent angel in the lead instantly opened his wings. The angelic blade in his hand shone with a dazzling light, appearing in front of Lin Xiao in an instant. The blade of the sword slashing towards Lin Xiao's head like lightning. Asterisk 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 you angel. Lin Xiao did not retreat, but instead advanced with the slate in his hand held high across his head, ready to take this blow hard. Catching dash. In the next second, in that blazing angel's shocked gaze, the angel's blade actually directly shattered, instantly turning into a sky of light debris and dissipating into thin air. This is impossible? The blazing angel's eyes were round and stared at Lin Xiao with a deadly stare. his eyes filled with horror. As a member of the Blazing Angel Legion, he had fought many of the Dragon Kingdom awakened, but it was the first time he had ever encountered an angel blade being shattered. Lin Xiao was not to give him a chance to react, taking advantage of the other side of the gap in the daze, immediately bullying forward in the hands of the brick raised high, solidly smashed in the opposite side of the door. Boom! As it turned out, the towering nose that the blazing angels of the Kingdom of God were so proud of wasn't much different from a normal one, and it would have to collapse with a single slice. However, this blazing angel was worthy of having fought from the battlefield, as he forced himself to endure the severe pain as well as the feeling of dizziness, and quickly retreated, followed by the flapping of his wings, and his entire body rose up in the air, pulling away from Lin Xiao by a certain distance. He reached up to cover the bridge of his nose, which had collapsed, and hissed with tears in his eyes, "Who the hell are you? What is your awakening object? You're a big ING man, and you're crying after slapping you?" Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Who the hell is crying? That blazing angel was indignant. This bastard not only physically attacked, but also mentally attacked. Is that crying? Would you shed a tear if I punched you in the nose? Not to mention it's not even a punch. It's a slam. You come down. Lin Xiao hooked his finger towards the other party. I won't go down. Come up if you're capable. That blazing angel wasn't stupid. He had already sensed that Lin Xiao's strangely shaped awakening object was a bit off, and he wasn't planning to get tough with the other party. Fine. You're not coming down, are you? Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, then aimed at the blazing angel standing in the air, and with a whoosh, he threw the slate in his hand. Now that Lin Xiao had already advanced to a third-level martial artist, the force in his hand could not be described as less than amazing, and the slab flew towards the blazing angel with a cracking sound. That blazing angel's eyes instantly widened when he saw this scene. It could still be played like this? Looking at the slate that was constantly enlarging in his eyes, an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart that he could not avoid this blow, whether it was to the left or right, or up or down. He could not avoid this blow. It was a ridiculous feeling, but he did stay right where he was and didn't move a muscle until the slab hit him impartially on the side of the head. Boom! The familiar voice sounded again, and the blazing angel's eyes rolled over as he fell straight down from the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao himself was stunned. He didn't even expect to hit each other, just a little angry, casually threw. Who thought that this goods do not even hide? Perhaps the angels are more iron bar. When the cat L is the same, stand there and let yourself shoot. Lin Xiao couldn't think too much. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, catching the slate while coming in front of the blazing angel. This time he wouldn't give the other party any more chances. Ruthlessly slapping the slate on the back of the other party's head, the blazing angel only had time to stifle a grunt before fainting. However, this was far from over. Lin Xiao put away his slate, pulled both of his opponent's wings with both hands, and stomped on his opponent's back with his feet. I'll make you fly. Ah ha ha ha. With Lin Xiao's violent force, the blazing angel who had originally fainted to death was actually hardened by the pain and woke up, letting out a pig-killing miserable cry that resounded throughout the entire city lord's mansion. For a moment the entire world seemed to have been pressed the pause button. Even the two sides that were originally fighting fiercely stopped, and everyone's gazes were directed towards the figure whose body was splattered with blood. He had his feet on the angel, and one hand was holding a white angelic feather, with blood constantly gushing out of the end of the feather, which was rapidly spreading under the blazing angel along with the rainwater. Rainy night, teenage boy, hand-tearing angel. Lin Xiao's arms spread out, and the 2 huge angelic feathers were thrown out more than 10 meters away. A piece of feather falling in the raging storm that seemed to foretell the end of all the blazing angels present. Lin Xiao, not far away. Jihan saw this scene and murmured with a complex expression, maybe angels are just so unbearable in front of the devil. Lin Xiao, you really are a devil, aren't you? Hua Jingfeng, who had always been unperturbed by events, had a rare expression that was out of control, and he wasn't surprised that Lin Xiao was able to defeat the blazing angel. After all, he had subdued Cat L, which was enough to prove that he possessed the ability to subdue or even kill the blazing angel. However, Lin Xiao's means were too appalling. In the earlier years of the war with the Kingdom of God, there were indeed quite a number of people who took pride in chopping off angel wings, and even collected them as their trophies, but like Lin Xiao, pulling down the other side's wings in a hard way was unheard of by him, and the means were not too cruel. Seeing Lin Xiao's tactics, everyone had different expressions, but Cat L was the one who reacted the most. Originally, in order to gamble with Lin Xiao, he was already prepared not to participate in this fight. She believed that Lin Xiao would at most slap himself twice. After all, after getting along for so long, he shouldn't be able to kill himself. But when she saw Lin Xiao pulling off the wings of that blazing angel, her face instantly turned as pale as paper, and after only a few seconds of thought, She immediately unfolded her wings and joined the battle with her angelic blade, launching an unprecedentedly fierce attack on her so-called kinsman. The remaining dozen or so blazing angels were slightly stunned when they saw Cat-El, who was darting toward them. What legion are you in? How dare you rebel against the divine kingdom? Don't talk nonsense. Cat-El directly interrupted the other party, then glanced down at Lin Xiu, who was standing in the rain and was looking at himself with narrowed eyes, and hurriedly spoke. I've already signed a contract with him. I'm his person in life and his ghost in death. Lin Xiu, even though I'm a poor reader. Is that really how the word is used? Chapter 69 Gangster War Angels. With Cat-El flying up into the air to steer the fight, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Lin Xiu took out his slate and placed it on the ground, and then just sat down next to that blazing angel's corpse, taking out a cigarette out of habit. Nay, the rain was too heavy for him to light it several times in a row, and he felt a little annoyed as he held the lighter in his hand with a slight force. Boom! The lighter exploded in his hand, yet he acted as if he didn't feel anything, holding the rain-soaked cigarette in his mouth as he looked up and focused on the battle on the field. At this moment, there were still 12 blazing angels within the entire city lord's mansion, while they were facing more than 200 talented teenagers from the martial academy. Tang baby face wearing evil ghost mask, holding the green dragon crescent moon knife, actually by himself the power of the two blazing angel pressure to fight. Every time the big knife will be accompanied by the faint sound of the dragon roar, so that the two blazing angel can only barely fight, but not the slightest power to fight back. The defeat is only a matter of time. And Hua Jingfeng also did not let Lin Xiu disappointed. His combat power is still a mystery. Holding Lin Long Lance, he's surprisingly also alone to face two blazing angels. Although it seems that not as relaxed as baby Tang, but the same does not fall into the wind. What Lin Xiu found most interesting was Jihan and his 4 girlfriends. Jihan's awakening object was named Qingfeng Sword. It was the 8th ranked existence on the awakening list of the Magic City Martial Arts University. The strength naturally did not need to be said. The interesting thing was that when he was facing the two blazing angels by himself, he actually put on his large headset that never left his body without any haste. His fighting style was also very special. After watching him fight for half a day, Lin Xiu always felt like he wasn't fighting, but rather dancing. His stance was peculiar, and every movement was as if he stepped on a characteristic rhythm, which looked quite a bit pleasing to the eye. And his 4 girlfriends are each oddballs. Chrysanthemum Terrace. As the name suggests, her awakening object was a chrysanthemum glowing with golden light, suspended above her palm, and as she prodded it, the chrysanthemum slowly bloomed, and then a single petal dispersed out and surrounded Jihan. Whenever the blazing angel's angelic blade was about to slash at Jihan, those petals would coalesce into a shield to block the attack for him. Seeing as it was a special auxiliary awakening item, East Wind Break, the awakening object is a pipa. She is holding a pipa in her arms. What kind of tune is she playing? Lin Xiu can't understand it at all, but it feels a bit disorganized, and it doesn't sound like a tune at all. It's like she is just fiddling around. As for the effect, Lin Xiu wasn't too sure, but the two blazing angels fighting with Jihan were frowning all the time, looking annoyed, and the two of them made frequent mistakes in their coordination, always being able to have Jihan find an opportunity to leave wounds on them. The most bizarre belongs to the 7 Liang. Lin Xiu does not know what her awakening object is, but she likewise did not participate in the battle, but stood aside and sang. Yes, she is singing, spinning, jumping. My eyes are closed. I can't see the world. Are you intoxicated? Snow, summer nights, I don't stop, blurring the years, dancer's joy no one sees. As for the last one, Hair Ruyue looked like a normal person, because she didn't do anything. She just stood aside and didn't move a muscle. A bunch of oddballs. Lin Xiu casually threw the cigarette that was dampened by the rainwater on the ground, then slowly stood up and wiped the rainwater from his face, then picked up the slate and walked towards one of the blazing angels that was being dragged by Xinzhuang and the others. That was a female blazing angel. In terms of appearance, although not as stunning as Cat-El, but because of the divine radiance surrounding her body, coupled with that pair of snow-white angelic wings, she appeared to have a few moments of grace. Xinzhuang, long hair, the Huang brothers, Chen Chang, and more than a dozen cadets from the Magic City Martial Arts University who confronted her. No one was her match in terms of single combat, but it was clear that even angels were afraid of a group fight. Xinzhuang was like a small tank at the front. No matter who that blazing angel wanted to attack, they would quickly hide behind Xinzhuang, and her attacks hitting Xinzhuang's body, although they could also cause some damage to the other party, they were not fatal at all. Moreover, every time she attacked Xinzhuang, there would be more than 10 people attacking her, especially Chen Chang and Long Hair. These two people were like the ghosts and spirits, always appearing very suddenly and then retreating with a single blow, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, which gave her a sense of powerlessness that she had no place to use her energy. And right at that moment, her afterglow glimpsed a figure walking towards the direction she was in without any hesitation. The other party was walking very slowly, but every step felt like it was stepping on her heart, making her feel the urge to quickly escape from here. However, the cat L in the air had been scanning the entire field. No matter who wanted to escape with the advantage of flying, she would suffer from the other party's attack. For a time she was in a dilemma, and just in the gap between her thoughts, Lin Xiu had already arrived not far from her, looking her up and down, with a slate in his hand, as if he was ready to throw it at any time. Fatty, do you need any help? Lin Xiu opened his mouth with a smile. Boss, what do you think? Shen Zhuang had an aggrieved face. At this moment, his body was already covered with wounds. Although that blazing angel's attack could not cause fatal damage to him, the subtle wounds and pain were real. Lin Xiu naturally could also see it, but they had still seen too little blood. It was always something to go through. Although they had seen quite a bit of blood in the previous battle with the demonic beasts, but the demonic beasts were ultimately different from humans. Besides, because of the peaceful acts, most of the demonic beasts had lost their ability to resist, and they spent most of their time picking up the pieces and making up for it. And right now these angels were the best whetstone. They were experienced in fighting and exceeded most of the gang members in terms of strength. After this battle, if they went back to Mordor Wudu University to participate in the military training, Lin Xiu believed that even if both he and Wu Jingfeng did not put up a fight, their dormitory would still be able to get the first place in the class. Lin Xiu raised his head to look at the pattering raindrops, then muttered, "The rain is about to stop, and it's time for it to end." As soon as the words fell, the slate in his hand was thrown out without warning, aiming at the female blazing angel who was surrounded by Shen Zhuang and the others. That incandescent angel didn't even have time to react, and directly collapsed on the ground, and the divine radiance that surrounded her body also instantly dissipated, losing the blessing of the divine radiance, and her white feathers were also dampened by the rain, stained with a lot of dirt, and she looked slightly lousy. "Kill," Lin Xiu said indifferently, then turned around and was about to leave. "Wait," the blazing angel shouted in a hurry. Lin Xiu's feet lurched, then he turned his head to look at her. When she saw Lin Xiu stop, she hastily reached out and straightened her messy hair, revealing that face with a few good looks, and then barely squeezed out a smile that she thought was charming and attractive. "I can make a contract with you." "Any contract?" Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't say anything, she added, "A master-servant contract is also fine." Lin Xiu remained silent. "I can do everything." She reached out and pointed to Cat L, who was standing in the air, and said somewhat sharply, "I can do everything she can, and I can do everything she can't. Why are you still frozen?" Lin Xiu looked at Shen Zhuang and the others with some surprise, then said, "Didn't I say kill?" "Ha!" Shen Zhuang first froze, then revealed a cheap smile. "Boss, since she's willing to sign the master-servant contract, or else she'll stay? If you don't see it, boss, it's fine to let her sign a contract with me." Shen Zhuang cheaply rubbed his hands together. "I don't have a problem with it, but my dead brothers don't agree." Lin Xiu patted Shen Zhuang's shoulder in a calm tone, then said faintly, "Fatty, is there any problem for you to kill this person with your own hands? May all those who have love more than 7 nights, more in the morning and evening, may those who have no love be free, more than just passing through the earth, more in the autumn water and the stars and rivers. There is one more chapter at night, 3, Red Heart. Chapter 70, the two kings arrive in Magic City together, plus more." Shen Zhuang lowered his head in some shame. Yeah, Lin Xiu wasn't even qualified to spare her, so who was he to spare her? Shen Zhuang slowly turned his head and looked toward the entire 38 coffins placed at the entrance. He gritted his teeth hard, then said in a fierce voice, "Boss, I can do it." After saying that, he walked to the weapons rack in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and took down a spear, then returned to the female blazing angel, staring at the other party with a deadpan stare. There were tangles and hesitations in his eyes, but they were soon replaced by viciousness and madness. In the next second, under the woman's almost pleading gaze, the cold spear instantly pierced through her chest. Magic City Wudu. Zhao Qingqing stood outside the dean's office and took a deep breath before knocking on the door. "Enter." Zhao Siyuan's voice came out from inside. Zhao Qingqing pushed the door and walked in, and as soon as she entered the door her gaze froze slightly. She had thought before she came back that her 4 awakenings would inevitably cause an uproar, and would also attract many bigwigs from the Dragon Kingdom, but after entering the door she realized that she had still underestimated the sensation caused by this matter. Inside the office, the deans of the 3 major martial arts academies, the Magic Capital, the Capital City, and the 100 Battles, were sitting in the seats below, and with them were 2 old men that Zhao Qingqing didn't recognize. On the other hand, on the 2 main seats, there were 2 young men who were not too old. One of them had a face like white jade, with a handsome appearance, and there was a hidden golden line floating between his forehead. making his whole person look heroic and extraordinary. The other man was dressed in black with a cold face, carrying a long sword behind him, a pair of eyes as stern as a falcon. His gaze only lingered on Zhao Qingqing for 2 seconds, making her feel a suffocating sense of oppression. With just a single glance, Zhao Qingqing already knew the identities of the two men, Marquis of Night and Yang Nighten, and King of Listening to the Wind Flower listening to the wind. Zhao Siyuan stood up, and then introduced her to the two people who were listening to the wind after Yang Nightan. As for the other few people, he didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally, and didn't introduce them to Zhao Qingqing. Zhao Qingqing nodded slightly towards the few people, acting in an unassuming manner. I heard that you have awakened for the 4th time? Yang Nighten picked up a cup of tea and put it to his mouth and blew on it before opening his mouth to ask. Yes, Zhao Qingqing replied succinctly. Now she wasn't sure exactly why these people were here. Whether they were just asking about themselves or trying to get some secrets out of her? You don't have to be nervous. Yang Nighten took a light sip of tea, then smiled and said, we came here today just to ask you how exactly did you awaken? Zhao Qingqing was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. I don't know how I awakened. I traveled with my husband to Jingnan City to rescue them, but I didn't expect that a level 7 demon had appeared in Jingnan City, the Dark Night Bat. Zhao Qingqing recounted what had happened in Jingnan City one by one, which also included her own awakening, only deliberately ignoring Lin Xiu's existence. That is to say, you suffered a serious injury after the great battle with the Dark Night Bat, and then while you were recuperating from your injuries, you inexplicably awakened? Yang Yanyan asked with some suspicion. That's it. Zhao Qingqing nodded seriously. You're lying. Hua Listening Wind, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his hawk-like eyes instantly looking at Zhao Qingqing, and in an instant, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze, the atmosphere becoming extremely heavy. Facing the pressure of Hua Listening Wind, Zhao Qingqing unconsciously took 2 steps back, and after adjusting her breathing, she once again stepped forward, looked straight at Hua Listening Wind and opened her mouth. King Listening Wind is in a high position of power and authority, so he can say whatever he wants. Hua Hearing Fang's gaze paused on her for a few seconds before he withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, whatever you say. I didn't come here this time for this matter. The world knows that the flower listening to the wind talent is mediocre. So far only one awakening. An awakening thing 7-star knife also did not ranked in the awakening list. He never cared about a few times awakening. He relied on has only been their own, and the hands of the knife. Actually, I didn't come here because of your 4 awakenings. Yang Yian took over the other party's words, then looked at Zhao Qingqing and asked with a smile, Zhao Qingqing, would you like to join my night patrol division? Night on Hawaii. Join the Dragon Guard, and in the future, the 100 Flowers Guard will be dominated by you. Hua Hearing Wind directly interrupted Zhao Qingqing's words and said with an expressionless face. Hearing the words of the two men, Zhao Siyuan and Qin Zhong and the others were stunned. So it turned out that these two bigwigs didn't come to Mordor at all for the matter of Zhao Qingqing's 4 awakenings, but rather for the purpose of recruiting him into their ranks? At this moment everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Qingqing's body, as if they had seen the future 8th prince of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Qingqing's husband is the director of the Bijou City Night Patrol Division, so it seems that she's going to join the Night Patrol Division this time as well. Although Qin Zhengda's voice was not loud, the crowd in the room still heard him clearly. That's not necessarily true. King Hearing Wind has given her all the 100 flower guards. Di Huainan stroked his beard. Humph. Zhao Siyuan, on the other hand, snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He originally wanted to keep Zhao Qingqing in the magic capital Martial University so that when the day came when he wasn't there, he could safely hand over the entire magic capital Martial University to the other party. But now that both the Marquis of Night Peace and the King of Listening to the Wind had personally come to snatch the person, there was little possibility for him to keep the other party even if he wanted to. And just then, Zhao Qingqing let out a bitter laugh. I'm grateful for the love of Marquis Night Peace and King Hearing Wind, but I can't join the Night Patrol Division or the Dragon Guards. What? Yang Nighten frowned slightly. He had inquired before he came. Zhao Qingqing and Lin Zhanbei were very much in love. With Lin Zhanbei around, it was almost impossible for Zhao Qingqing to choose the Dragon Guards, so when he opened his mouth to pull the strings, he didn't promise the other party anything like Hua Hearing Wind did, but now it seemed as if there had been a change of heart. I've joined other organizations, so there's no way I can join the Night Watch Division or the Dragon Guard. Other organizations? Yang Nighten frowned slightly, then intentionally glanced at Zhao Siyuan sitting below, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. This whole thing is still moving really fast. In his opinion, other than the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards, Zhao Qingqing's only choice would be the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. After all, she herself had attended the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and it was justifiable for her to want to stay here. Qingqing, you're finally willing to stay at the academy? Zhao Siyuan's eyes lit up. Before Zhao Qingqing's 4 awakenings, He had repeatedly persuaded the other party to stay at the academy, but they were all rejected by the other party on the grounds that she wanted to reunite with her family, and he didn't expect that this time, she would actually give up the invitations from the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards and chose to stay at the academy. However, Zhao Qingqing's next words caused the smile on Zhao Siyuan's face to instantly freeze. Dean, I joined an organization called the Gangster. When she said this, Zhao Qingqing herself felt a bit bashful. What kind of tie name did this brat come up with? Isn't it embarrassing to say it? Ma? What gang is that? And right at this moment, the communicators of Yang Yanyan and Hua Huanfeng rang at the same time. The two men looked at each other. Then each pressed the answer button. After a few seconds, the calms were put away. Then they looked at each other again and spat out two words in unison. Sin City. Chapter 71, The Old Fox Yang Nighten. The hills behind Sin City. Lin Xiu and more than 200 black gang members stood silently in the rain. The rain had long since wet their clothes. In front of them were a whole 38 tombstones. Next to the tombstone, 13 3-meter-long flagpoles swayed in the wind and rain, and at the top of each flagpole was pierced the body of an angel. The entire 13 bodies of blazing angels. Their limbs sagged helplessly. Scarlet blood flowed down the flagpole continuously. Their originally white feathers had now long been soaked in blood, and as the rain washed over them, they constantly dripped red liquid, looking slightly bleak. This time Lin Xiu didn't say a single word. He just stood quietly in the rain, letting the rain continuously wash over him. He knew very well in his heart, whether it was the brothers who died in Bijou City, or the brothers buried under the tombstone nowadays, it wouldn't be the last one. In this ed-up world, no one could live without worry. Strength was always the best talisman in this era. He didn't want to be a hero, but he also didn't want his brothers who followed him and believed in him to become cannon fodder in this era. The crowd didn't know how long they had been standing here, until the sky gradually turned fishbelly white and the sky cleared up. Only then did Ling Xiu finally make a move. He slowly bent down and bowed deeply towards the 38 tombstones. It was only after a long time that he stood up straight again and said in an incomparably hoarse voice, "Brothers, the boss is leaving. Now that the boss has more brothers behind him, I'm responsible for them. But don't worry, if I'm ever cut down, I'll be buried with you. Boss, here's one last toast to you guys," he said as he held out his hand, and Kat L, who was following him, handed him a bottle of beer on her face. Lin Xiu took a large sip of his own, then slowly poured the wine in front of each tombstone. As he walked up to Morning Puma's headstone, his hand shook slightly as he held the bottle and, "You kids are allergic to alcohol, so don't drink." After saying that, he crushed the beer bottle with one hand, and the sharp glass shards instantly cut through his palm. Yet Lin Xiu didn't have any reaction, and even the hand holding the glass shards continued to exert more force, and the scarlet blood dripped down his palm onto Morning Diao's tombstone. "You said it, a man doesn't have to drink wine. He can drink blood too." Lin Xiu. Seeing this, Kat L rushed forward, and the healing light flared up slightly, but was stopped by Lin Xiu. "No, let my brother have a drink." Inside the dean's office at the Magic City Wushu University, Marquis Night Peace, King Hearing Wind, "What did you two say about Sin City?" Zhao Siyuan opened his mouth and asked. "The Divine Kingdom blazing angels stationed in Sin City were killed. 13 in total." Yang Nighten explained with a calm face. "Good kill." Qin Zhong slapped his thigh and laughed cheerfully. Not only the blazing angels, the Sin City City Lord's mansion was also exterminated. The men, women, and children within the City Lord's mansion totaled 24 mouths to feed. None of them survived, and even the dogs raised by the City Lord's mansion were killed. Hua Hearing Wind added. This. Qin Zhong scratched his head awkwardly. "The dog is quite innocent, haha. Do you know who did it?" Di Huainan asked. Yang Nighten looked at Zhao Qingqing on the side with a somewhat strange expression, then spoke. "It's unclear who exactly it is, but I heard that their organization is called the Black Gang." Zhao Qingqing's pupils shrunk. Just now when she heard Yang Yian say Sin City, she had already guessed that it was Lin Xiu who had brought people to do it. Only now she got a definite answer from Yang Yian. "Explain." Hua Hearing Wind spat out two words as if they were gold, but his tone was unquestionable. "I can't explain it." Zhao Qingqing shook her head, then said, "But I know he must have his reasons for doing this." "Who is he?" Yang Nighten keenly realized the key information in her words. Zhao Qingqing was silent for a few seconds before she finally spoke. "Lin Xiu, my husband's son." Since this matter had already reached the ears of Yang Nighten and Hua Listening Wind, it was naturally impossible to muddle through, and it was better to just admit it rather than being found out. Lin Xiu? Yang Yanyan felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. "Your husband's son?" Yang Nighten reconfirmed. "Exactly. I see." Yang Yanyan finally remembered this name. The war that was about to break out between the Divine Kingdom and Divine Perishable City nowadays. In the end, it was this teenager called Lin Xiu who caused it, and now that he had run to Sin City to make such a mess, it seemed that this was a complete troublemaker, and there wasn't a single small matter that he had caused. Zhao Qingqing, are you sure you don't want to consider joining the Dragon Guard? Hua Hearing Wind didn't dwell too much on the topic of Lin Xiu. In his opinion it was just a trivial and insignificant matter, so he once again looked at Zhao Qingqing and asked, I'm sorry King Hearing Wind, I've already joined the gang. Zhao Qingqing bowed slightly. Good. Not a single trace of emotion flowed from Hua Listening Wind's face that was like 10,000 years of cold ice, instead choosing to directly get up and leave. Greetings to King Hearing Wind. The crowd rose and arched their hands at the sight of this scene. Hua Listen to the Wind has always been such a thunderous nature. He came to the magic capital this time. The main purpose is to pull Zhao Qingqing to join the Dragon Guards, and by the way to inquire about the other party's 4 times awakening, although he does not care about this matter. But if there is really a special way to make a person 4 times awakening, then the strength of the whole dragon country will get a great enhancement. He could tell that Zhao Qingqing was lying. To be precise, she should be hiding something, but since the other party had something difficult to say, with his condescending nature, he naturally wouldn't force it. Watching Hua Listening Foam leave, Yang Nightman shook his head slightly before smiling and saying, in that case, I won't stay much longer. But, Yang Yanyan's words changed. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Siyuan. Dean Zhao, the cadets of your Mordor Martial University broke into Sin City and killed 24 members of the City Lord's family. Will you handle this matter yourselves, or will you leave it to me, the Night Patrol Division? This, Zhao Siyuan pondered for a few seconds, then tentatively asked, what does Marquis Knighton think should be done about it? Zhao Siyuan and Yang Yanyan had a good personal relationship. If the other party really wanted to dispose of Lin Xiu, they could have said it to him in private or disposed of it directly. But now that the other party was saying such words in front of so many people, I'm afraid that they had other plans. Although Lin Xiu is guilty of a great crime, but after all, now that the Dragon Kingdom and the Divine Kingdom are about to go to war, beheading a few of their angels isn't a big deal. But such a cruel and murderous person still needs to be properly disciplined, or else he might break into some trouble in the future. What Marquis Nightpiece said. Zhao Siyuan nodded slightly. In that case, I do have an idea. Yang Nightman pretended to be thinking, and pondered for 2 seconds. In a month's time, the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division will jointly head to Yuan City to fight against the bandits. But the generals of the Night Patrol Division, aside from the ones stationed around the area, the rest of them have already headed to Divine Perdition City to prepare for the great battle with the Divine Kingdom. Why don't we just, said Yang Naitan. His tone paused and raised his eyebrows at Zhao Siyuan. Zhao Siyuan was slightly stunned, then quickly understood what Yang Yanyan meant, and after cursing an old fox in his heart, he still opened his mouth to concur. Young people do need to experience more. A month later, I'll arrange for Lin Xiu to travel to Yuan City in the name of the Night Patrol Division to cooperate with the Dragon Guards in the eradication of bandits. Chapter 72, The First Gathering of the Black Gang. With Young Knight An's departure, the crowd also left one after another. Their purpose of coming to the magic capital Martial University was to want to know about Zhao Qingqing's 4 awakenings, such as this night. Marquis Knighton and Hearing Wind King Qi Jiji had failed to ask for a result, so they naturally had even less hope. And at this moment, only Zhao Qingqing and the deans of the 3 great martial arts academies were left in the dean's office. Zhao Siyuan looked at the other 2 deans and asked with a puzzled expression, are the 2 of you going to stay with me for a short period of time? Qin Zhong awkwardly scratched his head and said nothing. On the other hand, Di Huainan rubbed his goatee and looked Qin Zhong up and down with a slightly complicated expression. Old Qin, don't beat around the bush. What exactly do you want? Zhao Siyuan asked bluntly. What can I do? Although Qin Zhong's voice was loud, anyone with a clear eye could see that he was a bit weak. I just heard that your Devil's Capital Martial Arts University came out with a big killer, leading the students of Devil's Capital Martial Arts University to cut down the demonic beasts in the entire Jingnan City. Qin Zhong. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Siyuan directly stood up with a slap on the table and said angrily, don't go too far. You old brat. What's wrong with me? Qin Zhong was rather like a dead duck with a stiff upper lip, stretching his neck out to look at Zhao Siyuan. I still don't know you. You can't see that you can't dig up Qingqing anymore. So you're hitting on Lin Xiu, aren't you? Zhao Siyuan's old face turned red with anger, pointing at Qin Zhong's nose and cursing. Do you still want to have a face? How many trainees have you poached from my Magic Capital Martial Arts University all these years? Why am I shameless? We had an agreement in the beginning that students from all academies, as long as they are voluntary, can withdraw and join other academies at any time. Qin Zhong shouted with a broken voice. Which one of you 2 dares to say that you haven't poached any talented students from those small academies? Old Cho, you dare to say you haven't done this before? After he finished speaking, He looked at D. Huainan. And you, old D, have you ever done it? I said don't call me old emperor. D. Huainan blew his beard and eyes at Qin Zhong. Everyone knew that D. Huainan, the head of the D family, was a ruthless character who smiled and hid his sword, but the only time he faced Qin Zhong was when he was always so exasperated that his defenses broke, and he couldn't even break out of his fake smile. What I regret the most is making this bull ****** rule with you. Over the years, Zhao Yuan and D. Huainan had indeed scooped up quite a few outstanding seedlings from small academies around the world with the reputation and signboards of the two academies, but all the same, every year they would be scooped up by the 100 Battles Martial University. After all, the teaching philosophy of the 100 Battles Martial University would make the young people with a passionate heart yearn for it even more. It's too late for regrets. Qin Zhong had a roguish look on his face and sat directly on Zhao Yuan's desk. He had thought about it before he came. Zhao Qingqing and Lin Xiu, he had to poach one of them. There seemed to be little hope for Zhao Qingqing nowadays. After all, he didn't dare to hope for someone who couldn't even be poached by the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards. But Lin Xiu is a brat after all, and hearing the other party do those things is also very much to his liking. And it is said that baby Tang, that girl, also recognized Lin Xiu as the boss. With that little girl's beauty, it is still not fascinating him. Lin Xiu. The most important point, Lin Xiu and Zhao Qingqing, that is what relationship? That is a mother and son. Although it is a stepmother. Right, but that is also a mother and son, is not? Moreover, listening to Yang Nitan and Hua Listening Wind's words, Lin Xiu was also a member of a gang. So by first pulling him into the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, maybe one day Zhao Qingqing would follow suit and join in as well? Thinking of this, Qin Zhong smiled with a smug look on his face. Others said that he was a reckless and brainless. He himself didn't think so. In his opinion, he was the smartest one among the three deans. Humph. Zhao Yuan looked at Qin Zhong, who was sitting on his desk and giggling, and gave a cold snort before turning his head to look at D. Huainan. D. Huainan, you want to poach me too? I'm not interested in that troublemaker. D. Huainan smiled and shook his head. I just wanted to see what the old man Qin Zhong was playing at, but now that I know, I won't be accompanying him. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Meanwhile, Bijou's city. Lin Xiu brought a group of gang members to the water cloud room once again, and this time no one stopped them again. The two of them, Hu Shangyue and Su Nuo, with 45 black gangsters who had been following Lin Xiu since their high school days, had long been waiting at the entrance, and when they saw Lin Xiu's figure appear, the crowd instantly stood up straight and bowed in unison, shouting, "Boss!" Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Taking 2 steps forward, he tapped the 2 men on the shoulder and, "Long time no see, 2 and 3. He. Hu Shangyue scratched his head. "Boss, I've missed you. This time I was going to follow Uncle Lin to Jingnan City, but Uncle Lin said it was too dangerous and wouldn't let me go. Boss, I've already found out what you asked me to find out." Su Nuo pushed the frame and spoke. "There's no rush. First arrange for the brothers to eat." Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at the over 200 gang members behind him. "They're all new gang brothers. Don't worry, boss. It's already wrapped up." Hu Shangyue smiled smugly. "I'll leave it to you then." Lin Xiu nodded, then led by Su Nuo to a luxurious box. There were only 3 people who followed Lin Xiu into the box besides Su Nuo, while the rest were arranged by Hu Shangyue in the banquet hall. Lin Xiu sat in the main seat, took the bottle of beer Su Nuo handed over, and gulped down a large mouthful of it before looking at Su Nuo and saying, "Tell us about your findings." Su Nuo hesitated for a moment. His eyes slowly swept over the 3 people present. Among them, Cat L he had seen before, while the other man and woman were somewhat unfamiliar. Thinking that they should be Lin Xiu's newly collected minions after he arrived in Magic City, that man grew an extremely demonic face that one would never forget if they had seen it once. And even Su Nuo, a man, froze for a few seconds when he looked at it. The woman, on the other hand, was wearing a villainous mask and it was impossible to see her true colors. "It's all our own people. Go ahead." Lin Xiu saw Su Nuo's hesitation and opened his mouth to introduce. "Cat L, you know, Hua Jingfeng, my roommate at the Magic City Martial Arts University. Baby Tang, a student of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University, is now also a member of the gang." After saying that, he pointed to Su Nuo sitting beside him, and introduced himself towards the 3 of them again. "Su Nuo, our mob's wise man and one of the first to follow me." A few people nodded to each other and didn't talk too much. Immediately after that, Su Nuo no longer avoided the issue and spoke directly. "Boss, after my and Lao San's investigation, we've already found out the list of the people who made a move against our gangster brothers at that time." "Speak." Lin Xiu opened his mouth as he reached out and gestured for a few people to eat their food. Su Nuo pulled out a note from his pocket before speaking. The person in charge of this matter at that time was one of the Dragon Guard's 5 guards, the Red Feather Guard. That I know. Lin Xiu chucked a piece of meat into his mouth, then said vaguely, "Get to the point." "Okay, boss." Su Nuo nodded before continuing to speak. The main person in charge at the time was named Hua Yao, from the god-perishing city family, the Hua family. At the same time he's also the commander of the Red Feather Guards, and it's said that the Red Feather Guards are the strongest fighting force amongst the 5 guards of the Dragon Guards. I haven't poked around yet to find out exactly what Hua Yao's strength is, but it's definitely not lower than level 6 or even higher. This person. We can't move for now. God-perishing city's Hua family? Lin Xiu's hand that was clamping the food gave a slight lurch, then he looked at Hua Jingfeng with a somewhat complicated expression. Chapter 73, the black gangsters collectively drinking like crazy, more. You recognize? Lin Xiu asked. Recognize. Hua Jingfeng returned indifferently, then continued to lower his head and fight with a piece of pig's trotters on his plate. How is the relationship? Lin Xiu continued to ask. Only after hearing these words did Hua Jingfeng put down his chopsticks with intent before asking rhetorically. What would you do if we were on good terms? Give up avenging those brothers of yours for me? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. From the moment he killed my black gang members, he and I were destined to be immortal. But you're also my brother, so if you're close to him or related by blood, you can seek revenge on me when I kill him. Will you stand there motionless and let me kill you? Hua Jingfeng asked again. As soon as these words came out, the entire room was plunged into an eerie silence, and the 3 of them, Kader, were even ready to fight, especially Baby Tang, who already had a green light floating around his body, and that pole of the green dragon crescent blade seemed as if it would appear at any time. No way. Lin Xiu shook his head once again, still wearing a smile on his face. He killed my brother. It's only right that I seek revenge on him, and as I killed your clan, it is only right that you seek revenge on me. Speaking here, Lin Xiu paused, then continued, only, everyone is based on their own abilities. After saying that he picked up his chopsticks once again and took a big bite. Seeing this, Hua Jingfeng smiled and also picked up his chopsticks, then said in a nonchalant manner, he's kind of my uncle by the way, but you can count me in if you want to kill him. This, Su Nuo was slightly stunned, then said resentfully, Brother Hua is really loyal and filial. Elder, you continue. Lin Xiu tapped the table with his chopsticks, signaling the other party to continue. Okay boss. Su Nuo nodded before continuing to speak. This matter was ordered by Hua Yao, while the ones who actually did it were the people from the 4th detachment under the Red Feather Guards, and the list of their team members who Shangyue has already inquired about from Uncle Lin. Well done. But did you find the right opportunity to do it? This matter had been pressed in Lin Xiu's heart for a long time. This was the first time since the gang's inception that someone had been able to live unharmed for so long after killing a gang member. This time he had to avenge his dead brother as soon as possible, otherwise he could not rest in peace. Boss, I checked. Su Nuo looked like he was strategizing and smiled. In a month's time, the Dragon Guards and the Night Patrol Division will send people to Yuan City to fight the bandits, and the 4th detachment of the Red Feather Guards is in the middle of it. Yuan City bandit suppression. Lin Xiu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, then habitually lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke circle. Is this bandit suppression also a voluntary enrollment? This is currently unclear. Su Nuo shook his head. But boss, you were forced to participate in the Jingnan City rescue operation after you got into trouble at the academy before. All I want. Speaking of which, Su Nuo's mouth curled into a strange smile. Causing trouble? Lin Xiu smiled back. This was something he was too good at. By the way, will that one called Hua Yao also go to Yuan City? Hua Yao is the Red Feather Guards commander. He has now departed for Divine Parish City. After all, there will be a war with the Divine Kingdom soon, and that is the most important thing for the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Good. Lin Xiu nodded and didn't continue with this topic. He slowly stood up and looked at Su Nuo and said, let's also go out and have a lively time with our brothers. You and the new ones will have a few more drinks. Arrange for everyone to stay at the hotel today. I'll have to go back to see my dad in a while, and we'll all set off back to Devil's Main early tomorrow morning. Got it boss. Let's go then, said Lin Xiu as he was about to leave the box, yet he saw that Baby Tang was still sitting there motionless. Why don't you go? I haven't eaten yet. Tang Bao Bao lowered his head and whispered, why didn't you eat just now? Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat if I take off my mask. Hearing this, Cat-El and the others were stunned, not understanding what she meant by this. Only Lin Xiu nodded indistinctly before speaking. You did the right thing. We'll go out first. You take your time and eat more haha. After saying that, he directly pushed open the door of the box and left. It is true that a drink is enough to get acquainted between young people. 2 hours later, Shenjuan hugged Hu Shangyue as if he were a long-lost brother, crying with snot and tears, and while crying, he spat out, second brother. You don't know how bitter the brother has lived these years. Fatty, who bullied you, you tell second brother. Second brother went to the magic city. Bring brothers to help you hack him to death. It's that stinking woman Shinluo. Shinjuang pulled over Hushanua's sleeve and wiped his nose, then cried with an aggrieved face. That woman has been bullying me since I was a child. I'm fat. I'm stupid. And I'm beaten and scolded at every turn. Second brother. Brother's suffering. Hushanue raised his hand and used Shinjuang's sleeve that had just wiped his nose to help him wipe his tears again, and then comforted. Don't worry, brother. The first thing we'll do when we get to Mordor tomorrow will be to cut her. Cut her down. Another 2 hours passed. Kat-El brought Jihan's 4 girlfriends, as well as the well-fed baby Tang who had walked out of the box, and the 6 women came together at a table. Lin Xiu also do not know how much they actually drank. In short, all over the place are bottles of wine. It is said that 3 women can sing in one opera, so 6 women must be able to sing in 2. Even Tang Baobao took off his mask and drank bitterly with them, and in the end, the 6 women hugged each other and bawled their eyes out, and every now and then a burst of invective came from the scum. It's all scum. In the end, he even wanted to drag Hua Jingfeng to drink with him, saying that girls shouldn't drink with boys. Hua Jingfeng's face turned blue, until the sky darkened down. Jihan staggered up to the stage of the banquet hall, put on his large headset, but it was directly to a section of street dance, instantly pushed the atmosphere of the entire banquet hall on the climax. Brother Chill is bullish. Xin Zhuang and the others yelled vigorously from the stage. Seeing this scene, the few girls who were in a drunken daze were instantly unconvinced. That's nothing. Let's do it. After saying that, one led the other and walked onto the stage. Turn off the lights. Kat-El spoke shakily. As the lights of the banquet hall were turned off, the entire banquet hall was instantly plunged into darkness. In the next second, a dazzling golden light lit up above the stage, instantly illuminating the stage below, followed by a gradual weakening of the golden light, which turned into a light green light, and then again a golden light. The constant shifting of gold and light green light flickered like ambient lights throughout the ballroom. This is when the abilities of the Blazing Angel and the Healing Angel are constantly switching? Lin Xiu had also drunk a lot of wine and his head was a bit dizzy. At this time on the stage, Jihan's 4 girlfriends were also showing their skills, singing, playing music, and one who kept scattering flower petals. Only the one called Hair Ruishua still did nothing. Heard Jihan say her awakened ability is not convenient to show in front of outsiders. While baby Tang arrived in front of Lin Xiu with 3 steps. Lin Xiu, how about my mom performs a chest-breaking show for you? Lin Xiu felt speechless and took her arm and yanked her aside to sit in a chair. Don't be crazy. Under Cadel's artificial ambient light, Lin Xiu saw that the other party's face had a trail of tears on it, and was obviously also a master who cried when he drank too much. Just like Xin Zhuang. Lin Xiu suddenly seemed to have realized something as he rubbed his eyes before looking at baby Tang once again. The scar on your face? Chapter 74, The Divine Stone. What happened to my face? Tang baby was obviously a bit slurred because of his drunkenness. The scar on your face fell off. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed to the scar that had fallen off half of the other person's face, while the other half was still stuck to his face, and now it seemed obvious that he could stand on it. Oh, Tang baby hemmed and hawed, then casually tore off the scar that covered half of his face. Not only that, but Lin Xiu realized that the freckles on the other's face had also faded a bit after the wash of her tears. The spots are fake too? Lin Xiu reached out and rubbed his hand over her face. As expected, as he wiped his fingers, the original dense freckles came off, revealing the original smooth and white skin. Follow me. Lin Xiu grabbed its wrist and then directly pulled the other party to the restroom inside the banquet hall despite the other party's objections. What are you doing? Muttered Tang baby, a little disgruntled. I still have to drink. A grunt 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 grunt. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiu directly reached out and grabbed the back of her neck, then with a force, directly pressed her head into the sink that was filled with water. 30 seconds later, only then did Lin Xiu release his hand, and baby Tang raised her head with a face full of water, then burped with an aggrieved face. Hiccup. While Lin Xiu was directly frozen in place, he asked himself that he had seen too many beautiful women in his 2 lives, but this woman in front of him was definitely not inferior to anyone. Even those stars in her previous life should be eclipsed in front of her. The cheeks that were originally full of freckles had now become as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat, radiating a charming luster, and a pair of bright eyes seemed to have a sparkling lake in them, so that with just one glance, one would fall deeply into them and could not extricate themselves. Is this what you said about you having trouble with your looks? Lin Xiu reached out and patted her white cheeks that were covered in water droplets. Right. Baby Tang huffed. Every time a boy sees me, he has to chase after me to give me gifts, delaying my cultivation. It's troubling. It can still be like this? Lin Xiu slapped his forehead and was speechless for a while. In this way, the group of people made a scene until the middle of the night, and in the end, only Lin Xiu, Su Nuo, and Hu Jingfeng were left sober. In the end, Su Nuo called the service staff of the water cloud room in batches before sending the crowd to a nearby hotel to stay, while Lin Xiu was dragging the godly power-drained Cadel with one hand, and carrying baby Tang, who was still asking for drinks, with the other, stuffing the two into the car that Lin Zhanbei had sent to pick him up and take him home. Back at home, Lin Zhanbei looked at Lin Xiu with a big beautiful girl in one hand and was first slightly stunned, then quickly gave a thumbs up towards him with a pleased smile on his face. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, casually threw the two of them into a guest room before returning to the living room to sit on the sofa opposite Lin Zhanbei. Which one of those two little girls is my daughter-in-law? Lin Zhanbei raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. Your old man should still talk about business. Lin Xiu leaned against the backrest of the sofa and shook his head helplessly. Alright, get down to business. Lin Zhanbei sat up straight and said rather seriously. What did you do when you went to Sin City? Murder. What people were killed? Lin Zhanbei didn't bother to ask why the other party killed, nor did he have a word of reproach. In his opinion, after 3 years of living in Sin City, Lin Xiu had long since had a mind that surpassed that of his peers, and he must have his own reasons for what he did. 13 blazing angels, and the city lord's mansion full of them, Lin Xiu said with his face as usual. While hearing this, Lin Zhanbei was trembling. The people of the city lord's mansion aside, just the 13 blazing angels, even if he let him bring the people of the Bijou City Night Patrol Division, there was no way to easily kill the other party, and it was even very likely that he would lose some of his manpower. What are your next plans? Lin Zhanbei was silent for a few seconds, then asked anyway. I will first bring someone back to Magic City tomorrow. Lin Xiu also sat up slightly straighter and then I want to make a trip to Lin Yuan City. Lin Yuan City? Lin Zhanbei's face changed. Then, as if he thought of something, he grabbed Lin Xiu's wrist, his face incomparably grave. And, kid, I haven't bothered you about anything else, but not about this. As soon as he heard Lin Xiu say that he was going to Lin Yuan City, he guessed the other party's intentions. He had received the news that this time when Lin Yuan City was fighting against the bandits, the Red Feather Guards would be there, and the ones who would be there would be the same ones who had come to Biluo City last time. Lin Xiu's purpose for choosing to go to Lin Yuan City at this time was already self-evident. Dad. Lin Xiu bitterly smiled and shook his head before saying, I can promise you anything else, but not in this case. Lin Xiu's tone was calm, but there was a touch of determination in his gaze. Lin Zhanbei stared at him for a long time and finally sighed before getting up and walking towards his room. 2 minutes later, he returned to the living room again, a leather bag in his hand. He carefully placed the purse on the coffee table and then pushed it in front of Lin Xiu, signaling him to open it and take a look. What's this? Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. This is all of your father's savings I have at the moment. Now all of it will be given to you. Lin Zhanbei said in a serious tone. I was going to save some for your sister, but you brats are just too good at getting into trouble. And now you need it even more. Forget it, Dad. Lin Xiu pushed the purse back with a hand and said with a smile. You'd better keep it for your daughter as a dowry. I'm not short of money. Who told you this is money? Lin Zhanbei's eyes crossed and he said with some displeasure. What's the point of money these days? Lin Xiu's eyes once again flashed with a flash of doubt. Then he sat up straight and opened the purse on the coffee table. As the purse opened, Lin Xiu froze for a moment before his eyes instantly lit up. This is the God Stone? Lin Xiu was a bit incredulous as he looked at the hundreds of faintly glowing stones inside his purse. Divine stones? An indispensable resource for the Dragon Kingdom awakened, as well as those so-called gods in the Divine Kingdom on their way to promotion. And the only resource that could accelerate the speed of a martial artist's advancement. By operating the cultivation techniques left behind by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, one could speed up the absorption of the divine power within the Divine Stone, thus achieving the purpose of promotion. And although this way was not as fast as awakening, the good thing was that it had a solid foundation and a solid root. Just like the Hearing Wind King, Flower Hearing Wind, he had only awakened once so far, and every time he advanced after that, he had come to where he was today step by virtue of his own efforts. The solidity of his foundation was unrivaled by anyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this is not to say that multiple awakenings are bad. People with multiple awakenings also represent the versatility of means, and can always achieve the effect of surprise in battle. Dad, but I've heard that even the head of the Night Patrol Division can only receive 5 divine stones every month, right? Lin Xiu looked at Lin Zhanbei with some surprise. You have at least 100 pieces here, right? You don't tell me this is what you've been saving for 2 years. Saved for a year. Lin Zhanbei coughed lightly twice in some embarrassment. Ahem. You just don't care where it came from. Just keep it for yourself. Speaking here, Lin Zhanbei seemed to have thought of something else before reminding. By the way, your participation in Jingnan City's rescue operation this time around is also going to be rewarded with divine stones. With your battle record, rewarding you with 100 divine stones is not excessive. plus this 100 I'm giving you. It's enough for you to cultivate to a 5th level martial artist. Forget it, Dad. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then pushed another leather bag of divine stones in front of Lin Zhanbei and shook his head. You'd better keep it for yourself. I don't need it. Give it to you and you take it. Lin Zhanbei glared and said without a trace of anger. Your dad, I have limited talent. 5th level martial artist is basically already my upper limit. This divine stone would be a waste for me to use. Lin Xiao was silent for a few seconds, but in the end, he didn't continue to push back. Level 6 was indeed like a heavenly moat that was hard to overcome for most martial artists with average talent. Looks like the awakening Dan is a really good thing. Yesterday's gift gain was less than 50. Today resumes 2 shifts so, Black Monday lives up to its name. Another day of sadness. Chapter 75, Is the Clown My Own? Lin Zhanbei and Lin Xiao's father and son had a long talk all night long, until early the next morning, when baby Tang, disheveled and sleepy-eyed, walked out of the guest room and opened his mouth in a daze. Lin Xiao, I want to drink water. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhanbei hurriedly looked away before whispering to Lin Xiao, Brat, why don't you hurry up and pour some water? After that he went back to his room without looking back. Lin Xiao looked at baby Tang who was standing with her eyes and feet at the entrance of the guest room, and helplessly got up and poured a cup and sent it to the other party. Drink. Tang baby giggled and took the water cup, then gulped it down. That's when Cat L came staggering out. 2. Lin Xiao, I want it too. Lousy really spoiled you guys. Come out and drink by yourselves. Lin Xiao immediately got angry. Who the hell is the boss? When had he ever served a woman in his 2 lives? Except in bed. Of course. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao's trio left the house under the watchful eye of Lin Zhanbei. He had already contacted Sun Nua before he left the house, so they had already arranged the vehicles early on. 3 military trucks, as well as a luxurious business car were being parked on the street not far from Lin Xiao's house. 300 gang members stood straight on both sides of the vehicle, causing those passing by to point, and when they saw Lin Xiao's trio walk out, they all bowed in unison and, Boss! Lin Xiao waved his hand casually, then yawned in an untimely fashion. Get in the car and go back to Mordor. Yes. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Mordor Martial University, Dean Zhao Siyuan, the legendary female genius of the Mordor Martial University, Zhao Qingqing, and the Dean of the 100 Battles Martial University, Qin Zhong, the 3 of them gathered together. From time to time, Qin Zhong gazed into the distance as if he was waiting for something. I say old Qin, that's a student of my Magic City Martial Arts University. Why are you more anxious than me? Zhao Siyuan said in a conspiratorial manner. Hey, right now it's still your student, but after a while it's not so sure. Qin Zhong smiled smugly. Coming. Zhao Qingqing's words interrupted the two from hurting each other. Both men looked toward the end of the street at the same time. As expected, a luxurious business car slowly drove up, and behind the business car, there were 3 military trucks. As the commercial vehicle steadily stopped at the entrance of the academy, it immediately attracted a group of trainees to gather around. Who is this? Such a big row? Yes. The other day the Marquis of Night Peace and the King of Hearing Wind didn't even come with such a great deal of fanfare. Did they? Could it be someone of higher status than those two? Are you out of your mind? The entire Dragon Kingdom has a higher status than those two? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the door of the business car slowly opened, followed by 2 beautiful figures walking down from the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beauty 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 ah. I know her. Her name is Cat L. She's a freshman in this class. And someone said before that she could share the name of Schoolflower with Luo Shenluo. No. You guys look at the other girl. Who is that? At this time, someone reached out and pointed at baby Tang. Their eyes filled with shock. Holy, is this a fairy? Who the hell is this? Her appearance is completely not inferior to goddess Shenluo ah. More than not losing to Shenluo. This is simply crushing it okay. Cat L and baby Tang stood on both sides of the car door respectively after getting off the car, looking as if they actually carried a few moments of respect. It was only after half a minute that Lin Xiao reluctantly got down from the car, and he lazily stretched his back end. Finally, Lin Xiao. Zhao Qingqing coughed lightly and reminded, Dean has been waiting for you here for half a day. It was only when he heard Zhao Qingqing's words that Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the academy's entrance. Sure enough, Zhao Siyuan as well as a tall and lanky old man were looking at him with a smile. Dean Zhao. Lin Xiao nodded his head in greeting. Well, you did a good job this time. Zhao Siyuan nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he had originally planned to criticize Lin Xiao properly. After all, he had caused a big trouble in Sin City, and had even alarmed the 2 great figures, Marquis of Night Peace and King of Hearing Wind, to personally ask questions. However, now that Qin Zhong, that old man, was eyeing him and preparing to poach him, he absolutely could not let Lin Xiao become dissatisfied with him. At least not now. And at this time Qin Zhong also noticed Baby Tang following behind Lin Xiu. He was first stunned. Then he quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Baby Tang had already convinced Lin Xiu to join the 100 Battles Martial Arts University? And this time she had come with him to apply for the withdrawal? Thinking of this, he first cast an appreciative look towards Baby Tang before walking forward to look at Lin Xiu and said, "You're Lin Xiu, aren't you?" After he finished speaking he patted Lin Xiu's shoulder and said appreciatively, "Young man, very good. This one is?" Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. Tang Baobao was just about to go up and introduce himself, but he was directly interrupted by Zhao Siyuan. "Don't mind him, loiterer." After saying that, he pulled Lin Xiu towards the academy. "Running all the way must be tiring. Come on, let's go to my office and talk." Lin Xiu felt confused. Why was this old dean so enthusiastic today? Although Qin Zhong was a bit dissatisfied, but this was after all someone else's territory, so he didn't say much, just silently following behind Zhao Siyuan. Except that he deliberately slowed down on his way to the dean's office, walking side by side with Baby Tang. Seeing that Qin Zhong was traveling with him, Baby Tang spoke in a slightly constrained manner. "Dean, baby I've heard all about your performance in Jingnan City this time. Well done." Qin Zhong carried his hands behind his back, the curve of his mouth already somewhat suppressed. "Dean, I didn't do too well in this operation," Tang Baobao said somewhat sheepishly. "And I also took the trainees of the 100 Battles and recognized a trainee of the Magic City Martial Arts University as my boss. I already know about this matter," Qin Zhong said with a disinterested face. "It's not a shame to recognize a strong person as your boss, not to mention that you may have to attend the same academy in the future, which is also a good thing." Upon hearing this, Tang Baby was obviously stunned, then spoke with some surprise. "So Dean, you agree?" "Of course." Qin Zhong revealed a smug smile and, "The three major colleges have long had a rule that the colleges shall not interfere with the transfer of students, all but by the student's own volition." "Thank you, Dean." Tang Baobao was excited. She originally thought that this matter would be obstructed by Dean Qin, but she didn't expect that this time. Dean Qin was so profoundly righteous that he directly agreed to transfer himself to another school. The two had arrived at the dean's office while they were talking. After each of them took their seats, Zhao Siyuan, who was sitting on the main seat, smiled and spoke. "Lin Xiu, your performance this time has really exceeded my expectations. For this reason, on behalf of the entire Mordor Martial Arts University, I would like to commend all of you trainees who participated in the operation." "Old Zhao, don't just move your lips, take some actual rewards out," Qin Zhong teased from the side. "Eh?" Zhao Siyuan smiled slightly awkwardly, then took out a wooden box from the side and handed it to Lin Xiu. "This is 500 divine stones in here. It's considered a reward from the academy. Take it back and distribute it to everyone." 500 divine stones? Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. According to his dad's words, he might be able to get 100 divine stones this time if his performance was brighter, but he didn't expect that the old dean would be 500 as soon as he made a move. It seems that Mordor Wudu University wasn't generally rich. "How dare you take out 500 divine stones?" Qin Zhong said conspiratorially from the side. "Qin Zhong, this is a matter for my Magic City Martial University." "Shut up." Zhao Siyuan glared at him without any good humor. "Who said this is a matter for the Magic City Martial Arts University? I'm calling out for my 100 Battles trainees." Qin Zhong's face was so full of smugness that the corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. "What are you babbling about?" Zhao Siyuan was puzzled. Thinking that this Qin Zhong was afraid that he was not crazy, Qin Zhong ignored him, but turned his head to look at Baby Tang and spoke. "Baby, you talked to Dean Zhao." Tang Baby nodded at his words, then stepped forward and bowed slightly towards Zhao Siyuan. Dean Zhao, I want to lead 197 students from the 100 Battles Martial Arts University to join the Magic City Martial Arts University. Dean Qin has already approved it. I wonder if Dean Zhao agrees." The smile on Qin Zhong's face instantly froze. His eyes filled with questions. "What do you mean? Is the clown even me? Lunch break dreamed of 200,000 readers boss a person with a brick. Let me add more. Scared me quickly get up to Coda chapter. In order not to be shot, continue to add more. There is a chapter in the evening. Chapter 76, Sister-in-law. Help me. More. Baby Tang. What are you talking about?" Qin Zhong stood up violently with a confused look on his face. Zhao Siyuan also froze for a while. Reacting, he hurriedly pushed Qin Zhong away, then stretched out his hand toward Tang Baby, revealing his signature kind smile. "Baby Don, right? Mordovia WU welcomes you. I'll have someone arrange it in a moment, and from now on, you'll be in the same class as Lin Xiu." After thinking about it he added, "By the way, because Lin Xiu's performance is outstanding this time, I've personally decided to award him the villa at the back of the academy as a dormitory, but when the time comes, You can move there as well. Thank you, Dean Cho. Don't be polite. Our academy has always given special care to outstanding students. Zhao Siyuan's face was piled with smiles, like a blooming chrysanthemum. And at this time, Qin Zhong is still in a state of confusion. When he came back to his senses, Zhao Siyuan pulled Ling Xiu with one hand, and pulled Baby Tang with the other hand. The whole office is like a big family in its happiness. Only he is like a widow and orphaned old man. A little bit redundant. Dean Zhao, there's something I want to ask you. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, I've heard that some time from now, the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards will be traveling to Yuan City to fight against bandits. There is such a thing. Why? Zhao Siyuan asked rhetorically. I've also heard that the Magic City Martial Arts University has a rule that any cadet who makes a mistake will be forced to take part in this kind of real-world type of operation, like the Jingnan City rescue operation before. Hearing these words, Zhao Siyuan slightly froze, then glanced at Zhao Qingqing on the side without a trace, thinking that could it be that the other party had told Lin Xiu about Yan Yanyan's words earlier? No way. Zhao Siyuan secretly made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't listen to Yang Nighton's words to send Lin Xiu to Jingnan City. This kid was a treasure student. Not only did he bring himself such a big surprise when he killed the demonic beasts, but he even managed to poach nearly 200 students from the 100 Battles Academy. The thought of Qin Zhong's expression made him feel soothed all over. Still, he nodded. There is such a thing. In that case, Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Dean Zhao, before I came back to Magic City, I went to Sin City once, and got into a lot of trouble in Sin City. I already know about this matter. Zhao Siyuan reached out and patted Lin Xiu's shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, now that war is imminent between the Divine Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, it's just as well that those angels were killed. The Dragon Guard and the Night Watchman will not blame you. The Academy is even less likely to blame you. Looking at Zhao Siyuan, who had a kind face, Lin Xiu felt speechless. I want you to punish me. Wanted you to throw me off to Yuan City. Why are you so gentle with me? Magic City Martial Arts University back of the mountain. There is a detached villa. This was not originally the college for the students to prepare the dormitory, but for Zhao Siyuan, the dean of the residence. But Zhao Siyuan has never lived here, but rather, he has a fondness for his small courtyard. This time Lin Xiu had dug up nearly 200 trainees from the 100 battles for the Magic City Martial Arts University, and as soon as he was happy, he gave this villa to Lin Xiu to use as a dormitory. After Lin Xiu brought Hu Shanyue and the rest of them, as well as the trainees who came over from the 100 Battles Martial Arts University to complete the enrollment formalities, they moved to the villa on the back of the mountain. Although the villa was large, there was still no way to accommodate all of them, and in the end, some of them were still assigned to other dormitories. Inside the villa's living room, Lin Xiu sat on the sofa, frowning in deep thought. What's wrong, boss? Su Nuo could see that Lin Xiu was not right and walked over. Where's Lao San and the others? Lin Xiu looked around and didn't see Hu Shanyue and the others. Harm. Fatty Shen said he wanted them to have a good stroll, just in time to purchase some household items. Good. Lin Xiu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Boss, what were you thinking just now? Su Nuo asked again. I caused such a big deal in Sin City, and the old dean actually doesn't even plan to send me to Yuan City. Lin Xiu sat up straight and looked at Su Nuo, asking somewhat helplessly, what do you think I should do to get him to send me to Yuan City? I've long thought about this matter. Su Nuo smiled before speaking. In my opinion, the reason why Dean Zhao didn't send you to Yuan City is still because you performed too well in Jingnan City this time around. So the matter of Sin City will be considered as a matter of merit and demerit. As long as we cause some more trouble, I'm sure he won't be able to stand it and throw us to Yuan City. What are your plans? Lin Xiu asked. Boss, how did you forget our old job? Su Nuo pushed up his glasses and opened his mouth with a smile. I've heard that the Devil's Capital Martial University, every month, sends students a divine stone for cultivation, and tomorrow is the day when the divine stones are distributed every month. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's been a long time since he's received protection money. Hey, Fatty Shen, that chick is hot. Hu Shanyue reached out and pointed to a ponytailed girl wearing a black combat uniform in the distance. Seeing the other party's figure, Shen Zhuang's face changed, then subconsciously shrunk his neck. Second brother. That's the woman I told you about earlier who bullied me. Just her. Ha! Hu Shanyue reached out and touched the scorpion tattoo on his bald head, the corner of his mouth hooking into a cruel smile. Second brother. We should either still not mess with her. Shen Zhuang tugged on Hu Shanyue's sleeve. Wimpy my ass. Second brother promised to help you cut him. Then he must cut her. After saying that he waved his hand, the group of gang members behind him rushed up and surrounded the girl in the center. Shen Luo saw a group of people surrounding her in the center. She did not panic in the slightest, and even her gaze did not waver for a second. Just your name is Shenluo. Hu Shanyue touched his bald head and walked out of the crowd with 3 steps. Seeing Hu Shanyue's appearance, Shenluo frowned slightly and a flash of dislike flashed in her eyes, but she still didn't say anything. You didn't hear me talking to you, did you? Are you, by any chance, named Shenluo? But Hu Shanyue's words just fell. It felt like he was jerked by something. The whole person instantly flew out more than 10 meters away. In the next second, the crowd only saw that Shenluo, who was originally dressed in combat clothes, had changed into an ancient dress at some point, and her light blue skirt fluttered in the wind, just like a fairy on the ground, giving people a feeling that could be viewed from afar but could not be blasphemed. Immediately after that, he only saw Shenluo slightly waving his hand, and a water column like a sharp blade stabbed straight towards Hu Shanyue. Seeing this scene, Yuan was truly flustered. This matter was completely out of his expectation. He originally just drank too much wine, and Hu Shanyue spit some, and did not expect Hu Shanyue when the real, plus he did not expect Shenluo shot surprisingly so ruthless. This is to directly take Hu Shanyue's life off. Zhuang stepped forward, wanting to block the blow for Hu Shanyue. However, although his defense was amazing, his speed was too slow and he was simply too late. Just when everyone thought that Hu Shanyue, the unlucky bastard, was going to spill blood today at the Magic City Wushu University, a green light flashed by, instantly shattering the sword blade that the water column had condensed into. Immediately afterward, a petite figure holding a green dragon machete appeared in front of Hu Shanyue. Sister-in-law, help me. I timed the wrong date. I'm wrong. I'm damned. For more today to make up for it. Begging for mercy. Chapter 77, second on the Academy Awakening list. Water Cloud Ballad. Hearing this sister-in-law, Tang Baby's delicate body slightly trembled, and then the blade body green dragon surrounded, just like a ready-to-strike posture. Who are you? Shenluo, who had been silent all this time, finally did open his mouth. Baby Don. Baby Tang? Shenluo frowned and pondered for a few seconds, not having any impression of this name, but through the strength the other party had just displayed, it definitely shouldn't be a nobody. This matter has nothing to do with you. Shenluo retrieved her thoughts and spoke faintly. She was in a bad mood today. Just now, Zhao Qingqing, who was also a teacher and a friend to her, returned to Magic City and underwent her 4th awakening, which could be considered unprecedented and haloed. She went there originally to congratulate her, but it turned out that Zhao Qingqing actually said to her that she should join a civic organization called the Gang. She originally resisted very much, but Zhao Qingqing's attitude had never been more resolute, and said that it would be the most correct decision she had ever made. She later learns that the organization was actually formed by Zhao Qingqing's husband's son, and through this incident, Shenluo thinks that Zhao Qingqing is a love brain, so she is very upset. And just then, Baby Tang responded to her words. He called me sister-in-law. Shenluo was visibly stunned, then spoke again to explain. It was they who provoked me first, but he called me sister-in-law. Shenluo felt that although this girl in front of her was good-looking, her head didn't seem to be working too well, and in the end she patiently spoke again. So you're not going to be reasonable? Because he called me sister-in-law, Tang Baby said with a serious face. Another love brain. Damn it! Baby Tang's performance made Shenluo associated with Zhao Qingqing again, and immediately his anger surged. The long sleeve of Qing Luo in his hand suddenly flung out, directly attacking towards Baby Tang. Baby Tang was also not willing to show weakness, waving the green dragon blade in his hand. The gusts of dragon roars instantly attracted a large group of trainees to watch. Holy, what do I see? 2 fairy sisters fighting? That's the #1 goddess of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Luo Shenluo. Who's the other girl? Her appearance doesn't lose out to senior sister Shenluo at all. I know. Her name is Baby Tang. She transferred from 100 Battles Martial University. So why are the 2 of them fighting anyway? It seems to be because of a man. Holy, which man is so lucky to have such 2 great beauties fighting over him? That's him, said an onlooker cadet reaching out to point at Hu Shanyue sitting on the ground. Asterisk on this ugly bee? It's so damn stumpy looking. And at this time, Hu Shanyue was blissfully unaware that he had just enrolled in school and had already become the public enemy of the boys in the academy. Fatty, what exactly is this woman's origin? Hu Shanyue stood up with Xinzhuang's assistance. Xinzhuang explained somewhat helplessly. Her name is Shenluo, double awakening 4th level martial artist. What? Hu Shanyue only felt his head buzzing. A rank 4 martial artist? And a ing double awakening? Did you have mercy on yourself just now? Otherwise, he would have killed himself in one go. Also, her first awakened object was named Water Cloud Ballad, and it ranked 2nd on the Magic City Martial Arts University awakening list. As for the other awakening object, it is an elemental type awakening, Water. After Hu Shangyue heard this, his face turned blue. Reaching out and pointing at Qin Zhuang, he didn't say a word for half a day. And at this time, the battle between Baby Tang and Shen Luo had already entered a white-hot stage, with Baby Tang's long sword waving and deafening dragon roars resounding throughout the entire academy. A green dragon shadow circled through the air before charging straight toward Shen Luo, and Shen Luo had originally planned to be merciful. After all, we were all students of the same academy, and there was no deep hatred, so there was no need for you to die. But when she saw Baby Tang's desperate stance, she instantly came to fire as well. Just see her sleeves flung. Behind her instantly surfaced countless water droplets. Those water droplets slowly coalesced into a sharp blade, and then suddenly shot out. Just a collision. That huge green dragon silhouette instantly turned into nothingness. Baby Tang stifled a grunt. A trace of blood slipping vaguely from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Hu Shangyue was also a bit anxious. Looking around, he saw that Cadell was standing there, her face calmly watching all this. He hurriedly jogged over and, Cadell, go help. Cadell glanced at him faintly, but made no move. If you don't help, she's going to be killed. Hu Shangyue was obviously a bit anxious. If something happened to Baby Tang, Lin Xiu would still not pick his own skin. Your sister-in-law, help yourself. Cadell still had no intention of doing anything. Hearing these words, Hu Shangyue seemed to understand something, then hastily changed into a flattering expression and spoke with a smile. Sister-in-law, just help little sister-in-law. After hearing this, the corners of Cadell's mouth lifted up slightly, but she quickly collected her smile, then nodded faintly, and, aha! In the next second, the angel's blade appeared in her hand and rushed straight towards Shen Luo, with Cadell joining the battle circle. Tang baby pressure plummeted, but Shen Luo is after all a 4th-level martial artist, and still double awakening. Even if 1 against 2 still do not lose the wind. During the period Shen Zhuang also tried to go up to dissuade, but was beaten out of the fire of the Shen Luo a slap to fly out. 10 minutes later, Baby Tang and Cater were both stained with a trace of blood, while Shen Luo was only slightly pale. When Ling Xiu, who had heard the news, saw this scene, he kicked Shen Zhuang in the ass. You're really looking for someone to cut your own sister? Boss, I just casually said. Shen Zhuang was aggrieved. Kissing sister? Hu Shangyue was dumbfounded. Alright, let's talk about it later. Lin Xiu walked out from the crowd, then shouted towards the 3 people on the field. And, stop it all. When Cater and Baby Tang heard Lin Xiu's voice, they both froze slightly, then immediately backed away and bowed their heads, like 2 children who had made a mistake and were caught by their parents. And when Shen Luo saw Lin Xiu, a flash of disgust flashed in her eyes, but she did not make another move, and with the water mist on her body, the long dress disappeared, transforming into the black combat uniform she wore before. Sister, I was wrong. Shen Zhuang lowered his head and walked to Shen Luo. Scram! Shen Luo walked right past him, then came to Lin Xiu and, Sister Qingqing asked me to join your club. Xiao Qingqing? Lin Xiu was slightly stunned. The first time he met Shen Luo, the other party had said that she and Zhao Qingqing had a good relationship. He didn't expect that this time Zhao Qingqing would directly ask her to join his gang. In line with the principle of not letting go of even the slightest bit of snobbishness, Lin Xiu naturally accepted it with pleasure. But just as he nodded his head in agreement, the long-lost system beep sounded once again. Chapter 78 Luotian returns. Overbearing Water Elemental, 3rd Shift. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden exclusive position of Minion, and obtaining the reward, Power Value plus 100, and special reward, Awakening Dan. Hidden exclusive position? Lin Xiu froze slightly, then hastily opened the system panel and, name, Lin Xiu. Level, 3rd grade martial artist. Power value, 1455, each level 1 martial artist provides 1 point of power value, and the power value added by martial artists above level 1 varies depending on their strength. Awakening, Slab, one of the favorite weapons of street gangsters, can be used locally, and is not considered a controlled knife. There will be a great deal of leeway in sentencing. Characteristics, God's power is no longer good. A brick knocked down, breaks all laws. Chopper, one of the most common murder weapon in homicide, can be seen in every household kitchen, killing and shredding corpses, a must-have. Characteristics, even if the weirdness is high, it is still afraid of the chopper. Chopping creepy, typing axe, perfectly fits the portability. Concealment, as well as practicality and lethality the Triad members consider when choosing a weapon, so it has become the preferred weapon for Triad members in a fight. Characteristics, when the peace axe comes out, there are no demons in the world. Shocking all demons. Requirements for the next stage of power value, 5000. Hidden exclusive position, Luotian, appointable. Position, 5 Tiger Generals, activated. First, Baby Tang, holder of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Second position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Position 3, Zhao Qingqing, holder of Genshin Bright Silver Lance. Post 4, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. Number 5 position, vacant, no candidate for appointment at this time. It's really an exclusive position even the name of the position is the same as her nickname. Lin Xiao stroked his chin and looked Shen Luo up and down. He had to say that this woman was first class both in terms of her body and appearance. Lin Xiao had seen so many women and only baby Tang was able to slightly beat her in terms of her face. As for Cat L, because of the bonus of her angelic status, she could also fight with her opponent in terms of face value. Since you've joined my gang, you'll be my little brother from now on. Lin Xiao coughed twice lightly and cleared his throat, then said in a serious manner, if you call me boss, I naturally won't treat you badly. Saying that, he clicked on the system panel, and on Luo Shen's position, he clicked on appointment. Feel it, has your awakening changed in any way? Lin Xiao smiled with a smug expression. After the previous position appointments of Baby Tang and Zhao Qingqing, Lin Xiao was already quite confident that anyone who was appointed to a position would definitely receive benefits, and the first two of them were reflected in the awakening objects. What do you mean? Shen Luo looked puzzled. Summon your awakening object and you won't know, Lin Xiao said in a pretentious manner. Although Shen Luo was a bit doubtful, she still followed the other party's words and did as she was told. After all, just now, Zhao Qingqing had told herself that joining the gang would not make her regret, and although she didn't believe that Lin Xiao was capable of such a tactic, she was still willing to believe Zhao Qingqing. As a light blue halo flashed by, a long dress of Shen Luo appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and her already extraordinary looks added a bit more flavor when she put on the ancient long dress. She meditated on her feelings for a few seconds, then looked at Lin Xiao with an unkind gaze. You tricked me? Lin Xiao froze. Your awakening didn't undergo any changes? No. Shen Luo shook his head. How is this possible? Lin Xiao frowned, secretly pondering. Could it be that this Luotian's position was a mascot existence that wouldn't provide any strength bonuses to the position owner? Nope. Soon Lin Xiao dismissed this conjecture, because Shen Luo joining the gang had provided himself with 100 points of power value, and the system had also rewarded him with an awakening Dan, a reward that Zhao Qingqing didn't even have when he joined, and only Baby Tang joined and received one when she activated her position for the first time. This shows that the special position of Luotian is definitely not as simple as a vase. But what exactly is the problem? Just as Lin Xiao was puzzled, Xin Zhuang, who was on the side, suddenly spoke in a small voice. Sister, don't you still have an awakening? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up before he opened his mouth and asked, You're double awakened? That's right. Shen Luo nodded, then said, but the other one is an elemental awakening. It's impossible for changes to occur. With that she opened her right hand and a cloud of water mist slowly emerged, coalescing into a water balloon after a few seconds. That water sphere looked a bit special. It wasn't transparent like unusual water, but rather it was silver white in color, looking more like mercury, and with the appearance of the water ball, Shen Luo's right hand dropped violently, as if it could not withstand the pressure of that water ball, and his face was instantly as pale as paper. What is this situation? Shen Luo's face changed drastically. As the party involved she could clearly feel that her water element had undergone a skyrocketing change. After contemplating for a few seconds, Shen Luo withdrew the water balloon, and in the next second a small droplet of water emerged from her fingertips, only to see her flexing her fingers. The lapis lazuli floor under her feet actually instantly appeared as a small hole that was too deep to see the bottom. What a domineering water element! Tang Baobao's face suddenly changed. If the opponent had possessed such a water element just now, I'm afraid he would have been defeated. Sister, this water elemental awakening of yours might be able to surpass that person and become the top of the Magic City awakening ranking. Xin Zhuang spoke with an excited face. This thing is indeed overbearing. Lin Xiao also nodded, and immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. If you manipulate this water elemental and go above the battlefield to make it rain. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Yeah, it's like a mass murderer in a group battle. One rain, 1,000,000 dead bodies. However, Shen Luo shook his head and said helplessly, You're thinking too simply. Even the fist-sized water mass just now I couldn't maneuver, let alone a rain. According to what you said, I'm afraid that I may not be able to do it even if I reach the strength of the Hearing Wind King. So that's it. Lin Xiao nodded with some disappointment. But this is already very good. Shen Luo was clearly satisfied. At first when Zhao Qingqing told her that she wouldn't regret joining the gang, she didn't expect the gang to bring her any benefits at all. But it was only because of the other party's face that she agreed to do so. But now, it seemed that just this meeting gift from Lin Xiao was something she couldn't afford. Shen Luo was a smart person. She didn't ask Lin Xiao how exactly he did it, because no one liked to be pried into their secrets. After returning to the villa, Lin Xiao gathered all the current members of the gang together. Nowadays, our gang is kind of on the right track, although we're still slightly lacking in numbers, but this isn't something that can be done overnight. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and said rather seriously, since everyone chose to join our gang, we must give our brothers better treatment. I've heard that the major academies will issue a divine stone to their students every month for cultivation. I announce that starting today, all gang members will be able to receive an additional divine stone from the gang every month in addition to the one divine stone issued by the academy. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, all the gang members were showing excitement, and they even somewhat couldn't believe that this was true. Even Hua Jingfeng frowned, then lowered his voice and said, Lin Xiao, even though the dean rewarded you with 500 divine stones, but now that there are close to 500 members of the Black Gang, your little divine stones are only enough for 1 month. Don't worry about that. I have my own way. 1-2. Chapter 79, Everyone, collect the protection fee, 4 shifts. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over everyone's slightly young, but excited faces one by one before continuing. Of course, there's no free lunch in the world either. My mob likewise doesn't keep idle hands. Just tell us, boss, what do you need us to do? Xin Zhuang raised his hand and yelled, mobilizing the mood at the right time. Yeah, just do whatever you want, boss. Up the mountain of knives and down the frying pan is your word. Young people's emotions are always easily mobilized, and for a while the whole villa was agitated. Lin Xiao reached out and pressed his hand falsely, and the voices on the scene immediately stopped, so he continued, actually, what you need to do is very simple, and that's to collect protection fees. Protection fee? Hearing this unfamiliar word, a puzzled look appeared on the faces of many people. Shen Luo, who just chose to join the gang, was even more gloomy. What protection fee? Isn't this just for them to rob? After thinking about it, she still voiced a reminder. Lin Xiao, I'm afraid it's not right for you to do this. What's wrong with that? Lin Xiao asked rhetorically. The academy will only give out 1 divine stone to the students every month. It's their only cultivation resource. What will they do if you take it all away? But not everyone is as rich as you. What about them? Lin Xiao frowned, then laughed. That's their business. None of my business. Lin Xiao. Shen Luo's face changed and his tone became a bit heavier. This world is already in chaos. Now that the various academies have become the only pure land, do you want to turn this place into a place of the weak and the strong as well? Great Mother Shen, you're killing me with laughter. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly as he glanced at her with a contemptuous look before saying faintly, can the academy protect them for the rest of their lives? Or do you want to protect them for the rest of your life? Although the academy can't protect them for the rest of their lives, at the very least, during these 3 years in the academy, they can cultivate fairly, and the day they leave the academy, they will have the strength to face the world. Shen Luo had a solemn expression. Yes, in that case, 3 years later a bunch of softies with strength will come out of the academy. Lin Xiao glanced at the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of disdain. Then before Shen Luo could retort, he continued, as much strength as you have, you can manage as much as you want. I just want to take care of my gangster brothers now. The academy gives out so many divine stones every month on a fixed basis, and when they use them, my gangster brothers will have to use them less. Could it be that you don't care about other people's lives for the sake of the gang's interests? Shen Luo once again voiced his rebuttal. You're right about this sentence. Lin Xiao threw an appreciative glance at her, then suddenly became extremely serious, staring dead center at Shen Luo as he spoke. I'm the one who can care about other people's deaths and lives for the sake of the gang's interests. Shen Luo still wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw a glass flying towards her, and she hastily dodged to the side. Catching dash. The glass hit the wall directly beside her and shattered. Lin Xiao still maintained the action of throwing the cup, then looked at Shen Luo with a cold gaze. Shen Luo, for the sake of your relationship with Zhao Qingqing and Shen Zhuang, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you interrupt me again, I'll break your legs. Lin Xiao slowly stood up from the sofa, then walked over to Shen Luo, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Do you hear me? Lin Xiao, are you threatening me? Shen Luo's face became extremely ugly. Shen Luo's origins were average. Not like Hua Jingfeng and Jihan, but with her superior talent and that mesmerizing look, she had been held in the palm of her hand like a star since she was a child. Even after coming to the magic capital Martial University, one of the 3 major martial arts academies, there was still no one who would belittle her, and the title of Luoshan was the greatest recognition from the trainees. But this person in front of me, a word even threw a cup at himself, or threw it at his face, and even threatened to break his own legs. That's right, big beautiful Shun. I'm threatening you. Lin Xiao raised his hand, then laughed. I know you're a good fighter, but can you fight 500 at a time? Seeing that the other party stopped talking, Lin Xiao smiled and added, remember, I asked you to come here as a little brother, not as a ing missy. This mob is up to me, After saying that, he stretched out his palm and pressed it on Shen Luo's face. That pair of big hands almost covered Shen Luo's whole face. Immediately after that, he gently pushed back. Shen Luo didn't react for a moment and took a few steps back, one after another. His face reddened. If eyes could kill. At this point, Lin Xiu was afraid that he had already been lynched by Shen Luo. I was preparing an impassioned speech, but now I'm in no mood at all because of this woman. After saying that, Lin Xiu clapped his hands and then said, without further ado, tomorrow is the day of divine stone distribution. Everyone listen to Lao Air's arrangement, class by class. Collect protection money for me. Not a single divine stone should be spared. Speaking here, Lin Xiu's gaze chilled and he said in a cold voice, if I find out who dares to hide the divine stone, I'll take his life. As the crowd dispersed, some of the gang's key members were left in the villa's living room. Elder 2, you should take more care of tomorrow. Yes, it's best to inquire about the exact time of distributing the divine stones, and collect them as soon as possible. Lin Xiu pinched his brow, then said, don't let some people who are in a hurry directly use our god stones. Don't worry, boss, it's all been arranged. When Wu Jingfeng and Xin Zhuang and the others heard Lin Xiu's words, they all felt that something wasn't right, combined with the fact that the divine stone hadn't even been issued yet. And you've already taken it as your own? Right. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something, then added, don't bother collecting protection money from the third years for now. If they hold together, with our current strength, we might lose out. Boss. Su Nuwa pondered slightly, then pushed up his glasses and said, actually, it's more troublesome to put away the second years. This one is fine. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at Shen Luo, who was sitting on the side with a face as gloomy as water, not knowing what he was thinking. Don't we still have big beautiful Shen here? Hearing these words, Shen Luo pointed at himself with some disbelief, then asked, me? You're asking me to go and grab the godstone for you? Is there a problem? Lin Xiu spread his hands, then said, like I said, we gangsters don't keep idle hands. The next day as the bell rang for the end of the school day, the tutor in charge of explaining the theory left the classroom. The classroom of the first year class was also abuzz with activity. Today was the day of distributing the godstones, and everyone couldn't wait to rush back to their dormitories and refine the godstones so that their strength would be further advanced, and some were even on the verge of breaking through. And just then, the door to the classroom was kicked open. Everyone's eyes looked towards the doorway, only to see a bald man walk in. He reached out and touched the scorpion tattoo on his face. His mouth curled up into an evil smile. Guys, collect protection money. Chapter 80, this is too rich. Protection fee? A puzzled look appeared on the faces of the crowd of trainees, clearly not understanding what Hu Shanyue meant. What a bunch of pig brains. Hu Shanyue scratched his bald head and said somewhat helplessly, let me put it bluntly. Hand over all the divine stones in your hands. Robbery? At this time, the first year class of students were all full of question marks. This bald head was afraid to be crazy. Robbing in the Magic City Martial Arts University? What's the difference between that and looking for death? Ha 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 ha. You kid is poor and crazy, right? Dare to rob in Magic City Wudu University? Fool, get the hell out of here. That's right. Don't blame us for not being polite if you don't leave. Want to make a move, right? Hu Shanyue looked at the crowd of righteous indignation, then took a step back, revealing Hua Jingfeng's silhouette behind him. Windy, it's up to you. Hua Jingfeng stepped forward somewhat helplessly. A huge forest lance appeared in his hands, only to see him holding the lance in one hand and swinging it violently. In the next second, a large portion of the desks and chairs in the classroom were shattered by this aura, and the trainees in the classroom could even feel the entire teaching building shaking slightly. It was really hard for them to imagine that this boy in front of them, who looked even prettier than a girl, could burst out with such terrifying power. Seeing that the crowd had been shocked, Hu Shanyue once again stood out and walked to the front in front of an innocent and cute-looking girl, then extended his hand. The beauty, hand over the divine stone. Can I? No. Hu Shanyue's voice suddenly raised a few points. Then with a ferocious expression on his face, he said viciously, hurry up and hand it over, or else I'll tie you up and sell you to a nightclub. The girl trembled. Then with her hands in a frenzy, she took out a divine stone from her pocket and handed it over to Hu Shanyue. At the same time, the same scene was being played out in all the first and second year classes throughout the Magic City Martial Arts University. Inside one of the second grade classes, Su Nuwa slowly pushed open the door of the classroom. Looking at the chaotic scene inside the classroom, he pushed his glasses and spoke in a gentle manner. Be quiet. Perhaps it was because today was the Divine Stone Distribution Day. All of the second-year trainees appeared to be a little excited, and no one paid any attention to Su Nuwa and the others at all. I said be quiet. Sueno's voice raised a few notches. This time someone did turn their head to look at him, but it was only a glance before the classroom was once again in disarray. Shen Luo, who was following Su Nuwa, smiled contemptuously. Lin Xiao and the others had underestimated these second-year trainees too much. They weren't as easy to deal with as the group of first-year freshmen. Su Nuo frowned, then shook his head and smiled. Then he slowly walked over towards a trainee closest to him and gently patted the other party's shoulder. "What are you doing?" The cadet turned his head to look at Su Nuo, his gaze a bit unkind. Su Nuo pushed up his glasses, then smiled towards the other party. "Bro, sorry about that." "What do you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Su Nuo reach around his back waist and pull out a rusty dagger, followed by him plunging the knife into the other man's thigh with hardly any hesitation. "Ah!" That trainee's pig-killing screams immediately silenced all the voices in the classroom. Su Nuo calmly drew his dagger and rubbed it against the other's clothes before speaking. "Can you be quiet and listen to me now?" Su Nuo's mouth hung a faint smile, and took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the bloodstains on his hands. Seeing this scene, the corner of Shin Luo's eyes, who was following him, jumped slightly. Su Nuo's behavior at this moment made her feel somewhat familiar, just like Lin Xiao, who had threatened himself yesterday. At first she thought that Lin Xiao was the only crazy person in the gang, but now it seemed that perhaps the entire gang was crazy. What kind of chemistry does so many crazy people put together spark? Shin Luo somewhat dared not imagine. Inside the backyard villa, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa with a lit cigarette between his two fingers, while opposite him, Zhao Qingqing gently fanned her hand in front of her eyes. Say, what do you want from me? I need you to help me kill someone." Lin Xiao pressed out his cigarette, which was only half smoked, within the ashtray and spoke bluntly. "Kill who? Red Feather Guards? Hua Yao." Zhao Qingqing was silent. In fact, when Lin Xiao said he wanted to kill someone, she had already guessed it. After all, in her impression Lin Xiao's enemies who were still alive and well would have been few, and the only one who was worthy of letting her do it herself was Hua Yao. However, Hua Yao, as the Red Feather Guards commander and a member of the Hua family of Divine Perishable City, was not that easy to kill. This man is not good to kill. Nonsense. If it's good to kill, why would I still use you? Lin Xiao lowered his head and fiddled with the wineglass on the table, not bothering to look at the other party. "Lin Xiao, if Hua Yao dies in my hands, it will bring your father a lot of trouble," Zhao Qingqing reminded. "You can find a way to let him die in someone else's hands." Lin Xiao shrugged and said with a smile, "I just need to take revenge, and I don't really care if it's with my own hands or not. This Hua Yao has lived long enough." Zhao Qingqing pondered for a long time, but finally nodded. "I know. I'll go over for the Battle of Divine Perishing City, and when the time comes, I'll find a way to make Hua Yao die on the battlefield." "Good." Lin Xiao nodded, and just then, the door of the villa was pushed open and Su Nuo and Hu Shangyue returned with a group of key members of the gang. "Boss." Su Nuo and the others were slightly stunned when they saw Zhao Qingqing, then they shouted out in a regimented manner, "And you're here too, little ant." Su Nuo and Hu Shangyue both grew up in Bailu City and naturally recognized Zhao Qingqing. As for Hua Jingfeng and the others, although they weren't familiar with the other party, 100 Birds Chaofeng Zhao Qingqing's name was loud and clear in the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Zhao Qingqing nodded slightly towards them as a greeting, then got up and said, "You young people talk, so I won't bother you." According to her age, Zhao Qingqing wasn't a few years older than them, but because of Lin Zhanbei, she was a generation higher than everyone present, so it was normal to say that. At this time, Shen Luo was the one who suddenly spoke. "Sister Qingqing, I have something to say to you." After she finished speaking, she also glanced at Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile at the corner of his mouth, with an ulterior motive. Zhao Qingqing smiled, then went forward and pulled Shen Luo's hand. "Let's go. You see me off." With that said, the two walked out of the villa on their arms. On the forest path, Zhao Qingqing looked sideways at Shen Luo, who was scowling, and opened her mouth to ask, "What do you want to say to me?" "Sister Qingqing." Shen Luo bit her lip and finally spoke. "I want to quit the gang." "Why?" "Because their philosophy is different from mine, and I feel like what I'm doing has gone against my heart." "What did he make you do?" Zhao Qingqing smiled and asked offhandedly. "Collecting protection money. He asked me to bring people to rob all the second-year cadets in the entire second year, and robbed more than 1,000 divine stones." "Aha." Zhao Qingqing nodded her head without much concern. Then, as if she thought of something, her footsteps lurched and, "What did you say? Robbed over 1,000 divine stones? And that's just the second years." He grabbed the first years as well. Shen Luo pouted and said, This. Zhao Qingqing didn't even know what to say for a moment. After grabbing more than 2,000 divine stones, plus the 500 divine stones rewarded by the academy before, didn't it mean that Lin Xiao had at least 3,000 divine stones in his hands at this moment? That's a bit rich, isn't it? No. Zhao Qingqing feels that his thoughts are off. This is rich or not rich thing. This kid will not be killed by the old dean, right? Chapter 81 Emergency Recruitment Order. Dean's Office. Originally, Zhao Siyuan had seldom cared about the matters within the academy, and most of the time he nestled in his small courtyard, drinking tea and studying the deepest secrets of the awakened. But this time around, all the leaders in the hospital couldn't make up their minds, so they had to invite Zhao Siyuan out again. What did you say? Zhao Siyuan's eyes glazed over, and the somewhat flabby muscles of his face began to twitch slightly. Grabbed it all? Yes. A courtyard leader lowered his head and said helplessly. All of the first and second year cadets' divine stones were snatched away, and a portion of the cadets left early after school and weren't blocked in the classrooms. But then they reportedly chased them down to the dormitory and robbed them again, saying they wouldn't leave a stitch unturned. Severe punishment. Must be severely punished. Zhao Siyuan covered his heart and roared. Our academy has absolutely zero tolerance for such a thing. But, that hospital leader whispered with some difficulty. But Dean, you said that for Lin Xiu. You have to give the greatest tolerance. Still tolerant? Zhao Siyuan said with a face of flesh pain. Tolerating him again. He dares to turn Mordovia Wuda into his home. Understood Dean. Don't be angry. I'll let the law enforcement team go and arrest Lin Xiu. That hospital leader spoke up. Wait. Looking at the other parties departing back, Zhao Siyuan's tone softened again, and with a sigh. Forget it. Don't call the enforcement team for now. You send someone to inform Lin Xiu to come over. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu arrived at the dean's office, and at a glance, he saw the bitter Zhao Siyuan sitting on the main seat with a worried frown. Dean Xiu, you asked for me. Lin Xiu, you're here. Zhao Siyuan waved towards Lin Xiu before barely squeezing out a smile. You sit first. Thank you Dean. Seeing Lin Xiu sitting on a chair with a harmless smile on his face, Zhao Siyuan was silent for a few seconds before he still spoke. Lin Xiu, I heard that you sent someone to rob the divine stones of both the first and second year cadets today? Can you give me an explanation? Zhao Siyuan tried his best to control his emotions. His tone was rather soft. Lin Xiu lowered his head and thought for a few seconds before explaining. It's like this Dean, because I don't think we can deal with the third year seniors with our current strength. Even if we are able to grab it, it's inevitable that someone will get hurt, and it's a bit of a loss. After hearing his words, all the hospital leaders present were stunned. What are you talking about? I asked you to explain why you grabbed the first and second year godstones, not why you didn't grab the third year ones. Zhao Siyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to slap Lin Xiu to death, and then said in a serious tone, Lin Xiu, this is really inappropriate of you, and is a serious violation of the academy's rules. You'd better hand over all the divine stones, and for the sake of your performance in Jingnan City, the academy won't hold you responsible. I'm afraid this won't work. Lin Xiu spread his hands and said, after I got the god stones, I distributed them all to my brothers down below, and by now, they should have almost refined them. What? Zhao Siyuan was now wanting to get Lin Xiu killed. That was nearly 3,000 divine stones. It's just gone? Zhao Siyuan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Dean is not well. Zhao Siyuan frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart, so he spoke. Come in. As the door to the office opened, a teacher ran in hotly, speaking bluntly, Dean, God-perishing city is at war. Are you sure? Zhao Siyuan stood up violently, his expression incomparably serious. Sure. News just came in that the Divine Kingdom has troops at Divine Parish City, and it looks like the Divine Kingdom is going to get real this time. How? Zhao Siyuan asked in a hurry. That teacher gulped, then said somewhat anxiously, this time, the Divine Kingdom has deployed 30 angelic legions alone, including 12 six-winged archangels, and there are still 3 great god kings sitting around. 3 great god kings and 12 six-winged archangels in one go? Zhao Siyuan's brows tightened as he gritted his teeth. Is the Divine Kingdom trying to fight us to the death? After a few seconds of silence, he spoke again and asked, what about the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guard? Marquis Knighton and King Hearing Wind, as well as the other 4 great princes and marquises have already risen and left for Divine Perdition City, and as for the Hua clan ancestor there's still no news. In addition, Marquis Knighton has launched an emergency recruitment order. All martial arts academies must leave for Divine Perdition City within 3 days, except for those teachers who are necessary to stay behind. Speaking here, he paused and looked up at Zhao Siyuan before continuing, and this time, all third-year cadets must participate in the battle. Hearing these words, Zhao Siyuan's face became even more serious. In the past, no matter what happened, the Night Patrol Division and Dragon Guards never forced cadets who hadn't graduated to participate in the war. And this time, Yang Knighton had actually issued such an order, so it could be imagined that this time, the Divine Kingdom's move had caused this Marquis of Knighton to smell a crisis. Notify them that a general meeting of all teachers will be held in an hour, and those who are absent will be disqualified from teaching and will never be hired. In addition, from now on, the school gates will be closed. All cadets will not be allowed to leave the school privately. And tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock, the Pledge of Allegiance will be held. Yes, Dean. All the hospital leaders all got up and left the dean's office. And at this moment, only Lin Xiu and Zhao Siyuan were left in the dean's office. Seeing Lin Xiu still standing there, Zhao Siyuan froze slightly before speaking. You go back as well. Good. Lin Xiu nodded and was just about to leave when he was stopped by Zhao Siyuan. Wait. What's wrong, Dean? Lin Xiu stopped and asked. You can't stay at the academy. It suddenly occurred to Zhao Siyuan that nowadays, the teachers of the academy would soon be heading to Divine Perishable City. And by that time, if Lin Xiu was left at the academy, who knew what kind of chaos he would cause? But the Divine Perishable City battlefield was still too dangerous for Lin Xiu and the others. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Siyuan's eyes lit up before he spoke. The mistake you made this time is really too big, and there's no way for me to harbor you. How about this? There will be a bandit suppression operation in Yuan City in a month's time, so go and practice to make up for your sins. Hearing these words, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly. He was waiting for these words, so he hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Dean. I'll definitely perform well and try to make a virtue out of my crime. Aha! Zhao Siyuan smiled gratefully. It's good to know your mistakes and be able to correct them. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the Magic City Martial Arts Stadium. Today, none of the institutional leaders, teachers, and all the trainees of the entire Magic City Martial Arts University were absent, and all of them were present. On the lectern, Zhao Siyuan stood straight with a burning gaze despite his graying temples. His line of sight swept over all of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University's trainees below one by one, and a full 5 minutes passed before he slowly opened his mouth. The Pledge of Allegiance officially begins. Chapter 82 Pledge Meeting. Departure from Yuan City. As Zhao Siyuan's words fell, a teacher with an upright posture beside him said in a loud voice, all third-year students, step out. In the next second, the sound of neat stepping resounded throughout the martial arts arena as more than 1,000 third-year cadets took a step forward in their uniform black combat uniforms. Zhao Siyuan's gaze lingered on the crowd for a long time before he slowly spoke. It has been 100 years since the gods of the Divine Kingdom descended. However, at that time, the awakened people in my dragon country were few and far between, and the ancestors used their mortal bodies to keep the gods out of the country for 100 years. And now the 7 princes and lords of my dragon country exist side by side in the world. And the first one, Marquis Nighton, opened the eyes of heaven to kill the god king. After that, the king of hearing and wind chased the enemy for 300 miles, and the angel folded his wings. Speaking here, Zhao Siyuan's wrinkled face was filled with excitement, and his voice raised a few points again. Though I, the Dragon Kingdom, have no gods, we have an unyielding will, and a spirit that is as good as dead, no matter who it is. If they want to kill my Dragon Kingdom and destroy my race, we will fight them to the end in blood. Blood to the end. Blood to the end. Scholars, would you like to accompany me on my journey? We are willing. The shouts of more than 1,000 people resounded through the sky, hovering over the martial arts arena for a long time. Looking at the determined backs of those thousands of people, one of the teachers who stayed behind at the academy said aloud, farewell to my Magic City scholars. As his words fell, all the first-year as well as second-year trainees present opened their mouths in unison. Seniors, please strengthen my Magic City Wudu University and raise the divine might of my Dragon Kingdom. Mighty Wudu University of the Magic City, raising the Dragon Kingdom's divine might. After the pledge meeting ended, Lin Xiu and his group set off on their way to Yuan City. Originally he had planned to leave after a month. After all, then he would be able to earn more than 2,000 divine stones again. However, Zhao Siyuan specially instructed the teachers responsible for staying behind when he was about to leave, saying that Lin Xiu and the others should head to Yuan City in advance, and definitely should not stay at the academy for more than a few days. With no choice but to endure the pain, Lin Xiu could only leave this lovely place, the Magic City Wudu University. Inside the business car, Shenluo suddenly opened his mouth. Lin Xiu, having seen today's pledge meeting, what do you think? What do you mean? Lin Xiu collapsed lazily into the back seat, straightened his leg over Cadel's and signaled with his eyes for the other to give him a leg squeeze. You still want me to write an afterthought? Lin Xiu had a cozy look on his face. Don't you think they're all heroes? Shenluo, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, twisted his head to look at Lin Xiu. It's a hero, and then what? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. Since you think that the cadets of the Devil's Capital Martial University are all heroes, you shouldn't continue to plunder their divine stones any longer. Oh, you said this matter. Lin Xiu spoke with a disinterested expression. I originally didn't intend to get many divine stones from those poor students, and this time, Collecting the protection fee was just to get the dean to send me to Yuan City. Really? Shen Luo's eyes lit up. If it was just once, she could barely accept it. Yesterday, when she and Zhao Qingqing proposed to quit the gang, Zhao Qingqing had told her that if she didn't gain favors from Lin Xiu wouldn't mind her leaving. But if one took Lin Xiu's favors and couldn't return them, it would be best to dismiss the idea. Lin Xiu has never been a master who was willing to take a loss. Want to take advantage from him and run? It is almost impossible. If the current Shen Luo insisted on quitting the gang, Lin Xiu might do something to her. Lin Xiu didn't pay any more attention to Shen Luo, but instead opened his mouth to Su Nuo, who was driving, and asked, Lao Air, how much do you know about Yuan City? Su Nuo glanced at Lin Xiu through the rearview mirror, then opened his mouth to introduce Yuan City, located at the junction of the three countries of Dragon Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Goguryeo, has the reputation of looking at the three countries with one glance. More than 100 years ago, it was the Dragon Kingdom's commercial town, and the world-famous Gu's business empire at the time was headquartered in Yuan City. Gu clan? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and murmured, a family he had never heard of. Su Nuo drove while explaining, the Gu clan is already history for many people. At that time, the Gu clan held the economic lifelines of the entire Dragon Kingdom, with its businesses all over the world, and was the world's richest man in the world in a well-deserved manner. But just 100 years ago, the God country's gods revived. The Sakura country came down strangely, and many countries were annexed by both countries in a short period of time, or even perished, and the Dragon Kingdom's Yuan City similarly suffered a fatal blow, with all of the Gu group's management being killed overnight. But that group of scumbags from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom still underestimated the Gu clan. The person who was in charge of Gu at the time had made complete preparations a long time ago, and as a precautionary measure, he had set up a contingency program within Gu, so that if he was unfortunately killed, all of Gu's shares would be reduced to zero in the shortest amount of time. Can't understand it, but it feels awesome. Lin Xiu smacked his lips and sighed. Very impressive indeed. Shen Luo on the side also spoke at the right time. It is said that many of the world's commercial predators now are the hidden sons left behind by the Gu clan back then, and as long as the Gu clan's heir emerges and raises his arm, the Gu clan will once again become the world's largest commercial empire. I see. Lin Xiu responded with seeming understanding, then continued to speak. There's no need to talk about the past. Let's talk about the present. The current Yuan City is also known as the Bandit City. Shen Luo's gaze shifted slightly, as if he had thought of something, and he was silent for a few seconds before continuing to speak. Although the Gu clan was destroyed back then, most of the people in Yuan City made their living as traders, which led to the people of Yuan City being very rich, and as the number of awakened people, trick controllers, and mutants increases, these people who have suddenly gained great power are prone to harbor evil thoughts, killing and setting off gold belts, and once they've enjoyed the great benefits of getting something for nothing, they're out of control. After years of fermentation, there are more and more bandits in Yuan City today, and they have even formed a certain scale. Why do you know Yuan City so well? Lin Xiu asked casually. While hearing Lin Xiu's words, Shen Luo was silent, and a flash of gloom flashed across her bright eyes. Speak. Lin Xiu didn't know how to show any mercy, and his tone was obviously aggravated by a few points. Shen Luo took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, then opened his mouth to explain. Because I've been there. What's the point of going there? Lin Xiu continued to ask. Make money, Shen Luo said without a trace of humor. Making money? Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. He had heard Shen Zhuang say that their family's conditions were average, but nowadays, would a strong person in this world still lack money? And Shen Luo had obviously touched the threshold of a strong person. With her talent and awakenings, as long as she didn't die prematurely, in the future, she would definitely be one of the top pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if she couldn't become a figure like the 7 princes and marquises, she would still be enough to become the lord of a party of cities. My mother died due to difficult labor when she gave birth to that bastard Shen Zhuang. Shen Luo's brows were lowered, giving off a sense of tenderness that I felt sorry for when I saw her. My father raised us all by himself, but just 5 years ago, he fell ill. The high cost of the surgery nearly emptied our family's pockets, and the cost of subsequent treatments is even more prohibitive. Got it. Don't say it. Lin Xiu sat up and directly interrupted Shen Luo's words, then scratched his head and said with some annoyance, in the future, don't sell misery to me. It's annoying to hear. Gambling dad. Sick mom. School-going brother broken her. This routine is so old I used to hear it in my ears at the foot spa. I don't say it and you make me say it. And you. Say it after I say it. Shen Luo muttered aggrievely. Alright, grating to death. Lin Xiu interrupted her with some impatience, then stretched out, then pillowed on baby Tang's round and bouncy legs and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 83, I have a sword that might be able to cut them down. God Perish City. Inside the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, God Perishing City Lord Hua Tianquan could only stand aside respectfully, because the 6 people sitting above were the strongest combatants of the Dragon Kingdom today. 6 of the 7 princes and Marquis. The 2 positions in the center were none other than Marquis Knighton, Young Knighton, and King of Listening to the Wind, Hua Listening to the Wind. The first one on Yang Yanyan's left-hand side was a graceful and elegant-looking beautiful woman. Her name was Tang Yurong. Her title was Yin Wang, and she was also jokingly referred to as Yin Wang, just because she looks like a beautiful face, but the brutal nature. The means is also exceptionally ruthless. Originally she was the then well-known within the Dragon He family daughter-in-law. The He family is one of the family at the time, whether it is power or strength. In the Dragon State are a handful of the existence of. Later on, because of the flower listening to the wind and Yang Knight and 2 people join hands to suppress the major families, the He family's power is also gradually weakened. But the thin camel is bigger than a horse. The strength of the He family is still not to be underestimated. But then a change happened to the He family, and it was because of that change that this family with hundreds of years of heritage completely went up in smoke. And the cause of the matter is because at that time Tang Yurong's husband married a second wife, and that second wife, relying on the other party's favor, has repeatedly bullied Tang Yurong, and even through some means to ostracize her within the family. In the end, Tang Yurong finally couldn't stand the bullying and killed the other party in a fit of rage, and chopped off the other party's head and threw it on his husband's bed. That night, the He family held an emergency family meeting, and the members of the family council of elders unanimously demanded that Tang Yurong be executed as a warning to others. Ridiculously, her husband was the first to raise his hand in favor of the idea, which made Tang Yurong completely dead to him, and to the entire He family. It was also that night that all of the He family members muddledly realized that Tang Yurong, a woman who was usually unassuming, had already possessed a strength close to that of a king and marquis. He family, the whole family up and down 576 people, 576 big good man head, rolling down to the ground. When the night patrol division arrived at the news, they only saw the back of a woman drenched in blood, as well as the uncountable heads, and the members of the night patrol division, who were used to seeing bloody scenes, had their stomachs turned even after seeing that scene. And Tang Yurong also witnessed the Tao by killing in that battle, breaking into the transcendent realm and accomplishing the position of marquis. And the second from the left-hand side of young Knightan was a silver-haired man with a few evil looks. Although he looked like he was only in his early 30s, his actual age was already 72, and his iconic silver hair wasn't natural, nor was it caused by practicing some kind of kung fu, like what was written in the martial arts novels. Instead, it's dyed, because he felt that silver hair was more in keeping with his melancholy demeanor. His name was Ji Fenglu. His title was Marquis Fenglu, the contemporary head of the Ji family. His life does not have a strong legend like other princes and lords. In his words, practicing to become a prince and lords, nothing difficult. However, he also had something to brag about, because he had married a total of 16 wives in his life, and all of them were legitimate marriages, and the youngest was about the same age as his grandson, just in his early 20s. Even more rare is that his 16 wives get along very well. It is said that the last one, or those of his wife forced him to marry, said that otherwise they cannot get together 4 tables of mahjong. But God opened a door for him, but closed all the windows for him in passing. Sitting on 16 wives, Ji Fenglu, surprisingly, only had a son. His son, however, is an infatuated species. No matter how much Ji Fenglu persuades him, he just refuses to marry more, and even worries about his wife's poor health, and resolutely refuses to have more children. This also led to the fact that today's Ji family had only one sole child, Ji Han. However, Ji Fenglu was still very satisfied with this grandson. In his opinion, Ji Han, this kid, much more competitive than his father, began to fall in love from a young age. Now but in his early 20s, he already has 6 girlfriends, 2 of which are already pregnant and will be raised in the Ji family, while the other 4 are following him to study in the Magic City Wudu University. And this kid is absolutely blue, but better than blue. It is said that his several girlfriends each look beautiful, not to mention, even the awakening of the ability are carefully selected by him, either able to sing or dance. The most powerful of them is a call hair as snow. It is said that her awakening is the tongue. As for the 2 people sitting to the right of Hua Listening Wind, they looked 7 times similar. One of them was named Di Huaishi and the other was called Di Huaidong. The titles were also simple and straightforward, West King and East King. Both of them came from the imperial family in the capital, the well-known imperial family with 2 princes and lords in one family. Now the 7 princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom, with the exception of the Hua family ancestor whose life and death were unknown, all visited Divine Perdition City today, preparing to fight the Divine Kingdom to the end in a bloody battle here. City Lord Hua, tell us about the situation in God-perishing city today. Yan Yanyan looked at Hua Tianquang below and said with a calm expression. Yes. Hua Tianquang nodded solemnly before speaking. Now that the support from each city has basically all been put in place, with 30,000 elites from the Night Patrol Division and a total of 70,000 people from the 5 Dragon Guards, together with the galloping support from all the great clans and the students from the Martial Academy, the total number of martial artists able to go to war totaled 120,000. Yang Nitan nodded slightly before asking again, what about the Divine Kingdom side? The Divine Kingdom has sent out 30 angelic legions this time, totaling 150,000 people. Speaking here, Hua Tianquang's tone intensified by a few points before continuing, but among them this time, there are also 12 six-winged angels accompanying the army, as well as 3 divine kings. Hearing these words, all the princes and lords except Yang Nidan and Hua Listening Wind changed their faces. 120,000 versus 150,000. It didn't seem like a big difference, but the angels of the Kingdom of God were already blessed with a unique talent, and in a one-on-one situation, there were few awakened people who were the rivals of the angels. Their cultivation methods were very different from those of the awakened. Some ordinary 2-winged angels were able to fight against 3rd-level awakened. As for some powerful 4-winged angels, they were even able to fight with Qin Zhong, these 9th-level martial artists, without losing the battle. And the existence of the top of the 6-winged archangel would already be able to resist the king's marquee. The main thing is still the gap between the top combatants. Hua Hearing Wind, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. I will try to stop those 3 god kings, and leave the rest to you. Hearing these words, even the always cloudy Yang Nitan frowned. You stopped 3 god kings by yourself? It was important to know that the divine kings of the divine kingdom were all existences whose strength was not weaker than that of Hua Listening Wind and Yang Nidan. But now that Hua Listening Wind had said that he would fight 3 by himself, it was no wonder that Yang Nidan didn't believe it. I have a blade that might be able to attempt to decapitate them. Hua Hearing Wind's face was as cold and expressionless as ever. No way. At this moment, Yang Nitan actually stood up violently, a terrifying aura emanating from his body. The people below were silenced, and even Tang Yurong and the others standing beside him had their faces slightly changed and their brows furrowed. As everyone knew, Hua Listening Wind's awakening object named 7-Star Blade was an even more ordinary blade, not even qualified to be ranked in the awakening list. Moreover, Flower Hearing Wind never retrieved his sword, but instead carried it behind his back, never leaving his body. 7 years, the whole 7 years Flowers listened to the wind no matter even sleep is not away from the knife. Others may not know, but Yang Nitan is clearly know. He is in the maintenance of the knife, and a maintenance is 7 years long. Flower listening to the wind talent is flat. He can have today's achievements rely on all their own beyond the efforts of others 100 times. Cultivation to today's realm almost has been his limit. Now he can barely keep up with Yang Nitan, but in a few years, or 10, 20 years, the longer it took the more tepid he would become, and sooner or later he would be left far behind by Yang Nitan. That was why he had been raising his sword. In order to raise a sword that could cut down the gods, 7 years is almost enough. Recently a little thing to be busy, temporarily 2 more. Gift proceeds more than 50 I will record. Busy after all will make up back. Chapter 84 Why should success lie in my flower listening to the wind? Flower Hearing Wind. If this blade comes out, you'll be ruined. Yang Nitan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Wasted is wasted. For her part, Hua Hearing Wind did not change her face, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. I've known this day would come since I started raising knives 7 years ago. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom is full of talented people, and even more talented ones than me abound. The corner of Hua Hearing Wind's mouth rarely hooked up a smile, but it was a self-deprecating smile. Nowadays, those who have already become a climate. There are 100 birds Chao-Ching Zhao-Ching-Ching, an LV lightning frenzy, who is known as a halberd that breaks the sky. For the younger generation, there are Qi Tian and Bai Zhan of the 100 Battles Martial University, Huang Guang and Shen Luo of the Devil's Capital Martial University, and Su Sisi and Di Xian of the Capital Martial University. All they need is time. And with this blade, I may be able to cut out 10 years of peace for them. It's worth it. But what about you? Yang Nitan's face was as gloomy as water. What's wrong with me? Hua Hearing Feng remained expressionless and said indifferently, I am hoping that the Dragon Kingdom can prosper for 10,000 years. But isn't there still you, Yang Nitan, and the other 6 princes and lords? So why should the success be in me? Flower Hearing Wind? I only hope that 10 years from now, you and others will take a good look at that magnificent Dragon Kingdom for me. After saying that he straightened up and left. Marquis Knighton. What happened to him? King Hearing Wind? Jifenglu's eyes were filled with doubts, and he asked with some confusion. What did he mean by those words he said just now? I'm not as good as him. Young Knighton shook his head without explaining too much, but just that one sentence alone had already set off shockwaves in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone knows that the Marquis of Night Peace and the King of Listening to the Wind do not see eye to eye with each other, and even one set up the Night Patrol Division, and one set up the Dragon Guard, saying that they are collaborating with each other to rule the Dragon Kingdom, but the discerning person can see that the two of them are just competing with each other, and also are restraining each other. But like this night, Marquis Yin actually admitted in person that he is inferior to King Hearing Wind? It wasn't until now that Yang Yanyan realized why. For this expedition, Hua Listening Wind had deployed 70,000 men from the Dragon Guard, while only allowing himself to send 30,000 Night Rangers to the battle. He was already determined to die, and he was afraid that after his death, the Dragon Guards would not obey Yang Knighton, so he was prepared to leave him a clean Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Yang Knighton's gaze became incomparably stern, and he said in a cold voice, "In this battle, make sure that half of the angels of the Divine Kingdom break their wings in Divine Perdition City for me. After this battle, I want countries to not dare to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom's territory for 10 years. Lin Xiu and his group didn't rush on the road, and it took them 5 days to arrive at Yuan City. In order not to attract attention, Lin Xiu purposely arranged for the gangsters to enter the city in batches, while he was the last to enter the city with Baby Tang, Kader, Shen Luo, and Su Nuo along with Hua Jingfeng. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Xiu heard a burst of shouting and cursing from a short distance away, and looked at the sound. A few burly men were heading towards a small market that could not be seen to be selling anything and smashing it, and while hitting it, he was also shouting and cursing. No money? What the hell kind of store do you open if you don't have money? What kind of business? Scumbag! Shen Luo's face changed and he was about to go forward to stop him, but he was stopped by Lin Xiu reaching out his hand. What are you doing? You don't care? Shen Luo frowned, somewhat puzzled. You just watch the scum bully people like this? Did he bully you? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, then said in a somewhat unkind tone, "You'd better put away your saintly mother's heart. It's not the first time you've upset me." Lin Xiu took a step forward, leaning his body slightly forward, almost pressing against the tip of Shen Luo's nose, and slowly spoke. "This is the last time." When he finished speaking he turned away and opened his arms in a hugging gesture and, "I smell something familiar and I like it here." After casually finding a hotel to stay in, Lin Xiu called Xin Zhuang to his room. "Boss, you're looking for me." Xin Zhuang walked in with a smile on his face and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled when he realized that Lin Xiu and Su Nuo were the only two people in the room. Although he was considered to have been with Lin Xiu for a relatively long time, all the gang members were clear that so far, the people Lin Xiu trusted the most belonged to Su Nuo and Hu Shanyue's group of people. And then there was Cat L, who had signed a contract with him, as well as that Baby Tang, who had been close to Lin Xiu for some reason. Only next were Hua Jingfeng and Xin Zhuang, the roommates from WU. "Come and sit." Lin Xiu reached out and pointed to the sofa in front of him. Xin Zhuang was somewhat flattered and sat down, still with a smile on his face, while Lin Xiu's face was cold. His voice was not loud but somewhat low. "Xin Zhuang, are you not treating me, Lin Xiu, as a brother?" At those words, Xin Zhuang trembled, then hastily stood up and spoke somewhat nervously. "Boss, did I do something wrong? You name it, I'll change it." Su Nuo couldn't help but smile when he saw Xin Zhuang's appearance, then stood up and patted his broad shoulders, smiling. "Fatty, don't be nervous, sit down and talk. Second brother, I really don't know what I did wrong." Xin Zhuang had a confused look on his face. "Is your father sick?" Su Nuo opened his mouth and asked. "How do you know about this, second brother? Cut the ing crap." Lin Xiu directly interrupted the conversation between the two, then made a wink towards Su Nuo. Su Nuo nodded knowingly, and immediately took out a card from his pocket and put it into Xin Zhuang's hands. "Here's $1 million. Take it for your father's treatment, and tell me directly if you don't have enough to follow up, second brother." Xin Zhuang's eyes instantly reddened. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Xiu again, gave the other party a very laborious bow, and said with a slight tremor, "Boss, I, Xin Zhuang, won't say anything nice, but from now on, I'm selling you these 200 pounds of meat. Get lost. Who cares about your fat body? Seeing you is annoying." Lin Xiu waved his hand somewhat impatiently, signaling the other party to hurry out. After seeing Xin Zhuang leave the room, Lin Xiu's face instantly became gloomy as he sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "Eldest, send someone to keep an eye on the Red Feather Guard's movements. I don't want to see them enter Yuan City alive." "Don't worry boss, we left early. The Red Feather Guard's people will not arrive at Yuan City for at least half a month. We'll settle them outside the city at that time." Su Nuo pushed the frame. A cold light refracted on the mirror. Aha! Lin Xiao nodded before speaking again. Right. Find a way to figure out the distribution of forces in Lin Yuan City as soon as possible, as well as all the valuable information within the city. I like it here. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly. This matter might be a bit troublesome. I need some time. Su Nuo said with some difficulty. After all, we're not familiar with the area, so it's not that easy to inquire about reliable information. If it's too obvious, it will inevitably draw attention to itself, and then it might be put on the spot instead. Shen Luo came here before. Have her cooperate with you. Lin Xiao didn't do any thinking as if he had already thought of this. That woman. Su Nuo laughed bitterly, then said somewhat helplessly, can she cooperate with us? Not cooperating? Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then there's no use in keeping her. Upon hearing these words, Su Nuo's gaze froze. Then she said, but she is, after all, little auntie's friend, or Xinzhuang's own sister. Don't bother with Zhao Qingqing. Lin Xiao rubbed his eyebrows before continuing. As for Xinzhuang, that million won't just be for his father's medical care. Chapter 85 Promotion to Level 4, White Tattoo. And just then there was a knock at the door. Lin Xiao and Su Nuo exchanged a glance. And only after seeing Lin Xiao nod his head did Su Nuo get up and walk towards the door. Who? It's me. Shenluo. Shen Luo being able to take the initiative to come to himself was somewhat unexpected to Lin Xiao. He pondered for 2 seconds before speaking anyway. Let her come in. At this moment, Shen Luo looked a bit unnatural. She walked to Lin Xiao, as if she was a bit torn, but in the end, she still bowed deeply towards Lin Xiao. Thank you. Lin Xiao frowned. The money you gave to Xinzhuang, I will slowly pay you back. Shen Luo felt a little embarrassed. She had always looked down on Lin Xiao's style of behavior, but since she joined the gang, she hadn't done anything for Lin Xiao or the gang. If she had to say, she'd helped collect protection money once, but even that time, her role had only been for deterrence, not to actually put up a fight. And not only did Lin Xiao help him improve her water elemental awakening, he also took out $1 million for Xinzhuang after learning that her father was sick and hospitalized. All of these kindnesses were things that she simply couldn't repay in a short period of time. That money is what I gave to Xinzhuang. I don't need to pay it back. Lin Xiao leaned his body back and leaned against the backrest of the sofa, leisurely crossing his legs, and said indifferently, if you came here just for this matter, then you can leave. Is there anything you need me to do? Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to drive himself away, Shen Luo hurriedly opened his mouth. Need you to do it? Lin Xiao stroked his chin, then scrutinized her with an unbridled gaze. After a while, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then sat up straight and said rather seriously, take off your clothes. What did you say? Shen Luo instantly widened his eyes. Didn't hear me? Lin Xiao shrugged and repeated. I said you take off your clothes. Shen Luo's gaze instantly became a cold one, staring dead at Lin Xiao for a long time. Then as if he had made some sort of determination, he turned his head to Su Nuo who was at the side. You go out. Su Nuo was a bit confused for a moment, but he soon reacted and nodded his head in a hurry. Okay. Watching Su Nuo leave and bring the door of the room with him, Shen Luo once again turned his head to look at Lin Xiao and found that the other party was looking at himself with a smile, with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. You tricked me? Shen Luo's beautiful eyes crossed. Don't worry, Lao Zi can't see you. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then said, leaving you here alone is something to ask you. You say. Shen Luo didn't have the good sense to sit on the chair opposite him. How much do you know about Lin Yuan City? Lin Xiao asked bluntly. After hearing some things about Lin Yuan City through Shen Luo and Su Nuo's mouths, as well as what he saw with his own eyes today, Lin Xiao raised a great deal of interest in Lin Yuan City. In fact, Lin Xiao had long since lost interest in the magic capital martial arts university, although the trainees there all had good talent. In Lin Xiao's opinion, they were still too juvenile, and he didn't have that much time and energy to cultivate and sharpen them. He needed a group of outlaws who dared to fight and kill with their swords, and Lin Yuan City might not be as bloody as Sin City, but since it was called a bandit city, it naturally had its reasons. I've been to Lin Yuan City a few times before, but I can't say I know much about it. Shen Luo shook his head slightly and explained, the people here are rather xenophobic, and they have never been very friendly to outsiders. Speaking here, Shen Luo seemed to have thought of something, then hurriedly opened his mouth. Right. There is an organization called Spiderweb here. They mainly specialize in selling news. It is said that as long as you have money, you can get any news you want from them. Spiderweb? Lin Xiao repeated in a whisper, pondering. Intelligence organizations, vital to any power, are the same for the mob. In fact, today's gangs are not perfect enough. There are too many professionals missing. A gang can be more than just being able to fight. Today's gangs are a bunch of brats. Hot-blooded youths who are okay at fighting and whatnot, but when it comes to managing the club and making development plans for the club, they are far from adequate. Although Sunhua has a bright mind, but after all, he is too young. All the experience is just 3 years in Sin City. Want to become a white paper fan of the gangsters? He still has a long way to go. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu looked up at Shenluo and spoke. Tomorrow, you take me to the spider web's territory. I want to meet them. No problem. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first. Shenluo stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, Lin Xiu called out to her, then waved his hand to signal her to sit down and, you'll be gone in another half hour. Why? Shenluo was a bit puzzled. Everyone else knows you're in my room, and won't I lose face if you go out so soon? Hearing this, Shenluo froze for 2 seconds, then her face flushed and she cursed in a small voice. Shameless. After Shenluo left the room, Lin Xiu slowly opened his hand and a pill suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the awakening pill that was rewarded by the system when Shenluo joined the gang. In fact, Lin Xiu has not been too high for his own strength requirements. In his opinion, when the boss does not necessarily have to be more able to fight, as long as the little brother can fight is enough. But this world is too dangerous. They still need some means of self-protection, or else not good one day will be dead on the street. And now that he was not only preparing to take on the Red Feather Guards, but also wanted to stake out a territory of his own in this part of Yuan City, it was inevitable that he would encounter some dangers when the time came. So this time around he was prepared to take this awakening pill himself. Looking at the black pill with complex patterns in his hand, Lin Xiu didn't have any hesitation and directly swallowed it. In the next second, he felt the energy in his body surging, a feeling he was already incomparably familiar with. But unlike before, this time a burst of stabbing pain came from his chest, as if he was being stabbed by a needle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, his face a little pale. Xiao Qingqing wasn't like this when she took it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It hurts like hell. Lin Xiu cursed as he reached out and tore at the clothes on his chest. Jab. The black short sleeves were torn to shreds by him, revealing his slim-looking, but actually perfectly muscled and explosive body. However, what shocked him was that at this moment, a tattoo had appeared on his chest at some point. It was a cold man holding a sharp blade and clad in battle armor. His icy eyes exuded an endless killing aura, and the blood-dripping sharp blade as well as the armor covered in bloodstains looked lifelike. The gory details are even more chilling. But just as Lin Xiu walked to the mirror and prepared to take a closer look at the tattoo, it disappeared again and again, as if it had never appeared. What the hell is this? Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. But soon, he thought of something, so he hurriedly opened the system interface and finally saw the introduction about this tattoo in the Awakening Objects section. Awakening, slab, one of the favorite weapons of street gangsters, can be used locally, and is not considered a controlled knife. There will be a great deal of leeway in sentencing. Characteristics: God's power is no longer good. A brick down, breaks all laws. Chopper, one of the most common murder weapon in homicide, can be seen in the kitchen of every household. Killing and shredding corpses, a must-have. Characteristics: even if the weirdness is high, it is still afraid of the chopper. Chopping creepy, typing axe, perfectly fits the portability. Concealment, as well as practicality and lethality the triad members consider when choosing a weapon. So it has become the preferred weapon for triad members in a fight. Characteristics: when the peace axe comes out, there are no demons in the world. Shocking all demons. Bai Qi tattoo, Bai Qi, Marquis of Wuan, also known as the god of killers and the human butcher, one of the idols worshipped by many triad members, who have tattooed him on their bodies in countless numbers. Characteristic 1, human slaughter. Activate this tattoo. Can be a deterrent to human creatures. Weak strength cannot even give birth to the idea of resistance. Stronger than their own will cut each other a certain amount of combat power. Characteristic 2, killing god possession, which allows one to enter the killing god possession state. Killing god possession, within 10 minutes one's strength grows exponentially, pain sensation is reduced by 50%, and sanity is reduced by 50%. Duration increases with strength. Chapter 86. The Great War will begin. The next day, the four of them, Lin Xiu, Shenluo, Baby Tang, and Hua Jingfeng, arrived in front of an inconspicuous store. Are you sure that this is the spider web stronghold? Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at the store in front of him, which didn't even have a plaque, with some skepticism in his tone. This is the place. Shenluo nodded with certainty, then went up and knocked on the door. Who is it? I'm not awake today. I'm not open for business. A lazy voice came from inside the store. So personalized? The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he raised a few points of interest in this so-called spider web. Big business. Sure you don't want to do it? Shenluo once again shouted towards the door after getting a nod from Lin Xiu. This time there was no immediate reply from inside the door, and a few seconds later a footstep came from inside. Squeak! As the wooden door opened, a small head poked out, and he looked to be in his 20s, thin and frail, with a living skin and bone figure. How big a deal? His voice was breathless, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. Shenluo didn't answer his words, but instead turned his head to look at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiled, then spoke. Is a business that can make the entire Yuan City change the sky big enough? The skinny man's green bean-sized eyes instantly narrowed into slits as his gaze swept back and forth over Lin Xiu's body, and only after a few seconds did he open the door, signaling Lin Xiu and the others to go in. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed as a putrid odor drilled into his nostrils, and Shenluo and Baby Tang even directly covered their mouths and noses. Lin Xiu looked around and found a few empty shelves with some already moldy tea leaves and some unknown flower materials scattered on top. In the center of the store stood a table with a few somewhat yellowed buns on a plate. Business is slow at Spider Web? Lin Xiu reached out and touched the steamed buns on his plate, realizing that the hardness of the buns was almost catching up with his slate. Not bad. The thin man casually waved his hand. A few million a day. Barely making ends meet. Hearing this, Lin Xiu was slightly stunned. A few million a day? And barely make a ing living? Tell me, what kind of big business do you guys want to do? The skinny man sat on the chair with a big grin and looked at Lin Xiu as he opened his mouth to ask. I've heard that you guys can spy on anything here? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. Pretty much. The thin man pondered for a moment, then added, but I have to check your identities first. It'll take about 2 days. So if you're going to do big business, come back in 2 days. Oh, Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback, then spoke with a smile. You guys still have to pry into your customers' information to do business? Locals are definitely not needed. The skinny man's gaze swept recklessly over the several people, then said indifferently, but you all look like outsiders. So I need to check your identities so as not to break my spider web's rules. You guys still pick people to do business with? This was a bit out of Lin Xiu's surprise. Generally speaking, people who did this kind of business, there was no news that couldn't be sold. As long as they were given enough money, they could even sell out the country. Of course, the reason why I, Spiderweb, have been able to gain a foothold in Yuan City for so long is that I naturally have my own principles, said he, holding out 2 fingers. We don't do business with 2 kinds of people. Which 2 kinds of people? Lin Xiu asked. The first is the government people. Whether it's the Night Patrol Division or the Dragon Guards, their business I, Spiderweb, don't do. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. This was something he could understand. An organization like Spiderweb was still an underground industry in the end. The Night Patrol Division didn't take action against them probably because they didn't touch the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, but blatantly doing business with the officials was obviously impossible. What about the second one? Lin Xiu asked again. This second kind of people will have nothing to do with you guys. The skinny man smiled, then continued. We don't do business with the group of scumbags from the Sakura country other than those in the government, and you guys don't look like people from the Sakura country anyways, so there's no need to check on that. If that's the case, we shouldn't even need to check. Lin Xiu smiled and spoke. Because my first order of business is for you to check on the whereabouts of the Red Feather Guards for me. The skinny man visibly froze, then a wary look radiated from those green bean eyes. You're planning to take on the Red Feather Guards? What the hell are you? Gangster. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu opened his mouth indifferently without making the slightest concealment. Gangster? The skinny man pondered for a few seconds, thinking of all the underground organizations he could name in his mind, and couldn't come up with one called the Mob. In fact, after the great changes in the world, the underground organization gangs became nearly extinct, and now most of these organizations exist in the form of companies, and the trades they are engaged in are not like what they used to be, which are basically all formal trades. It was only Yuan City, which had the reputation of being a bandit city, that could still see organizations that were engaged in underground industries. Of course, except for the city of Sin, that ghost place is not people stay, even if he spider web members all over the world, but also dare not set foot in the city of Sin, because no matter how much money you give, there is no willingness to go there to pry news. After all, have the life to make money, also have to have the life to spend it. Maybe you haven't heard of it now, but soon you'll know, Lin Xiu said as he pulled out 10 divine stones from his pocket and placed them on the table. The moment he saw the god stones, the thin man's eyes instantly lit up. Nowadays, in the Yuan City black market, the price of god stones had already been speculated to 150,000 apiece, and it was still in short supply. These 10 divine stones, are they enough to buy news about the Red Feather Guards? Lin Xiu pressed one hand against the god stones on the table while his gaze was fixed dead center on the thin man. Enough is enough. The skinny man's gaze had been completely attracted by the divine stone, He didn't even look up to see Lin Xiu, he just casually spoke. You leave me a contact information. Before it gets dark in the evening, I'll send you all the whereabouts of all the red feather guards. Lin Xiu hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly raised his hand and spoke with a few threatening hints in his tone. If this matter is done well, we have many opportunities for cooperation next. If it is not done well, Lin Xiu didn't continue, but the skinny man clearly felt a chill, so he hastened to smile and, this you can rest assured, we spiderwebs do business with the most honesty. If you don't believe me you can just ask around. At the same time, inside Divine Perdition City, Hua Tianquang hurriedly walked inside the city lord's mansion and looked towards the 6 princes sitting on the main seat. Speaking with a grim expression, princes, the angelic legions of the divine kingdom have already been assembled, and with their marching speed, they will be able to arrive at Divine Parish City in less than half a day. Upon hearing this, Yang Nighton and Hua Listening Wind rose at the same time, and both of them had burning battle intent in their eyes. The two of them glanced at each other, and Hua Hearing Wind was the first to speak. In this great battle, everyone is at your disposal, including the dragon guards. Good. Yang Yanyan didn't push back. This was obviously not the time to be pretentious. The angelic legions of the divine kingdom were pressing in, and the 3 divine kings were personally present. Nowadays, it can even be said that the dragon kingdom has reached a time of life and death. In this battle, victory is not allowed. Chapter 87, Killing God Possession. Axe chopping red feather guards. A 10-member squad wearing blood-red trenchcoats stopped a short distance outside Yuan City and looked up at Yuan City's tall walls. This is the legendary bandit city. Ha! Look is not good. The leader of a total of 2 people, a man and a woman. The male height of more than 1.90 m, but is as thin as a wood. Deep eye sockets. A look of overindulgence of kidney loss. And while the woman was plump and shapely, with a hint of seduction between her hands and feet, her appearance was ordinary. Bandit City. It's just blackmail. The woman slowly stretched her arms. The mass of snow-white things in front of her chest seemed as if it was going to break through the boundaries of her clothes, and the remaining few people could not help but gulp their saliva as they watched. Before, they all said how terrifying Sin City was, but in the end, those people who walked out from Sin City were still not easily taken care of by us. The corner of the woman's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. You're also right. The tall, thin man laughed, then said, it's better to come here to fight the bandits than to go to Divine Perdition City to fight those angels. This time, the Hearing Wind King doesn't know what kind of wind he's drawing. The Night Patrol Division only sent 30,000 people to fight in the war, while our dragon guards were almost fully engaged in the war, except for the 100 flower guards who have an average combat strength. But surprisingly, all of them went to the front line. Zhao Tsuan, be careful what you say. That woman's face instantly changed, and she said with a serious face, listening to the Wind King's thoughts, is it not something that you and I can speculate on? Afraid of what? The tall, thin man named Zhao Tsuan skimmed his lips. We're all the people here. No one will say anything. Right, Red? Saying that, Zhao Tsuan wrapped his arms around the woman's waist and swept it forcefully into his arms. The corner of his mouth hooked into a lewd smile. The woman's name was Red Peony, and like Zhao Tsuan, she was a squad leader under the Red Feather Guards, and at that time, they had followed Huayao to Bilua City, and it was the 2 of their squads who had made the move to kill the Black Gang members. Hate it. It's not good to be seen. Although Red Peony said this on her lips, her body was constantly grinding against Zhao Tsuan's body. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tsuan laughed indulgently and said with a smug look on his face, who dares to look? Even if you see it, who dares to say anything? Hearing these words, the 2 squads of Red Feather Guards are very sensible turn around. Not to look at the 2 people. These 2 people stink. In public to do metamorphosis is not a time or 2. They have long been accustomed to. And just then, a teasing voice suddenly came from not far away. Yeah, that's it. Kiss her. Zhao Tsuan and Red Peony both instantly looked toward the source of the sound, only to see a young man wearing a black short sleeve, holding a communicator in his hand toward their direction, as if he was videotaping, and behind him, there was a group of people, both men and women, who didn't look too old. Kid, you're ING looking for death. Zhao Tsuan stepped forward and extended his hand towards Lin Xiu. Give me the communicator or I'll kill you. Yo, you scolded me? The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a teasing smile before speaking. I didn't just record that scene just now. I also recorded you saying that the king of listening to the wind was jerking off. So if this sentence gets out, King Hearing Wind might not bother with people like you, but your top boss, Huayao, will he tear you apart? Hearing these words, Zhao Tsuan's face instantly changed drastically, and Red Peony immediately broke away from his arms, keeping a certain distance from him, insulting the Hearing Wind King in private. This was a crime she wouldn't dare to bear with the other party. You Zhao Tsuan first reached out and pointed at Red Peony, then turned her head to look viciously at Lin Xiu. "You're looking for death." As the words fell, he clenched his fist with one hand and started swinging it when he was still more than 10 meters away from Lin Xiu. In the next second, a bizarre scene appeared. His arm unexpectedly lengthened more than 10 meters instantly like rubber, and in the blink of an eye the huge fist had arrived in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu also didn't expect the other party to have such a hand. He didn't react for a moment and was hit by the other party's heavy punch at his chest. Immediately afterward, the black short sleeves on his body were instantly blown to pieces. Yet others did not have any reaction and did not even feel even a hint of pain. Lin Xiu's somewhat surprised underground head found that the original has disappeared by Qi tattoo once again appeared, and exudes a faint color of blood. "What's that?" Zhao Tsuan quickly retracted his arm, and his clenched fists were involuntarily trembling slightly. When his eyes gazed at the tattoo on Lin Xiu's chest, his entire body was struck by lightning. At this moment, he felt that he was no longer facing an ordinary teenager, but a demon that crawled out of hell. "What the hell are you?" Lin Xiu slowly took a step forward. A peaceful axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and his voice was low. "My name is Lin Xiu, from Sin City." The moment the words Sin City were uttered, both Zhao Tsuan and Red Peony's pupils contracted violently. The current ones already knew the identity of the other party. The teenager in front of them was the leaky fish that had been taken away by Zhao Qingqing at that time in Bijou City, the son of the head of the Bijou City's Night Patrol Division, Lin Zhanbei. "Lin Xiu, so it's you." Zhao Tsuan clenched his fists once again, his gaze wavering slightly. He didn't know why, but at this moment, when he was facing this young man in front of him, he actually felt a sense of battle fright, a feeling he hadn't felt for a very long time after he retired from the battlefield. In fact, what he didn't know was that at this moment, not only him, but all the members of the Red Feather Guards, including Red Peony, had this feeling in the bottom of their hearts, and a few of them with weaker strengths couldn't even rise up with the thought of summoning an awakened object. Enough with the small talk. The Gangster brothers who died in Bijou City have been waiting for you down there for a long time. Go down and make amends. As soon as Lin Xiu's words fell, he directly rushed up with his peaceful axe. At the same time his body was surrounded by blood mist, and his pair of narrow eyes also turned blood red. The god of killers is possessed. This was the first time Lin Xiu used this newly awakened ability. At this moment, he felt that his brain was blank. His sanity suddenly dissipated for the most part. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill everyone in sight. Just as he approached in front of Zhao Tsuan, the peaceful axe in his hand was swung around in a full moon, and then slashed heavily towards the top of his opponent's head. It wasn't until the moment Lin Xiu got close and raised his typing axe high in the air that Zhao Tsuan broke free from that sense of fear. However, at this point, he was already unable to avoid it, and could only stiffly draw the standardized longsword from his waist and place it across his head. Although the characteristics of the typing axe is only for demonic beasts, but it is after all an awakened object, far from ordinary weapons can be compared. Just in the moment the typing axe and the standardized long knife touched, the crisp sound rang out first. The standardized long knife instantly collapsed. A slice of the blade debris fluttered around, immediately followed by the chilling friction of knives and axes hacking at bones, and Zhao Tsuan's heart-rending screams. Red Peony only saw Lin Xiu holding the axe with one hand and heavily chopping on Zhao Tsuan's shoulder, while Zhao Tsuan directly fell to his knees under the huge impact of the Pacific axe, and the stone path below his knees had been completely shattered. He grabbed the body of the Pacific axe with both hands and unloaded most of the impact, or else even if this axe couldn't kill him, I'm afraid it would have to unload one of his arms. This scene was incomparably shocking to Red Peony and the Red Feather Guards. Zhao Tsuan was a rank 4 martial artist, and although his awakened ability wasn't really suitable for one-on-one single combat, he was still a rank 4 martial artist, and he couldn't even catch a single move from the other side. In fact, not only them, even Shenluo and Baby Tang behind Lin Xiu and the others were also very puzzled. When did Lin Xiu become so strong? Chapter 88, Abuse and Murder Outside the City. Shocking spiderweb. Why are you so weak? Lin Xiu held the peaceful axe, and with just a slight force, Zhao Tsuan once again let out a heart-rending scream. The broad blade of the axe almost split the bones at his shoulder to pieces, and that sound of the axe blade rubbing against the bones just kept ringing in his ears, and that feeling was simply more unbearable to him than killing him outright. Zhao Tsuan forced himself to endure the drilling feeling of pain, twisted his head to look at the blossoming red peony on the side, and shouted angrily, "You guys still don't do it? When you killed those people from Sin City, you all had a hand in it. Do you think he'll let you go?" Upon hearing these words, Red Peony was also instantly awakened, and hastily took 2 steps back to maintain a certain distance from Lin Xiu, looking at him with a guarded face, and with a few pleas in her tone of voice. This little brother. We're just following orders. Please don't bother with us. Save the words of reparation for going down and talking to my gangster brothers. The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth rose slightly, hooking up an evil smile, followed by his axe-wielding hand exerting a fierce force. In the next second, Zhao Tsuan, who was still struggling to support himself, was instantly split in half, scarlet blood accompanied by some foul-smelling organs soaring out. The scene was exceptionally bloody. Seeing Lin Xiu being so cruel and determined, Red Peony's calf softened and she stumbled and nearly fell. And when she saw Lin Xiu carrying the blood-drenched peace axe step by step towards her, her face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper without a trace of blood. Spare me. I'll work for you as a cow. I'll do anything. Too late. Lin Xiu slowly raised the peaceful axe in his hand, his blood-red eyes filled with madness. Old lady will fight you. Being able to serve as the junior captain of the Red Feather Guards, Red Peony was also a ruthless character who had experienced the baptism of war. And seeing that Lin Xiu would not show any mercy at all just because he was a woman, she also revealed her ruthless side. In the next second, her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly emitted a burst of pink light that pierced straight into Lin Xiu's mind. The charming pupil could briefly confuse the enemy, putting one in an illusionary state and evoking one's most primitive desires. A role that was similar to the means of the demonic beast Charming Fox that Lin Xiu had encountered in Jingnan City earlier. At that time, on the battlefield, Red Peony had used this tactic to cooperate with her teammates to kill 3 blazing angels, and it was after that battle that she became a squad leader of the Red Feather Guards. Red Peony didn't expect this tactic to kill Lin Xiu. She only needed to trap him for a minute. No, even if it was just 30 seconds, she had a chance to escape from here. After all, the group behind Lin Xiu didn't look like they had any intention of making a move, and since they weren't very old, they thought that their strength shouldn't be too strong, so they might not be able to keep themselves. Yet she was wrong. From the beginning. At this moment, Lin Xiu, who had executed the god of killing possession, had already dissipated most of his sanity, and in this situation, he was almost immune to all mental attacks, and Red Peony's charming pupil couldn't even do it for 3 seconds, not to mention trapping him for 30 seconds. Lin Xiu paused just a little bit, and the peaceful axe in his hand slashed down without mercy. With a splash of blood, Red Peony's head fell to the ground. To the death her eyes were still full of confusion. She didn't know why her charming pupil, which had never missed a beat, wouldn't have any effect on Lin Xiu, but that question will never be answered, and even if it is she won't hear it. With Zhao Tsuan and Red Peony killed one after another, the remaining 8 members of the Red Feather Guards were almost incapable of resisting, and the next step was a complete and utter massacre, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a sadistic killing, because Lin Xiu's methods are too cruel. After 10 minutes, Lin Xiu came to his senses from the state of killing god possession. Looking at the scene in front of him, even he himself was slightly moved, because at this time there was not a single intact body in front of him. Blood stained the entire verdant road. The road was full of mutilated limbs and broken arms, as well as a number of organs and viscera and minced meat. Putting away the peaceful axe, Lin Xiu took the paper towel handed over by Cat L and wiped the bloodstains on his face before speaking towards Hu Shanyu at the side. Lao San, contact my dad. Tell him to send someone to send the ashes of his brothers back to Sin City to be buried with Morning Biao and the others. Got it, boss. Meanwhile, inside the store where Spiderweb was, the leathery young man was holding a hard steamed bun in his hand, gnawing on it with great effort, when suddenly someone broke in and, Master Chiu, something's wrong. The young man's hand trembled in shock, and that steamed bun fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with the color of flesh and pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man's buns. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'll make you pay for my buns, he said viciously towards the visitor. Master Chiu, don't think about your steamed buns. The visitor was a young man of a similar age to him, but compared to him, the other party was more than a little stronger than him, both in terms of dress and rosy cheeks. Master Chiu, just now, 2 squads sent by the Dragon Guards to fight the bandits were found dead outside of the city, and the deaths were extremely miserable. I'm told it was barely chopped up. The Dragon Guards people died? The young man who was called Master Chiu stood up violently with a slightly complicated expression. At this moment, his mind couldn't help but conjure up Lin Xiu's cynical appearance. What the hell are you? He muttered. Master Chiu, do you know who did this? Unleash the full energy of the spider web on me and check on one person. Master Chiu didn't answer his words but said in an undeniable tone, I'll only give you 3 hours. With that, he handed the other party the picture of Lin Xiu that he had secretly taken. Seeing that the other party was so serious, the man didn't dare to slack off and nodded, then picked up the photo and turned to leave. Out of Master Chiu's expectation, just less than half an hour, the other party walked back with a thick pile of information. Master Vengeance. This person's information didn't do any hiding means. It was simple to find out. How is it? Did you find anything? Master Chiu asked in a hurry. You'd better read it yourself. The young man handed the information in his hand to the other party, then said, this kid is a bit evil. Master Vengeance took that information and looked at it carefully, but the more he looked at it, the more his expression grew, and his mouth recited the words that, forming a gang during school, collecting protection money, and receiving the head of the city lord's mansion, and after 3 years in a hellhole like Sin City, not only did he come out alive, but he also brought out a bunch of minions, traveled to the magic capital martial arts university to attend school, enrolled in less than 3 days and killed a man, then participated in the Jingnan City rescue operation and killed a demonic beast. When he said this, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he looked up at the young man and asked, is this number a mistake? I've confirmed this point over and over again. The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Absolutely right. Decapitating over 5,000 heads. You're right with me? Looking at the other party's serious expression, Master Vengeance ended up not pursuing the question and looked down at the information himself. But it didn't take him long to raise his head again and ask, what does it mean when it says here that he took someone to Sin City, and then Sin City was left without angels? The young man laughed bitterly once again. Master Chiu, you also know that our information network is spread all over the world. Only Sin City is not included. All I could find out was that he took his men to Sin City, and after he left, our men saw from afar a flagpole erected on the hills behind Sin City. Hanging from the top of the flagpole, it looks like all the bodies of the killing angels. Hearing this, Master Chiu froze for a full 5 seconds, then suddenly laughed and, funny, really funny, I like him. After saying that, he looked at the young man on the side and spoke, contact him and tell him that Arachnet is willing to provide him with all the information he wants, and all of it at a 50% discount. Chapter 89, Return of the God of Wealth. Treasure Pot. 2 hours later, Lin Xiu returned to his residence to take a shower and change into clean clothes before leading the way to the store where the spiderweb was located. This time, the only 2 people accompanying him were Tang Baobao and Hua Jingfeng. As for the others, he had other arrangements. Seeing Lin Xiu's trio come in, this time the skinny young man no longer had the slackness he had before and greeted them with a smile on his face. Boss Lin is here. Sit down. Sit down. While saying this, he wiped the worn-out chair with his sleeve and gestured for the 3 to sit down, while he himself stood aside. What's going on with the little boss? Lin Xiu was not polite and directly sat down. Somewhat surprised, he opened his mouth and asked, it's out of place to call me boss. My name is Gu Chou. Elder Lin can call me Xiao Gu or Xiao Chiu. The skinny young man named Gu Chou revealed a fawning smile. After he finished speaking he looked at the 2 of them, Baby Tang and Hua Jingfeng. Big Miss Tang of the Tang clan, Baby Tang, and the first eldest grandson of the Hua clan, Hua Jingfeng, the 2 of you, please have a seat as well. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu slightly froze, then turned his head to look at Baby Tang. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He had known about Hua Jingfeng's identity for a long time, but right now, it seemed that this Baby Tang was not simple either. However, right now was not the time to talk about this. Lin Xiu turned his gaze to Gu Chou once again and spoke, Boss Gu, just tell me what's going on. Gu Chou showed hesitation, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, since Boss Lin is so forthcoming, I'll speak plainly. I want to cooperate with the mob on behalf of Spiderweb, Gu Hao said rather seriously. Cooperation? Lin Xiu seemed to have expected this, and without any expression of surprise, he just said in a calm tone, How? I'll sell you the specific information of all the forces in Lin Yuan City at half price, and you keep my spiderweb safe and sound. Gu Chou's small eyes radiated a shrewd light. This was a decision he made only after deep thought. For some reasons, he had to keep a low profile over the years. Even though he was in control of the largest intelligence organization in the Dragon Kingdom, he still only dared to live in a parochial position, doing some unseen business. Regarding Lin Xiu and the gangs, he had already investigated clearly. Lin Xiu's father was the head of the Bijou City Night Patrol Division, and his stepmother was the popular 100 Birds Zhao Qingqing, and under her hand, there were also characters with deep backgrounds like Baby Tang and Hua Jingfeng. As for Lin Xiu himself, since he was able to take these people under his wing, he naturally had superior skills, and from this, it seemed that the future achievements of the gangsters were unlimited. He was a businessman. Naturally he knew how big the difference between sending charcoal in the snow and adding flowers to the brocade. Now the gangsters had just started to gain momentum. At this time he and the other side to cooperate will certainly be taken seriously. If he waited until the gangsters were really in the Lin Yuan City to gain a foothold, or in the Dragon Country has a pivotal position, he would not have the means to negotiate with the other side on an equal footing. This cooperation program is not good. Lin Xiu's calm tone interrupted Gu Chou's thoughts. Then according to Boss Lin's intention, how do we want to cooperate? Gucho also knew that this negotiation wouldn't go so smoothly. He had even made plans to do business at a loss. Even if he didn't get a penny, he still had to make a good relationship with the gangsters and Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's next words, however, caused Gucho to suck in a breath of cold air. Why don't you just take the arachnids and join the mob? What? Gucho jumped up from his chair at once. Boss Lin, you're afraid you're not joking, right? Although we, Arachnet, are of average strength, as the largest intelligence organization in the Dragon Kingdom, our overall strength may not be worse than your gang, right? Isn't your appetite a little too big to annex us? Speaking here, a flash of coldness flashed in Gucho's eyes. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, didn't care and spoke toward baby Tang behind him. Contact Zhao Qingqing and tell her to rush to Yuan City in the shortest possible time. I'm going to give this so-called bandit city a big shuffle. Good. Baby Tang nodded, then directly pulled out his communicator. Seeing this scene, the coldness in Gucho's eyes instantly disappeared, once again revealing a fawning smile as he hurriedly stopped. Don't. Boss Lin. I was just joking. Everything is negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Then tell me, how can we discuss it? Lin Xiu looked at him with a smile. Gucho's face showed a tangle of colors, and he pondered for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, let's put it this way, Boss Lin. I can temporarily join the gang for 1 month. During this month we will examine each other, and if during this period you are not satisfied with us, arachnid webs, you can expel us from the gang at any time. Of course, if the mob doesn't live up to our expectations, I'll always take spiderwebs people out of the mob, and you're not allowed to make things difficult for spiderweb. How's that? No problem. Lin Xiu nodded without hesitation. Lin Xiu had already thought about it. Let Su Nua follow this Gucho in the next time. In a month's time, by virtue of Su Nua's smooth handling, even if he couldn't completely pull in the spiderweb, he would at least be able to leave behind a part of the people. With these people, even if Gucho withdrew at that time, Lin Xiu could still rely on these team members to form an intelligence organization again. Since that's the case, then I'll be Boss Lin's sole lookout for this month. Gucho bowed towards Lin Xiu with a smile on his face, and just as his words fell, a series of system beeps arrived as promised, and Lin Xiu's expression became somewhat complicated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden exclusive position of minion, and obtaining the reward, power value plus 100, and the special reward, Godstone plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for annexing another power for the first time. Reward, power value plus 500. Special reward, marrow cleansing pill, marrow cleansing elixir. Taking this elixir will allow one to shed his or her bones, and even a wastrel who is unable to awaken can gain a powerful talent. Lin Xiu hurriedly opened the system panel, and as expected, there was another hidden exclusive position under Luoshan. That hidden exclusive position, Luoshan, Shenluo, God of Fortune, appointable. God of Fortune? Lin Xiu stroked his chin, then looked up at Gucho and opened his mouth to ask, what's your awakening object? This. Gucho showed an awkward color, then still slowly raised his hand, and immediately after, a human head-sized, bejeweled treasure pot appeared in his hand. The light flickered in the treasure bowl, as if something was slowly coalescing. What is this thing? It was the first time Lin Xiu had seen this kind of awakening object, so he couldn't help but be a bit curious. My awakening object, the treasure pot. Guhao scratched his head awkwardly before explaining. This awakening object of mine doesn't have any means of attack, nor does it have any auxiliary abilities, but every 10 days, I was able to obtain a piece of gold from within the treasure pot. This, Lin Xiu had a rare moment of being somewhat speechless, truly worthy of being the god of wealth. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something and spoke. I might be able to help you improve your treasure pot. What? Guhao was a bit confused. He had been in control of the spider web for so many years, and he had seen a lot, but it was the first time he had heard of someone being able to help others improve their awakenings. Consider it a meet and greet gift for joining the gang. Here Lin paused before continuing. However, if you quit the gang in the future, I will also take it back. In fact, Lin Xiu himself didn't know if the gains that the other party gained after appointing the position would disappear with the separation from the club. But if it wouldn't disappear, Lin Xiu would definitely try to get rid of the other party by all means, just in case. And just as Lin Xiu clicked on appointment, his gaze was slightly frozen. Chapter 90, The Three Great Forces of Yuan City. Do you appoint Gucho as the gangster's god of fortune? Confirmation cannot be changed. Gu vengeance? Gu vengeance? Lin Xiu's mind suddenly recalled when Shenluo and Su Nua, two people, told him about the past of Yuan City. At that time, Yuan City has not yet the name of Bandit City. It is more of a trade town of the Dragon Country, and at that time, the most famous within Yuan City was the most famous Gu's business empire. and this skin and bones young man in front of him, whose real name was Gucho, was deliberately hiding his last name? Boss Lin. What's wrong? Gucho eyed Lin Xiu as he scrutinized himself with a complicated expression. It's nothing. Lin Xiu shook his head and didn't intend to immediately dismantle the other party, but instead clicked appointment. Take another look at your awakenings. That's it? Gucho was a bit confused. Lin Xiu didn't seem to have done anything, right? That's all it takes to help someone improve their awakening objects? Doubtful as he was, though, he still chose to summon his Polyjuice Bowl. Nothing had changed in the appearance of his treasure basin, except that the light inside the basin had become even more dazzling than before. Gucho closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a few seconds, then snapped open those small eyes. His eyes filled with shock. My polyglot. No more gold output. God-producing stone. Gucho was so excited that his voice trembled slightly as he grabbed Lin Xiu's hand. Boss Lin. Producing God stones. 1 a day. And it will increase in number as my strength increases. I know you're excited. Lin Xiu opened his hand, then said lightly, but don't you get excited. Oh, hey. Gu Hao laughed awkwardly. How could he not be excited? That was a divine stone. For those awakened who hadn't joined the official organization, divine stones were really too rare. Only some particularly money-starved Night Rangers or Dragon Guards as well as the students of the major martial arts academies would run to the black market of Yuan City to sell 1 or 2 divine stones, and most of the time, these divine stones were directly left behind by the people of the black market themselves, and it was only every time a large auction was organized that the black market would take out some of the divine stones as a way of attracting people's attention. And now that his awakened object was actually able to produce divine stones, if this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid he would be invited back by the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards to be offered up, wouldn't he? And right at that moment, he suddenly noticed Lin Xiu looking at himself with a smirk. It was only at this time that he snapped out of it. All of this was given to him by the man in front of him. Since he was able to give himself this ability, he was naturally able to take it back as well. Thinking about this, his complexion became complicated. After a good few minutes, his gaze became firm once again. Spiderweb North was not formed by him, but he took it over from his father's hands. And as for his father's purpose in founding Spiderweb, there was only one. That's revenge. Ever since his father passed away, he inherited the Spiderweb along with the hatred of the previous generation. Only that Yuan City was really too small. So small that even if he had 10,000 fortune, he still couldn't recruit too many martial artists. After all, he lacked the most important resource for martial artists, divine stones. And now Lin Xiu's appearance made him see the hope of revenge. As long as he could take revenge, not to mention joining the gang, even if he was to be a dog for the other party, he would be willing. With this in mind, Gucho solemnly bowed deeply toward Lin Xiu before speaking. Boss, from now on, the 352 people of Spiderweb will only look up to you. As his words fell, the gang's power value increased by 589 points again. It was evident that not all of the people in the Spiderweb were martial artists. There were some ordinary people as well, but coupled with the 600 power value rewarded by the system before, the gang's power value now still reached 2,644 points, one step closer to the 5,000 mark. Lin Xiu helped Gucho up with one hand, then spoke with a smile. Can you share the information about your spider web with us now? Boss is joking. A spider web is just a spider web for the boss. Let's not talk about polite words. Let's talk about the situation of Yuan City first. Lin Xiu waved his hand and spoke casually. Some of the smaller forces within Yuan City are countless. Gucho also sat down and slowly opened his mouth to introduce. But in the end, Yuan City is still in the hands of the 3 major forces. Which 3 forces? Lin Xiu asked. This first power is the Shangfeng Group. Almost all of the lucrative businesses in the entire Yuan City are under the banner of the Shangfeng Group, which also includes the largest underground black market in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Their financial power and strength can't be ignored. And they used to be a company under Gu's umbrella. Only they chose to betray it. Speaking here, a flash of icy killing intent flashed in Gucho's eyes before he continued. Even 3 years ago, they engineered the death of the Gu family's only surviving heir. Hearing this, Baby Tang and Hua Jingfeng, who were standing behind Lin Xiu, glanced at each other and both saw meaningful and complex emotions in each other's eyes. Yet Lin Xiu spoke as if he hadn't noticed anything. Unconcerned. What about the other 2? Gu Hao adjusted his emotions for a moment before continuing his introduction. This second force is named Good Brothers Financial Corporation. The company's speaker is named Mao Wenbo, rose to prominence 5 years ago, and with a pair of iron fists, and a group of sworn brothers, he started from nothing in Yuan City, and hardened himself into one of the 3 major forces. Originally this Good Brothers Finance was also a group of cynical good men, but after all these years of development, With the increasing number of people, the assholes within the company are now countless, and Mao Wenbao was not good at running and managing the business. So this has led to the current Good Brothers Finance having become a black force of evil. Various local merchants are also outraged. Lin Xiu nodded in understanding, then looked at Gucho and said, "This third force, it's your spider web, right?" Upon hearing this, Gucho bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Boss, you're too flattering. Although my spider web is well informed, the people under my hand are scattered all over the world, and there are no high-ranking martial artists sitting in the town, so I can only look at other people's faces to live within this Yuan City." Oh, hearing this, Lin Xiu raised a bit of interest, then continued to ask, "And who is the third force?" "These three forces are called the God Search Foundation." Mentioning this force, Gucho's face became quite heavy as he slowly spoke. "This force is very mysterious and doesn't participate in any fights within Yuan City. The only time they made a move was also 3 years ago, when an ancient tomb complex was discovered in the mountains of Yuan City, and at that time, both the Abundance Group and the Good Brothers Financial Company had their eyes on the complex, wanting to profit from it. The God Search Foundation only sent out one young man, and during that scramble, he single-handedly suppressed Mao Wenbao, who had already reached the 5th level of martial artist, forcing back 2 major forces with his own strength. Since then, the God Search Foundation has become the 3rd largest force in Yuan City. God Search Foundation? Lin Xiu stroked his chin in thought, listening to Gucho's description. These 3 major forces, the one that interested Lin Xiu the most was this God Search Foundation. The Fengsheng Group was just a 2-bit boy who rose to power with the help of the remnants of the Gu family. Such a person was not enough to worry about. As for Good Brothers Finance, it made Lin Xiu smell a hint of familiarity. Isn't this the underworld transformation whitewash of his previous life? But it's clear they weren't successful enough in their transition, and instead they got blacker and blacker as they washed out. And this God Search Foundation is different, mysterious, and powerful. Especially the word Sashin is quite meaningful. Right, Boss Lin, I have another piece of news to tell you. As if he had thought of something, Gucho hurriedly spoke. What news? The God-perishing city battle. It's on. Chapter 91, The Great War. At the head of God-perished city, Yang Yanyan and Hua Hearing Wind stood side by side, watching the battle below, both of them frowning. The 3 great God Kings still haven't shown up. Yang Nighton's gaze swept across the field, his expression unprecedentedly grave. The news is wrong. Flower Hearing Wind carried a long sword on his back, his hands casually in his pockets, and said indifferently, "So far the Divine Kingdom side has deployed 15 six-winged archangels alone. It seems that the group of self-proclaimed gods in the God country are planning to fight us to the death." Yang Nightan waved his one hand, and the 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword that emitted a faint glow suddenly appeared in his hand, and throughout the city, a fierce wind rose. "Are you going to make a move?" Hua listened to the wind with a slight sidelong glance, her tone still flat. "Since those 3 won't make a move, I'll force them to make a move." After saying this, Yang Nighton's figure instantly disappeared from the city's head. In the next second, he had appeared in front of a 6-winged archangel. Originally, that 6-winged archangel was teaming up with one of his companions to besiege Jifeng Lu. Although they were unable to defeat each other, they still caused a lot of trouble for Jifeng Lu. And when he saw Yang Nightan, who had a 3rd eye born on his forehead and was holding a 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword, the 6-winged archangel's pupils shrunk violently, and he actually abandoned his companion without any hesitation, spreading out his 6 wings and rapidly retreating. However, Yang Nightan did not give him a chance to escape. The 3rd vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened. A dazzling golden light instantly pierced through the opponent's shoulder, and blood soared out. As soon as that 6-winged archangel was in pain, before he could make any countermeasures, Yang Nightan had suddenly appeared in front of him, and the 3-pointed, 2-edged blade in his hand blatantly slashed down. "Angelic light, protect my true body." That 6-winged archangel's 6 wings unfolded, erupting into a dazzling light that instantly illuminated the entire sky, as if a second sun had appeared in this sky. "Angel Guard." As his words fell, a huge light shield appeared in front of him. This was the blazing angel's means of defense. Angel Guardian. Normally, even the angelic guardian cast by a 2-winged angel would require a 3rd-level martial artist with extremely strong attacking means to barely break through. And now that the 6-winged blazing angel had cast an angelic guardian, I'm afraid that even if these princes and marquises of Jifengliu, they would have to spend some means in order to break through. However, the next scene is beyond the imagination of that 6-winged archangel. He is proud of the defense means in the face of Yang Nighton, like a piece of ordinary glass. Ka-chow. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the angel guardian instantly shattered, turning into a piece of debris that flew around. Immediately afterward, in his shocked gaze, the 3-pointed, 2-edged sword slowly enlarged in front of his eyes, and his body instantly split in two, slowly falling from the air. One move. Yang Nitan only used one move to break the angel guardian and cut down the six-winged angel. Seeing this scene of all the dragon country awakened people, are erupted a burst of cheers. Morale suddenly increased greatly. They suddenly feel that this group of glowing bird people seem to be not so powerful. Well, at that moment, Lin Zhanbei, who was on the side of the battlefield, also saw the scene, and after he and Wang Zhanwu, who only had one arm left, teamed up to kill a fallen angel, he laughed brightly. And, Marquis Knight Peace is mighty. That's the way to do it. Get these birds. After saying that, he once again brought his sword forward and rushed towards an angel. And right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning or any flow of breath. Lin Zhanbei's body lurched. Through his many years of combat experience, he sensed that something was wrong with his opponent in just a single glance, and then immediately retreated. It was only at this time that he had the time to take a look at the other party, a woman in a white dress, who seemed to have just come out of the water as if she was constantly dripping water down her body, and she had long black hair cascading down her back, blocking her entire face and making it impossible to see what she was supposed to look like. Old Wang, this thing isn't right. Lin Zhanbei's face was a bit grave. This isn't an angel. She exudes a chilly aura all over. Wang Zhanwu also frowned slightly. Whatever she is, cut her. Lin Zhanbei clenched his teeth, swung his long sword and rushed forward. However, the other party did not dodge in the face of Lin Zhanbei's powerful strike, but directly met it. Right at the moment his blade came into contact with the opponent's body, Lin Zhanbei's tiger eyes rounded out, his eyes filled with shock. This was because his blade had actually passed through the other party's body without any obstruction, while the other party had not suffered any damage, and had stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted his entire body up. It was only at this moment that Lin Zhanbei reacted to the fact that this was indeed not an angel or a human, but a trick. There's a Sakura Nation trickster in the neighborhood. Seeing Lin Zhanbei being lifted up by the other party's neck, Wang Zhanwu and the others instantly turned pale and rushed up in a rush, wanting to rescue them, yet their attacks were unable to cause any harm to that white-clothed female guile, and they couldn't even touch the other party. And at this time, Lin Zhanbei had already begun to roll his eyes. The strong sense of suffocation made his face red and his brain blank. Right at this critical moment, a silver lance burning with raging flames flew in from the distance. The silver lance stabbed into the female guile's chest without any obstruction, and along with a scream that made people's scalp numb, that female guile instantly dissipated. Zhao Qingqing, clad in bright silver armor like a female god of war, descended from the sky and reached out to support Lin Zhanbei. Old Lin, are you okay? Cough cough cough. I'm fine. Lin Zhanbei coughed violently a few times, then hurriedly spoke. Don't worry about me. Quickly go inform Marquis Knight and that the Sakura Kingdom's controlling trickster is here. But you guys, go! Lin Zhanbei directly interrupted Zhao Qingqing's words, his voice serious for a few moments. Zhao Qingqing was very strong in the face of anyone, even when she was facing the two of them, Marquis of Nighton and King of Hearing Wind. She behaved in an unassuming manner, but it was only when she was with Lin Zhanbei that she resumed her little girl stance, and always listened to the other party's words. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhao Qingqing still nodded her head and agreed, then somewhat uneasily spoke towards Wang Zhanwu and the others. Protect your big brother, I'll be back soon. Don't worry sister-in-law, what just happened won't happen a second time. Wang Zhanwu nodded solemnly. At the same time, just as Yang Nitan was about to strike at the second six-winged archangel, a figure clad in golden armor and holding a huge sword appeared in front of him. Marquis Nighton from the Dragon Kingdom. My friend, isn't this a bit unorthodox of you? Am I familiar with you? Yang Nighton smiled contemptuously and spoke faintly. Then let me introduce myself. The man from the Kingdom of God put his hand on his chest and performed a standard knight's salute before speaking. My name is Howard. They call me the War God's ambassador. Are you one of the so-called three great god kings? Yan Yan shot a glance at the other party with a scrutinizing gazes. No. Howard hastily shook his head and explained. I'm just the messenger of the god of war on earth. If it's the real god of war that descends, you, the Dragon Kingdom, will be annihilated at the snap of a finger. What a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Yang Nighton spoke with some impatience. Since your excellency wants to fight, then let's fight. Howard's gaze flashed, and the huge sword in his hand swung down violently. The three-pointed two-edged sword in Yang Nighton's hand was crossed to block the sword. However, the huge impact actually caused him to retreat more than 10 meters in the air before he could stabilize his body. Seeing this scene, Howard shook his head slightly. Marquis Nighton, you've disappointed me a bit. Rather, I have underestimated you. Yang Nighton moved his somewhat numb arm, then smiled. In that case, let's have some fun with you. Saying that, The vertical eye on his forehead opened once again, and his aura skyrocketed. A far cry from the rambunctious one he was just now. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to get him to take himself seriously. And right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him, looking at the other party's lonely and arrogant back, as well as the long knife carried behind him. The terrifying aura around Yang Nighton slowly dispersed. Go do what you need to do and leave this place to me. Yang Yin hesitated slightly, then still opened his mouth and urged. The other party is also at the peak of transcendent, so be careful. The other party didn't answer, but only nodded slightly, and then with a wave of his hand, a standardized long knife below flew straight into his hand. You're the king of listening to the wind. Flower listening to the wind? Howard asked tentatively. Cut the crap and come fight. After saying that, he instantly appeared in front of the other party, and the standard long knife in his hand slashed down violently. Howard's face changed, then he crossed his huge sword to parry. Ka-chow. The moment the standard long knife and the giant sword touched, the standard long knife instantly crumbled, but the powerful chi force also shook the other party back dozens of meters, and Howard's arm holding the sword unconsciously trembled slightly. You guy. Yang Nighton shook his head helplessly and spat. You make it look like I was weak just now. I'm not short today at all. Degree. Chapter 92, Hua Listening Wind solo battles the three divine ambassadors. Yang Yian moves his troops to death. Listen, king. You're good. The corners of Howard's mouth turned up slightly and, you deserve to be taken seriously. You god country people. You just like to talk nonsense. Do you fight with your mouths? Hua Listening Phone once again opened his hand towards the bottom, and another standardized longsword flew into his hand. Immediately after that, another slash was made towards the other party. Flower Hearing Wind's battle was very different from the other awakened. He didn't have any flashy moves, and even his awakened objects didn't have the presence of divine power. Each of his moves and styles looked so ordinary, but it was such ordinary slashing movements that steadily suppressed War God Envoy Howard. In just 3 minutes, Hua Hearing Wind had already cut off an unknown number of long swords, and at this moment, Howard was even spilling blood from the corners of his mouth, and his arm holding the huge sword could not stop trembling. Flower Hearing Wind, why don't you use your awakening? Are you looking down on me? Howard's eyes were filled with anger. What he was angry about wasn't that the other party had suppressed him in the fight. He was angry that the other party hadn't used his full strength from start to finish while teasing him like a monkey. Because you don't deserve it. Hua Listening Wind remained expressionless as he said that he once again beckoned a long sword. These standardized long knives were all worn by the members of the Dragon Guards, but at this time, the battle had not started for long, and there were already such masterless knives all over the place below, so it was obvious how tragic this battle was. Flower Listening Wind, since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Saying this, Howard's pair of turquoise eyes emitted a blazing golden light, followed by him holding his sword in one hand and pointing to the sky. He said in a loud voice, using my blood as a guide, please invite the god of war to come down. With that said, his other hand was going to grip his own sword, and just then, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Howard, you're really a disgrace. Someone else forced you to use a forbidden technique before they were even serious? Howard and Flower Hearing Wind turned their heads in unison, only to see a little girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, looking at the two of them with a teasing face. Eris, what took you so long? Howard retrieved his giant sword, and the golden light in his eyes faded. I've been here for a while, watching the action. The girl named Eris smiled unusually brightly. You? Howard's eyes glazed over, but he ultimately didn't say anything more. Introduce yourself. Eris looked at Hua Hearing Fong and smiled as she spoke. My name is Eris. In the Divine Kingdom, they like to call me the Goddess of Love Envoy. Hearing these words, only then did Hua Hearing Wind take a serious look at the other party. It was a 13 or 14-year-old little girl with blonde curly hair, big turquoise blue eyes, fair skin, and wearing a princess dress. The whole thing is as cute as a doll. But at this moment, Hua Listening Wind was not in the mood to appreciate the other party, because the other party said that she was the Goddess of Love Envoy, and it was obvious that this was an existence that was on par with Howard, one of the 3 god kings that descended on Divine Perdition City this time. 2 up, 1 more to go. Hua listened to the wind's voice was not loud, but Howard and Eris heard it clearly and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Uncle, what are you talking about? Eris asked vaguely as she took out a lollipop from somewhere and put it in her mouth. I said, call out the other one as well. Hua Hearing Wind held his sword in one hand. His tone was calm, and there was not a single fluctuation of emotion in his deep eyes. Uncle is so rampant, Eris said with a smile. I like it so much. After saying that, she looked up to the sky and shouted, hey, the one playing with water, this uncle is calling you. As Eris' words fell, a pillar of water fell from the sky. Above the water column, A man wearing a light blue tunic with half of his body exposed appeared beside Howard and Eris. His long blue hair was so distinctive that one couldn't forget it just by looking at it. Neptune's envoy, George. It's finally all together. The corners of Hua Hearing Wind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a rare smile. Only this smile contained extremely complex emotions. There was bitterness, dismay, anticipation, and finally a touch of relief. Quickly, finish off Flower Listening Wind first. We can't let young Nightan decapitate the six-winged angels recklessly anymore. The only one of the three, George, who had arrived last, still knew exactly what they had come here for. Okay, got it. Eris nuzzled her mouth, then smiled towards Hua Listening Wind. Then no sorry, handsome uncle, we're going to kill you. After saying that, a longbow suddenly appeared in her hand, only to see her bending the bow like a full moon. A golden light converging into an arrow appeared above the bowstring. The handsome uncle, be careful. As Eris' words fell, her fingers slowly loosened, and the arrow instantly shot out, and when it flew into mid-air, the golden light around the arrow flourished, and in an instant, the silhouette of a huge golden god bird coalesced, and accompanied by a clear chirp, it swooped over towards Hua Listening Wind. Hua Hearing Fang's face changed and he retreated hundreds of meters violently, yet the arrow followed him as if it had locked onto its target. Seeing this, Hua Listening Wind no longer dodged, and swung out the standardized long knife in his hand. Boom! A loud and dull sound resounded throughout Divine Perdition City. The divine bird's shadow slowly dissipated, and only after the golden light dimmed did the crowd see Hua Listening Wind's figure, and the standard long knife in his hand now only had a hilt left to be held tightly in his hand, and the body of the knife had long since disappeared, and the sleeve on the arm he held the sword on was shattered, revealing his bronzed skin. Wow! Handsome uncle is so powerful. Although Eris said this on her lips, there was a hint of disdain in her tone. At that moment, Howard was voicing out a reminder. Don't be careless, he hasn't used his awakening object until now. Hearing this, both Eris and George were slightly stunned. They were also very well acquainted with the awakened in the Dragon Kingdom, and most of their combat abilities originated from the awakened objects. And Hua Hearing Wind was actually able to suppress Howard without using an awakening item and take Eris's full force strike, which is equivalent to the other party letting them fight them with one hand. Strike together and finish him off quickly. See God Envoy George's gaze flashed as he said in a cold voice. Yes. Howard nodded heavily. Eris also put away her previous playful demeanor and her expression became serious. In the next second, the three of them each used their own means to attack Hua Listening Wind. In an instant, the entire sky of the divine perishable city became depressing for a few minutes. Even the aftermath of the battle above would take away the lives of a few angels or dragon generals from time to time. And for a time the battle became unusually scorching. After Yang Yanyan had finished off the third six-winged angel, Zhao Qingqing had finally found him as well. Marquis Nightan, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's controlling trickster, has entered the battle. Upon hearing this, Yang Nightan frowned, then sneered. This group of unseen things are still so willing to be traitors to the divine kingdom. After pondering for a few seconds, Yang Yian turned his head to look at Zhao Qingqing and spoke. Send out a message in my name, ordering the night patrol divisions everywhere to remove the necessary stay-behind guards, and the rest of the people to rush to Divine Perdition City immediately for support. All major martial arts academies, second-year students can also participate in the battle. It is not forced, it is taken voluntarily. Hearing these words, Zhao Qingqing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Yang Nightan, this is to fight on the head. Dragon Guards have already sent out most of the elite, and now he wants to transfer most of the elite of the Night Patrol Division. And even the Martial Arts Academy students began to convene. This is only the first day of the war only. Zhao Qingqing now do not even dare to imagine that after this great war, the Dragon Country and even the whole world will become what? Chapter 93, we respectfully send off the King of Hearing Winds. The great battle was still going on, and the most tragic battlefield at this time belonged to the sky above Divine Perishable City, where the three great God Kings surrounded Flower Hearing Wind. At this moment, Hua Listening Wind still hadn't drawn his sword, but his body was already full of wounds, and the breath around him had become extremely disorganized. Handsome uncle, if you don't use your awakening object, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Eris also looked a bit wretched. Obviously they didn't expect this Hearing Wind King of the Dragon Kingdom to be as powerful as this. Surprisingly, he blocked the three of them for so long with his mortal body. Yes. Hua Hearing Wind laughed and removed the long sword he was carrying behind his back, then gazed around at the three of them and spoke faintly. This sword will have to come out after all. Hua Hearing Foam, with a shout, Yang Yanyan once again came to Hua Listening Wind's side and reached out to press on his hand that was about to draw his sword. Don't be impulsive. We may not lose. What about the next time? Hua Hearing Foam shook his head with a bitter smile. You know, from the time I raised the sword 7 years ago, There's no turning back for me. Young knight and, you know what? I envy you. Yang Yen frowned slightly. Hua Listening Wind had always been a man of few words and always had a lonely and arrogant demeanor, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes, but now he was envious of himself? Not only envy, but even some jealousy. Hua Hearing Feng smiled to himself before continuing, even though I came from the Hua family, not a single person has ever treated me as a family member, because I'm naturally stupid. Everyone calls me a loser. I hated that name, so I practiced my sword as hard as I could, thinking that sooner or later I would become a big hero and impress all. But I don't have any cultivation techniques, and the family's divine stones are even less likely to be allocated to me, so I've been practicing swinging my sword every day. I wasn't taught sword play, so I had to practice the simplest swings, from the first 1,000 swings a day, then 2,000, and then swung the knife 10,000 times a day. Eris and the others looked at Hua Listening Wind, who was talking eloquently and did not mean to interrupt the other party. After all, now that Yang Knighton was also here, as long as Yang Knighton didn't go to intercept the six-winged archangel, they didn't mind spending time with the other party. The flower listening to the wind is as if it wants to say all the words held in the heart for a lifetime. Still keep talking. From the 7 stars of the Big Dipper high, listening to the wind at night with a sword, to the formation of the dragon guards, suppression of the family. Finally, he looked at Yang Yian with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yang Yian, I envy your talent and am jealous of the fact that there is no bottleneck or upper limit on your cultivation journey, and I, Flower Hearing Wind, will stop here in this life, so let me steal your thunder today and be a true hero for once. After saying that, he violently opened his palm and slapped it at Yang Knighton's chest. Yang Knighton did not have any defense. Directly by his palm hit hundreds of meters away. In the next second, Hua Listening Wind did not hesitate to draw the blade that he had kept for 7 years. 7-star knife. Sheathed. As the long sword was sheathed, the entire sky above Divine Perdition City seemed to stand still, and the silence was somewhat terrifying. What is this? Sea God Envoy George swallowed his saliva. His face was a bit ugly. At this moment, he felt as if he was locked by some kind of terrifying power. There was a sense of crisis that he was going to face death at any time. This is like the power of the domain. Eris' petite body trembled a little and said incredulously, but how can he, a mortal, have the power of the domain? That's something that only true gods can control power. Ha! Hua Hearing Wind sneered, the corners of his blood-stained mouth rising slightly. I don't know anything about the field. I call it potential. Seeing that Hua Listening Wind's slash was about to be chopped out, Eris' pair of big eyes kept turning and soon a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes before she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, with such a powerful force, he can only chop out one slash. Let's use the forbidden art together and summon the divine possession. Just carry the cut and we win. But the cost of divine possession is too great. George had a slight hesitation. It's better than losing your life, right? Eris sounded a little anxious. George hesitated for 2 seconds, but finally agreed with a clench of his teeth. Well then, let's get started. Eris was the first to speak. With my blood as a guide, invite the god of love to come. George and Howard also spoke in unison when they saw this, and crossed themselves and, with my blood as a guide, invite the god of war to descend. With my blood as a guide, invite the god of the sea to descend. In the next second, 2 huge pillars of light descended from the sky, one shining on Howard and one on George, while Eris, who was on the sidelines, instantly retreated violently, blinking her eyes and disappearing, leaving behind only a clear and pleasant voice that, big guy, and water play, you guys go for it yo, that uncle is so mean, I'm just going to go ahead. Upon seeing Hua Hearing Wind draw his sword, Eris had no intention of resisting at all. Although the other party said that they didn't know what was called a domain, she could be certain that it was the power of a domain. She had been fortunate enough to have seen the Divine Lord exert the power of the domain with her own eyes, and that feeling was exactly the same as the oppressive sensation that Hua Listening to the Wind had given her just now after he had drawn his sword. In front of the power of the domain, even if one casts a forbidden art, they would still die for sure. So she had just intentionally let the 2 of them cast forbidden arts in order for them to drag Hua Listening to the Wind and escape themselves. Obviously, her plan had succeeded, because Hua Listening Wind only had one blade, and with his strength, even after 7 years of raising his blade, he could only cut out one blade, and after this knife, he will completely become an ordinary person. The awakening object will also disappear. There is no possibility of becoming an awakened person again in this life. He will also completely become a waste of time. This is undoubtedly more difficult to accept than death for Hua Hearing Feng, so he has long thought that after this knife, he will not let himself live again. And at this moment, Howard and George were surrounded by divine power, and the pupils of the 2 of them had been completely replaced by the color gold. emitting a regal light that gave people an impulse to worship Howard. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that it is the god of war. He took the lead to look at Hua Listening Wind and opened his mouth. You are the one who forced the god of war to make use of the forbidden techniques? Hua Listening Wind ignored his opponent, but remained in the action of holding his sword with both hands as he was gathering his potential. George, that is? Poseidon's gaze slightly condensed, then suddenly his face changed greatly. Somewhat incredulously speaking, this is the power of the domain. How can a mere mortal control this power? Mortals? Hua Hearing Wind finally raised her eyes to look at the two of them, showing a sneer on her face as she said faintly, bite by bite, mortals, what are you guys pretending to be? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? The sea god spoke coldly. Shut up. Hua Listening Wind nonchalantly interrupted the other party. His potency had already reached its peak, his breath around him was restless, and the 7-star blade in his hand was emitting a buzzing sound. The bull god. Something that bullies people and brutalizes living beings deserves to be called a god? After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the two, but turned his head to look at Yang Yian in the distance and smiled brightly. Yang Yian, after this slash, the Dragon Kingdom is in your hands. Yang Nighton's face was unprecedentedly solemn, bowing deeply towards Hua Listening Foam, his high voice resounding throughout Divine Perishing City. Night Patrol Division Yang Nighton, respectfully send off King Hearing Wind. As his words fell, the entire Dragon Kingdom generals on the battlefield of Divine Perish City, from princes and lords down to ordinary martial artists, all opened their mouths in unison, and their cries shot up into the clouds. We bid farewell to King Hearing Wind. We bid farewell to King Hearing Wind. Ha 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 ha. In the sound of the sky's compliments, Hua Listening Wind laughed cheerfully, followed by the 7-star blade in his hand slashing out. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Chapter 94, The Hearing Wind King has been snatched away? Boss, ahead is Divine Perish City. Xinzhuang reached out and pointed at the tall city wall in front of him. I'm not blind. Lin Xiu looked up at the 3 figures in the air. One of them was dressed in black, holding a sword in both hands, and the aura around him seemed to have materialized as if it was substantial. Listen to the Wind King. Shenluo's eyes were filled with longing. What does it mean that they're all shouting to respectfully send off King Hearing Wind? Xinzhuang scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It should be the Hearing Wind King preparing to cut out that blade. Hua Jingfeng's face was grave. 3 days ago, Lin Xiu had learned from Gu Qiu that the God-Perishing City battle was about to start and that Hua Hearing Wind had been raising his sword for 7 years just for this day. With this slash, there will be no more Hearing Wind King in the world from now on. When he initially heard this news, Lin Xiu only felt vaguely guilty in his heart, and later on, he also heard the old dean mention that the Battle of Divine Perishing City might have something to do with Cat L this time. Still, he wasn't prepared to take his brothers into danger. And what happened in Sin City and Bijou City before? He didn't want to experience it a second time in his life. As early as in his previous life his boss had told him that it was not good to be the boss. At first he didn't care. In his opinion being the boss was nothing more than leading his brothers to fight, hack and slash, and then drink. It was quite simple. Until after the Bijou City that time, he realized that the boss is really not so good, because one of your decisions, or an impulse, the price may be the lives of the brothers. Later, it was Shen Luo's words that moved him, and it was the first time he agreed with the other's words. So he came. Seems like it's a little late though. Hua Listening Wind's overwhelming blade had already cut out. There are no flashy moves, nor is it much of a shock. It just looks like a mediocre knife. When the sword falls, the gods perish. As Howard and George's figures fell from the air, the corners of Hua Hearing Wind's mouth rose slightly, followed by his head full of black hair slowly turning into a head of white hair, and that cold face was covered with wrinkles. The whole person seemed to have aged dozens of years, from a spirited middle-aged man, to a dying old man. What's going on here? Lin Xiu asked. King Hearing Wind was supposed to be an old man, but it was because of his transcendent cultivation that allowed him to maintain his youthful appearance. And now that he has changed from a transcendent powerhouse to an ordinary man after this slash, he naturally can no longer maintain his previous appearance. Hua Jingfeng opened his mouth to explain. The heir of the flower listening to the wind first glanced at his pale hand, and then smiled indifferently. But when the next second his hands of the 7-star knife slowly shattered, or as a sky of starlight, his eyes appeared in an unprecedented panic color. He wanted to reach out to grab, but nothing to grab. 7 stars, 7 stars, with 2 unwilling voices ringing out. Hua Hearing Wind closed his eyes and opened his arms to slowly fall from the air. He killed the war god envoy and the sea god envoy. Kill him. Flower Hearing Wind can't hold out any longer. Take his head and avenge the 2 divine ambassadors. Kill. I'll see which one of you dares. Yang Nightan swept the 3-pointed, two-bladed blade in his hand, instantly splitting a few of the blazing angels who had rushed up into two halves. And right at that moment, an arrow condensed from divine light shot straight at Hua Listening Wind, who was falling from the air. Eris, you seek death. Yang Nighton's face changed and he charged straight towards that arrow. Just as Yang Nighton had picked off that arrow, the second arrow came again as promised, and for a while he was dragged down by Eris, unable to get away. And at this time, a group of angels had already rushed towards Flower Hearing Wind once again, beheading the Hearing Wind King and avenging the divine envoy. No one wanted to miss out on such a heaven-splitting feat. The crowd of dragon guards, on the other hand, rushed up with the same desperation as they did to guard their king. In an instant, a battle was waged with Flower Hearing Wind at the center, and the target of the battle was the dying Hearing Wind King. The tiger falls down, and just then, 5 figures appeared on the battlefield. They were like bulldozers rampaging through the battle formation. Their target was obviously also the direction where Hua Listening Wind was. The 5 formed a small battle formation, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and 1 according to the center position. The 2 in front of a face of the world, although the male body, but has thousands of women are jealous of the appearance, holding a forest lance, wide open. He seems to be like in order to charge the formation of the general. All the angels hit by him, either dead or injured. The other person is a foot 200 pounds out of the head of the fat man. He did not perform any means of attack, but in the face of any attack he is not to dodge. Although the body hangs a lot of color, but he does not have any feeling in general, and still sells the forward charge. The 2 in the back were 2 women, one wearing an evil ghost mask and holding a green dragon sword. Each swing of the great sword was accompanied by a low dragon roar, as powerful as a rainbow. The other woman wore a long light blue ancient dress, with 2 luo sleeves flung out from time to time, looking less like she was charging the battlefield and more like a fairy falling into the mortal world, dancing and giving a pleasing feeling to the eyes on the chaotic battlefield. As for the man in the middle, he was a bit of an oddball, surrounded by 4 people in the center, protected by a group of people, with a slate in his hand, and every now and then he threw it towards one of the angels. Strangely enough, but none of the angels he threw the slate at were able to dodge it, and the ones he hit ended up with a hard time escaping being hacked to death with a mess of blades. Holy, what is this guy? I don't know, but they're so fierce. Looking at the dress is not someone from the Dragon Guards, nor is it someone from the Night Patrol Division. Who cares? They're from the Dragon Kingdom. Old Wang, why do I see that young man looking a bit familiar? Lin Zhanbei looked out at the figures of the 5 from afar, his brows furrowed. That kid in the middle does look a bit like Lin Xiu. Wang Zhanwu also nodded secretly. At this moment, Lin Xiu's 5 had already rushed in front of Flower Hearing Wind. Lin Xiu threw out a slate and smashed a fallen angel who wanted to sneak attack Flower Hearing Wind. Then spoke, "Fatty, get on his back. Let's rush out." "Alright boss," Xin Zhuang answered, then bent down to carry Hua Listening Wind. This time, the formation of the 5 people changed. The head and tail changed. Tang Baby and Shen Luo opened the way in the front. Lin Xiu and Hua Jingfeng were at the back of the 2 people, and Shen Zhuang, who was carrying Hua Listening to the Wind on his back, was in the center, being protected by the 4 people. At the same time, Yang Nightan was finally able to find an opportunity to shoot Eros Envoy Eris with his heavenly eye. A golden light pierced through the other party's shoulder, and blood soared out. "Three-eyed monster, I'm not playing with you anymore." Eris covered her shoulder, blood oozing from her fingers. Seeing Eris vanish, Yang Nightan did not have the intention to chase after her, but turned his head to look for Hua Listening Wind, and as a result, after half a day's scanning, he didn't see Hua Listening Wind's silhouette at all, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Where's the King of Listening Wind?" Hearing Yang Nightan's inquiry, a member of the Dragon Guards tilted his head and replied, "Marquis Nightan." The Hearing Wind Kings was snatched away. Snatched away? Yang Nightan's eyes burned with anger. Hua Listening Wind sacrificed his entire cultivation to cut through the twin gods with a single slash. But in the end, he couldn't even protect the other party. Yes, it was taken by 5 young men. A flash of doubt flashed in Yang Nightan's eyes. Then he asked, "Not an angel from the kingdom of God?" "It's not angels, it's the Dragon Kingdom people. 5 of them." They rushed in from outside the battle formation, carried King Hearing Wind's corpse and ran away. And now the people are nowhere to be found. Goddamn, listening to the corpse of the Wind King. Old Flower is not dead yet. Yang Nightan secretly slandered in his heart, but that hanging heart, also slightly put down. As long as it is the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it should not hurt the Flower listening to the wind. And at this moment, not far outside of Divine Perdition City, on a small dirt slope, Hua Hearing Wind slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 5 people in front of him. There was some doubt in his eyes, so he weakly opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 95, He who carries the wages of all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Hearing Wind King, you're awake. Shenluo hurriedly bent down and assisted the other party to sit up. Are you Shenluo from the Magic City Martial Arts University? Hua listened to the wind and asked with some uncertainty. You recognize me? A flash of surprise flashed through Shenluo's eyes. Being able to be recognized by her idol was an incomparable honor for her. Among the younger generation, you're pretty good. Hua listening Wind, who had dispersed his cultivation, instead became talkative, no longer as cold and unsympathetic as before. Right. Shenluo seemed to suddenly remember something, then got up and pointed to Lin Xiu on the side and opened his mouth to introduce. Listen to King Feng. His name is Lin Xiu. He's a gangster. Speaking here, Shenluo felt a little embarrassed, but continued. It was the gangster's boss, and he was the one who saved you. Lin Xiu? Hua hearing Wind looked Lin Xiu up and down. Then as if he thought of something, he spoke. I know you. Your performance in Jingnan City shown. Kid Lin Xiu. Meet the hearing Wind King. Lin Xiu bowed slightly, a cynical smile on his face. Seeing Lin Xiu salute, Baby Tang and the others followed suit and bowed together. Actually, you guys don't need to save me. Flower hearing Wind let out a bitter smile. Dying on the battlefield today is the best ending for me, and one that was destined 7 years ago. At this Lin Xiu was silent for a few seconds, then pulled out a root cigarette from his pocket and lit it, slowly squatted down and looked at Hua listening Wind rather seriously. Listening Wind King, to be honest, I really don't want to save you, because the red feather guards under you killed my brothers, and I'm a man with a small heart who holds grudges. Then why are you here again? Flower hearing Wind asked with interest. Because of her words. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at Shenluo next to him. You like her? Flower hearing Wind smiled, thinking she saw everything. Don't tease. Lin Xiu shook his head before explaining. There are quite a few women in my gang. I don't know who I would say I like the most, but if I were to say who I hate the most, it would undoubtedly be her. Shenluo, to tell you the truth, there were times I wanted to get her killed. Hearing these words, the delicate body of Shenluo on the side trembled. A flash of complex emotions flashed in her eyes, and Xin Zhuang also glanced at Shenluo with some nervousness. Then why would she rush over to save me because of her words? Hua hearing Wind was a bit puzzled. I thought she had a few points in that sentence. Lin Xiu took a drag on his cigarette, then slowly spoke. He who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. It's true that people like you shouldn't die like this. Lin Xiu, I appreciate your kindness. Hua hearing Wind smiled, then his eyes quickly dimmed as he continued to speak. But I, Hua hearing Wind, would rather die than languish like a waste. Don't worry about that. If that were true, I wouldn't have come all the way here to save you. Saying that, a pill appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Its appearance didn't look any different from the awakening pill. It was the same, marrow cleansing pill, that the system rewarded Lin Xiu with after he subdued the spiderweb. Nowadays, although Hua listening Feng's awakening object crumbled and he could not cultivate again in this life, the effects of the marrow cleansing pill happened to be useful to him. Not only could he reawaken, but it could also change his talent. Back then, Hua listening Wind was able to cultivate to the point where he was on par with Yang Nighton, the number one in talent, with his ordinary talent. If his talent improved, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for him to return to the top, or even go to the next level. Take it. It won't allow you to return to the Marquis of King's realm, but it will allow you to start all over again. Lin Xiu said confidently as he handed the pill to Hua listening Wind. This, Hua listened to the wind slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. What you said is true. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lin Xiu said back in a calm tone. Hua hearing Feng hesitated for 2 seconds, then said with a relieved expression. Things have come to this, what else do I not believe? If this matter comes to fruition, I'll owe you a big favor, and if you need me to do anything in the future, I'll never excuse myself. Don't worry, I'm not a great benefactor either. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders in a deserving manner. Seeing this, Hua hearing Wind no longer hesitated and directly took the pill, swallowing it in one gulp. Immediately afterward, he felt a warm current instantly sweep through his entire body, and his meridians that had originally been broken were being nourished by some kind of mysterious power, vaguely showing signs of being repaired again. He then didn't have time to explain to Lin Xiu and the others as he slowly closed his eyes and guided that power through his body. And at that moment, Lin Xiu and the others also felt the changes in Hua listening Feng. His originally white hair that was full of white hair was slowly turning black, and the wrinkles on his face were gradually fading away. Fully half an hour had passed, and Hua listening Wind had once again turned into that cold appearance of the past, and the elegance of the listening Wind King had once again reappeared. Right at this moment, Hua listening Wind violently opened his eyes incomparably deep. In the next second, Chi surged around him, and a long blade as black as ink suddenly appeared in front of him. 7-star blade. Shen Luo and the others exclaimed in unison. Flower listening to the wind awakening. Awakening object is still 7-star knife. But at this time the 7-star knife surrounded by black fog shrouded, compared to the previous 7-star knife, a few more points of murderous aura. However, this was far from over. The moment Hua listening wind reached out and gripped the 7-star sword, the aura around him once again surged, and wild winds raged. This is. Hua Jingfeng's gaze condensed slightly, then he spoke with some uncertainty. Wind awakening? That's right. Shen Luo herself possessed an elemental type awakening, and she knew more about this than anyone else present. It's not over yet. Lin Xiu looked at Hua listening wind with a grave expression and slowly spoke. He's still awakening. As Lin Xiu's words fell, Hua listening wind directly stood up and slashed down towards the dirt slope behind him with a single-handed sword. Boom! In an instant the original small dirt slope was instantly split with a huge crack that stretched for hundreds of meters. Power awakening. This time the crowd all saw that this was the most common strength-based awakening. Triple awakening. Shen Luo's face was agitated and he couldn't help but open his mouth. A triple awakened hearing wind king. It should be known that in his early years, Hua listening wind had cultivated to the peak of transcendent by virtue of just one awakening, and had raised his sword for 7 years, and once he drew his sword and cut down the twin gods, and now the hearing wind king who possessed the 3 awakenings, although he was currently only at the strength of a 3rd-grade martial artist, it was anyone's guess as to just how far he would go in the future. Feeling the power in his body, Hua hearing Feng could not hide his excitement as he turned to look at Lin Xiu with a look of gratitude. Lin Xiu. Thank you. Don't. Never. Lin Xiu reached out to interrupt the other party, then smiled and spoke. Don't say thank you. I'll be too embarrassed to make conditions with you if you say thank you. Hua hearing wind was slightly stunned at his words, then smiled brightly. You kid. You're a wonderful person. Say, what's your offer? King hearing wind. Although your old man is now able to recultivate, but after all, you are still only a 3rd-level martial artist, so why don't you just join my black gang? As soon as these words were uttered, Shen Luo and the others on the side sucked in a breath of cool air. They knew that Lin Xiu was bold, but they didn't expect the other party to be so bold. This is to make the famous king of listening to the wind a junior to him? If the people of the Dragon Guards knew about this, wouldn't they tear him apart? I'm afraid? Chapter 96, Su Lauren. You're really good at fooling people. Is it possible to change the conditions? Hua listened to the wind and spoke with some difficulty. What kind of person is he? Flower hearing wind? The king of listening to the wind, leading the 5 guards of the Dragon Guards, guarding half of the Dragon Kingdom, with one sword. Angels break their wings and gods fall. Let him give a kid in his early 20s as a little brother. He really has. Shame. It seems like the hearing wind king is ready to whore me out for nothing. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders and said with a helpless face, but you're the king of hearing wind, so I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. After saying that, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand. Be my guest. Hearing the other party's conspiratorial mockery, Hua listening wind's old face flushed before explaining. That's not what I meant. King hearing wind doesn't need to explain. I'm a junior and can't afford it. Lin Xiu was about to turn around and leave after saying that. Seeing this, Hua listened to the wind and hurriedly called out to him. Lin Xiu, wait, I can promise you. Hua hearing wind clenched her teeth, then continued, but now that the enemy is at hand, the Dragon Kingdom still needs me as the hearing wind king. How about I join your gang once I'm done with Dragon Guard? Lin Xiu's footsteps lurched as he said quietly. Listening to the Wind King is trying to paint a big picture for me, isn't it? Hua hearing Feng had a headache. He felt that this kid in front of him was simply more difficult to deal with than the 3 God Kings of the God Kingdom. He sighed helplessly, then pulled out a token made of some unknown metal from his pocket and threw it to Lin Xiu. What's this? Lin Xiu took the token and looked at the 2 big words written on it. 100 flowers. This is the token of one of the 5 guards of the Dragon Guard. The 100 Flowers Guard. Hua hearing Feng opened his mouth and explained. You take this token and go to Nandu City. I will greet them and as long as they see the token, they will join your black gang. 100 Flower Guard? Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, then rubbed his chin and, I've heard that the 100 Flower Guard is the weakest of the 5 guards of the Dragon Guard, right? Hua hearing Wind reached out and slapped his forehead, then said helplessly, for this great war, almost all of the other 4 guards were transferred by me to Divine Perdition City. And currently only the 100 Flower Guard has a complete establishment. Besides, the 100 Flower Guard's so-called weakness is only compared to the other 4 guards. That doesn't mean they're really weak. Today's 100 Flower Guards still have the strength to attack and break down a city. How many 100 Flower Guards are there? Lin Xiu's main concern remained the power value. The 100 Flower Guards were established for a relatively short period of time, and because they are all female, All of their numbers are relatively small, totaling 3,800 people. That's a guaranteed 3,800 PowerPoints. Lin Xiu agreed in a single breath after a little thought. Although he didn't manage to take the thigh of Hua Listening Wind under his wing, but a marrow cleansing pill in exchange for 100 flower guard, Lin Xiu was still satisfied. Then thank you, King Hearing Wind. Lin Xiu smiled and arched his hand. Since there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Hua Listening Wind was not daring to say a word more to the other party, and if he said any more, his home base would be emptied. Take care, King Hearing Wind. Lin Xiu nodded with a smile. You guys aren't going to Divine Perdition City? Flower Hearing Wind asked. A few of us have low strength, so we won't go and drag our feet. Lin Xiu shook his head and spoke. The mission that Dean Zhao has arranged for us is to head to Ling Yuan City to fight bandits. Ling Yuan City? Flower Hearing Wind pondered for a few seconds before reminding. You must be careful of a force when you go to Ling Yuan City. What forces? God Search Foundation. Flower Hearing Wind said rather seriously. This force is mysterious and powerful. I even suspect that there are strong people at the level of Marquis among them. Wang Ho? Lin Xiu's gaze slightly condensed. He had originally planned to make a move against the three major forces of Ling Yuan City when he returned. If the God Search Foundation really had a Wang Ho sitting on it, then I'm afraid that his plan wouldn't be able to go smoothly. This is just my guess. Flower Hearing Wind shook her head slightly and explained. Originally, I was planning to personally investigate, but then the Divine Perishing City incident happened. Moreover, their group is only keen on exploring the various dangerous places of the Dragon Kingdom, and they are not people who do wrong, so as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke them, I'm sure they won't make things difficult for you. I see. Thanks for the reminder. 3 days later, Lin Yuan City. Gu Qiu had followed Lin Xiu's instructions and bought a villa on the outskirts, and at this moment, the gangsters were gathering inside the villa. Damn. If I had to say go straight to him. Hu Shangyue rubbed a large bag on his forehead and spoke with a swollen nose. What kind of bull ***** maniac Mao Wenba? What kind of bull ***** good brothers company? Chop up all the people for him, smash the company for him, I'll make him mad again. Old 3, be quiet for a while. Su Nuo spoke somewhat helplessly. Before Lin Xiu left, he had asked them to explore the bottom of the three major forces, but as a result, Hu Shangyue, the simpleton, directly led people to the headquarters of the Good Brothers Financial Company, saying that he wanted to find the boss of the others to have a chat. The result is predictable. Touch a nose not to mention, but also by Mao Wenba to a beating. If not Gu Qiu arrived in time, I'm afraid he high and low to be broken a leg. Lao Air, a brother has been beaten. You can't just ignore it, Hu Shangyue said with an aggrieved face. If the boss was here, he would have already led his brothers to chop him up, but the boss isn't here. Su Nuo spread his hands, then spoke. That Mao Wenba is a rank 5 martial artist, and with the boss and the rest of them gone, who else among us is his opponent? Speaking here, Su Nuo glanced at Cat L, who was sitting in silence, before adding, only sister-in-law can barely fight, but with the boss away, how can we let sister-in-law take the risk? Even if this is a great achievement, the boss will be very happy when he comes back and sees that we've subdued one of the three major forces, but that won't do. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Cat L, who had been silent all this time, lit up, then looked up at Su Nuo and said with a serious expression, I've recently refined the divine stone Lin Xiu gave me, and I feel like I've vaguely touched the threshold of a four-winged angel. I feel like I desperately need a fight right now. Maybe I'll break through if I fight. Lin Xiu had assigned some divine stones to all of them before he left. Among them, Kader, Su Nuo, and Hu Shangyue, as well as Long Hair. A few of them were given special care, and they had a few more divine stones than the others. During these 3 days, Long Hair was the first to break through to a level 2 martial artist, followed by Chun Chang, who possessed the special awakening Dark Shadow. As a blazing angel, Cadel's cultivation style was different from everyone else's, and no one was able to tell just how strong she was right now. Sister-in-law, this is no time for jokes, haha. Su Nuo's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance before he said, before the boss left, he specially instructed me to take good care of you, sister-in-law, and absolutely not to let you be in any danger. Did he really say that? A blush rose to Cadel's face, her voice as thin as a fly. This is still false? Su Nuo said rather seriously. Boss knew that this trip to Divine Perishing City was too dangerous, so he purposely left you in Ling Yuan City, and he's still worried about you. All the more reason for me to share his worries then. A look of determination flashed in Kater's eyes, then she stood up directly and looked at Hu Shangyue. Go, take me to that Mao Wenba. I'll fight back for you. Seeing this scene, Hu Shangyue secretly gave a thumbs up toward Su Nuo, with eyes that seemed to say, Su Laudi, you're damn good at fooling people. Chapter 97, Woe to the Wife and Child. Good Brothers Financial. At this time, Mao Wenbo was sitting in front of his desk with a serious face, looking at the bill in his hand. His so-called financial company, in the final analysis, is a loan shark, after all, just with a few brothers. They cannot think of any other money-making camp. Just then, a middle-aged man pushed the door and walked in, sitting grumpily on the chair opposite Mao Wenbo. Big brother, still looking at that Thai bill? What's the matter with you again? Mao Wenbo looked up at the other party and asked without any good humor. This man's name was Zhang Chang, one of the earliest sworn brothers to follow Mao Wenbo, ranked 5th, and everyone within Yuan City called him Zhang Fifth Master. However, this goods have a problem. That is, addicted to gambling is life, and every time the gambling is not small, specializing in the casino under the Shang phone group to gamble. There are several times because of gambling debts were detained in the casino does not allow to come out. In the end it was all Mao Wenbo who went and ransomed him. Borrow some money to spend. Zhang Chang spread out his palms towards Mao Wenbo without being shy. Old 5. You went gambling again? Mao Wenbo frowned at his words, putting down the bill in his hand, a touch of anger on his face. A small gamble is good for love. Zhang Chang shrugged his shoulders and smiled with a disinterested face. I can't give you any more money this time. Mao Wenbo's tone was a bit low as he sighed and explained. The situation in Yuan City is getting more and more chaotic nowadays. I'm ready to go gold. What? Zhang Chang stood up violently, looking at Mao Wenbo with a shocked expression. Big brother, are you crazy? You're only 33 years old and you're going to be golden? What will the brothers do if you quit? Old 5. As you know, your sister-in-law is pregnant. Mao Wenbo waved his hand to signal him to sit down, then continued. Yuan City is getting more and more chaotic nowadays. Just a few days ago the Dragon Guards sent out the Red Feather Guards to come to Yuan City to fight the bandits, and I heard that all of those Red Feather Guards died outside the city. It's not like we did it. It's none of our business. Zhang Chang sat down on the chair again with an indignant face. I know we didn't do it, but that was the Red Feather Guards. Mao Wenbo knocked on the table and said with a serious face. The Red Feather Guard with the strongest combat power among the 5 guards of the Dragon Guard. They died in Yuan City. Will the Dragon Guard be able to rest in peace? When the time comes, if we really piss off the Dragon Guard and come to a point where we'd rather kill than let go, then we'll all be finished. Saying this, he sighed again before continuing. This morning, another organization called the Mob sent someone to me. Although the person at the head has average strength, his attitude is extremely arrogant, so I think he has a background. I couldn't resist beating him up today, but I did it with a measured hand and hopefully it won't get us into trouble. Mao Wenbo pinched his brow, obviously a little annoyed, and then waved his hand, signaling Zhang Chang to go out and, go ahead and get out. I have bills to look at and I'm not going to pay you this time. Zhang Chang's eyes were a bit cloudy, but he didn't say anything more and directly got up to leave. When he walked out of Mao Wenbo's office, he turned his head and spat fiercely, then viciously cursed, still a ing berserker, pure and simple wimpy one. When he took 3 steps to the company's entrance, he saw a group of people walking towards the side from afar. Looking at the situation, they were definitely coming from a bad place. The leader of this group was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman from the Divine Kingdom with a stunningly beautiful face. There were 2 young men flanking her, one fierce-looking bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his face, and the other a thin young man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked svelte. And behind them, they are actually followed by hundreds of people. When Zhang Chang saw the scene, he hurriedly turned around and was about to run towards the company. However, in the next second, a figure like a ghost blocked in front of him, without any signs, as if it appeared out of nowhere. Shadow. Chen Chang. Brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. Chen Xing reached out and wrapped his arm around his shoulders with a smile on his face. What are you doing? Zhang Chang's body trembled slightly. Speak to our second brother if you have anything to say. Chen Xing reached out to Su Nuo and spoke with a smile. Zhang Chang looked up at Su Nuo, who was a gentlemanly-looking man with a kind smile on the corner of his mouth, before opening his mouth and asking, Who are you people? Want to do what? Your name is Zhang Chang, right? Su Nuo pushed up his glasses and asked tentatively, You know me? Zhang Chang cocked his head in some surprise. When we gangsters first arrived, it's only natural for us to inquire about the big names within Yuan City, and we've still heard of Zhang Fifth Master's great name. Su Nuo smiled and spoke, hearing Su Nuo's compliment. The nervous look on Zhang Chang's face dissipated for the most part as he removed Chen Xing's hand on his shoulder, then straightened his collar and spoke. Not bad, I am Zhang Chang. That's right then. Su Nuo smiled, then made a wink towards Chen Xing at the side. Chen Chang nodded in understanding, then pulled out a dagger from somewhere, and without any hesitation, directly stabbed down towards Zhang Chang's thigh. Ah ha ha ha. As soon as Zhang Chang was in pain, He subconsciously opened his mouth to cry out, yet Chen Qing directly reached out and covered his mouth, making a silent gesture towards him. If you yell again, I'll stick a knife in your mouth. If you don't believe me. Hearing these words, Zhang Chang hastily shook his head as a layer of cold sweat had seeped out from his forehead due to the intense pain. That's a good boy. Chen Chang nodded his head in satisfaction, then let go of his hand. What exactly do you guys want? Zhang Chang asked as he first glanced at Chun Chung before turning his head to Su Nuo. We're not really interested in you. Su Nuo slowly walked forward and whispered, but still interested in that big brother of yours. You guys want to move Mao Wenba? Zhang Chang asked through gritted teeth as he endured the severe pain. That's right, but he's a bit of a difficult person to deal with. Su Nuo reached out and rubbed his temples before continuing. So I want you to do me a favor. What favor? Zhang Chang was also very clear that there was no room for bargaining for himself right now, and that he could still distinguish between Mao Wenba's life and his own compared to his own. I heard that he has a wife and is pregnant. The corner of Su Nuo's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Then he pressed his face close to Zhang Chang's ear and spoke in a low voice. You take me over to meet her, okay? You're going to go after his family. Zhang Chang's eyes instantly widened in shock. Keep your voice down. It's not good for others to hear such despicable tactics. Su Nuo slapped him across the face. Zhang Chang was dumbfounded. You know meanness too? Su Nuo first patted Zhang Chang's shoulder before turning his head to look at Cadel and Hu Shangyue and spoke. Sister-in-law, Lao San, I'll leave this side of things to you. I'll take this chapter Kung brother out for a spin. Elder Su. Big brother said that the trouble is not as bad as his wife and children. Hu Shangyue shouted at the top of his voice. I know. Su Nuo waved her hand and laughed. That's why I'll do this thing. A secret base somewhere in Ling Yuan City. Two silhouettes in black and red cloaks stood opposite each other, and one of them spoke. Elder, something happened in Ling Yuan City recently. Speak. A pale voice came from the other figure. The people sent by the Red Feather Guards to fight the bandits died tragically outside of the city, and another organization called the Black Gang came out of nowhere, and is now ready to take action against Mao Wenba. Hearing these words, the figure was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Although that Mao Wenba person is a bit stupid, he still has a bottom line and is relatively easy to control. As for that what's his name Gangster, if they dare to meddle in the affairs of Ling Yuan City, let's chop off their hands. Yes, Elder. Right. That elder seemed to have thought of something, then opened his mouth and asked, how's the research going on the topic given to you from above? Back to the words of the elder. I am basically certain that there was indeed an existence of the great sage of Qi Tian in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, the figure said in a firm tone, and he must be a powerful existence that surpasses the gods of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 98, Obstetrician and Gynecologist. Su knew. By now, thousands of people had gathered in front of Good Brothers Financial. Half of them were occupied by gang members and the other half by Mao Wenba's men, and the two sides faced each other. Strong dragons don't suppress snakes. You gangsters have stepped over the line. At this moment, Mao Wenba was shirtless, revealing a body of toned muscles, his gaze dead set on Cadel who was standing at the front of the crowd. Can't understand. Cadel shook her head with a serious face, then asked, are you still fighting? Humph. Mao Wenba let out a cold snort, then spoke somewhat contemptuously. I never hit women. Come with another one. For some reason, Cadel who heard these words instantly looked like a wildcat that had exploded. Her fists clenched, and her gaze carried an icy killing intent. What kind of a thing are you? Worthy of saying that too. In the next second, the wings behind Cadel suddenly unfolded, and golden light overflowed. Hu Shangyue and the others hastily retreated so as not to be mistakenly injured. However, this was not the end of the matter. Immediately afterward they saw Cadel's wings regenerate underneath her wings. Four-winged angel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is sister-in-law being infuriated and breaking through? Hu Shanyue's jaw dropped as he watched this scene, always feeling that it was somewhat unreal. The angels of the kingdom of God were originally different from the awakened. Each of their breakthroughs would be a qualitative change. If the previous Cadel could be able to contend with a level 3 martial artist, then the one who had broken through to a four-winged angel was sufficiently capable of resisting a level 6 martial artist. Mao Wenba obviously knew this as well, and seeing the four-winged, flapping Cadel in front of him, he couldn't help but subconsciously gulp. As much as he felt it was a shame to hit a woman, it seemed even more shameful to be hit by a woman. So he also stopped talking nonsense and violently stomped his foot. His aura around him skyrocketed, and his pair of sandbag-sized fists were instantly covered in a faint layer of light. This is his awakening object, the Iron Fist. He was the one who had made a name for himself in Ling Yuan City with this pair of iron fists in the beginning, and the Good Brothers Finance that he founded was ranked as one of the 3 major forces. The madman Mao Wenba dares to break the bones of the King of Hell. If you don't make a move, you won't have a chance. Cadel's gaze slightly condensed, feeling the majestic divine power in her body. She felt that her current self might be able to slap this burly man in front of her to death. Arrogant! Mao Wenbo clenched his teeth and bullied his way forward, his pair of iron fists fiercely blasting out, aiming straight for Cat Eye's face. However, the next second, everyone froze. In the face of his powerful punch, Cat Elle did not choose to dodge, but slowly extended her hand. Boom! Fists and palms clashed and a violent clash erupted. Kate's face does not change color, while Mao Wenbo's the pupil was violently shrinking. This punch he did not have any retention, has played out his 100% strength, yet was the other party lightly next. Not only that, the other party didn't even use any of the Blazing Angel's means, and didn't even summon the Angel's blade. Why are you so weak? Cat Elle followed Ling Xiu's tone and opened her mouth faintly, then her white palm clenched hard and tightly clasped Mao Wenbo's fist. At this moment Mao Wenbo gave birth to a feeling of chills running down his spine. It turns out he was right about his feelings. The moment Cat Elle held his fist, her feathered wings unfolded behind her, and her entire body rose up in the air. She held Mao Wenbo in one hand and swung it around in the air before slamming it heavily towards the ground. Boom! Mao Wenbo's robust body smashed solidly on the ground like a sandbag, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, this had only just begun. Cat Elle dropped from the air and came in front of Mao Wenbo. She slowly bent down, grabbed her opponent's ankles, and once again swung her opponent around before slamming her onto the ground once more. Boo! 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 A full 5 minutes had passed. Madman Mao Wenbo. Broken bones all over. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Hu Shanyue saw this and rushed forward to stop him. Our purpose is to subdue him, not beat him to death. Oh! Cat Elle drifted off. And then she only saw the feathered wings behind her quake, and a touch of light green light spilled onto Mao Wenbo, and in an instant, the injuries on his body were actually recovered to the extent that they had been recovered. Well, keep fighting, Cat Elle said, about to lift her opponent up again. You're sick, aren't you? At this time, Mao Wenbo had already collapsed. A pair of tiger eyes even had hidden tears flashing. Are you sick? To kill, but wear a frown lousy, not just call Mao. Boo! 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 You must be sick. Mao Wenbo struggled to get up. At this time he now only begged for a death. A painful death. Just as Cadell was about to strike again, Hu Shanyue's communicator suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a video call from Su Nuo, Hu Shanyue hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up, followed by Su Nuo's elegant voice. Give the communicator to Mao Wenbo. Hu Shanyue first glanced at Cat Elle, and seeing that the other party didn't make any statement, he handed the communicator to Mao Wenbo. What do you mean? Mao Wenbo received the communicator with a puzzled expression, and immediately afterward he saw a young man wearing glasses appear within the communicator. Hello Boss Mao. Su Nuo had his signature smile on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. To introduce myself, my name is Su Nuo and I'm from the Black Gang. I don't care who you are. What the hell are you doing? Mao Wenbo felt at this moment that the gangsters group was sick. Very sick. This crazy woman in front of her, beating herself up while healing herself. And now out comes another one who video chats with herself halfway through a fight. I'm sending you a video because I have a big happy event to tell you. Su Nuo spoke with a delighted face. Your wife is about to give birth. Hearing these words, Mao Wenbo's face changed. Then his voice was incomparably low. What are you farting about? My wife is only 3 months pregnant. Who told you that you can't have a baby in 3 months of pregnancy? Su Nuo said righteously. It looks like you're just poorly read. I'll perform a 3-month birth for you right now. After saying that, Mao Wenbo saw Su Nuo take out a rusty dagger from somewhere, and immediately afterward he heard a familiar cry. It's his wife's voice. Asterisk 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 UING stop. Mao Wenbo immediately growled. The Jianghu rule of woe is not as good as your wife and children. Don't you understand? Of course I understand. Su Nuo smiled and spoke. My boss told me that a long time ago, but unluckily, right now my boss is out of town, and I for one am mainlining a mean one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mawborn cried out as he tore his heart out. Don't yell yet. I haven't even started. Su Nuo held the communicator a little farther away, then said, or maybe you'd consider taking your people and joining the gang. I don't have a chance of not being this gynecologist today. You used such tactics to force me to join. Do you think I'll serve you? Mao Wenbo's pair of tiger eyes turned red and he was in a rage. You're mistaken. I don't need you to serve me at all. Su Nuo laughed and shook his head before explaining. You only need to serve my boss. Speaking here, Su Nuo's expression became rare and serious for a few moments before continuing. My name is Su Nuo. The Nuo of one promises 1,000 pieces of gold, and after joining the gang, you are always welcome to seek revenge on me. But there is one thing that you have to keep in mind. If you do anything to wrong the mob, or the boss, I'll make sure your family is reunited early. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenbo was silent for a long time, and finally he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his voice hoarse, and, I'm joining. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who was far outside of Nandu City, had his eyes light up. Just now he had received another 700 points of power value. At this moment, his power value had reached 3,398 points, and after entering the city in a while and incorporating the 100 flower guards into the Black Gang, his power value would break through the 5,000 mark, and at that time, he would be able to break through to a level 5 martial artist. In his previous 4 awakenings, he had obtained the slab, which restrained divine power, the chopper, which restrained guile, the peaceful axe, which restrained the demon race, and the Bai Chi tattoo, which he had obtained in his last awakening, which restrained the human race. He was somewhat looking forward to this awakening. What awakening item would the system give him? Let's have a prophet predict what Lin Xiao's next awakening will be. I'm looking for a gift, and I'm looking for a good review. Chapter 99, The Wildflower Guards. Nandu City, a city rich in legends. There was no other reason. Simply because this was the hometown of the king of listening to the wind. Flower listening to the wind. And it was also the place where he first drew his sword. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are high, and I listen to the wind and bring my sword at night. 2 short sentences were enough to cast a layer of aura that would never linger on this city. And now in front of the gates of Nandu City, there stood a 5-meter-high statue of a cold youth-like figure in the shape of a drawn sword. Is this Nandu City? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly as he shook his head. It's nothing special. Nandu City is originally a small city, and the reason it's famous is entirely because a hearing wind king came out of here. Shen Luo, with a yearning look on his face, opened his mouth and explained. But there is another feature here now. What color? Xin Zhuang, who hadn't said much along the way, seemed to have heard something of interest and hurriedly opened his mouth. Where is the color? What's in your head at a young age? Shen Luo slapped him on the back of the head and said with a displeased face. Today's Nandu City does not have a city lord's mansion. There are only the night patrol division, which is stationed in the area, and the 100 flower guards, who are in charge of the guarding of Nandu City. 100 flower guard? Lin Xiao opened his mouth and asked. Is that the 100 flower guard that Hua Listening Wind gave us? That's right. Shen Luo nodded, then continued. Although the 100 flower guard's strength is the most inconspicuous among the 5 guards, it has one characteristic. That's all the people in the 100 flowers guard. All young women. This is good. Xin Zhuang's colorful little eyes instantly lit up, and the result was to be slapped by Shen Luo once again. I'm being put on the spot by that old dang Hua Listening Wind. Again. Ha! Lin Xiao was instantly a bit chagrined. What's the point of giving him a bunch of vases? He wants a fierce man who dares to fight and kill. Not really. In fact, the strength of the 100 Flowers Guard is still very strong. The women who are able to join the 100 Flowers Guard are at the very least level 3 or above martial artists. The reason why they are weaker than the other 4 guards is still more of a numerical disparity. While their individual strength may not necessarily be inferior to the other 4 guards, Shen Luo explained. Hopefully. Lin Xiao stretched his back, then said, let's go. We'll know if we go and take a look. Xin Zhuang casually found someone on the side of the road and inquired, and learned where 100 Flower Guard was located. And several people drove for about 10 minutes or so before arriving at an independent building. After getting off the bus, Lin Xiao looked at the plaque hanging at the gate with the word 100 flowers. Looks like this is the place, said Lin Xiao as he took the lead and walked in. And as soon as he entered, he saw a woman in a tight-fitting combat uniform walk over. She first looked Lin Xiao and the others up and down before reaching out to stop them and spoke. Stop. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao directly pulled out the token that Hua Listening Wind had given him from his pocket and casually threw it to the other party. The woman subconsciously reached out to catch it, but when she saw the token, her pupils shrunk slightly, then she looked at Lin Xiao with some shock. You're from the King of Hearing Winds? No. Lin Xiao stretched out a finger and shook it, then said, the Hearing Wind King is my person. What? That woman had a puzzled look on her face, but after all, the other party was holding the Hearing Wind King's token, so she couldn't say anything more. Alright, I can't explain to you clearly in a moment. Call your commander to come out. Lin Xiao waved his hand and didn't bother to explain to the other party. I'll take you there. That woman spoke respectfully. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao and the others followed the other party to an office. The woman knocked on the door, and a woman's voice came from inside. Come in. Upon entering the door, Lin Xiao saw a 26 or 27-year-old woman sitting in an office chair. Her looks could only be considered ordinary compared to the likes of Shen Luo Kadeer, with light freckles on both sides of her cheeks, and a tearful mole growing at the corner of her eye. Seeing Lin Xiao and the others come in, a flash of doubt flashed across her eyes. You are? Hearing her words, The woman who had brought Lin Xiao and the others in earlier hurriedly stepped forward and presented the token in her hands with both hands. Seeing the token, the woman revealed a look of dawning realization, then got up to look at Lin Xiao and asked, "You are Lin Xiao?" "It's me." Lin Xiao nodded. "King Hearing Wind contacted me." The woman walked out from behind the desk, then solemnly arched her hand towards Lin Xiao and spoke. "Subordinate 100 Flower Guards Vice Commander, Long Yu. Meet the commander." Lin Xiao helped the other party up with one hand. Originally he thought that he would have to go through a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't even half question it. "You said that you are the 100 Flower Guards Vice Commander?" Lin Xiao asked with some doubt. "That's right." Long Yu opened her mouth to explain. The position of the 100 Flower Guards Commander has always been in a state of vacancy, and previously, King Hearing Wind was prepared to pull in Zhao Qingqing from the magic capital Martial University to lead the 100 Flower Guard, but the other party refused. "So that's how it is." Lin Xiao nodded, then continued, "Where are all the 100 Flower Guards nowadays?" "All in the city. After I received the news from the Hearing Wind King, I gathered everyone from the 100 Flower Guard back." "Very good." Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction before instructing, "Long Yu, you gather all the 100 Flower Guards now. I have something to say." "Yes." Half an hour later, the 100 Flower Guard martial arts field. Lin Xiao stood on the high platform and looked down at the entire 800 people of the 100 Flower Guards. This was the most he had ever harvested minions so far, and the sight of Shen Zhuang at this time the saliva is almost down. This is a whole more than 3,000 beautiful women. With the 100 Flowers Guards accession, the gangs all of a sudden will show the situation of yin and yang. At that time, he will be able to get out of the single. Lin Xiao's gaze swept the crowd below before he spoke aloud. "From today onwards, you are no longer affiliated with the Dragon Guards, but with the gang. Any of you who have an opinion can make it now. Only the strong deserve to be the commander of the 100 Flower Guards." That's what I heard from the Wind King back then. Even Lang Yu could only be subordinate to the vice commander. "So what are you based on?" A girl below opened her mouth. As she took the lead to open her mouth, causing a group of people to echo, suddenly the entire martial arts arena became warbling. The noise gave Lin Xiao a bit of a headache. "Which one said that just now?" Lin Xiao rubbed his brow, then spoke. "Stand out yourself." "I said it." A young girl, who looked to be in her early 20s, took a step forward and looked straight at Lin Xiao. "Very well." Lin Xiao laughed, then spoke. "Since all of you are unconvinced, I'll give you a chance. Today I will set up a ring here. We will only put out one person, but if any of you can defeat him, I will turn around and leave. And in the future, you 100 Flower Guards will still be 100 Flower Guards. Is that true?" the girl asked half-heartedly. "Cut the crap. What do I need to assure you of?" Lin Xiao glanced at her indifferently, then turned his head to look at the two of them, Shen Luo and Hua Jingfeng. "Which one of you two is coming?" Saying that, Lin Xiao's gaze deliberately lingered on Hua Jingfeng for a moment. This battle is undoubtedly a battle of prestige. Whoever these two were, if they could win, they would be able to completely subdue this group of women. And compared to Shen Luo, Lin Xiao obviously trusted Hua Jingfeng more. "I can." Now that the water element had gained evolution Shen Luo, she was confident in herself, and even if it was that vice commander called Long Yu, she was confident in defeating the other party. Lin Xiao ignored her and instead continued to look at Hua Jingfeng. At this moment, Hua Jingfeng had also understood Lin Xiao's meaning, so he opened his mouth expressionlessly. "This battle, I'll do it." Chapter 100 Functional Awakening Object. Sunglasses. Half an hour later, Hua Jingfeng held Lin Longxian's gaze sweeping the entire field. Fatally opened his mouth. "Is there anyone else who wants to come up?" Originally, Lin Xiao knew that Hua Jingfeng must have hidden his strength, but he didn't think that the other party actually hid it so deeply. He had just seen with his own eyes a rank 4 martial artist being knocked off the stage by one of his moves. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that in the entire gang, besides himself, only Shen Luo can fight with him, and even baby Tang may not be his opponent. "Commander Lang, go up and teach him a lesson." A member of the 100 Flower Guard spoke up. When these words came out, they were immediately echoed by the crowd, and in an instant, the field was chanting Long Yu's name. Long Yu was in a difficult situation. Her strength was the strongest in the entire 100 Flowers Guard. She was also a level 5 martial artist. She was absolutely obedient to Hua Listening Wind's orders, and she trusted the other party enough. Since Hua Listening Wind chose to let the 100 Flowers Guard to join the gangs, naturally, there was his reasoning. That's why from start to finish, she hadn't thought of making things difficult for Lin Xiao and the others. But now that Lin Xiao had proposed a ring battle, and he was being racked up, there was a feeling that he was riding a tiger. Lin Xiao also saw Long Yu's difficulty, so he smiled and opened his mouth. "Commander Lang, feel free to come up and spar with him, and if you win, This 100-flower guard will still be under your command in the future. I believe in King hearing Win's choice. Ling Yu shook her head. Then her words changed. I do want to spar with him though. After all, I haven't seen a girl who can fight so well in a long time. And it's hard not to get a little itchy. Lin Xiu, oh, I'm a man. Hua Jingfeng's face turned blue and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ling Yu was also stunned. She was initially puzzled as to why such a good-looking little girl would want to dress up as a man, but now it seemed that she had made a mess. Sorry, I didn't know. Cut the crap and come up. Hua Jingfeng's voice was a bit icy. The thing he hated the most was when people said that he looked like a woman. Originally he only wanted to win this ring match for Lin Xiu and completely subdue the 100 flower guards, but now he just wanted to give this hateful woman a good beating. As Ling Yu stepped into the ring, a miserable battle completely opened the curtain. Ling Yu's awakening object is a wandering dragon stick, and his fighting style is 7 times similar to Hua Jingfeng's. Both are wide open fighting styles, which are more suitable for battlefield rushes. Such two people fighting is very pleasing to the eye, giving a very strong visual impact, and the end result is still that Hua Jingfeng is slightly better. 20 minutes later, Ling Yu walked down from the ring with a bruised and swollen nose, sniffing her nose and showing an aggrieved face. Are you guys willing to join the gang now? Lin Xiu walked up to the ring and looked at the crowd below with a smile. Everyone was silent at this moment. Hua Jingfeng's age looked like he was in his early 20s, but his strength was stronger than Ling Yu. But even if he was as strong as Hua Jingfeng, he was still following Lin Xiu, so it could be imagined that Lin Xiu's strength must be even more powerful. Of course the most important thing was that it was all arranged by the Hearing Wind King himself. Ling Yu, with the 100 flower guards 800 people, is willing to join the Black Gang, and from now on, the only person who will look up to Gang Master Lin is the head of the gang. Ling Yu took a step forward and spoke aloud, but at this moment, her bruised and swollen appearance made people somewhat unable to hold back. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu didn't have the heart to consider these, because as the other party's words fell, the system beeps also arrived as promised. This time, the 800 people of the 100 Flowers Guard had actually provided Lin Xiu with more than 500 power values, as everyone here was a level 3 or above martial artist and provided relatively more power values. Regarding the system's basis about providing power value, Lin Xiu hadn't been able to figure it out until now because some level 3 martial artists similarly provided 1 point of power value, while others would provide anywhere from 3 to 5 points, but none of that mattered at the moment. What mattered was that his power value had broken through the 5,000 mark, and he had unsurprisingly awakened again. Congratulations to the host for reaching 5,000 power value and obtaining the 4th stage reward. Strength upgraded to 5th level martial artist. Obtaining the 5th awakening object. Power value reaches 5,000. Unlocking the function of customizing positions. Number of positions that can be appointed to the current position. 3. Power value reaches 5,000. Unlocking the customized hall function. Current number of unlockable halls. 3. Lin Xiu was slightly stunned. This power value boost not only allowed him to smoothly break through to a rank 5 martial artist, but also unlocked 2 brand new functions. The customized position function, as the name suggests, allows Lin Xiu to arrange positions for gang members as he sees fit in the future, but currently he can only appoint positions for 3 people, and the same goes for the customized hall function, and all those who are placed in positions, as well as those who are organized into parishes, receive some increase in strength. The thing that most concerned Lin Xiu was still his awakening object, which was different from the previous times, but still as odd as ever. Sunglasses. How can you be a gangster and not have a good pair of sunglasses? Trait, wearing subshades allows you to spy on the strength of others, including but not limited to awakening items, talent levels, etc. What the hell is this? Lin Xiu was speechless. The previous awakenings had undoubtedly all brought him a great strength boost, and this time the sunglasses. It was clear that they were neither combat type awakenings nor auxiliary type, but rather functional type awakenings. However, since he had already awakened, there wasn't much Lin Xiu could do, and with a wave of his hand, a pair of ebony sunglasses appeared in his hand. He casually put his sunglasses on, then turned his head to look at Xinzhuang. Boss, where did you get these big sunglasses? So handsome. Xinzhuang opened his mouth smilingly. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, ignored him, and at this moment, his attention was on a character panel that appeared in front of him. Name Xinzhuang. Rank, 2nd grade martial artist. Awakening object, bronze wall, B. Talent, B. Probability of reawakening, 32%. Probability of awakening increases dramatically when life is threatened. Classification of awakened object level and talent level, DCBASSSSSS. When he saw this last item, Lin Xiu's pupils shrunk slightly. Originally he thought that this sunglasses was the most useless of all his awakenings, but now it seemed that this was a complete artifact. Not only could he see each person's awakened object and talent level, he could even view how to increase the probability of the other person's awakening. In this way, he would be able to provide targeted training to the members of the gang, so that everyone's probability of awakening would increase drastically, and the gang's overall strength would be taken to the next level. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze back to the two Shenluo and Hua Jingfeng, who were obviously different from Shenjuang and also gave Lin Xiu a huge shock. Name Shenluo. Rank, 4th level martial artist. Awakening objects, Water Cloud Ballad, S, unique. Weak Water, SS, unique, exclusive to Luo Shen. Talent, SS. Probability of reawakening, 0%. Name, Hua Jingfeng. Rank, level 5 martial artist. Awakening objects, Lin Longxian, SS, only. Power, C, exclusive to champion husband. Talent, SS. Probability of reawakening, 55%. The probability of awakening will be greatly increased by participation in a large-scale war. Shenluo's talent Lin Xiu wasn't too surprised. After all, the other party was also considered a top genius character in the Magic City Martial Arts University, and her water elemental awakening had been improved by the system after she was appointed as the god of Luo, so it was normal for her talent to reach SS. Hua Jingfeng was different. How old was he? He's already managed to triple awaken. It was important to realize that before Lin Xiu's awakening Dan appeared, 3 awakenings was already the limit, and no one had broken this rule in 100 years. And most importantly, Hua Jingfeng's probability of awakening again is surprisingly high at 55%, which means that even if he doesn't use the awakening Dan, he still has a high probability of awakening 4 times. Such a talent. I'm afraid that in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom there are only a handful of them. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Xiu took out his communicator from his pocket and dialed Sun Nua's number. Eldest, gather all the brothers of the Black Gang. I'll return to Yuan City in 7 days. I'm going to hold a rewarding ceremony. Nowadays, the number of gangsters was getting bigger and bigger. When Lin Xiu was around it was fine. When he wasn't around, there would inevitably be a situation where no one would obey anyone. Taking advantage of this unlocking of the system's new features, it was also time to make the management of the gangsters a bit more formalized. Updated 100 chapters in a row. Request for gifts, praise and attention. Chapter 101 Collective Breakthrough. 7 days later, Lin Xiu was finally rushing back to Yuan City with more than 3,000 people from the 100 Flower Guard. Upon learning that Lin Xiu was preparing to hold a reward ceremony, Sun Nua arranged for people to build a huge stage in the open space around the villa at the very first moment and cleared out enough space to arrange for thousands of people. And at that moment, inside the villa, your Mao Wenba? Lin Xiu looked up and down at Mao Wenba, who was standing on the side, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It's me. Mao Wenba hesitated for a moment and still spoke somewhat reluctantly. Old boss. Through these days, he was quite familiar with the crowd of the gang, and he realized that most of these people were the talented youngsters from the major martial arts academies, and although they were arrogant, cruel, and ruthless on the outside, they usually got along with each other quite well. The fact that brothers could joke casually with each other without so much calculation and scheming gave him a feeling that he had returned to the time before he created Good Brothers Financial. At that time he also had such a group of brothers. But over time, the feelings between the brothers are getting fainter and fainter. But instead they are all more interested in the interests of the. There's no need to be so formal. Since you've joined the gang, we're all brothers. Lin Xiu stood up and patted his shoulder, then said with a smile, I've heard about the grudge between you and Su Nua, and this is something he did wrong. But in the future, we're all brothers in our own family, so can we just let this matter go? Although Lin Xiu was seeking the other party's opinion, his tone carried an unquestionable majesty. At this time Mao Wenba also how dare to say half a word. Lin Xiu but with more than 3,100 flowers guard back. Their own point of people are not enough to give the other side of the teeth. I'm afraid. In the end, Su Nua still gave Mao Wenba a decent apology, and the matter was over. The next step was to prepare for the gang's bounty ceremony, which was the first collective activity since the gang was founded. So Lin Xiu paid extra attention, and the crowd was busy for another day before all the matters were perfected in place. Inside the office of the president of Shangfeng Group, a middle-aged man in his early 40s was sitting in front of the desk wearing a suit, a cigar in his mouth, his gaze somewhat deep. Boss, tomorrow morning, the gangsters will be organizing a sealing ceremony at the suburban villa. The scene is said to be a big one, and we have received an invitation. A young woman wearing a uniform and glasses placed an invitation letter on the desk. Gangster? The middle-aged man exhaled a mouthful of cloudy smoke and spoke thoughtfully. That rising gang? That's right. The woman nodded and said, it looks like they are planning to put down roots in Yuan City. Yuan City is not a place where anyone can stand firm. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, and an imperceptible chill flashed through his eyes. So are we going to attend? The woman asked. Go, the middle-aged man said decisively. Not only do we have to go, but we also have to prepare a generous gift. At the same time, inside a secret base somewhere in Yuan City, two figures shrouded in black cloaks stood opposite each other, and one of the figures spoke. Elder, the Black Gang will be hosting a reward ceremony tomorrow, and we have received an invitation. A sealing ceremony? The other figure pondered for a few seconds, then said with slight surprise, this is to announce to the entire Yuan City that the Black Gang has entered Yuan City. Interesting. The figure smiled, then spoke. Nian and, you personally go there tomorrow and give them a big gift. Let them know that Yuan City is not for anyone to come and stick their nose in. The next morning, suburban villa, martial arts field. Lin Xiu stood on top of the high platform, his gaze slowly scanning below. Under the high platform, there were more than 5,000 people, which was all the members of the gang so far, except for some of the local heads of the spider web who couldn't make it back. The rest of the people were all there. And just then, the person in charge of the reception shouted in the distance, General Manager of Shang Feng Group, Wang Qin brings a heavy gift to congratulate the gangsters on their reward ceremony. The Search for God Foundation, Nian and, with heavy gifts to congratulate the gangsters on their reward ceremony. Farlook Mall, owner Shui Tian, brings a heavy gift to congratulate the gangsters on their reward ceremony. A series of announcements rang out. Almost none of the dignified figures in the entire Yuan City were absent. Some of them were taking this opportunity to make a good relationship with the mob, and some of them were trying to find out the mob's realities. Of course, there were people with evil intentions who came with no good intentions and only came to cause trouble, but since Lin Xiu dared to invite them, he had obviously prepared for everything. As the briefing stopped, Lin Xiu also slowly spoke. First of all, I would like to thank all the bigwigs of Yuan City for the honor of coming here. I am new to the Black Gang, so please take care of me in the future. When he finished speaking, his expression became serious. His voice was not loud, but the thousands of people present could hear him clearly. The gang has been established for only 3 short years now, but it has experienced nothing less. Today, the gang has taken shape, so I have decided to convene a reward ceremony today, to reward all those who have done meritorious deeds to the gang, as well as to give all the new brothers who have joined the gang a meet and greet gift. Below, the corner of Wang Qin's mouth, who was sitting on the observation platform to watch the ceremony, rose slightly as he looked at Nian and, who was shrouded in a cloak beside him, opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Nian, what kind of rewards do you think the gangsters can come up with to reward these people? Don't know. Nianwith's voice was rather cold. After thinking about it, he continued, compared to the Godstone, the gangsters can't compare to your Shangfeng group. Compared to the Kung Fu treasures, he can't even compare to us. The God Search Foundation. Our two families have teamed up to come here to tear down the stage, and I'm afraid that no matter what rewards he comes up with, it's all going to be a joke. Mr. Nian has a point. Wang Qin smiled and straightened his collar before speaking. Then let's make a big gift for the mob. After you. Nenwith reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Wang Qin nodded, then stood up, interrupting Lin Xiu's words and said aloud, Master Lin, I, Shang Feng Group, have something to say. I wonder if it's possible. Lin Xiu's gaze narrowed slightly. He had known that the other party wouldn't let the reward ceremony go on smoothly, but he hadn't expected them to be so indolent. Still, Lin Xiu smiled and spoke. Manager Wang, just say what you have to say. Then thank you, Master Lin. Wang Qin threw a kind smile towards Lin Xiu, then walked straight onto the high platform and opened his mouth towards the crowd of gangsters below. Today, Shang Feng Group is looking for a wide range of talents. Anyone who joins the Shang Feng Group today will be rewarded with 5 divine stones. Wang Qin stretched out 5 fingers. The moment these words came out, all the people from the large and small forces of Yuan City who had come to watch the ceremony sucked in a breath of cool air. This Shang Feng Group is really rich. 5 divine stones per person. Where is this a matter of divine stones? This is obviously here to tear down the stage. If the gangsters can't come up with better rewards than the Shang Feng Group, this reward ceremony will become a joke. I see. Then it seems like the Shang Feng Group is not going to let the gangsters gain a foothold in Yuan City. And just then, Lin Xiu snorted out a laugh. What is Master Lin laughing at? Wang Qin was a little puzzled. I'm laughing at how you, the Honorable Shang Feng Group, are so petty? A flash of contempt flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. 5 divine stones per person. How can you be good enough to take them out? Ha! Wang Qin's face changed, then spoke with a somewhat icy voice. Then I wonder what rewards Master Lin can come up with. Then open your eyes and take a good look. Lin Xiu stepped forward, his gaze landing in the direction where the 100 flower guards were, and said aloud, 100 flower guards belonging to the 100 flower guards, step forward. At these words, The 800 Flowers Guard stepped forward in unison. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction, then spoke with a serious face. Effective immediately, the Black Gang has a total of 3 main halls. The first hall, the 100 Flowers Hall. Saying this, Lin Xiao's gaze turned to Hua Jingfeng at his side before continuing. Hall Master, Hua Jingfeng. Members, all members of the former 100 Flower Guard. As Lin Xiao's words fell, the 800 members of the 100 Flowers Hall below all had their breath surging around them, and immediately afterward, there was a surge of power within all of them, as if uncontrollably breaking out of their bodies. Breaking, 3,800 people broke through en masse. Chapter 102, The Reward Ceremony. This is impossible. When Wan Qin saw the scene, her feet stumbled and she retreated several steps back before she could stand firmly. Nothing is impossible. Lin Xiao shook his head and laughed. Manager Wang, go down. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wan Qin still wanted to say something, but the 3,800 people in front of her did break through, and for a while she felt that it was redundant to say anything, so the words to her mouth were swallowed back, while at this moment, Nianwith was violently standing up from his seat, his eyes burning as he stared at Lin Xiao, his body trembling slightly. The means of God. This is definitely the means of God. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a contemptuous smile before he stopped paying attention to the 2 men and instead turned his gaze to the small group of people below, who were not many in number, even less than 100, but these people were the ones who had followed Lin Xiao since the earliest days in Bijou City, and in addition to that, there were also a few of Lin Xiao's roommates from the magic capital Martial Arts University. Xia Yuan, awakening item Long Yuan Shortblade, nicknamed Long Hair. Shen Zhuang, awakening object Copper Wall, Iron Wall. He called himself Copper Skin and Iron Bone. Chen Chang, awakening object Shadow. 2 brothers, Huang Wei and Huang Qian, awakened object Double-Stranded Sword. These people, undoubtedly, were Lin Xiao's most trusted group of people, and as Lin Xiao's gaze fell, these people took a step forward with understanding, their movements neatly organized. Lin Xiao's satisfied gaze swept over them one by one before speaking again. The second hall, Law Enforcement, Hall Master. Lin Xiao's tone gave a slight lurch before turning his head to look at Su Nuwa beside him. Promise. For Su Nuwa, Lin Xiao had always been very appreciative. Although he was superficially civilized, he was a complete crazy batch inside. As early as when he was attending school in Bijou City, he was the one who fought with the most ruthless hands besides himself. The main thing was that he was a master of all 6 relatives. Apart from Lin Xiao and Hu Shangyue, there was hardly anyone he recognized. And for the sake of the gangsters and Lin Xiao, he could do anything and use anyone. This is evident in the fact that he compelled Cat L to go to war against Maoenbo and to go after Maoenbo's pregnant wife. Such a person was undoubtedly the most suitable for ruling the law enforcement hall because he would not show favoritism for anyone. As Lin Xiao's words fell, Su Nuwa's pair of eyes under his glasses flashed with a faint violet light, and his entire aura was a bit more demonic at this moment. And once again, the crowd below made a collective breakthrough. Seeing this scene, all the people watching the ceremony fell into an eerie silence, and even forgot to be surprised. However, this was not yet over, or perhaps it had just begun, and after the law enforcement hall crowd retreated, Lin Xiao's gaze fell on a square formation of 500 people, and he once again opened his mouth. And, the third hall, the Hall of War. These people were the junior brothers that Lin Xiao had taken in after entering the Devil's Capital Martial University, and among them, there were 200 others that Baby Tang had brought over from the 100 Battles Martial University, and although these people were currently of average strength, they had one advantage: they all had outstanding talent. In the near future, they will inevitably become the sharpest spears for the gangsters to open up new territories. Battle Hall Master, Cat L. Upon hearing this, Cadell's body trembled slightly. Her feelings towards Lin Xiao were complicated. From the initial loathing, fear, to now always wanting to show up in front of the other party and attracting their attention. She didn't know why the shift had happened, but couldn't help it. However, at this moment, she couldn't think much about anything else as she felt the divine power within her body begin to stir. In the next second, the feathered wings behind her unfolded uncontrollably, and the 2 pairs of wings that were originally as white as snow actually underwent a heavenly change at this time. The 4 feathered wings, after all, emitted different lights, one with a great golden light, which was common to all blazing angels, while the second was suffused with a faint green light, which was an ability only possessed by healing angels. As for the other 2, one was surrounded by a thick black mist, while the other had a hidden arc of electricity flashing. The first one Cadell could understand because it was a characteristic of fallen angels, but the last feather was something she couldn't figure out. It was something she had never seen before. and she could feel that she seemed to have the ability to control thunder and lightning. Before she could feel it in detail, Lin Xiu's ghostly voice came from her side. Steal the limelight again and you'll be waiting for a brick. Cat L instantly shriveled up, quickly collected her breath, and the four wings behind her disappeared, and everything just now was as if it had never happened. And by now the crowd that had come to watch the ceremony was somewhat numb. What is this? A breakthrough? A collective breakthrough? Wholesale? Mr. Nian, you've seen a lot. Have you ever heard of such a situation? Wang Qin dully turned her head to look at Nian with. This is definitely the means of a god. Nian seemed like they would just repeat that one sentence over and over again. Mr. Nian, don't forget what we came here for. Wang Qin's voice raised a few points. At this time, Nianwith was also awakened by Wang Qin's words, and was silent for a few seconds before speaking. It's not a problem. Although their overall strength has increased a lot, the gangs don't have top-level martial artists, and that alone dooms them to be just like Mao Wenba's Good Brothers Company, where they can only become puppets. Mr. Nian has a point. Then we'll go on stage and challenge them in a while. Wang Qin's eyes lit up before adding. However, if the opponent has a top-tier powerhouse, we'll still need Mr. Nian to do it himself. No problem. Nian in his voice was low, but his tone exuded a strong sense of confidence. The God Search Foundation had always been a force that was severely underestimated. They did not compete with the world and did not engage in any fights. However, there was one thing. Everything that happened within Yuan City had to be under their control. Whether it was the Shangfeng Group or the Good Brothers Financial Company, the reason why they were able to be ranked alongside them as one of the three major forces in Yuan City was because they were clear about each other's details and knew that the other party was unable to pose any threat to them. And the mob is an alien force. And the Sojourn Foundation doesn't know much about the mob. It's an uncontrollable force, so it has to be removed. And at this time, the reward ceremony was still continuing. Lin Xiu's gaze swept over Gu Hao and Mao Wenba before he smiled and spoke. Spiderweb as well as the brothers led by Mao Wenba are not rewarded for the time being since they have not contributed anything to the gang for the time being. But don't worry, as long as you do something honestly in the future, there will be a place for you in the next reward ceremony. In fact, Lin Xiu also wanted to seal the reward, only that there were only 3 positions in the current custom hall function, and he definitely wanted to follow his brothers closely first. As for integrating them into the other 3 halls, Lin Xiu didn't have this idea for the time being, as these people were currently not fully integrated into the gang, and hastily integrating them into them would only be counterproductive. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, a flash of disappointment flashed across the faces of both Spiderweb and Good Brothers Finance, but it was quickly washed away by a surge of fighting spirit, and they were able to understand Lin Xiu's approach. After all, they had just joined, and the other party had said that as long as they performed well in the future, the opportunity would still be there. And at this time, Wang Qin once again stood up and spoke towards Lin Xiu on the elevated platform. Master Lin, today is a big day for the Black Gang, so it shouldn't have been an act of disrespect in the first place, but after meeting the many young generation geniuses of the Black Gang, I, Wang Qin, have a momentary itch and would like to take the liberty of asking for a lesson. I wonder if that's possible. And you know you're presumptuous? Chapter 103, if you beat her, you can't beat me. The corner of Wang Qin's mouth twitched slightly, but he still said stiffly, is it possible that Master Lin is afraid? You're using agitation on me? Lin Xiu's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a dangerous glow, but he soon gathered his sharpness and said with a smile, I'll eat this, but you'll have to wait. My bounty ceremony isn't over yet, so you won't be able to fight if you don't want to later. After saying this, Lin Xiu no longer paid attention to the other party, but turned to look at the black gangsters below and spoke aloud. The 3 main halls have been rewarded. In addition to the 3 main halls, the mob has another 5 tiger generals, as well as 3 god positions. The 5 tiger generals are independent of the 3 halls, and their status is equal to that of the 3 hall masters. Now enthrone the first of the 5 tiger generals. Hearing these words, the gangsters all looked aghast. 5 tiger generals, 3 god positions, sounds like a lot of fluff. Lin Xiu also didn't sell out, and after only a slight pause, he continued to speak. The first of the 5 tiger generals, the green dragon crescendo, Baby Tang. Hearing this, Baby Tang's fists clenched, her gaze fiery. At this time she was no longer wearing that horrible evil ghost mask. Her absolute beauty was overwhelming. Even when she stood beside Kadir and Shenluo, she also vaguely had the intention of suppressing the two. Baby Tang, from the 100 Battles Martial University, killed countless demonic beasts in the Jingnan City battle, and led the 100 Battles Martial Mass Academy to join the gangs, and can be the chief of the 5 tiger generals. Is there anyone who is not convinced? Lin Xiu swept his gaze across the room. As for the black gang members below, they were silent. The strength of Baby Tang was obvious to all except for the newly joined 100 Flower Guards as well as Mao Wenba and the others. Seeing that no one objected, Lin Xiu continued to speak. The second position of the 5 Tiger Generals will not be established for the time being. The third of the 5 Tiger Generals, 100 Birds, Zhao Qingqing. The field was in an uproar at these words. Wang Qin on the viewing platform was even more stunned. Zhao Qingqing, that Dragon Country's first 4 awakenings genius? Is she a gangster? Not only him, even many people in the gang were surprised by this, because the fact that Zhao Qingqing had joined the gang had not been announced by Lin Xiu to the public, and only a few of the backbones knew about it. The most shocked among them was the 100 Flowers Guard, which should now be called the 100 Flowers Hall. Back then, Hua Hearing Wind had planned to pull Zhao Qingqing in as the commander of the 100 Flower Guards, but in the end, he had been rejected, not realizing that the other party had now joined the disreputable gangs. Gang leader Lin, are you not joking? Nian were the first to react, their voices a little low. You're saying that Zhao Qingqing has joined a gang? You don't believe it? The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth hooked into a frivolous smile. Of course I don't believe it. Not only do I not believe it, I don't think anyone here does. And as soon as his words fell, he saw a slender figure wearing silver armor and holding a bright silver lance descend from the sky and land on top of the high platform. Zhao Qingqing first gave Lin Xiu a somewhat dissatisfied look, then still bowed and spoke aloud. Gangster's 5 Tiger Generals. Zhao Qingqing, just 7 days ago, Zhao Qingqing received a message from Lin Xiu asking her to come to Yuan City punctually after 7 days, and although she was a bit reluctant, she still rushed over, and she didn't come alone. And when Wang Qin saw Zhao Qingqing come to the scene with her own eyes and salute Lin Xiu, even if she didn't want to believe it anymore, she had to believe the fact that Zhao Qingqing was a gang member. Lin Xiu first nodded at Zhao Qingqing as a return salute. After all, this woman was still considered his nominal stepmother. He was really afraid that the other party wouldn't give him face on this kind of occasion, but it seemed that he was overly concerned. On formal occasions, Zhao Qingqing was still very sensible. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiu turned his head to Wang Qin, who was dumbfounded on the side, and smiled. Manager Wang, you can now cut a deal. Only after hearing Lin Xiu's words did Wang Qin come from his reaction and hurriedly waved his hand. Since Ms. Zhao has personally come, I don't think this sparring session is necessary. Right. I'll admit defeat. It had to be said that Wang Qin was still very sensible, but it was obvious that Lin Xiu wasn't that nice and wanted to forget about it after messing up. How could it be that nice? So Lin Xiu spoke indifferently. As I just said, you won't be able to fight even if you don't want to when the time comes. After saying that, he made a wink towards Zhao Qingqing. At this time Zhao Qingqing long distance tossed so long. Is a belly of fire nowhere to spread it? And how willing to let go of Wang Qin this ready-made punching bag. So there is no hesitation. The hands of the silver gun straight toward the other side stabbed. Although Wang Qin appeared to be the image of a strong businesswoman, she was actually the second expert of Shang Feng Group. Her strength was only second to Shang Feng Group's big boss, and she was a rank 6 martial artist that Shang Feng Group had smashed out with a large amount of divine stones. However, it was a pity that she was facing the only 4th awakening level 7 martial artist in the world other than Lin Xiu, and the two were simply not on the same level of strength. This battle also evolved into a one-sided crushing. When it comes to hitting women, it's the women who hit the hardest. Just 10 minutes passed. Wang Qin, this dignified atmosphere of a strong woman has become a cloak of hair, nose, face, swollen appearance. The body's uniform is also broken in many places. The spring light, and even the bottoms are. Really can't mess with women. Shen Zhuang shrunk his neck and spat towards the long hair beside him. Women like little auntie should still be in the minority. Long hair gulped as well. Ahem. Lin Xiu coughed dryly twice to break the awkward atmosphere of the scene, then turned his head in the direction of the observation platform and asked with a smile, anyone else want to spar? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Who the hell can't think straight? Oh, go up to seek abuse? And right at this moment, Wang Qin was shouting towards Nian, who were shrouded in a cloak. Mr. Nian, please also make a move. Nian shuddered. The surface was cloudy, but in reality, he had already greeted Wang Qin's ancestors in his heart. Mr. Nian and Mr. Nian, the worldly spokesperson of the God Search Foundation. Lin Xiu had long since learned about the other party from the spider web, and the other party's strength, even though he was also a rank 7 martial artist, was obviously still not enough to compete with Zhao Qingqing. Lin gang leader is really well informed. Nian slowly stood up with his hands behind his back. Then let's invite Mr. Nian to the stage to give us some advice. Lin Xiu reached out and made a gesture of invitation, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Just when the crowd thought that a battle was about to break out here between rank 7 martial artists, Nian was slowly shaking his head and spoke in an inscrutable manner, saying, although Wang Qin and I came here in company, The two of us actually really don't know each other well. What does Mr. Nian and mean? Lin Xiu looked at him with a smile on his face. I mean, Nian and spoke slowly, his tone quite serious. Since you have already beaten her, you can't beat me again. Lindsay, the crowd was collectively speechless. If you're scared, just say you're scared. What's the point of pretending? Ha! And when Wang Qin, who was on the side, heard these words, she even directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, nearly dying of anger on the spot. What do you mean you can't hit you if you hit me? You said we don't know each other well, so what's the difference between hitting me and hitting you? Think so, but these words Wang Qin still do not dare to say out. After all, the God Search Foundation is not something she can offend. But even so, she sat back down beside Nin and, with a slightly scolding tone, Mr. Nian, didn't we agree that you would make a move if the other side had a top-notch powerhouse? Nin nodded faintly before speaking, but this is too top-notch. But don't worry, I've already contacted the Grand Elder. He's a hidden marquee powerhouse within the Dragon Kingdom. When he arrives, even Zhao Qingqing can be suppressed with the lift of a hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin's eyes flashed with a fierce color, and she tugged at her bottoms, then secretly made up her mind that after the arrival of the Search for God Foundation in a while, she must ruthlessly humiliate Zhao Qingqing. That. Chapter 104, God of Luo, God of Wealth, God of Wushu. Zhao Qingqing naturally did not know what Wang Qin had in mind, or her last decency might not be retained. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, didn't pay any more attention to the two of them, Nian and Wang Qin, and turned around to look at the black gangsters. The rewarding ceremony hadn't ended yet. The appointment of the 5 tiger generals had so far only been made by Tang Baby and Zhao Qingqing, with the remaining 3 positions all vacant. The position of the 5 tiger generals, 3 are temporarily vacant, and will be appointed again when there is a suitable candidate in another day. Next, the 3 godheads. Lin Xiu's tone was quite impassioned, and he also managed to drive the atmosphere of the gangsters, all of their gazes staring at him with fire, as if they were expecting their names to come out of Lin Xiu's mouth, but most of them knew very well that this was not possible. Through the appointment of the 5 tiger generals just now they can see that, to be able to obtain such an honor, must be the existence of the dragon and phoenix in the people. Tang Baby, Zhao Qingqing is not one of the geniuses in the same generation, the first of the 3 divine positions. Luo Shun. As Lin Xiu's words tried to ring out, everyone's gazes fell on Shun Luo at the first moment. Luo Shun. Originally Shun Luo's title in the Magic City Martial Arts University, the entire Magic City Martial Arts University, everyone knows. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiu also glanced at Shun Luo before speaking. Shun Luo, although he had already made some guesses, when he heard his name from Lin Xiu's mouth, Shun Luo's gaze still shifted slightly. Initially joining the gang was entirely because of Zhao Qingqing. At that time, she was disgusted with the gang, and she was even a bit disgusted with some of Lin Xiu's behaviors. But as she spent time with the crowd, she realized that the gangsters lived as if they were a little different from her, from everyone else. They live a more authentic life, without so many false masks. They will only do what they want to do, and their mouths will never say anything about the righteousness of the family and the country, but more about selfishness and self-interest. At that time, when he heard that Hua Hearing Feng had drawn the sword to cut down the gods for the Dragon Kingdom, and that his life might be in danger, Lin Xiu went even though he hesitated. Shun Luo didn't know what Lin Xiu had given to Hua Hearing Feng, but she knew that it must have been very expensive, and that it was a very rare thing even for Lin Xiu. Anyway, nowadays Shun Luo feels that it's quite good to be with him. When she heard Lin Xiu call out her name, she actually had a very strong sense of belonging to this so-called gang. Perhaps she herself didn't realize that she was looking forward to her name appearing in this reward ceremony. But what she didn't know was that Lin Xiu really didn't intend to reward her. And if the system hadn't given her a special position as the god of Luo, Lin Xiu definitely wouldn't have wasted 3 opportunities to customize her position on her. Shun Luo. This time, the Luotian's title counts as me breaking the rules and sealing it to you. Lin Xiu's slightly low voice interrupted Shun Luo's thoughts and, but for the time being, I won't give you any rights, until when you've truly integrated into the gang, or after you've made a certain contribution to the gang, then I'll recognize your identity as Gangster Lo Shun. Shun Luo was first stunned when she heard this, then she smiled bitterly, but she still solemnly bowed towards Lin Xiu. Yes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was also slightly stunned, thinking that this woman's acting skills could still be those who didn't know really thought that she was pleased with herself. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction before continuing to speak. The 3 god positions, the second one, the god of wealth. When these words came out, the crowd was a little confused for a moment. God of fortune? As the name suggests, this is the person who is in charge of the financial power of the gang. But who else in the gang is qualified to sit in this position besides Su Nuo? and Su Nua had already been appointed as the head of the law enforcement hall, so he couldn't just wear two hats at once, could he? Lin Xiu's gaze slowly scanned below, eventually stopping on Gu Qiu, who stood inconspicuously in the crowd. Ancient hatred. When this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Before Lin Xiu didn't reward Spiderweb, they all thought that Lin Xiu wouldn't reuse Gu Qiu and Mao Wenba in a short period of time. After all, they had joined for too short a period of time. But he didn't expect Lin Xiu to directly leave such an important position to Gu Qiu. Not to mention the others. Even Gu Qiu himself didn't expect Lin Xiu to believe in himself so much, and for a while, he stood in place with a somewhat overwhelmed look. Master Qiu, I'm calling you, go up. A spider web member beside him pushed him. It was only then that Gu Qiu reacted, but he didn't go straight to the stage. Instead, he slapped the back of the spider web member's head and cursed with a laugh. What show master? From now on, there will only be one master in the mob, and that's Master Lin. Ha 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 ha. Gu Qiu's words immediately caused the crowd to laugh, and the originally serious atmosphere on the field was eased for a few minutes. As Gu Qiu walked onto the stage, Lin Xiu reached out and patted his thin shoulders before smiling. My god of wealth. I'll leave the mob's funding problems to you in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu nodded his head with some excitement, then said with a serious face, I guarantee that the treatment of the Gangster brothers is definitely the best of all organizations. I'm relieved with your words. After saying that, Lin Xiu took a step forward, almost pressed against Gu Qiu's ear, and whispered, I know who you are, and your hatred is the hatred of the gangsters. The brothers will accompany you to avenge this. Hearing these words, Gu Qiu trembled, followed by his eyes instantly reddening, and his gaze toward Lin Xiu became incomparably complicated with shock, incomprehension, and finally turned into endless gratitude. I, Gu Qiu, am willing to bow and scrape for the Black Gang until I die. With that, he was about to fall down on one knee, but was stopped by Lin Xiu reaching out his hand and, we don't do that in the mob. Ha! And right at this moment, a discordant voice came from the distance, not loud, but incomparably clear into the ears of everyone present. Master Lin's means of buying people's hearts is really first-rate, making the leader of the spiderweb swear to follow him in just a few words. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure shrouded in a black cloak suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial arts arena, and he looked down on Lin Xiu and his group from above. Needless to say, Lin Xiu knows the identity of the other party, because in broad daylight, this black cloak of his is too conspicuous, and it's still the same style as the one called Nian and the one who wore it. Before Lin Xiu could open his mouth, the cloaked man once again said in a somewhat icy voice, however, isn't it not quite appropriate to make such a big commotion in Yuan City without the consent of my God Search Foundation? After he finished speaking, he casually waved his hand and a powerful chi came straight at Lin Xiu. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingqing immediately stepped forward and blocked in front of Lin Xiu, sweeping the silver spear in her hand. Boom! The two chi collided, and Zhao Qingqing retreated several steps before she managed to stabilize herself. So strong. It's a Wang Ho. Of course it's strong. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard the words Wang Ho. A bounty ceremony of the gangsters could attract the princes and lords to come. And wasn't there only 7 princes and lords in the Dragon Kingdom? And those 7 are now all in Divine Perdition City fighting with the Divine Kingdom. How could they appear here? It looks like they are still here to find trouble with the mob. However, Lin Xiu, as if he had expected it, didn't show any hint of panic, but just slowly walked up, looked up at the other party, and spoke with a smile. Since I've come all the way here, do you mind if I finish sealing this last divine position? The figure visibly froze, then snorted. The old man himself is here, and you still have the heart to engage in your rewarding ceremony? But there's no harm in that. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull off. After saying that, he slowly landed in front of Nian and his body. In that case, the reward ceremony continues. Lin Xiu didn't bother to glance at the other party again, but instead turned to look in the direction of the villa and said aloud, the 3 god positions, the third one, the martial god. The moment the 2 words martial god came out, everyone on the viewing platform just couldn't hold back their laughter. Martial god. This gangster's breath is really not small. How dare he trespass on the title of martial god? Ha ha ha. I also wonder if the person being honored dares to take the title. Arrogant and ignorant. That black-robed marquis also laughed coldly, his tone thick with disdain. However, Lin Xiu's next sentence caused the laughter of everyone present to come to an abrupt halt. Martial god position. Flower hearing wind. Chapter 105, Martial god flower listening to the wind. Reward ceremony ending. Kid, are you joking? The black-robed Marquis of Kings was the first to react. His tone was thick with disdain as he laughed coldly. Knowing that you don't have any more chances with the arrival of the old man, you're bringing up the name of the king of listening to the wind to scare the old man? Hearing his words, The crowd also instantly woke up to the fact that this gang leader was playing this game. Previously, because of Zhao Qingqing's sudden appearance, everyone was convinced of Lin Xiu's words, and this time, he simply brought out the great Buddha that was the king of listening to the wind, and if it wasn't for the appearance of this prince, I'm afraid that the crowd would have been really bluffed by him. In response to the crowd's skepticism, Lin Xiu, however, shook his head with a smile and said indifferently, "A bunch of idiots. You dare to scold old me?" The black-robed Marquis of Kings directly stood up from his seat, his icy gaze looking straight at Lin Xiu through his black cloak. "So what if I scold you?" Everyone was stunned at the words, because they weren't said by Lin Xiu. The crowd followed the source of the sound, only to see the door of the villa slowly open, and a middle-aged man dressed in black with a cold face slowly walked out, a long pitch-black sword on his back. Hearing Wind King, the black-robed prince's pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice trembled slightly. Most of the people present had never seen Hua Listening Wind's original self, but now that even a prince and marquis-level figure had confirmed it, there was no way for them to disbelieve it, even if the fact was too shocking. On the contrary, Flower Hearing Wind paid no attention to anyone, including that marquis. He walked straight up to the high platform and came in front of Lin Xiu, bowing slightly towards him. "Flower Hearing Wind, I wish to assume the position of the gangster martial god. Flower Hearing Wind, you're the Hearing Wind King of the Dragon Kingdom, the leader of the Dragon Guards. Why would you join such a small, unheard of gang?" The black-robed marquis shouted somewhat unwillingly. "Noisy." Hua Hearing Wind let out a cold snort, then slowly turned to look at the other party and spoke. "You're teaching me things?" Feeling the other party's icy gaze, the black-robed marquis hurriedly lowered his head. "I wouldn't dare." Seeing the other party's low stance, Hua Hearing Wind didn't pay any more attention to the other party, but instead turned his head to look at Lin Xiu. "Is the reward ceremony over? There's still one last link left." Lin Xiu shook his head, a touch of imperceptible sadness flashing under his eyes. "Then let's continue." Hua Hearing Wind's gaze intentionally glanced toward the black-robed princes and marquis on the viewing platform, seemingly pointing. "I don't think anyone will mess up this time." Lin Xiu smiled and nodded in agreement with the other party's words. It had to be said that a person's name was the shadow of a tree, and nowadays, the strength of the Flower Hearing Wind was but a third-level martial artist, and even if he had just obtained the seal martial god, it was impossible for him to directly regain his full strength. As long as that Marquis of Kings was a bit more courageous and probed him a bit, then today might really be all over. However, after the other party saw Hua Hearing Wind, the whole person shriveled up, not to mention testing Hua Hearing Wind, even speaking carefully, for fear that which sentence would make the other party unhappy, and casually exterminate him and the entire God Search Foundation. In fact, things weren't as simple as Lin Xiu thought. With Hua Listening Wind's prestige nowadays, even if the other party saw through the huge drop in his strength, they definitely wouldn't dare to mess with him. Not to mention the dragon guards behind Hua Listening Wind, just based on this divine perishing city battle, where Hua Listening Wind killed 2 divine kings of the divine kingdom with a single slash. His popularity could be said to be momentary, even surpassing Knight and Marquis Yang Knighton. If someone took advantage of someone's danger at this time to strike out at Flower Hearing Wind, that person would surely become the public enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention other people, Yang Yian would be the first to exterminate him. With the appearance of Flower Hearing Wind, this rewarding ceremony was also pushed into a climax. Hua Jingfeng led the crowd of 100 Flowers Hall. Their faces were excited. That was their former leader. They did not expect to join the gang and still be able to fight side by side with each other. This is their honor. The law enforcement hall behind Su Nuo, as well as the battle hall led by Cat L, likewise had blazing gazes, most of them having grown up listening to each other's stories from a young age. And now that legendary figure had appeared in front of them like this, and was a part of the gangsters just like them. As for Mao Wenba and the others, their gazes were filled with longing. Many years ago when he led a group of brothers to make their way in Ling Yuan City, he had also fantasized that one day he would be able to be like the other party, in the spotlight, and become that person who stood at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the reality has long since smoothed out his edges. A small Ling Yuan City he could not reach the top. The so-called Good Brother Financial Company seems to have become the end of his life. But now that he saw Lin Xiu's appeal, as well as the potential of the mob, the long-extinguished flame in his heart seemed to have been rekindled, and at the moment, he wanted to follow Lin Xiu's footsteps to see the view from the highest peak. Lin Xiu stood on the high platform, looking at the hot gazes of the crowd, and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was the power of a hero, but none of this concerned him. He didn't want to be some kind of hero. Shaking his head, Lin Xiu slowly walked to the back of the high platform, where there was a huge curtain. He reached out and grabbed a corner of the curtain, and then opened his mouth in a rather serious manner. And the mob lasted 3 years, and in those 3 years a lot of new brothers joined us. and a lot of old brothers stayed put forever. Speaking here, Lin Xiu paused in his tone, then continued, but they shouldn't be forgotten. When he finished speaking he gripped the corner of the curtain with a violent force, and the curtain fell in an instant. Behind the curtain, a huge stone monument with the inscription, Loyalty. Beneath the word loyalty were lines of densely packed names. Morning Biao, a member of a gang, fought against the killing angel in Sin City to protect the gang's foundation, and eventually died in the battle. Black Dog, Black Gangster, Gangster, Li Mo, a black gangster, caused havoc in the water cloud room and eventually died at the hands of the Red Feather Guards. Qin Anren, Gangster, Lu Yunliang, Gangster. Looking at one name on it, Lin Xiu blamed himself in his heart in a million ways. If it wasn't for his youthful recklessness, if it wasn't for his impulsive recklessness, all these brothers might not have died. At this time, he also finally understood why his big brother in his previous life told him that the boss was not that good. At that time, he always said that his boss was timid and cowardly, and even called him a wimp many times in front of the other side and the other side. But now, looking at the names on the stone tablet one by one, he was silent for a long time. After a moment, Lin Xiu's gaze slowly moved away from the loyalty monument. Then he turned to look at Gu Qiu and spoke. Gu Qiu, starting today, mobilize all of Spider-Web's connections and check the names on the stone tablet for me. Lin Xiu's voice was a bit hoarse, but his tone carried an undeniable. Anyone with a family, all future expenses for their family will be covered by the mob. Their offspring, whatever they want to do, must be fully supported. Those who want to do business, give money. Those who want to cultivate, provide divine stones. The ones who don't want to do anything, I'll support them for the rest of their lives. My mob. Yes, boss. Gu Hao responded in a loud voice. At this moment, whether it was the crowd of the 100 Flowers Hall or the people of the Good Brothers Financial Company, they all had a feeling that it might be good to follow such a boss. As the reward ceremony came to an end, the people who came to observe the ceremony also left one after another. But before they left, they all sent thick gifts and tried to find ways to get close to Lin Xiu. However, these people were stopped by Su Nuwa and the others because at this moment, Lin Xiu really didn't have the time to entertain them. Inside the villa, Lin Xiu and Hua Listening Wind were sitting on the sofa. Zhao Qingqing as well as Cat-El stood behind the two to accompany them. And across from them, the black-robed Marquis of the Kingdom was obviously sitting there with some restraint. As for Wang Qin and Nian and they were standing behind him, their heads lowered without saying a word. Lord Hearing Wind King, I really didn't know that you were a gangster, or else the Sojourn Foundation, would never have dared to. Stop. Hua Hearing Feng reached out and interrupted the other party, then raised his chin towards Lin Xiu at the side and said, he's the boss of the gang. It's useless for you to talk to me. The black-robed princes and marquis were obviously stunned, then still looked at Lin Xiu and spoke in a sincere tone. Boss Lin, we did the wrong thing in this matter. Please forgive us. If the gangsters need any help in the future, I, the Sojourn Foundation, am obligated to help. Grand Elder, Lin Xiu asked as he lazily stretched his arms before leaning his body forward and narrowing his eyes slightly. Actually, I've always been curious about what kind of gods are searched by your so-called God Search Foundation? Chapter 106 Speculations of the God Search Foundation. The black-robed princeling was obviously a bit hesitant, but when he saw Hua Hearing Feng's cold gaze, he still sighed, then said to Nian and behind him, Nian and, you say it. Yes, Grand Elder. Nian and nodded respectfully, but he didn't open his mouth directly. Instead, he twisted his head to look at Wang Qin on the side. It was only at this time that Lin Xiu noticed that the disheveled Wang Qin was still following him into the villa, so he asked with some curiosity, Manager Wang didn't fight enough? No. Wang Qin shook her head in a hurry. Then why don't you go back and change into a pair of bottoms? What are you doing standing around here? Lin Xiu swept his head down, the corners of his mouth carrying a smile if nothing else. Ah, okay. Wang Qin trotted out of the villa as if she had been pardoned. Originally she thought that having offended the gangsters who had the King of Hearing as their backing, she was dead this time, but she didn't think that the other party wouldn't be bothered with her at all, and she was also very understanding and let herself go back to change her bottoms. Thinking about it, Wang Qin felt that this gangster's boss could be a really warm man. Seeing Wang Qin leave, Nian turned his gaze back to Zhao Qingqing and Cat-El behind Lin Xiu. Alright, don't be mysterious. Just say it. Lin Xiu extended his thumb and pointed behind him. These two are his own people. Hearing this, Zhao Qingqing disdainfully skimmed her mouth, thinking that I'm his stepmother and not at all vicious, so of course I'm one of his own. Cat-El, on the other hand, blushed slightly and began her own brainstorming. He said I was one of his own? Why did he say that? Zhao Qingqing is his stepmother and is considered his family, so am I also considered his family? Could it be that he thinks I'm his wife? Giggle 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 giggle. Cat L laughed out loud involuntarily at the thought. When she responded, she realized that the entire room was looking at her with strange eyes. Cat L hastily restrained her smile, the blush on her face spreading directly to the base of her ears. Don't mind it. I slapped her with a slate before. Lin Xiu reached out and pointed to the location of his temple, then said, it might have fallen into some kind of after effects. Cough. Nianen coughed awkwardly twice before speaking. It's been nearly 100 years since our God Search Foundation was established. What we are exploring is why did a god descend on the western kingdom of God 100 years ago? And why is there an abundance of weirdness in the Sakura country? And why would someone awakened appear in the Dragon Kingdom? Your God Search Foundation is quite busy, huh? Lin Xiu laughed dryly twice, feeling that the other party was more or less a big sicko. And since this kind of thing had already happened, what else was there to study? If I told them about the fact that I was carrying the system, they would have to study it for another 100 years, wouldn't they? Since you have been exploring for 100 years, have you gotten any results? Hua Hearing Wind was a bit interested in this matter, and took the rare initiative to open his mouth to pursue the question. The results are still too early to draw any conclusions, but there are still some results. Nianwith organized his words for a while, then continued. We suspect that it's not that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have gods, but that the gods in the Dragon Kingdom are too powerful. So powerful that the so-called gods of the West are not even worth mentioning in their eyes, so they simply ignore those so-called gods. What about the basis? Flower Hearing Wind asked. There's no basis for this for now. It's just our speculation. Nianwith shook his head and said rather helplessly, our Dragon Kingdom's historical faults are just too severe. We can only find a small trace of God's presence by searching for clues all over the country. Speaking here, he seemed to have thought of something, then spoke. 2 years ago, we discovered a mythological clue about splitting the mountain to save the mother. If this matter can be investigated all the way through, there might be a major breakthrough. But for some reason, this research was forced to stop. Some sort of reason? Hua listened to the wind and frowned slightly. What exactly is the reason? This matter, it involves Marquis Knighton, Nian said with a serious tone. Related to young Knighton? Hua listened to the wind with a slight puzzlement on her face. That's right. We have explored and found that the weapon used by that god who split the mountain to save his mother is the three-pointed, two-edged sword, and he has 3 eyes in his forehead. Speaking here, Nian with a more serious tone, said word by word, what's more, that god's surname is also Yang. Yang Jian? Lin Xiu suddenly interjected. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes turned to him, and Nianen were even more excited as they hurriedly opened their mouths and asked, Master Lin, do you know Yang Jian too? Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He knew that the history of this dragon country was severely faulted, but he didn't expect it to be so severe that even these mythological stories that were familiar to even a few year-olds in his previous life were lost. Slightly heard. Lin Xiu scratched his head awkwardly before asking, by the way, doesn't he still have a dog? Dogs? Nanan shook their heads slightly. That's not clear. It's fine. Go ahead. Lin Xiu waved his hand, and although his face had an indifferent expression, he was winded inside. In his previous life, Lin Xiu hadn't even gone to school for a few days, and had followed his big brother on the streets chopping people up when he was a teenager. So he really didn't know much about the history of the Dragon Kingdom, but he had still heard of the story of Yang Erlang splitting the mountain to save his mother, and he hadn't thought much about it before. But now that he thought about it, Yang Yanyan's awakening object did have too many similarities with Yang Jian in the mythological story. In fact, not only Yang Knighton, but right beside him there were also many people who resembled the characters in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. For example, Baby Tang's green dragon crescent blade, Zhao Qingqing's dragon guts bright silver lance, and Hu Jingfeng's champion marquee exclusive forest lance. And both of the latter two have the same last name as the historical Zhao Zilong as well as Hua Ziwei. As for where exactly Baby Tang's problem lay, Lin Xiu didn't know for the time being and would have to ask her about it when he found the opportunity. And at this point Nin and were still babbling on about their findings. In fact, we also found out that the awakened in the Dragon Kingdom didn't just appear 100 years ago. As early as hundreds or thousands of years ago, there were awakened in the Dragon Kingdom. Hua Hearing Wind's gaze moved slightly. Like what? According to what we have so far, Xiang Yu, the Western Shu hegemony king during the Qin dynasty, was most likely a power-awakened person. According to the historical records, remnants of the pages we searched for, the book is more than 8 feet long. The force can carry the tripod. Talent. Although the children of Wuzhong are all to scorn the book carry on, to be able to carry a tripod with strength, this is enough to show that Xiang Yu is a strength-awakened person. Otherwise how can he carry a tripod with an ordinary person's body? What you said is still weirdly reasonable, Mile. Zhao Qingqing said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. She felt that this group of people were really boring, and it would be better to cultivate properly with that time. Is this what you guys call some results? Lin Xiu always felt that if he only relied on these, it wasn't enough to prove the other party's point that the Dragon Kingdom possessed gods and was very powerful. Of course it's not only that, we also have a lot of research results. It's just that it's too much of a waste of time to talk about them one by one. Nian with opened his mouth to explain. For example, a topic I just recently researched is about a demonic monkey. Many people within the Foundation feel that there is no need to study this demon monkey, but I personally believe that he may be a very important figure. Demon monkey? Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. This he knew too well, but seeing the other party's serious look, Lin Xiu suddenly wanted to flirt with him, so he opened his mouth and said, "Speaking of which, I have a question for you." Oh, Nian froze, but nodded. "Please speak, Master Lin." Lin Xiu smiled wistfully, then said, "Ta is a fetcher." When these words came out, Nian and his body actually trembled slightly. Scripture taker. Scripture taker. Master Lin also knows about the scripture taker? Don't get excited yet. Lin Xiu reached out his hand, signaling the other party to hear himself out. TA can make the stick bigger and smaller and sometimes wears leopard print. The last word of TA's name is the word null. Sun Wukong. Nianen were so excited that before Lin Xiu could finish, he opened his mouth with a trembling voice and shouted, "It's the Monkey King. Master Lin, you actually know about the Monkey King as well. Would you mind having a nice chat with me about what you know about the Monkey King? As long as you tell me, whatever you want me to do is fine." At this moment, Nian with no longer had the previous lightheartedness, and even a little crazy. "I'm not done yet." Lin Xiu smiled, then continued, "She's a Sakura nation." Chapter 107 Ling Yuan City is about to change. Someone from the Sakura country? Nin and hastily shook their heads in the negative. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. My research couldn't have gone so wrong. Not interesting. Looking at the other party's serious demeanor, Lin Xiu felt bored, and when he played with a terrier that no one could pick up on, he suddenly felt a bit lonely. "I'm joking with you." Lin shook his head and didn't explain too much, but instead spoke. "But I'm also very interested in your research. I wonder if you can share any major breakthroughs with me in the future?" "Of course, I'll share some of the things I know with you when I get a chance in the future, for your mutual benefit." Hearing these words, Nian and, who had originally had some hesitation, agreed almost without hesitation. However, he soon reacted that the Grand Elder was still here, and it was not his turn to make the call on this matter. And at this time, Hua Hearing Wind was also aware of it and looked at the Grand Elder at the right time and said, "Even though Lin Xiu won't be bothered with you guys in this matter, but this King Marquis realm of yours is still too threatening for the current gangsters. Why don't you come with me on a trip to Divine Perdition City? As for Ling Yuan City, let's leave it to the youngsters," said Hua Hearing Wind, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Nian with. Although Hua Listening Wind was usually silent, but after all, he had lived for so long, he still had some heart, only that he, who possessed absolute strength, was too lazy to play with some small thoughts. He could see that Nian he was very happy to cooperate with Lin Xiu, but the current him was not qualified to make decisions for the God Search Foundation. So Hua Listening Wind simply took the so-called Grand Elder away directly, in which case the God Search Foundation in Ling Yuan City would have Nian he as its master. Whether or not they could handle each other at that time would depend on Lin Xiu's skills. With regards to Hua Listening Wind's arrangement, although the black-robed princes were unwilling, they still didn't dare to refute it, and only lowered their heads, remaining silent. 2 hours later, Sheng Feng Group building. Fengsheng Group's big boss, Shen Liang listened to Wang Qin's report, and the cigar in his mouth dropped, continuing to emit smoke with a unique aroma on his desk. After a long time he slowly spoke, "Go contact the people of the Camillo family and ask them to send someone over to help. Boss, the Hearing Wind King has come in person. I'm afraid that even the Divine Generation family wouldn't dare to meddle in Ling Yuan City's affairs." Wang Qin shook her head somewhat helplessly. After today's mob reward ceremony, her confidence had been completely shattered. The power and strength she had always been proud of was nothing in front of the mob. In terms of comprehensive strength, the other party had thousands of martial artists, and just 100 Flowers Hall alone could sweep through the entire Shangfeng Group. In terms of top martial artists, with Flower Hearing Wind here, let alone Ling Yuan City, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, who would dare to call themselves a top martial artist? No, it's not like that. Shen Liang shook his head, then said in a deep voice, "Flower Listening Wind is certainly powerful, but he won't stay in Ling Yuan City for long. I've gotten word that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's trickster controllers have joined the Divine Perishable City battle. The Dragon Kingdom is still at a disadvantage even though they've deployed more than 100,000 martial artists, and Flower Hearing Wind will definitely go back to preside over the big picture." As if Xin Liang had been persuaded by his own thoughts, he stood up and said with his words, "That's it. Hana Listening Wind will definitely rush back to Divine Perishable City as soon as possible. And at that time, as long as the support from the Shin Dai clan rushes over, we'll still have a chance, boss, even if the God Generation family's people come. So what?" Wang Qin still couldn't see any hope and laughed bitterly. "Let's not talk about whether or not the God Generation family's people can suppress the gangsters, even if we join forces with them to exterminate the gangsters. But what next? When the Divine Perishable City battle is over, where do we go from here? It's fine. I've thought of this one a long time ago." The corner of Xin Liang's mouth hooked up into a near-crazy smile that, "We have money. We have plenty of money. When the time comes, I'll bring my Shang Feng group to join the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, even if Hana Listening Wind doesn't want to be able to do anything about me." Hearing these words, Wang Qin's body trembled slightly, then said somewhat incredulously, "Boss, what are you, to commit treason? So what if it's treason?" Shen Liang braced his hands on his desk and stared dead at Wang Qin, a dangerous light emanating from his hawk-like gaze. "This is supposed to be a man-eating society. If I didn't get that Gu family heir killed in the first place, how could I have developed this Shang Feng group to its current size? Boss, don't make one mistake after another." Wang Qin's tone carried a bit of pleading, her eyes slightly red and, "We can't fight the gangsters, and Sakura Nation can't fight Dragon Nation. You fart." Shen Liang grabbed Wang Qin's collar and said viciously, "Wang Qin, you want to betray me?" Seeing the cold killing intent spreading in the other party's eyes, Wang Qin's eyes were filled with disappointment. "I won't betray you, ever. Boss, let's ask the mob to surrender." "Wang Qin, do you have any idea what you're talking about?" Shen Liang laughed back in anger. "You're asking me to ask them to surrender? How many evil deeds have I done over the years? Just the collusion with the Sakura Kingdom alone is enough for me to die 10,000 times. I'll take the blame for you for these charges." Wang Qin's gaze was firm, as if she had already made up her mind a long time ago. "And, if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be me today. And no matter how monstrous the charge, I'll take it for you, and I'll die for it. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** floor, his voice incomparably low as he spoke. I need your help, no matter how much it is. And at this time, just as Shen Liang thought, Hua Listening Wind and Zhao Qingqing didn't stay in Yuan City, but took the black-robed marquis along with them and rushed back to Divine Perishable City, where it was said that the great battle had already entered a white-hot stage. Gu Chou, if I'm not mistaken, your enemy should be the Shangfeng group, right? Lin Xiu looked at Gu Chou who was sitting in front of him and asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Chou slightly froze, then spoke with some surprise. Boss, how did you know? Gu Chou, Lin Xiu recited in a low voice. Then his gaze became stern for a few minutes, and said in an affirmative tone of voice, you are the heir to the top business empire of the Dragon Kingdom back then, the Gu Group. Boss, I didn't mean to hide it from you. No need to explain. Lin Xiu raised his hand and shook his head. If it were me, with such an identity and carrying a blood feud, I wouldn't easily trust anyone. Saying this, Lin Xiu's expression became serious as he continued. But from now on, you can trust me. You can trust the mob. Gu Chou lowered his head and remained silent for a few minutes. Then, as if he had made some sort of determination, he raised his head and said with incomparable seriousness, Boss, my surname is indeed Gu, the Gu of Gu's business empire. The two of them, Lin Xiu and Gu Chou, had been talking in the room for nearly an hour. No one knew what the two of them had said, but after walking out of the room, Lin Xiu was surrounded by a thick murderous aura. 100 Flowers Hall. In. Hua Jingfeng stepped forward, his face serious. Battle Hall. Lin Xiu spoke again. In. Cat L also stepped forward with a sullen face. Gather everyone and bloodwash the Shangfeng group with me. After saying that, Lin Xiu waved his hand and took the lead to leave, and behind him, countless gang members continued to gather. By the end, he was followed by thousands of people. The people of Yuan City who saw this scene chose to keep their doors closed. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that after today, Yuan City was about to change. Chapter 108, A Good Show. Half an hour later, in front of Shangfeng building, Lin Xiu slung the peace axe over his shoulder, a cigarette in his mouth, and craned his neck to look at the security guard in front of him. Go get Shen Liang. Who are you? You guys? That security guard's legs were shaking like sifting chaff. It wasn't that Lin Xiu's aura was so powerful, it was mainly because he was followed by thousands of people behind him, and it still looked like thousands of martial artists. Although Shangfeng Group also possesses a number of martial artists, the gap is not a little bit. What a lot of nonsense. I told you to go get Shen Liang out. Do you understand? Lin Xiu said with some impatience. Before that security guard could open his mouth, Hu Shangyue, who was behind Lin Xiu, directly stepped forward with a big stride and threw a slap on the other party's face. Slap. Our boss is talking to you. The security guard opened his mouth and was just about to say something when Hu Shanyue's slap flung up once again. Slap. You what you? I mean. Slap. And you. I said I'm on my way. The security guard looked aggrieved. Slap. Then why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Hu Shanyue had a fierce look on his face. Lin Xiu gave this conspicuous bag a somewhat helpless look and shook his head with a bitter smile. He could always see his former self in the other party. 10 minutes later, Shen Liang and Wang Qin, whose face was a little pale, walked out from the building, seeing Lin Xiu and the thousands of black gangsters behind him. Even though Shen Liang, who had already prepared himself psychologically, still sucked in a breath of cool air in the corner of his mouth with the cigar in his mouth twitched slightly. This must be the gangster's boss Lin, right? Shen Liang adjusted his emotions and spoke with a smile. I heard Wang Qin say that boss Lin was young and promising before, and now I see that he really lives up to his name. Don't get into this with me. Lin Xiu waved his hand, then narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. You should know what I'm here for. This I really don't know where I offended boss Lin. Shen Liang still had a smile on his face. Is that so? Lin Xiu shook his head with a smirk. Then his gaze abruptly changed and he coldly said, Ancient vengeance. Upon hearing this, Gu Chou walked out from the crowd, and he stared at Shen Liang like a vicious wolf, his eyes red and glowing with a thick killing intent. Shen Liang, do you remember me? Shen Liang frowned and looked up and down at the skin and bones Gu Chou, only feeling that the other party looked a little familiar, but could not recall where he had seen the other party. Seeing this, Wang Qin came to his ear and whispered a few words. It was only at this time that Shen Liang nodded indistinctly, then said with a smile, so it's the little boss of Spiderweb. I usually seldom go outside, and some of the cooperation between the group and Spiderweb is also handled by Wang Qin on behalf of the group, so please forgive me if I didn't recognize the little boss for a while. Shen Liang, we've met before. Gu Chou was still staring at the other party with a death glare, his face as gloomy as water. We've met? Shen Liang once again sized up Gu Chou, but finally shook his head and, I'm sorry, I can't really remember where we've met. 3 years ago at night. It was right here. Gu Chou reached out and pointed at the Shangfeng mansion in front of him. Hearing the time period of 3 years ago, Shen Liang's pupils shrunk violently. Shangfeng Group was something he had taken over from his grandfather, who had once cautioned him before he died that Shangfeng Group was affiliated with the once Gu business empire. If one day, someone found him with a token of Gu, he had to follow the other party and support them unconditionally no matter what they asked for. When he first heard this news, Shen Liang was extremely unwilling. In his opinion, Shangfeng Group can have today, completely because of the efforts of 3 generations of his Shen family, and what Gu has nothing to do with. But at the time, his grandfather was not long gone, so he agreed. Many years had passed, and the Gu clan's heir in Grandpa's mouth had never appeared, while his Shangfeng Group had already gained a pivotal position in Ling Yuan City, and even had a hidden tendency to become the #1 power. But just 3 years ago, he received a jade pendant that was identical to the token of Gu that his grandfather had shown him. On the day he received the token, he stayed up all night. The next day, he made a decision and asked the Gu heir to meet at Shangfeng Mansion in the evening. At the same time, he contacted the Kamiyo family in Sakura country. That night, he met the heir of the Gu clan, and the other party also brought a little fat boy, who should be his son. After meeting, he didn't give the other party any chance, and the Kamiyo clan's controlling trickster, who had hidden inside the building long ago, decisively struck out, wanting to kill that so-called Gu clan's heir at the first opportunity. However, the other party seemed to be prepared, and a number of awakened people fought to the death to guard that father and son, and in the end, the Gu heir died, while that little fatty was saved. During these 3 years, Shen Liang had gotten the support of many companies both at home and abroad by virtue of Gu's tokens, and the financial strength of Shangfeng Group was now one of the most important in the entire Dragon Kingdom. In the meantime, he had not given up looking for news of the one that had slipped through the net. However, he had mobilized the energy of the entire Shangfeng Group, and even spent a large sum of money to cooperate with Spiderweb, but unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to find out any clues related to the other party. And now, the leathery teenager in front of him even mentioned 3 years ago. You are. Shen Liang stared at the other party for a long time, and then somewhat unbelievably opened his mouth. You're the little fat guy back then? Shen Liang, you finally remembered me. The corner of Gu Chou's mouth rose slightly and, it's been 3 years. I've dreamt of this scene countless times in my dreams. Gu Chou looked up at the Shangfeng mansion in front of him and spoke with a smile. These 3 years I've been telling myself that sooner or later one day I'm going to trample the entire Shangfeng Group under my feet. These 3 years, I only ate one steamed bun a day. Guqiu looked down at his skinny and bony figure and smiled self-deprecatingly. I've still changed quite a lot in 3 years, right? Even when I'm standing in front of you, you don't recognize me. Shenliang clenched his fists and stared dead at Guqiu. Then his gaze gradually became frantic as he roared. So what? Although the Shangfeng group was affiliated with the Gu clan back then, your Gu clan was exterminated long ago. Our Shangfeng group is able to be where it is today because of the efforts of 3 generations of our Shen family. Ha! Guqiu let out a cold laugh and shook his head. Shenliang, 3 years ago when my father went to look for you, it wasn't for the sake of your Shangfeng group's industry at all. What do you mean? Shenliang was slightly stunned. Do you think that as the heir of the Gu clan, you really look at your little Shangfeng group? Guqiu's gaze was filled with pity as he said with a look of contempt, my father and I, all we want to do from the beginning to the end, is only revenge. If you would have given him a chance to speak at that time, not only would you not have lost the Shangfeng group, you would have gotten a sky-high fortune that you couldn't have imagined. Impossible. Shenliang was in a state of madness, trembling as he said, I don't believe that you will not covet my Shangfeng group. Shangfeng group? Gu Hao shook his head disdainfully, just sitting on a well and watching the sky. Alright, stop talking nonsense with him. Lin Xiu fiddled with the peaceful axe in his hand, the corner of his mouth turned up, and he said indifferently, when I cut off his hands and feet, you will personally avenge your father, said Lin Xiu as he slowly walked forward, and with a wave of Hua Jingfeng's hand, the 100 Flowers Hall crowd instantly dispersed, surrounding the entire Shangfeng mansion. Seeing this scene, Shenliang's face finally revealed a look of panic. He looked around as if he was searching for something, then he opened his mouth and shouted that, how much longer are you going to watch the show? You'll get nothing if I die. As his words fell, a silver bell-like laugh rang out and, he, what a show, I haven't seen enough. At those words, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards the source of the voice. All that could be seen was a big, burly man, standing under a streetlight, while on his shoulder sat a little girl in a pink dress. The little girl was holding a piece of lollipop in her hand, looking sunny and cute. The burly man, however, was somewhat strange, for his pupils were black as ink, without a trace of the whites of his eyes, and, standing under a streetlight, he has no shadow. Chapter 109, The Trickster. Little girl, it's best to go home and watch the theater if you like. It's not safe here. Hu Shanyue craned his neck, his tone carrying a strong threatening flavor. Yes? The little girl licked the lollipop in her hand, then said with a smile, Uncle, it seems like you're the one who feels unsafe. As her words fell, Hu Shanyue only felt the gloom around her and subconsciously shivered. In the next second, a woman dressed in white with a cloak of hair suddenly appeared in front of him. When Hu Shanyue saw the other party's appearance, his scalp was even more numb, and his entire body retreated back and forth. It was a ghastly white face, without a trace of blood, and a pair of eyes bulging high as if they would come out of their sockets at any moment. It was her tongue that felt the most gut-wrenching, the red tongue dangling out of her mouth and down to where her chest was. Asterisk, what the hell? As soon as Hu Shanyue opened his mouth, his voice came to an abrupt end as the figure floated in front of him like a ghost and grabbed him by the neck. The cold touch coming from his opponent's hand made him feel the threat of death. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu merely froze for a second, followed by a flip of his right hand, and a brightly shining kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Die for me! Ah! Accompanied by this mournful scream, the white figure suddenly dissipated. The little girl in the distance also stifled a grunt, a trace of blood slipping from the corner of her mouth. The lollipop in her hand slipped to the floor and fell apart. How is this possible? She looked at Lin Xiu with a horrified expression, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time she had stepped out of her home, or sneaked out, but her family had told her long ago that with her current strength, as long as she didn't encounter those top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, and angels with overly powerful divine powers, no one would be able to harm her. And now, the first day she came to the Dragon Kingdom, she lost a bazaar, or was lightly chopped. The Sakura country's trickster controller? Lin Xiu twisted his head to look at the other party and asked tentatively. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just passing by to watch the show. The little girl waved her hand in a hurry. Uing. Shenliang reached out and pointed at the other party, not knowing how to spit for a moment. This time when he contacted the Kamiyo family in the Sakura country, the other party promised him that they would send someone over to help him deal with the gangsters and escort him out of Yuan City. But he didn't expect that the other party would send such an unreliable little girl. Big brother, if there's nothing else, can I leave now? The little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xiu with an innocent face. Leave? Lin Xiu laughed, then shook his head. How many more ghosts like that do you have? Ha! The little girl was slightly stunned, then honestly replied. There are 7 in total. One was killed by your chop. and there are still 6 left. Get it all out. I'll study it. This was the first time Lin Xiu had seen a Sakura Nation's trickster controller, so he was inevitably a bit curious. The little girl looked at Lin Xiu with some consternation. Research with that chopper? Thinking about what had just happened to that hangman's creep, the little girl shuddered. Then her little head shook like a rattle as she, No, big brother, they're all ugly and not funny. Speaking here, she seemed to have thought of something, then reached out and pointed at Xin Liang. You guys might as well study him. He looks like he's having fun. After saying that, she reached out and slapped the head of the burly man under her butt and spoke. Move. The burly man froze for a moment, then turned mechanically, about to leave the place. Did I let you go? Lin Xiu flipped his hand and the familiar slab appeared in his hand once again. He casually threw it and it drew a perfect parabola in the air before it smashed impartially on the back of the little girl's head. Boom! The little girl fell straight off the burly man's shoulders and fell back to sleep. The burly man, on the other hand, stood still and froze for a few seconds before turning into a wisp of black mist that drilled into the other party's body and disappeared. This is it? Lin Xiu looked around with some confusion in his eyes. This was the rescuer Xin Liang had found? You're here for a laugh? Controlling Eerie Master. It's like this. Hua Jingfeng explained from the side. What is that? Lin Xiu was a bit confused. Hua Jingfeng pondered for a few seconds, seemingly pondering how to explain so that Lin Xiu could understand. After a moment, he spoke up and asked, Have you ever played an online game? Of course. Come cut me if you're a faculty brother. That's easy to explain. In Su Nua's absence, this sort of thing fell to Hua Jingfeng. So he continued. The Sakura country's trickster controllers are like summoners in an online game, and their battles are entirely reliant on the trickster they control, and on their own, their ability to fight is extremely limited. Of course, there are some trickster controllers who will learn some fighting techniques to use for self-protection, but in the face of an awakened, there's still no room to fight back, and they can only rely on those shenanigans. If the trickster controller is resolved, those weirdness will disappear? Lin Xiu pursued. Theoretically, yes. Hua Jingfeng first nodded, but soon turned his words around and said, but it's not an easy thing to do, because even a level 1 trickster can manipulate the trickster within 100 meters, and it said that some powerful tricksters can even control the trickster from thousands of meters away, so trying to find the trickster itself is not an easy task. Then why did this one just jump out so blatantly? Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at the little girl who was lying on the ground, huffing and puffing. I don't know. Hua Jingfeng shook his head, also somewhat puzzled, and finally spoke. There are only 2 possibilities. Which 2 possibilities? Either confident or stupid. At this time, Shen Liang was a little panicked. He spent a lot of money to hire a helper, was put down by a slate. How do you next deal with the situation at hand? After hesitating for a few seconds, he looked up at Lin Xiu, his tone noticeably softening. Boss Lin, I was wrong before. I'm willing to lead the entire Shangfeng group to join the gang. I hope you can give me a chance. You colluded with the Sakura Nation. Ah. Lin Xiu looked at him with a smirk, his eyes filled with teasing colors. Boss Lin, I know I'm wrong, I have a lot of money, and I can help you make even more money. Xin Liang was obviously a little anxious, but you colluded with the Sakura Nation. Lin Xiu repeated again. You can't get away with this, can you? Shen Liang was a bit speechless. Is it necessary to hold on to this small matter? Boss Lin. Lin Xiu reached out and interrupted Xin Liang's words, then faintly spoke. We come out to mix. Mixing is a word of righteousness, brotherly love in the front, national righteousness in the back. Lin Xiu's words were more or less backbiting, but this was also the truest thought in his heart. Hua Jingfeng and Shen Luo and the others all sniffed with a slight sideways glance, but no one chose to speak out against it at this time. And you? Lin Xiu reached out and pointed at Xin Liang, his gaze gradually becoming a bit cold and, killing my brother's father, I'll apologize for brotherly love if I don't kill you. Colluding with the Sakura Nation's controlling trickster. If I don't kill you, I'll be sorry for the nation's righteousness. Hearing these words, Shen Liang trembled, somewhat overwhelmed with panic. Immediately afterward, as if he thought of something, he pulled Wang Qin beside him, and then hurriedly spoke. It's her. This woman instigated me to do all this. Oh, Lin Xiu smiled and looked at Wang Qin and asked, is that so? Wang Qin first glanced at Shen Liang, and an imperceptible color of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she still turned her head to Lin Xiu and nodded her head, saying, he's right, it's me. After saying this, Wang Qin took a long breath, as if everything was put down. She finally didn't owe him anything. You're very good. You still have to defend your trashy boss at this time. I appreciate you. Lin Xiu looked at Wang Qin and nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he turned his words around and said in a cold voice, but sorry, you're all going to die. Chapter 110 Lin Yuan City Unification. Seeing Lin Xiu's lack of oil and salt, Shenliang also gritted his teeth and showed a ferocious look on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll fight you all. With that he waved his hand and countless men in black suits rushed out of the building. Shang Feng Group, after all, was also one of the three major forces in Lin Yuan City, and was far more powerful than the Good Brothers financial company led by Mao Wenbo. In a short while, nearly 1,000 people poured out of the building, each standing in a tight formation behind Shenliang. That's more fun. Lin Xiu scat his tongue, then took 2 steps back. Immediately afterward, he waved his big hand and said sternly, "Get on me and cut them down." Seeing this, Shenliang, who knew that it was impossible to make good today, also put his heart across and growled, "Give me on. Kill a gang member. Reward 100,000 dragon coins. Killing a hall master is rewarded with 1 million dragon coins. Whoever can kill Lin Xiu, I'll give him half of the Shang Feng Group. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xiu shook his head and laughed. Got me all worked up. When he finished speaking he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and held it in his mouth. Seeing this, Cat L on the side hurriedly took out her lighter and lit it for him. Looking at the fire burning in front of him, Lin Xiu froze slightly before twisting his head to look at her. Cat L spread her face and smiled a clear smile like spring water flooding a pear. You're laughing my ass off. Lin Xiu reached out and smacked her on the forehead and, people are fighting and you're playing with fire here? Cat L was dumbfounded and froze for a good few seconds before she responded that oh, got it. Immediately afterward, the 4 wings behind her unfolded with a great glow, venting all the aggression in her heart into the crowd of Shang Feng Group on the opposite side. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, had a cigarette in his mouth and was carrying a peace axe in his hand as he chopped over a Shang Feng Group security guard, then slowly walked to the side, focusing on the battle on the field. At this moment, the battlefield was completely one-sided. All the members of the 100 Flowers Hall and the Battle Hall participated in this battle, especially the 100 Flowers Hall, with 800 people, the lowest of which were all rank 4 martial artists. With this kind of strength, one could sweep through a city, let alone a mere Shang Feng Group. Shenliang obviously also noticed the situation on the field that was unfavorable to him, so he walked over to Wang Qin and whispered a few words. Wang Qin's face revealed a rather complicated emotion, but in the end, she nodded her head and then walked over in the direction where Lin Xiu was. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu didn't have a so-called smile. Her fight with Zhao Qingqing Lin Xiu had paid attention to it, although the other party was a rank 6 martial artist, but both the awakenings and the combat experience were very average. At first glance, they were just piled up hard with divine stones. Even if Lin Xiu was only a rank 5 martial artist right now, he still had the confidence to defeat his opponent. And just as Lin Xiu was about to welcome him, a figure dressed in a long light blue ancient dress blocked in front of him. Shen Luo didn't turn around to look at Lin Xiu, but just said softly, "Leave it to me." Good. Lin Xiu shrugged, then stepping back again, and walking boredly over to the little girl whom he had knocked unconscious, he kicked the other with his foot and, "Hey, wake up." Well, the little girl wooed and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Lin Xiu in front of her, a flash of panic instantly flashed in her eyes, then with a movement of her mind, the figure of the burly man from before appeared behind her once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiu froze, then once again slammed a brick on his opponent's head. Boom! The little girl fainted once again, and the burly man froze in place for a few seconds before turning into a black mist once again, burrowing into the other's body and disappearing. And just then, a growl interrupted Lin Xiu's thoughts. "Lin Xiu, what are you shouting about?" Lin Xiu twisted his head to look at Shenliang, who was not far away, and at this moment, he was being surrounded by the trio of Hua Jingfeng and Cat L as well as Baby Tang. Although he was a rank 6 martial artist, his awakening object was only an ordinary longsword, and his talent was extremely average. So in the face of these 3 demonic-level geniuses of the younger generation, he could only barely hold his own. It looked like in 10 minutes at most, he would be surrounded by 3 people and killed. "Lin Xiu, if you're a man, fight me one-on-one." Silly asterisk. Lin Xiu scratched his hair, then said with some annoyance, "Playing agitator with me again. Knew I'd eat that, didn't you?" Knowing that there would be a big battle today, Lin Xiu deliberately wore a white shirt today, and he unbuttoned it to reveal the toned muscles on his chest and the murderous by Qi tattoo. He carried the peaceful axe in a single hand and walked towards Shenliang step by step. "Come, battle." Saying that, Lin Xiu's eyes were instantly clouded with a faint layer of scarlet-red color, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. The god of killers is possessed. Seeing this, Hua Jingfeng's trio retreated to the side unanimously, and when Shenliang saw the tattoo on Lin Xiu's chest, he only felt enveloped by an inexplicable sense of fear, and his strength, which was already injured, was once again greatly reduced. Lin Xiu's fighting style was already known for its ferocity, without any skill or flashy moves, coupled with the negative effects of the god of killing possession. He was like a wild beast as the peaceful axe in his hand slashed towards Xinliang without any reservation. The aesthetics of violence are brought to life. When Xinliang crossed his sword to block the peaceful axe, he saw that Lin Xiu's other hand somehow produced an extra square slab, and then slapped it directly towards his face. Boom! Xinliang only felt a heavenly spin as his nose instantly collapsed and his blood soared wildly. Just as he covered his nose and kept retreating, a brightly shining kitchen knife flew towards him again. He hastily sidestepped to avoid it, and although he dodged the vitals, the knife still slashed at his shoulder, and Lin Xiu didn't give the other party any chance to react at all. The peaceful axe in his hand was once again raised high and slashed towards the top of the other party's head. Crazy! At this moment, Xinliang had completely lost his fighting spirit under Lin Xiu's crazy offense without any setup and the shock of Bai Chi's tattoo. The current him only wanted to hurry and get away from this madman. He would rather face the three Hua Jingfeng again than fight Lin Xiu any longer. But at this moment, Lin Xiu didn't care about that much. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill all the enemies. In less than 5 minutes, Shan Liang, who didn't have any desire to fight, was chopped in the chest by Lin Xiu with an axe, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. The whole person completely lost the ability to fight and fell to the ground dying. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu didn't choose to kill the other party immediately. His remaining reasoning told him that this person was to be left for Gu Qiu to finish off with his own hands. But at this time, his god of killing possession state hadn't been lifted, so he set his sights on the group of security guards from Shang Feng Group. At this point, Lin Xiu, who was already a level 5 martial artist, coupled with the state of the god of killing possession, even Shen Liang, who was a level 6 martial artist, looked a bit unbeatable in front of him, not to mention this group of level 1 and level 2 security guards. After another 5 minutes, the entire front of Shangfeng Mansion was filled with a strong odor of blood. Blood is flowing in the street in front of the door. Lin Xiu looked down at his white shirt, which was soaked in blood, and was somewhat chagrined. Killing god possession is good. It's just that it has no brain when it comes to fighting, and you have to change your clothes for one fight. Looks like it's better to try not to do it in the future. The next day, a big event happened in Yuan City. The first one to come forward and speak out was Nian Yu of the Sojourn Foundation, who stated that from today onwards, the Sojourn Foundation would not be involved in any of the matters of Yuan City, and that it would pay the protection fee to the gangsters on time every month. With the Sojourn Foundation's voice, all of the small and medium-sized companies in Yuan City all responded with their voices and said that they were all willing to pay protection fees to the gangsters. And Lin Xiu didn't have much interest in those companies. After all, the entire staff of those companies put together couldn't come up with 20 martial artists, and they didn't pose any threat to the current gangsters. Moreover, the current him couldn't look at the tens of points of power value. As of this moment, Yuan City had changed from the previous triad to a situation where the gangs were dominant, and the gangs, too, have their real home base. Chapter 111, The First Talented Person. Kamiyo Sakurako. Sakura Country. Kamiyo Family. A man with slightly gray sideburns sat on his knees in front of the tea table with a dignified face and a cold gaze. Yamamoto, if you can't find Sakurako in 3 days, you're not going to be the head of Takatenkara. Yes, don't worry, I'll definitely get mess. Kamiyo Sakurako back as soon as possible. A middle-aged man in a black suit respectfully exited the room. There is only one organization of trick controllers within the Sakura country, named Takatenkara. Takatenkara had control over almost all the trick controllers in the entire Sakura country, although Yoji Yamamoto was the nominal leader of Takatenkara. In reality, the real person in charge of Takatenkara was this old man with slightly gray temples in front of him, also known as the head of the Kamiyo family. His name was Kamiyo Okio, and he was by far the most powerful trickster within Sakura. Not long ago, the Divine Kingdom sent people to the Sakura Kingdom to reach an agreement with Gao Tianyuan to jointly conquer the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Parish City, and for this reason, Gao Tianyuan sent a large number of powerful trick controllers to Divine Parish City, and just a few days ago, the Kamiyo family received a request for help from Xinliang, the president of the Shangfeng Group in Yuan City, and the other party offered half of the Shangfeng Group's property as a reward, asking them to send someone to Yuan City to deal with a small gang. This was undoubtedly a trivial and insignificant matter for the Kamiyo family, an unknown civil organization that could be destroyed with the lift of a hand. But what Kamiyo Okio didn't expect was for the jewel of the Kamiyo family, Kamiyo Sakurako, to secretly leave her home and head to the Dragon Kingdom after hearing the news. So far, Kamiyo Sakurako had been lost for 3 days, and Kamiyo Okio was incredibly anxious inside. The Kamiyo family has a thriving family. with 7 sons and 16 grandsons in Kamiyo Okio's line alone, but only one granddaughter, Kamiyo Sakurako. Because of this, Kamiyo Sakurako had logically become the pearl of the entire Kamiyo family. Everyone thought that Kamiyo Okio favored Kamiyo Sakurako because she was the only granddaughter of the Kamiyo family, but there was actually another important reason. As for this reason, the entire Kamiyo family knew no more than a handful of people. Even to keep the secret, Kamiyo Okio killed Kamiyo Sakurako's mother with his own hands, and that secret was Kamiyo Sakurako's talent, which no one in the entire Sakura country could match. The Sakura Kingdom's trickster controllers were different from the angels of the Kingdom of God and the awakened of the Dragon Kingdom in that they didn't need to cultivate themselves. As long as the trickster they controlled was able to absorb enough death chi, they would be able to gain advancement. In contrast, the level of talent of a trickster is determined by the amount of tricksters that the trickster can control. Ordinary tricksters are usually able to control 1 or 2 tricks. Anyone who can control more than 3 shenanigans can be called a genius. As for Kamiyo Okio, who was the number 1 expert of the Sakura Kingdom, the number of guile he controlled was as high as 7, and one of his most powerful guile had already reached the Guile King level. When Qin Zhong, the dean of the 100 Battles Martial University, brought a group of wolf cubs from the 100 Battles Martial University to run amok in the Sakura country, he nearly left all of those people behind in the Sakura country by merely sending out 2 9th-level artifices. In the end, when Yang Nitan came in person, Kamiyo Okio sent his most powerful trickster king to have a few moves with him. And even though he failed to stop the other party in the end, this battle was enough to prove to the world that trickster controllers were powerful. And Kamiyo Sakurako's talent is far greater than even her grandfather's, as there is no limit to the number of shenanigans she can do. And for some reason, she was born with a strong affinity for the bazaar, and uncountable bazaars snatched up and drove for her. However, establishing a contract with the trickster requires one's own essence blood, and when the trickster receives fatal damage, the trickster controller is also subject to a degree of backlash. That's why Kamiyo Sakurako currently only controls 7 shenanigans, and Kamiyo Okio is still searching for a suitable shenanigans for the other side so far. As long as Kamiyo Sakurako was given enough time, sooner or later she would one day become the most powerful person in this world, bar none. Then, when the time comes, at her command, it will be 100 ghosts walking at night. Meanwhile, Yuan City, Lin Xiu held the slate in his hand, looked at the little girl huddled in the corner, and said in an undeniable tone, "Now, I ask you to answer. Answer a wrong sentence." Lin Xiu didn't continue, just weighed the slate in his hand. The meaning was self-evident. "I promise to answer properly," said the little girl, stretching out one middle finger and pointing to the sky with a serious face. "I can swear." "That's not swearing, that's cursing." Lin Xiu almost didn't have the control to greet him with a brick, but thinking that there were so many other people watching, he still didn't make a move. After all, who didn't know in the entire mob that he, Lin Xiu, never hit women? Of course, that's what he thinks of himself. "What's your name?" Lin Xiu asked. "My name is Kamiyo Sakurako, and I come from the Kamiyo family of the Sakura Kingdom. My grandfather's name is Kamiyo Okio, the most powerful trickster controller in the Sakura country. By the way, I'm here this time because of that person called Xin Liang, who asked for help from our Kamiyo clan, saying that he wanted us to help him deal with a small gang. He's willing to give us lots and lots of money if this thing works out." Lin Xiu had only asked her name, and Kamiyo Sakurako had cannonballed out everything she knew, listening to the crowd. "So your family sent a brat like you over to help Xin Liang?" Lin Xiu felt a bit puzzled. The other party's strength didn't look that great, not to mention dealing with the gangsters. "I'm afraid that even Xin Liang's Shangfeng group was much stronger than her. My family doesn't know about this. I snuck out after them, and halfway through I assigned everyone else away," Kamiyo Sakurako said somewhat sheepishly. "Where did the assignment go?" Lin Xiu continued to ask. "The city of divine perdition. You sent them to the war?" Lin Xiu frowned slightly, his face somewhat unsightly. "They were going to join the war even after they finished dealing with Yuan City. I just let them go over early. What favors did the Divine Kingdom promise you that you want to be dogs for the Divine Kingdom?" Lin Xiu was a bit confused. "There are no benefits," Kamiyo Sakurako said with a serious face. "We don't need the benefits either. What we need is the dead chi from the battlefield. The more people die, the more dead chi there will be, and that will be the best cultivation resource for the shenanigans we control. So that's how it is." Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds before continuing to speak. "Get those few shenanigans you're controlling and show them to me." Hearing this, Kamiyo Sakurako revealed a difficult expression, then said somewhat pitifully, "Can you not cut them to death? I can't withstand the backlash from the 7 weird demises right now. I'd die too in that case." "Cut the crap." Lin Xiu didn't have that much patience to waste on the other party. Because of his previous life, He was originally disgusted with the people of the Sakura country, and even if the other party was an uninitiated and cute-looking little girl, he couldn't muster half a bit of goodwill. Seeing Lin Xiu's impatient expression, Kamiyo Sakurako shrunk her neck, then reluctantly summoned all 6 remaining tricksters. In an instant, the temperature in the entire room plummeted. These spooks appeared to be existences with no autonomous consciousness, and when they didn't receive Kamiyo Sakurako's orders, each of them was frozen in place without a single trace of expression. However, after seeing these 6 weirdnesses, Lin Xiu frowned slightly as he found a place that didn't quite make sense. Of this 6 bizarre, except for that burly man who had previously carried Kamiyo Sakurako on his shoulders, the remaining 5, by the way they were dressed, did not look like Sakura Nation people. Some of them were clad in armor and held spears, while others were dressed in strong armor with long swords at their waists. These are the Dragon Kingdom people from ancient times? Chapter 112, once a co-lord of the Divine Kingdom. They are indeed from the Dragon Kingdom. Kamiyo Sakurako knew what she was talking about. My grandfather said that most of the powerful creeps are from the Dragon Kingdom. Why is that? Lin Xiu pursued. I don't know about that. Kamiyo Sakurako shook her head. Lin Xiu stared at the other party for a while. How could he see that the other party didn't look like he would lie? So he got up and walked to the side of the sofa and sat down. Boss, what to do with this little girl? Hu Shanyue touched his bald head and opened his mouth to ask. Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, then looked up at him and asked, what do you think? Hu Shanyue didn't open his mouth, but only stretched out his thumb and made a light imaginary stroke on his neck. His eyes filled with a vicious color. At this time, Su Nuo, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Boss? No. Why? Hu Shanyue frowned. In his opinion, Su Laoer was not a compassionate master. She has just said that Xin Liang's request for help from the Kamiyo family is already known to the Kamiyo family, and when the time comes, they won't be able to find Kamiyo Sakurako, and with a little bit of investigation, they'll be able to trace it back to us gangsters. Su Nuo pushed his eyes up and continued to explain. If we kill her, we will surely be subjected to the mad retaliation of the Kamiyo family, but if we leave her behind, we can make the Kamiyo clan and Takatenkura throw in the towel. Just do what Laoer said. Lin Xiu pondered for 2 seconds before making his decision. Meanwhile, outside of Divine Perdition City, inside the temporary tent of the Divine Kingdom, Eros envoy Eris sat on the main seat and looked at a man from the Sakura country in samurai uniform in front of her and spoke. You're saying that you're going to take all of the controllers and tricksters and withdraw from the battlefield of Divine Perdition City? Yes. The man from the Sakura country nodded solemnly and spoke. Miss Sakurako Kamiyo, the jewel of the Kamiyo clan, has been captured by an unknown force in Ling Yuan City, and we must travel to Ling Yuan City to rescue her as soon as possible. For a little girl? At those words, everyone in the room looked at Eris with strange gazes, eyes that seemed to mean, aren't you also a little girl? What are you looking at? Eris said fiercely with her eyes crossed. Look again and an arrow will kill you. With all of them lowering their heads, she once again turned her gaze to the Sakura Nation men before saying, a small Ling Yuan City. Is it as much as a reason for you to transfer all of your trick controllers? That power isn't that simple, he said as he pulled a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Eris. Looking at the letter handed over by the other party, Eris showed a look of embarrassment before turning her head to look at one of the 6-winged archangels on the side. Gabriel, read it to me. Eris was illiterate, a secret that all the higher-ups in the kingdom of God knew, but were afraid to mention. Gabriel nodded respectfully, then took the letter and opened his mouth to read. Lin Yuan City Gangster. Gang Leader Lin Xiu. Strength unknown. Under the gang leader, there are 3 divine positions and 5 tiger generals. Luo Shun. Shen Luo. A dual awakening level 5 martial artist, whose awakening item, Water Cloud Ballad, is ranked 2nd on the Magic City Martial University's awakening list. God of Fortune. Ancient Vengeance. Awakening object unknown. The God of Wushu, said Gabriel, his pupils instantly dilated, and then looked incredulously at the man from the Sakura country who was beside him. Are you sure your intelligence is correct? There is absolutely no mistake, the man said with a serious face. At that time, the mob's reward ceremony was a big commotion, and everyone in the entire Lin Yuan City knew about it. What's wrong? Eris looked at Gabriel with some confusion. The corners of Gabriel's mouth twitched slightly before he continued. Martial God, Flower Hearing Wind. There wasn't any extra introduction about Flower Listening Wind, nor was there any need for one, because just that one name was enough. It can be said, who in the world does not know the king? Hua Listening Wind actually willingly went to some gang to become a martial god? Eris somewhat doubted her ears for a moment. 1,000 times true, the man from the Sakura country reconfirmed. Alright. Eris waved a small hand rather helplessly before looking to Gabriel. You keep reading. 5 tiger generals. 2 in total so far. Gabriel picked up the letter and continued to speak. The one named Baby Tang, awakened object, green dragon blade, suspected to be the daughter of one of the 7 princes and marquises of the Dragon Kingdom, Yan King Tang Yuyang. Hearing this, Eris just nodded lightly. Even Hua Listening Wind had already joined the gang. Compared to a daughter of a prince, it was nothing. The other one is named Zhao Qingqing, the only 4 awakenings genius in the Dragon Kingdom. Very strong. Keep going on. Eris rubbed her brow, feeling a little annoyed. The 2 major forces of the Dragon Kingdom, the Night Patrol Division and the Dragon Guards, were already giving the Divine Kingdom a headache, and now a gangster had popped up. This really wasn't good news. The mob also has 3 main halls. Law Enforcement Hall, Hall Master Su Nuwa, Awakening Object Unknown, Strength Unknown, 100 Flowers Hall, Hall Master Hua Jingfeng, Awakening Substance Lin Longxian, Identity is the heir to the Hua family of God Perishing City. Battle Hall, said Gabriel. The hand holding the letter trembled slightly. The letter fell directly to the ground. His pair of eyes stared blankly, full of shock. What again? Eris felt her head spin. Could it be that there was a more headache-inducing character in this gang than Hannah Hearing Wind? The God Emperor. Gabriel's voice took on a tremor as he took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. This Battle Hall Master. Her name is Cat-El, a 4-winged angel. What? Eris snapped out of her seat, picking up the letter as soon as she could before reacting to the fact that she didn't know how to read, and looking up at Gabriel again with an incredibly serious question. Are you sure it's Sister Cat-El? Instead of answering, Gabriel turned his head to look aside at the man from the Sakura country. Our intelligence is absolutely not wrong. Does this Cat-El have any special status? Is her name also something you're worthy of mentioning? Eris's gaze stared, and a rare streak of killing intent actually appeared in her eyes. Cat-El, a former co-owner of the Kingdom of God. In that year's Divine Kingdom, there was only one Divine Lord, and that was Cat-El, who had 3 great Divine Ambassadors under her. The God of War, the God of the Sea, and the God of Love. But years ago, the War God Envoy and the Sea God Envoy rebelled and secretly attacked Cat-El. In the end, it was the then Empressor of Love who burned his own divine power before he died with the other 2. After being seriously injured, all of Cat-El's memories were lost and her divine power dissipated. Even her appearance changed back to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. Then the second Divine Lord of the Kingdom of God appeared. In order to avoid what happened before from happening again, the other party hid Cat-El's identity and arranged for her to be placed in the Blazing Angel Legion as an ordinary Blazing Angel. But every time she participated in a battle, there would be someone dedicated to protecting her in the shadows. This matter was known only to the fallen angel Gabriel, who was responsible for her protection. Except for the contemporary God King, and Eris, the descendant of the last Love God Envoy. And just a short while ago, the great war between the Divine Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom ended, with the Divine Kingdom winning a great victory and the Dragon Kingdom ceding Sin City to the Divine Kingdom. The Kingdom of God sent blazing angels to take over according to the normal process, and Gabriel at that time also left Cat-El's side temporarily due to the end of the Great War. And the Legionnaire, who didn't know Cater's identity, gave Cater the task of taking over Sin City. According to past practices, these small cities that were ceded would not have much of a martial artist presence at all. They were all cities that had been abandoned by the Dragon Kingdom. However, this time there was clearly an accident. After that, Gabriel had traveled to Sin City many times to secretly pry for news, but because of Cat-El's special status, he didn't dare to make a noise, so he had never found any clues about Cat-El. In desperation, the current God Lord ordered Gabriel to march on Divine Perdition City and force the Dragon Kingdom itself to hand over the people. But what they didn't expect was that this time, Yang Knighton's attitude was incomparably resolute. No matter what the battle. Chapter 113, I laughed at the 7 great transcendents. Only 2 are worthy of being called princes and marquises. Lord God Emperor. Then what should we do now? Gabriel looked at Eris with an anxious face. One must know that the Blazing Angel legionary who had dispatched Cat-El to Sin City had already been secretly executed. And if it wasn't for the fact that he held the entire legion of fallen angels in his hands and was a powerful 6-winged archangel, I'm afraid that his little life would have long since been lost as well. But even so, if something did go wrong with Cat-El, it was inevitable that he would be implicated. Inform all the angelic legions to abandon the attack on Divine Perdition City. Eris's large eyes radiated an unprecedented chill as she said in a firm tone, turn to fight in Yuan City. This, Gabriel froze slightly, then said with some hesitation, don't we need to ask for permission from the God Lord? No need. If he knew about it, he would do the same. Inside the Divine Parish City Lord's Mansion, princes and lords, we just received news that the angelic legions of the Divine Kingdom as well as the Sakura Kingdom's controllers have all withdrawn their troops. At those words, everyone present was slightly stunned. Nowadays, Even though the Divine Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom had not been able to break through Divine Parish City in a short period of time, they had already gained the upper hand, and the crowd really couldn't figure out why the other side would suddenly withdraw their troops. Which direction did they retreat in? Young Nightan asked with a slight frown. The direction of their retreat is strange. It seems like they are heading in the direction of Delta Island. That person also said with some doubt. Triangle Island, not belonging to any country, is a small island located at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and Goguryeo. Triangle Island? Yang Nightan's frown tightened, and he remained silent for a few seconds before analyzing. The Sakura country's controlling trickster could be interpreted as wanting to return to the Sakura country instead. But why should the angelic legions of the Kingdom of God follow along? Could it be that they're going to give up attacking Divine Perishable City and attack Goguryeo instead? Below, 100 Battles Martial University Dean Qin Zhong's eyes lit up as he spoke, yet his words drew a sea of contemptuous glances. Old idiot. The Dean of the Capital Martial University, Di Huainan, spoke sarcastically. That place, Goguryeo, can't even mine a single divine stone. How idle are the Divine Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to go and fight them? You. Qin Zhong opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything, because he also knew that the other party was right. And at that moment, Yang Nightan was suddenly speaking. There's actually another possibility. Lin Yuan City. Hua Hearing Wine spoke up first. Lin Yuan City is also located near the Triangle Island, but the Divine Kingdom likewise has no reason to attack Lin Yuan City. Di Huainan still shook his head. No, they have a reason. Yang Nightan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before speaking. This is something I hadn't planned to tell you guys, but it seems impossible to hide it now. Marquis Nightan, you're hiding something from us? Yen Wangtang Yurong raised his eyes and glanced at Young Nightan on the side. Yang Nightan slowly nodded his head, and then told the people present about Gabriel's pipe demand for him earlier. He had never brought up this matter, and it wasn't because of Lin Xiao, but it had been all these years, and the Dragon Kingdom was in need of a big war. Nowadays, all the families want to live in peace and quiet, and one by one, they have become conservatives without realizing it. But in the long run, it would only cause the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom to become more and more cowardly and slack, and it would also allow the Divine Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to become more and more unscrupulous. So taking this opportunity, Yang Nightan wanted to fight a big battle. After hearing his words, the people present all frowned slightly. They really didn't expect that the reason for this great war to break out was because a cadet from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University had abducted a blazing angel back in Sin City. If it was in normal times, if a cadet had signed a contract with a blazing angel, they would only give a thumbs up and praise the other party. Good job. But to have such a large-scale war break out over a single killing angel was a bit ridiculous. Marquis Nightsafe, you're confused. Di Huainan sighed and said, how could you cause such a huge war because of a mere blazing angel? I poo. Before Yan Nightan could say anything, Qin Zhong on the side couldn't help but spit. Old Emperor, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're just a wimp. Just with them. What? Even though we lost a lot of money, did they hurt? Qin Zhong, pay attention to your identity. Di Huainan's voice raised a few points. Then he spoke with some displeasure. And, I'm currently communicating with Marquis Nightan as the head of the Di family. Hearing these words, Qin Zhong once again lost his temper. Di Huainan didn't just possess the identity of the Dean of the Capital City Martial Arts University. He was also the contemporary head of the capital city's Di family. And with the status of the Di family's double princes and marquises in one family, he was indeed qualified to speak with Marquis Nightan on an equal footing. There's nothing confusing about it. Young Nightan shook his head. Then his gaze became resolute as he said aloud, I wanted to fight. So I did. You all know what's going on today. Now what exactly will be decided? Let's vote. After saying that, he was the first to raise his hand. I suggest war. At this, the entire room fell into a brief silence. The voting that Young Nightan was talking about was naturally not something that everyone was qualified to participate in. And only the 7 great princes and lords were qualified to participate in voting at times like this. So all eyes fell on the princes and lords. Marquis Knight Peace. This time, I'm sorry for not being able to comply. Tang Yurong shook his head slightly and said, for the sake of a mere student of the Magic Capital Martial University, and for the sake of a blazing angel, sacrificing so many generals, I don't think it's worth it. So I choose. And, Boss Yang, I can't support you this time either. Ji Fenglu smiled awkwardly before speaking. I also choose, and, we also choose and, the imperial family's twin royal lords spoke in unison. At this point, the only ones left in the room were Flower Hearing Wind and the Hua clan ancestor who wasn't present and didn't participate in the vote. Hua Hearing Wind looked around the crowd, then said, it seems my vote is irrelevant. Of the 7 princes and lords, for had already chosen peace, and even if he and the Hua family both chose war, they still had one less vote than the other side. Ha! And just then, a sneer came from the corner of the room. Who? One of the princes of the imperial family frowned slightly, clearly showing some displeasure. Sorry, I really couldn't hold back. Zhao Qingqing walked out from the corner, then arched his hand towards the 7 people above him. What are you laughing at? All the people present naturally knew Zhao Qingqing, and the imperial family's Wang Ho had heard of her. After all, she was the first and only 4 awakenings genius in the Dragon Kingdom. I laugh at the 7 transcendent mortals of the Dragon Kingdom, but only 2 of them are worthy of being called kings and marquises. At those words, the room fell silent. What do you mean? The imperial family's princes and lords' gazes stared slightly. Literally. Zhao Qingqing tilted her head and looked straight at the other party, speaking without humility. The imperial family twin kings are just that. The imperial family twin kings, not the princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom. After saying that, her gaze turned to Tang Yurong. Yan Wang, the only female princes and lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Originally I had always regarded you as the goal I was chasing. Speaking here, she changed her words, but it won't be in the future. You'd better go back to sticking flowers in the mirror and do your best to be the king of Yan. You. Tang Yuyong was just about to open her mouth, but Zhao Qingqing was not giving her a chance at all, and once again her gaze turned to Ji Fenglu, the Marquis of Windfall, who can only windfall, will not comment much. Zhao Qingqing, what exactly do you mean? The imperial family's royal marquis couldn't hold back any longer. His voice obviously raised a few points and a flash of anger appeared on his face. It doesn't mean anything. Zhao Qingqing shrugged, then said, people are selfish, and so am I. So I do understand you guys, but it just doesn't sit well with me if I don't damage you princes a few times. So, you're trying to go to Lin Yuan City? The imperial family's royal lord's face was gloomy. It's not that I want to go, it's that I must go. Zhao Qingqing smiled, then spoke, my son is there, although he doesn't recognize me as his little mother. He is indeed my nominal son. I have to be saved. Just by you? Tang Yurong smiled disdainfully. If you can't save it, you'll just die there. Zhao Qingqing shrugged indifferently. Then the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile that, so at least I'm doing my duty as a mom. And right at this moment, the communicators of both Tang Yurong and Ji Fenglu rang at the same time. Chapter 114, Chasing Lin Yuan City. You're saying that both the Divine Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom have turned to Lin Yuan City? In Ji Han's room, he was currently lying on the bed, naked, with a hideous wound on his back. Herr Ruoshue spoke while applying medicine to him. I also just heard about it. The 7 princes and lords are voting right now. Vote for what? Jihan slightly sidled his head, a little puzzled, deciding whether it's war or peace. Fa Ruoshue explained. I heard that this divine perishable city war seems to have started because of Cat L. If we hand over Cat L, we can avoid this great war. So most of the princes should be in favor of handing over Cat L. Jihan frowned slightly and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he spoke. Do you think that even if they agree to hand over Cat L, Lin Xiu will agree? I don't think so. Although we haven't spent much time with Lin Xiu, he doesn't seem like someone who would compromise. No way. Jihan sat up violently, then said, Lin Xiu, that deadbeat, definitely won't hand over Cat L. And that idiot Hua Jingfeng will definitely follow Lin Xiu. Don't you hate Hua Jingfeng the most? Fa Ruoshue asked with a smile. Of course I hate him, so I have to kill him with my own hands to do so, Jihan said in a ferocious manner. Wouldn't it be too cheap to let him die at the hands of the Divine Kingdom? When he finished speaking, he picked up his communicator from his bedside and dialed a number that, Old Deng, I heard that you are in favor of making peace with the Kingdom of God? A deliberately lowered voice came from the other side of the communicator. My good big grandson, I've got a lot of people here. Give grandpa some face. You've done such a shameless thing. You still want face? Jihan's voice raised a few points. Then without even giving the other party a chance to open his mouth, he continued. Do what you like, little master. I'm ready to set off for Lin Yuan City. Bye-bye within you. After saying that he hung up the phone directly, then twisted his head to look at Herr Ruoshue. Call the girls. We're leaving now for Lin Yuan City. But your injuries. This injury is nothing. Tang family. A middle-aged man with an anxious face dialed a number, and after connecting he spoke in a somewhat nervous tone, saying, Family master, we found out the reason why Missy didn't travel to Divine Perdition City this time. I'm busy right now. Let's talk later. Tang Yuron's icy voice came from the other end. Family master wait. The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke. Missy is now in Lin Yuan City. What? After our investigation, Missy dropped out of 100 Battles Martial University a long time ago. And now she's in Lin Yuan City and has joined a gang. Tang Yurong was silent for a long time, then didn't say anything else and finally hung up the communication. Yuan City. Gangster headquarters. Lin Xiu put down the communicator in his hand with a rather gloomy expression. Boss, what happened? Su Nua saw Lin Xiu's anomaly and asked. The Divine Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom have given up on attacking Divine Parish City and have turned to fight in Yuan City. What? Everyone present was shocked, knowing that they had just gained a firm foothold in Yuan City, a base camp that had been built up with great difficulty. If the God Country and the Sakura Country attacked, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to defend it with just the people they had. Is it because of that Kamio Sakurako? Su Nua was the first to react, frowning slightly. Yes and no. Lin Xiu didn't want to talk about Cadel's matter, so he changed the topic. But the 7 great princes and marquises have passed a vote and decided to rush to Yuan City's aid. This battle is inevitable. Saying that, Lin Xiu glanced at Baby Tang, who had her head down and didn't say anything, with a rather complicated expression. Baby Tang, come over here with me for a moment. After saying that, he walked towards his room, and Baby Tang was only slightly stunned before following. Looking at the other party's back, Cadel only felt a sour, bad taste in her heart. Bring the door with you. Lin Xiu sat on the bed and reached out to point at the door of the room. Oh, Baby Tang obediently closed the door, then stood in front of Lin Xiu with her head lowered, not saying a word. Lin Xiu stared at her for a long time, then slowly opened his mouth and asked, what is your relationship with Tang Yurong, one of the 7 princes? Upon hearing this, Baby Tang's petite body trembled slightly, and she was silent for a few seconds before raising her head and saying, she's considered my mother. What do you mean sort of? Lin Xiu frowned. She gave birth to me, but she hasn't treated me as a daughter, and I haven't treated her as a mother. Tang Baby muttered in a small voice. Don't beat around the bush with me. Just say it, Lin Xiu said with some impatience. Oh, Baby Tang organized his words for a moment, then explained that she went through an unhappy marriage a long time ago, and the man treated him badly, so she destroyed the man's entire family. Lin Xiu felt a chill run down his back. Tang Baby obviously didn't notice Lin Xiu's abnormality and continued. Later on, in order to pass on the family name, she got together with my father Guan Zifeng again, but she was too paranoid and sensitive for her own good, and always felt that my father would do her wrong. When I was 3 years old, she broke both of my father's legs just because he said a few more words to one of the housemaids. After another 2 years, she heard some rumors somewhere that my father had cheated on me. You can still cheat with both legs broken? Lin Xiu felt just as outrageous. Yeah, she just believes it. What happened afterward? Lin Xiu pursued. Later she said that men are only honest if they hang on the wall. Tang's eyes instantly reddened. The next thing Lin Xiu knew without having to ask was that it was really given to the wall. It seems that this can become the king and the vassal. Really, there is no normal people. Can you not let her take me away? Tang Baby struggled for a while, but finally opened his mouth, a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Xiu looked at the other party's pitiful appearance, and his voice was rare and gentle for a few minutes. Don't worry, you're considered my woman now. No one can take you away. Thank you. Baby Tang solemnly bowed towards Lin Xiu. What's the point of being so formal? Then do I need to sleep with you? Tang Baby rubbed his somewhat reddened eyes and said rather seriously. Lin Xiu froze, then said righteously, what do you take me for? It's broad daylight. Oh, Baby Tang nodded, then was about to leave. Wait. Lin Xiu opened his mouth and called out to her, then said in a serious tone, you'll come back at night. Oh, Tang Baby's feet gave a beat, then nodded silently. And by the way, call Cadel in for me. Oh, the people waiting outside were a bit puzzled when they saw Baby Tang walk out of the room with red eyes, but no one dared to ask anything more. Tang Baby also walked to the side of Cadel and Shenlua without saying a word. The 3 of them are also considered to be not fighting. Nowadays the relationship between the 3 of them is also very good. After all, they are all women. The common topic to be more. He bullied you? Shenlua looked at Baby Tang's slightly red eyes and opened his mouth to ask. No. Tang Baby shook his head. Then what did he call you for? Shenluo continued to pursue the question. He just asked me about my family. Nothing else? Shenluo was a bit unconvinced. Oh, there's more. Baby Tang seemed to have thought of something, then said. He also asked me to go sleep with him at night. I knew it. Scum. Shenluo looked in the direction of Lin Xiu's room door with a look of contempt, and Cadel had an envious look on her face. By the way, he asked you to come in as well, said Tang Baby, looking at Cadel. Sure enough, he's a scumbag. The more Shenluo thought about it, the more angry she became. Cadel, you can never. Shenluo was only halfway through his sentence. When he turned his head, he saw Cadel take out a small mirror from somewhere. Was fixing my hair in the mirror. Chapter 115, have you eaten yet? Lin Xiu looked at Cadel, who was standing in front of him, her fingers constantly tugging at the hem of her shirt, her cheeks fluttering red, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "And, you do realize what I've called you here for, don't you?" "Well," said Cadell, her face becoming even more flushed. "Then say it." Lin Xiu leaned his body against the bed, his gaze somewhat cold as he looked at her. Cadell bit her lip, then slowly removed her outer shirt, her snow-white skin suddenly exposed in front of Lin Xiu's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiu violently sat up straight. "Didn't you tell me to take it off?" Cadell lowered her head, not daring to look into Lin Xiu's eyes. "Take off your sister." Lin Xiu was speechless. "I told you to say it. Talk, not off." Lin Xiu slapped his forehead, feeling that it was still a bit of a struggle to communicate after the foreign girl. Although the whole world was now speaking the dragon's language, the language and culture of the dragon's country was just too vast and profound, and it was not something that could be fully grasped by simply studying for a few years. "Ha!" A look of disappointment flashed in Cadell's eyes before she opened her mouth and asked, "Say what? You're still pretending with me?" A chill flashed under Lin Xiu's eyes. "Who the hell are you? Why would the kingdom of God start a war for you?" This doubt had been bottled up in Lin Xiu's heart for a long time, and he had wanted to ask Cadell about it back when he first met with Yang Yin. But then a series of things happened and he didn't get a chance to ask. Now that the angelic legions of the kingdom of God were chasing after Ling Yuan City, this matter was something he had to get to the bottom of. "I really don't know," Cadell said with confusion in her eyes. "The kingdom of God is waging war for her? She was nothing more than an ordinary blazing angel. How could the divine lord of the kingdom of God start a war for her? The facts are already in front of you, and you still want to argue?" Lin Xiu's gaze became cold for a few moments before his voice lowered and said, "Cadell, did you think that I wouldn't kill you?" Cadell raised her head, right into Lin Xiu's icy gaze, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. A little flustered, she raised her hand, extended one middle finger to the sky, and said with a solemn face, "I swear, I'm not hiding anything from you. If I have kept anything from you, I am willing to be forsaken by the gods and die a horrible death." "Who the hell did you learn that swearing gesture from?" "That's what Kamio Sakura-chan swore that day," Cadell muttered in a small voice. Then she seemed to have thought of something, then hurriedly spoke. "Yes, I did sign a contract with you, and after signing the contract, it is impossible for me to lie with you." Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't say anything, she added, "If you still don't believe me, I can sign a master-servant contract with you." Hearing this, Lin Xiu frowned. Although he hadn't understood much about the Divine Kingdom's contract, he had heard Su Nuo talk about the master-servant contract. Once it was signed, the other party would completely become his slave. The other party would never do anything against their will. Even if they wanted the other party to die, the other party would do it without hesitation. It is the most overbearing contract in the kingdom of God and is usually only used on slaves. "Forget it, you go out." Lin Xiu waved his hand. At this moment he felt that there might be something else to this matter. After all, the other party had already signed a contract with himself and would not betray him. As for the master-servant contract, he suddenly didn't want to sign it, and he didn't know why. After a while, Lin Xiu raised his head and realized that the other party was still standing there motionless, so he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Stammered Cadell, and then asked "Don't I have to come tonight? What are you doing here at night?" Lin Xiu felt as if this woman was sick, so he waved his hand with an impatient face and, "Hurry up and get out." Eventually Cadell had to take her clothes and walk out of the room in aggravation. Early the next morning, Lin Xiu casually put on a shirt and sleepily walked out of his room when Su Nuo hurriedly ran over. "Boss, something's wrong." "What is it?" Lin Xiu was instantly sleepy. Su Nuo was not the reckless man that Hu Shangyue was. Something that could make him so flustered was definitely not a small matter. "Just now, the 7 great princes and marquises have arrived in Ling Yuan City and are now rushing towards us." "So fast?" Lin Xiu was a bit surprised, but on second thought, Wang Ho's rushing speed was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary person. "Boss, hurry up and call baby Tang out. I just heard that Yin King Tang Yurong doesn't look too good." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiu immediately froze and forgot about this. Last night he had tossed that little ninny, Tang baby, and if he let Tang Yurong know about this, he would still pick his skin. But just then, the door to the villa slowly opened. 7 figures appeared in Lin Xiu's line of sight, of which the only ones Lin Xiu recognized were Yang Naitan, Hua Listening Wind, and Zhao Qingqing. The other 3 men and 1 woman he had not seen before. But one didn't need to think about it to know that the only ones who could travel with Yang Yin and Flower Hearing Wind were those 4 princes and lords. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu hurriedly fastened the buttons of his shirt, then walked forward with a smile on his face and, "I didn't know that all the princes and lords were coming. so I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. Seeing Lin Xiu's dilemma, Hua Hearingphone felt quite amused. This was not the first time he had come here, and walked lightly to the side of the sofa and sat down, ready to watch a good show. That day, during the vote in Divine Perishable City, originally both Ji Fenglu and Tang Yurong were in favor of negotiating peace, but then both of them received a call at the same time. Ji Fengliu's is his precious grandson called over. Ji Han, that boy, directly preempted. With a few of his girlfriends toward the Lin Yuan city, set off, helpless under the Ji Fenglu on the spot to change his words, advocating a war with the God country, said that the call are righteous words. Tang Yurong, on the other hand, was said to have been abducted to Lin Yuan city because of his only daughter, Tang Bao Bao, and finally chose to change his story, because the Hua family's oldest ancestor was not coming out of seclusion. In the end, Yang Nightman proposed that Hua Tianquan make the decision instead of the other party. Because of Hua Jingfeng, Hua Tianquan's choices were predictable, which led to the final result. Only the two princes of the imperial family chose to negotiate peace, while the remaining 5 votes all chose a battle. Another interesting thing that happened at that time was that Tang Yurong, knowing about the relationship between the gang's leader Lin Xiu and Zhao Qingqing, questioned Zhao Qingqing on the spot about Lin Xiu's relationship with baby Tang. This was something Zhao Qingqing wasn't actually aware of. However, the always silent Flower Hearing Wind unexpectedly opened his mouth at the right time, saying that the relationship between the two people, it looked extraordinary, and also said that the two people were a perfect match when they stood together. As soon as these words came out, Tang Yurong exploded on the spot, and if it wasn't for Yang Yanyan and the others dissuading her, she might have been about to fight Zhao Qingqing, the nominal in-law's mother. Where's baby Tang? Tang Yurong looked at Lin Xiu with a cold gaze. Lin Xiu was a bit speechless for a moment, and at this time, Su Nuo, who was on the side, had a flash of inspiration and grabbed the first opportunity to speak. Sister Baby and Shen Luo went out. They should be back in a while. Ah, right. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. Who called me? At this time, Shen Luo, who heard someone calling her name, walked in from outside, and seeing the room full of people, she was also slightly stunned. The crowd's gaze toward Lin Xiu, on the other hand, was filled with doubt, as if they were waiting for the other party to explain. That would be going out with Cat L. I misremembered. Su Nuo rephrased. As his words fell, Cat L also appeared beside Shen Luo with a confused face. Have you guys eaten yet? Lin Xiu wanted to cry. Lin Xiu, don't pull useless stuff with my mom. Where the hell is baby Tang? Tang Yurong had obviously gotten a bit impatient, and the atmosphere of the entire room became gloomy. And just then, baby Tang, wearing a cartoon pajamas, walked out from the room behind Lin Xiu, rubbing his eyes and opening his mouth in a daze. Who called me? Seeing this scene, Tang Yurong's pair of beautiful eyes were immediately filled with rage as she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Xiu, I'll kill you. As her words fell, several figures instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiu, standing between him and Tang Yurong, Hua Jingfeng, Shen Luo, Cat L. As for baby Tang, he froze in place, somewhat confused. Is this a dream? I think I see my mom. A bunch of juniors, all get out of my way. Tang Yurong fiercely waved his hand, and the 3 of them were instantly lifted out by the powerful qi, smashing over a row of tables and chairs. And just as when Tang Yurong took a step closer to Lin Xiu, a large sword surrounded by a green dragon's shadow slashed towards her head without any reservations. Chapter 116, The Drums of War Sound. The Great War begins. Looking at the oncoming green dragon machete, Tang Yurong was slightly stunned. Then a flash of anger appeared on his face as he swung his arm violently. Tang Baby only felt a powerful aura come crashing down on his face, and his entire body instantly flew backwards. Seeing this, Lin Xiu rushed forward to help the other party, and the huge impact caused both of them to take a few steps back before they managed to stabilize themselves. Baby Tang, you're really good. Tang Yurong's gaze was cold, and her face was filled with disappointment as you actually started a knife fight with me for a man? He's my man. Tang Bao held the green dragon sword tightly, looking straight at Tang Yurong, his tone incomparably firm. Your man. Tang Yurong was extremely angry and laughed back, the chi surging around her body, her emotions obviously a little out of control. Do you believe I'll kill him now? Before baby Tang could open his mouth, Hua Hearing Wind, who had been sitting on the sofa in a state of watching the show, slowly stood up and said faintly, I'm afraid this won't work. Upon hearing this, Tang Yurong slightly sidelined her eyes and spoke. King Hearing Wind, what do you mean by this? Hua Listening Phone walked with a steady pace to the 2 Lin Xiu, then turned his head to look at Tang Yurong and said in a flat tone, Get reacquainted. I, the gangster god of martial arts, Flower Hearing Wind. At these words, the room fell silent. For several minutes, no one said a word. In the end, it was Yang Yian who was the first to react and frowned. Flower listening wind. This joke, it's not funny. When have I, Hua Hearing Wind, ever made a joke? Hua Hearing Feng raised his eyes and scanned the crowd present, then smiled in a rare manner and, the moment I drew my sword and beheaded the gods, the king of listening winds, Hua Listening Wind, was already dead. It was Lin Xiu who gave me the chance to live again. After saying that, he took 2 steps backward and stood behind Lin Xiu, then said aloud, the king of listening wind, Hua Listening Wind, has died fighting for the Dragon Kingdom. From today, there is no more king listening wind in this world. There is only the gangster's god of martial arts, Hua Listening Wind. King Hearing Wind can fight for the Dragon Kingdom, but the gangster martial god only fights for the gangsters. Good, very good. Tang Yurong was a bit speechless for a while. With Hua Listening Wind here, it was obviously unrealistic for her to want to take a shot at Lin Xiu, but she wasn't willing to let her daughter be abducted like this either. So she was silent for a few seconds and continued, listen to the Wind King. No, Flower Hearing Wind, this is my family business. It's not appropriate for you to interfere, is it? Nope. Hua Hearing Feng shook his head and denied, this is not your family business. This is our gang's gang business. You're the one who shouldn't be meddling. Ahem. At this time, Yang Nightman coughed 2 dry coughs at the right time, and then opened his mouth to dissuade. Both of you, no matter if it's your family business or help business, doesn't it all have to go after national events? I don't have a problem with that. Hua listened to the wind and nodded. Tang Yurong wasn't an insensitive person, and after giving Lin Xiu a vicious glare, she also nodded her head and didn't say anything more. 7 days later, the Angelic Legion of the Divine Kingdom and the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom arrived at Yuan City at the same time, and a great battle, unprecedented in history, was about to break out. This time, all of the 7 great princes of the Dragon Kingdom, except for the Hua family's oldest ancestor, were present, and although the Kingdom of God still only had 1 God-King level powerhouse in the goddess of love Angelaris, it had drawn over 3 more 6-winged archangels from the Kingdom of God, as well as 3 legions of angels. As for the Sakura country, not only did Takatenkara leader Yoji Yamamoto arrive at Yuan City, but even the Sakura country's #1 trickster controller, Kamiyo Okio, also came in person. This shows the importance that both sides place on this great battle. And at that moment, inside the conference room of the mob headquarters, Young Knight settled into the first position, and below him, there were a total of 7 people sitting in their positions, respectively, Yan Wang Tang Yurong, Stormy Husband Season Stormy, the twin kings of the imperial family, the gangster god of martial arts, Flower Listening Wind, Lord of Divine Parish City, Hua Tianquan, and the gangster sitting at the end of the table, Lin Xiu. What right does a brat have to mingle in this kind of meeting? Tang Yurong glanced at Lin Xiu and spoke with intent. This is my house, hey. Why can't I come in? Originally, because the other party was baby Tang's real mother, Lin Xiu had been tolerating the other party at every turn. But now that a week had passed and this woman was targeting herself at every turn, he just couldn't stand it anymore. So what if your family? Tang Yurong spoke disdainfully. This is a great war that concerns the survival of the Dragon Kingdom. You, a small gang leader, are not qualified to participate. Then what qualifications do you have to participate? Lin Xiu looked straight at Tang Yurong, not giving an inch. Me? Tang Yurong laughed contemptuously before speaking. Regardless of my Wang Ho's identity, my Tang family has sent 3,000 martial artists to this great battle, and the lowest strength is a 3rd-level martial artist. Do you think I'm qualified? Just this? Lin Xiu skimmed his lips, then stretched his arms lazily and, for this great battle, my Black Gang faction, the 100 Flowers Hall, fought, totaling 800 people. As for strength, Lin Xiu smiled and continued, minimum level 4 martial artist. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. At this time they all had some doubts in their hearts. What was the origin of this mob? I had never heard of it before, but what made it possible for a small gang that had just sprung up to have so many powerful people in such a short period of time? 100 Flowers Hall? Yang Nightman frowned slightly before asking. I guess it should be the 100 Flowers Guards, one of the 5 guards of the Dragon Guards at one time, right? But I remember that their combined strength is just the intensity of a 3rd-level martial artist. That was once. Lin Xiu spread his hands and didn't intend to explain anything. Tang Yurong took a deep breath and ultimately didn't say anything more. With over 3,000 level 4 martial artists, and teenage geniuses like Baby Tang, Shen Luo, and Hua Jingfeng, this gang's future development prospects were actually not the least bit weaker than that of the current major clans. If you also counted Hua Hearing Wind, a martial god, and Zhao Qingqing, who was known to be bound to step into the transcendent as long as she didn't die prematurely, it was possible that this black gang might one day become an existence above all the great clans. In that case, Let's lay out the tactics. Yang Nighton's words interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Yuan City is not like Divine Perdition City. The opponent in this battle will definitely attack from all 4 gates at the same time, so we have to divide our troops into 4 directions for defense, he said as his eyes swept over the crowd one by one. I'll listen to all of Boss Yang. Just arrange it. Ji Fenglu shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested face. Me too. Tang Yurong nodded in agreement. Seeing that the crowd had no opinion, Yang Nighton stood up from his seat, then spoke aloud. And the South City Gate, as the main gate of Yuan City, will definitely be the opponent's main target, so it's up to me and Old Flower to lead the town. The matter of Hua Listening Wind's plummeting strength might not be known to others, but Yang Nighton knew it all. He had let Hua Listening Wind stay with him, on one hand, to cover up the matter. On the other hand, because the other party had once chopped out a god-beheading slash in Divine Perishing City, the fall of the twin gods after that slash was enough to serve as a deterrent, because no one knew if he would be able to cut out a second blade. As long as he, Hua Listening Wind, stood at the top of the city, the opponent would be afraid. East City Gate, the twin kings of the imperial family are in charge of guarding it. No problem. The two spoke in unison. West City Gate, Tang Yurong, Hua Tianquang. Good. Yes. Tang Yurong and Hua Tianquang also nodded in agreement. As for the North City Gate, Yang Yanyan glanced at Lin Xiu before saying, the North City Gate is far from the opponent's location, so they will definitely not send too many people to attack. Just leave it to you gangsters. No problem. Lin Xiu also nodded before adding, but if the other side has a transcendent powerhouse, we won't be able to handle it. Don't worry about that. Once a transcendent powerhouse is involved, the princes of both the East and West City Gates will be the first to support you. That's good, Lin Xiu said while still intentionally glancing at Tang Yurong, the meaning of which was obvious. This woman hated herself to death. Will she really back herself up? Tang Yurong also noticed Lin Xiu's gaze, then gave him a contemptuous look and said, I'm not that petty. We'll settle our business after the Great War. And just then, a burst of war drums came from all 4 city gates at the same time. Like thunder, the Great War rises. Chapter 117, The Church of the Flowers battles the Legion of Blazing Angels. Outside Yuan City, the 4 sides of the city gates had all been surrounded by legions of angels at this time, and were watertight. The awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom were also showing their abilities, summoning their awakened objects and standing by. At the South City Gate, the goddess of love, Eris, changed from her usual playful expression. Her face was incomparably serious. Her voice was still childish, but her tone was incomparably firm. This battle doesn't require much nonsense. Today there will be no end to death. Kamio Okio's gaze was as cold as a falcon's, and his body was overflowing with deathly aura, and anyone who stood beside him could feel a gust of coldness. We will not rest until we break Yuan City. As the 2 men's words fell, all the angelic legions at the 4 city gates, as well as one of the shenanigans simultaneously unleashed a fierce attack on the Dragon Kingdom awakened who were blocking the city gates. At the North City Gate, Lin Xiu looked at the legions of killing angels swarming in front of him. His gaze flinched, then a slab suddenly appeared in his hand and, guys, them for me. After saying that, he was the first to rush up. Behind him, Baby Tang, Hua Jingfeng, and Xin Luo followed closely behind. Behind them were the 3,000 or so members of the 100 Flowers Hall led by Long Yu. Although they were all women, they were by far the strongest fighting force in the gang. In this battle, in order to avoid accidents, Lin Xiu didn't let Cat L participate in the battle. With Lin Xiu slapping a slate on the forehead of a blazing angel, the battle was instantly fought. Just as Yang Nighton had thought, the one attacking the North City Gate really wasn't the opponent's main force. There was only a legion of blazing angels and a scattering of some trick controllers. Right after the big battle started, Lin Xiu noticed the only 5 4-winged angels in the opposing legions. One for each of you 3, and leave the other 2 to me. Lin Xiu reached out and wiped a handful of blood from his face before turning his head to look at the 3 of them. Hua Jingfeng. Yes, the 3 of them responded in unison. After saying that, each of the 4 searched for their target and charged up blatantly. Lin Xiu tugged at his collar. Then the slate in his hand was violently thrown out and slammed towards the face of a 4-winged angel. Humph. Mortal. That angel clearly didn't put Lin Xiu in his eyes, and even directly extended his palm, ready to catch Lin Xiu's slate with his bare hands. Yet it was clear that this would be the worst choice he had ever made in his life. Right at the moment the slate made contact with his arm, his protective divine light instantly dissipated into thin air, striking his palm without any obstruction. Ka-chow. The crisp sound of bones breaking instantly reached that angel's ears, accompanied by a drilling pain. There's something odd about his awakening. One of his arms sagged feebly as he twisted his head to look at his companion beside him. Then avoid his awakenings and let's go together. After saying that, the two of them spread their feathered wings behind them, one on the left and one on the right, and simultaneously launched an attack on Lin Xiao. A bunch of pretentious birds. Come on. Lin Xiao held a slate in one hand, a chopper with a cold light appeared in the other, and a pair of narrow eyes were instantly clouded with a blood color. Although Lin Xiao was now a level 5 martial artist, he didn't have any advantage in terms of rank when facing a four-winged angel, and his only advantage was that he could break all laws and ignore the slate of divine power. However, at this time, the other party was two people, and these two people were in the same legion. Apparently they usually fought together a lot, and their cooperation was very tacit, and when Lin Xiao attacked one of them with a slate, the other person would desperately launch an attack towards Lin Xiao. In just a few minutes, Lin Xiao's body was left with quite a few wounds from the two men's angelic blades, and his white shirt was already stained red with blood. Just then, Lin Xiao once again launched an attack towards one of the angels, completely exposing his back to the other. Seeing this scene, that angel's eyes lit up. The angel blade in his hand did not hesitate to stab towards Lin Xiao's back heart position. If this strike hit, Lin Xiao would definitely die. And just at the moment his angelic blade was about to pierce Lin Xiao's body slightly tilted. Pust. The angel's blade smoothly stabbed into Lin Xiao, but because of his sidestep, the angel's blade didn't stab him in the vitals, but instead stabbed into the position of his shoulder. In the next second, Lin Xiao decisively abandoned the angel in front of him and turned violently, and as he turned his body, the angelic blade spun in a circle within him, mercilessly churning his flesh and blood. However, Lin Xiao was generally oblivious as he grabbed the other side sword, leaving blood along his palm. Looking at Lin Xiao's blood-red eyes, he felt an unprecedented sense of fear, and this was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. Seeing the other party's fearful gaze, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile, followed by the slate in his hand raised high and smashed down towards the other party's head without any reservation. Ka-chow. Cranial fragmentation. After this blow, Lin Xiao's hand holding the slate had cracked at the tiger's mouth, which showed the strength. Seeing this scene, the remaining angel trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Above the battlefield, fear is the greatest enemy, and those who can survive on the battlefield are definitely not people who are greedy and afraid of death. With the emotions of fear and cowardice coming over him, his end was sealed. Death, the only place he'll go. At the same time, Hua Jingfeng's 3 people had also successfully solved their opponents, of which only Tang Baby had a little color hanging on her. But compared to Lin Xiao, it was not known how many times better. Lin Xiao spat a mouthful of blood, then shook his head and laughed bitterly. It's so damn embarrassing. Shenluo flexed her fingers and a silver-white droplet silently pierced through the brow of a blazing angel. Then she walked over to Lin Xiao and, you have an injury that needs to be tended to. It's fine. A small injury. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then spoke, light me a cigarette, then you go help. Nowadays, all the people of 100 Flowers Hall were treasures in Lin Xiao's eyes, and losing one of them was enough to make his heart ache. Smoke you to death. Shenluo didn't have the good sense to crouch down and fumble around Lin Xiao's body for a while, then took out a pack of cigarettes soaked in blood and casually helped him light it up. Lin Xiao took a big drag on the cigarette, then closed his eyes with a face of enjoyment. Non-smokers will never understand that there are a few cigarettes that are a must for a smoker. That cigarette after you've eaten. You must smoke, the one after you wake up. You must smoke, and then there's the one after a strenuous workout. You must smoke. Of course, strenuous exercise encompassed a bit more than that here. Fighting counted, and Lin Xiao always found smoking to be a pain reliever. No one expected that among the 4 city gates, the fastest battle to end was the North City Gate that no one paid attention to. In just under an hour, the battle at the North City Gate ended with the total annihilation of the Blazing Angel Legion. Lin Xiao carried the peace axe in his hand and split off a few angel wings before laying them on the ground and just sitting down in place to rest. Tang Baby sat behind him and helped him with the wound on his back. Hua Jingfeng and Shenluo were counting the losses of the battle. After a while, Hua Jingfeng walked over to Lin Xiao, his voice a little low. The tally is done. 7 killed in battle. 15 seriously wounded. No way to count the minor injuries. What about killing the enemy? Lin Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 3,000 incandescent angels. Except for some that ran away. Almost all of them were wiped out. Recuperate in place. There will be an even more grueling battle in a while. At this time, the other side would not give them the chance to return to the city to recuperate at all. And it was certain that it would not take long before the other side would launch an even more violent attack. Not long after Lin Xiao's words fell, a gust of cloudy wind arose at the North City Gate. It's the trickster controller. Shenluo and Hua Jingfeng both stood up at the same time. Their faces serious. Creepy is more special. Awakened objects without divine power enhancement awakened ones can't do any damage to them at all. Hua Jingfeng twisted his head to look at Lin Xiu and spoke. I suggest that all those who let the awakened objects have no divine power enchantment, all withdraw. Just do as you say. Lin Xiu slowly stood up, the kitchen knife in his hand glowing with a cold light. Awakening object, chopper. Characteristics, even if guile is high, it's still afraid of choppers. Chopper creepy. P.S. frowny face. A lot of brothers are saying that school is about to start, so I'll add one more chapter as a token of my appreciation. There's one more chapter before 12. Chapter 118, Before the Huns are destroyed. What is a home? It's the first time I've crossed paths with guile. Shenluo was dressed in a long light blue ancient dress, her shell teeth gently biting as her gaze shifted slightly. Even the most powerful woman was only a woman after all. And at the sight of the hundreds of bizarre figures on the opposite side of the room, her face visibly paled a little. And at this moment, Lin Xiu also carefully surveyed the hundreds of creeps in front of him. They were somewhat similar to the creeps that Kamio Sakurako had summoned earlier. All of them were Dragon Kingdom people wearing armor. It was just that if the creeps summoned by Kamio Sakurako could be described as ancient generals, then these creeps that had appeared now were, at best, ordinary soldiers. However, it was soldiers who had once died in battle, and each of their eyes was incomparably empty. And unlike the spooky ones in those ghost stories, they were unafraid of the sun, and it didn't bother them in the slightest to just stand there uncovered under the hot sun. I'll go try them. At this point in the battlefield, there were only two men, Hua Jingfeng and Lin Xiu, and since Lin Xiu was injured, Hua Jingfeng felt that it was time to prove himself. He had always known that so many people called him Sister Wind in private. Thinking of this, Hua Jingfeng gritted his teeth, lifted the forest lance upside down, and charged the formation alone. Seeing Hua Jingfeng charging up, hundreds of bizarre raised their spears in unison, moving neatly to step forward and meet Hua Jingfeng. When Shenluo and Baby Tang saw this, although they were a bit scared, they were still ready to go forward to help. But Lin Xiu reached out and stopped the two of them. Easy, let him try. Lin Xiu still remembered that when he first used his own sunglasses to observe Hua Jingfeng, he hinted that the probability of the other party's awakening was not low, and the one thing that could raise the probability of the other party's awakening was to participate in a large-scale war. Right now was a very rare opportunity, so Lin Xiu decided to let him try, and if things didn't work out, it wouldn't be too late for them to make a move. Although Shenluo and Baby Tang didn't understand Lin Xiu's intentions, both of them didn't say anything more out of trust in him, and only cast their eyes in the direction where Hua Jingfeng was. At this time, Hua Jingfeng had already rushed into the bizarre army formation with one person and one lance. He swept the forest lance in his hand, and his moves were all wide open, as if he was born for war, except that the way he fought and his looks formed a huge sense of contrast. Hua Jingfeng's forest lance was already blessed with divine power and was able to inflict some damage on the bizarre. As he swept his forest lance across, 4 or 5 bizarre soldiers were swept away in an instant. Seeing this, the members of the 100 Flowers Hall were all energized, raising their arms and shouting, Hallmaster is mighty! Sister Wind is awesome! Hearing the shouts of support from behind, Hua Jingfeng stumbled on his feet, his face turning blue, but the movements of his hands were becoming more and more ferocious, and in just a few minutes' time, more than a dozen bizarrely had died tragically under his Lin Longxian, and in places where Lin Xiu and the others couldn't see, there were similarly more than a dozen controlling sleaze masters whose faces were as pale as paper, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. These creeps look a bit creepy, but their true battle power seems to be far inferior to the Blazing Angels, Shenluo analyzed while focusing on Hua Jingfeng's battle. These are low-level shenanigans. Lin Xiu had put on a pair of sunglasses at some point, and his eyes gazed through the sunglasses at the two knife-wielding creeps at the edge of the battlefield. Name, unknown. Level 5 creepy, a creature released from a mysterious place, does not have independent consciousness, can be controlled by special means, and cannot be harmed without the power of a god. Ability, 8 chopping blades, a common sword technique in the military. Looking at the two bizarre general introductions, Lin Xiu's gaze shifted slightly. 2 level 5 bizarre, plus hundreds of level 2 and 3 bizarre. I'm afraid it's enough for Hua Jingfeng to drink a pot of water. He tightened the kitchen knife in his hand, ready to back up his opponent at any time. And right at this moment, the 2 level 5 creeps that had been inactive seemed to have received some sort of order. Joining the fray at almost the same time, the two plain and unimpressive military standard long knives seemed to come alive in their hands, wrapped in gusts of wind-breaking sound and slashed at Hua Jingfeng. Good coming! Hua Jingfeng bellowed. Then abandoning the target in front of him, Lin Longxian met the 2 level 5 eccentrics with a single raise. Lin Xiu didn't understand sword techniques, but the two bizarrely executed sword techniques were what caught his eye. Their blade technique matched the name. There were 8 segments, interlocking, and I'm afraid it would be difficult for the average person to survive their 8 slashes. Even when Hua Jingfeng was facing the 5th blade of the two, He was accidentally left with a bone deep wound on his arm by the other party. He's afraid he won't be able to cope. Shenluo glanced at Lin Xiu and warned, "Wait a little longer." Lin Xiu's hand holding the chopper was getting tighter and tighter, and he was obviously a little nervous as well, but he still chose to trust Hu Jingfeng. And just then, a young man carrying a long sword walked over, and he was followed by 4 young and beautiful maidens. Ji Han? Lin Xiu was slightly stunned. Since the last time he parted ways with the magic capital Martial University, Lin Xiu felt that he hadn't seen the other party for a long time, and he didn't expect that he would actually come to Yuan City. Lin Xiu, however, remembered that Hu Jingfeng had once said that Ji Han was very realistic, and he never did anything without benefits. But now Yuan City, this hellish place where there is no benefit to be gained, is it for the merit? Lin Xiu, are you still ing human? Ji Han held his sword in one hand, which was still stained with scarlet blood. He fiercely stepped forward, grabbed Lin Xiu's collar, and shouted angrily, "Hu Jingfeng that takes you as a brother. You ing watch him fight for his life there himself?" Before Lin Xiu could open his mouth, Shenluo and Baby Tang had already appeared to the left and right of Ji Han respectively. A droplet of water jumped on Shenluo's fingertip. In such a close distance, if she wanted to kill Ji Han, there was no one who could stop her. Tang Baby is more direct. The first time in the hand of the green dragon knife on the neck of Ji Han, voice cold and cold. "Let go or I'll cut you up." "Damn. You guys are really good." Ji Han pushed Lin Xiu away, then reached out and pointed at the 3 of them, saying viciously, "I'm so damn blind that I actually took you guys as friends." After saying that, he carried his sword and was about to go over to help Hu Jingfeng. "Wait." Lin Xiu opened his mouth to call out to the other party, then said in a calm tone, "This is an opportunity for him. Don't disturb him." "Chance?" Ji Han let out a cold laugh. "What chance? A chance to die? Shut up and watch from the side." Lin Xiu straightened his collar, then spoke, "I won't bother with you for Hu Jingfeng's face. Next time, I'll chop off your hand." Just as the 2 of them were talking, Hu Jingfeng's stamina was already a bit overdrawn, and the wounds on his body were increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and that almost demonic face was also stained with a bit of blood, making his entire body look a bit more beautiful in a different way. Members of the 100 Flowers Hall in the distance even got a little wet watching. "No, it's demented." But even so, Hu Jingfeng still managed to cut down nearly half of the shenanigans with his own strength. The pupils of the 2 level 5 creeps, which were originally as black as ink, were instantly covered in a layer of black mist once again, and in an instant, they brazenly rushed towards Hu Jingfeng, rather like a sense of fearlessness of a fish dying in a net. "Still not working?" Lin Xiu sighed and slowly stepped forward, and right at this moment, Hu Jingfeng, who was already somewhat exhausted, raised his head violently, his gaze stern as a sword, and behind him, a huge silhouette emerged with a raging aura that went straight into the clouds. That is a young general figure wearing armor. He looks handsome, holding a pole in Hu Jingfeng hands exactly the same forest lance, his eyes arrogant, imposing. As that shadowy figure appeared, a voice that resounded throughout Yuan City also sounded at the same time. "What is a home before the Huns are destroyed?" Chapter 119, Sealing the Wolves. As that voice resounded through Yuan City, everyone looked sideways. "What is that?" Ji Fengliu's gaze condensed, then he looked at the tall silhouette at the North City gate. Previously, when Yang Nightan was arranging his tactics, there were 2 princes he didn't arrange for, one of which was the Marquis of Wind Flow, Ji Fenglu. The other person was the Grand Elder of the God Search Foundation, the black-robed Wang Ho. Yang Nightan privately instructed the 2 men to observe the situation from various city heads and be ready to support them at any time, which was also considered to be a backhand. And at that moment, the black-robed Marquis body trembled slightly, and his voice trembled as well. "Marquis of Champions? Hua Daizi? Hua Daizi?" Ji Fenglu pondered for a few seconds, then asked, "Who is Hua Zaiwei?" "This is something that our God Search Foundation explored by chance half a year ago, and he was a very great general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom." The black-robed Marquis had a look of excitement in his eyes. The appearance of Hua Xiaodong's virtual shadow proved sideways that their research direction was not wrong. The Dragon Kingdom had an awakened existence a long time ago, and at this moment, Yang Nightan, who was standing above the South City gate's head, also turned around, looked at the shadowy figure, and muttered, "It's the direction where the gangsters group of brats are. How's that?" Hua Hearing Foam smiled smugly and spoke, "There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons within this gang." "Yeah." Yang Nightan nodded his head in agreement. "With these descendants, why worry about the Dragon Kingdom not prospering? But they still need time, so the current Dragon Kingdom has to rely on you, the Marquis of Night Peace." Hua listened to the wind and said meaningfully, "What about you?" Yang Yanyan turned his head towards Hua Listening Phone with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Are you really just going to follow that brat Lin Xiu? I'm just a rank 5 martial artist now, and I can't do much. Hua Listening Wind shrugged. The original Hua Listening Wind was only a 3rd level martial artist, but because of the marrow cleansing pill, his qualifications had gained a great boost, and coupled with his sense of martial arts, retracing the path of the King's Marquis was only a matter of time for him. A man's name is a tree's shadow. Yang Yin shook his head, then spoke. Look, as long as you stand here, Eris and Kamiyo Okio won't dare to act rashly. I really want to kill them. Flower Hearing Wind muttered. North City Gate. As that huge silhouette appeared, Hua Jingfeng's entire aura changed drastically. He stood there with a lance in one hand. Just one person seemed like 1,000 armies. The original creepy, who no longer had any consciousness, actually had a slightly timid expression on his face at this moment. Come and fight. Hua Jingfeng Lin Longxian slammed heavily into the ground, and the huge shadow behind him instantly disappeared, as if it had merged into him. Immediately after that, his gaze became stern and incomparable, and the Lin Longxian in his hand was used even more skillfully, and the 8 chopping blades that those 2 level 5s had so bizarrely executed appeared somewhat childish and ridiculous in front of him. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of weirdness all dissipated into thin air, and in the distance, the same hundreds of trickster controllers collapsed to the ground, each one of them looking depressed, as if they had been drained of the essence in their bodies. How is this guy so fierce? Jihan looked at Hua Jingfeng's back and spoke a bit unsteadily. Mentally, how else am I going to beat him up? 1 man, 10,000 men. Lin Xiu also murmured softly. Saying that, his gaze once again looked through his sunglasses at Hua Jingfeng in the distance. Name, Hua Jingfeng. Rank, level 6 martial artist. Awakening objects, Lin Longxian, SS, unique. Strength, C. Power, C. Seal the Wolf, SSS, exclusive to Champion Husband. Talent, SS. Probability of reawakening, 1%. The probability of awakening will be greatly increased by participation in a large-scale war. Seal the Wolf, for a short period of time, obtain the possession of the Champion Husband, a significant increase in strength, and can cause the surrounding friendly troops to increase their aura and gain a certain degree of strength. Awesome. Lin Xiu secretly nodded his head. This Sealing Wolf's ability was similar to his Killing God's possession. Both of them gained strength increases for a short period of time, except that this one of his didn't have any side effects, and there was also an effect that added to the strength of friendly troops. In the future, Hua Jingfeng will properly be a group battle mass murderer, with him leading the 100 Flowers Hall. It was bound to become a nightmare for the enemy, and right at that moment, the long-lost system beep suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host's little brother for awakening the power of the sages. Reward, power value plus 500. Awakening Dan plus 1. Lin Xiu's expression froze slightly as the Awakening Dan. It's the Awakening Dan again. This was a good thing. Although each person could only take it once, as long as they had enough Awakening Dan, they could give the entire gang's overall strength a huge boost. However, it was really a bit difficult to obtain. So far, he had only obtained a total of 3 Awakening pills, the first of which was given to Zhao Qingqing, allowing her to become the first quadruple Awakening genius in the Dragon Kingdom, and the second one was taken by himself to get the White Rising tattoo. As for this third Awakening Dan, Lin Xiu slightly glanced sideways, and his gaze landed on Baby Tang, who was on the side. Name Baby Tang. Rank, 4th level martial artist. Awakening object, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, SS, exclusive to the Sage of Wushu. Talent, SS. Reawakening probability, 80%, chopping off a general in front of the battlefield can drastically increase the probability of awakening. After Lin Xiu obtained the awakening object sunglasses, he observed most of the people within the gang, and except for Cadel's information that couldn't be displayed, he scrutinized all of the other higher-ups. Baby Tang was currently one of the people he trusted the most, and Lin Xiu was eager to give this awakening Dan to the other party, but the other party had only awakened once so far, and the probability of awakening was as high as 80%. This meant that even if she didn't take the awakening pill, there was a high possibility that she would awaken again. So Lin Xiu decided that it was better to not use the awakening pill for the time being, and wait until she couldn't awaken before giving her this awakening pill as a way to achieve the best results. Old Hua. Brave. Jihan saw Hua Jingfeng walking back carrying Lin Longxian, and hurriedly gave a thumbs up in praise. Use you to say that? Hua Jingfeng glanced at him without any good humor. Ha. Ha ha. Jihan withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly, then had a playful look at Lin Xiu. Boss Lin. I'm much offended just now, haha. It's fine. You're also protecting your wife. I understand. Lin Xiu smiled and patted his shoulder. Jihan's face turned blue with the feeling of having eaten a dead fly. He twisted his head to look at Hua Jingfeng, who had a confused face and felt even more obscure. Jihan, which city gate did you come from? Lin Xiu gathered his smile and opened his mouth to ask. I came from the West City Gate. How's the battle going over there? The battle is still relatively stalemated. Jihan's expression also became serious as he spoke. But with King Yin and Old Hua's father around, it's stabilizing the situation. Then should we go over and help? Shen Luo looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. Then his gaze fell on the group of 100 Flowers Hall members and he opened his mouth to ask. You guys, do you have any fire awakened people? Me too, and me. Several girls stepped forward at once. Very good. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Baby Tang and ordered. Go chop a few angel wings down for me. Oh, Baby Tang didn't bother to ask why, as if she had never asked why either. As long as Lin Xiu asked her to do it, she would do it. What do you want? Shen Luo looked curious. I've always wanted to try the difference between this angel wing and a chicken wing. Shen Luo? What Jingfeng? Seasonal cold. Swallowed. Half an hour later, in the direction of the North City Gate, slowly rising smoke, and accompanied by the rich aroma of meat. Chapter 120 North City Gate at the barbecue. What's that smell? So fragrant? Jifeng Lu inhaled his nose, then looked out into the distance. North City Gate direction. The black-robed old man spoke faintly. Come on, Old Black, let's go check it out. My name is not Old Black. The corners of the black-robed princess' mouth twitched slightly. It's just a name. Don't take it seriously. Jifeng Lu waved his hand, then tapping his toes, the whole person rose up in the air and swept towards the North City Gate. By the time he arrived at the Northern City Gate's city head, Jifeng Lu saw a small fat man of more than 200 pounds directing people to transport boxes and boxes of things to the city head. This is? Jifeng Lu pointed at the boxes. Greetings to Marquis Fengyu. Shen Zhuang bowed laboriously, then scratched his head and said, These are beers. Beer? Jifeng Liu was a bit puzzled. Then he seemed to think of something. Then his eyes lit up and, is this going to be a fire attack? But soon he dismissed the conjecture and shook his head. No. The fire attack still needs gasoline. Even if there is no gasoline, you need to use white wine. Ah, beer won't do. Shen Zhuang interrupted Jifeng Liu's self-talk with an embarrassed face. Then explained. Feng Lu Ho, these beers are for drinking. For drinking? Jifeng Lu felt a little confused. Fighting a war. How can he still drink? We haven't won yet. Champagne at halftime? What the hell is going on? Jifeng Lu also stopped guessing and directly opened his mouth to ask. Shen Zhuang didn't know how to explain, and reached out and pointed to the bottom of the city, signaling him to see for himself. It was only then that Jifeng Lu noticed that the cooking smoke as well as the smell of meat that he had seen before was coming from the city gates. So he looked down. This look doesn't matter. Jifeng Lu thinks that he is also a person who has seen a lot of big waves, but he was still shocked by the scene in front of him, only to see that at this moment, under the city, a group of people were busy in a frenzy. Some people were constantly harvesting the wings of the blazing angels with their knives. Some people were plucking the hairs, and a few fire-awakened people were responsible for roasting the fire. He also saw a few acquaintances down below, one of whom, Lin Xiu, was yelling non-stop at the moment that, control the fire, don't roast it, you, at first glance you don't have enough control over your awakened object, it's roasting and smoking, and you're adding fire, Shen Luo, some water. When he finished speaking, he also raised his head toward the city and shouted, Fatty, where's Cumin? As soon as he looked up, Lin Xiu was finally able to see the dumbfounded Jifeng Lu, and he laughed dryly twice before tentatively asking, Marquis Feng Lu, eat something together? Ah, Jifeng Liu came back to his senses, then nodded his head somewhat woodenly. Yeah. At the South City Gate, Eris was observing the situation on the battlefield with her eyes like a torch. Rather than observing the situation on the battlefield, it was more like observing Hua listening wind on the city's head, because more often than not, her eyes stayed on the other person. Ever since that flower hearing wind hadn't struck again, and for a while she wasn't sure if the other party would be able to draw his sword again. She didn't dare to gamble, though, because if she lost the bet, the price would be her life. And just then, a four-winged angel hurried over to the Eros-sama. What's wrong? Eris whipped her head around to look at the other woman. The battle at the North City Gate is over. The opponent lowered his head, not daring to look Eris in the eye. It's over? Eris asked with a slight frown. Seeing her opponent's head bowed, she had guessed the outcome and asked with a sigh. Defeated? Defeated. How was the battle damage? Eris asked. All gone. From the very beginning, Eris hadn't prepared for a main attack on the North City Gate, and the reason why she had sent out a legion of blazing angels was only to delay part of the opponent's forces. But she hadn't expected to actually lose so quickly and so completely. Not only that, the four-winged angel said, and his expression became a bit strange. Say, Eris was visibly upset. The other party is barbecuing at the North City gate right now, he said through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with indignation and humiliation. Barbecue? Eris looked confused. What is this all about? Why are you barbecuing when you're fighting? Grilled wings. Hearing this, Eris froze for a few seconds, then soon a strange expression appeared on her face, and she subconsciously gulped. And, is it good? Lord Angel of Love. The four-winged angel's voice raised a few notches. Sorry. Eris felt a little embarrassed, then adjusted her emotions and snapped. The Dragon Kingdom is too deceitful. That. Speaking of this, Eris' gaze was a bit complicated as she said towards the other party. Go find Yoji Yamamoto and ask them to send the trickster controller over. I can't believe they even eat that. At the North City gate, Lin Xiu and Ji Fenglu each held a bottle of beer in their hands, lightly clinking there. Asterisk. Just do it. Both of them finished off a bottle of beer in one gulp and then burped contentedly. You don't say. It's still you kid who can enjoy it. Ji Fenglu took a piece of roasted meat from Herr Ruashua's hands, then said, this thing, it tastes really good. Your old man hasn't eaten it before? Lin Xiu asked with a skeptical face. Haven't really eaten it. Ji Fenglu wiped the grease stains on the corner of his mouth, then explained. At that time, during the Great Battle, that Qin Zhong of the 100 Battles Martial Arts University did mention that he wanted to taste it, but the Marquis of Night Peace doesn't agree. He says it's called what's like to eat one's own kind. Bull asterisk kindred spirits. Lin Xiu waved his hand, then said, these bird people, the reason they're called angels now is because they're strong. By the time my Dragon Kingdom's strength crushes them, they'll be poultry at best. Ha. What a foul. Ji Fenglu once again picked up a bottle of beer and raised it towards Lin Xiu. Your kid is a bit interesting. I like it. Hua Jingfeng and the others were speechless as they looked at the two immodest ones, the old and the young. However, it had to be said that these angel wings did taste good, and even contained some divine power in them, and eating this stuff actually helped cultivation. At the top of the city, Xin Zhuang, with an anxious face, kept shouting that, boss, save some for me. Seeing this scene, Shen Luo had a look of contempt and said in an unkind manner, disgraceful thing. When she finished, she took a big bite, and just then, a gust of cloudy wind struck again. Shady soul, what a nuisance. Shen Luo put down the meat in his hand, wiped his mouth, and was about to get up. After Hua Jingfeng's battle just now, she had lost her fear of these shenanigans, and was even a bit impatient to fight with the other party. After all, Hua Jingfeng had just broken through after fighting them. Instead, Lin Xiu grabbed Shen Luo's hand and, stay honest, why are you touching me? Shen Luo's eyes crossed and he hastily pulled his hand out. Just you? Lin Xiu's gaze glanced recklessly at her chest before he disdainfully skimmed his lips. Shen Luo looked down, wanting to speak. Although she looks offbeat, there is a kind of fairy pro-mortal fairy, but if it is on the development of the body, she is indeed inferior to the Tang baby in Cat L. These two she has seen, are very material. Baby Tang, you go. Lin Xiu once again poured a large mouthful of wine. Without any hesitation, Tang Baobao directly stood up, dragging his green dragon blade and rushed up towards the large group of bazaar in front of him.